Frozen for 5,000 years, Jiang Li wakes up to find herself as the last dragon of the entire interstellar realm. Legend has it that she can bear offspring with any race. Suddenly, imperial princes, bloodthirsty war generals, powerful leaders, and even innocent little puppies are all captivated by her, leading to brotherly strife and the submission of the strong. To make matters even more ridiculous, she becomes pregnant, and the big shots suffer from morning sickness when she gives birth. They are in so much pain they nearly collapse. Jiang Li is speechless. Who is really the one giving birth here? Chapter 1. Marking the Little Leopard. Jiang Li walks through a small alley and hears a voice behind her, the corners of her mouth lifting with a smirk. Been hooked, just as Lin Zhiyue said. A strong scent of grass wafts through the air, the pheromones chaotic, giving her a headache. The little leopard's susceptibility period has arrived. The panting behind her grows heavier, followed by a loud crash. Jiang Li halts and turns around, clearly impatient. Lin Zhiyue is panting heavily, struggling to suppress the agitation in his eyes. He sees her approach and trembles as he says, "Could you call my friend for me?" "Sure," she responds. Just as she's about to turn away, Lin Zhiyue suddenly lunges toward her, trembling. As his back hits the wall, a sharp pain shoots through him. Lin Zhiyue's pheromones envelop Jiang Li like little hooks, tentatively trying to please her. He looks a bit dazed. I didn't know you were a simulated beast." He hadn't smelled her pheromones earlier and thought Jiang Li was female. A powerful beast in its susceptibility period can only lose control when it sees a female acting so enthralled. He instinctively wants to distance himself. The female is too fragile, and a male in susceptibility could hurt her. Lin Zhiyue bites his tongue until he tastes blood, calming down a bit. But the more he tries to pull away, the faster his heart races, his body stiffens, and he feels worse. Lin Zhiyue's ragged breaths spill out, his eyes slightly reddening. Though this is all his sister Lin Xiaoning's arrangement, Jiang Li initially intended to give him a little more time. But now, who said I'm a simulated beast? Jiang Li erupts in anger, turning and slamming him hard against the wall. Lin Zhiyue looks confused. Then why didn't I attack you? I have a way to ensure you won't have a susceptibility period anymore. Interested? She says casually. Lin Zhiyue, now disoriented, doesn't hesitate and steps in the trap. What way? Jiang Li places her hand on the gland on his neck. It's rare for someone to touch a male's gland usually. Once the thought crosses someone's mind, they end up fighting as it concerns dignity. For some unknown reason, Lin Zhiyue feels no urge to resist. Waves of tingling sensations make his body tremble slightly. He furrows his brow, surprised, his cheeks flushing. She rises on her tiptoes and bites down hard on his gland, the scent of grass exploding between her lips and teeth. Lin Zhiyue tilts his neck back, creating a delicate arc, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. His hot palms clutch her waist desperately, but when she increases the pressure, he lets out a broken whimper. It's Jiang Li's first time marking someone she has little experience. She hesitates over whether to release him. Lin Zhiyue is wild by nature, and the common trait of males is their arrogance. For them, being marked is undoubtedly an insult. Jiang Li can only take advantage of his vulnerability during the susceptibility period. His Adam's apple rolls heavily. His mind is already unclear, and overwhelming pleasure envelopes his entire body, something he's never experienced before. A strong milky scent bursts forth in his gland, and the hand resting on her trembles violently. Jiang Li estimates that the time should be about right and releases him. Do you feel it? I'm not a simulated beast. See clearly who is in control. She loosens her hold on him and takes a step back. Lin Zhiyue feels his legs weaken, and the veins on the back of his hand bulge as he struggles to keep himself upright against the wall. Who exactly are you? He stubbornly asks, displeased with her previous actions. Jiang Li replies coolly, just an ordinary passerby. I saw you suffering from your susceptibility period and felt sorry for you, so I helped you resolve this issue. After a pause, she adds, you won't have a susceptibility period anymore. You're completely free now. Lin Zhiyue is stunned. Although his body feels weak, the fragile, violent feelings of the susceptibility period really have vanished. You're not a simulated beast, but you're not a male either, he asserts. Jiang Li shrugs and turns to leave. That he initially wants to follow, but his weak legs prevent him from moving an inch, and he curses under his breath. Jiang Li is certainly not a simulated beast, nor is she male. She is female, and the last human from Blue Star 5,000 years ago. In 2030, Blue Star was destroyed, and her parents froze her to save her life. When she wakes up again, Blue Star has become a dying planet, with no more Blue Star people. In 7030, it is the world of interstellar beasts. She has gone from a wealthy young lady to the lowest tier identity, and to survive, she agreed to Lin Zhiyue's deal, to give birth to Lin Zhiyue's child within 3 months. If she cannot conceive within 3 months, she will die. Now, there are 3 genders: male males, and female females. Currently, the strength of beasts and the purity of their bloodline are what matter most. The so-called female males are powerful beasts that lack a womb and cannot bear children, but are as strong as male males. Pure males, such as tigers, leopards, snakes, and bears, only appear among royal nobles. Pure females, mostly rabbits, birds, chickens, and sparrows, are rarely found in strong bloodline groups. Simulated beasts are only among commoners to maintain pure bloodlines. Pure beasts do not marry and reproduce with simulated beasts, they only intermarry with each other. Female beasts are extremely rare, and they're all females. Only females can conceive and give birth normally. Children of simulated beasts are born through external gestation. They're the lowest class in the interstellar realm, and their offspring will only be simulated beasts. Every pure-blood beast has its unique scent in its glands, which simulated beasts do not have and cannot perceive. But Jiang Li is a dragon, the last remaining dragon. Dragons have existed since ancient times and have always been the most mysterious group that in 2030, as Blue Star faced destruction, all dragons went out to protect it and the beasts, with only her, the youngest at the time, surviving. Dragons are the strongest among beasts, capable of resisting any powerful group's pressure, even countering it. They can also mark any powerful male from any group, breaking reproductive isolation to breed offspring with any race. The premise for reproduction is that the other party must be marked by her, allowing her to grow a womb specific to that partner. The previous marking was her first step to survival. Jiang Li hurried back to the villa, which was also arranged for her by that noblewoman, including her current identity. Tomorrow is the opening day of the first military academy, and she needs to prepare her things quickly. Just as she picks up the uniform sent by the military academy, a piercing pain shoots through her neck, and before she can react, everything goes black. When she opens her eyes again, she is faced with Lin Zhiyue's ashen face. Given the current situation, it's not hard to guess what has happened. Jiang Li grits her teeth in frustration. This brother and sister duo's way of capturing people is ridiculously similar. Lin Zhiyue, with a dark expression, speaks up. "Who exactly are you?" "I'm Jiang Li," she replies. "I know." His voice drops a few notches, his ears slightly reddening, and he grits his teeth. "Why is it that ever since you bit my gland, it feels like I can't get away from you?" Chapter 2. You are not pregnant yet. Jiang Li is taken aback, feeling confused. "What do you mean?" Lin Zhiyue turns his head away in embarrassment. "I never liked drinking milk before, but now I can't seem to put it down, and when I feel uncomfortable, I always think of you." She spread her hands. "Is it a psychological reason for you?" "I don't know what's going on either." "Absolutely not." He gritted his teeth and said, "What did you do to me?" "I helped you get through your sensitive period." She looked innocent. Facing her, Lin Zhiyue found that his anxious emotions were gradually dissipating, which made him somewhat restless. The strong dependence made him think of the reactions of females after being marked by males. But he was a genuine male. "What exactly are you?" he asked again through gritted teeth. "I told you, I'm just a passerby. Stay away from me," Jiang Li said somewhat impatiently. The current situation was that she was lying in bed, unable to move, which was already annoying enough. Lin Zhiyue instinctively took 2 steps back, and when he realized what he had done, he froze. He tried to cover it up and moved forward again. "Why should I listen to you?" Jiang Li closed her eyes, mainly trying to avoid seeing. But Lin Zhiyue was unhappy when she looked at him. He felt at ease, and when she didn't, he felt anxious. He leaned closer to her. "Open your eyes and look at me." Jiang Li didn't move and even closed her eyes tighter. Lin Zhiyue felt somewhat irritated, unsure how to attract the attention of the person in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately chose to give in and rolled onto the bed. He tightly embraced her. He couldn't smell her pheromones, but for some reason, he felt at ease after being close to her. "What are you doing?" Jiang Li frowned. "You've already marked me. What's wrong with me hugging you?" he said confidently, looking like a spoiled young master. Jiang Li laughed in anger. "It's nothing. You can do whatever you want." Seeing her reaction, Lin Zhiyue felt a bit sour in his heart. Are you that impatient? I'm not. You misunderstood me. You are. She was too lazy to argue and ultimately shut her mouth. But Lin Zhiyue wouldn't let it go. You've marked me. You should take responsibility. What's with your attitude now? You're a distant relative of the Jiang family, and you're still arguing with me? Do you know who I am? But no matter what he said, Jiang Li remained silent. This made Lin Zhiyue so angry that he almost exploded. 3 hours passed. Jiang Li's stiff body finally started to move. Beside her, Lin Zhiyue was sleeping soundly, and when she turned to look, the dark circles under his eyes were deep, as if he hadn't slept well for several days. She struggled to sit up, and just as she removed his arm from her waist, he woke up. What are you doing? Lin Zhiyue tightly grasped her hand, panic written all over his face. Going to the bathroom, she said helplessly. Lin Zhiyue took her to the bathroom. She sat down, but the footsteps outside didn't come for a long time. She tentatively spoke. Are you still out there? I'm here. Jiang Li felt a chill. Which good person waits outside someone else's bathroom? You should stand further away. The person outside hesitated for a moment, but ultimately obediently stepped back. Jiang Li quickly took out her phone to message Lin, shouting, I'm at your brother's place. He brought me here. Get me out. The reply came almost instantly. Make the most of the opportunity, get the mail, and then you'll be free. After tidying up a bit, Jiang Li still steeled herself to come out. She saw that the previously empty table was now filled with various nutritional liquids. Lin Zhiyue was holding a bottle and drinking. My sister knows we have guests at home, so she had someone prepare this. Jiang Li's alarm bells went off in her heart. He dares to drink what Lin shouting gave him. Without thinking, Jiang Li snatched the nutritional liquid from his hand. What are you doing? Jiang Li uncomfortably said. What can I do? Of course, I want to drink it. Lin Zhiyue's ears turned slightly red. You also like the grass-flavored nutritional liquid? She randomly nodded and stuffed the nutritional liquid into her mouth. After taking a sip, she frowned. This stuff was as unpleasant as ever. In the starry sky. The beastmen had long since devolved gourmet food to save trouble. They had a cup of nutritional liquid for 3 meals. These people had been drinking it since birth, so they didn't find it strange. But Jiang Li had eaten fine grains. Having tasted the dishes from Blue Star, who could drink this? After a small sip, she put it down. Lin Zhiyue's face instantly turned pale, and he stubbornly said, What are you complaining about? Is the grass flavor that bad? Jiang Li frowned. No, I just don't really like drinking nutritional liquids. It has nothing to do with the flavor. Lin Zhiyue didn't believe her. Who are you fooling? Who doesn't drink nutritional liquids? I see you just don't like the grass flavor. But he wanted to argue again, but suddenly felt a hot sensation all over his body, and his gaze gradually became hazy. Jiang Li noticed something was off. What's wrong with you? Lin Zhiyue took her hand and placed it on his face, and felt that hot sensation dissipate instantly. Hot that he struggled to unbutton his shirt, his hands trembling violently. The grass flavor quickly enveloped every corner of the room. Jiang Li's gaze fell on those bottles of nutritional liquid, and she inexplicably felt a sense of realization. Lin shouting had drugged the nutritional liquid that was really disgusting. Breath mixed with the grass flavor came, and Lin Zhiyue's fingertips dug into her waist. I'm uncomfortable, he murmured softly. Jiang Li felt helpless originally. She just wanted to mess with Lin shouting, but she didn't expect him to act so quickly. Suddenly, she also felt a wave of heat. She had only taken a small sip. How much drug did Lin shouting put in? At that moment, the two of them felt as if they were standing in a volcano, and each other was the only relief from the heat. The grass flavor mixed with the taste of milk. Lin Zhiyue's palm touched a cool area, and her back stiffened. When she opened her eyes again, it was already dark. Jiang Li was in severe pain, and she couldn't help but curse. What the hell? The phone screen beside her lit up. She opened it to see a message from Lin shouting. Come out. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. She struggled to get up and walked outside. A man in black stood at the door. Miss Jiang, come with me. Okay. She quickly followed. Please. The man in black let her in, and Jiang Li was somewhat confused but still walked inside. The room was entirely white from top to bottom, and as soon as she walked in, the door closed behind her. A mechanical voice came. Dear female, you are not yet pregnant. Jiang Li, is technology this advanced? Quick check. Chapter 3 helped me through my sensitive period. First Military Academy Dormitory of the Interstellar Empire. Jiang Li pushed the door open with one hand, and Lin Zhiyue, with a gloomy face, looked up, but when he saw her, his expression changed from surprise to joy. He stood up awkwardly, but when she approached, he froze, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Didn't you sneak away yesterday? How did you end up chasing me here?" Jiang Li looked at him as if he were a fool. "Didn't you check the dormitory list? I live here." Lin Zhiyue hurried to the door, and sure enough, Jiang Li's name was written there. He snorted, "Explain. Why did you run away yesterday?" Jiang Li touched her nose. "School starts today. I was in a hurry to go home and pack my things yesterday." He wanted to ask more, but Jiang Li impatiently pushed him aside and walked straight into the room with her name on it. The first military academy was established to train officers for the interstellar empire. There are 3 types of people inside. The first type is royalty and nobility, the second is wealthy families, and the third is the most ordinary bionic beasts. The military academy conducts basic training for them during the first month of school, after which they undergo mental power testing. The mental power test will activate each person's potential and rank. Then they're divided into classes, which include tactical command, mecha combat and driving, weapons, and fighting. The third category, commonly known as melee combat, involves the Zerg, who are powerful. They are at the front lines, and their lives are the least valuable, mostly being released beasts. They are born from science. As long as 2 bionic beasts obtain a marriage certificate, they can apply to the Empire for the birth of the next bionic beast. As long as science exists, there can be as many as desired, and no one cares about their lives or deaths. She glanced around the room and couldn't help but marvel at the prestigious military academy. The dormitory is a 4-person room, but aside from the shared living room, each bedroom is individual, spacious, and equipped with a study and bathroom, ensuring privacy for everyone. She was quite satisfied with this arrangement. Third Prince, Lin Zhiyue respectfully spoke, which was quite rare. Jiang Li curled her lips as an illegal resident. She had managed to share a dormitory with a prince. What good luck! Just as she finished changing her duvet cover, there was a knock on her bedroom door. She frowned and opened it. A hand clad in black leather gloves paused, the sharply tailored military uniform outlining his strong waist. Beneath the silver hair was a high-nose bridge and indifferent eyes. He glanced at the nameplate with indifference. "Classmate Jiang Li, can I switch dormitories with you?" School was already annoying, and she had just finished putting on her duvet cover. Jiang Li frowned. No. She pretended to close the door, but he blocked it with his hand, stopping her movement. "I am the third prince. Chang Shuba." "So what?" Jiang Li ignored him completely, pushed his hand away decisively, and closed the door without hesitation. Cheng Shubai was amused by her audacity. As a prince, he was always treated with reverence no matter where he went, and this person had the audacity to openly challenge him. Lin Zhiyue sensed something was off and quickly came out to mediate. She just arrived in Lin Zhiyue and doesn't understand the rules. Third Prince, don't hold it against her. He turned to glare at him. This Lin kid only appeared respectful, but in reality, he didn't respect anyone, and here he was speaking up for someone. This Jiang Li seemed extraordinary. The first class of the semester involved 2 hours of exposure to the scorching heat of 50 degrees at noon before heading to the classroom. The first military academy lived up to its name. The school rules alone were discussed for 3 hours. After it ended, the teacher called out a few names, including Lin Zhiyue. Jiang Li had no intention of staying long at the first military academy, so she didn't plan on making friends, spending the entire afternoon alone. Pei Ge, that person is so pretentious. Pei Jing glanced over and happened to meet Jiang Li's gaze. She, however, paid no mind and continued playing a small game. Indeed, quite pretentious, Pei Jing sneered. The temperature difference between day and night in the entire star system was significant, but in Lin Zhiyue, the difference was relatively small. However, by the end of class, the temperature had already dropped to -5 degrees. Jiang Li, being a blue star person with average physical fitness, saw everyone around her looking normal. She pursed her frostbitten lips and hurried back to the dormitory. The temperature inside the dormitory was consistently maintained at 25 degrees, and she felt like she had come back to life. She stared at the potted plant on the windowsill that had no sprouts at all. When archaeologists excavated the Blue Star ruins, she had snuck out from an ice house when the air came in and had even taken a backpack with her. Inside were quite a few seeds of vegetables and fruits. Survival in the starry world relied purely on nutrient solutions, which had many flavors, but for someone like Jiang Li, who was used to gourmet food, it was sheer torture. Logically, the ruins should have been completely frozen, so they shouldn't have spoiled. Yet why had there been no movement at all after half a month? Jiang Li couldn't figure out. Knock, knock, knock. She frowned, not wanting to respond, but the knocking continued. Finally, she reluctantly walked over and opened the door. Seeing Cheng Shubai, she frowned. "I'm not changing dormitories. I am not looking for you for that," he said with a cold face. "Can I come in?" "Don't. I doubt within the military academy. As long as the bottom line is not crossed, I can help you with something." Jiang Li hesitated. After all, he was a prince, and she couldn't be sure it wouldn't be useful. "Come in." She stepped aside. Cheng Shubai took a look around her room and didn't find anything unusual. She closed the door and helplessly asked, "What does the third prince want with me?" He gazed at her. "The teacher just called Lin Zhiyue away. His sensitivity period is around these days, but after examination, his body is perfectly normal. I hypnotized him. His sensitivity period is related to you." His dark eyes fixed on her. Jiang Li touched her nose. "You must have hypnotized him incorrectly." "Impossible. The hypnotist is renowned throughout the star system. The results cannot be wrong." "What exactly did you do to make his sensitivity period disappear?" Cheng Shubai stepped closer. Now, they were very close, close enough to feel each other's breath. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to know?" "Yes." He saw his cold face reflected in her eyes and paused for a moment. His voice softened slightly. "I don't like the sensitivity period." She realized what he was getting at. "You want me to help you eliminate the sensitivity period?" "Yes." He nodded. "After it's done, what do you want?" "Money, status, a female. I can give you anything." A female is the most precious existence in the interstellar empire. He didn't believe anyone could resist this temptation. Unfortunately, for Jiang Li, a descendant of the invincible dragon clan, there was no distinction between male and female. "No." She stood there waiting for him to sweeten the deal. He frowned. "Are you interested in the position of the Jiang family heir?" "I can help you." Jiang Li was somewhat tempted. Although she had no relation to the Jiang family and was still an illegal resident, she was shameless enough. "Deal." She stepped forward and pressed her fingertip against Cheng Shubai's gland that had the suppression patch on it. His nape instantly trembled, gasping in disbelief. Chapter 4. Mark me again. Cheng Shubai felt no different from the fish on the chopping board at this moment, at the mercy of others. When his gland was bitten, the pheromones instantly seeped into his bloodstream. The scent of milk mixed with strawberries spread throughout the room, making the air feel thin. A tingling sensation ran down his spine, and his Adam's apple rolled violently. "Who the hell are you?" He gritted his teeth and asked. Jiang Li reached out to grip his struggling hand. "Don't move." Her tone carried an oppressive authority unique to the dominant. Sweat beaded on Cheng Shubai's forehead, and his grip on her clothing suddenly tightened. It dawned on him that he had been marked, but he was a male. How could a male be marked? Only females could be marked. This was impossible. Jiang Li felt his stiffness, her brows slightly furrowing as she reached out to gently squeeze his hand. Cold sweat soaked his shirt, and the corners of his eyes turned red. He slid down to the ground, trembling violently, his clothes drenched, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He gritted his teeth and hoarsely said, "So the reason Lin Zhiyue doesn't come in his heat is that you marked him?" "That's right." Jiang Li wiped the strawberry-flavored pheromones left on her lips. Cheng Shubai shut his eyes tightly, his cheeks flushed, unsure whether it was anger or embarrassment. "I'm a prince. Do you know what consequences my being marked will have?" She looked at him, feeling inexplicably baffled. "Third prince, you should clarify that it was you who coerced and seduced me to mark you." He struggled to get up, but fell back to the ground. Jiang Li quickly bit back. "Have you heard the saying, the word spoken is past recalling?" Cheng Shubai sneered. "Fine, even if I'm unlucky, I've been bitten by a dog." "How can you talk like that?" Jiang Li frowned, her face darkening. "You just used me and tossed me aside, and now you want to stomp on me too? If I had known this, I would have never helped you." Cheng Shubai was furious. "What do you mean by what?" She rolled her eyes. "My temple is small and can't accommodate a great Buddha like the third prince. Don't let me see you again after I finish my bath." Saying this, she took a change of clothes from a wardrobe and went into the bathroom. Cheng Shubai's teeth itched with anger, but as Jiang Li said, he had no reason to explode at this moment. He trembled as he took out his phone and sent a message. The other side replied almost instantly. Jiang Li, with droplets of water on her, vigorously dried her hair and glanced toward the earlier spot, finding he was already gone. This was for the best. She got in bed, closed her eyes, and fell asleep in one go. Jiang Li, carrying the nutrient solution she had just picked up from the cafeteria window, walked to the table with a sense of despair. The exquisite porcelain cup held a milky liquid. She felt like the sky was falling. After a whole morning of intense training, she finally reached mealtime, only to find it was just nutrient solution. Unfortunately, there was no choice. She raised the cup and drank it all in one go. After 5 minutes, she did not feel the familiar sense of fullness. She frowned, and although she was reluctant, she went back to the window for another cup. Jiang Li looked at the person before him and cautiously asked, "Have you felt any discomfort in your body recently?" Lin Zhiyue's face stiffened as he recalled the overwhelming desire he had been struggling to suppress for Jiang Li. He felt very uncomfortable in that area. No. His tone was a bit rigid. Jiang Li almost instantly sensed something was off. He narrowed his eyes. "I saw you in the infirmary yesterday." Third Prince. "I've just had a bit of indigestion. After taking the medicine, I'm fine today." "Really?" His voice was soft, laced with some temptation. "I think the Imperial military doctor can give you better help." "I." Lin Zhiyue's eyes widened, feeling a wave of nausea, covering his mouth and quickly rushing to the bathroom. As vomiting sounds came from within, Jiang Li narrowed his eyes and walked in slowly, only to see him hunched over the sink, as if trying to vomit out his bile. Strange. It seemed he really needed to find a doctor to check him out properly. The door opened and closed. Jiang Li turned to see it was Jiang Li. Since the day of the marking incident, they hadn't said a word to each other. Jiang Li hadn't even glanced at him. But since that day, his gaze had stuck to her like a plaster. Wherever she appeared, Jiang Li's eyes would always be on her. Bare and unabashed, it made others feel sick. Jiang Li furrowed her brows, ignoring his presence, as she reached for the doorknob of her room. Lin Zhiyue came out, pale-faced, swaying as if he could fall at any moment. Jiang Li saw him, and a flicker of joy passed through Lin Zhiyue's eyes. "What's wrong with you?" she asked, adhering to humanitarian principles. "I feel a bit unwell." Remembering his dependence on her, Jiang Li's eyes flashed. "Come with me." She waved her hand. Lin Zhiyue hurried over, as if a tail had suddenly appeared behind him, swaying back and forth. At this moment, neither of them glanced at Jiang Li. Once inside the room, he pushed Jiang Li onto the bed, burying his face in her neck. "I feel so uncomfortable." A tingling sensation crawled up her back, making her feel somewhat uneasy as she tilted her head. After hesitating for a moment, she still reached out to embrace him. "What do you need me to do?" she asked softly. At that moment, Lin Zhiyue's heart calmed down, finally feeling the weight on his chest lift. Yet, he felt something was still missing. He quietly said, "Can you mark me again?" Jiang Li was taken aback, but recalling her plan, she agreed and turned to bite his gland. Lin Zhiyue curled up, hiding in her embrace, letting out a soft hum before suddenly laughing in relief. "Thank you, Jiang Li." She stiffened. Lin Zhiyue did not know why she appeared beside him. She bit down harder, and Lin Zhiyue's eyes narrowed, a dazed look flashing through them. "Can you accompany me more in the future?" As soon as he said this, his body stiffened. He had actually spoken his heart out. Jiang Li was taken aback, then chuckled lightly. "What do you mean? I'm just..." "Okay." She spoke without any hesitation. Lin Zhiyue's eyes sparkled with joy as he let out a soft hum. Late at night, the full moon rose, and Jiang Li stood in the living room, his body stiff and motionless. He felt a deep pang in his heart, a feeling he had never experienced before. As an imperial prince, he had always received elite education, thinking rationally and measuring everything by value. Yet the moment he saw the two of them go inside, he inexplicably felt an urge to kill Lin Zhiyue. Chapter 5. Not convinced. Use some force. The horizon turned pale, and the clock on the wall pointed to 5. Soon, the people in the room would come out. Morning physical training was about to begin. Jiang Li patted the non-existent dust off his shoulders, walking tall toward his room. As the third prince of the empire, no matter how messy things were behind him, in front of others, he would always be a person of formality. At 6 o'clock, everyone gathered on the playground with 50 pounds of high-density metal on their backs. Jiang Li stood at the end of the line, but she didn't mind. With the teacher's command, today's 20-kilometer warm-up run began. Jiang Li wasn't looking to be fast. Her movements were steady. She wasn't first, but she always managed to stay in the top 5, relying on her patience. "Look at her. I wonder what she's pretending to be," Pei Jin remarked. He had already lapped everyone 3 times after just 5 laps. Jiang Li was small, and her strides were short. He snorted and ran over. She tilted her head to glance at him. She didn't know him and ignored him, sidestepping to the side. Unexpectedly, Pei Jin approached again. Jiang Li turned her head to look at him, frowning. Is there something you want? As they were speaking, another person ran out from behind them. He opened his mouth with a tone of sarcasm. Classmate, are you a bionic beast? Why are your movements so slow? Jiang Li ignored him and quickened her pace. But those two were like sticky gum, speeding up to match her again. Come on, are you a bionic beast? You're a Jiang family member. How much did they spend to send you to the first military academy? Jiang Li reached into her pocket for her headphones, but before she could put them on, Pei Jin snatched them away. He coldly said, What is what we say so unpleasant to hear? Jiang Li shukuladligli. I think you're aware that there's a physical examination before school starts. If I were a bionic beast, I definitely wouldn't be able to enter the pure beastman class. Please don't go looking for trouble by asking such boring questions. Pei Jin looked at the cheap headphones he just snatched, scoffing. Are you poor or something? Besides, are you really that unwilling to listen to us? Boring. Jiang Li rolled her eyes and quickened her steps. The other guy was left behind, but Pei Jin still closely followed her. What are you being so arrogant about? Don't even mention you. Even your Jiang family's current head isn't worthy of carrying my shoes, he mocked. Jiang Li stopped, a cold smile appearing on her lips. So what? What does that have to do with me? Pei Jin's face darkened, his expression chilling. Do you want to die? The last syllable dragged out, carrying a threatening tone. Jiang Li laughed scornfully. Stay away from me. You're bad luck. After saying that, she ran off. Pei Jin quickly caught up, throwing off his backpack, and provocatively said, Want to fight? Jiang Li stopped, tightened her tactical gloves, touched her hands together, the knuckles cracking loudly. And she dropped her backpack. All right then, if I win, you stay away from me in the future. Just you? He sneered. The two instantly became a tangle of limbs. Pei Jin attacking like a mad dog. Each strike aimed to take the other's life. Jiang Li had been learning martial arts since childhood. She had practiced Muay Thai, karate, and Bajikwan. Now these skills had long been lost in the stars. But in terms of technique, she had the upper hand, and she was not lacking in strength either. The Dragon Clan was the strongest existence, even the females. Jiang Li turned and kicked toward his head, but Pei Jin reacted quickly, raising his hand to block. What he didn't expect was that his knuckles twisted painfully. He smirked coldly, licking the back of his hand. That's quite strong. Jiang Li fronat, driving her knee heavily toward his heart. He reacted quickly again, blocking with his hand, but he still underestimated Jiang Li. Her strength was astonishing. With one kick, the sound of bones misaligning echoed. Pain surged through Pei Jin's entire body. His body trembled with excitement from the pain. His wrist twisted behind his back, veins bulging. Jiang Li swept his legs out from under him, pressing him to the ground. Are you convinced? His fingertips nervously brushed against her hand. Not convinced. His face flushed. Jiang Li was furious. She had never encountered someone like this. She raised her hand and slammed his head against the ground repeatedly. Are you convinced? Not convinced. Use a little more strength. Blood foamed at the corner of his mouth, as if he were enjoying some hidden pleasure. Jiang Li's veins bulged on the back of her hand, increasing her strength. At this moment, the people who had gathered around were all silent as cats, not daring to utter a word. Pei Jin was a madman. He had always fought and brawled, but he was known for being ruthless and merciless. Those who had fought with him ended up either dead or severely injured. This time, he had run into a tough opponent. Sensing something was wrong, someone retreated quickly to find a teacher. A continuous buzzing filled Pei Jin's ears, but when he opened his mouth, only one word came out. Not convinced. Jiang Li skufa. Well, you really are a tough nut. Come again. His voice was hoarse. Did you not eat breakfast this morning? This is like scratching an itch. Jiang Li's eyes were as cold as ice, as if they could freeze someone to death. She could clearly hear the sound of her back molars grinding. All right, I'll satisfy you. She grabbed his hair, pulling it up high. Just as she was about to drop it, the teacher's voice came. Scatter. Who told you to fight privately? The crowd dispersed, revealing the two inside. Seeing Pei Jin covered in blood, the teacher's pupils suddenly constricted. He couldn't afford to offend the Pei family. He hurried forward. Hurry and let go. Jiang Li's face turned pale, then flushed, but in the end, she still let go. Pei Jin collapsed weakly to the ground, tightly gripping her ankle. Continue. His eyes shone brightly, the corners red, filled with abnormal excitement. His lackeys rushed over to check on him. Brother Pei, maybe you should say fewer words. Your bones are bent. The teacher approached with a cold face. Lift the stretcher. Take these two to the infirmary. Yes. Everyone moved quickly. Jiang Li frowned. No need, just carry him. She patted her body. I'm fine. Pei Jin was sent into the infirmary, and almost everyone surrounded him. The teacher stood at a distance, looking at Jiang Li with disappointment. What can I say about you? You're just a student now, not a soldier. The Empire won to protect you. The Pei family is protective. How dare you lay hands on him? Jiang Li was unconcerned. Everyone saw it just now. He was the one who wanted to compete with me first. It's his own fault for not being as skilled. The teacher sighed deeply. Later, you need to go in and apologize to him. If he lets it go, it'll be fine. Otherwise, you might not stay at the first military academy. I won't, she coldly replied. Chapter 6. I will stay close to you in the future. The teacher furrowed his brows tightly. You need to understand the stakes here. The three major noble families in the stars. The Pei family ranks first, while the Jiang family is in 10th place, still here because of the Lin family. Don't offend the Pei family. This is my advice to you. Jiang Li widened her eyes. She knew the Pei family was strong, but she didn't expect them to be this powerful. She hesitated and asked, what will happen if I offend him? Can the Lin family protect me? The teacher looked at her as if she were a fool. The Lin family will probably be the first to throw you out. Almost 2/3 of the Empire's revenue comes from the Pei family each year. Pei Jin is the youngest child of the Pei family, cherished since childhood. His character is erratic and reckless, but the Pei family protects their own. Anyone who offends him will have the Pei family take action to resolve it. Jiang Li bit her lip. What happened to those people in the end? The teacher sighed, leaning closer and lowering his voice. Usually, Pei Jin would leave people half paralyzed. Some have mysteriously died with someone backing them up. She gasped, what should I do? Should I drop out and run? That won't work. The Pei family's influence is all over the stars. If I were you, I would go find Pei Jin, as long as he doesn't hold it against you. You'll be fine. The interstellar empire is not equal for everyone. The royal family, military, and nobility are in a tripartite balance. Of course, the royal family holds the greatest power, but the other two cannot be underestimated. The interstellar law only protects females and the royal family, while military courts are even harsher. Ordinary people have no way to survive, and their lives and deaths can be decided by the nobility and the royal family. Jiang Li felt like crying without tears. She had offended a great ancestor. It was satisfying to vent her anger for a moment, but afterward, it was a funeral pyre. It was time for her sharp personality to be reined in. All right, I'll go now. She walked in with her head down. As everyone watched her enter, they surrounded her in indignation. One of Pei Jin's lackeys spoke up. Do you still have the face to come here? Jiang Li frowned. You all saw it just now. He was the one who wanted to compete with me first. He asked the one who is not as skilled, so why blame me? The infirmary was separated by a layer of transparent glass, and Pei Jin's eyes shone brightly, fixed on Jiang Li. When she turned her head, she happened to meet his gaze, and she quietly cursed. What a troublemaker. But Pei Jin waved at her, clearly signaling her to come in. One of his lackeys blocked her. Don't anger Brother Pei. I'll be watching you. He pointed to his own eyes with 2 fingers. Lackey. She rolled her eyes. I'm not a bootlicker. My name is Duan Yinzhu. He gritted his teeth and spoke. A human with dog eyes. She coldly snorted and opened the door to the treatment room. Walking inside, Pei Jin lay on the bed, wrapped in bandages, with one arm in a cast hanging around his neck. I'm 19 this year, and no one has been able to hurt me for 10 years. Then they must be quite weak. The mouth is always quicker than the brain. He raised his good hand and shook the phone in it. It was a video of Jiang Li talking to the teacher just moments ago. Her voice came through clearly. What will happen if you offend him? Can the Lin family protect me? He closed the phone, the sound abruptly stopping, but as the person involved, Jiang Li was more than aware of what she had just said. The video was clearly from a surveillance perspective. She sneered. The Pei family really has eyes and ears everywhere. Getting the video from the Empire's top military academy is as easy as pie. As a member of the Pei family, I can tell you the consequences. You will die, and the Lin family cannot protect you. Pei Jin looked at her intently and suddenly smiled. You're quite strong. She froze. It felt like a threat. Let's talk reason, shall we? You wanted to fight me. You wanted me to be a bit harsher. So I suppose I've won, right? Logically, you should keep your distance from me. Pei Jin scoffed. A lot of people here in military school have known me since childhood. Go ask around when I, Pei Jin, have ever been reasonable. Jiang Li felt she had gained some insight today. She had never seen anyone so shameless, and it was all out in the open. She was furious, but she was also calculating how likely Cheng Shubai was to protect her. The royal family of the interstellar empire held supreme power. She had helped him through his sensitive period, and he owed her one. How likely was it that he would agree to use that as a trade? She took a deep breath. So what do you want? Pei Jin's eyes held a smile, with a hint of red at the corners. With you, I could talk half of the reason. She was a bit confused. What did talking half of the reason mean? His gaze was deep, greedily looking at her. Our contest was initiated by me. If you win, this matter is settled. She looked him up and down. So what about the half where you don't talk reason? She had a bad feeling in her heart. There's no way to get rid of me. I will be very close to you in the future, very close. His tone was light, but to Jiang Li, it sounded like a death sentence. Are you sick? His eyes gleamed with madness. Yeah, I am. She really wanted to pry open Pei Jin's brain to see what was inside. Can't you hear the insults? I can hear them. You're insulting me. And that makes me happy. The madness in his eyes intertwined. Just then, a noisy sound came from outside the door, through the transparent glass. She made eye contact with Lin Zhiyue, who was still in his training uniform, apparently having rushed over right after class. Duan Yunju blocked the entrance, refusing to let him in no matter what. Lin Zhiyue's cheeks were flushed, whether from anger or urgency. She couldn't tell. Pei Jin scoffed, not taking him seriously at all, teasing, your cousin has come to rescue you. Who would have thought you have a good relationship with this kid? Jiang Li Kuga, somewhat revealing her intentions. Pei Jin pressed a button on his phone, and outside, Duan Yunju answered. Let him in. Duan Yunju stepped aside, and Lin Zhiyue quickly walked in, not even glancing at Pei Jin on the bed, heading straight for Jiang Li. Are you okay? He said as he pulled her and looked her up and down, his face showing genuine concern and worry. Jiang Li could clearly sense the grassy scent from his glands. She hadn't felt it before. But since the night before entering military school, she had vaguely sensed his glands' scent, which had intensified since she marked him again. Although she wouldn't be affected by the glands, feeling someone familiar was present made her tense body relax a bit. I'm fine, don't worry, she said softly. Lin Zhiyue didn't know why he suddenly became so sentimental. His eyes misted over. You can't be so reckless when you're unsure if someone has strength. What if you get hurt? She slightly nodded and patted his head. Pei Jin's face was extremely dark, almost grinding his teeth to dust. Chapter 7. The Pei family values rules. Jiang Li stifled a laugh. You might not understand my strength very well. Lin Zhiyue blinked, somewhat confused about what she meant. But now wasn't the time to delve into it. He turned sideways to shield her from Pei Jin's gaze. Pei Jin, I heard on my way here that you initiated the contest with her. He scanned him up and down. Now you're injured, and nobody wants to see that. But getting hurt in a contest is normal. Pei Jin's face darkened severely. Who do you think you are? Even your sister wouldn't dare to speak to me like that. Lin shouting had pressured and tempted her a lot. Hearing someone mention it now piqued Jiang Li's interest, and she perked up to listen. Lin Zhiyue's tone turned cold. I'm not the same as her. I wouldn't flatter you behind your back. Pei Jin scoffed, completely dismissing him. This is between me and Jiang Li. It has nothing to do with you. Who says it has nothing to do with me? She is my. She hesitated for a moment, cousin. Pei Jin's forehead veins bulged. Your Lin family has been on the decline for the past 2 years. About to be pushed down to 3rd place. What makes you think you can challenge me? What he said was true. The Lin family had recently invested heavily in the archaeological work on Blue Star, originally planning to develop this ancient planet. They hoped to use it as a gimmick for tourism and related industries. But they never anticipated that, perhaps due to the air conditions before the archaeologists could react, everything in the Blue Star ruins turned to ashes in an instant. The Lin family had invested a large sum of money into it, but ended up with nothing. The only relic left from the Blue Star ruins was Jiang Li. It's fine, Lin Zhiyue, we're just friendly sparring. Let us let this matter go, right? Pei Jin? She turned to him. signaling with her eyes. Pei Jin's face was dark, but he was looking at Lin Zhiyue with growing annoyance, pointing with his uninjured hand. Outside, a group of people stared through the glass at the three in the treatment room. Duan Yinzhu was watching the most intently. He was 18 this year and had been following Pei Jin since he was 5. Pei Jin was different from them. He was unrestrained, going up to beat anyone he didn't like, and dealing with anyone who offended him. He had never backed down. This was the first time Duan Yinzhu had seen him relent. They were so engrossed that they didn't notice someone had appeared behind them. Inside, Pei Jin picked up a cup from the bedside table, raising his hand to throw it. Cheng Shubai's face was dark, and he pushed Duan Yinzhu aside to enter. The latter wanted to stop him, but met his gaze when he turned around. Third Prince? Step aside. The pressure from the higher authority made them obediently move aside. He pushed the door open. Pei Jin maliciously said, "Stand still. You're done for." "Who has done for?" Cheng Shubai spoke, his gaze cold. Pei Jin turned his head, meeting his gaze. "Third Prince?" He slightly nodded as he approached. "I've heard about the situation. Injuries in contests are unavoidable. You don't feel ashamed for being outmatched, but instead want to vent your anger. This is the Empire Military Academy, not the gang's den you were in before." His deep voice echoed. Pei Jin showed no fear, slowly lowering the cup in his hand. "Is the Third Prince here to support Jiang Li?" He didn't directly answer his question. "They are my roommates." "Oh, our cold-hearted Third Prince can actually speak up for others. That is truly unbelievable." Cheng Shubai acted as if he hadn't heard the sarcasm in his words. "At the First Military Academy, we must adhere to the rules of the First Military Academy. Pei Jin, don't go looking for trouble." Pei Jin raised his hand, and the cup in his hand was thrown at his feet. The people outside the clinic were startled by this scene and hurriedly scattered. They couldn't afford to mess with the royal family. Duan Yinzhou hesitated for a moment, but ultimately walked in. He quickly approached Pei Jin and whispered something, only to see Pei Jin's expression grow colder. Pei Jin sneered, "All right, Third Prince, I'll give you this face." After a pause, his gaze fell on Jiang Li, his eyes deep and inscrutable. "You really are something. So many people came to plead for you when trouble arose." Jiang Li smiled. "Read more books and newspapers. Be friendly to others. You could do it too." Seeing that the matter had passed, Cheng Shubai finally spoke. "Since that's the case, let's leave it at that for today." He turned to Jiang Li. "Don't forget what I said." Pei Jin interjected, "You can't shake me off. I will be very close to you from now on." Cheng Shubai stiffened and stepped out first. Jiang Li silently cursed his ancestors. Lin Zhiyue instinctively wanted to grab her hand, but, realizing the current situation, froze with his hand in the air before retracting it. This little episode went unnoticed by those involved, but it certainly did not escape Pei Jin's eyes. He couldn't help but speak up. "Lin Zhiyue, I hope today's incident doesn't happen again. After all, the Pei family has rules." He was arrogant, yet he was right. Lin Zhiyue didn't respond and quickly left. Although he couldn't compare to Pei Jin, he had been a troublemaker since childhood. Today, however, he seemed like a different person. Could the relationship between cousins be this good? His relationship with his biological sister, Lin Xiaoning, wasn't that great either. He felt there must be some hidden story behind it. Pei Jin signaled to Duan Yinzhou to investigate what was going on with the three of them. "Okay." After a pause, he couldn't help but add, "Brother Pei. Uncle Pei specifically reminded me to avoid the royal family after coming to the military academy." Pei Jin remained silent, merely looking coldly at him. Duan Yinzhou felt a chill down his back and quickly said, "I spoke out of turn. Don't take it to heart." Once outside the military hospital, Lin Zhiyue stopped in his tracks. "Thank you, Third Prince. I will definitely report this to my father." Cheng Shubai didn't look at him, his gaze fixed on Jiang Li. "I'm not helping you, nor am I helping the Lin family." Lin Zhiyue's expression stiffened, and he instinctively turned to block Jiang Li. "Third Prince. She was not in the Lanjie before and doesn't understand the rules here. Please don't hold it against her." Cheng Shubai looked at him coldly. "This is between the two of us. It has nothing to do with you." Lin Zhiyue was stunned, and soon his expression turned cold. "What does the Third Prince mean by that?" He spoke. "Pei Jin is from the Pei family. He has the capital to be arrogant. As for you, before you do anything, I advise you to think it through." The words carried a tone of contempt. Chapter 8. The road ahead is dark, but he knew that what he said was true. Cheng Shubai turned to Jiang Li, his expression softening a bit. "I have something to discuss with you." Jiang Li rubbed her nose. She was also unclear about what was happening with these people today. It was all quite baffling. All right. He turned to Lin Zhiyue, clearly indicating he wanted him to leave. Lin Zhiyue remained still. He wasn't unaware of the situation, but chose to pretend otherwise. Step aside. Cheng Shubai's tone carried a hint of annoyance. Lin Zhiyue stubbornly stood his ground. Seeing the situation escalate, Jiang Li quickly interjected to mediate. Okay, you go back to the dormitory. I just need to thank the third prince. She was trying to soothe him. He felt inexplicably reassured, and the soreness in his back instantly lessened. Recently, he had been feeling unwell all over, but every time he was in contact with her, he felt much more at ease. All right. He left, but kept looking back. Once he was far away, Cheng Shubai looked at her with a complicated expression and took a deep breath. What is the relationship between you two? What relationship? Jiang Li was momentarily at a loss for words. A marked relationship? The future father of her child? A roommate? A classmate? The brother of that villain who threatened her? Their relationship was truly tangled and complicated, but she couldn't disclose this to Cheng Shubai. She replied ambiguously, "He's my cousin." Cheng Shubai fixed his probing gaze on her. After he marked you, did he show any discomfort? Jiang Li recalled how he seemed to be itching every day, but that was too crude a thing to say. After all, she was a shy girl. No discomfort, just that the sensitive period has passed. She replied confidently. Really? He frowned. Suddenly, Jiang Li had a bad premonition. His question indicated something. She tentatively asked, does the third prince have any discomfort? Although her connection to Lin Zhiyue was forced for some reason, she couldn't warm up to the third prince. She inherently disliked people who were too cold at heart. Interacting with such people made her feel like she would be devoured without a trace. Cheng Shubai was silent for a moment, but still shook his head. No, Jiang Li sighed in relief. Stay away from Pei Jin in the future. Jiang Li knew he meant no harm, but recalling Pei Jin's words in the clinic earlier, she felt the matter was not so simple. She chuckled. I understand, third prince. Thank for the reminder. He nodded, somewhat awkwardly saying, if Pei Jin causes you trouble again, you can come to me. Nothing happens without a reason. Did the third prince not want her to get too involved with the Jiang family? After thinking for a long time, she could only conclude that he didn't want her to become the head of the Jiang family, even though she was already an outsider. That is a different matter. I'm helping you because he paused for a moment. You're my roommate. This reason was quite compelling. Thank you, third prince. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Can you spend more time with me in the future? Just then, Jiang Li's phone rang. She glanced at it and waved apologetically at him before quickly running off. The words she wanted to say got stuck in her throat, but at that moment, Cheng Shubai felt fortunate. Just now, he had felt possessed, representing the dignity of the royal family. He couldn't be so humble. It wasn't until she reached a deserted place that Jiang Li dared to answer the call. Throughout this time, the phone had been ringing, and the person on the other end was very patient. Miss Lin, what do you want to do? She frowned. Lin Xiaoning's tone was somewhat cold. How did you offend Pei Jin? She was taken aback. How did you know? Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. It had been long, and the whole world seemed to know. She threatened. Remember your identity and your purpose. You need to bear Lin Zhiyue a male heir. I went through great pains to give you this identity in the Jiang family and to send you to the Empire's top military academy, not to let you offend people and get into trouble. Jiang Li felt a bit speechless. Miss Lin, don't worry. There's still 3 months left. Don't rush. She unhappily threatened. You remember, if you offend the Pei family, I will be the first to send you away. Don't expect me to protect you. Got it? The teacher has preemptively predicted your prediction. I understand. It's really annoying, she muttered softly. What did you say? Jiang Li hung up the phone, looking down at her flat stomach. There are no signs of pregnancy at all. Help! This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Lin Xiaoning is really putting too much pressure on me. Really, what's the rush? How old is Lin Zhiyue now? How old am I now to be anxious about having descendants? It felt as if there was a throne to inherit at home. Jiang Li tilted her head, thinking about the current situation of the Lin family, and she was surprised to find that, although it wasn't a throne, there were indeed many things that could be inherited. Sigh, people can be so competitive that it drives others to despair. She watched as her future child was about to live a good life, which made her feel like a future fallen mother at rock bottom. Jiang Li walked back to the dormitory, dejected. All the way, she was thinking about her current situation. Originally, she planned to stay at the first military academy after giving birth. But looking at the current circumstances, it seemed that things were not so peaceful here either. But what could she do if she left? The sight of Pei Jin's arrogant demeanor still lingered in her mind. This place was different from the previous Blue Star. On Blue Star, there were laws, and things were relatively equal, although there was a significant wealth gap. The rich could not arbitrarily dictate the lives and deaths of the poor, especially when Blue Star was on the brink of destruction. By that time, their laws were already relatively sound. For instance, her mother's uncle's son's nephew, a black snake with 10% dragon lineage, was sentenced for crashing into a beast. The Dragon Clan was a concept that went back to emperors. But in the interstellar world, things were different. It was clear that the poor had no voice. Cheng Shubai promised her that she could inherit the Jiang family, but in the eyes of these people, she seemed like an ant that could be crushed at will. The path to survival in the interstellar empire was long, and Jiang Li felt her future was shrouded in darkness. However, upon arriving at the dormitory, Jiang Li learned what true darkness meant. Lin Zhiyue was sitting at the dining table, with no less than 50 bottles of nutrient solution laid out. Just this stuff. 3 bottles a day per person was enough. He had consumed 50 by himself. Jiang Li's vision darkened, unsure of what he was preparing to do. She tentatively asked, "Are you that hungry?" Chapter 9. The clingy Pei Jin Lin Zhiyue forced a smile, saying he didn't know what was going on recently. But he was particularly hungry and got hungry very quickly. He hesitated, looking at the 51st bottle of nutrient solution. Since she was here, he wanted to maintain his image. Jiang Li cautiously asked, "Are you sick? Have you seen a doctor recently?" Lin Zhiyue shook his head, saying it was probably just the training intensity that had worn him out. Upon hearing this, she grew suspicious, although they were not in the same class. The training processes at the first military academy were similar. She had been in the academy for half a month now. Although she was exhausted every day, facing the limited food, the nutrient solution was becoming increasingly annoying. She was almost developing an aversion to food. The fact that he could show such great interest in the nutrient solution meant he was indeed very hungry. "I think you might be sick," she said seriously. Males often had a peculiar competitive spirit, such as showcasing how fit they were. Lin Zhiyue stood up and patted his chest, saying, "Impossible. I hardly ever catch a cold all year round." Before he finished speaking, he retched and turned to run into the bathroom. "Wow," Jiang Li exclaimed, frozen in place. She suddenly had a bad premonition. Lin Zhiyue wouldn't be pregnant, would he? No. Males can't get pregnant. It could just be a simple stomach issue. She quickly walked up to the bathroom door and stopped. "Lin Zhiyue, let me take you to the hospital to get checked out." "Okay," came the intermittent retching sounds. Just then, the dormitory door opened. Jiang Li turned around and met Duan Yinzhao, who was holding a suitcase. The two of them locked eyes. "What are you doing here?" Duan Yinzhao looked at her intently, saying, "Pei Ge will be moving into this dormitory from now on." With that, he carried his suitcase and walked towards the room next to Jiang Li's. "Wait," she stopped him. "Our dormitory is full with 4 people. This room is occupied." He looked at her as if she were a fool. He moved out. "This room belongs to Pei Ge now. I advise you not to annoy Pei Ge." He shoved her aside with his shoulder and went in, shutting the door behind him. Jiang Li clenched her teeth and muttered under her breath, "Lackey." The door suddenly swung open, and he said angrily, "I'm not a lackey. My name is Duan Yinzhao." "Got it, Duan Lackey." She raised an eyebrow. He was furious. But remembering Pei Jin's advice, she had to hold it in and slam the door shut. "Stupid lackey." Jiang Li touched her nose, which had almost been bumped. In these 3 days, Jiang Li had a renewed understanding of the term close proximity. Now, looking at Pei Jin was no different from looking at a male ghost. He was haunting her, and she couldn't shake him off. 10 minutes into class, when she pushed Pei Jin away for the 9th time, she completely lost it. "Are you sick? With your bandaged arm, why don't you just go lie down in the military hospital?" "No," Pei Jin said maliciously. Just then, the teacher angrily said, "Jiang Li, do you think you know everything? Come up here and demonstrate for them." Jiang Li glared at him, reluctantly stepped forward, and performed a complete set of military punches. The teacher was shocked. "Have you practiced before?" "No, but to be honest, this was far from the martial arts of the previous Blue Star. Blue Star had many ancient practices, but they were lost due to destruction, like military boxing. The current interstellar technology is advanced, but many things have regressed. Most of the combat on the battlefield involves simulated beasts. After all, no one cares about their lives. And for a long time, their fighting lacked any real technique. It relied solely on brute force and physical blocking. It wasn't until the increase of male beasts on the battlefield that the Empire developed this military boxing. It couldn't be compared to the martial arts techniques of the previous Blue Star, but in the eyes of interstellar people, military boxing was already quite impressive. The teacher looked at her with a complex expression. Even if she could do it, it didn't mean she could interrupt their lesson. All right, return to your team. Yes, teacher. Jiang Li saluted and turned to jog back to her spot. What Jiang Li just demonstrated was very standard. Everyone can learn from her posture. On the battlefield, things change rapidly, and survival is the most important. Don't get too caught up in it. Pei Jin smirked and leaned in closer to her. Jiang Li didn't want to be singled out again, so she just sidestepped to avoid him. But Pei Jin was relentless. You're amazing. I can't do it. Can you teach me? Duan Yinzhao, listening from the side, almost choked on his own saliva. Pei Jin can't do it? That's ridiculous. If you remember correctly, Pei Jin was already proficient in military boxing at 10 years old. Jiang Li didn't want to pay attention to him, just fixating on the teacher. Pei Jin, undeterred by her treatment, leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Jiang Li, teach me. What if I go to the battlefield and don't know anything? What will I do? Moral coercion. Okay, very good. But I want to fall for that. I'll mourn for you for 3 minutes. Pei Jin's eyes lit up. Really? You'll seriously feel sad for me for 3 minutes? Jiang Li paused and turned to look at him, her gaze akin to looking at a fool. It was at this moment that she noticed Duan Yunzhao was glaring at her fiercely. She rolled her eyes and turned away, not wanting to look at the two any longer. Pei Jin leaned in. Teach me, and I'll give you whatever you want. Duan Yunzhao wanted to say something comforting, but couldn't get the words out. Pei Jin had been acting like a madman these past few days, circling around Jiang Li all day. Whenever she appeared, he inevitably followed. If this continued, he would not only be Pei Jin's lackey, but also Jiang Li's. God knows how much he disliked Jiang Li. This class was torturous for Jiang Li. She felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. But she wouldn't be happy for long, because this persistent person was like a sticky plaster. After getting the packed nutrient solution from the cafeteria window, Jiang Li turned and quickly left. Before she could exit, footsteps sounded behind her. Are you done yet? Not done, Pei Jin replied, holding a bottle of milk-flavored nutrient solution, just like hers. Ugh, I'm not eating in the cafeteria anymore. What more do you want? Jiang Li had no friends at the first military academy and had always eaten alone, which sometimes made her feel a bit sad. After all, everyone else was in pairs. However, after 3 days of Pei Jin's torment, Jiang Li could only say that being alone was really great, incredibly great. She didn't even eat in the cafeteria anymore and hid away to eat, yet Pei Jin still clung to her like a ghost that wouldn't go away. She couldn't hold back any longer and angrily said, Can you stop being like a stubborn plaster? Pei Jin wasn't angry and replied, No, I'm just a stubborn plaster. Jiang Li stared at him, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. I think you've stuck your left face to your right face. Pei Jin looked a bit confused. What does that mean? You're thick-skinned on one side and shameless on the other. After saying that, she turned and walked away quickly, afraid that Pei Jin would cause more trouble. His eyes lit up, and he quickly followed her, but instead of the argument she expected, he said, How come you're so good at cursing? Can you teach me? Jiang Li's worldview was once again refreshed. As a child who would get scolded by her parents for cursing, this was the first time she was praised for it. The interstellar world was indeed a bit too authoritative. Although there were many people around, Cheng Shubai still spotted Jiang Li at a glance. He also noticed Pei Jin closely following her. His expression darkened, and the few people behind him exchanged glances, clearly sensing that something was off. One person spoke up. Third Prince, this is a great opportunity. Even though you haven't graduated yet, if you capture those interstellar pirates this time, the military will remember you. Shut up. Since the third prince doesn't want to go, then forget it. No, you know that we've been preparing for this operation for half a year. There won't be any mistakes. It's a great opportunity to make a contribution. Those interstellar pirates are heinous criminals. The third prince's noble status shouldn't be put at risk. What do you know? Just as a few people were about to argue, Cheng Shubai spoke up at the right moment. All right, everyone shut up. Yes, he said coldly. I will go on this mission. I have a roommate who is quite capable. I will bring her along. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Third prince. Don't worry. We will make preparations. Just bring your people over. Good. He nodded slightly and left. After Jiang Li returned to her dormitory, she locked herself in her room and didn't respond to Pei Jin's calls outside the door. He wasn't angry or discouraged. Jiang Li, I really think you cursed me really well just now. Teach me a few more lines, or you can curse me again. No one answered. Jiang Li, I have a house outside the military academy that's much better than the Jiang family s. Teach me, and I'll give you the house. No one answered. Seeing that temptation didn't work, Pei Jin changed his strategy and began to threaten. Jiang Li, I advise you to behave. I am from the Pei family. How dare you ignore me like this? Just then, Cheng Shubai happened to push the door open and heard this. He frowned deeply. Pei Jin glanced at him, but completely ignored him, continuing to knock on the door. Cheng Shubai's expression darkened as he walked to Jiang Li's door and called out loudly. Jiang Li, I need to talk to you. Jiang Li, who was originally studying her potted plants, quickly walked over and opened the door. Pei Jin's face lit up. Jiang Li, you finally. Before he could finish, Jiang Li reached out and pulled Cheng Shubai inside the room in one swift motion, not even glancing at Pei Jin. His face turned ashen, and he raised his foot to kick the door open, but at the last moment, he held back. This was Jiang Li's room. He couldn't lose his temper. In a fit of rage, he opened his phone and dialed Duan Yunzhao's number. I'm coming to your dormitory. Do you still have the alcohol? Hearing this, Duan Yunzhao's heart skipped a beat. Whenever he drank that, he would get into trouble, and later the Pei family prohibited him from touching it. Indeed, he hadn't indulged in a long time, but now he had a drink? Duan Yunzhao's expression was unpleasant, but he still replied, Yes, Pei Ge, come over. Inside the room, Jiang Li and Cheng Shubai were sitting face to face on a small sofa. What does the third prince want with me? Cheng Shubai answered the question with another question. What happened with Pei Jin? Jiang Li rolled her eyes, her face full of impatience. I don't know what's wrong with him. He's been following me around for the past few days. He frowned. Pei Jin is being too much. The purpose of letting you into the first military academy is to study, not to make things difficult for your classmates. She sighed. Who made him powerful? Cheng Shubai clenched his gloved hands tightly. I will find a way. Without thinking, Jiang Li refused. No need. Third prince. He doesn't have any malice. He might just be bored. Maybe LL get tired of it after a while. There's a saying, if someone gives you a favor, you owe them. Although she didn't know why Cheng Shubai helped her last time, what had happened couldn't be changed. But she didn't want to owe him too much. It would be too troublesome to repay. Cheng Shubai looked at her with a complicated expression, but ultimately didn't continue the topic. Instead, he began to calculate in his heart. He spoke, I have an opportunity to make a contribution. Do you want to join me? She was taken aback for what? There's a group of interstellar pirates hiding on Blue Star, posing a threat to the safety of the people. We need to capture them, and if necessary, eliminate them. Blue Star? Jiang Li's eyes widened. Yes. He was somewhat taken aback, not understanding her sudden reaction. Jiang Li was from Blue Star. She inherently held respect for it. If it were another planet, she might not care. But since it involved Blue Star, she had to go. Jiang Li said, I'll go. When do we depart? Cheng Shubai was a bit stunned. He had prepared a whole set of arguments, but now it seemed he wouldn't need them. He never expected Jiang Li to agree so readily. Good. Once he reacted, he replied. Pei Jin had gotten drunk the night before, but didn't cause any trouble. However, he had turned Duan Yunzhao's dorm upside down. But that was still a good thing. After all, breaking things was easier to resolve than hitting someone. Pei Jin woke up almost from a pile of garbage, seeing the mess all around him. He felt a splitting headache. But he didn't care and turned back to his dormitory. When he saw that Jiang Li's dorm door was wide open, he was overjoyed, thinking that Jiang Li was ready to be friends with him. Standing at the door, he looked inside and was instantly devastated. Before leaving, Jiang Li had tidied up the dormitory neatly, putting everything on the table into the cabinet. For a moment, it created an illusion that no one had ever lived there. Pei Jin's face darkened, and he turned to knock on their doors. No one responded from Cheng Shubai's room, nor from Lin Zhiyue's. Where is everyone? He was a bit anxious, muttering softly, and hurriedly took out his phone to call the homeroom teacher. Before the other party could speak, Pei Jean said darkly, "Teacher, where is Jiang Li? Why is she missing? Did she change dormitories?" Chapter 11. Pei Jean, this is your attitude when asking for help. Upon learning that Jiang Li had gone with Chang Shubai to capture the interstellar pirates, his expression darkened even more. Those were a group of heinous criminals, merciless and ruthless. Even if they were female, they would kill without hesitation, completely disregarding imperial law. Thus, any involvement with interstellar pirates counted as a high-level mission. Most insectoids were low in intelligence and relied solely on brute force. But interstellar pirates were different. They were cunning and treacherous. Therefore, facing them was often even more dangerous than facing some insectoids. Jiang Li was just a new student at the Imperial Military Academy, having barely completed the first month of military training. Chang Shubai, taking her to capture interstellar pirates, was putting her life at risk. He hurriedly went to find the homeroom teacher. He needed to ask for leave from the military academy to find Jiang Li. This can be said to be Jiang Li's first time sitting on a spaceship while awake. The last time was when she traveled from Blue Star to the Storm Realm. But she was knocked out by Lin Zhiyue then and knew nothing. Previously, the technology on Blue Star was not so advanced, and only astronauts could travel interstellar space. Jiang Li forced herself to behave like she wasn't a bumpkin, trying not to look around too much. Next to her, an officer was reporting the current situation on Blue Star to Chang Shubai, but his attention was always on Jiang Li. The people of Blue Star still didn't know about the existence of interstellar pirates. Should we inform them in advance? Chang Shubai raised his hand to interrupt him, saying not to cause unnecessary panic and to keep it quiet. Yes, the officer stepped back. He hesitated for a moment, opened the refrigerator nearby, took a nutrition solution, and walked over to Jiang Li, handing it to her, saying it was to replenish her energy as another fierce battle awaited them on Blue Star. Jiang Li's gaze fell on the pink liquid in his hand, and she suddenly felt dizzy, followed by a coldness on her face. She waved her hand and forced a smile, saying it was unnecessary. She wasn't tea-hungry yet. Chang Shubai's expression stiffened, his eyes flickering, asking if she didn't like it. Yes, she nodded slightly, but the next moment her attention was drawn to another spaceship flying by. She didn't notice his face turning pale in an instant. He lowered his head, looking at the strawberry-flavored nutrition solution in his hand. It was true that no normal male beast would like the taste of strawberries, just like how his father despised the smell on him. Chang Shubai gripped the nutrition solution tightly, even though his palm was sore from the pressure. The spaceship was fast. 2 hours later, it landed on Blue Star. Everyone was now dressed in ordinary clothes, but underneath they wore bulletproof vests. The officer stood in front of Chang Shubai, repeatedly advising him to be cautious once they arrived on Blue Star, as the plan was foolproof, but they still needed to guard against the desperate interstellar pirates. "I understand." He nodded slightly. After a pause, the officer said, "Prince, try not to show off your wealth. The mobs on Blue Star are truly unpredictable. Prince, we should go." Jiang Li interrupted him fiercely, glaring at him. The officer was a bit confused, not knowing how he had inadvertently offended this prominent figure next to the prince. Mob? If the people of Blue Star were all mobs, then what was she? Ridiculous. The people of Blue Star were kind-hearted, respectful of the elderly, and loving to the young. With good morals. What did these interstellar people understand? "All right." Chang Shubai nodded. "Stay close to me when we go down." "Okay," she replied, but as they exited the spaceship, she still shot a fierce glare at the officer. Stepping onto Blue Star again, Jiang Li felt a sense of peace in her heart. As someone from 5,000 years ago, everything now seemed strange to her. It felt like she had just woken up from a nap. The next day, her family, friends, and relatives had all disappeared. Only this planet remained, the place where she once lived, and her only thought here, though it was now littered with garbage and a foul smell. Chang Shubai stepped off the spaceship, and his tightly furrowed brows never relaxed. Jiang Li turned to look at everything around her. The once tall buildings had disappeared. The seas and lakes had turned into flat plains with severe sandstorms, and not a hint of green remained on the ground. All of this was truly lamentable. As soon as they stepped out of the docking area, a group of people surrounded them. They were all bionic beasts, including children and adults. The children cried out, begging them, "Please, we haven't eaten for several days. We really can't bear it any longer." The adults frowned and pulled them away, recognizing that they didn't look like wealthy people, saying, "All right, wait for someone else." Just then, the officers came out, and these people surged toward them. Jiang Li sighed deeply. Having spent some time on Blue Star, she knew what the children had said was true. They really couldn't get food. But now, she had no background, no money, and couldn't help them at all. Seeing the two of them about to leave, she grabbed Cheng Shu Bai, who was still dazed, and quickly walked outside. The black leather gloves blocked the sensation of her grip, but it still stirred something in his heart. Cheng Shu Bai lowered his head, inexplicably not speaking to stop her. Jiang Li didn't notice his unease, and the two of them successfully blended in due to their tattered clothing. Their task was simple. While they captured interstellar pirates, they needed to reassure the people of Blue Star. Pei Jin was about to explode. He went to ask his homeroom teacher for leave, but he didn't expect the Pei family to have already informed them not to allow him to take leave. The management at the first military academy was very strict. Without a leave slip, he definitely couldn't go out. He stood in the office with a very ugly expression, asking one last time, "Are you going to sign this leave slip or not?" The homeroom teacher remained unmoved, smiling apologetically, saying, "I won't sign this leave slip unless the Pei family contacts me in advance." He was furious, nearly arguing with the teacher. Duan Yunzhu quickly stopped him, pulling him aside. Pei Jin wanted to struggle, but he whispered, "Brother Pei, don't be anxious. I have a way." A simple sentence made him stop at his tracks and follow him to the side. Duan Yunzhu lowered his voice. "You can ask Brother Pei to help you with this leave." "No." He gritted his teeth. "Why should he?" He sighed deeply. "But I see the homeroom teacher is determined not to let you go. If there's no agreement from a Pei family, your uncle and aunt will definitely not agree to let you go." Pei Jin understood what he meant. He clenched his teeth, hesitated for a moment, and finally dialed that number. "Pei Yin, help me take leave." His tone was very stiff. The person on the other end was not surprised at all and spoke in a calm tone. "Pei Jin, is this your attitude when asking for help?" Chapter 12. People should have human rights. Pei Jin's face turned ashen, his voice suppressing anger. "Pei Yin, don't go too far." Pei Yin sneered, obviously not taking him seriously. "Pei Jin, if this is your attitude, then we have nothing to discuss." The call ended. Pei Jin was furious, throwing his phone to the ground with great force, causing it to shatter into pieces. Duan Yunzhu rubbed his head, having guessed this outcome, as these two brothers always quarreled when they talked. But he couldn't just ignore it. He spoke up to advise, "Brother Pei, there's no other way now. Aunt Pei and Uncle Pei will definitely not agree." He made it clear what was at stake. How to choose was up to him. Pei Jin hung his head, looking very unhappy. After a while, Duan Yunzhu saw that he had calmed down and said, "Brother Pei, why not just give up? I can see that he doesn't really want to help you. Besides, Jiang Li is with the third prince, so nothing will happen." Pei Jin reached out. "Give me the phone." Duan Yunzhu, though confused, still handed it to him. He bit his lip tightly and dialed that familiar number. "Brother, I beg you, help me take leave." This sentence seemed to squeeze out of him, filled with anger as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Duan Yunzhu was stunned. Pei Jin was softening towards Pei Yin, which surprised him as much as the destruction of the Storm Realm. This was Pei Jin, a person whose bones were as tough as his flesh. Now he would soften? Wait a minute. Duan Yunzhu froze. The reason he was in the same class as Pei Jin was that the Pei family wanted someone to keep an eye on him. He pushed Pei Yin forward because whenever they talked, they would argue, and Pei Jin was even less likely to succeed in asking for leave. "Okay, I'll help you take leave." Pei Yin's voice came, but to Duan Yunzhu, it felt like a death sentence. It was over. Pei Jin was going to get that leave, and he would have to explain it to the Pei family. In the end, Pei Yin was a member of the Pei family, and he was the only outsider who would be in trouble. The sky was falling. Blue Star littered with garbage. The stench made Jiang Li furrow her brows. However, the Blue Star people seemed oblivious to it, sleeping on a pile of garbage, while a child rummaged through it for food. A ragged child held a half bottle of inferior nutritional liquid that he had just fished out of a trash can. Perhaps he was too excited and didn't pay attention to where he was going, colliding straight into Cheng Shu Bai. Sorry. The child looked up at him timidly. The reprimand Jiang Li expected did not come. He bent down to pick up the nutritional liquid and returned it to the child, his gloved hand gently patting the boy's head, saying, "It's okay, just hold it steady this time." The child nodded, "Thank you, big brother." He slightly bowed his head and quickly walked over to Jiang Li's side. She silently observed him for a long time. Cheng Shubai noticed and spoke up. "Are you wondering why I'm so nice to this child?" Before she could respond, he continued, "The blue star belongs to the Empire. They're subjects of the Empire. It's my incompetence that they don't live well." He lowered his head, lost in thought. Jiang Li opened her mouth, unsure of how to comfort him. After a long pause, she finally said, "It will get better. It will all be fine in the future." Though her words sounded somewhat empty, to him, they brought a sense of comfort. No one had ever said such things to him before. His father would say that there was no need to rescue the bionic beasts on those planets. Having one planet to live on was already showing enough mercy. His mother would say not to think about irrelevant things. What he should focus on now is obtaining the position of Crown Prince. He tilted his head to look at Jiang Li, stubbornly asking, "Don't you think the bionic beasts deserve to die?" Jiang Li looked at him in surprise. "How could that be? Although they are bionic beasts, they're still living beings. Have you thought about the consequences of their absence in the fight against the insect race?" Cheng Shubai sighed deeply. "In war, they're just living shields. No one cares about their lives or deaths." Jiang Li spoke firmly. "As long as they are human, they deserve human rights, freedom, and the right to make their own choices. Even in front of a prince of the interstellar empire." She had no intention of hiding her thoughts. "Humans should have human rights," he murmured softly. After a pause, he looked up, his eyes shining brightly. "Jiang Li, I think you are right. Humans should have human rights. Don't rush. Some things cannot be accomplished overnight, and some thoughts cannot be changed overnight. I understand what you mean. I will be careful." However, the two exchanged glances, and he looked at her intently. "Earlier, I wanted you to take over the Jiang family because of our deal, but now I am sincere. Then I should thank the third prince in advance." They smiled at each other, but the next moment, Jiang Li felt a sharp pain in her neck. Immediately after, Cheng Shubai in front of her collapsed, a syringe visibly sticking out of his neck. What should she do now? Not knowing how many opponents there were, she chose to fall down first and assess the situation. If it was just her, she could fight back, but unfortunately, there was also a third prince beside her. Before leaving, the officer repeatedly reminded her that nothing was more important than the safety of the third prince, so she decided to go along with the plan. As soon as she fell, a man's voice came from behind her, "Boss, this is the best sedative. Why did this woman take so long to fall?" After a series of footsteps, a foot kicked Jiang Li's back. She was momentarily stunned, but managed to suppress any reaction. Fortunately, the person only kicked her twice to test. A deep and magnetic voice sounded. "She has passed out. Take both of them back." "Yes." Then she felt a sensation of weightlessness as she was lifted up, and soon she was thrown into a place like a sack. With a creak, even with her eyes closed, she sensed the light disappearing. When she felt the things beneath her starting to move, she dared to open her eyes. It was pitch black, but she could still distinguish that she was in a car trunk. There was nothing beside her. Cheng Shubai was not here. Where had they taken him? Ahead, she could hear a few men chatting. "Do you think these two are from the military?" "No way. We've been missing for a long time. They couldn't have found us." "Exactly. Besides, we rank in the top 5 among interstellar pirates. How old can these two be?" The military wouldn't send 2 kids to complete a mission. Indeed, when someone has bad luck, even drinking cold water can get stuck in their teeth. Chapter 13. Interstellar Pirates. Kidnapping Jiang Li lay in the trunk, trying to break free from the ropes, but after several attempts, she was still unsuccessful. Besides sweating from struggling, she achieved nothing. She slumped back in the trunk, unsure whether her luck was good or bad. The military was here to capture interstellar pirates. Although they had a perfect deployment and combat plan, if they couldn't find anyone, it would all be in vain. With so many people in the military unable to find them, how could she, just accompanying the third prince for a gilded experience, end up being kidnapped? It was hard to evaluate. All she could do now was pray that the military would quickly discover the third prince was missing and come to rescue him. Then perhaps Cheng Shubai would be generous enough to rescue her as well. However, how did the interstellar pirates find them among the crowd? This puzzled Jiang Li. The magnetic voice rang out again. "I'm not sure if they are from the military, but these two must have unusual identities. Jiang Li wanted to applaud and cheer, but unfortunately, she had no hands. It was indeed not wrong. The guess was quite accurate. After about 2 hours, the car finally stopped. The bumps along the way left Jiang Li's waist and back aching. The sound of the car door closing made her quickly close her eyes. The next moment, the trunk door was opened. Light poured in, along with a wave of foul odor. Jiang Li almost couldn't hold back her urge to vomit, but fortunately, at the last moment, she managed to suppress it. Once again, she was thrown to the ground like a sack, and darkness enveloped her again. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a large empty room, all alone. She knew she couldn't just wait. She had to save herself. Struggling, she tried to reach for her shoes. However, countless ropes bound her legs and body, making it impossible to break free or even bend down. Just then, she heard a commotion outside the door. She quickly closed her eyes. After a heavy object fell to the ground, darkness returned. When Jiang Li opened her eyes again, she saw Cheng Shubai. However, his eyes were tightly shut, indicating that the sedative's effect had not worn off yet. She sighed and leaned against the side, quietly waiting for him to wake up. Time passed quickly, and after 3 hours, Cheng Shubai finally slowly regained consciousness. Jiang Li's anxious heart could finally relax. She had been worried that the interstellar pirates would come to torment them. After all, it was rumored that this group was ruthless and had researched many tortures that could make life worse than death. Fortunately, they hadn't come. "Where's this?" he asked, his voice hoarse and somewhat confused. Jiang Li replied, "Just now, while we were talking, you were injected with a sedative and passed out." After a pause, she continued, "We were kidnapped by interstellar pirates, but I don't know if they're the ones they're looking for." Cheng Shubai also reacted at this moment. His first instinct, like Jiang Li, was to break free from his restraints. However, his struggle yielded no different results than Jiang Li's. "I have a blade hidden in my shoe, but I can't reach it. Can you help me get it out?" Cheng Shubai looked at her as she spoke, gritting his teeth, and finally replied, "Okay." Jiang Li let out a sigh of relief. She initially thought the prince would be unwilling to do such a thing, but she didn't expect him to be surprisingly agreeable. She wriggled to change her position. Cheng Shubai gritted his teeth and lowered his head. "On the inside. Almost right there. Take another look. Be careful with your mouth." The more she spoke, the redder Cheng Shubai's ears became. By the time he bit the blade out, his entire face was flushed, including his neck. Jiang Li struggled to reach out and touch his cool lips. She froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. The rope was thick, but the blade was small. Jiang Li didn't even dare to use too much force, afraid that the blade would break if she wasn't careful. Slowly grinding, slowly grinding. Fortunately, Cheng Shubai was also very patient, constantly soothing her emotions in a low voice. "Don't rush, take your time." After a full 2 hours, the rope finally loosened. Jiang Li let out a long sigh of relief, struggling to free herself from the rope, and hurriedly stood up to walk towards Cheng Shubai. But just then, the door sounded. Hearing the noise, Jiang Li and Cheng Shubai exchanged glances. Jiang Li quickly wrapped the rope back around herself, while Cheng Shubai closed his eyes. The two instantly returned to the state they were in when they were thrown in. The door opened, and a magnetically charming voice sounded again. "Second, go check if these two are awake. The drug should have worn off by now." "All right, boss." Jiang Li could clearly feel someone standing beside her, but she still controlled herself to avoid any slight movements. The footsteps faded away, and the second's voice sounded again, "Boss, they haven't woken up yet." "Then kill them. I can't be bothered to ask questions now." "All right, boss." Jiang Li knew that she had to open her eyes now, or there would really be trouble. She pretended to be dazed and opened her eyes, asking, "Where is this? Who are you?" Jiang Li was stunned for a moment. Several men stood opposite her, and the one in front wore a simple white shirt. He was very tall, looking out of place, with a hint of elegance about him. "Awake?" The man spoke with a half-smile. Jiang Li instantly recognized his identity. He was the leader of this group of interstellar pirates. "Who are you?" Her panic on her face seemed genuine, not fake. At the same time, Cheng Shubai also opened his eyes, looking equally panicked, his youthful demeanor making him look like an innocent student who had been captured. "Who are you? Why did you capture us?" The second sneered, Oh, why stop pretending? I thought you'd watch your companion die right in front of you. Cheng Shubai coldly said. Who are you? Let us go. We are just ordinary Blue Star citizens. We have no money. The leader spoke with a half-smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shun Jishio, the captain of the Black Snake Pirate Group. I wonder if you two have heard of my name? Black Snake Pirate Group? Cheng Shubai and Jiang Li's expressions changed slightly. They had heard of Shun Jishio's name. The Black Snake Pirate Group was ranked first among all interstellar pirates. It was also the most dangerous existence. The Empire had expended great efforts to capture them, but dozens of attempts had ended in failure. 5 years ago, they had robbed the Sun family's spaceship and then vanished without a trace. The Sun family had thus fallen from a position of the fourth family to being expelled from the nobility. It was said that among the things stolen from the Sun family were military secrets, which is why the military had worked hard to find them, but they found not even a shadow. Who would have thought they were hiding here? But the current problem was that their target was not the Black Snake Pirate Group. Their danger level was even higher. Had they known they were here, Cheng Shubai would definitely not have been part of this mission, even if they were 100% sure. Shun Jishio was from the Black Snake clan. Besides his ability to outsmart the Empire, he also had strength. Currently, there are no more than 15 living high-level strong individuals in the Empire. According to Cheng Shubai, the strongest among those participating in the military's capture mission was only at the level of a high-level warrior. If they encountered each other, they stood no chance. Jiang Li reacted quickly. Keeping a low profile, she had experience. She spoke with a tone of grievance. Brothers, I know you must have turned to banditry because life is hard. Look at me. She patted herself, putting in a lot of effort, instantly attracting the attention of several people. Shun Jishio also looked over with a half-smile, turning to banditry. Interesting, go on. Jiang Li continued. I won't say much about what Blue Star is like. I've had enough of living day to day without food. If it weren't for the fear of death, I would have become an interstellar pirate too. First, she played the victim to gain sympathy, then sought common ground, and finally took the chance to escape. Oh, Shun Jishio chuckled. Living day to day without food? Then why did you give him the nutrient solution when it fell in front of you? Jiang Li knew who he was talking about. It was that little boy. Shun Jishio stepped forward, pinching her chin, his thumb maliciously rubbing twice. He squinted, his eyes dark and unclear, resembling a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Can this lady explain my doubts? Cheng Shubai, who was tied up, suddenly began to struggle at this scene, the rough rope instantly leaving purple marks on his skin. Let her go. If there's something, come at me, he shouted. Jiang Li froze and quickly raised her hand to wave back, signaling him not to act rashly. But whether he didn't understand, or for some other reason, he struggled even more. Shun Jishio chuckled lightly. How touching. When he leaned down, the scent of cedar brushed past her earlobe. Tell me, what exactly are you two? After saying that, he released her. He raised his hand to remove his gold-rimmed glasses, slowly exhaled, and, as the lenses fogged up, he picked up the stick in the second's hand and struck Cheng Shubai hard. You two are not very honest. Cheng Shubai took a hit on the head, visible bruises forming, and then he collapsed. Shun Jishio threw the wooden stick at Cheng Shubai's feet, and then turned to look at Jiang Li, saying, Who are you? If you deceive me, there will be no good outcome. Jiang Li swallowed a mouthful of saliva, regardless of whether he was killing the chicken to scare the monkey or something else. She had to admit that his threat was effective. The reason she agreed to give birth to Lin Zhiyue's child and go to the Empire's top military academy was all out of fear of death. But Jiang Li felt there was nothing shameful about it. After all, who isn't afraid of death? What are you trembling for? Shun Jishio looked at her thoughtfully. Jiang Li's breathing became heavier. Forget it. In this situation, her life was the priority. She spoke up. Let's make a deal. I'll tell you, but you can't hurt either of us. The second-in-command replied, You are in our hands now, and you dare to negotiate with us? Shun Jishio raised his hand to interrupt him. I agree to your terms. Good. Jiang Li nodded. Although this group of interstellar pirates was notorious for their brutality, they would definitely keep their promises. She sighed deeply and was about to speak when Shun Jishio said, Bring over the lie detector. Yes. The second-in-command went out for a moment and quickly returned, holding a watch, which he threw to Jiang Li. She hurriedly caught it and put on. Whether they could survive this time depended on it. and she dared not let her guard down at all. The moment she put it on, the watch lit up with a white glow. Lin Zhiyue glanced at it and said, "All right, you can speak now. What is your identity, and where do you come from?" Jiang Li swallowed hard. She had seen the lie detector in textbooks. It would absolutely not make a mistake, so every word she said next had to be true. She began, "I'm not lying to you. I'm a native of Blue Star." This was indeed not a lie. A Blue Star person who had been frozen for 5,000 years was still a Blue Star person. The watch lit up green, indicating it was the truth. "Both of us are from the Storm Realm and are freshmen at the Empire's top military academy." She concealed Chang Shubai's identity. True statement. Lin Zhiyue's expression was complex as he asked, "You are a Blue Star person, so how did you enter the top military academy?" "As far as I know, everyone from Storm Realm is sent to the battlefield against the Zerg at 18 to become the first line of defense. The status of Blue Star people is low, and it's impossible for them to enter the top military academy." Jiang Li's expression was complicated. "Because I have something that the nobles want. They gave me a fake identity and sent me to the top military academy. In exchange, I have to give them what they want." "Child, I'm sorry. You need to calculate something first." "Still green light. It's the truth." Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief. "I initially didn't want to come, but when I heard there were interstellar pirates on Blue Star," she spoke with righteous indignation. "Blue Star is my forever home. I was afraid the interstellar pirates would burn, kill, and plunder here, so when the military proposed needing people to come over, I came." After finishing her sentence, she suddenly remembered her current situation. She chuckled awkwardly, looking a bit cowardly. "I wasn't talking about you. We didn't come to find you. We were looking for the Ant Pirate Group." Chapter 15. "Really urgent, you mean the Ant Pirate Group is also here?" The second-in-command exclaimed in surprise. "Jiang Li nuda rapidly. Actually, I'm not too sure either. The military said they were here, but it has nothing to do with us." Lin Zhiyue immediately seized on the loophole in her words. "So what are the two of you tasked with?" "Just to blend in with the crowd. If something unexpected happens during their capture, we need to calm the emotions of the crowd." "Is it really that simple?" Lin Zhiyue frowned, clearly skeptical. She nodded. "It really is that simple." After a pause, she chuckled. "We freshmen haven't started testing our mental powers yet, and we can't activate them, so we can't do much." Unfortunately, Lin Zhiyue wasn't so easily deceived. "Then it's strange. Since you can't do much, why are you still allowed to come?" This operation, the military claimed it was foolproof, and they just casually brought people along to show off. "Didn't I mention I had my identity changed?" She hesitated, but everyone present understood what she meant. Lin Zhiyue asked, "What do you have on you that makes them go to such lengths to clear a path for you?" It's not for her that they are clearing a path. It's clearly for Chang Shubai. But could she say that? No, this black pot had to be carried by her. What if something really happened to Chang Shubai? She wouldn't know how to explain it when she returned. She breathed a sigh of relief, finally diverting their attention back to her. She looked at the several people and said, "I can tell you about this matter, but you have to promise me that you will keep it a secret." "Oh." The second-in-command chuckled lightly. "Boss, this girl is really interesting. She's addicted to negotiating with us." Lin Zhiyue narrowed his eyes, seemingly thinking of something, and agreed. "All right." Jiang Li said, "I can solve the male sensitivity period, the kind that will never occur again." "What did you say?" Even Lin Zhiyue couldn't remain calm at this moment. For males, the sensitivity period over the millennia had been something they couldn't control. The sensitivity period started at 15, occurring once a month, usually lasting 3 days. During these 3 days, males were irritable, had strong possessiveness, and their mental attack power was extremely high. Their desire for females would also peak. The Interstellar Empire had long developed suppressants to prevent accidents. However, the side effects were severe. After prolonged use, they would become ineffective with a duration of 5 years. Therefore, males typically got engaged before 20 and relied on their females to get through the sensitivity period after 20. The expressions of everyone present were complex. The lie detector didn't light up red, indicating that what she said was all true. A talent that could solve the sensitivity period was indeed reasonable for the nobles to clear a path for her. Lin Zhiyue's eyes darkened slightly. "Help me. Solve the sensitivity period." Jiang Li was stunned. She had never expected this development. "Huh?" I said, "Help me solve the sensitivity period." She blinked, momentarily not reacting. The second-in-command couldn't hold back any longer and angrily said, "Boss, stop wasting time with her. Just tie her up and interrogate her." Lin Zhiyue raised his hand to stop his actions, staring intently at Jiang Li. She finally reacted, remembering the matter of marking. This wouldn't affect her anyway. It was just a matter of biting her. She nodded, readily agreeing, "No problem, but afterwards, you have to let us go, and I won't tell the military that you are here." "All right," he agreed. Jiang Li stood up, satisfied, and was ready to walk outside, but saw him standing still. She frowned. "Aren't we going to solve this sensitivity period? Find an empty room." She glanced at the two behind him. The marking thing was still a bit awkward. In front of people, she really couldn't do it. The second-in-command angrily said, "Are you trying to play tricks? Let me tell you, our boss's skills are the best. Don't try any tricks." Jiang Li helplessly raised her arm. "You all take a good look. With my thin arms and legs, even if I wanted to do something, I'd be powerless." A few people looked over and indeed saw that the males were generally around 195 centimeters tall, the biotic beasts around 180 centimeters, and the females at least 170 centimeters tall. Now that she stood up, they realized she was indeed not tall, at most 175 centimeters. Standing in front of the 2-meter Lin Zhiyue, she appeared even smaller and lacked any intimidation. After glancing at her, Lin Zhiyue said, "Follow me." He walked ahead quickly. Jiang Li hurriedly followed. Once they passed through the door, they were met with a conference room. She followed behind him, winding through, and finally arrived at a bedroom. Lin Zhiyue raised his hand and pressed a button by the door, "Isolation shield. Only my fingerprints, temperature, scent, and pupils could deactivate it. That tranquilizer can only affect me for 3 minutes, but you haven't fainted. I know you aren't as simple as you appear. What secret do you have? I don't care. I just want to get rid of the sensitivity period. You behave yourself, and afterwards, I will let you go." Jiang Li touched her nose. "How do you know I haven't fainted?" Lin Zhiyue looked at her as if she were a fool. "There are pinhole cameras in your room. Remember to act the whole part next time." Damn, they had been exposed early on. She thought they could win an Oscar. "Got it. Thanks for the reminder," she said. "Don't worry, I've tried it before. The sensitivity period won't happen again, not even once." Lin Zhiyue looked at her. "Let's begin. What method do you need? How should I cooperate?" Jiang Li bit her lip. "You sit down." Looking in the direction she pointed, it was indeed his bed. Lin Zhiyue frowned. "Never mind. Resolving the sensitive period was the most important thing now." He obediently walked over and sat down, and then Jiang Li smiled mischievously. "Sorry, I have offended you." At first, he didn't understand what she meant by that, but 3 seconds later he knew. Jiang Li reached out and pressed him onto the bed. He was a bit dazed, but quickly reacted. As he struggled to get up, he realized he couldn't move at all. It was as if he'd been nailed to the bed. He looked over and saw her delicate arms and legs, seeming so fragile. She had quite a bit of strength. Jiang Li took a deep breath. "I'm coming. Hurry up." Lin Zhiyue clearly still didn't know what he was about to face. So impatient, she let out a strange cry. Jiang Li reached out and touched the gland on his neck. Lin Zhiyue froze. The place she touched felt like it was on fire, strangely enough. There was no usual disgust, only a tingling sensation. What was going on? He looked up at the person so close to him, feeling flustered. The neck is one of the more vulnerable areas of a person. She pressed down gently, and instantly the scent of cedar filled the entire room. Unlike the scents of Cheng Shu Bai and Lin Zhiyue, this cedar scent had an aggressive feel. Jiang Li felt completely entangled. He couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "What are you doing?" Chapter 16. He was too proactive. Jiang Li froze, looking at him in surprise. "Resolving the sensitive period? What do you think I'm going to do?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Zhiyue's face turned instantly red. He thought. He tightly shut his eyes. Although he didn't know what she was going to do, touching the gland during the sensitive period made sense. As the saying goes, trust those you use, and don't use those you doubt. Lin Zhiyue relaxed his body, letting her do as she pleased. Sensing his movement, Jiang Li also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this person, whether in rumors or in appearance, seemed quite strong. When the soft touch came, Lin Zhiyue suddenly opened his eyes. His whole body stiffened. "What are you doing?" The cedar scent enveloped her. Countless soft tentacles pressed against her, occasionally scratching or kissing her, as if expressing his affection. A smile flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. It seemed that in Lin Zhiyue's heart, he was far from the indifference he displayed. She raised her head and couldn't help but speak, so it's cold on the outside, hot on the inside. As soon as she said this, she clearly felt his body tremble slightly, although it was very light. The two were too close for her to ignore it. Lin Zhiyue turned his head away, instinctively wanting to escape her lips. He really didn't want to be at a disadvantage. But Jiang Li wouldn't let him have his way. She instantly chased after him and bit down. The fabric of the white shirt was soft, but now it was soaked through. The scent of cedar instantly intensified. As the captain of the Black Snake Pirate Group, Lin Zhiyue didn't lack for females. He could get one in an instant. But because of things from his childhood, he had no affection for any female. He didn't like their fragility. It seemed they couldn't live without a male. After being marked, they would be completely controlled and become slaves to desire. So even though he was now 25, he had never been with any female. Since he turned 20, the suppressants had no effect on him. For the next month of sensitive periods, he would lock himself in a cage and endure. His sensitive periods lasted longer than average, a full 5 days. For 5 years. He lived a life worse than death, but he still persisted. The scent on them made him feel disgusted, without exception. No, Jiang Li was an exception. But she also didn't seem like a typical female. The milky scent was too strong. It felt as if he were soaking in it. His black pupils gradually scattered. Lin Zhiyue's voice sounded like waves crashing at sea. The Ant Pirate Group had already been captured. The people had been pacified, as the military had begun to speculate. The cunning pirates had taken the Blue Star people as hostages. Although no one cared about the lives of a group of bionic beasts, appearances still had to be maintained. Fortunately, all the hostages had been rescued. However, throughout the process, neither Cheng Shubai nor Jiang Li had appeared. The military personnel began to panic and search for them in the vast Blue Star. The officer's face was grim because Pei Jin was currently standing in front of him with a dark expression. "Where is Jiang Li? I don't know what you mean. Do you want to die?" If it were someone else, he wouldn't believe this threat. But the person in front of him was from the Pei family. And it was Pei Jin. His harsh words were indeed a fact. "I really don't know. She is with the third prince, and they have both disappeared." He originally thought mentioning Cheng Shubai would shift his attention, but unexpectedly, he didn't care at all. I asked about Jiang Li. If it weren't for him, Jiang Li wouldn't be in trouble. Cheng Shubai is dead. He was about to say something outrageous. Pei Yin didn't want to give others a handle on the Pei family, so he reached out to stop Pei Jin and prevented him from making any further moves. He hurriedly interrupted. "What? The third prince is also missing? This matter must be reported to the royal family." The relationship between the military and the royal family was very delicate. On the surface, the military was subordinate to the royal family, but the royal family did not have 100% control over the military. In the current situation, the military could not be caught with any faults. And the disappearance of the third prince under their protection was a serious matter. The officer trembled as he spoke. "Young Master Pei, perhaps the third prince was just delayed by something. It's best not to report this for now." Both of them knew that this was just a delaying tactic. But for Pei Yin, it was better if Cheng Shubai were dead. He said, "Increase the pressure." Yes. Once the people left, Pei Yin finally let go of him. Pei Jin shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Why are you stopping me?" Pei Yin looked at his younger brother, who had always been a source of worry since childhood, and sighed, "Calm down." "Calm down? How can you ask me calm down? Jiang Li is missing on this planet full of mobs. What if something happens? Can you take responsibility?" Before coming, he had already learned the whole story from Duan Yinzhou and didn't expect reality to be even more absurd than what he said. "What is your relationship with Jiang Li?" He asked directly. "Are you sick? What relationship could we have? We're classmates." Pei Yin sneered. "Pei Jin, I know very well what you have been like since you were a child. You wouldn't be so kind-hearted. You lost to her in a fight, and now you're worried about her safety. Tell me, what is going on? It has nothing to do with you." He gritted his teeth and said, "Get out of the way. I want to find her." Pei Yan's gaze deepened. "Who taught you to speak to your brother like that? You think you're worthy of being called brother?" After saying this, he turned around and left. "If you don't learn the rules, you can't go anywhere today," Pei Yin said coldly. Lin Zhiyue felt as if he had just been pulled out of milk. But he didn't hate this scent. It was quite pleasant. He tilted his head to smell his arm, breathing a little heavier. Jiang Li sat nearby, seeing the infatuated look that involuntarily appeared on his face. She felt it was hard to watch. He was too proactive. It was a bit frightening. Shen Jishio was like a tree that had been parched for a long time. Finally, one day, someone poured sweet rain on this tree, and he greedily enjoyed it, unwilling to let the sweet rain go, thus uprooting himself to chase after her. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. His blood surged, his bones trembled, his mind scattered, and he lost control. He stared at her intently. Jiang Li wanted to pretend she felt nothing, but that gaze was truly hard to ignore. She turned her head and met his fiery gaze. Clearly, he was the one marking others, yet she inexplicably felt a bit afraid. "What is wrong, boss?" "Boss." He chuckled playfully, licking his lips with an inexplicable dryness. "Didn't you want to become an outlaw? I'm giving you this opportunity. How about joining the Black Snake pirate crew?" Chapter 17. Choosing to return to the Storm Realm. Wow. After marking the notorious pirate leader, the other party was too pleased to let her go. This kind of thing, which would normally only happen in novels, was actually happening to her. What should she do? Jiang Li was still in a daze. To be honest, she couldn't quite understand this bizarre development. She forced a smile. "I'm afraid of death. I've mentioned this to you before, boss." Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted. "Call me Shen Jishio. Are you dumb?" He chuckled, and seeing her bewildered expression, he understood what was going on. "Boss, Shen Jishio, life in your pirate crew is indeed enviable, but comparatively, life in the first military academy is more stable." She spoke hesitantly. "I'm not very ambitious. Living a stable life is enough for me. I really can't do anything that involves bloodshed." Shen Jishio's voice carried a seductive tone. "You can rest assured about this. Our Black Snake pirate crew is unlike any other place. It's absolutely safe here." He paused and said earnestly, "Even if one day we slip up and get caught, I have ways to ensure you leave safely. Here, you can also live a stable life, and you are absolutely free." Jiang Li fell silent, and she had to admit that Shen Jishio's words were indeed appealing to her. But the allure of the Storm Realm was also significant for her. After all, the condition proposed by Cheng Shu Bai was the entire Jiang family. Although it ranked only 10th among the nobility, it was still 10th among billions of people in the Starry Sea. There is always someone better, but also someone worse. Moreover, her thoughts had changed from the beginning. Now she was planning to study for 3 years in the first military academy, where she enjoyed life and could learn a lot. After reorganizing her thoughts, Jiang Li spoke. "Becoming a pirate was indeed my previous dream, but now I want to continue studying in the military academy." As soon as she finished speaking, the smile on Shen Jishio's face vanished, and his gaze instantly darkened. "Jiang Li, do you know what you're saying?" He suddenly stood up, barefoot on the pristine carpet, his tense ankles showing veins. She curled up in the corner of the sofa, instinctively hugging a pillow to her chest. Don't be fooled by her tough talk. She was actually quite timid, especially when facing such a desperate person. As he bent down, the scent of cedar became stronger. His pupils behind the lenses were like needle tips, making one feel as if they would be pricked at any moment. "The Storm Realm, is the military academy that good?" He pressed his palm against the back of the sofa, slowly moving closer. She turned her head away uneasily. "I'm sorry, but I want to live a stable life." After staring at her for a long time, he suddenly let out a sharp, cold laugh, his eyes darkening. "Why? What is so attractive about the Storm Realm that makes you and your people abandon me time and time again?" He could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. Yelling and appearing somewhat deranged, Jiang Li felt even more panicked. His current state was no different from that of a madman, which was even more frightening. She forced a smile and said softly, "Shen Jishio, everyone has their own path to take and their own choices. It's not strange. Just like how you became an interstellar pirate. Why can't you just stay?" His eyes reddened, stubbornly wanting to know the answer. Jiang Li opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to agree with him to calm him down. But when she met his moist eyes, her heart softened. She didn't know what he had been through, but he must have endured untold pain. She couldn't lie to him. She took a deep breath and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Shen Jishio." She looked at him, her gaze filled only with him, devoid of impatience, only boundless tenderness. Shen Jishio froze, his nose tinged with a sourness that almost made him cry. But in the end, he held it back. Her voice was soft. "Everyone wants different things. I like stability, while others might prefer to pursue excitement. Shen Jishio, you are different from the pirates and the rumors. I can feel it. You know what I'm talking about, right? At that moment of regained rationality, he closed his eyes, his trembling lips brushing against her forehead. The news of them on Blue Star would soon reach the military. Once she went to the Storm Realm and returned to the first military academy, they might never see each other again. This parting could be forever. The withered tree that had just been nourished was about to wither again. But this time was different. This time it was even more despairing. Having never obtained something is different from losing something after having it. The latter was harder for Lin Zhiyue to bear. The lush green trees gradually shed their leaves due to dryness, and the trunk lost its vitality. This should be his ending. Jiang Li stiffened. What's wrong? Her voice remained light, as if afraid to startle him. The last bit of selfishness in Lin Zhiyue's heart completely dissipated because of her words. He stood up, turned around to face away from her, his voice a bit hoarse. You should go, take your classmate with you. You can inform the military about us being captured. He took a deep breath, but it's best if you tell them in front of your classmate. You need this merit, don't let him get ahead. Jiang Li was stunned. She didn't expect him to think so much for her. What will you do? She looked a bit dazed. As I said, the military can't catch us. You don't need to worry about us. We have our own ways. He suddenly shouted, before I regret making this choice. You better leave quickly. Jiang Li bit her lip. This outcome was actually not bad. She could leave with Cheng Shubai unharmed. She sighed and said softly, Lin Zhiyue, then I'll leave first. If one day I enter the military and meet you, I will let you go once. After saying this, she quickly left. She remembered the way she came and returned to the room where they had been held. The second and third brothers were surprised to see her come back unharmed. Then looked behind her, but didn't see Lin Zhiyue coming. When they realized to look at her again, they found she had already untied Cheng Shubai's ropes. What are you doing? The two had wary expressions. Just then, Lin Zhiyue entered. She indeed solved my problem. Now let them go. The second and third brothers exchanged glances. Although confused, they did not voice any objections. Jiang Li was taken aback, then smiled and said, Thank you. You are all good people. Lin Zhiyue stepped forward and tossed her a pure gold longevity lock with the words auspicious and prosperous engraved on it. He said, If you encounter difficulties, you can seek help from the Su family. Chapter 18. Pei Jin's brother Pei Yin, the Su family? Is it the Su family I'm thinking of? She asked in disbelief. Lin Zhiyue nodded. They will do their utmost to help you once. Unless absolutely necessary, you'd better not use this opportunity. Jiang Li knew that the Su family ranked second among the nobility. However, it was strange. How could an interstellar pirate have ties with the top aristocracy of the Storm Realm? But she didn't ask further. After all, everyone has secrets they don't want to mention, and he must be the same. Jiang Li smiled and said, Thank you, Lin Zhiyue. After that, she hoisted Cheng Shubai on her shoulder. Yes, she really did hoist him. The second and third brothers secretly observed her. They couldn't understand how such a small frame could possess such strength, lifting a person with one hand. Lin Zhiyue turned around, no longer looking at her, and the second brother led her out. All right, boss. Although confused about why he suddenly relented, the boss's orders were to be obeyed unconditionally. After going out, Jiang Li finally understood why they had not been discovered. Because they were hiding in the garbage piles all over Blue Star, and those in the military were too proud to come to such a dirty and chaotic place. The second brother threw her the key to one of the cars, saying, Just drive away. This place is quite remote. Thank you. She pressed down on Cheng Shubai with one hand and took the key with the other, not refusing. She knew the second brother was right. Meanwhile, the military side was in complete chaos. They had basically turned the surrounding area upside down, but still had no sign of Cheng Shubai. The officer was now completely panicked. He stood before Pei Yin, trembling as he spoke. Young Master Pei, we still haven't found the third prince. Pei Yin paused his hand that was scrolling through his phone and said coldly, If you can't find him in the surrounding area, then broaden the search. Any ships that haven't left Blue Star during this time, the third prince must still be here. At this point, the officer was a bit scared. Cheng Shubai had disappeared under his watch, and he was afraid of bearing responsibility, which was why he hadn't reported it. But the longer a person is missing, the more dangerous it becomes, and the greater the possibility of death. If something really happened to Cheng Shubai, he didn't dare to think about how he would be tortured. He hesitantly spoke. Young Master Pei, should I report this to the higher-ups? Pei Yin looked at him with a half-smile. Why are you changing your mind now? Are you afraid of getting punished for a bigger mistake? You know He raised his hand to interrupt the officer. Instead of complaining to me, you might as well go out and find someone, don't you think? His sharp gaze made the officer dare not resist. Yes. He saluted and stepped back. Pei Jin had been injected with a neuromuscular blocking agent, and now he could only move his mouth. He slumped on the sofa and coldly said, if you don't want Cheng Shubai to live, why? Pei Yin paused slightly. I just wanted to find a third prince quickly. What do you mean by that? He sneered. Pei Yin, I grew up with you. Others may not know who you are, but how could I not? Don't pretend in front of me. Aren't you tired? Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door, and the officer rushed in with an excited expression. Good news, the third prince has returned. Pei Yin smiled slightly. That's good. Pei Jin anxiously spoke. The third prince is back, but what about Jiang Li? She is back too. At this point, Pei Jin became agitated. He struggled to get up and shouted, quickly inject me with the antidote. I want to see her. Pei Yin glanced at him indifferently. The antidote is not prepared. It's only been a day, just bear with it. He fixed his collar and said, I want to see what kind of person Jiang Li, whom you've been thinking about, really is. After that, he followed the officer out. Pei Jin was someone who would not submit to anyone. But Pei Yin knew he had been subdued by someone named Jiang Li. He thought the other party must be someone very strong, capable of overpowering Pei Jin. When he finally saw her in person, Pei Yin was surprised. The officer carefully lifted Cheng Shubai from her back. He had his eyes tightly closed and was bleeding from his head, looking seriously injured. This Jiang Li was not the burly figure he had imagined. Instead, she looked as thin as a piece of paper, as if she could fall over with a gust of wind. She straightened up and shook her arms. But there wasn't even a bead of sweat on her forehead. She easily carried someone who was almost 2 heads taller than her. Pei Yin looked her up and down. She seemed to be just an ordinary person. Why would Pei Jin submit to her? Pei Yin couldn't understand. Almost everyone had gathered around Cheng Shubai and left. In an instant, only the 2 of them were left. Jiang Li furrowed her brows, scrutinizing the person in front of her. She inexplicably felt that his features looked familiar. After hesitating for a moment, she didn't ask. Perhaps it was just a common face, and it had nothing to do with her. Just as the 2 were about to pass each other, he spoke. Hello, Jiang Li. I'm Pei Jin's older brother. Wow, how is she? She was doing well. But now that the Pei family is here, she is not doing so well. However, although Pei Jin seemed unreliable and a bit annoying, Jiang Li believed what he said. For instance, he mentioned that the fight between the 2 would come to an end and would not implicate the Pei family. Jiang Li said, hello, no offense intended. Does Pei Jin know you're looking for me? Pei Yin stared at her for a while until he was sure her words had no other meaning before he spoke. Rest assured, what you and Pei Jin have is between you 2. I have no interest in intervening and will not intervene. She frowned. Then is there something you want to discuss with me today? Pei Yin smiled faintly. He was handsome, with deep-set eyes, and his shirt and suit were impeccably tailored, exuding an air of nobility. Miss Jiang Li, there's no need to worry too much. As an older brother, I'm just a bit curious about who my brother is so infatuated with. His tone was flat, as if he were asking, have you eaten yet? But Jiang Li felt uncomfortable for some reason. Her brows furrowed slightly. Now that you've seen me, can I leave? Miss Jiang Li can leave anytime she wants. She didn't hesitate and quickly walked inside, but just as she entered, Pei Yin suddenly spoke. You are from the Jiang family's collateral line. Are you interested in the position of the head of the Jiang family? This was very strange and puzzling. First Cheng Shubai, then Pei Yin. What on earth did these big shots want to do? Why were they so intent on getting her involved? Was there no one else? I don't understand what you mean. She thought it was a joke. When she was unsure what the other party wanted, she would absolutely not admit anything. What if he actually wanted to set her up? Pei Yin spoke. I can make you the head of the Jiang family, but... Chapter 19. Training Pei Jin like a dog. Jiang Li raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Good things don't just fall from the sky. Just tell me what you want me to do. Pei Yin chuckled lightly and said, you're a smart person. He stepped closer, lowered his head to meet her gaze, and with a mocking look said, make Pei Jin your dog. You control him. His voice was soft, but sent chills down her spine. Jiang Li was a bit stunned. Reaching up to rub her ears, she even suspected she had misheard and didn't think he was serious. Are you joking with me? Pei Yan's expression was serious as he enunciated each word. Make him your dog, devoid of reason. Jiang Li looked him up and down with a complicated expression. First of all, that was impossible. Pei Jin was proud and unruly. He wouldn't be controlled by her. Secondly, she had no inappropriate thoughts about the Jiang family. To do something like that to his own brother, Pei Yin was too sinister. She didn't want to reveal any flaws. Pei Yin said slowly, "You know how powerful the Pei family is. I will be the next head of the Pei family, so besides the Jiang family, I can offer you many things." He paused and elongated his tone. Pei Jin's personality is stubborn. He has been like this since childhood. He seems violent and irritable, but in fact, he is not very scheming. Now that he has included you in the range he wants to protect, your actions and words will have an impact on him. Jiang Li shrugged. That's your business. I don't want to get involved. I will treat today as events as if I didn't hear them. Pei Yin smiled ambiguously. You're not stupid. I told you such a secret. He hesitated, but Jiang Li understood his meaning. He was just warning her that there was no way to escape unscathed. What was going on these days? Why was everyone making things difficult for her? It was simply absurd. He continued, Jiang Li, at first you might have refused to apologize to Pei Jin, but later you went. Jiang Li looked at him warily. How do you know everything? He sneered, his expression proud. You underestimate the Pei family too much. Since you went, it means you actually understand the consequences. His expression turned cold. Now that you're so determined, do you think my methods are not as good as Pei Jin's? On the contrary, Jiang Li felt that if these two brothers ever got into a fight, Pei Yin would definitely be the final winner. Pei Jin indeed had a bad temper, but he always acted openly, settling grudges on the spot. Pei Yin, however, was different. He was insidious and cunning, clearly a person who stabbed others in the back. If she had to choose, she would rather offend Pei Jin than Pei Yin. After a long silence, Pei Yin continued, This isn't military school anymore. No one can protect you. If another pirate group emerges in Blue Star, good. A threat, a blatant threat. Whether they were pirates or not didn't matter. He just wanted to get rid of her. But Jiang Li thought for a moment that if he really made a move, she would be completely helpless. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I'll give it a try, but if it ends up being useless, I can't help it. Whatever, she agreed. After all, she was just saying she would try. If it didn't work out, it wouldn't be her problem. This situation was unfavorable for her, so she thought it was better to stabilize things first. Jiang Li's thoughts were very clear. It won't happen, Pei Yin said firmly. Pei Jin isn't as clever as he seems. Pei Jin seems clever? Jiang Li frowned and thought for a while, finally giving him a strange look. Perhaps it was a filter from being his brother. The moment she agreed, Pei Yin raised his hand to add her on WeChat, and soon a document was sent over. Although Jiang Li was somewhat surprised, she still opened it. 20 strategies to train Pei Jin 1. Be soft, not hard. Jiang Li looked at Pei Yin inexplicably. She felt he didn't really understand his brother. All she could think about was Pei Jin's words when he was being beaten. Use more strength. 2. When he throws a tantrum, try to go along with him as much as possible. 3. Jiang Li scrolled down and saw that there were a total of 20 strategies, all tailored for Pei Jin. Unfortunately, upon looking at them, none of them seemed relevant. Pei Yin said lightly, It will self-destruct after closing. Memorize all of it. Jiang Li raised her phone and held it in front of him. Take a good look. Do you think any of this is useful? If it's useful, would you still need me? Pei Yin raised an eyebrow and had to admit she had a point. Then you just do your own thing. Now let's go in and meet Pei Jin. After saying that, a hint of glee flashed in his eyes. After all, he had a plea with me just to see you. It was perfectly normal for a brother to ask his brother for a favor, right? Jiang Li felt it was rather baffling. She closed the document, and, as she had said, the document disappeared in an instant, as did their chat box. She was startled, thinking it had a self-destruct feature. She hurriedly opened her friend list. Pei Yin was still there, but the chat box was completely blank. Even the record of adding friends was gone. Impressive, this was quite advanced. Jiang Li swore this was the first time she had seen Pei Jin looking so disheveled. Although he had been injured and lying in a hospital bed before, he still had an imposing demeanor. Now, he was slumped on the sofa, looking like a noodle that had just been boiled and thrown on the ground, indistinguishable from it. Limp. When Pei Jin saw her, he was so excited that he wanted to get up, but all of his muscles were frozen, and he was sweating profusely out of anxiety. He anxiously said, "Jiang Li, how are you? Are you okay?" She awkwardly touched her nose. She could tell he was genuinely worried about her, but unfortunately, she was about to become his master. "I'm fine, don't worry." She always felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so she added, "The third prince is fine too." "What does it matter to me if he is fine?" Pei Jin's voice was cold. "It's better if he died." "Who told him to bring you to Blue Star?" He was well aware of what kind of people interstellar pirates were. A selfish person like him deserved to die. Jiang Li was shocked. Indeed, he was a member of the Pei family, able to curse a prince so naturally. "Actually, I volunteered for this. It has nothing to do with the third prince." "Nonsense." At this moment, he heard Jiang Li still defending Chengshu Bai, and he was furious. Jiang Li tilted her head and looked at Pei Yin, who throughout had maintained a calm demeanor, as if he hadn't heard anything. Fine, the Pei family members weren't afraid of offending the royal family. So what was she afraid of? They came all this way out of concern for her, adhering to humanitarian principles. Jiang Li casually asked, "What's wrong with you? What do you feel uncomfortable?" Chapter 20. Major General Chun wants to submit just this simple sentence. Pei Jin's eyes instantly lit up. The most common thing Jiang Li said to him was to stay away, and this was the first time she showed concern for him. He was almost overwhelmed by the enormous surprise. He said, his ears a bit red, "Don't worry, it's just that a bastard gave me an injection of a neuromuscular blocker. But with my physical condition, I won't be down for long." "Bastard." Pei Yin rubbed his nose, but felt no guilt at all. "Well, the person has been seen. I guess the military still has a lot of things that require your cooperation." Jiang classmate. This person was really strange. He was the one who brought her to see Pei Jin, and now he was the one telling her to leave. Men are as hard to understand as a needle at the bottom of the sea. But given the current situation, she really had no choice. "Okay, I'll go take a look." Just as she was about to leave, Pei Jin became anxious. "Jiang Li." She turned back to look at him, confused. Pei Yin spoke just at the right moment. "Saving the third prince is a good deed. His Majesty might even personally commend you." "Brother, you wouldn't want to ruin a good deed, would you?" The word brother he emphasized particularly, as if it carried a hint of sarcasm. Pei Jin's expression changed slightly. "Pei Yin, don't disgust me." When he met Jiang Li's gaze again, his tone softened considerably. "You should go quickly. Chengshu Bai just fainted and doesn't know anything. You can say whatever you want." He hinted in a low voice. "Okay, thank you." She said this sincerely. However, Jiang Li didn't expect that as soon as she stepped out, she would see an officer blocking the door. "Jiang classmate, we want to talk to you about the third prince's injury." He held a handcuff, and the gratitude he had shown her earlier was nowhere to be seen. A good move to unload the donkey after the grind. She extended her hand, and when the handcuff was placed on her wrist, it instantly turned into handcuffs, and they were electrified. As soon as she had any thought of wanting to break free, she would be electrocuted unconscious. She had seen this kind of thing in books. There was no need for her to make things difficult for herself. After all, Chengshu Bai wasn't seriously injured. Once he woke up, everything would be clear. She cooperated fully until she entered the detention room of the spaceship. However, it was strange that she didn't see any sign of the ant pirate group here. Curiously, she asked, "What happened to the pirates you caught?" The officer's demeanor was completely different from when he had flattered her before. "You don't need to care about things that don't concern you. Just take care of yourself." After saying that, he closed the door to the detention room. One-way glass. Jiang Li couldn't see outside, but she knew that this glass was also electrified to prevent prisoners from escaping. Good. She, a rising star of the first military academy, had now become a prisoner. Life truly changes in an instant. She wasn't anxious at all, turning around to sit on the middle chair, quietly waiting. She leaned back in the chair, looking less like a prisoner and more like she was on vacation. Jiang Li tilted her head, her gaze drifting, and suddenly her pupils precisely captured an inconspicuous light ball in the corner. The corners of her lips curled slightly, revealing a playful smile. This angle was just right for the people in the monitoring room to see her long, fair neck clearly. In the image magnified to the extreme in the monitoring room, the mole under Jiang Li's right eyelid suddenly pressed into the camera. The man in the room crumpled the document in his hand, instinctively recoiling, but ended up knocking over his chair. The metal armrest crashed to the ground. making a loud noise, causing the officers in the room to turn their heads to look at him. "General Chun, is something wrong?" "It's nothing," he replied coldly. However, when his gaze fell back on the surveillance footage, he couldn't shake off a strange feeling. It seemed as if she had just seen him through the monitor. The man steadied his mind and said, "I want to see Jiang Li." The two officers exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly turning grim. One of them spoke up, "General Chun, the third prince's injury is likely related to her. You mustn't believe her nonsense later." The man shot him a cold glance. "The matter hasn't been investigated clearly yet. She's still a student. Are you trying to ruin her?" "General Chun, my loyalty to the Empire is as bright as the sun and moon. I'm just worried that you might be deceived by her." He ignored him and walked toward the detention room with the documents in hand. Before entering, Jiang Li's phone was taken away. The surroundings were all white, and staying too long could easily lead to a mental breakdown, so she had to distract herself. She couldn't help but recall the happy life she had with her family on Blue Star 5,000 years ago. Just then, the door opened. A man in a black military uniform walked in, the stars on his shoulders shining brightly, his cold eyes hidden beneath a fierce brow. "You were the one watching me on the surveillance just now, right?" Jiang Li tilted her head, looking curious. He paused briefly, placed the documents down, and sat across from her, separated by a table. "Hello, I am Qin Zhonglin. I will be in charge of the matter regarding your disappearance with the third prince." When he felt her gaze on him, Qin Zhonglin's fingers twitched slightly. The feeling intensified, a desire to submit. But how could that be possible? The person in front of him was just an ordinary student. What was there to submit to? Qin Zhonglin suppressed the discomfort in his heart and opened the file in his hand. He read word by word, "Jiang Li, a new student at the Empire's first military academy this year, a collateral branch of the Jiang family, enrolled with the help of the Lin family, and has fought with Pei Jin before." Good, very good. She had only fought with Pei Jin, but now this was common knowledge. The so-called prestigious Empire's first military academy seemed to be just that, leaving no privacy at all. Jiang Li leaned back in her chair, listening with boredom as he read the identity that Lin Xiaoning had arranged for her. Qin Zhonglin put down the documents and met her eyes. In that instant, his urge to submit became even clearer. He swallowed hard. "Do you have anything to add?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "No, you just mentioned everything about me, General Chun." He nodded, his knuckles resting on the table, pressing down on the documents. "Now I want to know where you and the third prince went during the time you were missing." She paused, recalling what Shen Jishio had said. He had mentioned that they could tell the military about their situation. She calculated in her mind. They had already been away from their hiding place with the Black Snake pirates for 6 hours. They should have left long ago. She replied faintly. "The military received information that the ant pirates were here, but actually, there's another pirate group on Blue Star. Is it them who captured you?" Qin Zhonglin's expression turned serious. "Is it the Black Snake pirates?" Jiang Li was somewhat surprised, but still nodded. "Yes, it is them. Why did they let you go?" Chapter 21. Dog Pei Jin, why did the Black Snake pirates let them go? That's a good question, but Jiang Li couldn't answer it. She couldn't say it was because she had marked their leader and they let her go as a trade, could she? After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Li spoke. "They thought we were just ordinary Blue Star people, and there was no use in capturing us, so they let us go. Is that so?" Qin Zhonglin narrowed his eyes, clearly not believing her words. "The Black Snake pirates are made up of a group of desperados. They have been established for 5 years, rising from the lowest level to the top. Do you know how many people they have killed?" Jiang Li recalled the appearances of those few people. They didn't look like the desperados he described at all, especially Shen Jishio, who seemed very cultured, like someone from the Storm Realm. "How many?" She hesitated to ask. Qin Zhonglin held up a finger. "1. She breathed a sigh of relief. That was acceptable. Conservatively estimated, it would not be less than 1,000. The term conservatively estimated he used was quite clever. How could that be? But Qin Zhonglin's eyes seemed to have radar installed. He said, "You seem surprised. Can you tell me why?" Jiang Li looked him up and down. For some reason, from the moment he walked in, she felt inexplicably that this person would not harm her. A strange feeling rising from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Li also found it odd, as she had never felt this way before, whether it was with Lin Zhiyue, Cheng Shubai, or Shen Jishio. After hesitating for a while, she finally spoke. "They don't seem like violent people. They're just like ordinary people on Blue Star. Chen Jinglin did not reprimand her, but calmly said, "Did your military academy teachers not teach you not to judge a book by its cover?" "They did. The teacher told me about the brutality of interstellar pirates, but they really just seemed like ordinary people, and they even let us go." Chen Jinglin paused briefly, his gaze flickering. "You can forget you said that to me today. Don't bring it up again in the future. Just remember, interstellar pirates are all brutal people, and they deserve to be exterminated. Do you understand?" He was very serious. Not joking at all. Jiang Li finally nodded. "I understand." "Good." After a pause, he asked, "Did the military send anyone to rescue you, or have you seen their presence?" His eyes were sharp, as if he needed to get an answer. Jiang Li shook her head. "No." "Good." He nodded. "The car you drove back was from the Black Snake Pirates? I stole it when I left. Do you remember the route you took to get there?" Jiang Li shook her head without hesitation. "I don't remember. It was too rushed at the time, and the third prince was injured. I couldn't think about that much." "How was the third prince injured?" After a full hour of questioning, Jiang Li half-truthfully answered Chen Jinglin. Throughout, she had no stuttering at all, because all the questions he asked were ones she had gone through in her mind while feeling bored in the detention room, including how he would ask and how she should respond. Chen Jinglin nodded. "Remember, you are a student of the First Military Academy. You will serve the people. Therefore, every word you just said cannot betray the people." "I understand," Jiang Li replied. He handed her a folder. "Write down everything that happened between you and the third prince today, in detail." He met her gaze. Not a single detail can be missed. "Okay." Another half hour passed. Jiang Li rubbed her sore wrists and placed the filled folder in front of him. Chen Jinglin nodded. "Is there someone in the military who wants you to take the blame for this incident? What should I do then?" Jiang Li's expression turned slightly unpleasant. "Just out of the tiger's den into the wolf's lair. No one can stand that." Chen Jinglin said calmly, "Don't worry. With me here, I will give you the truth. This blame will not fall on you." Jiang Li looked at him gratefully. "Thank you. There are still good people in this world." It was the first time someone called him a good person. Chen Jinglin smiled self-deprecatingly, stood up. "You can leave now. After returning to school, don't wander around. We might come to ask you more questions." "Okay." Jiang Li noticed a magical scene. The handcuffs on her wrists vanished the moment his words fell, landing on the table. Seeing her curiosity, Chen Jinglin spoke up. "You don't need to worry about these things. Someone will come to organize them." "Okay," she replied. The two then left the detention room, one in front of the other. Some were happy, while others were worried. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Jiang Li was quite comfortable. After returning to the room that Chen Jinglin had prepared for her, she fell asleep immediately. It was the officers who suffered, having been stripped of their positions and locked in the detention room. After all, delaying the rescue of the third prince was a significant matter. Chen Jinglin should take this time to deal with some restless individuals for the marshal. Yesterday had been exhausting. When Jiang Li opened her eyes again, it was almost noon. After tidying herself up briefly, she opened the door and met Pei Jin, who was squatting at the door with his knees hugged. He was still wearing his school uniform. The collar askew, with a few strands of black hair hanging softly over his forehead. Those damp eyes did indeed resemble the dogs that Pei Yin had mentioned. Jiang Li's lips felt a bit dry, and she instinctively wanted to reach out and pat his head. But as soon as that thought arose, she quickly suppressed it. Pei Jin looked obedient at the moment, but even if he was like a dog, he was still a fierce one. And Jiang Li didn't want to create trouble for herself. "What are you doing here?" she asked, feeling a bit uneasy as she rubbed her fingertips. Pei Jin swallowed hard and replied, "Waiting for you." His voice sounded a bit gloomy. "I heard you were interrogated yesterday. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I should have stopped them." Jiang Li looked him up and down, cautiously speaking. "Pei Jin, what is it?" He looked at her, his eyelashes fluttering. It was indeed Pei Jin, but he seemed somewhat different. Jiang Li comforted him. "I'm fine, don't worry. Yesterday, Major General Chun just asked me a few questions and then let me go." "Really?" Pei Jin clearly didn't believe her. He suddenly stood up, his face darkening. "Did Chen use severe methods to intimidate you? I'll go settle the score with him." Jiang Li was taken aback, but still reached out to grab his wrist. "No. Really, he didn't do anything. He just asked a few questions. She pulled me. She took the initiative to pull me. Other than getting beaten, she initiated physical contact with me." Chapter 22. Crying and eliciting sympathy. Pei Jin now felt as if he was floating on clouds in a daze. Since the last time he was beaten, he had discovered that Jiang Li's touch brought him pleasure, even reactions, even when he was being hit. The arm that had been touched began to tremble slightly, and his breathing became heavier. Jiang Li sensed something was off and hurriedly let go. Sorry. I didn't know you didn't like being touched. She assumed this to be the case, since Pei Jin usually seemed to dislike contact with others. The only person who could be close to him was Duan Yinzhou, but even they had never had any physical contact. Jiang Li found it hard not to pay attention, as his frequent words were, Duan Yinzhou, stay away from me. Do you want to die? But thinking about it, his foul temper seemed to only be tolerated by that sycophant Duan Yinzhou. Pei Jin opened his mouth, feeling a bitterness he couldn't express. But he couldn't bring himself to say, you should touch me more. I like being touched by you. It excites me. He didn't want Jiang Li to think he was a pervert. Seeing him stunned in place, Jiang Li said, don't worry. Major General Chun didn't do anything. He was very kind the whole time. Really? Really? After confirming that her words were true, Pei Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he couldn't help but mutter, don't come to such dangerous situations in the future. If someone threatens you, come find me. It was obvious who that someone was. Jiang Li knew explaining it to him would be troublesome, as he wouldn't listen, so she silently nodded. While the two were talking, the spaceship had already returned to the storm realm. When the broadcast sounded, Jiang Li couldn't help but click her tongue. That was fast. He snorted coldly. That useless person is still unconscious. The military can't afford to delay and can only send him back at the fastest speed. If he dies here, everyone on this spaceship will be in trouble. I understand, she nodded. The spaceship only landed for 5 minutes before taking off again. 30 minutes later, it stopped at the Imperial 1st Military Academy. Jiang Li didn't hesitate, getting off the ship and heading straight for the dormitory. She didn't have a home here, but the dormitory, being the place she had stayed the longest, had given her a sense of belonging. Returning here, she inexplicably felt a sense of coming home. She waved goodbye and returned to her dorm room. I'm going to take a nap. Pei Jin wanted to ask her to have lunch together, but the words got stuck in his throat. He quietly sat on the sofa, waiting for her to wake up, looking down at his wrist. He decided not to change out of his clothes or take a shower. He wanted to preserve her imprint properly. Now that she was out of his sight, Pei Jin's muscles tensed as he stared fixedly at the door, trying to calm himself in this manner. Jiang Li had been gone for so many days without a word, and Lin Zhiyue's patience had finally worn out completely. He asked the teacher, who didn't know, and applied for leave, which he couldn't get. More importantly, Cheng Shubai and Pei Jin had also disappeared. His first reaction was to look for Duan Yinzhou, but that was Pei Jin's most loyal sycophant. No matter how he threatened him, he wouldn't say a word. He took a leave of absence under the pretext of feeling unwell these past 2 days. After all, he hadn't slept, and he indeed looked terribly haggard. The teacher didn't suspect anything and approved it. He couldn't care less. He needed to leave the military academy to find Jiang Li. He rushed to the dormitory, preparing to grab a set of casual clothes to escape in. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Pei Jin quietly sitting on the sofa. Yes, back? Then where's Jiang Li? Lin Zhiyue quickly walked towards her room, but was knocked to the ground by Pei Jin's punch just as he was about to grab the doorknob. Breathing heavily, he asked, where's Jiang Li? Pei Jin had long found him displeasing. He had been ignored by Jiang Li while this guy was laughing and talking with her. He couldn't beat Jiang Li, but wasn't he able to deal with him? Jiang Li was sleeping soundly in her dreams. But suddenly a wave of unease surged in her heart, and she opened her eyes abruptly, sitting up. Following her sixth sense, she pushed the door open. Pei Jin and Lin Zhiyue were grappling with each other. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lin Zhiyue turned to look, and in that moment of eye contact, his body visibly relaxed. It was precisely because of this that Pei Jin seized the opportunity. At this moment, he was already red-eyed, just like in countless previous fights. Not seeing red and unable to stop, Lin Zhiyue, who was pinned to the ground, bumped the back of his head against the wall, making a sound like a watermelon splattering when dropped. Jiang Li reacted quickly, rushing over and instinctively grabbing Pei Jin's fist as he raised it again. Stop! The taste of iron and the shuddering sensation for being touched came. The liquid in the syringe suddenly sprayed out. Starting from his arm, the redness spread instantly throughout his body, and Pei Jin trembled violently. He instinctively lowered his head, not wanting her to see this embarrassing side of him. A huge rush of pleasure surged straight to his head. Jiang Li frowned. The iron taste was too strong, even masking the smell of blood. Strange, but now wasn't the time to think too much. She hurriedly squatted down to help him. Blood dripped from his head, obscuring half of his face. "Are you okay?" Jiang Li frowned deeply. She noticed that he had lost quite a bit of weight, and his face was frighteningly pale. How could someone who drank 50 bottles of nutritional supplements end up looking like this? Without hesitation, she said, "We need to go to the military hospital for a checkup. I feel like something is off with you." "Okay, just now." Lin Zhiyue hadn't felt anything while getting beaten, nor when he was bleeding. But now that Jiang Li spoke, an inexplicable sense of grievance surged up, and he could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. Lin Zhiyue looked at her, tears welling up in his eyes. Perhaps it was because she had been too gentle with him today. A whimper, like that of a small beast, escaped his throat, making him look pitiful. Jiang Li blinked, clearly a bit confused by the development of the situation. "Is it very painful?" "Don't cry, let's go see now." She helplessly pulled him outside. Blood trickled down Lin Zhiyue's nose to the corner of his lips. The salty, metallic taste made him cry even harder, his eyes, red and swollen, continuously overflowing with tears. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned, then chuckled lightly and teased. "So you're made of water?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhiyue cried even more. She hurriedly spoke up. "I was wrong. I'll think twice before I speak in the future. So please stop crying, okay?" Jiang Li had always been someone who couldn't stand seeing others cry. When she was a child, if she was competing with other kids for toys and they started to cry, she would immediately let go. If the other child was good-looking, she would chase after them to apologize. There was nothing she could do. Her heart was simply too soft. Lin Zhiyue felt extremely wronged and spoke up. "Where had you been all this time? You didn't even say a word when you left. Do you know how worried I was about you?" His small face was exceptionally pale. Jiang Li still remembered the first time she saw him. He was carefree, sunny, and full of vigor. And now, this contrast was simply striking. Oh no, the 5,000-year-old ancestor's heart has melted. Chapter 23. You're pregnant. Jiang Li opened her mouth, instinctively trying to soothe him. "Okay, it's my fault. I promise I'll let you know in advance next time. All right?" Lin Zhiyue nodded. Although his crying had stopped, his eyes were still red and he occasionally sniffled. Feeling helpless, she took his hand and led him towards the military hospital. Jiang Li had no idea how inappropriate her actions were. Holding hands like this was something only females would do. Males could be close friends, but they always maintained a safe distance. Males were proud beings, without exception, especially during the sensitive period or before and after it. During this time, they were emotionally unstable, quick-tempered, and like a powder keg that could explode at any moment. So, they had developed the habit of keeping a certain distance from one another. The dormitory was not close to the military hospital, and many people were staring at them along the way. No, it should be said that they were staring at their joined hands. Jiang Li was completely unaware. Deep down, she was still a person from Blue Star. The previous Blue Star had no concept of a sensitive period, even though she had been in the Storm Realm for some time. However, habits formed over a long time were not easily changed. Lin Zhiyue's ears turned bright red, but he said nothing, pretending not to know. This was a feeling that sent shivers down to the soul. Tiny electric sparks exploded deep within his marrow. Pei Jin's fingertips trembled, the bluish veins beneath his pale skin pulsing. In the past, he needed the visceral sensation of flesh and blood combat to feel alive, but at this moment, the feeling of weightlessness floating in the void was even more intoxicating than a punch to the flesh. A strange tide was surging past the warning line. The current dizziness felt warm, like floating in the clouds. He belatedly noticed that the fabric of his clothes had somehow wrinkled into dark creases. Everything returned to calm, but only Pei Jin knew that this was not a false sensation. When he came back to his senses, he looked up. But where was Jiang Li's figure from just now? Not only that, but even Lin Zhiyue had disappeared. Pei Jin gritted his teeth in frustration, angrily saying, "It's you again." "Lin." He picked up his phone and called Duan Yunzhao, asking him to find out where Jiang Li had gone. In less than 10 seconds, a post from the military school's internal network was sent to him. Due to the Lin family's influence, they didn't dare to be too reckless. So the post praised the bond between cousins. However, the tone of the comments was quite different from the content of the post. Pei Jin's gaze fell on their interlocked hands, filled with resentment. After quickly taking a cold shower, he put on his clothes and headed to the military hospital. When the doctor glanced at Lin Zhiyue's name, he was taken to a fully enclosed room. Although Jiang Li was puzzled, she followed him in. She didn't expect that after she sat down, the doctor would start asking her questions. Though confused, Jiang Li chose to respect the doctor and answered his question seriously. Have you felt fatigued or excessively sleepy lately? Jiang Li shook her head. Are you emotionally unstable, feeling particularly like crying, needing someone to comfort you? Jiang Li shook her head again. The doctor's brow furrowed. This wasn't right. She pinned her last hope on this question. Do you feel like you want to be marked by someone? Even Jiang Li, no matter how slow she was to react, sensed that something was off. She frowned. I don't have any of that. I'm very normal, very healthy. Doctor, what exactly do you want to ask? The doctor froze, unable to be completely honest, so she could only speak vaguely. Since you're here at the hospital, it's necessary to cooperate with a physical examination, don't you think? Jiang Li, somewhat displeased, patted Lin Zhiyue beside her. He has lost so much blood. Can't you see that? Why are you asking me these pointless questions? She continued. You really don't need to worry. Males have great physical resilience. As long as he has not missing limbs, he will recover soon. Is that even a proper way to speak? At that moment, Lin Zhiyue, who had been silent, spoke up seriously. Doctor, I have those things you just mentioned. The doctor blinked. She recognized the words, but how they all connected together felt strange to her. She shakily took out a piece of paper and began to take notes while asking, fatigue, excessive sleepiness, emotional instability, wanting to cry, needing comfort. She opened her mouth, but the next moment, she found herself unable to ask any further questions. Lin Zhiyue said, I want to be marked. I crave for her scent. When he said this, his gaze was fixed on Jiang Li. The doctor hesitated and asked, Are you sure you're a male? I am, Lin Zhiyue replied firmly. Jiang Li belatedly realized he was referring to himself, but right now, she was more concerned about Lin Zhiyue's health. Doctor, has he contracted some serious illness? The doctor shook her head seriously. I can't explain it right now, Lin. You need to go inside for an examination. Jiang Li looked in the direction she pointed, and to her surprise, that place was not unfamiliar to her at all. The room with transparent glass was all white inside. Is that not? Before she could voice her question, Lin Zhiyue walked in, seemingly trusting this doctor a lot. The glass door closed immediately. Jiang Li finally spoke up, her expression serious. Could it be that the doctor thinks he's pregnant? The doctor shook her head. I can't explain the current situation, but based on his condition, there is a certain possibility. However, we all know that males cannot be pregnant. She reached for a file nearby to check. You are from the Dragon Clan. Jiang Li realisa. You are Lin Xiaoning's person? She did not directly answer her question. The Dragon Clan is a legendary race that has never appeared in reality. You're the first. I always thought the Dragon Clan had long been extinct millions of years ago. Not just me, everyone in the galaxy thought so, until that day Lin Xiaoning found me. She continued to carefully read the document. There are very few records about the Dragon Clan. We only know that the Dragon Clan is a powerful existence. Logically speaking, males cannot get pregnant, but as a member of the Dragon Clan, haven't you marked a male? Jiang Li nodded, her expression serious. But now she was curious about another question. Aside from me, are there really no others from the Dragon Clan? The doctor shook her head. They only exist in books and legends. Just then, the glass door opened, and Lin Zhiyue, confused, asked, Doctor, what kind of examination is this? Why did you say I'm not pregnant? The doctor felt a jolt in his heart. Her symptoms clearly matched. But Jiang Li was a dragon, and the possibility of marking a male existed. There could be other possibilities as well. She turned to Jiang Li and said, How about you go in for a checkup? Jiang Li frowned but still walked in. It was her second time in this place. A mechanical voice came from the machine. Dear female, you have been pregnant for 25 days. Jiang Li. Chapter 24. Female pregnancy. Male discomfort 25 days. Calculating the time. It was the day before she entered the first military academy. That day, she was with Lin Zhiyue. She frowned tightly. Hadn't she been checked that day? She clearly wasn't pregnant. So what was going on? When she came out, Lin Zhiyue quickly approached her. looking worried. How are you? Is something wrong? Jiang Li paused, unsure of how to speak. At first, when she approached Lin Zhiyue, she only saw him as a target, but after spending so much time together, she genuinely regarded him as a roommate, as a peer. It felt wrong to say, actually, I was sent by your sister to get close to you just to have your child, and now I'm halfway there, because I'm pregnant. She was still too kind to say it out loud. Jiang Li thought that if only she could discard her conscience, she would really become something else. Seeing her silent, Lin Zhiyue panicked and pulled her in front of the doctor, asking, is she sick? The doctor had been staring at the computer on the desk, and at the moment the data came out, she sighed in relief, stood up, and looked at the two. Congratulations, Lin, you're going to be a dad. Jiang has been pregnant for 25 days. Lin Zhiyue blinked, looking confused. He even felt a bit deaf. Otherwise, why would he be hearing things? Doctor, please don't joke with me. How could she mark me and still be pregnant? He stopped mid-sentence and turned to Jiang Li. Who exactly are you? Jiang Li sighed lightly, smiled apologetically, and said, Lin Zhiyue, I am a female. Then how could you mark me? This was something he had never understood. After being marked, he no longer had a susceptible period, which he found strange, but later, as his dependence on her deepened, he stopped dwelling on these issues. He thought to let nature take its course, but now that he thought about it, many things didn't add up. The doctor stood up and opened the screen behind her, which displayed information about dragons. Jiang Li said, I don't know why I could mark you, but I am a dragon, and dragons can mark anyone. Dragons? Lin Zhiyue looked surprised. Real dragons exist? The doctor interjected, drawing their attention. The interstellar community actually knows very little about dragons. They are a mysterious race. However, it is undeniable that dragons have been powerful beings since the legends of thousands of years ago. Jiang is a female, but can still mark you because her bloodline is incredibly strong, strong enough to suppress any male. Dragons can break reproductive isolation and reproduce with any race, but the premise is that the other party must be marked by her, allowing her to grow a gestational sac belonging to the other party. After a pause, she continued, although there are no records, I suspect that if the other party is a female or a simulated beast, dragon females can also give birth to their children, because dragons are the strongest beings among beasts. Lin Zhiyue looked at her for a while, then lowered his head to look at her belly, feeling somewhat at a loss. After a long time, he shakily helped her sit down. Jiang Li chuckled and said, You don't have to be so careful. If it weren't for today's checkup, I wouldn't even know I was pregnant. I really feel no discomfort, and am still as energetic as ever. Lin Zhiyue looked worried. No, what if you get hurt? That would be bad. After a moment, he turned to the doctor, looking serious. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? I've heard that females have the hardest time during pregnancy. What can I do for her? Before the doctor could speak, he interrupted, kneeling straight in front of Jiang Li. It's my fault for not taking proper precautions. I have no experience. This child is an accident. You're still young. If you don't want him, we can. Halfway through, he suddenly felt it was wrong, hurriedly looking up at her. Jiang Li, I will take responsibility, but your body is yours. The choice is yours. He extended his hand, for fingers pointing to the sky. I swear, whether you want to carry the baby or not, I will take full responsibility. During this holiday, I will take you home, and we'll get married. Their eyes met. He was serious, his gaze sincere. Jiang Li felt her throat tighten. For a moment, she couldn't say a word. He was too innocent, too simple. He didn't know anything, didn't realize he was actually being manipulated. The protective measures had been put in place, but Lin Zhiyue had sabotaged them. From the beginning, her approach had been a meticulously planned scheme. She spoke with a hoarse voice, I will give birth to the child. You. Lin Zhiyue's eyes lit up with surprise. Jiang Li, from now on, I will take care of you both. I will work hard to give you the best life. I will take responsibility. They say a man's words can't be trusted, especially ethereal promises. It was a big pie in the sky. Jiang Li wasn't love-struck, but she could feel that Lin Zhiyue was speaking from the heart, and he would really strive to do so. However, unfortunately, she had no intention of marrying him. Just as she was about to speak, the doctor interrupted. She held the newly found information and said, based on the test results, Jiang, as a female, has no discomfort after becoming pregnant, but Lin, as a male, is exhibiting symptoms of pregnancy. Lin Zhiyue finally realized, you mean nausea, excessive sleepiness, feeling fatigued? The doctor nodded. I can't explain these symptoms. It might also be related to Jiang being a dragon. If I'm not mistaken, all pregnancy symptoms are manifesting in you. Jiang Li asked in disbelief. Is there such a thing? Indeed, it was hard to explain, but that was the reality. Lin Zhiyue, however, spoke with determination. That's fine, as long as she doesn't feel uncomfortable. The doctor said sternly, but that doesn't mean you can take it lightly. You should be even more careful. Normally, females have delicate bodies, especially during pregnancy. They need male comfort and need to be marked at all times to alleviate discomfort. And it's best for the male to stay by the female's side during this time. She looked at Lin Zhiyue. Have you noticed that when you're close to Jiang, her discomfort decreases? He was taken aback and thought seriously for a while before responding. I've noticed that when she's not near me, I always feel particularly restless. The doctor nodded and looked at Jiang Li. If a pregnant female is not comforted, there's a 95% risk of miscarriage. So during this time, you need to comfort Lin, for example, by marking him, always paying attention to his mental state, and providing him with comfort. Chapter 25. Fierce Jean reversed the heavens. But despite this, Jiang Li inexplicably felt a bit pleased. Isn't this her pregnancy? And Lin Zhiyue suffering on her behalf? Then wouldn't all the discomforts of pregnancy disappear? The worries she had originally felt also vanished. If that's the case, she thought, giving birth to 1, or even 10, wouldn't be a problem. The doctor noticed that Jiang Li hadn't spoken for a long time and felt somewhat worried. She asked, is there something wrong? Jiang Li shook her head. It's fine. I will pay more attention to his situation. Lin Zhiyue's heart finally settled down, and not only that, he felt a strange sense of happiness. From now on, he could openly have Jiang Li by his side. It seemed that this child was indeed his lucky star. Lin Zhiyue asked, I am from the Black Panther clan, Jiang Li is from the Dragon clan, and our child. The doctor looked serious and said, do you know what a blind box is? The two exchanged glances, unsure of what she meant, but still nodded. The doctor continued, generally speaking, the child would inherit the genes of the stronger parent, which is the Dragon clan. However, the Dragon clan's genes are too strong, so it's hard to say. After a pause, she asked, do you have any specific requirement for the child's genes? I can start making a targeted gene-editing drug for this child right now. Before she could finish, Lin Zhiyue interrupted, saying, this child, whether male or female, is fine. Jiang Li, what do you think? Jiang Li didn't dare to mention that the deal she made with Lin Zhiyue was for a male. But in her opinion, it didn't really matter. She nodded in agreement. All right, the doctor said, this child's genes are special, so you should come for checkups every half-month. Concerned about the child and Jiang Li's health, Lin Zhiyue agreed without hesitation. Just then, an alarm sounded. The doctor stood up but felt puzzled. This was the first military academy. Who would dare to raid the hospital? There was indeed someone brave enough, and Jiang Li knew who it was. Shall we go out? Okay. They followed the doctor outside. Sure enough, as Jiang Li guessed, it was the rabid dog, Jean. Through the transparent glass, Jiang Li saw him fuming with rage, while Duan Yinzhu stood beside him, hesitant to advise. Too scared to even breathe. The once sturdy door had been smashed in by him. Jiang Li frowned. It was easy to guess he was here for her. She had always known he was a persistent nuisance. She said, sorry, doctor, for the trouble. He.S. our roommate. As soon as she finished, the doctor looked at her with a profound expression and said, being roommates with the second son of the Pei family must be tough for both of you. Be careful later. Before she could understand what he meant, the door was shaking and about to burst open. Jiang Li felt a headache coming on and had no choice but to step forward and open the door. Instantly, the enraged Jean demonstrated what it meant to change emotions at lightning speed. The moment he saw her, he transformed from a raging mad dog into a docile pet. Jiang Li even thought she briefly saw a tail wagging behind him. This was insane. She was starting to hallucinate at such a young age. She frowned and asked, Hey Jean, are you here to see a doctor or to find me? Before she could finish, Jean noticed Lin Zhiyue behind her, and his expression instantly darkened. All patience vanishing. He stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Li's hand, saying, I have something to tell you. Jiang Li hesitated a bit because he looked like he wanted to discuss something serious. All right, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Lin Zhiyue's voice carried a hint of helplessness. After all, the most important thing right now was the child, even if he was still in her womb. Jiang Li wasn't exactly a good person, but she wasn't a cruel one either. She couldn't just ignore the father of her child, especially when he was suffering on her behalf. Are you okay? She instinctively reached out to support him, as if he were the one pregnant. Lin Zhiyue shook his head. I'm fine, just feeling a bit lightheaded. I'll be okay after a nap. If you have something to do, go with Pei classmate. Pei classmate. Pei Jin was so irritated he nearly ground his teeth, wishing he could smash Lin Zhiyue's hypocritical face. But then he remembered that Jiang Li was in the hospital with him because they had fought, which caused him to hold back. He wasn't stupid. That useless person was no match for him. What if he got beaten up again, and Jiang Li had to accompany him to this damned hospital again? Pei Jin glared at Lin Zhiyue and said, "You're a male. Stop acting like a fragile female. If you're feeling unwell, just go run a few laps." You weakling. Weakling. For a male, that was quite a harsh insult. However, Lin Zhiyue felt nothing at the moment. Being insulted wouldn't cost him anything. Besides, Jiang Li would definitely feel bad for him. Sure enough, as he grew increasingly downcast, Jiang Li felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. After all, this situation stemmed from Lin Zhiyue being used. He was the most innocent party, and this child was her bargaining chip for survival. She furrowed her brows and said, "You're not the same." Pei Jin widened his eyes, incredulous. "Jiang Li, do you know what you're saying? You say we're not the same. Then tell me how we're different? Tell Pei Jin about the pregnancy?" Jiang Li couldn't bring herself to do that, so in the end, she could only vaguely say, "Don't worry about it. You two are just different." Pei Jin certainly wouldn't get angry at her. After all, in his heart, she was the best. So, in this situation, it must be something that detestable Lin Zhiyue did. He did have a bit of brains and some rationality. But to be honest, he didn't have much, considering he was a volatile powder keg. He rushed up to Lin Zhiyue, raised his hand to strike, saying, "You think you could just talk? Today, I'll make you mute." Before his hand could fall, it was grabbed by Jiang Li. Suddenly, he lost all his strength. Feeling limp, the only sensation left was the lightness of his hand. Damn it. Jiang Li immediately shook off his hand, saying, "If it's something important, let's talk about it back at the dorm. I'm busy right now." Busy with what? Jiang Li looked at him, feeling confused by his aggressive demeanor. She pulled Lin Zhiyue to bypass him, saying, "It has nothing to do with you. We're not that familiar." Pei Jin was furious. Just when he'd started to get along better with Jiang Li, Lin Zhiyue had ruined it. Bastard. He was at odds with Lin Zhiyue. He quickly followed, his anger palpable. Chapter 26. How did it turn to green tea? Just then, a hand appeared behind Pei Jin. "Let go." Duan Yinzhu fell helpless, but still earnestly said, "Pei, you can't do this. You're just pushing her further away." After saying that, he realized something was off. Why did it feel like he was advising a female on how to please a male? As he mixed up Pei Jin with the idea of a female in his mind, he suddenly recalled how reckless Pei Jin was when he fought. He must have been starving for too long. Everything seemed wonderful. Pei Jin turned around, glaring at him. "You better explain yourself." Duan Yinzhu coughed awkwardly. Haven T, you noticed that Lin Zhiyue seems a bit. Do you like? Pei Jin frowned in confusion. "What do you mean?" He almost forgot that Pei Jin, this iron-willed man, would never read those meaningless romance novels like he did. He could only explain in terms Pei Jin would understand. "It means yes, doing it on purpose, just to make you angry and provoke you." A masochist? Pei Jin suddenly felt he had found a rival. If Lin Zhiyue became Jiang Li's punching bag for venting her anger, where would that leave him? No way. Duan Yunzhu felt exhausted. Talking to him was like playing a lute to a cow. Seeing Pei Jin about to chase after Lin Zhiyue again, he quickly interjected, "He is trying to provoke you. If you hit him, Jiang Li will feel more sorry for him and then continue to revolve around him. And you won't get her attention anymore, Pei. So don't act impulsively." Pei Jin wasn't foolish. After he finished listening, he connected all the dots. Following that, he realized that what Duan Yunzhu said was indeed correct. Jiang Li took Lin Zhiyue away precisely because he was injured. So if Lin Zhiyue punched him and he got hurt, would Jiang Li also feel sorry for him and ignore Lin Zhiyue? Duan Yinzhao paused, momentarily at a loss for words. But then he realized that Pei Jin's statement had no flaws. No wonder he was as Peigo, able to draw inferences from a single instance so quickly. Truly a genius. That said, putting it into practice would likely be difficult. Pei Yi, you are a man of iron and bone, while Lin Zhiyue is just a dead green tea. The difference between you two is still too great. Upon hearing this, Pei Jin became even more energized and asked, how can one become a green tea? Duan Yunzhao was stunned on the spot because he simply couldn't explain that. Moreover, he genuinely felt like he was hallucinating. How could such a foolish question come from the mouth of his illustrious Pei Ge? This defied logic, until that voice came again. I'm asking you, how does one become a green tea? He felt somewhat lost in life, but the ingrained habit of being decisive when facing Pei Jin compelled him to speak up. A domineering, male noble falls in love with me. A weak female runs away with a child. The male CEO loves me to the point of obsession. He rattled off a long string of book titles. Pei Jin didn't notice anything amiss. He picked up his phone and began to take notes seriously, even more so than during class. His eyes were filled only with a thirst for knowledge. Nothing else mattered. In the dormitory, Jiang Li pushed Lin Zhiyue onto the bed and asked with a worried expression, do you have any discomfort? Are you hungry? Do you need me to mark you? Lin Zhiyue looked at her steadily, smiled slightly, and shook his head. No. Can you sit down and keep me company? She was taken aback, but obediently sat down, believing he must have his reasons for saying so. Lin Zhiyue spoke apologetically. I'm sorry, Jiang Li, I really didn't mean it. I know it's too late to say anything now. This is my responsibility, and I'm willing to take responsibility. I've already told my family about your pregnancy, and they might arrive soon. I'm willing to bear the responsibility. Jiang Li doubted her ears. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. She really wasn't prepared to be tied down for the rest of her life by a child. Earlier, at the military hospital, she thought he was joking. After all, one had to pretend to be the submissive female in front of the doctor. But this was her fault from the start. Jiang Li chuckled awkwardly and said, Lin Zhiyue, isn't it a bit early to meet the parents? The child is still small. She touched her belly. Who would have thought Lin Zhiyue would shake his head seriously and say, Jiang Li, it won't look good when your belly gets bigger if you wear a wedding dress. His expression was serious, clearly not joking. Jiang Li froze, realizing she had perhaps toyed with a young man's pure heart. What should she do now? Are you crazy? I just feel it's too fast. I'm a bit unprepared. Lin Zhiyue nodded thoughtfully. Don't worry, they're all very nice people and won't make things difficult for you. If you feel uncomfortable, we can meet from a distance. How outrageous. Jiang Li attempted to reason with him. Just then, Lin Zhiyue's phone rang. After glancing at it, he answered, Are you here? Why so fast? Okay, just come in. We're in the dormitory. Hearing his tone, Jiang Li suddenly had a bad premonition. It couldn't be what she was thinking, right? After hanging up, Lin Zhiyue said, I'm sorry, Jiang Li, my family knows you're pregnant, and they're a bit excited. They've already arrived. Do you want to meet them? Perhaps realizing that he was being a bit unfair, he cautiously added, If you don't want to see them, I can go alone, and you can meet them whenever you want. At that moment, Jiang Li suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Lin Xiaoning was a child of the Lin family, so the elders of the Lin family must have heard what she said. But she didn't seem like a good person. She could be ruthless even to her own younger brother, especially given how cute Lin Zhiyue was. This showed she was a heartless person, although they had spoken well before. And she could leave after giving birth. What if Lin Xiaoning didn't keep her word? Who would she turn to for justice? So it was better to find a backing in advance. The elders of the Lin family would be good. Without hesitating long, Jiang Li nodded and said, Okay, I can go meet them with you, but you have to help me speak up later. Lin Zhiyue let out a sigh of relief and said, Don't worry. I will definitely stand by your side later. You don't have to worry. I'll handle everything. Jiang Li looked at Lin Zhiyue in front of her and inexplicably felt reassured by his words. This is really crazy. What was she even thinking? Chapter 27. Meeting the parents in the end, Jiang Li still accompanied him. The rules of the first military academy were very strict. Students couldn't go out, and parents couldn't come in. But there are always exceptions, such as power. The Lin family ranked third among the interstellar nobility, so if they wanted to enter, the first military academy would just turn a blind eye. The first floor of the dormitory building was a reception area. Just before entering, Lin Zhiyue quietly reassured Jiang Li. Don't be nervous later. They're all very nice people. They're all very nice people. As soon as the door opened, Jiang Li's gaze met Lin Xiaoning's perfectly. They're all very nice people. Looking back at this now, it seemed to carry a hint of sarcasm. Next to Lin Zhiyue stood a well-dressed noblewoman who stood up, smiling gently. "Hello, you must be Jiang Li. I'm Lin Zhiyue's mother." Jiang Li met her gaze, slightly nodded. "Hello, Auntie." At this moment, Lin Zhiyue conveniently chimed in. "Hello. I'm his sister, Lin Zhiyue." She extended her hand, acting as if they had never met before. Jiang Li stiffened for a moment, then extended her hand too. In the moment of their handshake, she distinctly felt Lin Zhiyue's grip tighten slightly. Some people look good on the surface, but are actually black-hearted. Lin's mother held her hand and gently shook it. "You little girl, you look like someone who deserves to be cherished. No wonder our high and mighty Zhiyue has been won over by you." Jiang Li chuckled awkwardly, momentarily unsure how to respond to her. "I used to think he would die alone, but now it seems he won't. As his mother, I'm relieved." Lin's mother's words seemed normal, but the next sentence left Jiang Li frozen. "Were you two planning to get married?" This was different from what Jiang Li had imagined at the beginning. She had mostly seen scenarios where the mother would say, "I'll give you 5 million to leave my son." "Annie, this is a bit too fast." Lin's mother widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "You tell me. Did this little brat bully you?" "Don't worry, Annie will definitely stand up for you." "No," Jiang Li quickly explained, "I just think it's too fast. It has nothing to do with him." Although Lin Zhiyue felt a bit disappointed, he nodded. "Mom, about the wedding, we will discuss it properly. You don't have to worry." Lin's mother sighed deeply, still a bit hesitant, but nodded. "All right, children will have their own blessings." "But Zhiyue, Mom has taught you that making mistakes is not scary. What's scary is not knowing how to take responsibility." It seemed she genuinely liked Jiang Li, chatting with her for nearly an hour, sharing many of Lin Zhiyue's childhood stories. Lin Zhiyue and Lin Zhiyue returned after stepping outside to talk. On the surface, nothing seemed amiss. It even appeared that the siblings had a deep bond. But Jiang Li, who knew the truth, felt that she was just putting on an act. As soon as they sat down, Lin Zhiyue spoke up. "Mom, you haven't been to Zhiyue's dormitory, right? Want to go take a look?" She was clearly trying to get Jiang Li out of the way. Lin's mother was momentarily taken aback, but then realized what was happening. After bidding farewell to Jiang Li, she followed Lin Zhiyue out. Once they were gone, Jiang Li stopped pretending. She slumped on the sofa, looking up at Lin Zhiyue. Lin Zhiyue's expression was complicated. She opened her mouth. "I really underestimated you. Lin Zhiyue actually developed real feelings for you." Jiang Li stiffened and turned her head away. "What do you want to say?" Her face turned cold. "Forcing a female to become pregnant is enough to ruin his reputation. I want you to identify him. Are you crazy?" She suddenly stood up, but suppressed the last two words when she remembered they were in a military academy. Lin Zhiyue snorted coldly. "Don't forget, without me, you wouldn't even be able to come to the Lan realm. You might still be struggling to survive on Blue Star." Jiang Li's eyes were deep as she lowered her voice. "Don't forget, it was you who injected me with the drug and brought me here after knocking me out. I had no idea beforehand. You woke up from the ruins of Blue Star. If I hadn't helped you hide, you'd already be a lab rat by now." Fine, fine. This time, she was really grasped by the lifeline. Speaking of which, Jiang Li was also unfortunate. After being dug up by archaeologists, the first person she saw was a kind old man. Jiang Li told him her background, and the old man explained the current situation in the interstellar world and the plight of Blue Star. She looked delicate and weak, and in an instant, the old man concluded she was female and wanted to take her for testing. Fearing being taken away as a lab rat, he specially took her to a small clinic. But just after her differentiation was completed, the old man collapsed and couldn't get up. The doctor's conclusion was that the old man was already 190 years old, which is considered long-lived. He passed away peacefully. Once he died, Jiang Li had nowhere to go and became all alone. After that, she begged for 5 days on Blue Star before being taken to the Lan realm by Changshu Bai. Interstellar females were within the protection range. Their every move was under the surveillance of the Interstellar Empire, meaning that as soon as they stepped into the military academy, they would be detected, let alone having Lin Zhiyue's child. And Jiang Li's identity was just right. As a Dragon Clan member, she could bear anyone's child and grow a special pregnancy sac. Most importantly, no one knew about her female identity, making it just right for her to have Lin Zhiyue's child privately. She turned her head away, gritted her teeth, and refused to relent, saying that while having a child was fine, she couldn't set him up. Lin Zhiyue I treated her well, and she couldn't do such a thing. This made Lin Zhiyue laugh angrily. Jiang Li, get straight. You're an illegal resident. Without me, you'd be caught and taken away. On what grounds do you refuse to listen to me? Jiang Li didn't respond or look at her. Lin Zhiyue threatened. Dare to oppose me? Do you want to die? I'll think about it. No matter what, she needed to stall her first, one day at a time. I'll wait for good news. She stared at her, seemingly seeing through her little thoughts. I'll give you half a month. I want to see him in the interstellar prison. Just then, there was a knock on the door, interrupting her next words. Lin Zhiyue's voice came from outside. Sister, Dad just called and asked you to come back. Got it. Her voice softened, revealing a good sister demeanor. Jiang Li couldn't help but mutter softly, great acting. Lin Zhiyue shot her a glare and lowered her voice. Think clearly about what to say and what not to say. After saying that, she quickly left. After Lin Zhiyue bid her farewell, he came in. He seemed a bit nervous as he spoke, as if afraid she would feel uncomfortable. Did anything feel off just now? After speaking, he took out a delicate square box from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Li. This is for you from my mom. Chapter 28 Chengshu by fainted Jiang Li took it and thought of those drama scenes, teasingly saying, this wouldn't be a family heirloom or something, right? Lin Zhiyue's face visibly turned red. An ominous premonition suddenly arose. Jiang Li hesitated and asked, is it really a family heirloom? Lin Zhiyue nodded. This was given to my mom when she married my dad by my grandmother. But you don't have to take it to heart. Since it's given to you, just keep it. Well, how could she not care? Jiang Li certainly couldn't do that. She pushed the box back. I can't accept it right now. You take it back first. Seeing his mood visibly drop, she hurried to salvage. Wait until we get married. The words felt a bit insincere, but they were effective. Although Lin Zhiyue was still somewhat reluctant, he no longer forced it upon her. All right, then it's settled. On the other side, Pei Jin was studying a book on female characters running with a ball, learning the malicious female characters' green tea tactics word by word. When he saw a female character holding a male character's hand saying, brother, look at her, his body trembled. Duan Yinzhu, are you sure this thing is useful? He wore a mysterious expression. You wouldn't know this, right? Only green tea could defeat green tea. Pei Jin nodded and wrote this down in his notes. After waiting for a while, he sensed something was off and asked, so why hasn't Jiang Li returned yet? And that damn Lin Zhiyue? Duan Yinzhu hesitated. Maybe they went to the cafeteria to eat? It's already 10 o'clock. It's almost bedtime. Were they eating? Duan Yinzhu was distressed. As Pei Jin's most loyal underling for many years, he could almost guess what Pei Jin was about to do with just one of his movements. He hurriedly reached behind to pull his shirt, tugging on it. Fortunately, Pei Jin still had some rationality left and held back. Anyway, get some rest early. He said this to Jiang Li, and after speaking, he turned and left in a huff. Jiang Li looked surprised and asked Duan Yinzhu what's wrong with him. Duan Yinzhu snorted coldly and spoke sarcastically. I thought you only cared about this one in front of you. After saying that, he also left in a huff. Jiang Li stood there, completely unaware of what had happened. She turned to look at Lin Zhiyue, who shrugged, equally confused. It was all so strange. She softly reminded him, if you feel uncomfortable at midnight, call me anytime. But hold on, okay? Okay. Lin Zhiyue nodded, looking obedient. Pei Jin was now in a state of being on the verge of exploding every day. Lin Zhiyue, for some unknown reason, would prepare a nutrient solution for Jiang Li every morning and even insist on watching her drink it. Jiang Li seemed to dislike the nutrient solution, always trying to refuse for a long time, but in the end, under Lin Zhiyue's persistent persuasion, she would drink it down. This situation continued for almost a week. Pei Jin went from being furious at first to now being able to silently watch without saying a word. However, in his heart, he had already cursed Lin Zhiyue's entire ancestry multiple times, especially when the two of them had physical contact. Envy, jealousy. Fortunately, this day did not last long. Early that morning, before Lin Zhiyue could persuade Jiang Li to drink the nutritional solution, the royal family came to take her away. Pei Jin looked him up and down and sneered. Lin Zhiyue, what are your intentions for being so nice to Jiang Li? She wasn't there, and there was no need to pretend anymore. What about you, Pei Jin? Why are you so angry? His gaze was sharp, as if he could see through him. What does it have to do with you? Pei Jin leaned back in his chair, seemingly not taking him seriously at all. Hao has nothing to do with me either, Lin Zhiyue replied coldly. You dare to speak to me like that? Do you know what the consequences will be? The Pei family is controlled by Pei Yin, not you, Pei Jin. Pei Jin was furious. But when he remembered how he had acted in front of Jiang Li just now, he suddenly laughed. We're not that different, are we? When it comes to verbal skills, Lin Zhiyue won't lose. On the spaceship, Jiang Li looked down and realized that they had already left the first military academy. Where are we going? She asked. Unsurprisingly, no one responded. An hour later, the spaceship stopped, and after Jiang Li got off, she found herself standing on a rooftop. How many floors is this? Why is it so high? Still no one answered, but she was used to it. If no one paid attention to her, so be it. She followed behind and got on the elevator. 3 minutes later, she was in a hallway filled with people on both sides, with 5 doctors at the door of a room. As expected of the royal family, this scale was impressive. Seeing her, a lavishly dressed woman came forward. Before she could speak, a male behind her pushed her. Aren't you going to greet the queen? The male had golden knees. It didn't matter that she was a female. Jiang Li bent down respectfully. Is there something the queen summoned me for? The queen nodded with a smile. Thanks to you this time. The interstellar pirates are a group of desperate people. Fortunately, you brought Shu Bai back. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Jiang Li did not feel happy about her praise. Instead, her heart sank. As expected, why don't you help him all the way? Since Shu Bai returned, he has had a high fever that the doctors cannot diagnose, but he keeps calling your name. Can you go see him? Chapter 29. The bewitching potion for the third prince Jiang Li was a bit confused and didn't understand what she meant. Your Majesty, I'm not a doctor. If the doctors can't help, then I. The words she and T finished were blocked by her. You must have a way, she said seriously. Do exactly what you did before. Why did before? To be honest, Jiang Li had not interacted much with Shu Bai. If she had to say what she had done before, the only thing she could think of was marking him. Wait, they wouldn't all know, would they? A sense of ominous premonition suddenly rose in Jiang Li's heart. She did not want to be treated as a guinea pig for dissection. The queen spoke with implication. As long as Shu Bai is fine, I could turn a blind eye. Her expression instantly became serious. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will do my best. The queen nodded in satisfaction. Go in. Once the door closed, the queen's expression changed, and she coldly said, You few go monitor the surveillance. If she dares to do anything harmful to the third prince, take care of them. A few doctors exchanged glances and hurriedly left. The queen signaled to someone behind her, and one wall of the room instantly turned into one-way glass. She could see inside clearly, but those inside could not see outside. The room was filled with a heavy smell of disinfectant. On the sickbed, Shu Bai's face was pale, his eyes tightly closed, and his silver hair soaked with cold sweat. His lips kept moving slightly, and Jiang Li frowned, leaning down. Jiang what? She squinted her eyes to listen closely. Jiang Li. This time, the name he murmured was particularly clear. Jiang Li thought that sometimes one should not be too curious. This is crazy, Jiang Li whispered, as if to persuade herself. Then she lowered her head and bit hard on his neck. Outside the room, the queen's pupils dilated instantly, and she rapidly clicked on the control panel. The moment the one-way glass turned into a solid wall, several doctors were forcibly expelled. Hearing what the doctor said was one thing. Seeing it with her own eyes was another. Her son was a male, and now he was being pressed down like this. The moment Jiang Li's lips and teeth sank into Shu Bai's neck, the monitor emitted a sharp sound. His cheeks flushed, his breath became hot and chaotic, and his eyelashes trembled, yet he still did not wake up. Jiang Li. The calls grew more urgent, filled with unbearable thirst, her fingers gripping the bedsheet tightly. Turning pale, it was not until the rich, milky scent permeated his entire body that she finally released her bite and pulled back a little. She looked down, and the bite mark was red. Jiang Li raised her eyes and was instantly stunned. His cheeks were flushed. For a moment, she didn't know whether to breathe a sigh of relief or to panic more. She stared at him for a while, feeling inexplicable, whether it was useful or not. She wasn't sure, but she had done everything the queen asked her to do, and the rest had nothing to do with her. Just as she was about to come out, a ruthless glint flashed in the queen's eyes. Kill those doctors. Her voice was cold and merciless. The attendant behind her trembled slightly, but still agreed. The royal family's authority was not to be provoked. The fact that Cheng Shubai was marked by a female must not be leaked. Seat. The queen raised her hand, signaling her to sit on the opposite sofa. Jiang Li did not feel constrained because of her identity. On the contrary, she sat down naturally with a cold expression. She looked up, her expression somewhat frosty. Tell me your identity and what kind of bewitching potion you used on my son. Seeing her expression, Jiang Li felt something was off. Your Majesty has a noble status. You wouldn't be planning to burn bridges, would you? She narrowed her eyes and stared at her for a long time before coldly snorting. Tell me, how did my son get interested in you? A dragon? Jiang Li's pupils constricted. She did not expect the queen to know that she was a dragon. How did you know? She scoffed. The royal family controls the entire interstellar realm. Do you think Lin Zhiyue's little tricks could deceive me? After a pause, her expression became complicated as she spoke. Do you know what the consequences are after being marked by a dragon? Jiang Li felt uneasy in her heart, but she did not show it on her face. I don't know. The queen paused slightly. It will make the marked person behave like a female. Are you sent by someone to harm my son? Or do you really know nothing? Only you know in your heart. Her gaze was like a sword, ready to pierce her at any moment. At this moment, Jiang Li also realized. No wonder their reactions after being marked were so strange. It turned out to be like this. But since it was like this, the one being controlled was not her. Jiang Li curled her lips maliciously and said, Your Majesty, you are well aware of the consequences of a female being marked without a male. What do you want to do to me? Their eyes met, and the queen's voice came coldly. Do you think I have no other way? Whether male or female, I can find one for the royal family. What about the dragon? She raised an eyebrow. As far as I know, I'm the only one, right? Do you think you could just find any male to cover my mark? Your Majesty, do you look down on me or the dragon? Arrogant, quite arrogant, but she had no way out. Because Jiang Li was right. She was the only dragon. Before her, everyone thought dragons were a legendary race. The queen was high above, and it had been many years since anyone dared to speak to her like this. But for the sake of her son, she could only hold back her anger. Struggling to suppress her anger, she said, What do you want? I want you to come to my son at any time. Jiang Li was taken aback, not understanding. What did you say? She even doubted whether she had misheard. Those two words were almost squeezed out of her. I said, I want you to mark my son at any time. For a mother of a male, for a queen, these words were undoubtedly an insult to her. Fine. She agreed readily. Changing the subject, she looked smug, but I have conditions. Speak. She closed her eyes, paused, and added, But it can't be too excessive. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Lin Zhiyue is threatening me with this matter, and I want you to help me resolve it. The mental strength assessment at the military academy is starting in a few days, and I want to stay. The queen was furious, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Jiang Li, do you know what you're saying? The first military academy of the empire has never had a female student. She took a deep breath, her tone much softer. Besides, the military's actions are the most dangerous, and females should be well protected. Every female is a treasure of the empire, and you are no exception. I will help you with Lin Zhiyue, but the military academy is out of the question. Jiang Li smirked, laughing freely. Your Majesty, there's always a first time for everything. I will be the first female at the first military academy of the empire. Chapter 30. Cooking noodles. The queen's expression was grim, somewhat aggressive. What does it matter how powerful your dragon clan is? As a female, you should be at home raising children. Her voice was cold. Let's each take a step back. The people at the military academy won't know your identity. You will leave before the mental strength assessment, and I will find you a noble male. Jiang Li's eyes widened in surprise at her shamelessness. How could she say such things? Your Majesty, this is too far from what I proposed. I don't. Before she could finish, she was interrupted. I underestimated you. You're young, but ambitious. Don't forget, you are a blue star person. What of it? She frowned. The queen scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. Marrying you off to a noble male is already a favor. Don't be too ambitious. Jiang Li laughed in anger. Your Majesty, the first dragon clan has appeared among the blue stars that you look down upon. You dare to speak to me like this. You have a lot of guts. Do as I say, and I will ensure your safety. I want to stay at the military academy. No matter what she said, Jiang Li kept repeating this one sentence. The queen stared at her, a murderous intent beginning to show in her eyes. Once a female is marked by a male, she can never leave him. This, as a female, She understood all too well. It was like an addicted prisoner who occasionally needed reassurance from the other party. If the male disappears, the female cannot survive for long. Moreover, a marked female will fall in love with a male. It's just a matter of time, losing her rationality, having no self, and being at the mercy of others. The queen did not want to see her son become this way. Now that Jiang Li had already marked him as a mother, she could not bear to watch Cheng Shubai sink deeper and deeper. She knew very well what kind of person her son was. He had a strong sense of morality and was extremely principled. As long as Jiang Li married someone else, they would not have deeper entanglements. In the end, the queen still took a step back. You can stay at the military academy, but I want you to get married as soon as possible. Jiang Li blinked. With whom? The queen thought for a moment, casually. After a pause, she said seriously, Shubai won't do. Anyone else is fine. Why? If Cheng Shubai is put in a low position, she couldn't bring herself to say it. There is no reason. If you want to continue staying at the first military academy, just listen to me. Jiang Li's eyes flickered. She guessed that the queen probably didn't know she was already pregnant. But it didn't matter. Whatever comes, comes. Fine. She agreed straightforwardly. But this was her usual way of feigning compliance. Marriage. At the moment, she had no such plan and could only deceive her. By the time she returned to her dormitory, it was already dark. She had missed all of today's classes. However, she remembered that today's class was very important. With a mindset of not being ashamed to ask questions, she knocked on Pei Jin's room door. Duan Yinzhu, why are you so slow? Guoming. Just as she was about to explain her purpose, Pei Jin's voice came again. What are you dawdling for? I have no friends. You're the best to me. Isn't that a bit too cheesy? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Is that something he would say? Could it be that he was possessed? She opened the door and went in. Pei Jin was sitting on the floor, surrounded by piles of books, holding a notebook and taking notes. Quite studious. Jiang Li looked up. Interstellar male, big shot, can't get enough of me. Female, you're playing with fire after divorce. Male big shot regrets his decision. What kind of nonsense is this? Yes, taking notes on this? Indeed, very studious. But then her heart sank. She seemed to have discovered Pei Jin's unknown secret. He wouldn't be silenced, would he? Pei Jin rambled on about many things, but she didn't respond, which made him a bit annoyed. Duan Yinzhu, are you pretending to be mute here? The moment their eyes met, he froze, as if he had been thrown into an ice pit, feeling completely cold. He hadn't been in the ice pit for 3 seconds before he was thrown into the fire, his whole body ablaze. He grabbed the notebook to cover his face, but accidentally knocked over the pile of books. One of them slid right to her feet. Jiang Li bent down to pick it up, and he could almost hear his teeth chattering. She casually flipped through it and saw highlighted sections about green tea drama. Realizing something was off, Jiang Li paused and said, I didn't see anything. You don't need to take it to heart. At this point, Pei Jin could only force himself to remain calm, even though he was already in a complete mess. What do you want from me? Once the words were out, he felt his tone was a bit heavy, so he lightened it a bit and said, Jiang Li. She looked at him in surprise, her brows slightly furrowed, saying, It's nothing very important. I just wanted to ask what today's class was about. Pei Jin's eyes lit up when he heard this. They finally had a chance to be alone together. It was truly effortless. After saying a couple of sentences, he sensed something was off and embarrassingly lowered his head to glance at the scattered books. Should we go to your room? After all, it was about asking someone for help, and, without thinking, Jiang Li agreed. Being alone with Jiang Li and occasionally having physical contact made Pei Jin tremble at just the thought. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He hesitated and reached out to her wrist, adjusting her movement. Lift your elbow a little higher. His fingertips were gentle, the touch delicate, making Pei Jin's fingers tremble slightly as he restrained the urge to explore. The teacher said, It's best to be able to kill with one blow. You must use force. His voice was low, carrying a hint of barely detectable excitement. His palm pressed against her waist, applying slight pressure to help her stabilize her balance. The moment their bodies aligned, his fingertips tingled, as if a traveler in the desert had finally seen water, and even his blood seemed to boil for a moment. Jiang Li sensed something was off with him, glanced at him, and noticed his darkened gaze, his eyelashes lowered, hiding a fleeting desire. She quickly retreated half a step, with nothing in her arms. Pei Jin's fingertips were still trembling slightly, The earlier touch was far from enough for him. Little Pei Jean was burning up badly. He shivered slightly, losing his balance, and unexpectedly pulled Jiang Li onto the bed. They locked eyes, and Pei Jin's face turned red. Jiang Li felt like the raw noodles had softened after boiling in water. Lin Zhiyue saw that Jiang Li's room light was still on when he got up to drink water in the middle of the night. The palace was quite far from here, and he thought she wouldn't be back tonight, but unexpectedly, she was back so soon. Lin Zhiyue's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Perhaps due to the influence of pregnancy, Jiang Li was lethal to him now. He swallowed hard, put down the cup of water, and quickly walked toward her room, knocking on the door. Chapter 31. Bite me. Jiang Li and Pei Jin both froze at the same time. One was embarrassed. One was shameless, trembling all over, secretly hiding the excitement that would soon be discovered. In a four-person dormitory, with Cheng Shubai absent, it was obvious who was knocking at the door. Pei Jin restrained the urge to continue touching her hand. "I'll go open the door," he said in a low voice. "Okay." The door was open from the inside. Lin Zhiyue's hand suddenly tightened. The room filled with a metallic smell. Being male, he knew very well under what circumstances such a strong scent would be emitted. He raised his gaze, seeing the crumpled sheets where the future mother of his child lay in a daze, not even noticing him looking over. His emotions had been unstable recently. Standing at the door, his nostrils tinged with a bit of acidity. What kind of feeling was this? Lin Zhiyue couldn't quite explain himself. He could only force himself to appear calm, but his voice sounded hoarse and unfamiliar to him. "What flavor of nutritional liquid do you want to drink tomorrow morning?" Jiang Li finally reacted, a flash of the doctor's words crossing her mind, and she hurriedly sat up. Lin Zhiyue's gaze swept over the dark stain on Pei Jin's pants. His eyes widened in shock. He took a step back and closed the door. "You guys continue." Pei Jin's lips curled up, then quickly flattened. He couldn't quite describe the feeling of being caught in such a situation, as if he was messing around with a female and was caught by her husband. But now he clearly understood Lin Zhiyue's feelings. Just a few days ago, he felt the same way, deeply concerned, yet forcing himself to appear calm. It seemed he had to praise Duan Yunzhao properly. Those books of his indeed had some effect. He turned around with an innocent face. Jiang Li. Did he misunderstand something? Jiang Li wasn't stupid. She had caught on, especially when she met his feigned innocent expression. This dialogue, this expression, was exactly what the protagonist in those books would have. How could Jiang Li not know what Pei Jin was? A mad dog. I'll go explain. You should head back. Thank you for today. Pei Jin's face twisted momentarily. She still had to take care of Lin Zhiyue. I can't let my previous efforts go to waste, he chanted in his heart repeatedly. After these few instances, he realized Jiang Li was soft and not hard. The more he forced her, the more she resisted. He needed to go with the flow. Okay, he nodded. Jiang Li glanced at his lower body, indicating it was time to see a doctor. It wasn't normal. As a roommate, that was the best advice she could give him. Pei Jin's face turned completely red. I'm very healthy. I'm just too excited, too stirred up. All right. Jiang Li, fearing he would say something outrageous, quickly interrupted. It's getting late. Hurry back to rest. Okay. Pei Jin practically left in a synchronized manner. Jiang Li watched his back, shaking her head helplessly. Here was a strong male, yet he turned out to be a 3-second man. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover, nor the ocean by a pint. Jiang Li listened for movements outside. Pei Jin's door closed loudly, and after waiting for a while without any noise, she went out. At that moment, the entire house was very quiet, but to Jiang Li, it felt more like the calm before a storm. She knocked on Lin Zhiyue's room. Almost instantly, she was pulled inside by a hand. The room was dark, and she couldn't see anything. She was momentarily stunned, opening her mouth. You misunderstood. But was interrupted by him. Bite me. The sound of fabric rubbing against each other filled the air. Although she couldn't see, Jiang Li could feel him tugging at her collar. She sighed helplessly and wrapped her arms around his neck. Lin Zhiyue felt tiny particles rising at the back of his neck as he bent down with her movements. The moment his teeth broke through, a sharp pain mixed with numbness exploded along his spine. The scent of grass filled the room, even stronger than the metallic smell earlier. But at that moment, Lin Zhiyue's heart felt like it was soaked in vinegar, the sour juice flowing through his veins to every part of his body. He lowered his head, inhaling the faint milky scent on her body. Even though she was right in his arms, his heart ached painfully. Why couldn't it be just him? She was already carrying his child in her womb. But this wasn't Jiang Li's fault. Lin Zhiyue knew in his heart, since she fought with Pei Jin until now. It had always been that shameless one chasing after her. What he saw earlier might also have been Pei Jin deliberately enticing her. It wasn't her fault. It wasn't her fault. The child in her womb was his bloodline, and Lin Zhiyue, who had been experiencing more severe morning sickness recently, was well aware of this. He reached out, gently stroking her head, and breathed out softly, harder, a bit harder. Jiang Li paused slightly, deep within her. There was a natural flaw belonging to the dragon clan. Greed, plunder, brutality, arrogance. Since Lin Zhiyue had spoken, she no longer needed to suppress herself. She bit down hard until the metallic taste spread in her mouth. It hurts, but at that moment, Lin Zhiyue's empty heart felt as if it had been filled, inexplicably bringing him a sense of peace. The day for the mental power test was approaching. What Jiang Li didn't expect was that the first person to lose their composure was actually Lin Zhiyue. As soon as she opened the dormitory door, she saw an unexpected person. "What are you doing here?" She frowned, pouring herself a glass of water and gulping it down. Lin Zhiyue looked her up and down. "Came to see Lin Zhiyue. I'm a bit hungry. He went to the cafeteria to buy me nutritional agents." Jiang Li chuckled lightly, then immediately pierced through her lie. "Looking for Lin Zhiyue? You're not that kind-hearted. You're here to find me, right?" Lin Zhiyue's expression turned cold, clearly not friendly. "You've gotten involved with someone from the royal family. Is it Qingshu Bai?" As soon as she finished speaking, she shook her head. "That shouldn't be the case. I heard he's still unconscious." "Then who could it be?" Her gaze carried a probing meaning. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. She didn't expect the queen to act so quickly. "Guess." "Stop talking nonsense. Don't think that just because you're connected to a big tree, I can't do anything about you. If you don't listen to me, I can still make you wish you were dead." Jiang Li didn't believe her words. The other party was the queen, the most esteemed female in the entire interstellar realm, bar none. She scoffed, completely disregarding what she said. "Do what you want. Why are you telling me?" She saw through it all. Lin Zhiyue coming to threaten her today meant she was already panicking, worried that she could no longer control her. "Looks like your background is quite solid," she said thoughtfully, "but I wonder if this person behind you knows that you're carrying my brother's child." "Indeed? I don't know." But Jiang Li was not at all flustered, as she felt the queen wouldn't care about this matter. She wanted her to marry quickly. Having a child might just be what she wished for. Then you go tell her. Chapter 32. Mental Power Test. Lin Zhiyue looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to be so bold. She narrowed her eyes and said, "If I'm right, you've hooked up with a male. Do you think he won't care about the child in your belly?" Jiang Li looked at her, half smiling. Some people were just too overconfident, even a bit self-righteous. "Whether to say it or not is your business. You don't need to keep threatening me." Lin Zhiyue, as a member of the Lin family, was always held in high regard, but Jiang Li, a lowly being from Blue Star, actually dared to speak to her like this. Jiang Li spoke. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back to sleep." She yawned and opened the bedroom door. "Wait." Lin Zhiyue spoke. "No matter what, I want you to give birth to my brother's child." Jiang Li chuckled softly. "As far as I know, both Aunt Lin and Uncle Lin are aware of this child's existence now. Whether you can keep this child with you depends on your ability." "All right, good one." Tearing down the bridge, after crossing it, her voice turned slightly cold. "Don't forget, without me, you'd still be surviving in the garbage dump of Blue Star." Mentioning this made Jiang Li furious. "Get straight, okay? It's not like I beg you to take me to Lin Zhiyue. You forced me to come. Are you turning your back on me?" "Jiang Li, you really have some skills." "Same to you." She smiled slightly. "Miss Lin will not accompany you." She quickly walked into the room and shut the door. Lin Zhiyue was so angry her teeth itched, she casually picked up a cup from the table. But thinking it was at the first military academy, she held back. The word endure is like a knife. If she lost her temper here today, it would do her no good when it returned to the Lin family. After all, those two old geezers were always watching her. She tightly closed her eyes. Even if her whole body was trembling, she only breathed a little heavier. Today was the day for the mental power test. For Jiang Li, today was especially important. Whether she stayed or was taken away depended on the results of today's test. She was worried about what tricks the queen might be playing. That person didn't seem easy to get along with. This year's enrollment at the first military academy had a total of 300 people, making it the largest class, of which only 30 were simulation beasts. Each year, they only have a 10% admission quota. The central square was now filled with people, all in white uniforms, standing tall with serious expressions. Every year, there are students expelled or advised to withdraw from the first military academy. But as long as one graduates from the military academy, they will be outstanding in the military. Jiang Li stood at her position, and the large screen in front was playing videos from past tests. The most eye-catching was the current marshal. He was a genius, admitted to the military academy at the age of 13, graduating at 16 in just 12 years. He became a marshal in only 7 years. He reached the top position at just 28 years old. He is the only one from the first military academy who has been tested as a level-strong person. He is a legend of the first military academy and a legend of the entire military. Currently, there are no more than 15 living level-strong persons in the Empire. He is also the only level-strong person in the entire galaxy. On the screen, the man stood in the military, tall and eye-catching, with cold and noble eyes. Jiang Li's gaze fell on the lower left corner of the screen. He was actually Marshal Lin Zhiyue. Looking at it this way, he was not only a tactical genius, but also a handsome-faced genius. Half an hour later, the mental power test began. Mental power is divided into levels, with the highest being level. Among them are, the distinctions for lower levels are not as many. In the galaxy, strong persons usually only pair with other strong persons, and their children will only be strong. Weak persons' children will also only be weak. Over the years, the gap between the two has grown larger. In today's galaxy, ordinary people are mostly already considered quite powerful. They generally live on fringe planets like Blue Star. In the first military academy, most people are already considered to have good talent, known as small geniuses, while the probability of level-strong persons is the smallest. There might not even be one among thousands. Only 2 had come out after several classes. Jiang Li's fingers rubbed unconsciously. Soon it would be their class. The first to go up was Pei Jin. A person only needed to stand in the closed, transparent glass, and the result would be announced in less than a minute. The mechanical male voice sounded. Instantly, the entire central square erupted, both students and teachers. Jiang Li's gaze crossed the crowd and fell on him. Pei Jin was the second level-strong person after Marshal Lin Zhiyue, and he was the second living person in the galaxy. Lin Zhiyue had a smooth military path, and if nothing unexpected happened, so would he. Their eyes met, and Jiang Li was stunned. Among the people above, he was the only one, but there were hundreds below. How did Pei Jin catch her gaze? After the result came out, he didn't stay long before the teacher took him away, and before leaving, he waved at Jiang Li. The next person to go up was Duan Yinzhou. He was a level-strong person. Jiang Li raised her eyebrows. How should one say this? One cannot judge a person by their appearance. This little sycophant was quite strong. Next, the mechanical male voice sounded again. This time it was Jiang Li's turn to go up. She found her breathing was more rapid than she imagined, but she suppressed her nervousness and walked up. Once she entered the transparent glass, she even felt the air had become thin, and she found it a bit hard to breathe. Fortunately, the mechanical male voice did not keep her waiting long. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of electricity rang, and the mechanical male voice actually got stuck. Her race and gender had not yet been announced. Pei Jin was a tiger, Duan Yinzhou was a polar bear, and after the mental power test, they would also be tested right after. But when it came to Jiang Li, the testing machine actually broke down like this. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the queen was quite reliable. Just then, the teacher came over, looking at Jiang Li with a complex expression. They never expected that the rarest level-strong person in the galaxy would appear twice in one day. One of them even looked like a female beast. The teacher checked inside and out, saying, "Don't worry, this machine has been used for at least 10 years. It's normal for it to break down. We'll replace it right now. It definitely won't affect your test." Jiang Li was stunned. For a moment, her heart was in turmoil. What could she say? Was she just going to be exposed? When she stood in the transparent glass dome again, she became nervous once more. The mechanical male voice announced her mental power test results again. Next was her race. Jiang Li took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Chapter 33. Level strong person, the sound of electricity rang out again, and the mechanical male voice got stuck once more. The central square was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's gaze was on Jiang Li. People began to realize something was wrong. In the galaxy, mobile phones can be used from birth to death. Lag does not exist. One might change once or twice in a lifetime, just because they want to. As for the first military academy's equipment, it's needless to say, whether it's the system or anything else, it's the best, yet two machines broke down in a row. Because it concerns the future development of the Empire, this mental detection device was developed by hundreds of scientists over hundreds of years. Each device is meant to be used for 50 years. The stipulated replacement period is 50 years, but that is not the limit of the mental detection device. But today was strange. Things that shouldn't break down did, and two broke down consecutively. The teacher also realized something was wrong. The problem lay with Jiang Li. He spoke with a serious expression. "You need to come with me to see the principal." "Okay." She nodded and followed him. The current principal had retired from the military. He was injured in a conflict with the insect tribe and retired afterward. He had served as a general and was now over 110 years old, entering middle age. Although he had left the military and could no longer be on the front lines, he should have been enjoying life, as he had given decades of his life to the battlefield. Yet he chose to stay at the first military academy to continue nurturing talent for the military and contribute to the galaxy. The principal's story was covered in the first lesson of the semester. No matter when or where, Jiang Li always held a sense of reverence for patriots. The office was adorned with various medals, bonuses, and trophies. A middle-aged man sat in a leather swivel chair, although there were fine lines at the corners of his eyes. His spirit was just like that of a young person, showing no difference. Pei Jin stood before him, his uniform casually unbuttoned, chin slightly raised, looking rebellious. Duan Yinzhou turned around and met her gaze, his eyes filled with surprise. "Principal, Jiang Li spoke." Hearing the familiar voice, Pei Jin pulled his hand from his pocket, his knuckles unconsciously rubbing against the seam of his pants. The principal squinted and looked her over. Females among males are generally less gifted, and they lack the ability to make females pregnant or give birth, so their status is not as high as that of male males. But he knew in his heart that at this time today, those who could come here were definitely top-tier powerhouses. The principal spoke casually, carrying an inherent arrogance unique to males. Jiang Li frowned. She didn't like the feeling of being underestimated. "You guessed wrong," she said. The principal and Duan Yunju's eyes widened in disbelief, especially the principal, who actually jumped up from his chair. "Are you serious?" Jiang Li looked puzzled. "I wouldn't joke about something like this." Pei Jin looked at her, his eyes filled with pride and joy. He had always known Jiang Li was strong since the last time she had beaten him to the ground. However, it seemed like she was supposed to be this way, and he wasn't surprised at all. A ripple of hidden emotions gradually surfaced in Pei Jin's heart, and a faint blush crept up his neck beneath his school uniform collar. Seeing him like this, Duan Yinzhu knew he was imagining something inappropriate again. This once invincible little devil had now encountered his nemesis. The principal scrutinized her for a long time, first noting her height and then her physique. After a long while, he finally spoke. "Indeed, today there are 3 of you at the level of mental strength or above. You two are not just powerhouses, you are truly formidable. In the future, the 3 of you will surely rise in military." Mental strength is directly linked to ability. On the battlefield, those with higher mental strength have greater individual lethality. It's not just about strength and speed. They can also strangle the consciousness of enemies with their mental strength, like the leaders of insectoid teams, or disrupt others. They can even release shields to protect their teammates' safety, but this consumes their own mental strength to create barriers. Moreover, afterward, they will enter a weakened state for half a month and cannot use mental strength again. This is an innate limitation that cannot be changed. No matter how hard one tries later, it won't matter. There is a banned drug circulating in the black market that can enhance mental strength, raising it to the highest level. However, using it would directly reduce a lifespan of 200 years to just 100. Not only that, but the effects are almost the same as natural talent, and it causes significant harm to the body. Furthermore, mental strength becomes extremely unstable, especially during combat. Yet despite this, Many people still secretly buy and consume banned drugs every day. Some people think of every possible way to become stronger, while some are born strong. Can hard work defeat natural talent? No, it can't. Some appear to be useless, but in fact, they're hidden geniuses, while true useless people will always be useless. But when the principal's gaze fell back on Jiang Li, he sighed, only regretting. He didn't need to speak. She could guess his meaning. Jiang Li frowned and spoke unhappily. Principal, I respected you before, but now I've changed my mind. Oh, the principal looked at her with some confusion, waiting for her to continue. You think I can't do it because of my height and because I'm a female male? Isn't that a bit too arbitrary? She spoke, each word resonating powerfully. Is it because I'm a female male that I don't deserve to be on the battlefield? That's not what I meant, the principal explained. Those words sounded a bit dry. Jiang Li fell silent, but Pei Jin scoffed and interjected, Principal, do you look down on me too? What did you say? The second young master of the Pei family is just a mad dog. His tone was mocking, but carried an undeniable oppressive feeling, a knife hidden in his smile. The principal stared at Jiang Li for a long time before speaking. Student Pei, you completely misunderstood my meaning. A powerhouse of your level is hard to come by, even in the first military academy. How could I think that way? Pei Jin coldly laughed. Unfazed, you better not. After a pause, he added arrogantly, but now you've annoyed me. Apologize. The principal's expression darkened. For him, this was undoubtedly a loss of face. However, since the Pei family provided a lot of money to the military in addition to what they gave to the royal family every year, he couldn't afford to offend Pei Jin. He gritted his teeth and said, Student Jiang Li, I spoke without care earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Jiang Li felt that having power was truly great. Even the principal didn't dare to express any dissenting opinions now. She said, Rest assured, although I'm not tall, I have a broad mind. Chapter 34. Abandoned female tower Duan. Lin Zhiyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. The principal's expression darkened. If she was a broad-minded person, then that meant he was narrow-minded. Now, he couldn't afford to offend any of these students. He could only nod in agreement. After a pause, he said seriously, According to the rules, every year, powerhouses at this level must enter the simulated battlefield. The Empire wants to see where your potential lies, and the computer can tailor more comprehensive training directions based on each of your combat habits. The three had no objections, all looking calm. However, I must say this up front. Although the simulated battlefield is just a simulation, it is not 100% safe. There was a powerhouse at this level who suffered brain death in the simulated battlefield. It happened 5 years ago, and you might have heard about it. That child is still lying in the hospital. The principal sighed with regret. He was also a genius, especially in the manipulation of mental strength, but unfortunately. So since then, this rule has changed. You can refuse to enter the simulated battlefield and follow the normal process like them. But this will lack some stimulation of your talents. The choice is yours. Jiang Li was stunned. She was indeed afraid of dying. Although brain death was not a complete death, it was worse than death. She could distinguish between one danger and another. After all, fortune favors the bold. Pei Jin showed no hesitation and said, I want to go too. Good. The principal nodded vigorously, looking at him with admiration. You're a courageous child. Jiang Li lowered her head in thought, and after a long while, she said, I want to go as well. Facing the insectoids would definitely be more dangerous. But the current danger was for the sake of preserving herself in the future. Pei Jin had no hesitation, saying, I want to go too. Good. The principal nodded vigorously. I will personally explain the precaution for the simulated combat to you. Thank you, Principal. Duan Yunju said loudly. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Jiang Li met the gaze of the teacher who had just entered and clearly saw the skepticism in the other person's eyes. She felt a sudden chill, a sense of foreboding. The teacher hurried to the principal's side and whispered something in his ear, and the principal's expression gradually became subtle. The principal said, You two go out. Jiang Li stays. Pei Jin's eyes flickered slightly. Then he glared fiercely at the principal. He nodded knowingly. Student Pei, rest assured. I will make things difficult for student Jiang Li. He turned to look at Jiang Li, seeing that she had no extra expression, so he had to give up, leaving with lingering glances. Once everyone had left, the principal looked at her and said, How did the mental strength detector break? He got straight to the point, but his expression was very serious, as if he could see through the truth of her words. Jiang Li shrugged and said, "I don't know. It just broke inexplicably." After a long while, he spoke. "It's because your mental strength is too strong that the detector couldn't bear it and broke." Jiang Li blinked. She understood what he meant. She had asked the queen to come up with a solution, but this idea was a bit outrageous. Wasn't this making her the target of everyone's criticism? At this point, she could only play dumb. "I don't understand what you mean, Principal." He had a complicated expression as he spoke. "It's the limit of the detector, not your limit. I will report it to the military and have them quickly make a detector that can withstand more mental strength." She was taken aback and quickly replied, "Principal, is that really necessary? For me, this is already an extraordinary performance." She was currently worried that something unexpected would happen. Her identity as a dragon was not her biggest concern. What truly worried her was the possibility of growing a pregnancy sac after being marked by anyone. Currently, only females could normally give birth, but once a female was marked, she could only be with one male for life and could only have children for him. Females were already rare, and due to the current medical level, they could only give birth to one child. After that, they would take precautions. If they accidentally got pregnant with a second child, they would terminate it. The mortality rate from pregnancy to childbirth for a second child was as high as 999 per thousand. Only a very small number of people were lucky enough to survive. And not only that, if a female died, the survival probability of the child was also only 999 per thousand. Now, the number of females was decreasing, with the ratio of single males to females reaching an astonishing 100-to-1. Many males would face the reality of being unable to marry and have children. And when the inhibitors for the sensitive period became ineffective, they would only have to endure. In fact, several hundred years ago, females were not this scarce. However, at that time, there was a severe preference for males over females, and families took pride in having more males, viewing females as a disaster. They even specifically built a tower for abandoned females in remote star systems. If parents did not want a female shortly after birth, they could throw her into the tower. And there was even a service to help those reluctant parents dispose of their children. Every 3 days, the tower would ignite with flames reaching 1,500 degrees Celsius. 3 hours later, everything above would disappear, and then the tower would quietly wait for the arrival of the next batch of female infants. The sins committed years ago were now time for them to repay. Over time, the empire noticed something was wrong. The scarcity of females indicated a decline in fertility. And only then did the empire begin to establish a series of laws to protect females. Jiang Li learned about all this when she went to the doctor with Lin Zhiyue a few days ago, especially when she found out that the empire was researching special drugs to enable females to have multiple children to increase their birth rate. Her heart sank. If her identity and her ability to grow a pregnancy sac were exposed, she was genuinely afraid that the interstellar empire would treat her as a breeding machine. The principal's gaze flickered slightly, and after looking at her for a while, he spoke, "Although I don't know why you oppose this so strongly. I could take a step back and not report it to the military, but I must report it to the marshal for his decision. Jiang Li gritted hertit. It was better to deceive one person than to deceive a group." She nodded, though her smile was somewhat stiff. "Okay, I really admire the marshal. Please tell him that I would like to meet him." The principal looked at her. Her eyes were bright. Although this request was a bit strange, upon reflection, it was not surprising that many young people admire the marshal, just like chasing a star. He nodded. Only then did Jiang Li breathe a sigh of relief. The principal said, "When we simulate the battlefield later, I will arrange for the 3 of you to be together." He hinted that he would ensure Pei Jin's safety if necessary, thinking that the Pei family would not treat her poorly. Chapter 35. Entering the simulated battlefield, Jiang Li understood and chuckled softly. "I understand, Principal. Wealthy and powerful people's lives were indeed worth more than theirs." The principal nodded, looking at her with appreciation. "Although you are in the simulated battlefield, we can see all your movements, so you must perform well." Jiang Li understood the implication. It was a hint that the Pei family could also see. She felt inexplicably tired. Being frozen for 5,000 years was one thing. But now she had to face these troublesome issues and was forcibly caught up in various powers. What kind of suffering was she enduring? The principal reassured her, "Don't worry. I have it all under control. All right, you all go back first. In the afternoon, I will explain the precautions needed in the simulated battlefield. It will officially start in 3 days." After nodding, Jiang Li stepped back. The principal quickly took out his phone and dialed the marshal's private number as he watched her leave. Mental strength might not just be about rank. This was originally a good thing, but seeing Jiang Li's reaction just now, it was clear she did not want the military to know. He speculated that she must know the reason for the mental strength detector's destruction. Such a significant matter had to be reported to the marshal first. What Jiang Li did not expect was that Lin Zhiyue also came to class in the afternoon. She then realized that Lin Zhiyue was also a strong individual with mental strength and would enter the simulated battlefield with them in 3 days. The principal's gaze on Jiang Li was somewhat subtle. He had checked her identity in the morning. She was merely a distant relative of the Jiang family. Yet he did not know how she caught the attention of this group of young masters. It was quite strange. The first question Lin Zhiyue asked when he saw him in the morning was, "Is Jiang Li going?" Pei Jin was also quite perplexed. He was currently trying to compete for a position next to Jiang Li with Lin Zhiyue, his eyes filled with anger. Yet he did not show any displeasure on his face. The principal looked at the two of them, and for a moment felt as if he were witnessing the scene when two females competed for the marshal years ago. He took a deep breath, not allowing himself to think too much, reminding himself that all three were males, and it was impossible for them to compete with each other. It was just an illusion, definitely just his illusion. Jiang Li took a deep breath and put on the light brain. This was technology exclusive to the military, usually used for training. The person wearing it would have their mind enter a predetermined program. It was a new world designed for soldiers and contained only the world of war. Almost simultaneously, the four individuals' consciousnesses entered the illusory world. When Jiang Li opened her eyes again, she found herself surrounded by insectoids. Rushing towards her, her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. These disgusting creatures were thick and slimy, and just looking at them made her feel nauseous. She extended her hand, and instantly, a long sword appeared in her grasp. She was stunned. The sword was entirely silver white, and the blade glimmered with a cold light. She had seen this sword before. It was the one that their dragon clan had displayed in the exhibition hall. How did it appear here? But before she could think too much, the insectoids were getting closer. Without any hesitation, Jiang Li raised her hand and swung the sword, and in one fluid motion, countless insectoids were split apart. Acid splattered on her face, and she frowned tightly. It was really too disgusting. In an instant, anger surged within her, and her movements became faster and more ruthless. In front of the monitoring screen, Marshal Lin Zhiyue watched this scene. His eyes suddenly contracted under his sword-like brows, and his hand, clad in black leather gloves, tightened sharply. The principal stood beside him, astonished, saying he never expected the woman who resembled a female the most among the four to be the strongest. Lin Zhiyue frowned slightly. "When did you also start judging by appearance?" He spoke without looking at him, his gaze fixed on the monitoring screen the entire time. The principal raised an eyebrow. He had just thought Jiang Li looked a bit familiar, and it turned out she had the same temperament as the marshal. Jiang Li quickly discovered something was wrong. These insectoids kept coming. Even after she killed a batch, another batch would follow. Her gaze landed on a slightly larger insectoid that had not moved at all. It seemed that the problem lay with that dead insect. Without any hesitation, she charged towards it, leaving a pile of insectoid corpses in her wake. When the long sword pierced the insect's brain, all the insectoids stopped moving. Green liquid splattered on her face, and Jiang Li wrinkled her brow. It was truly disgusting. That dead insect. In front of the monitoring screen, Lin Zhiyue's eyes reflected her sudden upward gaze. Although Jiang Li's face was already covered in the slimy green substance, the fighting spirit in her eyes was strikingly bright. Lin Zhiyue was taken aback. This Jiang classmate was quite impressive. The principal was somewhat surprised. The marshal was not someone who praised just anyone, and Jiang Li was indeed lucky. His gaze remained fixed on the monitoring screen where Pei Jin was located. "Marshal, it's a bit dangerous on this side. The difficulty of the simulated battlefield is randomly generated based on the level of mental strength, but it will never exceed the individual's own mental strength. This is meant to test their adaptability." Jiang Li was fortunate. She matched with the lowest difficulty level. which is why she could solve it so easily. However, Pei Jin was facing a higher difficulty level, although both were the same. The insectoids in the simulated battlefield had perfect coordination and combat skills. Pei Jin was just a newcomer. His mental strength was strong, but he didn't know how to use it. Lin Zhiyue glanced over casually and said, "If he's really that weak, then this talent is of no use to him." The principal's remark about possibly manipulating things to bring Jiang Li over was silenced by his words. "You are the marshal. You are invincible. What you say goes." Jiang Li sheathed her sword and turned around, only to find that the three people were nowhere to be seen. The principal had mentioned that the battlefield is randomly generated, and so is the difficulty. What they encounter later may not be the same. Therefore, after entering, even if they were separated, it was best to find their companions immediately. More people mean more strength. She looked left and right, ultimately deciding to head right. No matter who it was, she wanted to find someone to team up with first. Jiang Li thought simply. However, as she began to search for people, Jiang Li realized it wasn't that easy. After just a few steps, she encountered several insectoids. Although they weren't strong and could be easily dealt with, they were still quite disgusting. After chopping a few dead bugs into pieces, she heard a man scream, "Oh my God, how disgusting. Don't let that slime splash on me. Get away. Don't you have a home?" The curses were filthy, but they were well-deserved. Jiang Li looked down at herself. Her white combat suit was almost completely dirty. She had become immune to it, although she still found it revolting. Suddenly, she became curious about who was making such a fuss. Chapter 36. Dog. Lackey Jiang Li walked over, and the scene before her made her frown. The one shouting was Lin, and at this moment, he was covered in bugs, enough to trigger anyone with a fear of crowds. It was indeed disgusting. However, he was quite unlucky. There were still two others, but she had run into this lackey with whom she had the worst rapport. What was that saying? Enemies don't gather. As soon as this guy saw her, he made a face as if she owed him 100 or 80,000. She was petty enough today not to care. She just wanted to stand aside and watch the show. As the insectoids grew in number, Lin began to struggle. He quickly crouched down, rolled around to crush the bugs on him, then stood up again, but soon more insectoids came at him. Just then, Lin locked eyes with Jiang Li, who was watching the drama unfold. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Li found it puzzling and replied, "Watching a show." Lin was furious and retorted, "If you keep looking, do you believe I'll throw them into your clothes later?" "Wow, I'm so scared," she said with a half-smile. "You should think about how to handle yourself first. Your brother Pei is a powerful being." Lin frowned, his expression serious. "But Jiang Li, I'm serious. Do you remember what the principal said? The strength of the insectoids is random, and Pei is as strong as you." He took a deep breath and continued, "I know Pei. If he gets rid of the insectoids, the first thing he'll do is come looking for you. The fact that he hasn't shown up yet only means he's been held up." Speaking of Pei Jin, his voice softened by 3 points. "Jiang Li, can you come with me to find Pei?" Jiang Li paused, contemplating, and found that Lin made a valid point. Although her initial interactions with Pei Jin weren't pleasant, things had improved later. Given the seriousness of the situation, she didn't want to intentionally make things difficult for Lin anymore. She nodded. "Let us go find Pei Jin." He sighed in relief, looking at her with a complicated expression. "Thank you. You're welcome." She looked at him in surprise, thinking it was rare to hear him thank her in this lifetime. He awkwardly replied, "It's all for Pei." "Got it, little lackey." Lin stiffened a bit. It could be a lackey or a little dog, but she specifically said little lackey. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness. The two wandered around the simulated battlefield for 2 hours. But not to mention Pei Jin, they hadn't even seen Lin Zhiyue. "This is strange," Jiang Li muttered. "Shouldn't we have run into them by now?" Lin looked anxious. "No, we need to hurry." I'm afraid, before he could finish, a wave of heat surged, and both were thrown out simultaneously. Jiang Li felt a bit dizzy, unsure of what had happened, and closed her eyes. In her dazed state, she heard a man's cold voice. "They are fine, but those two are in serious condition. Send them to the hospital immediately." Who is serious, and who is not? Jiang Li felt a headache coming on and instinctively tried to open her eyes, but it felt like her eyelids were glued shut. Forget it. Sleeping is a special skill of youth. After all, she was still young. She might as well sleep. Jiang Li was awakened by a loud noise. She opened her eyes to see a white space and a strong smell of disinfectant mixed with a strange, spicy odor. She tilted her head and saw Yunjue curled up on the floor, his throat convulsing violently. He had inadvertently torn open his hospital gown, revealing his skin flushed abnormally. Jiang Li paused, instantly realizing something was off. "Are you in your sensitivity period?" she asked. Unfortunately, Yunjue's consciousness was already quite unclear. He trembled as he spoke. "Cabinet. Cabinet." Jiang Li didn't dare to hesitate and quickly stood up, heading toward the cabinet. Just as she was about to open the cabinet door, a hot hand grabbed her wrist from behind. Before Jiang Li could react, she was pushed onto the bed. She looked up and met Yunjue's gaze. His eyes were swirling with dark currents, and Jiang Li instinctively reached out to push him away. But she quickly realized that he was a male in his sensitivity period, and at this moment, they could only respond instinctively. If she rashly reached out, he might think she wanted to fight him. She wasn't afraid of being unable to beat him. It was mainly the unpleasant things he said. People in their sensitive period seemed brainless, and if he kept pestering her without end, it would really be annoying. Jiang Li stopped struggling and lay down on the bed. Yunjue's heart raced. "You smell so good." It wasn't the anger he couldn't suppress this time, but rather an irresistible flutter. He leaned closer, sniffing around like a little dog. Jiang Li rolled her eyes. Although she knew he couldn't hear her now, she still instinctively spoke. "Little dog legs, can you be a bit more normal?" "Little dog legs. Dog legs. Dog." Not sure if he heard her. Yunjue's breathing grew heavier. Jiang Li was so angry. This was not a sensitive period. It was clearly. Yunjue buried his head in her neck, sniffing heavily. "So good, so good." Chapter 37. The marshal comes to the door. His hot breath sprayed on her glands, and Jiang Li tilted her head uncomfortably, trying to avoid it. Yunjue, with a look of infatuation, grabbed her head with one hand, preventing her from moving. "Let go." Jiang Li's breathing became heavier. When his nose pressed against her neck, she couldn't take it anymore and kicked him away. She stood up, ready to fight him. Who would have thought he would stick to her like a stubborn plaster, his eyes showing no desire to win or lose. Jiang Li felt like a little cake, and Yunjue looked like a person who hadn't eaten for 3 days, wanting to gobble her up. He was acting purely on instinct, leaning closer to her. Jiang Li was prepared this time and pushed him onto the bed. "I can be on the bottom too. I'm a little dog." What kind of wolfish words were these? Jiang Li was startled by him and thought, no, she couldn't let him run wild anymore. What if something really happened? When he was about to pounce again? Jiang Li reacted quickly and ran to the cabinet, injecting a suppressor, making him faint and fall to the ground with a loud thud. The door opened, and the principal poked his head in with a worried expression. "What's going on? What happened to make such a big noise?" He looked down and exclaimed, "What happened to Duan? Call a doctor." They were very quick. Within 3 minutes, Yunjue was carried away. Jiang Li was speechless. Just now, she shouted her lungs out, and no one cared, but now they were so fast. However, with everyone gone, she was relieved to have peace. She wasn't sure what had happened on the simulated battlefield, only remembering being ejected while looking for someone. She had just sat on the bed when the hospital door opened again. Yunjue was just taken away. "If you want to find him, you can ask the doctor." She didn't even look up. In the galaxy, she had no family, no friends, no power, and the probability of someone coming to see her was extremely low. "I can't find you." The man's voice was very pleasant. Jiang Li stiffened and turned to look. The newcomer was in black military uniform, upright, with cold eyes and brows. She had seen this person countless times in textbooks and on her phone. The legendary figure of the Empire's military, Marshal Lin Zhiyue. She suddenly stood up and saluted. "Marshal." He nodded. "This isn't the military. No need to be so formal. Sit down." After saying that, he sat down on the sofa first. Jiang Li sat down, but still felt a bit stiff. To be honest, although she admired Lin Zhiyue, she was just an ordinary student at a military academy and had never thought she would meet him. He spoke. "Lin is my adjutant. You met him on Blue Star. He told me you were not simple. After watching your performance on the simulated battlefield, I believe he was right." Jiang Li smiled awkwardly. "It's nothing, just lucky I didn't encounter any strong insectoids." He paused, turned to look at Jiang Li, and said seriously, Do you know how many people die at the hands of insectoids every year in the military? She recalled the official data: 500 simulated beasts, 66 males. Lin Zhiyue shook his head, looking serious. That's the false data the Empire gave to reassure you. Based on last year's figures, actually, it was 8,751 simulated beasts, 180 males. Jiang Li's eyes widened. So many? How could so many simulated beasts die? Lin Zhiyue sighed softly. When insectoids attack, simulated beasts are the last line of defense for the Empire. Among them, 70% die at the hands of high-level insectoids. The ones you encountered on the simulated battlefield. His expression was serious. You are indeed very strong. Not just you, Peijin, Lin Zhiyue, Duan Yunju. If you can graduate from the military academy and enter the military, you will definitely be powerful hunters of insectoids on the battlefield. She nodded. I understand, Marshal. I will work hard. He slightly nodded, saying, but now I have a doubt I need you to clarify. Jiang Li almost instantly realized what it was. It was probably about the mental power detector. She could only play dumb and replied, Marshal, I'm not really sure what happened. It might just be a coincidence. Lin Zhiyue raised his eyes, their gazes locked, and Jiang Li felt like she was about to be seen through. He said, you are definitely not just a strong individual at your level. You might be even higher. I don't know why, but you don't want others to know, right? Jiang Li paused, ultimately nodding, you're right. Marshal, I really don't want people to know. Lin Zhiyue spoke without hesitation. All right, I promise you, everything will be kept private, including the development of a mental power detector that can detect higher levels. No one will know about any of it. Thank you, Marshal. She let out a breath. She had prepared herself to be discovered, but didn't expect the Marshal to be so reasonable. Lin Zhiyue said clearly, but I have one request. She realized she shouldn't be too happy too soon. There were no free lunches in the sky. Jiang Li nodded. Marshal, please go ahead. Once you graduate, you will definitely be sought after by many. I want you to promise me that you will enter the military and be directly under my command. His words carried an implied meaning, but Jiang Li understood very well what he meant. Working beside the Marshal was a dream for every student, and she was no exception. Don't worry, Marshal, I will keep my word. He nodded, took out his phone, and handed it to her. On it was a QR code. Add me as a friend. In the future, if you encounter any problems at the first military academy, you can find me. Okay. She happily took out her phone, scanned the code, and completed it in one go. This was the Empire's Marshal, the top figure in the military. Although officially the ruler of the interstellar empire was still the Emperor. The situation had become very subtle in recent years. With such a big shot right in front of her, how could she not take advantage of it? She noted was named for him in her contacts, keeping her guard up. After all, he was the Marshal, and it was better not to have too much entanglement on the surface. She asked, by the way, Marshal, how do we come out of the simulated battlefield? I remember our trial wasn't over yet. Lin Zhiyue's expression was serious. Peijin encountered a high-level insectoid. That insectoid had the ability to create illusions. We don't know exactly what he saw in the illusion, but he self-destructed his mental power in the simulated battlefield, which is why you were all ejected. Although it was a simulated battlefield and had a real feeling, it was still a false world constructed by light brains. However, self-destructing mental power, what a niche term. Peijin was truly a mad dog. Chapter 38. Can we not get married? But Jiang Li thought about it carefully. The person who did this was Peijin, so it seemed reasonable. No, her perception of Peijin was such that even if he asked a dog on the roadside for WeChat, she wouldn't find it strange. Absurd, but reasonable. She nodded, and out of humanitarianism, she still asked, so how is Peijin doing now? Lin Zhiyue shook his head. The situation was not good. Although it was a simulated battlefield, self-detonating one's mental strength was no small matter. He had fainted and had not woken up since. The Pei family had already sent him to the Empire's first hospital. After a pause, he worried that Jiang Li might be concerned, so he added, don't worry. With the Pei family's influence, it's not difficult for Peijin to recover. Okay, she nodded. It's getting late, so I won't stay long. Before he finished speaking, she interrupted him, genuinely worried this time. Marshal, how is Lin Zhiyue? He looked at her deeply and replied, at that time, he was closest to Peijin, so he doesn't have any major problems. However, the hospital suggested he stay for observation for 3 days, Yes, upstairs. Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Marshal. He nodded and didn't say more before quickly leaving. Jiang Li changed into her school uniform and hurried upstairs. Because of the child in her womb, Lin Zhiyue had been emotionally and physically unstable during this time, and she was a bit worried. Just as she reached the door, she heard Lin Zhiyue's voice from inside. Doctor, I know my body well. There's nothing serious. I need to see them. Lin, you can't move around for these 3 days. Once the observation period is over, we won't stop you. You can rest assured, your classmates are all fine. I won't leave until I see them. Jiang Li could hear his voice growing more anxious, so she hurriedly pushed the door open. Seeing her, Lin Zhiyue's voice rose a few notches. Jiang Li, are you okay? I'm fine. She shook her head. The doctor saw that he had stopped struggling and also breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, he looked at Jiang Li and said, Classmate, please persuade him. Although he seems fine on the surface, there is still the possibility of hidden issues. He needs to be observed carefully. Thank you, doctor. I will persuade him. After the doctor left, she sat down on the stool in front of him. Although she was the one who was pregnant, Jiang Li didn't feel any symptoms. However, Lin Zhiyue experienced all the discomforts like morning sickness, body aches, and trouble eating and sleeping. Compared to the spirited first meeting, his face had become thinner, and he looked pale. His chin could poke a hole in a balloon. Jiang Li felt uneasy seeing him like this. Just listen to the doctor. We're all fine. So don't worry. Your condition is more serious now. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about you. Lin Zhiyue opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Just nodded. His emotions had become more sensitive recently, often overthinking and doubting everything. He knew this was not right, but he couldn't help it. What he could do now was to try to digest these negative emotions himself and not add to Jiang Li's troubles. After all, she was the one who was pregnant, and he couldn't make her uncomfortable. Jiang Li handed him the water from the table and then asked, Are you hungry? What flavor of nutrient solution do you want? I'll go buy it. He lowered his head and replied, Milk flavor. Can you also help me get change of clothes? She was taken aback, but didn't ask further. Standing up, she said, I'll go right now. Wait a moment. Okay. Watching her back, Lin Zhiyue felt warmth in his heart. No matter what she looked at, even if it was just a small matter, as long as it was related to her, he felt happy. Jiang Li returned to the dormitory and unexpectedly saw someone on the sofa. Cheng Shubai suddenly stood up, looking somewhat awkward. A person who usually appeared very composed. You're back. She nodded and casually asked while changing her shoes, Is your health better? I'm fine now. He paused and said, Thank you, Jiang Li. If it weren't for you, I might have been captured by interstellar pirates. In the future, you can come to me for any difficulties. She casually nodded, not actually intending to ask Cheng Shubai for anything. After all, the queen had already solved her biggest problem. She quickly walked towards Lin Zhiyue's room, saying, All right, we're classmates and roommates. This is what I should do. You don't need to take it to heart. Cheng Shubai froze for a moment, then followed her to Lin Zhiyue's room door, watching her open the wardrobe and tidy up. He casually asked, Did something happen to Lin Zhiyue? Jiang Li looked at him in surprise. What happened in the simulated battlefield was no small matter, and it was understandable if an ordinary person didn't know. But who was Cheng Shubai? The third prince? How could there be anything he didn't know? That is strange. Jiang Li nodded. He has been unwell lately and is hospitalized. I'm bringing him some clothes. He didn't know, so she didn't say anything. As Cheng Shubai watched her hurriedly finish packing and walk towards the door, he finally couldn't hold back anymore. He said, Jiang Li, you don't need to take my mother's words to heart. She just worries too much about me and doesn't mean any harm to you. I will change her opinion of you. Jiang Li actually felt a bit baffled. She didn't really care what the queen thought, nor did she understand why Cheng Shubai was so concerned. It's fine. I didn't take it to heart. Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted her. Can you not get married? His tone carried a hint of pleading. Jiang Li looked at him in surprise and then felt like Zhu Beiji looking in a mirror, not knowing where to place herself. This mother-son duo had a good relationship, both coming to trouble her, a regular person. One wanted her to marry quickly, while the other wanted her not to marry. It was quite absurd. She had become their source of entertainment. Jiang Li frowned, somewhat displeased. Third prince. It's really difficult for me to handle this. I'm not in a position to listen to anyone. Listen to me. He hurriedly replied. I will handle things with my mother. You. He hesitated for a moment before saying something more formal. I always believe that marriage should be with someone you love. You said we are classmates and roommates. He took a deep breath and said, so I hope that even if you do get married, you can be with someone you love. My mother's suggestion is simply too hasty. He spoke with a hint of pleading, carefully saying, is that okay? Chapter 39. I'm about to collapse. Jiang Li took a deep breath and said, Third Prince, to be honest, I currently have no plans to get married. What I said that day was just to placate the queen. After saying that, she paused, fearing that Cheng Shu-bai would overthink it. After all, compared to him, she was just an insignificant roommate, while that was his mother. Who would have thought that Cheng Shu-bai would be particularly easy to talk to? He nodded vigorously, saying, That's good. Actually, my mother's request is unreasonable. After a pause, he looked at her with a probing gaze, but, Jiang Li, as far as I know, you're not someone who easily submits. Can you tell me what method my mother used to negotiate with you? After waiting a long time without her speaking, he added, or what kind of leverage did she use to threaten you? Tell me, so I can navigate this matter better. Jiang Li was momentarily at a loss for words. His words hit the nail on the head, but speaking ill of the queen was indeed a bit too unfilial. Jiang Li shook her head. Third Prince, you don't really know me. I'm just an ordinary person, timid, afraid of trouble, and scared of dying. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to this first military academy in the first place. He looked at her deeply. You're not. She shrugged. Whatever you think is fine. Lin Zhiyue is still waiting, so I'll leave first. Wait. He called out to her again, but after a long time, he finally said, You saved my life. We are friends. In the future, just call me by my name, like Lin Zhiyue and Pei Jin. But he didn't say that last sentence out loud. Okay. Jiang Li replied, and then quickly left. You saved my life. We are friends. She thought this sentence was a bit strange, but upon reflection, it made sense since the other party was a prince. After the mental power assessment, they were sorted into classes. The Empire's top military academy provides the strongest with the best resources. No, it should be said that the entire interstellar empire operates this way. There are no exceptions. Jiang Li was placed in the same class as several other level-strong individuals. There were a total of 20 people in the class. However, what Jiang Li did not expect was that Cheng Shu-bai was also in this class. She glanced at the roster. Level-strong individuals. Their level had a certain significance. Previously, there had been no more than 15 level-strong individuals alive in the Empire. Now, there were 5 in their class alone. She had a premonition that those who graduated from this class in the future would likely not be simple characters. But that was good. When they went to the military department later, they would see their classmates. On the podium, the teacher spoke passionately. You are the new stars of the Empire. The insect race has become increasingly rampant in recent years, with both attack intensity and frequency on the rise. Our homeland, family, friends, and loved ones are in constant danger. We will be their last line of defense. His gaze swept over the crowd. Children, you are not small anymore. The heavy responsibility of defending the Empire will eventually fall on your shoulders. Here, you must study seriously and diligently. Only in this way will you face less danger on the battlefield. Do you understand? Understood, they replied with high spirits, each face brimming with confidence and determination to defend the interstellar empire. Jiang Li was clearly a blue star person. This place had nothing to do with her. But in such an atmosphere, she was inexplicably influenced. After the teacher finished speaking, their day's learning was filled with vigor. The next class was a combat class, requiring a change of classrooms. By this time, many had already gone, and Jiang Li stood up to leave, only to notice Lin Zhiyue, who was sitting a row away, slumped over at his desk, looking unwell. Remembering the child in her belly, she dared not delay and quickly walked over to him, softly asking, Are you feeling unwell? Lin Zhiyue looked up, and Jiang Li was startled. His lower lip was already bleeding from being bitten, and his face was flushed. Jiang Li instantly felt that something was wrong. Her gaze landed on his glands, which were throbbing on his neck. Don't come over. It was clearly a rejection, but his trembling tone sounded like an invitation. Jiang Li felt a bit uneasy and swallowed hard. Have you forgotten what the doctor said? You can't hold it in. It's all right, Wei. She bent down and whispered something in his ear. Lin Zhiyue's eyes were filled with moisture. Jiang Li, it was Pei Jin's voice. That guy seemed to be haunting her, following her everywhere, even to the bathroom. He had just been called away by the teacher, which gave her a brief moment to breathe. She looked down at Lin Zhiyue's current condition, which was not suitable for others to see. Reacting quickly, she grabbed her school uniform jacket and covered his face. Pei Jin walked in with a smile, but froze in place when he saw the two of them almost pressed together. Jiang Li spoke up, "Pei Jin, Lin Zhiyue is feeling a bit unwell. Can you help me ask the teacher for a leave?" After saying that, she helped Lin Zhiyue to stand straight. But she could clearly feel the intense trembling of his body. With every step, he was suppressing low gasps. Jiang Li almost couldn't steady herself, but fortunately, she managed to hold on. As they passed by Pei Jin, she tried to act natural and nonchalant, walking past him and adding, "Thank you." Pei Jin's gaze fell on Lin Zhiyue's noticeably red hands, his eyes flashing slightly. Something was off. Without hesitation, he followed them. At this moment, all of Jiang Li's attention was on Lin Zhiyue, completely unaware of the person following not far behind. I can't hold on much longer." Lin Zhiyue's voice was hoarse. Jiang Li glanced around. There were still a few scattered people in the corridor, although their gazes did not land on them. They needed to find a hidden place. Jiang Li felt the pressure weighing down on her increasing, and Lin Zhiyue could no longer endure it. After hesitating several times, she finally took advantage of no one paying attention and pulled him into the bathroom. She shouted, "Is anyone there?" No one answered, and she breathed a sigh of relief. They should all be rushing to the next class. She pulled him into a stall, and when she pulled off the jacket covering his face, she froze. Lin Zhiyue's eyes were dazed, his face flushed, and his breathing was heavier than her heartbeat. "Jiang Li, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable." Jiang Li didn't know what was happening to her. She was even reacting, something she had never done before. She took a deep breath. "It's okay. It will be fine soon." Pei Jin quietly opened the main door, and when he heard the sounds coming from the stall, his expression darkened significantly. "It will be fine soon, Lin Zhiyue." Jiang Li reached out to lift his chin. Lin Zhiyue's whole body stiffened as if electrocuted. Chapter 40. Can two males be together? The moment the mark pierced, there was a mix of sourness, pleasure, and pain. Lin Zhiyue's calves trembled involuntarily. He had endured for a long time, but still let out a half-sob. When he tilted his head back, he hit the wall with a loud bang. The sound was intense, and Pei Jin's heart felt like it was being struck by a heavy hammer, causing a twinge of pain. Lin Zhiyue's senses were entirely consumed by that milky scent. He couldn't feel anything else, and his body shook violently. Jiang Li was also feeling unwell. She had never been so impulsive before, never. This violent feeling, the urge to tear a doll apart, was something she had never experienced. Jiang Li opened her eyes. Briefly regaining her rationality, she gradually became sober, but the heavy, gasping sound caused her reason to shatter again. Pei Jin stood frozen, listening to the noises inside. He should have left, but the increasingly loud sounds seemed to nail him to the spot. He couldn't move an inch. No wonder Jiang Li was so good to Lin Zhiyue. No wonder. Pei Jin stood there for a long time, long enough for his legs to go numb, but still hadn't ended inside. He was male, and the grassy scent on Lin Zhiyue made him feel nauseous, but Jiang Li's voice stopped him dead in his tracks. This was Jiang Li he had never seen before, never. It turned out she wasn't always cold. She was just cold when facing him. Pei Jin lowered his head, his eyes slightly red. "Are you feeling better?" At this moment, Jiang Li's voice was unusually gentle. "Much better." Lin Zhiyue sounded as if he had just been pulled out of syrup, his voice sickeningly sweet. Who is Pei Jin? The arrogant young master of the Pei family. Even the royal family had to give him some face. When he went out, others would respectfully call him young Master Pei. He was fearless. As long as he encountered someone he didn't like, he would throw a punch. Who is he? He is the invincible Pei Jin. He should have swung his fist at Lin Zhiyue's face, taught him a lesson, and coldly spat out, "Get away from her." But the reality was that just as they were about to come out, Pei Jin ran away. Like when he sneaked in, he left silently, without a moment's hesitation. When Jiang Li came out, she frowned at the closed bathroom door. Lin Zhiyue leaned against the door as he emerged, quietly asking, "What's wrong?" She looked around, not noticing anything amiss. "It's nothing." Duan Yinzhu had been stealing glances at Pei Jin for half a class. He was clearly distracted. But why was it only half a class? Because Pei Jin came in halfway through the class. bringing with him the news that Lin Zhiyue was unwell and had gone to the hospital, with Jiang Li accompanying him. This left him a bit confused. With Pei Jin's personality, Jiang Li was understandable, but he certainly wouldn't help Lin Zhiyue ask for leave. It was truly strange. Remembering Jiang Li, his ears turned a bit red. It was quite a coincidence that day. He was in a sensitive period and was caught by Jiang Li. His memory was incomplete, but even the fragmented recollections were enough to make Duan Yunzu feel utterly embarrassed. Finally, when class was over, Duan Yunzu followed Pei Jin as they walked towards the dormitory building together. Pei Jin's mind was clearly elsewhere. Duan Yunzu casually asked, "What happened to Lin Zhiyue? I've noticed he hasn't looked well lately." Just that one sentence was like lighting a powder keg. Pei Jin exploded instantly, his face turning extremely ugly. Wishing he were dead, Duan Yunzu coughed lightly, almost choking on his saliva. How had that kid Lin offended this young master? He touched his nose, originally wanting to tentatively ask about Jiang Li, but it was better not to touch that sore spot now. Pei Jin suddenly spoke. "Do you think two males can be together?" Duan Yunzu's eyes widened in shock. What did he mean by that? Could it be that he had feelings for Jiang Li? Oh my god, if Uncle Pei and Aunt Pei found out, wouldn't he be finished? He had always thought Pei Jin wanted to be friends with Jiang Li, but he hadn't expected him to have such thoughts. This was sudden. No, he had to find a way to nip Pei Jin's thoughts in the bud. Otherwise, he would really be in trouble. After careful consideration, he replied, "I've heard that two males being together is quite rare, and the outcomes aren't very good." While saying this, he glanced at Pei Jin. The imperial law does not permit male-male relationships. If discovered, not only would they face public condemnation, but they would also be imprisoned, both of them. Duan Yunzu breathed a sigh of relief, making the situation sound worse in order to suppress Pei Jin's inappropriate thoughts. Pei Jin was almost laughing in anger. Jiang Li, who was so unwilling to be constrained, was willingly facing the severe consequences of losing her freedom if discovered. How much did she like Lin Zhiyue? Enough to give up everything. Face, reputation, freedom. Duan Yunzu dared not breathe too loudly beside him. Realizing that Pei Jin's current state was a bit off, he suddenly stopped and turned to leave, saying, "You can go back by yourself." He walked away briskly, clearly anxious. Under normal circumstances, even if the sky fell, Pei Jin wouldn't react at all. But now, it was likely related to Jiang Li. Duan Yunzi hesitated for a moment and decided to call that number to avoid dragging the Duan family into this later. "Brother Pei, there has been a bit of an incident with Pei Jin. I think it's quite serious. If Aunt Pei and Uncle Pei find out, the consequences will be severe. So I called you first." Lin Zhiyue was asleep on the hospital bed. Jiang Li followed the doctor out, feeling a bit shy to speak. The doctor merely glanced at her and seemed to guess what was going on. "You could tell me anything. I'm a doctor, and I've seen all sorts of embarrassing illnesses, so there's no need to be shy." She nodded and said, "I was relatively calm before, but now I'm quite lively." She spoke in vague terms, but the doctor understood her meaning instantly, saying, "That is a normal phenomenon. Although you won't experience pregnancy symptoms, this is caused by hormones. The baby is still in your body, so it's normal to feel a bit excited." Jiang Li's face turned a bit red. "When will this situation generally end?" The doctor pondered for a while and said, "If it's an ordinary female, it might never end. Once marked, they can't leave their male partner, and it's even more so after giving birth. But your situation is special, so I can't say for sure." Jiang Li asked in disbelief, "Will Lin Zhiyue be like those females?" The doctor squinted. "That's hard to say. After all, there aren't any existing cases. It's a low probability. Who knows?" Chapter 41. Why can he? But I can't. The dormitory conducts room checks at night. Lin Zhiyue was hospitalized, but she wasn't. She walked back slowly, feeling a bit distracted. To be honest, it sounded a bit heartless. But she really wasn't prepared to have too much involvement with Lin Zhiyue. In her view, there were many interesting things in life, and men were just the most trivial part. She didn't want to be constrained. Originally, she planned to do what she wanted after giving birth. However, the pregnancy, although initially forced by Lin Xiaoning, was still connected to her. If Lin Zhiyue really couldn't leave her later, she wouldn't evade it. She sighed deeply. In hindsight, it was better not to casually agree to things, especially with someone as scheming as Lin Xiaoning. Jiang Li walked through the teaching building, which was the nearest path to the dormitory. Just as she was unaware, a hand suddenly reached out from a door nearby, trying to grab her. She was ready to resist, but the other party was already aware. He spoke, "It's me, Peijin." Jiang Li frowned, but didn't struggle anymore, following his motion into the room. At this moment, the two were very close. Peijin pushed her against the wall, close enough for her to clearly smell his heavy breathing. She felt a bit uncomfortable and said, "What are you doing? Stay away from me." Peijin's heart sank. This was the difference between him and Lin Zhiyue. They could be so close, even intertwined, but it didn't work with him. "Jiang Li, why are you so double-standard? What is wrong with me, Peijin?" Jiang Li looked at him, their eyes meeting, but hers only held confusion, as if she truly didn't understand what he was saying. It was always like this, always that innocent look. Peijin was so angry he almost laughed. In the end, he let go of her and took a step back. "Do you like Lin Zhiyue?" She was confused. "Why would you ask such a question?" He excitedly asked, "So you don't like him?" After saying this, he quickly calmed down. What kind of person was Jiang Li? Free-spirited, uninterested in things that didn't pique her interest, just like how she ignored him when he chased her at the beginning. For someone like her, if she had no interest, how could she do such things? "Is your mouth always this tough?" Peijin gritted his teeth. After saying this, he stepped forward and kissed her lips. Just as he had imagined, they were soft. But in Peijin's mind, what she had done with Lin Zhiyue kept resurfacing. He wanted to suppress it, but it was buried deep inside. Unable to hold back, his actions became more intense. Like a starving wild dog finally seeing a piece of meat he had longed for in a luxurious golden cage. Peijin disregarded everything, even knowing he had been hurt countless times before, and understood that this was a trap. But he still plunged into the edge of the golden cage willingly. The moment he seized the bone, he finally knew what it felt like to be alive. The iron taste spread in Peijin's eyes. Besides unwillingness, there was also an uncontrollable desire. All of this happened in a very short time. Jiang Li's eyes widened in shock, feeling a bit dazed, not quite processing it. Until the wet sensation on her lips made her try to pry him open, she finally reacted. She raised her hand and pushed him away, wiping her mouth, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Peijin, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing?" She wiped her mouth forcefully, as if she truly despised his touch. Peijin didn't understand. Although he felt sour inside just now, there was still a hint of sweetness that made him unable to resist. But now, besides the sourness, all that was left was bitterness. "Jiang Li, why can he? But I can't?" Jiang Li frowned and looked him up and down. Today, Peijin was quite abnormal, as if possessed. "I don't know what you're talking about." She frowned and tried to leave, but Peijin blocked her path. "Jiang Li, why can he but I can't? Don't be ridiculous." She lowered her head and glanced at her phone. It was almost time for the dorm inspection, and I really didn't want to get punished with you. He, however, seemed to be oblivious. His eyes were red, like a poor creature that had been trapped in a golden cage, struggling until finally tamed by its master, only to be discarded again. I said, "Why is he able to do it? But I can't? What on earth are you talking about?" Jiang Li was a bit annoyed because she genuinely didn't understand what Peijin was saying. She just felt that this person in front of her was being inexplicable. Peijin scoffed, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "My Pei family is as rich as a nation, the #1 aristocrat. I, Peijin, am a powerful individual. Can you tell me what makes me inferior to others?" As he spoke, his eyes turned red, and he stubbornly looked at Jiang Li, as if he was desperately seeking an answer. "Jiang Li, tell me, why can Lin Zhiyue kiss you, but I can't?" His voice was filled with grievance, as if he would cry at any moment. Jiang Li finally reacted to what he was saying. She frowned. "You saw it? When?" As soon as she spoke. She thought of it. It was likely when they were in the bathroom. Otherwise, with Peijin's current state, if he had known earlier, he would have confronted her about it long ago. Yes, he didn't deny it. "Don't try to deceive me. Don't try to fool me. I heard everything from start to finish. You know how difficult it is for two males to be together, yet you still did this for Lin Zhiyue." His voice rose a few notches. How was she supposed to respond to that? It was one thing to know, but now he thought it was like they had broken societal norms and fallen in love with each other. No, wait, if he already knew, why did he still think they were both males? Ridiculous. This was very ridiculous. Jiang Li cast a glance at Pei Jin's head. She was now quite certain that Pei Yin must have some sort of brotherly filter on him. With this brain, why on earth did he think Pei Jin was very smart? She took a deep breath. It wasn't that she didn't believe Pei Jin, but the more people knew about this matter, the fewer options she had. After all, she really didn't want to become a production machine. Between speaking the truth and a kind lie, she decisively chose the latter. It might mean slightly slandering Lin Zhiyue, though. She nodded. Yes, you heard it, so what? Are you going to tell the teacher? But I'm a level, and Lin Zhiyue is a level. I don't think the school will care about this matter. Just pretend you don't know anything about what happened today, and I can pretend nothing happened. His words seemed to be squeezed out of his mouth, fierce and aggressive. Pretend nothing happened? Jiang Li, let me tell you, don't even think about it. Chapter 42. The clam and the snipe struggle. Pei Jin wasn't really a bad person. He was somewhat sincere. Sometimes, Jiang Li understood why Duan Yinzhao was willing to be his lackey. On the surface, Pei Jin seemed hard to deal with. But once he considered you one of his own, he was very protective, patient, and sincere. But he indeed had a dog-like temper. Just like now, Jiang Li knew he had gotten stuck in a rut. After taking a deep breath, she said, Pei Jin, I truly consider you a friend now. Although we did have some conflicts before, even so, my relationship with Lin Zhiyue is our private matter. Before she could finish her sentence, Pei Jin stepped forward and tightly grasped her shoulders, the stubbornness in his eyes nearly overflowing. Friend? Jiang Li, tell me what makes me inferior to him? Why can I only be a friend? Jiang Li was stunned and momentarily forgot to break free. She couldn't believe her ears and asked, what do you mean by that? She still found it hard to believe. Pei Jin smiled, though his eyes were filled with sadness. I didn't understand why I wanted to keep chasing after you. But now I realize it. I like you, Jiang Li. For a moment, she didn't know how to describe her current feelings. Pei Jin didn't know she was female. In his eyes, she was male. So did that mean Pei Jin actually liked males? This was quite shocking. She swallowed. Pei Jin, listen to me. You should wait until after graduation to find someone you like. Female. Do you understand? Why can you? Lin Zhiyue can, but I can't. He stared at her, desperately wanting an answer. There is no reason. Jiang Li turned her head away. The words stuck in her throat, and she pushed him away. There is no reason. We can only be friends. If you want to pretend you don't know about this or want to tell the teacher, that's fine. Just go back to the dorm now. The inspection is coming soon. After saying that, she turned to leave, but just as she was about to exit, Pei Jin shouted from behind, I can do what he can do. I could do it too. Fortunately, she hadn't taken a sip of water, or she would have spat it out. Pei Jin really had a way with words. Jiang Li hurriedly left, as if some monstrous flood was chasing after her. Insane. Truly insane, she muttered softly. Because of Pei Jin's words, the relationship they had worked so hard to establish as friends reverted back to what it was at the beginning. She fled, and he chased. She couldn't escape. Jiang Li had been very careful to avoid Pei Jin in various situations, but she still underestimated Pei Jin. This invincible, sticky plaster, like a super glue version of an additive. When the class bell rang again, Jiang Li sighed in relief as she changed seats just 1 second before the teacher entered. Another day without having to endure that fiery gaze. How nice. Pei Jin was just about to follow when the teacher walked in. He had a serious expression. Today's class is very important. It concerns whether you can survive when facing high-level insectoids on the battlefield. I usually don't care if you daydream, but today you must all pay full attention. As soon as he finished speaking, the person sitting with their eyes closed opened them. Pei Jin tilted his head to look at Jiang Li, only to see her occasionally lowering her head to take notes, completely ignoring him. His expression instantly turned grim. Just as he was about to stand up, Duan Yinzhao pressed him back down onto the chair and whispered, This teacher is a distant relative of the emperor. He isn't afraid of offending you. And besides, this class is very important. Pay attention. Who is Pei Jin? If he could easily listen to others' advice, he wouldn't be Pei Jin. But luckily, recently Duan Yinzhao had grasped his lifeline in another way. Do you want to know how Jiang Li will encounter insectoids on the battlefield and not survive? As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Jin froze. His body that had risen halfway fell back down again, and he gritted his teeth. You're right. Duan Yinzhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take notes on the key points, he heard the person beside him speak again. What method do you think can make Lin Zhiyue leave? All right. The result was that Jiang Li's safety was important. He didn't care anymore. But he still put down his pen. After all, the Duan family still relied on the Pei family as a tree. Only if he played his role well would it not affect the foundation. After pondering for a moment, Duan Yinzhao spoke. Pei Ge, I actually think it's highly unlikely. Seeing him getting anxious, he hurriedly said, let me analyze it for you. He started drawing a relationship diagram on his notebook and said, firstly, Lin Zhiyue is a level powerhouse. Just based on this point, the first military academy wouldn't let him leave. But Pei Ge, you have the Pei family behind you. It shouldn't be too difficult to operate. Pei Jin couldn't wait to speak. Then I'll message my parents right now. He pretended to take out his phone. Duan Yinzhao was startled and quickly said, however, Lin Zhiyue has the Lin family behind him. Although they're not as powerful as the Pei family. The academy is unlikely to disregard that face. So the probability of him leaving is basically zero. So the rest no way at all? He looked serious. Duan Yinzhao paused with his pen, finally asking the question he had been wanting to know. Pei Ge, tell me honestly, the question you asked me about 2 males that day, was it because... He nodded silently. Duan Yinzhao's eyes flickered with realization. Although I don't know what exactly attracts Jiang Li. Pei Ge, don't you think the third prince's feelings for Jiang Li are quite unusual? Pei Jin turned his head, somewhat surprised. He said, have you considered why the third prince took Jiang Li to Blue Star? Why specifically Blue Star? At that time, the results of the mental strength test hadn't come out yet, but judging by height and weight, we clearly seemed to have the advantage over her. So why was it Jiang Li? After a pause, he continued, although there was a bit of an accident in between. I believe the military didn't intend for anything to happen to the third prince. That was a gilded opportunity prepared specifically for him. Yet they brought along Jiang Li, an inconspicuous side branch of the Jiang family. Have you thought about why? Pei Jin's gaze flickered slightly. Are you saying? He nodded, it's highly likely, but we can confirm it further. How do we confirm it? Pei Jin said, displeased. If it's true, doesn't that make me have another competitor? He smiled slyly. Pei Ge can't help it, and the third prince surely can't resist either. If it's true, it's for the best. I believe he will be more decisive than you. Pei Ge, what do you think? Seeing that he seemed to be swayed, Duan Yinzhao spoke up to add fuel to the fire. Pei Ge, if you trust me, tell the third prince about this. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Chapter 43. Incitement and division. Pei Jin lowered his head, his expression somewhat unpleasant. After a while, he raised his head and glared fiercely at Cheng Shubai's back. He didn't manage to get close to Jiang Li, but he was sitting right in front of her. This person is truly detestable. Indeed, the royal family and the Cheng family have no good people. They are all secretly acting as bad seeds behind the scenes. He gritted his teeth and said, what charm does Jiang Li have? Why are they all acting like they've been bewitched, just following Jiang Li around? Shouldn't a qualified male be on the battlefield achieving merits? Chasing another male? What is that supposed to mean? Duan Yinzhao felt that this question he shouldn't be asking Pei Jin, but rather himself, because it seems he too is bewitched. But what exactly is so charming about Jiang Li? He looked up. The place he was sitting was slightly better positioned than Pei Jin's. The sunlight outside the window shone on her profile, glowing white. She was lowering her head, as if she heard something obscure and difficult to understand, her brows slightly furrowed. Yet she was still diligently taking notes. What exactly is so charming about her? Clearly, they were wearing the same white school uniform. But Duan Yinzhao inexplicably felt that it looked better on her than on anyone else. Although there were many people sitting there, it seemed to him that he could only see her. How strange. Is she really that charming? Duan Yinzhao was a bit confused, not knowing, but she smelled really nice. He noticed that when he leaned close to her neck that day. How can she smell so good? Clearly, she's a male. Why does she smell better than the females? Duan Yinzhao. Beside him, Pei Jin's cold voice rang out. What are you looking at? He pretended to be relaxed and said, looking at the third prince. I heard the third prince is not an easy character. As long as he makes a move, Lin Zhiyue will definitely not fare well. But what? He's different from us. Every action he takes represents the royal family. Even if he really has thoughts, he will probably suppress them to avoid being noticed. Pei Ge, we need to come up with a way to force him to admit it, to face himself. Pei Jin looked over suspiciously. That place not only had Jiang Li, but also Cheng Shubai. After a long time, he nodded. All right, when we get back, write me a 3,000-word plan, make it complete. 3,000 words, how absurd. In this day and age, even writing a guarantee letter is only 1,000 words. 3,000 words just for this. Pei Jin really doesn't treat him like a human. He felt a bit of pain in his wrist, but still gritted his teeth and nodded. Pei, good, don't worry. I'll have it for you by tomorrow morning. Good. Pei Jin casually nodded, seemingly unconcerned, and his gaze fell on the person in front again. Here it comes again. That sticky gaze, as if it could swallow her whole at any moment. Jiang Li furrowed her brows, straightened her back. No, she absolutely cannot let Pei Jin know that she is female. It's already ridiculous that he thinks she's male. If he finds out she's female, it would be a disaster. No matter what kind of monsters and demons are on Pei Jin, Jiang Li hopes they will disperse quickly. Are you feeling better? Jiang Li asked worriedly after placing the nutrient solution on the table. Lin Zhiyue smiled. He indeed lost quite a bit of weight, but because she came, his spirit had improved a lot. I'm much better, don't worry. And his gaze fell on her. Jiang Li turned slightly, feeling a bit uneasy. What's wrong? Am I growing larger? Jiang Li's expression was somewhat hard to describe. Both the place his gaze touched and what he just said were a bit hard to articulate. Don't worry, didn't the doctor say that the dragon race has a special body structure? It won't show until after 8 months. But I'm still very worried. He said seriously, Jiang Li, I don't mean to interfere with your life, but the dragon race has never given birth before. It's unheard of and unseen. Because of this, we need to be even more cautious. The military academy's training intensity is too high. How about I have my mom ask for a leave for us? And we can go back. We can come back after the baby is born. Jiang Li hesitated. It's only been 3 months, and it's 9 months to give birth. There's still 6 months left. By the time we come back, all the classes this semester will be over. Lin Zhiyue's eyes brightened. He had been waiting for this sentence. We could take a year off. Once your body is completely healed, we can come back. What do you think? A year off? He nodded vigorously. But this also has his private intention. Pei Jin is really annoying. He originally thought that after Pei Jin found out about his relationship with Jiang Li that day, he would hold back, but unexpectedly, that mad dog became even worse. If it weren't for his poor health these days, unable to get out of bed, he wouldn't let that mad dog cling to Jiang Li every day. Once they take a year off, they won't be in the same class anymore. He doesn't believe that mad dog will still come every day. After all, the second year won't just be simple training at school. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Zhiyue spoke pitifully. Jiang Li, there's actually another reason. I'm really feeling awful. He touched his neck. Jiang Li's heart softened. She had long noticed that kid was his best bargaining chip. She would definitely soften her heart. All right, I agree to you. She nodded without any hesitation. Thank you. He smiled, looking inexplicably sweet. Pei Jin felt he was truly too clever. He turned on the recording function on his phone. Are you feeling better? Much better. Jiang Li's voice was uncharacteristically gentle, while Lin Zhiyue's voice was sweet to the point of being nauseating. Cheng Shubai's expression was indifferent, showing no signs of a flaw. But the leather-black gloves on his hands were tightly clenched. The surface calmness could barely be maintained, but the jealousy within was impossible to suppress. Pei Jin, what do you want me to hear from this recording? Pei Jin's expression deepened with a smile. Cheng Shubai, I don't believe you can't tell who the two people in this are. I can tell. After a pause, his gaze slightly darkened. So what? This is their business. What does it have to do with me? Oh, he exclaimed, as expected of the third prince. You can still sit still. I wish I had your ability. He bent down to meet Cheng Shubai's gaze, his eyes filled with blatant provocation. You like Jiang Li, right? You like Jiang Li, right? This sentence was like a giant stone dropping into a calm lake. Is it that obvious he likes Jiang Li? Now, even a fool like Pei Jin, who can't control his temper, can see at a glance. Cheng Shubai spoke with an expression of calm indifference. You think too much. Chapter 44, Cheng Shubai. You really lack courage. Whether I'm overthinking or if your thoughts are dirty, only you know. Pei Jin laughed recklessly, his eyes brimming with disdain. Daring to think, but not to admit it. Cheng Shubai, you really lack courage. His body tensed up instantly, his expression somewhat ugly. What do you want to do? Pei Jin sighed deeply. To be honest, I consider Jiang Li a friend. This incident is clearly Lin Zhiyue shamelessly seducing her. When he said this, he seemed as if he wanted to tear him apart. Jiang Li is a top-tier powerhouse. Having entered the military, her future will definitely not be simple. I don't want Lin Zhiyue to leave a stain on her. How about we team up to drive Lin Zhiyue out of the first military academy and away from Jiang Li? Pei Jin looked serious, as if everything was genuinely for Jiang Li's sake. But Cheng Shubai did not think his intentions were that simple. Lin Zhiyue is a woman who knows how to seduce. And what good is Pei Jin? It's just 50 steps laughing at 100 steps. He thinks he can use him as a decoy? Huh. Does he think he is as foolish as him? Just because he hasn't been at the military academy for so long due to his physical condition. Does he think he won't keep an eye on that shameless Lin Zhiyue? Now that trouble has arisen, he wants to use him as a pawn. Pei Jin's calculations are loud, but unfortunately, he doesn't want to play along. Useless. Cheng Shubai spoke coldly. I'm not interested. If you want to do it, go ahead. Besides, you are the jewel of the Pei family. What if the Lin family is the third noble family? Don't you want to deal with her simply? Is it that he doesn't want to? Pei Jin gritted his teeth. Driving Lin Zhiyue away from Jiang Li is indeed very important. But he calmed down later, thinking he was lucky that Duan Yunjue's bad advice had stopped him. With Jiang Li like this, she must have feelings for Lin Zhiyue. Even if she doesn't now, if he drives her away, she might develop feelings. After all, love only deepens when there is resistance. He has read so many novels for nothing. When the whole world opposes, the male and female leads always love each other fiercely. Why? The more they oppose, the more they think the other is true love. Especially when they are in the heat of the moment, the confrontation will always be particularly thrilling. Pei Jin didn't want to be that bad guy, so it had to be Cheng Shubai. When Lin Zhiyue leaves, and Jiang Li becomes annoyed with Cheng Shubai, he can appear as the understanding brother, gradually consuming her. The process is not important. The result is what matters. Pei Jin nodded, somewhat regretfully said, "All right then, I'll handle it myself. Jiang Li will definitely thank me in the future." After leaving this remark, he turned and returned to his room. Cheng Shubai could see through his act at a glance, especially when he listened to that recording. This might stem from the hatred between rivals. Cheng Shubai sat in the living room for a long time, staring fixedly at the closed door of Jiang Li's room. She hadn't come out since she went in at night. He didn't know what she was doing inside. Is she thinking about Lin Zhiyue? Cheng Shubai chuckled softly, oddly eerie in the dark night. He murmured, "Jiang Li, he is not suitable for you. The support from the Lin family is not enough. Only the support from the royal family is worthy of you." Jiang Li got up, feeling refreshed. But thinking about seeing Pei Jin as soon as she stepped out made her feel exhausted. He was really clingy, making it hard for her to breathe. Who can come to save her? Just then, there was a knock on her bedroom door. So early, it was most likely that sticky Pei Jin. After a moment of hesitation at 0.01 seconds, Jiang Li decided to pretend she couldn't hear. "Jiang Li," Cheng Shubai's voice. She quickly stepped forward to open the door. There was no sign of Pei Jin in the living room, but she still feared encountering him, so she reached out and pulled him inside. His wrist was tightly grasped in her hand. The superior person was restrained, yet there was no displeasure, his heart racing. But he still pretended to be calm and spoke. "My royal brother encountered an accident while fighting the insect race, and he has gone." "You?" Jiang Li tilted her head, looking puzzled, not understanding what he meant. "You're a top-tier powerhouse. My royal brother has always had a bad relationship with the marshal. He cannot go save my royal brother. Can you come with me take a look? There are only 2 princes in the Star Empire. Cheng Shubai is ranked 3rd. It is said that the second prince died shortly after birth, followed by the previous queen's death, and only then did the current queen appear. So the royal brother he mentioned can only be one person. That is the crown prince, Cheng Si." Jiang Li calculated in her heart that saving the crown prince would surely elevate her status, but it requires a top-tier powerhouse to act. And the insect race must not be simple. What level is the insect race? Tier 5. Sure enough, although 1 level lower, she is still a student. One who has power but does not know how to use it. No matter how detailed the school teaches, it is only theoretical knowledge. Practical experience must be gained on the battlefield. Strong as she may be, the insect race has combat experience. Jiang Li. The benefits a savior could gain are significant, but she does not want to die. Don't worry, I don't need you to go to the battlefield. Just release your mental power at the right time from the rear against that insect. As long as he has a momentary pause, the rest is up to us. Jiang Li no longer hesitated and nodded. She trusted Cheng Shubai's words. Okay, what? You want to go deep into the insect race? Lin Zhiyue sat up from the sickbed, looking pale and worried. Jiang Li waved her hand. Don't worry, there are many strong people inside. I just need my mental power. Nothing will happen. He frowned tightly, but said, it's very dangerous, you know? Those insect races have no humanity. They won't go easy on you. Jiang Li shrugged, I know, but I want to enter the military. I must build up some connections now. That is the crown prince. They won't let him fall into danger. But he bit his lip. Then it shouldn't TBU, a student going. If a top-tier powerhouse is required, why can't it be Peijin? Jiang Li really wanted him to hear that she's speaking sense. It's not about strength. What kind of person is Peijin? He is from the Pei family. They certainly wouldn't let him take risks. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to the Pei family. What does she have? No identity, no status, just strength. Usually, those who risk their lives are people like her. However, Jiang Li didn't mind. After all, fortune favors the bold. She spoke without hesitation. Lin Zhiyue, don't worry. I will have protection from heaven and will come back safely. By then, my status will soar. And besides, the third prince is a good person. He won't deceive me. Lin Zhiyue knew her. No one could stop the decision she made. He sighed deeply. You must promise me. You must come back safely. Chapter 45, the meat bone, was taken away. Jiang Li waved her hand, pretending to be unconcerned. Don't worry. That's the third prince. What danger could there be around him? Lin Zhiyue hesitated to speak, but ultimately just gave her a deep look. Forget it. He can't always keep her by his side. He understood her meaning. A single Jiang family is not enough. The support behind her must be substantial to help her go further in the military. But he couldn't help but remind her, Jiang Li, be careful of the third prince. His relationship with the crown prince is very delicate. He couldn't say much more. He could only hint at it. I understand. Jiang Li's quinta. If it weren't for his reminder, she might have been deceived by Cheng Shubai's appearance. After all, he really seemed to care about his brother. But upon reflection in the struggle for power, where is there any genuine brotherly affection? It's just a play. Jiang Li said, thank you. Don't worry. Take good care of yourself. I'll be back soon, and then we can take a break from school. Okay. His eyes were filled with worry, but he still forced a faint smile. He didn't want Jiang Li to be concerned. Jiang Li followed Cheng Shubai to save the crown prince. I have no objections. The military academy has no objections. The one with the biggest objections is Peijin. After being chained for so long, he has developed the appearance of a well-behaved dog, but deep down he is still a mad dog. When the meat bone in front of him was taken away by someone, he could no longer maintain his calm. He pushed open the door to the conference room forcefully. The royal military leaders were not unfamiliar with his face. Peijin, a member of the Pei family. They looked at him with a guarded expression, ready to act at any moment. The one in the main seat, Cheng Shubai, was their master, and they only listened to him. Everyone go out. Yes. Fortunately, the mad dog still had a shred of remaining rationality, but not for long. After everyone left, Peijin stepped forward and grabbed his collar, lifting him slightly with some force. Cheng Shubai wanted to resist, but the mental power he had always been proud of was nothing in front of him. At that moment, he realized that the gap between high-level mentalities was indeed so great. Cheng Shubai. Peijin gritted his teeth and spoke. Have you forgotten the last time you took Jiang Li away, causing her to be captured by the interstellar pirates? He almost roared. How much do you hate Jiang Li? Do you want her to die? You know how dangerous the Zerg are. If I remember correctly, the Crown Prince is a high-level powerhouse, and he was captured. What can Jiang Li, a student who hasn't undergone systematic training, do? Cheng Shubai remained unmoved. Even with his collar in someone else's grip, he was still proud. That was an accident. It won't happen again. Jiang Li will come back safe and sound. I don't believe you. He squeezed this out between his teeth. I'm also a high-level powerhouse. I'll go with you. Cheng Shubai sneered. But you're the precious one of the Pei family. They won't let you take risks. You know that deep down. Besides, you're still too weak. I'm no different from Jiang Li, no. He shook his head. You were pinned to the ground and beaten by Jiang Li. You couldn't defeat her. Remember that. You waste. finally expressing his true thoughts. Cheng Shubai felt an inexplicable sense of relief, accompanied by a strange satisfaction. Taking advantage of Pei Jin's moment of distraction, Cheng Shubai seized the opportunity to push him away. Pei Jin, don't take yourself too seriously. The only one who has the standing to stop Jiang Li here is Lin Zhiyue. What are you, Pei Jin? Jiang Li usually doesn't even want to pay attention to you. This undoubtedly poured salt on the wound, and Pei Jin's face darkened significantly. Lin Zhiyue won't last long. After saying this, he stormed off. Cheng Shubai watched his back, a rare smirk of mockery appearing in his calm eyes. What a gullible fool. Lin Zhiyue might be a rival, but Pei Jin had no opportunity to threaten him at all. Pei Jin had sought out Jiang Li many times in private, but she had never relented. As Cheng Shubai said, he had no standing. No matter how unwilling he was, Jiang Li still followed Cheng Shubai away. Duan Yinzhu, however, was not worried at all and left her with a rather meaningful sentence. Brother Pei, the third prince is about to take action. On the spaceship. After the royal general saluted, one spoke. Third prince, this time the target Zerg is extremely powerful. It is said to be high level, but in terms of mental power, it should already be comparable to high level. He then spent half an hour explaining the background of the situation. Jiang Li's expression grew increasingly serious. She had really believed Cheng Shubai's nonsense. Because the mission was completely confidential, she had only known a rough outline before. And it turned out that the Zerg were actually this formidable, which was truly surprising. Cheng Shubai noticed her changing expression and hurriedly asked everyone to leave. Once it was just the two of them, he spoke in unison. Keep your heart in your stomach. Don't leave this spaceship later. This spaceship can withstand 3 attacks from high-level Zerg. I've activated the escape system. If anything goes wrong, you must leave immediately without looking back. Do you understand? Jiang Li was stunned and asked, what about you? Don't worry about us. I have people protecting me. Jiang Li didn't think much and nodded, I understand. She knew quite a bit about the Zerg, but it was all from textbooks. Her only close encounter was in a simulated battlefield. She was actually a bit curious. The two fell into a long silence, and then Cheng Shubai suddenly spoke. I heard Lin Zhiyue hasn't been well recently. What is wrong with him? Jiang Li was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. It was really hard to articulate. After hesitating for a while, she vaguely said, I'm not too sure. The doctor didn't say clearly. It should be an allergy. Cheng Shubai met her gaze and understood. Jiang Li was really bad at lying. Almost at a glance, he could tell she was deceiving him. But why? Thinking of the recording he had heard, Cheng Shubai quickly pieced it together. It must be a condition that was hard to speak about, or she wouldn't be unable to articulate it. He tentatively said, I've noticed Lin Zhiyue has been looking bad lately. There are many skilled doctors in the royal family. Would you like me to help contact someone? Jiang Li didn't know how to respond. How would she explain? She is pregnant, and Lin Zhiyue is suffering? She quickly shook her head, not realizing how unnatural her smile was. It's nothing serious. It'll all be fine after a while. But after a while meant once the child was born, there would be no problem. Cheng Shubai didn't ask further, but had already guessed the general idea. If you ever have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me anytime. He looked at her intently, his words carrying a hint of suggestion. Chapter 46 Jiang Li, go back immediately. Jiang Li squinted slightly, feeling an inexplicable illusion that Cheng Shubai actually knew everything. Now his words were just probing her. Her expression unchanged, she replied, All right, if I need anything, I will definitely come to you. The two fell into a strange silence again. One night later, after Jiang Li woke up and came out of her room, she was surprised to find that the entire spaceship was almost empty. Standing in the corridor, she looked out the window. The spaceship was still in the stars. But not far away, there was a golden planet. She frowned, feeling an ominous premonition. Jiang Li reacted quickly, pulling out the walkie-talkie that Cheng Shubai had given her last night. Thinking back to his strange expression at that time. You set it up, keep it on. Don't turn it off. Channel 1 is for the royal family. Channel 2 is for the military. Channel 333 can contact me. If you notice anything unusual, use this walkie-talkie. I'm afraid I still don't have the qualifications to use this, right? I said you have it, so you have it. Now, thinking back, when he looked at her, there was an inexplicable stubbornness in his eyes. Is it because of today? So he left the internal walkie-talkie for her. It turned out he had this plan. Jiang Li's eyes flickered slightly as she quickly made a round in half of the spaceship. In the room, dining area, bathroom, and even the cockpit, there was no one at the moment. She suddenly felt as if she had woken up to find she was the only one left in the world. Just then, a massive explosion occurred on the surface of the nearby planet, with debris and flames falling down. Jiang Li furrowed her brows, staring intently and discovering that among the debris, there were even royal family members. It must be that Shubai was in trouble, and her expression turned serious. The next moment, due to the overwhelming impact, the entire spaceship began to shake violently. Though it was only for a moment, it was enough to make Jiang Li's heart race. Her complexion turned a bit pale, and she hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie, tuning it to 333. Third Prince, Third Prince. After waiting for a long time, there was no response from the other end, and her expression became increasingly grim, disregarding any rules. Shubai, please respond if you hear this. Shubai, please respond if you hear this. Finally, after calling out more than 10 times, Shubai's voice came through the line. It was the same as usual, but Jiang Li could still tell he was holding on, not wanting her to notice anything wrong. Jiang Li, we're fine, but the situation is a bit tricky right now. We've contacted external support, and the royal family will arrive in, at most, 12 hours. Now, go to the cockpit and tell the system to return to the lawn realm. As soon as she finished speaking, a scream came from the other end. Jiang Li squinted. The people on the spaceship were all specially trained elites, and for them to be so startled and lose their composure, they must have encountered something extremely terrifying. Jiang Li, listen carefully, return immediately, right now. Shubai's voice carried the pressure of a higher authority. He had never spoken to her like this since their first meeting, which meant they were likely in serious trouble. Third Prince, hurry! The intercom crackled with heart-wrenching cries. Jiang Li glanced at the planet, lowered her head to look at the spaceship, then at the intercom in her hand, and finally made up her mind. Shubai, hold on. Before she could finish her sentence, the screams ceased, and the intercom lost contact completely. Jiang Li's mind was very clear. She remembered what Shubai had said when he sought her out, that the insect race was very dangerous. The strongest person she could think of now was only Marshall's Lin Zhiyue. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and briefly explained her current location and the situation to him, but still felt uneasy. Shubai clearly did not trust the military, though she didn't know why. In this situation, the lives of the many were certainly more important. She switched the intercom to channel 2, and the response came almost instantly. After arranging everything, she went to the spaceship's aft cabin, where there were many protective suits and weapons. She bypassed the cold weapons and grabbed a rocket launcher and a sniper rifle. Just as she was about to leave, she hesitated and returned to pick up a dagger and a laser sword. What if she needed them? Without any further hesitation, she flew towards the planet. When Jiang Li stood among them, she was stunned. It seemed the war had already ended. The golden ground was ablaze, and everything around was in ruins. Severed arms, broken limbs. Jiang Li discovered that, besides the royal family, there were also military personnel. Some had long since weathered away, turning into piles of white bones, but strangely, there were no heads. This was when the importance of the dagger she had randomly picked up earlier became apparent. She suppressed her discomfort and bent down to search through the mound of corpses, but there were no heads, no heads. How could this be? She mumbled to herself, her face pale. After a long while, she came to her senses and began to search quickly. Shubai's clothing was different from others. After searching for nearly an hour, she found no one. But for her, this was a good thing. Shubai might still be alive. The problem was, where had he gone? She searched the surroundings, finding no signs of people, nor any trace of the insect race. Strange, the battle had clearly just ended not long ago. Taking a deep breath, she took out her phone, recorded a video, and sent it to the marshal. Unsurprisingly, Lin Zhiyue hadn't replied to her last message. But that was to be expected. As a marshal, he must have many things to attend to every day. She had done what she could. Whether it would succeed depended on luck. Just as she sent the message, she heard a growling sound coming from underground. The sound was not loud, but here, her nerves were taut. Even the slightest noise couldn't escape her ears. She began to search around, but in a moment of distraction, she fell into a hole. The hole was deep. After a minute, she still hadn't reached the bottom. She quickly took out her phone and turned on the flashlight. The scene before her made her widen her eyes. The heads that were missing from the severed limbs were all here. Inside the transparent membrane were numerous heads. These were the insect race's eggs. Jiang Li had a foreboding feeling. An hour later, she finally landed. The membranes were soft, as if she had fallen into an inflatable bed. But when she turned her head, the moment their eyes met, Jiang Li felt nauseated. She struggled to stand up and quickly moved down, turning off the flashlight and tiptoeing inside. After just 2 steps, she remembered to unmute her phone. She didn't want to be discovered by the insect race because of this trivial matter. These two must be brothers, right? They looked very similar, both with silver hair. Silver hair, does that refer to Changshu Bai? Jiang Li peeked out, and the scene before her made her widen her eyes. Chapter 47, Insect Eggs, Jingxi. The speakers were 2 insect creatures, each nearly 3 meters tall. Jiang Li frowned. When did the insect race learn to speak? It was truly unheard of and unseen. Quite strange indeed. Behind the 2 insect creatures were 2 gigantic insect eggs. The transparent texture allowed her to see the people inside clearly. One of them was the missing Changshu Bai, and the other, also with silver hair, had a colder and harder expression. Although his eyes were closed, it was clear he was a cold person. Without a doubt, this person should be the crown prince, Chengxi. The insect creatures did not linger. Perhaps they didn't even regard the 2 as important since they were already in the insect eggs and seemed to pose no threat. After the 2 insects left, Jiang Li crept closer. Third prince, she whispered, but Changshu Bai remained with his eyes closed, showing no reaction. She stared at the insect egg in front of her. She had seen this in textbooks. It was used by female insects for reproduction, but now it housed humans. She wanted to break it open, but was unsure of the effect it would have on the people inside. Just as Jiang Li hesitated, a chirping sound came from behind her. She stiffened. The insect race was coming. She tilted her head to look around, searching for a hiding place. Suddenly, a bony hand reached out from the insect egg, and before Jiang Li could react, she was pulled in by the shoulder. An overwhelming stench assaulted her senses, the uncomfortable, sticky feeling she experienced while penetrating the insect egg made her uneasy. Chengxi pulled her behind him, his tall figure completely shielding her. The sounds of the insect race grew louder from outside, and Jiang Li instinctively held her breath, her gaze focused on Chengxi's back. Blood gushed out through the combat suit. "Don't move," he whispered, his voice barely audible. 2 ugly, massive insect creatures took the insect eggs to a vehicle. Once they left, the vehicle started up. On the other side, inside the insect egg, Changshu Bai still had his eyes tightly closed. The vehicle suddenly jolted, and Jiang Li instinctively grabbed Chengxi's belt, her knuckles brushing against the gun at his waist. Chengxi's body tensed instantly, and he swallowed hard, a bit unnaturally. "Be gentle," he said in a low voice. "Okay." Jiang Li waited for a long time, and after realizing no insect creatures were returning, she finally sighed in relief. "You're the crown prince?" "Yes, who are you?" Chengxi asked. "I'm a student of the 1st Military Academy. This time, the 3rd prince asked me to come along to rescue you." Chengxi scoffed, a hint of unspoken disdain in his voice. Jiang Li felt a bit confused, sensing she was being belittled, which made her somewhat angry. A weasel paying respects to a chicken, not a good intention. Now she realized that the weasel referred to Changshu Bai, while the chicken referred to himself. Jiang Li did not refute. After all, this was a royal matter, a matter between the 2 brothers. She was merely an outsider. "Your Highness, what is the situation? Why did the 3rd prince faint?" Chengxi made no move, his voice very low, only audible to the 2 of them. "The information is incorrect. There's a level female insect in this insect nest." Jiang Li frowned. But a female insect alone wouldn't cause such a situation, right? The role of a female insect is to reproduce, even if it's a level 1. Their combat ability is not very high. No, it can even be said to be basically 0. You've learned well, beside the female insect. There's also a male insect currently at level 1, but I think his true strength is already very close to level 2. The male insects are ruthless and powerful, and all those who came with me to exterminate the insects have perished." Jiang Li frowned and asked, "Then why did they imprison you in the insect eggs?" Jiang Li, with a serious expression, replied, "I found out by chance that these insect eggs can absorb our mental energy, which is then transferred from the female insects to the male insects. This insect nest looks ordinary, but it hides more than 5 high-level insect species. It seems these powers were given to them by the female insect. So, they want to refine you?" "That's right." Cheng Si narrowed his eyes. "When they were about to attack me, Cheng Shubai and the others arrived, and the insect race came out in full force to engage them. Now, they might want to turn us both into their power. There are actually such insects." Jiang Li murmured, "They seem to be getting stronger." "That's right. I will take the lead in attacking the female insect. You hurry and take Cheng Shubai to escape. I will delay as long as I can." "That's all I can do." Jiang Li looked up, only able to see his pale neck, and she hesitated no more. "I will help you." His voice was serious, clearly displeased. "You don't have to mind Cheng Shubai's words. He never considers the consequences of his actions. You're just a student. What can you do?" Although his words weren't very pleasant, Jiang Li wasn't ungrateful. She knew Cheng Si was protecting them. She weakly spoke, "But what if I'm a high level?" Cheng Si froze. "You are Jiang Li?" She raised her eyebrows. "Am I really that famous now? Even the prince knows me?" Cheng Si suddenly didn't know what to say. Cheng Shubai had repeatedly praised Jiang Li in front of the emperor, describing her as steady, powerful, and skilled. Now looking at her, she indeed seemed steady. Perhaps even overly so. They were still in the insect nest, surrounded by powerful insect species. "Don't joke around at this point." He changed the subject. "Are you afraid?" "Jiang Li? Of course I'm afraid. Who isn't afraid of death?" He took a deep breath. "Then let's try to deal with that female insect first. If we fail, you hurry and run. I'll buy you time." "What about the third prince?" Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted. "If I can take you away, I will. If not, it will be up to fate. You're quite casual about this. What about you?" "I will be fine. Everyone else is dead. Only the 2 of us with the surname Cheng are still alive. Don't you find that strange?" Jiang Li suddenly realized, "You have a way to survive, right?" "You could say that." Before he could finish, the vehicle stopped, and both of them froze, not moving. The insect race approached, carrying the insect eggs inside. The cave was deep, but it was filled with insect eggs, and unlike before, it was now full of insect species. Jiang Li dared not make any large movements, and only dared to steal glances. Further inside was a lake. "Bring them all over." It was the voice of a female robot. Chapter 48. Leaning in Cheng Si's arms. How strange. Why would there be robots among the insect race? Compared to interstellar humans, the insect race is much stronger, not just in appearance, but in their incredible reproductive capabilities. They can even reproduce while fighting on the battlefield. This is a terrifying thing. They constantly face an enemy that never runs out. The combat ability of the female insects is very weak, but their reproductive and defensive abilities are frighteningly strong. Jiang Li stood on tiptoe to sneak a look, only to realize that the source of the sound was not a robot at all. It was a female insect, 5 meters wide, continuously rolling out insect eggs from beneath her, which would then be carried away by other insects. "Bring them up." Yes. They were like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of the insects. The flesh on the female insect had almost piled up into a small mountain, and from the gaps, transparent tubes extended out. Let them come over to absorb the power of these 2 high-level interstellar beings. Yes. With 1 insect race gone, there were still 5 left in the cave, not counting the female insect. Cheng Si held her hand from behind and tapped out a secret code. "I will go out first to attract their attention. When those male insects are distracted, you launch a mental attack on the female insect. Be quick. Our task now is to escape." Jiang Li understood and tapped back on his hand. "I got it." Feeling Cheng Si's hand suddenly stiffen, she smiled slightly. Fortunately, she had paid attention in class. Otherwise, she wouldn't have understood what he was saying now. The moment the tubes connected, Jiang Li felt uncomfortable all over, her energy draining and a sense of weightlessness washing over her. Cheng Si moved quickly, almost instantly breaking through the insect egg, striking down a male insect. At the same time, the remaining 4 male insects charged at him. Jiang Li clicked her tongue. Although the insect race was evolving, their intelligence still wasn't great. They couldn't even see such an obvious trick. She wasn't very skilled in controlling mental energy yet, as they hadn't gotten to that part in class. But now, with life and death at stake, she had no choice. She concentrated and directed her mental energy towards the female insect. The female insect did not expect someone to be hiding in the shadows. Her attention was fully on Cheng-Si, occasionally giving commands. Don't harm his life. We still need his power. Before she could finish, she felt her brain crumble, like a wall collapsing in an earthquake. She wanted to remind the male insects. But when she tried to speak, she found she couldn't because Jiang Li quickly adjusted and launched a second mental attack on her. Not only that, but she also threw a dagger, which struck her brood pouch, green slime gushing out. As someone who understood theoretical knowledge perfectly, Jiang Li knew very well that the female insect's weakness was in her brood pouch. In the next moment, the female insect's massive body collapsed, and dust filled the cave. The male insects, seeing this, became even more ruthless in dealing with Cheng-Si. Taking advantage of their trembling, one of the insects made a run for it. It was indeed a bit clever, knowing to go outside for help, but unfortunately, Jiang Li didn't want to give him that chance. A few bullets flew out, and he fell to the ground. Jiang Li felt unsatisfied and aimed at the other male insects. In an instant, only one male insect remained beside Cheng-Si. When his knife pierced the insect's body, the insect's blade also pierced through him. Immediately, green liquid and blood mixed together on the ground, giving off a somewhat sour smell. Jiang Li emerged from the insect egg and glanced at the gun behind him. You're quite something, having a firearm at your waist, but choosing to use cold weapons. Cheng-Si held back, but couldn't resist. Guess why I didn't use it? Could it be because I'm out of bullets? That makes a lot of sense, she replied, while also pulling Cheng Shubai out from another insect egg. This person was sleeping with his eyes closed, looking peaceful, completely oblivious to what had just happened outside. Youth is great. He can sleep through anything. Stop joking around. Let's go. Jiang Li shook her head, all right? I just heard that female insects say they're going to find male insects. They will probably discover us soon. We might as well stay here. Wait to be caught like turtles in a jar? Jiang Li looked at him with some disdain, then caught sight of an insect egg containing the corpses of the insect race. Because the female insect was dead, the unborn insects inside also died, but surprisingly, the insect egg was still intact. She tossed Cheng Shubai into his arms. You find an insect egg to hide in, be discreet. What about you? He sounded a bit displeased. Jiang Li took a handkerchief from her pocket and walked towards him, sorry, without waiting for him to react. She roughly pressed down on his bleeding wound. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Jiang Li turn and walk to the door, dropping drops of blood on the ground until she was outside. Cheng-Si finally realized what she wanted to do, no longer hesitating, and turned to drag Cheng Shubai to hide among the eggs. When Cheng Shubai leaned closer, he pushed him away with some disdain, making him lean on the other side. Jiang Li was seriously faking an escape route, and was just about to finish when she heard heavy footsteps approaching from a distance. The insect creatures were coming. She turned and ran back. Just as she was about to jump into the egg, that pair of hands appeared again and pulled her in. She tilted her head and happened to meet Cheng-Si's gaze. Their eyes locked, and she saw the worry in his eyes. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. I'm fine. He nodded just as the insect creatures came in. The queen. Who is it? Who killed the queen? It must be those two in the egg. Damn it. We should have killed them back then. Because they came too quickly. Jiang Li was still in Cheng-Si's arms, her back against his slightly rising chest. Jiang Li's eyes flickered, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as her waist accidentally brushed against him. The nearly escaping breaths were forcefully held back by Cheng-Si, but his ears turned completely red. He looked down at her, and from this angle, he could only see her translucent white profile. This person really was reckless. Look, there's a bloodstain here. Let us hurry and chase them. Or they get far away. The footsteps faded. Just as Jiang Li had guessed, the insect creatures had some intelligence, but it wasn't very high. So they were easily fooled. Hurry, she whispered. Okay. The two of them quietly emerged, and Cheng-Si casually dragged Cheng Shubai out, his face full of disdain as he spoke. It seems the food at your military academy is too good. How'd he get so fat? Jiang Li glanced over and could clearly see his bony wrist. Good food, nutrient solution, military academy. These didn't seem to connect well. Chapter 49. Shameless. The two of them tiptoed out. It seemed this queen insect was really important to them. They managed to reach the cave entrance without being discovered. Jiang Li let out a sigh of relief. I'll call the spaceship over, but it will make a lot of noise, and they will definitely notice. We need to act quickly. After saying that, she took out her walkie-talkie and pressed the recall button, and fortunately, Cheng Shu-bai had left her a way out. Cheng Si looked around warily, his face looking quite bad. No, this group of insect creatures isn't that stupid. It must be a trap. Jiang Li. She had thought about what he said too, but she reasoned, let us not think too much. If it's a trap, do we just not jump? The most important thing right now is to leave here. We must move quickly. Okay. As the spaceship stopped, insect creatures appeared around them almost instantly. This truly was a trap, but they couldn't think too much about it now. The two of them quickly ran toward the spaceship, and Jiang Li clearly felt her mind momentarily hazy. Only a high-level male insect could do something like this. She turned to look, and Cheng Si's movements had clearly slowed down. If it continued like this, he would be left behind. Jiang Li took a deep breath. You quickly get on that third prince. After saying that, she pulled out a firearm and shot rapidly. A large group of low-level insect creatures fell, covering the entire ground with green slime. But to high-level insect creatures, this kind of damage was like a tickle. Seeing them getting closer, Jiang Li took a deep breath and used all her strength to release her mental power against them again. Her face turned pale instantly, and the damage caused this time was clearly weaker than the last. After using mental power once, she would enter a weakened state, and it would take half a month to recover. This time, Jiang Li truly overexerted herself, but even if it was just a few fleeting seconds, it was enough for her. Although her steps were somewhat unsteady, she still forced herself to run toward the spaceship. She had already set the takeoff time before coming down. It was enough for them to leave at the fastest speed. Just as the spaceship was about to leave, she gritted her teeth and persevered, relying purely on instinct. She didn't want to stay in the insect nest. Fortunately, at the last moment, Cheng Si reached out and pulled her up. Slumping against the door and looking at the dense swarm of insects in the distance, she let out a sigh of relief. Why hasn't he the third prince woken up yet? We need to hurry back to Lin Zhiyue. Cheng Si, however, scoffed indifferently he's too weak. It would be better if he died in the insect hole. Jiang Li was momentarily at a loss for words. These two brothers. One knowingly came to rescue him despite the danger, and the other carried him out of the insect hole. Brotherhood, truly touching. Just as she finished speaking, Cheng Shu-bai's body began to twist like a twisted donut. He clearly looked extremely uncomfortable, occasionally letting out muffled groans. In fact, Jiang Li was not unfamiliar with his appearance. After all, Lin Zhiyue sometimes looked like this when he felt a bit dry. Cheng Si, however, was confused. You're right. We really should hurry back to Lin Zhiyue. This kid must be possessed. Jiang Li was suddenly at a loss for words. She touched her nose and fell silent, feeling somewhat guilty. She originally planned to play dumb and get through this. But just then, Cheng Shu-bai opened his eyes. At that moment, his eyes were dazed, clearly not in his right mind. Jiang Li, biteme. His cheeks were flushed, looking unsatisfied. At such a time, it was always the one who was still awake who felt awkward. The two locked eyes. Jiang Li felt awkward, and Cheng Si was in disbelief and shock, even thinking for a moment that there was something wrong with his ears. After all, Cheng Shu-bai was his younger brother. They grew up together, and he knew exactly what he was like. He seemed easy to get along with, but he was actually quite proud inside. What did he just say? I didn't catch that. Jiang Li instinctively denied it. Jiang Li, bite me. After a long time without her action, Cheng Shu-bai clearly became a bit impatient. His voice was loud and clear, and the two of them couldn't pretend to be deaf now. Their eyes met, leaving only awkwardness. Cheng Si blinked, his whole body stiffening in place. Perhaps Cheng Shu-bai was truly feeling terrible. He directly pounced on her, wrapping around her neck. Like a kitten just reaching its full term, it cuddled in its mother's arms, wanting to get the brother to drink a little more. Jiang Li, bite me, bite me. At this moment, he had no awareness. Completely different from the previous orderly and somewhat old-fashioned third prince. It was like he was two different people. It was as if he wanted to say all the flirty things he had never said in his life. You have to bite down hard. He pecked at her red lips like a woodpecker. What Lin Zhiyue can do, I can do too. I usually look serious, which adds to the contrast and desire to conquer, and I have more tricks up my sleeve, and my voice is better. He dared to say it. Jiang Li didn't dare to listen, her face flushed with embarrassment. Without any hesitation, she reached out to cover his mouth, physically interrupting whatever he was about to say next. Don't take it to heart. Yes, just talking nonsense. The wet sensation brushed against her palm, and Jiang Li instantly felt like she was electrocuted. Pulling her hand back, her neck turning red as well. Cheng Si wasn't a fool. Putting together his words and her earlier reaction, he guessed what was going on. At that moment, he wished he could be blind. This was between them, and he had no interest. While speaking, Cheng Shubai wrapped around her again, tightly clinging to her like a teddy bear, as if afraid she would leave. He was truly out of his mind, already dazed, spouting nonsense. Jiang Li, why do you like an old man? Have you recently developed a taste for old man scents? Although your taste is peculiar, I will be willing to buy a bottle of that scent of perfume. Don't mind him, okay? He has ulterior motives. At just 22 years old, Cheng Si, in the prime of his life, carrying the scent of an old man. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes and said, since he has such a masochistic thought, Jiang Li, you must satisfy him. He gritted his teeth and said, since he wants to be bitten, you should satisfy him. Bite hard, bite off the flesh, I'll catch it for you. After saying this, he turned and walked away, as if he never wanted to see the two of them again. Jiang Li wanted to struggle and explain, but her mouth was blocked by something soft, leaving only the sound of muffled whimpering. Cheng Si swore he had truly lost his mind. Just walking along fine, he suddenly turned around as if possessed, taking a glance back. After that, he felt completely unwell. Indeed, people like them with thin skin would suffer in this kind of situation. Behind him, the two were kissing passionately, as if there were only the two of them on the spaceship, as if they had arrived in a no-man's land. Truly shameless. He had to tell the Emperor about this. Chapter 50. Not acknowledging after putting on pants? A person who has lost their mind has frightening strength. Jiang Li felt like she was being pushed along. Clearly, she was the one biting, yet now she had the illusion of being swallowed whole. It was terrifying. In the future, she must keep her distance from people who have lost their minds, especially those who usually seem serious, but can lose their rationality. She should have recorded it on her phone earlier, so when he woke up, she could embarrass him. Jiang Li's mouth hurt terribly, and in the next moment, the little dog was nuzzling her neck, as if she were a piece of meat. Who bit whom? She clenched her teeth, her face looking terrible. Cheng Shubai briefly regained some rationality, but it was limited. He only managed to lift his head, still looking confused. He looked helpless and pitiful, saying, why can Lin Zhiyue do it, and I can't? Clearly, I'm more fun than him. Where did he learn all this? How do you know? She asked tentatively. Cheng Shubai bit his lower lip tightly, but refused to say anything more and once again pressed himself against Jiang Li. She was significantly shorter than him. At this moment, she was completely enveloped in his embrace. Bite me. Jiang Li glanced around. Although no one was there now, they were still on a spaceship. She awkwardly said, let's go inside. Okay. He turned and took her into the room, but at this time, with his back to the others, although his steps were unsteady. His eyes were clear. He really was easy to deceive. The corners of his lips, subtly curved into a secretive arc fish, can never leave the water. At this moment, the water was filled with fish food, and the lotus flowers in the pond obscured the fish's vision. He could only wiggle his body inside, searching for a taste of the food he longed for. The person on the shore just watched the struggling fish, showing no intention of helping, even finding it somewhat amusing. Cheng Shubai's face turned red, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Cheng Shubai and Lin Zhiyue were two different fish. This one had a wild nature, and his movements weren't gentle, but he was determined to swallow the fish food. Lin Zhiyue knew that the fish food thrown into the pond couldn't grow legs and run away, so he wasn't anxious at all, just quietly waiting for the food to drift to his mouth. When Jiang Li tasted the food, her entire fish body blushed. Even the scales seemed to burn. At that moment, he could see nothing else. I didn't lie to you, did I? I know quite a bit. The voice after the act was somewhat hoarse, and the scent of male hormones was even stronger. Jiang Li felt inexplicably uncomfortable. You're amazing. But don't misunderstand, it's my first time too. Jiang Li believed this. After all, it seemed rather naive for a fish to fail to find food. Cheng Si was now very helpless. He had informed the emperor about their rescue, but predictably, the first thing he asked about was Cheng Shubai. The emperor wanted to speak with him, but Cheng Shubai stubbornly waited until the next day without coming out of that room. The two males had quite a few tricks up their sleeves, but this matter could be considered a scandal for the royal family. If the emperor found out, he would surely be in trouble. It wasn't until the emperor called for the 5th time that Cheng Si realized he couldn't avoid it any longer. Finally, after hanging up the phone, he prepared to knock on their door. Before his hand could fall, the door was open from the inside. Cheng Shubai, standing in front of him, froze Cheng Si. How to describe it? Like a wildflower about to wither in the desert, finally nourished by the rare rain after a millennium. Even his lips had a hint of moisture. It was inexplicable. He frowned and said, "The emperor is looking for you. Come with me to return a call." He accidentally glanced inside. The scene before him was quite shocking. Slender, pale legs were exposed, and the person seemed to be asleep. Is she really male? Cheng Si couldn't help but doubt it. He wanted to take another look, but was blocked by Cheng Shubai's gaze. His eyes suddenly deepened, whether intentional or not, revealing one side of his neck, where the glands were red and bore deep marks. What had happened was self-evident. He still couldn't hold back and lowered his voice. "What are you doing? Being marked like a female? Have you thought about the consequences when the emperor finds out? This is reckless. This is my business. You don't need to worry about it. Mind your own eyes and don't look at things you shouldn't see." He scoffed. "I have no intention of lowering myself to act like a female. You better mean that." The two brothers appeared to be harmonious on the surface, but secretly, having grown up together, they knew exactly where to strike to cause the most pain. "Be careful your mother finds out and forces you to death." Cheng Shubai clenched his fists tightly. She was smart and wouldn't really seek a quick end. It's best to be so. He looked at him thoughtfully, having other speculations. Normally, Cheng Shubai would have broken down by now, but today was different, which was strange. It seemed the empress must know something. His expression was inscrutable, making it easier to handle. This way, he could let the emperor see both of their true faces at once. Interesting. When Jiang Li woke up, she felt as if her entire body had been run over by a large vehicle. It was extremely sore, and not only that, even lifting an arm to check the time was exhausting. Where did Cheng Shubai learn so many tricks? It was truly eye-opening. She lay on the bed all day, and during this time, the nutrient solution was brought to her by Cheng Shubai. However, Jiang Li wasn't very happy. This person was simply too good at climbing the social ladder. After watching Jiang Li finish the nutrient solution, he finally spoke. "We've already been intimate. Should you cut ties with Lin Zhiyue?" Fortunately, she swallowed the last sip just in time. Otherwise, she would have spat it out. In fact, Jiang Li didn't even know what the situation was at that time. She felt like she had lost her mind, inexplicably half pushing and half yielding to it. But now that it had happened, it needed to be addressed. It was just an accident. This phrase seemed to touch a nerve in Cheng Shubai. He concealed his anger and said, "Jiang Li, do you see me as just a trivial accident?" How should she put it? Jiang Li felt very conflicted inside. She felt like a scorned woman being pointed at, making her particularly uncomfortable. "That's not what I meant." She quickly explained, "But we are both students right now. There are definitely more important matters to deal with. The insect race is still out there. We can't get lost in this kind of thing." He sneered. "I see you just can't bear to part with Lin Zhiyue. Just now, you were clearly quite absorbed. Are you now trying to deny it after putting on your pants?" Jiang Li, don't even think about it. Chapter 51. Can you spend more time with me? Jiang Li now had the feeling of being accused of being a scorned woman. However, reality was indeed as such. She took a deep breath, tried to reason with him. "You are the third prince. I think you should have more important things to do. These matters between us are trivial. You." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Cheng Shubai. His gaze was firm. "Jiang Li, any matter concerning us is not trivial as long as it relates to you." You choked on your words, unable to say a single one. "The Lin family has nothing but a bit of money. I have everything he has, and I have what he doesn't have. What is wrong with choosing me?" She spoke dryly. "I don't want to choose anyone. I just want to stay in the military academy until graduation. For some reason, Cheng Shubai's emotions began to intensify. Pei Jin is just like a mad dog. He never considers the consequences of his actions. Now that he's set his sights on you, do you think he will let you go if no one is protecting you? No, Jiang Li, wake up. I can handle it. Cheng Shubai scoffed. His backing is the Pei family. Who gave you the courage to compete with him? I admit that your mental strength is strong, but do you know how much the Pei family gives to the military and the empire every year? Even if he really does something, no one could do anything to him. I know. Her expression was serious, but the third prince, although Pei Jin has a bad temper, he is not that kind of person. Moreover, this is not a bargaining chip I would use. Jiang Li has always adhered to the idea that things will work out naturally. It is only when forced into a corner with no way out that she will think of ways to solve problems. Cheng Shubai saw that reasoning wouldn't work, so he had to threaten her. Jiang Li, that was my first time. How will you compensate me? What could she say? We are all adults. It was mutual consent. Just now, you could have pushed me away. But when she met his tear-filled eyes, she couldn't say a word. Damn, why are all these males so emotional now? What is a soft-hearted person like her supposed to do? Seeing her a loss for words, Cheng Shubai knew he had made the right move. Threats and temptations didn't work, but acting pitiful did. No wonder Jiang Li was at the mercy of Lin Zhiyue. It turned out it was like this. His voice softened a bit. Jiang Li, I really don't know what to do. I've never encountered something like this before. I'm a male. He hesitated, but his tone clearly carried a hint of helplessness. When he said this, his heart tightened, fearing he might say too much and make her uncomfortable. Thinking about it, it is indeed true. Males carry a natural pride. They look down on artificial beasts and have an inherent repulsion towards males. Even if they become good friends, they will maintain a distance. Even females, in their eyes, are just tools for solving estrus and having children. Males with a naturally high opinion of themselves now being suppressed by other males find it hard to accept, which seems to be the normal situation. Jiang Li inexplicably recalled his words that I seem serious, but have a more contrasting side and a desire for conquest. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to forget. Seeing that she seemed fine, Cheng Shubai seized the moment and said with a choked voice, Jiang Li, I really don't know what to do. If the emperor finds out, can you stay with me a bit more? He said this cautiously, looking at his pitiful appearance. Jiang Li couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh. She cleared her throat. All right, you can find me anytime, as long as I'm here. Thank you. He suddenly stepped forward and hugged her tightly, making Jiang Li feel a bit uncomfortable. But she is actually a kind person. Recalling what he had just said, she held back the words that Cheng Shubai might not want to hear. Forget it. This matter is somewhat related to her, so it's better to keep silent for now. When the three of them sat at the same table to eat again, Cheng Si noticed something was off between the two. Cheng Shubai was overly enthusiastic, his eyes filled with Jiang Li, busily tending to her as if she were some rare delicacy, while Jiang Li, although cooperating with Cheng Shubai, was stiff in both her movements and expressions. Cheng Si didn't think Jiang Li was threatened. Instead, he felt that his brother was using other means. His younger brother is the best at exploring human nature and then using it to manipulate people. Cheng Shubai was very familiar with this little trick. Jiang Li looked at the strawberry-flavored nutritional liquid in front of her, feeling like her life was over. Who understands the feeling of having gone through life and death in the insect clan's lair, only to come out and still rely on drinking something so disgusting to survive? As long as she is in the starry sky, she cannot escape this thing. Cheng Si saw Cheng Shubai's nervousness and had a bad idea, but he still maintained a calm facade. Jiang Li, do you not like strawberry-flavored nutritional liquid? The two had been subtly competing for years and knew how to hit each other's soft spots. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Cheng Shubai's expression changed, and his gaze towards Jiang Li became more tense. She shook her head. That's not it. It's just that I don't like any nutritional liquid. Cheng Si and Cheng Shubai both assessed her expression after she said this, trying to discern how much of her statement was sincere and how much was insincere. After all, they had never heard of anyone who disliked nutritional liquid. Nutritional liquid comes in various flavors, and everyone has to drink it every day. Even if one doesn't like this flavor, there will always be other flavors to enjoy. Jiang Li looked around, making eye contact with both of them, feeling a bit confused. What's wrong? The brothers tacitly believed her words. After all, she appeared genuinely sincere. It's nothing. The two said almost in unison, and after that, they exchanged a glare at each other. How annoying. Cheng Shubai's face turned red, showing a hint of shyness. Your Highness, after all, Jiang Li is the one who saved you this time. You won't say anything inappropriate when you go back, right? To this, Cheng Si only found it strange, of course. I won't speak of anything that would harm her. After all, I'm not the kind of ungrateful wolf that bites back. What do you think? The implication was strong. Jiang Li's matters could be kept secret, but he would not cover up anything related to her. Cheng Si's words clearly meant this. But Cheng Shubai didn't care, that's good. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere became eerily tense, as if an undercurrent was swirling around. Jiang Li really couldn't stay any longer, so she finally chose to pick up the nutritional liquid and drink it all in one go. Hurry and run. Chapter 52, what can you give me? The spaceship finally landed in the palace. Servants swarmed in, and everyone knelt outside the spaceship. To be honest, Jiang Li had never seen such a scene until now. Following behind the two princes today, she had gained some experience. As the savior of the two princes, someone trusted by the emperor arranged a place for her to stay. Cheng Shubai and Cheng Si left to report to the emperor. But that was fine. Jiang Li was happy for the peace and quiet. For the past few days, she had been caught between the two of them, and it was no exaggeration to say she felt like she was in a tough spot. Unfortunately, happy times are always short-lived. She never expected that the first to find her would be the Empress. Looking at the person in front of her, she was a bit surprised. When she tilted her head to take another look, she noticed the few robotic beast attendants in the room were gone. She understood. The Empress had come secretly and did not want others to know. Sit. This time her expression was noticeably better, and the disdain in her eyes had disappeared. Jiang Li raised her eyebrows, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but she still tried to appear calm as she sat down. What does the Empress wish to say? Her expression was subtle. Jiang Li, you are very strong. Although you are female, your mental strength is at a high level. I heard from the Crown Prince that you saved Shubai this time. She spoke lightly. It was just a small effort. The Empress doesn't need to take it to heart. She paused her hand on the table. As a mother, I thank you for saving my son. But I'm not just a mother. Last time I said I hope you will marry soon, and that has not changed. Is half a month enough time? Jiang Li raised her eyebrows, facing her savior. And she actually brought this up. The queen seemed to see what she was thinking. You saved his life, and because of that, you must not stay by his side for too long. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Li was choked up. In fact, she felt that given Cheng Shubai's current intensity, he was no longer someone the queen could control. The queen spoke to her with emotion and reason. Shubai is my son. And as his mother, I only wish for him to be safe and sound. Yes, it doesn't matter to others, as long as my son is well. Just as she finished speaking, the door was opened from the outside, and Cheng Shubai walked in with a gloomy face. Everyone out. Yes. When only the three of them were left in the room, he stepped forward and stood behind Jiang Li. His choice was self-evident. Mother, I've told you before. This is a matter between the two of us. Have you forgotten what you promised me? You said you would never interfere again. And what are you doing now? When faced with her son's disappointed gaze, the queen suddenly felt a bit at a loss. Shubai, your mother does all this for your own good. He scoffed, Mother. This is a matter between us. I don't want you to seek out Jiang Li because of this in the future. Cheng Shubai's expression changed slightly, but he was very serious. I think you've lost your mind. She is a male. You know very well what the consequences would be if your father found out. She gritted her teeth and spoke. Cheng Shubai stared at her, his voice somewhat cold. Father won't find out. Jiang Li listened quietly from the side. After all, this was their mother-son matter, and she didn't want to interrupt. The queen turned to meet Jiang Li's gaze, and her heart sank. You better understand this. Her tone was very stiff, and after speaking, she turned and left. Cheng Shubai looked at her, losing the aggressive demeanor from before, softening a bit. Jiang Li, you mustn't take what Mother just said to heart. She nodded slightly. When can I return to the academy? I've already missed half a month of classes. Cheng Shubai smiled. In 3 days, we'll go back together. The insect tribe we encountered this time was very dangerous. Father wants to find a doctor to give you a thorough checkup. Jiang Li's heart sank. She was still carrying a child. She quickly waved her hand. No need. There's nothing serious. How can that be? He knew Jiang Li was soft-hearted, and now it was like he had grasped her lifeline, looking pitifully at her. I'm really worried about you. If it were any other time, Jiang Li might have softened, but this matter involved too much, including an unborn child. Her attitude showed no signs of softening. Third prince, I really don't need a doctor. His gaze flickered slightly. Don't worry. Since you're unwilling, I'll negotiate with father. Whether he could successfully ruin Lin Zhiyue's reputation and expel him from the first military academy depended on these few days. He absolutely would not allow any mistakes. After chatting for a while, Cheng Shubai left. From earlier, Jiang Li sensed something was off. Cheng Shubai's words implied he was probing into why she was averse to seeing a doctor. After all, this was on someone else's territory. And Jiang Li was worried Cheng Shubai would say one thing and do another. She paced anxiously in the room. This was the palace. And there was no one around who could help her. Wait, Jiang Li's eyes flashed as she remembered someone. She had some acquaintance with Cheng Si, but she wasn't sure if he could lend a hand. She turned to look at the attendant and casually asked, "How is the third prince's health? The insect tribe, didn't he leave him with any aftereffects, right?" "No, Miss Jiang can rest assured." After a while of back and forth, she finally asked, "What about the crown prince? How is he?" "The crown prince is currently being observed in the hospital." She nodded thoughtfully. Fortunately, this biogenic beast wasn't too smart. After asking a few questions, she managed to figure out Cheng Si's location. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right opportunity. That night, Jiang Li went to bed early. But in the dead of night, she sneaked away. She had saved the crown prince and the third prince, seemingly achieving great merit. But in reality, Jiang Li lived in a very remote place, and the royal family didn't pay much attention to her. However, this was just right, as it made it easier for her to slip away secretly. When Cheng Si saw his confidant bringing Jiang Li in, he wasn't surprised at all. He put down his book and turned his head to look over. At this time, he was covered in monitoring equipment, and the nearby detectors were beeping continuously. Under his silver hair, his clean and handsome face wore a hint of indifference, and the white patient gown made him look very thin. "Get out." "Yes." "What brings you here so late?" Cheng Si looked at her steadily. Jiang Li couldn't tell if it was her illusion, but she always felt that Cheng Si now was different from when he was in the wormhole or on the spaceship. Back then, although his face was sour, he seemed like a living person. Now he looked half dead, as if he were in that state where the living feel dead. She cleared her throat and spoke. "I'd like to ask you for a favor." "Oh." The third prince mentioned that starting tomorrow, there will be doctors performing a 3-day comprehensive examination on me. I know my own body, and there's nothing wrong. Cheng Si assessed her. This is the emperor's order. There's no benefit in opposing him. Or what can you offer me? Chapter 53. Jiang Li, how many things have you been hiding? Jiang Li really had no way to respond to this, as she had nothing to offer. Viewed this way, it seemed pointless for Cheng Si to help her. Cheng Si chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with the delight of a successful prank. "Don't worry, I'm not Cheng Shubai. I'm a person with a conscience. You saved me, and for both emotional and logical reasons, I will help you. But since this is the emperor's arrangement, I can't openly obstruct it. I will arrange for trustworthy doctors for tomorrow's examination. You just have to cooperate." Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you. If you need my help in the future, just let me know." Cheng Si didn't lose out, after all. There were only 3 powerful beings still alive in the entire interstellar empire. This favor was definitely worth it. "All right, I will remember what you said today." Indeed, it turned out exactly as Jiang Li had guessed. Cheng Shubai looked troubled as he brought the doctor in, starting with, "Father really doesn't agree, so I can only inconvenience you." At this moment, Jiang Li was incredibly grateful that she had kept a backup plan. Otherwise, she would have been truly foolish. However, what Cheng Shubai didn't expect was that Jiang Li would cooperate surprisingly well today, doing whatever the doctor asked her to do. The 3-hour examination was neither long nor short. After the doctor and nurses left, Cheng Shubai apologized to Jiang Li again. "I'm really sorry, but father really..." Before he could finish, Jiang Li interrupted him. "I know." Cheng Shubai's expression stiffened slightly, his gaze flickering. "Jiang Li, we are friends and roommates, so you can tell me anything that's bothering you." His words were somewhat ambiguous, and Jiang Li could tell. "I have nothing bothering me. The one in charge is His Majesty. I know it's not easy for you, and I can understand. People are really strange. A single sentence can make one's mood plummet to the bottom, while another can bring joy, just like now with Cheng Shubai." His cheeks flushed slightly, You don't have to worry about me. She nodded, her expression complex. She didn't blame Jiang Li. She understood that, as she said, the one in charge was never him. Late at night, Jiang Li's report appeared in Jiang Li's hands. What the doctor said about needing time for the test was completely false. The so-called 3 days was just to buy time. Jiang Li carefully read through it and breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine. It's fine. Clearly just a pile of normal paper in his hands. It felt like a rare treasure, and he stuffed the report into the safe. In another place, Jiang looked at the report in his hand, his expression growing more serious. He furrowed his brow. She is of the Dragon Clan? That's right, Your Highness. We were all shocked when the results came out. So I had different people verify it 3 times, and each time the results were the same. She is indeed of the Dragon Clan. If Jiang Li were here, she would definitely be surprised, because the doctor standing in front of Jiang is the one who examined her during the day. Jiang narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on the next box. She's pregnant? She's male. How did you do the examination? The doctor, with a serious expression, turned to the next page. The words level female were particularly eye-catching. Jiang was shocked, truly shocked this time, murmuring to himself, she's female? How is that possible? He carefully read through the report again. When his gaze fell on the words female, once more, Jiang froze. Images of their seamless cooperation in the wormhole flashed through his mind. Jiang Li was strong, not only in mental power, but also in skills. So how could such a person be female? He couldn't believe it. Without any hesitation, Jiang took the report to find Jiang Li. As he entered the room, a flush crept up his face. They had been too close during the time in the worm egg, and as a gentleman male, he shouldn't have acted like this. But then, thinking of something, his face paled again. Pregnant? Whose child is it? Remembering her intimate moments with Jiang Li, he had a guess. Jiang Li stood up, surprised when she saw him take off his hat, revealing his true face. Your Highness, why are you here so late? Jiang stared at her for a long time, making one feel a bit uneasy. I said, why were you so unwilling to let the doctor examine you? It turns out it's like this. Jiang Li didn't respond. She wouldn't admit to anything unless absolutely necessary. Jiang scoffed and sat down beside her, casually tossing the report onto the table. Female, already pregnant, Dragon Clan, Jiang Li. How many things have you been hiding? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Although it was indeed expected, she was still a bit surprised by how detailed the examination was. She picked up the report and read through it. There were no issues. It was indeed like that. You're quite bold, Jiang said with a mocking smile. Do you know that just by pretending to be male to enroll, you've committed an illegal act? She shrugged. I don't see what the problem is. Why can males study and I can't? Just because I'm female? But my level of mental power proves that I am much stronger than an average male. Even so, you shouldn't take such risks, he said angrily. And whose child is in your belly? Jiang Li's? She shook her head without thinking. But what Jiang Li didn't expect was that Jiang didn't believe her words at all. Don't worry, even though I don't get along with Jiang Li, I can stand tall and sit straight. I know this child is innocent. I won't involve him. You, being female, should be protected. It's my failure as an older brother, but don't worry, I will give you an explanation. Jiang Li realized that Jiang could sometimes be unreasonably righteous. Like now, feeling a bit helpless, she said, Your Highness, I didn't lie to you. This child really isn't the 3rd princess. My affair with him was just an accident. Are you serious? He stared at her, seemingly trying to discern the truth. Look at the pregnancy date. I hadn't even enrolled then, and I didn't know the 3rd prince at all, so there's no way I could have any relation with him. Jiang looked down, and indeed, it was as Jiang Li said. He was somewhat angry at her lack of caution. Whether she was female, male, or even a bionic beast, she should protect herself. Didn't Jiang Li know that? But the reality was that she had no choice back then. Yet she didn't plan to tell Jiang. Your Highness, could you keep this matter a secret for me? I don't want others to know. You want to continue studying at the military academy? He responded almost instantly. Jiang Li nodded vigorously. I do want to stay. Chapter 54. I'm better than Lin Zhiyue. Jiang stared at her, inexplicably stubborn. Jiang Li, whose child is it? She was a bit surprised that he actually cared about this question, but she felt that it was better to say less. No one. I don't think a female can get pregnant and give birth on her own. What a tricky angle. But Jiang Li couldn't argue back because he was stating a fact. She opened her mouth, trying to brush it off. That's my privacy, so. But Cheng Si Wen-ti give her that opportunity. I'm the prince. I have the duty to protect every citizen of the empire. You being female means you should be taken seriously. Who is that male? You don't need to be afraid of being bullied. I'll make the decisions for you. This person was really unreasonably righteous. Really, it's not necessary. She awkwardly laughed, trying to dodge the issue. If you want to say, I'll investigate personally. After saying that, he turned around and left. Hey, Jiang Li wanted to call for someone, but he ignored her. Unbelievable. But then she thought that she and Lin Zhiyue had always kept their distance in public, while Pei Jin seemed unclear. But once he investigated, he would know that she and Pei Jin didn't know each other back then. Forget it. Let us face whatever comes. For these 3 days, Jiang Li couldn't remember how much blood she had drawn or how many times she had lain on the instruments. From initially being annoyed, she had now become somewhat numb. When she learned that she could leave the palace and return to the academy tomorrow, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep at night. The palace was luxurious, with the best food, clothing, and services. And it wouldn't be wrong to say that it was all about having things handed to her. But Jiang Li felt like she had been like a bird trapped in a cage these past few days, with no freedom at all. She didn't like this kind of life. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the door lock. She closed her eyes. Someone sneaking in at this time definitely wouldn't be a servant. She felt the bed sink a bit, as someone clearly lay down beside her. This was a bit creepy. Just as she was about to ask who it was, the person spoke first. His voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing her sweet dreams. Jiang Li, I want. When people are helpless, they often seem very vulnerable, just like now. If she had been pretending to be asleep earlier, now she genuinely wished she could fall asleep, deeply asleep. A pair of large hands enveloped her own, and she forced herself not to move at all. The wind wrapped around the tree. The tree swayed, making a sound. The wind and rain were heavy, yet the tree stood firm, showing no signs of being uprooted. Tree said, Jiang Li, I. Spring colors are enchanting. The night was dark, and the room was so dim that she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. So even if Jiang Li opened her eyes, the person beside her wouldn't notice. She felt half of her body stiffen, her fingers unconsciously tightening. The wind picked up. The roots of the tree began to tremble. Hot and moist. Cheng Shubai's eyes held tears. His whole being felt as if he had been pulled out of the water and then thrown into a pile of firewood, burning hot. He suddenly sat up, and Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was about to leave, and hurriedly closed her eyes. The next moment, she felt a weight, as he buried his face in her neck. Jiang Li. The wind brushed against the branches rubbed against the wind, rising and falling. From light to heavy, from heavy to soft. Why can't I get out? Jiang Li, can you look at me more? I will definitely do better than Lin Zhiyue. Whatever he can do, I can too. Whatever he can't do, I can do it as well. Jiang Li, think about it. If I become emperor in the future, but I'm your plaything, how great would that be? Jiang Li. By the end, his consciousness was somewhat unclear, and his words were a bit jumbled. But the branches stood firm against the wind. Jiang Li felt like she was as straight as the bedboard beneath her. But the wind seemed completely unaware. It escalated. Jiang Li didn't know what to do for a moment. In this situation, when they suddenly woke up, both of them seemed quite awkward. However, she felt that it had been at least an hour and a half since Cheng Shubai came in. And this branch, which had not been blown down by the wind, had been lingering for at least an hour. Moreover, it showed no signs of breaking. Instead, it seemed to grow stronger. Jiang Li felt a bit of pain in her legs and had no idea when this would end. After a long time, the breath on her neck became increasingly hot, making Jiang Li feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ultimately, she couldn't help but whisper, Cheng Shubai, don't be too much. Before she finished speaking, the wind seemed to have the upper hand. Or perhaps her sudden words startled the branch, which finally broke. Jiang Li, he murmured, burying his head back in her neck. I thought you would keep pretending to be asleep. When did you know I was awake? There's no need to pretend now. She reached out to push him away, but he held on her tightly, refusing to let go. Don't push me away. I knew from the moment I entered the room that your breath was uneven. Once we return to the academy, we'll have to go back to our previous distance. I want to take this chance to be loved by you one more time before we go back. Jiang Li gritted her teeth and said, "You looked quite serious before. I didn't expect it was all an act. Do you find it amusing to play with me?" Cheng Shubai said aggrievedly, "I didn't play with you. It's just that you have never understood me. In your eyes, there's only Lin Zhiyue." She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt a bit sour about this statement. She took a deep breath, and it was fine. Once she returned to the academy, she would leave school with Lin Zhiyue. By the time they returned, they wouldn't be in the same grade or dormitory anymore. "Stop talking nonsense." Feeling the stickiness on her body, she frowned. "I need to clean up. You go back first." "Clean up? The trash can is right here. Why go far?" He shrank back, and Jiang Li was momentarily shocked and forgot to react. When she was stuck to him, she finally reacted. "What are you doing?" Cheng Shubai whimpered. "If I made a mess, I should clean it up. I can't let the water benefit from it." Jiang Li found his reasoning quite strange, but her gaze gradually became dazed, a bit blank, her eyes wide open in the dark. Puppies love to lick humans. It's a way for them to express friendliness. It would be better if this human was not her, Jiang Li thought. "Enough. Slow down, Cheng Shubai. Slow down." The essence and nectar couldn't slow down a bit. From his voice, one could tell he was excited, burying his head and working even harder. "I'm better than Lin Zhiyue. I'm better than Lin Zhiyue. You should try. Really try." Chapter 55. Lin Zhiyue forced to capture females? In the end, who benefited? After Cheng Shubai carried her out of the bathroom, they lingered for a while before reluctantly separating. If it weren't for Jiang Li about to get angry, he probably wouldn't have left. She lay on the bed, entering a sage time. Just as Cheng Shubai had said at the beginning, he had many tricks. At first, Jiang Li didn't take his words to heart, but now she realized it was indeed the case. How could people play like this? How could people understand so much knowledge? Jiang Li didn't understand and couldn't figure out, but tonight she felt she had gained some insight. She pulled up the blanket to cover her head, groggy, and fell asleep. After a night of tossing and turning, she was indeed tired, and outside, the sky was already dimly bright. A dreamless night. From getting up to boarding the spaceship, Jiang Li was completely relying on her body to support her walking. She was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. But when Cheng Shubai's face suddenly appeared in her hazy vision, she instantly woke up. Then came the awkwardness, and the memories that she couldn't shake off flooded her mind again. Jiang Li. His voice carried a hint of tenderness. Jiang Li choked up. "There are so many people here. What do you want?" He chuckled softly. "I just wanted to call you, just as you said, with so many people here. What can I do?" A breath was caught in her throat, neither up nor down. It wasn't her words. This kind of thing really seemed like something he could do. Cheng Shubai was calm, curling his lips into a smile and softly saying, "Can I sit next to you in class from now on?" She thought, since she was going to take a leave of absence anyway, she wouldn't sit next to anyone when she returned, but she still nodded, treating it as a way to deal with him. Cheng Shubai looked delighted. "Don't worry, I won't let Pei Jean cling to you anymore." She didn't respond, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. From the palace to the military academy, Cheng Shubai's gaze never left Jiang Li's face. He didn't know why, but he always felt that he could never get enough of this face. No matter how many times he looked at it, or how long he looked, it was never enough. The back of his neck inexplicably felt a bit hot, and his face suddenly flushed. Damn, he had already released his excess energy last night. Why was it starting again? Jiang Li was simply too charming to him. There was still half an hour until the dorm inspection. However, the dormitory still only had her and Cheng Shubai. Pei Jean and Lin Zhiyue were nowhere to be found. Jiang Li frowned tightly, staring intently at the chat window between the two. The last time they spoke was when she was about to enter the Zerg territory. At that time, he reminded her to be careful. After that, she went to the palace, and her phone was taken away, supposedly to prevent leaks of confidential information. But in the chat window, he hadn't said another word. This wasn't right. Jiang Li looked at the chat window. He hadn't replied to any of her messages. This wasn't right at all. Jiang Li suddenly stood up and quickly walked to Lin Zhiyue's room, which was clean and empty, with no signs that anyone had ever lived there. She turned and walked up to Cheng Shubai, asking, "Third Prince, do you know where Lin Zhiyue has gone?" He shook his head. "I came back with you." "I'm not sure either. Do you need me to help you ask?" She nodded seriously. "He can't be far from you. He needs your comfort." So much time has passed, and I don't know how he is. Jiang Li thought of someone, Lin Zhiyue. She turned and quickly walked back to her room to dial that not-so-familiar number. Cheng Shubai saw her go in and took out his phone to check the monitoring footage. Where the male's face was flushed and twisting like a water snake. He cursed, "Seductress, let's see how you act this time." Another message came through. Third prince. Lin Zhiyue's current situation resembles that of a female needing comfort from a male. Investigate. Find out what's going on. Yes. Cheng Shubai watched the surveillance replay several times thoughtfully. The figure was indeed good. No wonder it caught Jiang Li's attention. But he had always known that Lin Zhiyue was male, yet in this state. Could this be the reason Jiang Li liked him? Realizing this possibility, Cheng Shubai began studying frame by frame. What happened to Lin Zhiyue? Lin Zhiyue sighed deeply. He was imprisoned in an interstellar prison for forcibly having relations with a female and marking her, causing her to become pregnant. Are you sure Lin Zhiyue did this? Jiang Li didn't believe this. Firstly, she trusted Lin Zhiyue's character, and secondly, he had been marked and couldn't mark anyone else. Lin Zhiyue spoke helplessly. My parents are already negotiating for him, but the situation isn't ideal. The female side says she can marry him, but Lin Zhiyue refuses, saying the child isn't his. However, according to the current prenatal check results, the child does indeed have a blood relation to him. Jiang Li fell silent for a moment, but still chose to believe Lin Zhiyue. Is there any way you can let me see him? Lin Zhiyue thought for a moment and said, You can ask the third prince. He should have a way. The Lin family doesn't have that much power. Thank you. She hung up the phone with a serious expression and quickly walked out. Cheng Shubai saw her and hurriedly turned his phone upside down on the table. Jiang Li's mind was completely not on this right now, so she didn't notice his small action. I know where Lin Zhiyue is. He is in the interstellar prison. Third prince, do you have a way to let me in to see him? I have a few things I want to ask him. Cheng Shubai paused, trying to act normal. How do you know about this? I asked my cousin, Lin Zhiyue. Cheng Shubai narrowed his eyes. If it weren't for her, this plan wouldn't have made it so easy to get Cheng Shubai into the interstellar prison, but he didn't like her taking matters into her own hands. He pretended to hesitate. Jiang Li, I really want to help you, but the interstellar prison has its own regulations. I could try to work something out for you, but whether it will work or not is uncertain. Jiang Li nodded gratefully. I just want to talk to him for a few minutes. It won't take long. Seeing her worry about someone else, Cheng Shubai felt a pang of jealousy. But he held it back. As long as it's something you want to do, I will support you unconditionally. Thank you, she said sincerely. However, after tilting his head and thinking for a while, Cheng Shubai spoke up. The power dynamics in the interstellar prison are complicated. If someone can help, it would definitely be more effective. Who? Jiang Li hurriedly asked. Cheng Shubai unconsciously tightened his hands at his sides, but still subtly steered the conversation toward him. Peijin. The Pei family has connections throughout the interstellar empire, so they will be given some face everywhere. Chapter 56. Furious. Little outburst. Cheng Shubai's eyes flashed as he added, Jiang Li, you don't need to worry. I will also help contact people on my end. Thank you. She nodded. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. All right, you too. His tone was particularly gentle. After Jiang Li returned to her bedroom, she took out her phone and opened the chat with Peijin. She had set it to do not disturb mode. Peijin's 999 daily messages were overwhelming. As soon as she clicked it open, the phone lagged, and the messages scrolled on the screen for a full 10 minutes. Jiang Li felt she had gained some insight. The last new message was sent 5 minutes ago by Peijin. When are you coming back? She replied. I'm already back. Where are you? Jiang Li didn't have much hope, as it was getting late, but to her surprise, the response came almost immediately. At most half an hour, wait for me. She frowned slightly and replied, drive safely. He sent a sticker of a little dog shaking its head, which made Jiang Li think of Lin Zhiyue, who often liked to send that. In any case, she didn't believe Lin Zhiyue would force a female. His respect for females was never because of the law, but because of his upbringing. Jiang Li was well aware of this. This was her first time waiting so patiently for Peijin to come find her, without running away in advance. To be honest, her feelings were a bit complicated. In less than 20 minutes, there was a knock at the door. Without hesitation, Jiang Li stood up to open it. His heavy breathing sounded particularly clear in the quiet night. Their eyes met, and he instinctively took half a step back, a habit he had developed because he knew Jiang Li didn't really like him. Locking eyes, Jiang Li could see clearly. It was dark behind him, but his eyes shone brightly, like two flames burning. "You're back," he said cautiously. However, Pei Jin did not expect that he would not receive the usual look of disdain from her, but rather a calm expression inviting him in. He stepped inside, and the door closed behind him, igniting a fire in Pei Jin's heart. He was just thinking, had Jiang Li accepted him? Was she started to like him, even just a little? But the next moment, her words made his heart plunge into a lake filled with ice. "Pei Jin, Lin Zhiyue has been locked up in the interstellar prison. I want to ask you for a favor to let me see him. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know." Her tone was very gentle, and Pei Jin had been looking forward to this for a long time, but this humble request was for another male, for that Lin Zhiyue, whose name made him grind his teeth in hatred. A surge of anger rushed to Pei Jin's head. In that moment, he didn't want to care about anything else. "For other matters, I can help you unconditionally, but seeing Lin Zhiyue? No way." Jiang Li softened her voice. "I don't want to do anything. I just want to ask him about his situation. I want to cause any trouble for the Pei family. I'll be very..." Before she could finish, Pei Jin interrupted her angrily. "Jiang Li, I'm telling you, don't even think about seeing Lin Zhiyue. I don't care if the Pei family has any trouble. I simply don't want you to meet Lin Zhiyue." This statement undoubtedly laid everything bare. Jiang Li frowned. "I understand. I know you're not obligated to help me or Lin Zhiyue, and that's fine. But Pei Jin, I'm curious. Why do you have such animosity towards Lin Zhiyue? Why?" He sneered coldly. "I just hate him. He bullies females. I'm telling you. I don't want him to come out. I wish he would die in there." The last sentence he almost shouted. His hatred for Lin Zhiyue could no longer be contained. "Want to see him? Jiang Li, don't even think about it." After saying that, he turned and left, slamming the door loudly. Cheng Shubai, who had been paying attention to the commotion outside, chuckled in the darkness, murmuring, "Pei Jin, you want me to be the bad guy? But it's a pity your little thoughts are too obvious." In the dark, he turned on his phone, swiftly scrolling through the screen. Jiang Li sat on the bed, momentarily lost in thought. From Blue Star to the Interstellar, she had never felt so useless. She raised her hand to touch her belly. Just then, her phone vibrated, and she hurriedly picked it up. It was a video sent by Lin shouting, showing Pei Jin and Duan Yinzhu standing not far from where Lin Zhiyue was captured. Following, there were several photos of a relatively private CAF, where the female that Lin Zhiyue had forced was sitting across from them. Before Jiang Li could process this, another message came in. Lin shouting, "According to our investigation in the Lin family, this matter is closely related to Pei Jin. The likelihood of framing us is very high. However, the Pei family is unwilling to meet with us. You are in the same dormitory as Pei Jin. Can you help the Lin family ask what we did to offend them? The Lin family is willing to make amends, but they need to speak up." Jiang Li frowned tightly. To be honest, Pei Jin didn't seem like the type to do such things. He was more straightforward and rough, likely to act directly. But it was hard to say. She glanced at the closed door. Pei Jin had clearly been angry just now, and if she went to ask him now, it might provoke his rebellious mentality, so she planned to wait until tomorrow to ask. When she entered the classroom, Jiang Li scanned around. Pei Jin had left early. She originally wanted to ask him something, but she hadn't seen him since morning, and he was not in the classroom now. However, Duan Yinzhu was also absent. These two had always been inseparable, so they would probably arrive soon. Jiang Li sat down in an empty seat. They walked in just as the class bell rang, and Pei Jin paused slightly before walking towards Jiang Li. Everyone around quickly made way, but this time Pei Jin didn't sit next to her as usual. Instead, he sat behind her, with Duan Yinzhu sitting beside him and the other side empty. It shouldn't be Jiang Li's illusion. Pei Jin was clearly doing this on purpose. Last night, he had almost exploded with anger, but in reality, it was just a minor outburst. Jiang Li felt it was quite interesting. Without hesitation, she quickly got up and sat next to Pei Jin. As he expected, Pei Jin, who usually had a bad temper with others, said nothing, but she still saw his hand, flipping through the book, freeze. Until the teacher came in and lectured for 10 minutes. His book remained stuck on the table of contents page. He was pretending quite well, but unfortunately, he couldn't hide his little thoughts. Half a class had passed, and Jiang Li was focused on taking notes, while Pei Jin was the first to lose his composure. Jiang Li, didn't you say you hated sitting next to me the most? Hearing his somewhat proud yet unthreatening voice, Duan Yunjue felt embarrassed. He thought being Pei Jin's lackey was a bit humiliating, as if he had chosen the wrong big brother and wouldn't get ahead. Jiang Li lowered her voice and asked, "Do you know the female involved with Lin Zhiyue?" Chapter 57. Lin Zhiyue's death sentence? As soon as this was said, the powder keg was completely ignited. Pei Jin couldn't care less about the teacher lecturing anymore. He gritted his teeth. "I know her. And I even gave her some money to continue the appeal and not accept the Lin family's reconciliation request. So what?" The teacher's lecture faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to normal, as if he hadn't heard Pei Jin's words. Although the teachers at the first military academy were formidable, only a few had backgrounds. The noble students were generally well-mannered because they received a top-quality education from a young age. However, there were exceptions, and Pei Jin was one of them. Just because of his status as a Pei family member, no one dared to confront him, not even the teacher at the podium. After hearing what he said, Jiang Li felt quite complicated. She lowered her head and didn't respond. Pei Jin hated seeing her like this. Feeling sad for that shameless female Lin Zhiyue, he suddenly stood up, making a loud noise, prompting the teacher to intervene. "If you feel unwell, Pei classmate, you can return to your dormitory to rest." As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Jin, with a dark face, flipped over the table and left. When the loud sound of the door slamming echoed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the teacher continued the lesson. Only Jiang Li kept her head down throughout, making it impossible to see her expression. Duan Yunjue's peripheral vision was always on her, even failing to notice the circles he made on his notes. Jiang Li lowered her voice, stubbornly asking, "Duan Yunjue, you're closest to Pei Jin. Is what he said true?" Duan Yunjue stiffened slightly and evasively replied, "I'm not sure. You must know." After a long pause, he finally spoke ambiguously. "Pei Gu 1T, let me say. But there should be no turning back for Lin Zhiyue. If you don't anger him, you might be able to stay safe." "Anger what? Anger who? Pei Jin?" No matter how Jiang Li inquired afterward, Duan Yunjue refused to say another word. However, because of this, she began to suspect that this matter was indeed related to Pei Jin. At that moment, Cheng Shubai arrived late and sat in the spot Jiang Li had originally occupied. Before 5 minutes had passed, class was over. Jiang Li walked ahead, and Cheng Shubai hurried to catch up, while Duan Yunjue took his time cleaning up the things left by Pei Jin. If either of them had looked back at that moment, they would have met Duan Yunjue's gaze. Cheng Shubai stood beside Jiang Li, walking side by side with her. He tentatively spoke. "I ran into Pei Jin on the way here, and he looked unhappy. Did you two have a fight?" Jiang Li paused, tilted her head to look at him, and asked in surprise, "How did you come to that conclusion? Why me, not someone else?" Cheng Shubai chuckled. "Do you remember when you hit him before? No one else in the first military academy has the guts to do that, especially you." After hesitating for a moment, he added, "So I think it's you." But Jiang Li was now focused on what he hadn't finished saying. "Especially what?" She was eager to know the answer. Cheng Shubai sighed lightly. "As far as I know, Pei Jin has never had many friends since he was young, and you are one of them. Also, I've noticed he has a strong possessiveness over you." "Possessiveness?" Jiang Li frowned. He smiled innocently. "I'm just casually saying it. You don't have to take it to heart." But Jiang Li didn't think so. From Pei Jin's attitude toward Lin Zhiyue at the beginning to the current events, and what he said that day, she initially thought he was just joking or had difficulty accepting friends having friends. But now that she thought about it carefully, something was indeed off. Pei Jin's attitude had been wrong from the start, and the words he said that day didn't sound like something a friend would say. Jiang Li furrowed her brows, her expression darkening. It dawned on her that the person who had inadvertently harmed Lin Zhiyue was actually her. She turned to Cheng Shubai. "Third prince, do you have a way for me to see him?" The identity of him was self-evident. Cheng Shubai's eyes suddenly deepened, showing some understanding. But they would only know the result tonight. "How about this? Come find me after the dorm inspection, and I'll tell you the result then." Jiang Li believed him and nodded, "Okay." With half an hour until the dorm inspection, Jiang Li appeared to be lost in thought. The matter of Lin Zhiyue and that female had already spread within the military academy and could be considered common knowledge. Whether in the cafeteria, during class, or walking on the road, she always heard people discussing Lin Zhiyue's situation. There were derogatory remarks, both openly and covertly. This news hadn't been around in the morning, but seemed to have spread rapidly by noon. She had just had a fight with Pei Jin in the morning, making it hard not to overthink. But Cheng Shubai was right. It was best not to provoke Pei Jin now, so even if she wanted to clarify things, she only held back her questions. Soon, the dorm inspection ended. After the people left, Jiang Li quietly knocked on Cheng Shubai's door. Inside, a large hand with distinct knuckles pulled her in without waiting for her to react, and then he brought her to the computer. Cheng Shubai finally spoke, "Chief Prosecutor, we can continue now." The person on the other end of the video nodded and said seriously, "The current situation is very unfavorable for Lin Zhiyue. Females are generally protected, and in cases of violence leading to pregnancy, it usually results in a death sentence. However, the female's attitude isn't very firm, meaning that as long as Lin Zhiyue is willing to marry him, he could be acquitted. But the problem now is that Lin Zhiyue is unwilling. The lawyer from the Lin family has found a loophole. They expressed distrust in the genetic test, wanting the female to give birth to a child to ensure it is Lin Zhiyue's before admitting guilt." He paused and said seriously, "But once it's confirmed that the child is his, he still want to take responsibility. If it comes to reconciliation, then a death sentence is certain. And the Lin family want to have any way out." Jiang Li frowned. How could it be so serious? Suddenly, another voice came from the video, and the call was quickly disconnected. Cheng Shubai explained, "He is currently in the interstellar prison. He is telling me this in secret and can't be found out by others." Jiang Li nodded seriously, "I understand." At that moment, she realized that Cheng Shubai's front was pressed against her back, and his breathing was particularly heavy. Chapter 58. Lin Zhiyue and Cheng Shubai can, but I can't? Jiang Li froze. The first time she saw Cheng Shubai, she thought he was a refined, aloof person. But after their first encounter with the branches, it seemed like something strange had been turned on in him. He was particularly shameless, especially in front of her. And sometimes Jiang Li even doubted that his previous demeanor was a disguise and that his current self was his true nature. There was clearly no wind, but the branches still began to sway. Jiang Li gritted her teeth. "Stay away from me. Control yourself." Cheng Shubai chuckled, sounding a bit playful. "I thought you would pretend not to know anything like last time when you pretended to be asleep." His voice was soft, yet it penetrated Jiang Li's eardrum, sweeping across her face and instantly turning it red. This was in the dormitory. So what? He didn't care at all and even leaned in closer. "But when he saw you, he became very excited, and I couldn't control myself." Cheng Shubai and Lin Zhiyue were two extremes. The latter needed to be marked to alleviate, while the former had already reached an absurd level. Jiang Li turned and pushed him away, saying, "All right, I'm going back. It's getting late. I need to rest." Right now, she only had one thought, to run quickly, or else she would be completely consumed later. She walked quickly, and just as she was about to pull the door open, a large hand behind her pulled her back again. The warm breath sprayed on her glands. An area that had never been touched by anyone before now felt shockingly hot. Jiang Li shrank her neck a little, feeling uncomfortable. It was too close enough that if he opened his mouth, he would bite her. Cheng Shubai's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't touched here, had he? At that moment, he seemed to be struck by a huge surprise. It seemed Lin Zhiyue wasn't that important after all. Jiang Li frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense." As she spoke, she tried to push him away again. But Cheng Shubai was already prepared and held her even tighter, like a little dog that hadn't seen its master for a long time, snuggling up to her. The free hand pulled the slightly ajar door open. However, he used his lips and tongue to attract all of Jiang Li's attention, holding her legs and lifting her up, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his strong waist. His movements were steady, but his breath was particularly hot, causing Jiang Li's ears to heat up. She frowned and said, "Let go of me." She wanted to struggle, but the nearly 30-centimeter height difference made her look particularly petite, completely enveloped in his embrace. "Don't move. What if you accidentally fall?" His voice was a bit hoarse. He gently placed her on the bed and kissed her, and I was pressed against the door crack. Just as he was about to kiss her, the door made a loud noise. Jiang Li was stunned. The next moment, She felt a lightness on her body and looked up to see Chang Shubai being kicked to the ground by Pei Jin. A punch landed with a thud. Blood trickled from the corner of Chang Shubai's lips, yet he silently smiled at Pei Jin with a provocative look. Pei Jin was furious, swinging his fist, ready to smash it into that seemingly mocking face. Jiang Li ran over barefoot and grabbed the fist that was about to fall. Every time she had physical contact with her, Pei Jin felt as if his soul trembled along with it, and his heart was filled with sweetness. But this time was different. The trembling of his soul remained, yet his heart felt extremely empty. Usually proud and arrogant, Pei Jin's eyes now only held broken pieces. Like a desperate beast, red-eyed and questioning. Jiang Li, Lin Zhiyue can, Chang Shubai can, why can't I, Pei Jin? Compared to them, what am I lacking? Tell me, tell me. He stepped forward, gripping her shoulders tightly, gently shaking her while stubbornly looking in her eyes, as if the answer was very important to him. Jiang Li couldn't bear to see this, and just as she was about to speak, Chang Shubai struggled to stand up. He staggered between the two, facing Pei Jin, saying, "Don't touch her. If you have something to say, come at me." Pei Jin glared at him. "What does it have to do with you? What are you?" Chang Shubai smiled instead of getting angry, thoughtfully replying, "What does it matter? Didn't you already see it just now?" His words were very ambiguous. Pei Jin glanced at him, then reluctantly looked at Jiang Li. "Chang Shubai, you can stand here now only because Lin Zhiyue is not around. What do you think you are? How much better are you than me?" Pei Jin started with mocking words. He had read enough books, and Chang Shubai's tricks couldn't escape his eyes. Green tea? Who is the green tea is still uncertain. Chang Shubai looked at him with a seemingly ironic smile and said, "Pei Jin, you think too highly of yourself. I'm nothing. What about you?" He leaned close to Pei Jin's ear and said in a voice only the two could hear, "I can stand beside her. What about you? She probably finds you annoying just by looking at you. Pei Jin, you have no self-awareness." The person trying to provoke others was now provoked. Just as the atmosphere between the two became increasingly tense and was about to escalate into another fight, Jiang Li's phone rang. She looked down and saw it was a call from Lin's mom. It was late, so there must be something urgent. She hurried to her room without giving the two a glance. Seeing her leave, Chang Shubai lost interest in acting. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. Standing up straight, the pitiful appearance of having been severely injured disappeared without a trace. Pei Jin narrowed his eyes. "Keep pretending. Why aren't you pretending anymore? She's gone. What else should I pretend?" They both knew who she was. Pei Jin laughed in anger. "Chang Shubai, you're truly hypocritical, but you are not like me. You are the third prince. Have you ever thought about the consequences of your feelings for a male being exposed?" Chang Shubai, however, was not afraid at all. "What I do doesn't matter. What matters is whose eyes Jiang Li is in." He paused and looked at Pei Jin with disdain, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. "Do you want to expose this matter to the emperor? I used to think you were foolish. Now I realize you're actually stupid. I believe you know very well what the royal family is capable of. As you said, I am the third prince. They won't lay a hand on me. But the male I love might not be so lucky. Will you just watch Jiang Li fall into danger?" His words were piercing. Pei Jin gritted his teeth. "Since you know what kind of people are in the royal family, then you shouldn't involve Jiang Li. You're the selfish one. You put her in danger." Chang Shubai laughed. "No one will know about this. I'm confident in that." He stared at Pei Jin, unabashed. Pei Jin certainly couldn't just watch Jiang Li fall into danger. Chapter 59. Leave school. Enter the Lin family. As he said, dealing with Chang Shubai was actually simpler than dealing with Lin Zhiyue. The environments they were in were fundamentally different. Lin Zhiyue was a noble. If news of a male being infatuated with another male spread, at most, they would just be laughed at behind their backs. But Chang Shubai was different. The royal family absolutely would not allow such scandals to occur. In serious cases, they would revoke his inheritance rights and confine him. Such things were not uncommon in the royal family. The solution was right in front of him. But Pei Jin could not just watch Jiang Li be in danger. "You are truly insidious." He gritted his teeth and cursed. Chang Shubai chuckled softly, not taking him seriously at all. "Aunt Lin," Jiang Li spoke to comfort, "I believe Lin Zhiyue is innocent. I believe the imperial law will give him justice." Lin's mom began to cry softly. "Thank you, child. I have seen their true colors these past few days. When Zhiyue was fine, they all fawned over our Lin family. Now that Jie is in trouble, they all ran away faster than anyone else. You still believe in Jie? Our Lin family remembers this kindness. Jiang Li gently spoke, Aunt. Don't worry too much. I believe everything will be fine. Lin's mom sighed deeply. Jie is very worried about you. He asked the family to ask if you still want to leave school. After saying this, she sensed something was off. Jiang Li, we don't mean to pressure you. We mainly want to know your thoughts. Also, you don't need to worry about Jie. We will find a way. Shouting is just a bit reckless. Jiang Li lowered her head and thought for a while. I'm willing, Aunt. I will go to the teacher tomorrow to handle the leave of absence procedures. Lin's mom breathed a sigh of relief. Good. You could go directly to your principal at noon. He owes our Lin family a favor. He will help with this. By the way, Aunt, can this matter be kept confidential by the principal? Of course. She agreed readily. I'll pick you up at the military school gate tomorrow. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Li lay on her bed, but couldn't fall asleep no matter what. If Pei Jin found out about her decision to suspend her studies, she would definitely be unable to leave, so she absolutely couldn't let him know. She sighed deeply, feeling guilty. She had never noticed when Pei Jin had developed such feelings for her. But Lin Zhiyue was wronged because of this. It was her fault that had harmed him. Jiang Li sat up in the middle of the night, feeling that she truly deserved to die. The process of suspending her studies was even simpler than Jiang Li had imagined. When the class bell rang, she happened to walk out of the main gate of the first military school with the paperwork. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Not long ago, she had been forced to come here, unwilling, but now that she was leaving, she felt somewhat reluctant. When Lin's mother saw her coming, she quickly handed her a glass of water and asked, Are you tired? Let me take you home. Perhaps because her son had been taken away, her expression had noticeably darkened, and her eyes were a bit red. Jiang Li felt particularly uncomfortable seeing this. Thank you for your hard work, Annie. She smiled faintly. The two got into the car. The Lin family lived in a central location in the Lan realm. When Jiang Li arrived, she realized that not only Lin Xiaoning was there, but Lin's father was also present. They all tried to show her kindness when they saw her. And Lin's father even gave her a card, saying she could buy whatever she needed. Jiang Li felt warmth in her heart as she looked at them. Lin Zhiyue's parents were both very nice people, and the family atmosphere was good. Only his sister was a person with a heart of a beast wanting his life. Just as Lin's father began to ask about the level of spiritual power perception, Lin's mother hurriedly pushed him, saying, All right, the child just arrived. Let her rest well, and stop asking questions. Yes, shouting, take Jiang Li to her room. I have a meeting at the company. Lin's father, worried she would feel uncomfortable, quickly pulled Lin's mother away. However, Jiang Li still heard their whispers from distance. Shouting was only a few years older than Jiang Li, so they should be more comfortable together. Lin Xiaoning looked at her with a half-smile, feeling it was amazing that the random girl she had found not only attracted her brother's attention, but also caught the attention of the third prince. Come on, I'll take you to your room. Saying this, she turned and walked towards the elevator. The first floor was for the servants, the second floor was for entertainment, with all kinds of equipment inside. If you got bored, you could browse around. The third floor was for the parents, the fourth floor was hers, and the fifth floor was Lin Zhiyue's. Your room is also on the fifth floor, far from his bedroom. It was already arranged before he was taken away. She turned to look at Jiang Li. Originally, I just wanted a child, but I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. I was still worried about how to deal with Lin Zhiyue. He unexpectedly awakened his spiritual power, but now it's just right. I don't need to act. Jiang Li frowned. Lin Zhiyue admires you as a sister. Admires? She sneered, clearly not taking her words to heart. His admiration is unnecessary for me. I don't need it. After a pause, she said seriously, Jiang Li, although you have entered the Lin family now, if I want to deal with you, there are countless ways. You'd better obediently give birth to the child in the Lin family. Jiang Li looked at her steadily, not for you, but for Lin Zhiyue. He is looking forward to this child, and I will find a way to get him out of prison. Lin Xiaoning laughed, mocking her naivety. A piece of trash from Blue Star. What does it matter, even if you have a high level? In the Lan realm, strength has never been the only criterion for dominance. By the way, she asked casually, does anyone in your dormitory know about your pregnancy? Jiang Li's eyes flickered. She knew her question was not just as simple as the dormitory, but she still replied, no one knows. You really are something. One is the third prince, and the other is the second son of the Pei family. Jiang Li, if you weren't for Blue Star, you would surely achieve something in the lawn realm. Their conversation had already reached the 5th floor. Lin Zhiyue spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Zhiyue is really good to you. Since he turned 12, he hasn't allowed any of us to casually enter the 5th floor, but he said you can move around freely here. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. Before she could speak, Lin Zhiyue continued, "All right, this is your room. Feel free to look around. I still have work to do. Remember to come down to the 1st floor at 7 o'clock. We will have dinner together as a family there." Okay, she nodded. Jiang Li didn't quite understand why they had to drink such terrible nutritional liquid together. It was originally a despair for one person, and now it was a despair for several people together. But regarding the rules of the Lin family, she didn't disrespect them. But she understood. What Jiang Li didn't know was that the roof of the principal's office was about to be overturned. Chapter 60. Lin Zhiyue is female. The principal silently looked at the two people in front of him, feeling that some debts of gratitude simply couldn't be owed. The Lin family had specifically instructed him that Jiang Li's whereabouts must not be disclosed to others and had to be kept absolutely confidential. The principal had complied, but he always felt like disaster was imminent. In front of him, the third prince stood on the left and Pei Jin stood on the right. Either one was someone he couldn't easily offend. But today he had offended both at once, and it seemed they even had the intention to swallow him alive. Being a principal was difficult. Being the principal of the first military school was even harder, and being the principal for this batch of students was the hardest. He spoke up. "Third prince, student Pei, I know Jiang Li is your roommate, and you have feelings for her. However, her decision to suspend her studies is her own, and I have no right to interfere, nor do I know where she has gone." Cheng Shubai sneered. "Don't think I don't know. She's a level powerhouse. The military school wouldn't let her go easily. Tell me, why did you agree to her suspension?" It was terrifying. The third prince knew too much, making it difficult to deceive him. The principal spoke with righteous indignation. "Third prince, I really don't know where Jiang Li is gone. If I find out later, I will definitely be the first to inform both of you." "I don't believe you," Cheng Shubai said. "There are many outstanding talents in the empire. The principal of the first military school is not indispensable." His threatening tone was clear, but the principal acted as if he couldn't understand. "Third prince, I understand your meaning, but I really don't know. Are you sure?" Pei Jin's voice rose. He didn't have Cheng Shubai's patience. "I'm sure." A flash of ruthlessness crossed Cheng Shubai's eyes. "Since you insist on this, then don't blame me." The principal knew he was making threats, but now he had already repaid half of the debt. If he wasted everything now, it would be difficult to repay it again next time. "Third prince, what I said is the truth. And whether it's the leave process or agreeing to Jiang Li's decision to suspend her studies, it all follows the school's regulations. If you feel it's inappropriate, you can report me to the supervisory office at any time." He sat upright, unafraid of being accused of accepting bribes or bullying students. "The supervisory office?" Cheng Shubai scoffed. "I know you haven't violated any regulations, but do you think that means I have no way to deal with you?" The third prince was indifferent. He showed no fear. Cheng Shubai lowered his voice and threatened, "Your military merits were earned through life-and-death battles against the insect race. Don't lose everything you have now over a small matter." The principal's expression didn't change. "I don't know what the third prince is talking about." Pei Jin angrily said, "I think you're just asking for trouble." As he spoke, he swung his fist, wanting to step forward. The principal remained unmoved, and in the end, Cheng Shubai stopped him, saying, "Don't do anything unnecessary. Jiang Li is missing now. How can you still be so calm? She's a level power. The empire won't let her just disappear like this." He gave the principal a meaningful look, then left with Pei Jin. Once the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, the principal finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that these kids had become quite intimidating, one by one. They were so imposing that he felt a bit intimidated. However, he has done everything he should do and returned all the favors he owed, and the rest has nothing to do with him. That is the Lin family's business. Everyone in the Lin family treats Jiang Li very well, and she can feel it. She is not someone who is ungrateful. She also tries to express goodwill, especially when facing Lin's mother. Although she has been holding on, it is evident how much the imprisonment of Lin Zhiyue has impacted this female. Lin's mother gently stroked Jiang Li's belly. "You two are so remarkable. This baby's mental strength should also be very high. I must say, I am a bit looking forward to it now. Jiang Li smiled and nodded. Auntie, do you hope for a female or a male? Lin's mother pondered for a while before speaking. Actually, whether it's a female or a male is fine. Our Lin family doesn't have so many requirements. After a pause, she lowered her voice and said, You probably don't know, right? Xiaoning is actually a female. What? Jiang Li was shocked. After all, Lin Xiaoning had always presented herself as a male outside. Although she was not as tall as a male, she had never doubted it. Lin's mother nodded vigorously. She has been interested in business since she was a child. Don't be fooled by Jie. Actually, what he wants most is to be a great hero who defeats the insect race. So he wants to join the military. In the future, the Lin family's business will all belong to Xiaoning. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes. She had a bold idea. Lin Xiaoning wanted this child, not because she is a female, but because she wants to belong to the Lin family. After all, according to imperial law, males are the heirs, and females' property after marriage belongs to males. This explains why she would want Lin Zhiyue to die. Lin's mother sighed. I feel quite sorry for this child, Xiaoning. Her mother was not in good health and passed away shortly after giving birth to her. Her father remarried me the following year. Don't be fooled by Jie being a male. He was born prematurely and has poor health. At this point, Lin's mother's eyes turned red. The doctor said he was born with dependencies and was supposed to be a female. However, there was a problem with the genes during pregnancy. Although he is male, his physical condition is poor, and he wouldn't live past 3 years old. She lowered her head at that time. He and I took Jie to find doctors across the stars, just to keep him alive. He was smaller than other children, wrinkled and not good-looking. But I really liked him. Fortunately, that child is tough and managed to survive. Most of our attention was on him. Actually, Xiaoning loved wearing little dresses when she was young. But when Jia's health got better, we found out that she gradually began to masculinize. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. We felt heartbroken watching her. But many things have already passed. Although we're trying to make up for it, we always feel we owe Xiaoning. Jiang Li opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. On one side was a young stepdaughter, and on the other, a biological son whose health was poor and could die at any moment. It must have been difficult for Lin's mother to care for both. However, she could tell that Lin's mother's love for Lin Xiaoning was genuine. Auntie, it will be fine. Everything will be fine. She dried her tears and smiled. Look at me. Why am I telling you all this? You just take care of yourself. Whether it's a male or a female, it doesn't matter. We will love you. Ultimately, it is our Lin family that owes you. Right now, Jie is still in prison, and we have put you through this. Chapter 61. The first child. Lin Ping Jiang Li gritted her teeth. The Lin family treated her too well, and she couldn't keep herself out of it any longer. She took a deep breath and revealed everything about Pei Jin. But Andy, this is just my suspicion. I cannot be sure that this matter is definitely related to him. Lin's mother nodded hurriedly. Thank you, Jiang Li. Thank you for telling Annie all this. She grasped her hand with gratitude. Jiang Li was taken aback. And he doesn't blame me? I should have told you this long ago. How could I blame you? The Pei family has significant power. I understand your hesitation. If I were in your situation, I would make the same choice as you. After this conversation, Jiang Li understood two things. First, this news she had already told Lin Xiaoning, but she had not informed the Lin family. Second, Lin's mother is really kind, giving her a feeling of a mother. Her mood inevitably sank. 5,000 years have passed, and her relatives must have long since disappeared. Just like the former blue star, how beautiful it was, but now it has become a garbage star in everyone's mouth. Everything in the world is ever-changing, let alone 5,000 years have passed. Just then, the phone rang, and Jiang Li's expression suddenly became serious. Marshals will lynch one. She stood up and quickly walked upstairs, and after closing the door, she answered. Marshal, you dropped out of school? That's right. He spoke lightly. The principal was indefinitely suspended for refusing to disclose your whereabouts. For every day you are on leave, he cannot continue in his position. Where are you now? Jiang Li fell silent. If Pei Jin knew, then this child would definitely not be stable. After a long wait, as Will Lin Chuan understood her meaning, I won't ask anymore. But I hope you understand one thing. Your talent is very high. Both the military and the stars need you. After you resolve your own matters, hurry back. I will handle things with the third prince. Third prince? What? Have you provoked someone else? No, I haven't. After hanging up, Jiang Li opened WeChat, and at that moment, Cheng Shubai was lying in her blacklist. After hesitating for a moment, she still did not release him. Forget it, everything can wait until the dust settles. Jiang Li strangely discovered that the atmosphere in the Lin family had become even stranger these days. Even the cheerful Lin's mother had fewer expressions on her face. After finishing dinner, she pulled Lin's mother aside to ask what had happened. Jie's matter, his father went to see His Majesty. But the result there is that the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime is hard to escape. He is currently under lifelong confinement. And after the child turns 10, he can choose whether to accept his father's custody. If the child agrees, he can be released. Lin's mother said indignantly. His Majesty can do this, which means he has always known Jie is innocent, but he still chose to do nothing. Truly despicable. Jiang Li was taken aback. Annie, is the Pei family really that powerful? Stronger than you, and I think. She said firmly, we will find a way for this. You just do what you want to do. To ease her worries, Jiang Li agreed. Jiang Li's belly was quite large. Lin's mother gently applied anti-wrinkle oil to her. And indeed it was very well protected. There are no stretch marks on her belly, smooth as before. After talking with the baby in her belly for a while, she looked up. When I was pregnant with Jie, I was vomiting bile. You were so lucky, no morning sickness. Speaking of this, Jiang Li felt even worse inside. What Lin's mother didn't know was that she was actually experiencing morning sickness, but because of the strong bloodline of the Dragon clan, it was Lin Zhiyue who was enduring the discomfort of pregnancy. Auntie, she started, but before she could finish her sentence, her belly began to ache intensely, a feeling she had never experienced throughout the pregnancy. It hurts, she said, covering her belly helplessly, her face contorted in pain. Lin's mother quickly reacted and called the doctor. Worried about her health, the doctor lived on the first floor and arrived in less than half a minute. Jiang Li's last consciousness was of the bright surgical light above her head. Mom, it seems like I'm going to become a mother too. At 8 months and 12 days, Jiang Li gave birth to a male child. Not a dragon clan, but a leopard clan, just like Lin Zhiyue. This child was also a premature baby, but his health was excellent. According to the doctor, he was healthier than many full-term babies. Jiang Li opened her eyes to see Lin's mother holding a nutrient solution, smiling as she brought it to her lips. Jiang Li, you really need to nourish your body now. Drink this quickly. After a pause, she smiled and said, the child is very good, healthy, but according to the doctor, we still need to observe for a bit. I'll bring him over tomorrow. Okay. Jiang Li nodded and drank the nutrient solution. Although she didn't like it, she definitely wouldn't neglect her own body. Have you thought of a name? She asked with a smile. Jie said you would name him. Jiang Li Smilat. Let's call him Lin Ping, wishing for peace and a smooth life. She had no expectations, only hoping that this child would grow up healthy and safe. Not wanting him to be a dragon among men, just hoping he could be whoever he wanted to be. And her only wish was for Lin Ping to be safe and sound. Good. Lin Mama nodded. It's a good name. Do you feel any discomfort in your body? No. Jiang Li shook her head. Truly no. Apart from the labor pains before giving birth, she had no other feelings. The technology in the starry world was undoubtedly better than that of Blue Star. Now, giving birth wouldn't be painful, wouldn't leave stretch marks, and wouldn't have any after effects. The little bundle was held in Lin Mama's arms, and she leaned closer to Jiang Li and whispered, Look, it's only been a little over 4 months, and the child has grown so much. Jiang Li smiled and reached out to pinch his face. The little bundle recognized his mother and giggled. Ping Ping is really cute. Lin Mama chuckled. So good, not crying or making a fuss, simply an angel baby. Jiang Li had a smile on her face. Lin Xiaoning's idea of taking the child away ultimately fell through. When Lin Ping was 2 months old, she proposed to have Lin Ping raised under her name, since it was hard to explain Lin Zhiyue's situation. However, both Lin Mama and Lin Papa disagreed. But one strange thing did happen. The female who claimed to be pregnant with Lin Zhiyue's child also gave birth recently. It was a male, and moreover, tests confirmed that the child and Lin Zhiyue were father and son. However, Jiang Li still unconditionally trusted Lin Zhiyue. The Pei family was so capable. It wouldn't be difficult for them to fake something in this regard. Annie, the first military academy, starts in 2 days. I plan to go back. Chapter 62. I can't live without you, monster. The Lin family fully supported Jiang Li's decision. this time returning to the first military academy. Jiang Li was fully armed with a hat and mask, afraid of running into Beijing. He didn't know why, but every now and then he would come to the Lin family to ask about her whereabouts. Fortunately, Jiang Li had not left the Lin family until today, so not many people knew she was at the Lin family, making Beijing's investigation a waste of time. He was just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. Jiang Li's biggest regret now was that she had provoked Beijing in the first place. This dogged pest was impossible to shake off. She decided that this time at the first military academy, she must be low-key, keep a low profile, and graduate smoothly. The idea was good, but the reality was harsh. Their meeting caught her off guard. According to the new rules of the first military academy, starting this year, they began admitting females. Half a year ago, there was an uprising by the insect race. Although the Empire did not provide specific casualty numbers, Jiang Li saw online rumors stating that, not counting simulated beasts, there were a fifth more males than before. However, these females did not have to undergo high-intensity training. They were taught how to protect themselves. This was the worst-case scenario. Jiang Li speculated that this time the insect race was definitely coming in full force. Males could not be too close to females. They would lose control. Except for males with high mental powers, they could control themselves. Today was the opening ceremony, and females simulated beasts, and males were in 3 different auditoriums. Females were weak and needed protection and order maintained to avoid accidents. Although Jiang Li was a new student on leave, she had undergone mental power testing last year, making her perfectly suitable to protect the females. On her way, she also asked the teachers and seniors where they were. The teachers said new students wouldn't appear at the opening ceremony. Jiang Li then breathed a sigh of relief and agreed, only to not expect that. As soon as she entered the auditorium, she ran into Beijing. Compared to a few months ago, Beijing looked much sturdier, but his expression was even colder. Jiang Li felt something was wrong and turned to leave, but he reacted too quickly and grabbed her arm. Jiang Li gritted, "Hertit. What do you want in front of so many people? Where have you been during this time?" "I've been looking for you, Jiang family, Lin family. I searched everywhere I could. What does it have to do with you?" Sensing the unusual and restless atmosphere around, Jiang Li pulled Beijing and walked outside. She didn't want to become a sensation at the military academy on the first day of school. Beijing stared at her intently, his gaze lingering over every part of her body, and even though she turned her back to him, the feeling of being scrutinized was impossible to ignore. Until they reached an empty stairwell, Jiang Li closed the door. She lowered her voice and asked, "What do you want? Where have you been? Why did you leave? Do you know how much I miss you?" Beijing's face darkened, stubbornly accusing her of every word and action. Jiang Li took a deep breath. "I have nothing to do with you. We were only former roommates. That's all." "Roommates?" He scoffed, as if he had heard a funny joke. "Why can both of us do it, but I can't? What's wrong with me?" Jiang Li couldn't answer this question. No matter what, you shouldn't have framed him. He's only 19 this year. Originally like you would be here learning to eliminate the insect race, but now Jiang Li's voice carried a sense of regret. Lamenting for a young man who once had a bright future. In the end, it all comes back to him, right? Beijing's voice rose slightly. "You just take advantage of my feelings for you. Is that how you treat me?" Jiang Li fell silent. "Your feelings are a burden to me." She didn't hold back. Her rejection was clear-cut. "Jiang Li, you have no heart." He spoke as if indifferent, but his eyes were red. "I've never had anything I couldn't get, including people." Leaving behind this ambiguous statement, he opened the door and strode away. Jiang Li knew clearly that Beijing would not give up easily. She rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. After a while, she hurriedly left. In the dim stairwell, a man came down from above. Half of his face was hidden in the shadows as he murmured, "Jiang Li." Jiang Li guessed that she might not be able to hide her return, but she never expected to be found so soon. When she returned to her dorm, she sensed that something was off. Although it was just the start of the school year, the atmosphere in their dorm was particularly good, usually lively, and they should be playing games at this hour. But now it was eerily quiet. Her 3 roommates sat on the sofa, their bodies stiff, occasionally glancing at her with pointed looks. Jiang Li looked at her tightly closed door, took a deep breath, and walked in. Cheng Shubai was sitting on the stool at her desk, holding a photo of a big hand holding a small hand. It was a picture she took during the day when she held Lin Ping's hand. Cheng Shubai's body stiffened. Then he turned his head, and the two locked eyes, his gaze holding a darkness that Jiang Li couldn't decipher, restrained yet persistent. He had lost weight, but the hand holding the photo still showed prominent veins. He quietly stared for a long time, neither of them breaking the silence. Suddenly, Cheng Shubai stood up, and when Jiang Li's back hit the wall, she frowned uncomfortably. Fragments of kisses fell, eventually turning into a storm. The smell of blood spread between their lips, and the hands gripping her waist tightened. Jiang Li turned her head away, pushing him away to stop his increasingly excessive actions. "Third Prince, have you gone mad?" "Yes. I've been mad for a long time." His voice was calm, yet carried a strange sense of madness. He lifted his collar, and it was only then that Jiang Li saw the scars on his neck, some from being choked, others from being cut, and some for being pinched, each one more shocking than the last. Whether male or female, their glands were very important, and this area needed to be well protected. Cheng Shubai met her gaze and, in the most indifferent tone, accused her of his hardships. "Do you know what happens to a female without male comfort?" He smiled self-deprecatingly. "Even if I try my best not to think of you, my glands remind me at all times that they need you, cannot be without you. Jiang Li, I feel like a monster that cannot live without you. Why you treat me like this? Why?" His eyes were calm and unruffled, but the more it made Jiang Li feel a heaviness in her heart. "I'm sorry." She closed her eyes, but the figure of another person floated in her mind. During the pregnancy, and with a body that could not be satisfied, Jiang Li couldn't help but think about how Lin Zhiyue had endured alone in the cold prison. "Bite me," Cheng Shubai said coldly. Chapter 63. The roommate eating melons. Moving in at night, the disguised mask is actually the easiest to tear apart. When that familiar milky scent spread from the back of his neck to engulf his whole body, the strawberry flavor scattered throughout the room. The forced calmness instantly vanished. Jiang Li felt a cold, liquid trickle down her cheek. Cheng Shubai was crying. The usually restrained person had lost control today. Jiang Li froze, momentarily at a loss. He rasped, "Don't stop." She hesitated, but ultimately chose to satisfy his request. The moment her teeth sank deeply into his skin, suppressed whimpers mixed with shivers spilled out. This almost self-harming pain and the feeling of being controlled made Cheng Shubai addicted. Only this way could he feel a sense of reality. In that moment, his heart, which had felt empty for so long, seemed to finally be filled, but it still felt insufficient, still insufficient. He cried even harder. Jiang Li released her grip. "Is it too painful?" She was bewildered by his appearance. "I'm too happy." His voice was hoarse, laced with a hint of obsession. Jiang Li's ears turned completely red in an instant. This person really hadn't changed at all. This intense one-sided demand lasted a full 3 hours. Jiang Li initially wanted to stop, as Cheng Shubai's gland were covered in scars, and she was afraid it would be bad for his health, but to her surprise, he seemed perpetually unsatisfied and wouldn't allow her to stop. It wasn't until he could no longer lift his hands, damp as if he had just been pulled from water, that Cheng Shubai finally closed his eyes in satisfaction. Yet he showed no intention of leaving, lying beside Jiang Li, burying himself in her embrace. Like a cat without a sense of security, seeking its owner's protection, Jiang Li didn't move, allowing him to lean against her. "I guess you would come back. I went to the new student's opening ceremony just to see if you were there, but I didn't expect you to be with the females. Pei Jean was the first to see you, and I was unhappy." As she looked down, she clearly saw the sickly obsession hidden in those water-misted eyes. The wounds on his neck had now become his badge of honor. Jiang Li paused, not responding, as she really didn't want to be caught between the two of them anymore. "Jiang Li, move back to the previous dorm. This dorm is nice, and the roommates are nice. I don't want to move." Although she was rejected, it seemed expected, and Cheng Shubai didn't take it to heart. "Then I'll move over." Jiang Li looked at him with some surprise. Although Cheng Shubai previously wanted to get closer to her, there was a limit. Now his relentless pressure made her feel a bit like Pei Jean. "You don't have to do this, Before she could finish, he interrupted. "Jiang Li, do you know how I've been these past few months?" Jiang Li could clearly feel her neck was wet, and then Cheng Shubai quietly began to sob. "I don't want to feel that miserable anymore." She sighed. "Is there no way to resolve this? It was my fault. I didn't know it would be like this after marking. I don't blame you. His head rubbed against her neck. This was my choice. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. I should thank you. Every time during the sensitivity period, my father would lock me up. As a prince, as a male. But with the strawberry scent belonging to females, this made the royal family look down on me. Now that the sensitivity period is over, the scent won't leak out. And my father looks at me much more favorably. Jiang Li was somewhat surprised. No wonder Cheng Shubai had asked her to help with the sensitivity period back then. It turned out to be like this. Okay. In the end, she softened her heart and agreed. Lost in thought, Jiang Li completely failed to notice the triumphant smile at the corner of Cheng Shubai's mouth. In the morning, after everyone finished washing up, they didn't rush to leave. Each person was doing their own thing in the living room, but their eyes never left the tightly closed door of Jiang Li's room. Their roommate was really nice, but a bit silent, and the fact that she was always disappearing made her seem very mysterious. Who was Cheng Shubai? He was the third prince, and a powerful figure at that. But now, the person who only appeared in legends was actually sharing a dorm with them, and he had spent the entire night in their roommate's room. What on earth had they done? It was truly intriguing. None of the three had slept well last night. It was human nature to enjoy gossip, and males were no exception. They had spent the whole night listening to the movements outside, but it had been quiet and uneventful. For the first time, they complained about the soundproofing of the dorm. Just then, the tightly closed door finally opened, and out came Cheng Shubai. The three quickly lowered their heads, focusing intently on the things in their hands, as if they hadn't noticed, but in reality, all their attention was on him. Cheng Shubai bent down to pick up Jiang Li's cup from the table and walked to the kitchen. The female male was pouring nutritional liquid into a bowl. Although the food was the same as always, the sense of ritual was still necessary. When she saw Cheng Shubai come in, her eyes kept glancing at him. Suddenly, her pupils trembled slightly. What is that? What is that? Her hand shook, spilling the nutritional liquid, and the next moment she smiled awkwardly, quickly wiping it up. Cheng Shubai filled the cup with water and left satisfied. As Jiang Li's former roommate, he was very worried they might also fall in love with him during their interactions. One Peijin was already tricky enough. He didn't want more love rivals. Once he entered the room, the other two approached. Su Tian, what just happened? Did you see something juicy? She lowered her voice. Did you not see? See what? The glands. The glands. She was all excited. Didn't he notice? Didn't he dare to look? Those two definitely have something going on. I'm telling you. Her eyes were red, as if she had entered some cult. Give us the details. Definitely been ravaged. Who are you talking about? The third prince. Su Tian's voice involuntarily rose a few notches. No way, really? If that's the case, even if the instructor orders me to run 100 laps around the playground this morning, I want to see this excitement. Drink some water. Cheng Shubai entered with a cup, gently placing it in her hand. Jiang Li shot him an annoyed glare. This person was like a dog. She had been sleeping well in the morning, but was woken up by licking, and now her mouth still hurt a bit. She ignored him and went straight to wash up. Cheng Shubai wasn't angry, leaning against the bed, waiting for her. When she came out, Cheng Shubai hurried over. I have class today. I'll move over after class. Wait for me. Jiang Li responded and walked outside, but as soon as she stepped out of the door, she sensed something was off. 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on her, filled with a yearning and love for gossip. Absurd. Her perfect image was destroyed once again. How annoying. How annoying. How annoying. So annoying. As Cheng Shubai came out, he was met with a fierce glare from her. He felt a bit confused, but instinctively followed her. Did I make you angry? Chapter 64. The scheming bitch who declares her territory. Got it. Caught it. The eyes of the three continuously met, exchanging information. Jiang Li clearly felt that their gazes were even more intense, although they weren't too familiar yet. After spending these few days together, Jiang Li could roughly guess what they were thinking. Anyway, they didn't have good thoughts all day long. She gritted her teeth and said no. The fierce voice, however, did not come off as annoying, and Cheng Shubai even found it somewhat cute. Perhaps this is what they mean by beauty in the eyes of the beholder. Before meeting Jiang Li, Cheng Shubai couldn't have imagined that one day he would be so patient. Last night, I went too far, don't take it to heart. If it weren't for the person involved being right in front of her, Su Tian would have screamed. Jiang Li shot him a glare. She didn't know if he had taken the wrong medicine today. She kept giving him hints with her eyes. But he acted as if he couldn't understand and kept talking to himself. Really annoying. After quickly grabbing the nutrient solution from the fridge, Jiang Li rushed out, in a hurry as if dogs were chasing her. Cheng Shubai quickly followed, muttering, "Slow down, wait for me." Half a minute later. Su Tian's eyes lit up with gossip. "Did you see that? Did you see that?" Yes. This time I focused on the third prince's neck. And it was indeed a thoroughly enjoyable scene. Su Tian nodded, mysteriously saying, "I saw the third prince at the banquet before. He was very cold, completely not like this. He must be doing it on purpose. Do you believe it? He deliberately let us see." "I think so too. After all, he is the third prince. He must love declaring his territory this much." When Jiang Li first entered school, I felt she was extraordinary. Look. How come I don't remember you saying that? Late to the game. Do you want to have lunch together? Do you need me to say hello to your teacher? After all, you've already learned what the freshmen are learning now, so it's unnecessary. By the way, I accidentally got a sword some time ago. I think you will like it. I'll bring it to you tonight. At this moment, Jiang Li just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. The freshmen were separated from Cheng Shubai, and during this time, Jiang Li had been very low-key. She didn't want to attract more trouble. However, because of this, she became even more conspicuous. Cheng Shubai was too eye-catching, and he had been following her all the time. Even if she didn't respond a word, Cheng Shubai seemed completely unbothered, chattering away. It had been 15 minutes since they left the dorm, and he had been talking for 15 minutes. Jiang Li couldn't take it anymore. She stopped in her tracks. Cheng Shubai didn't notice and bumped directly into her, instinctively wrapping his arms around her. "What is wrong, Jiang Li?" "Nothing." She gritted her teeth and replied, "I want to live a peaceful military school life. Why don't you stay a bit further away from me?" "No, don't even think about it." He smiled, his usual seriousness slightly diminished. "But I can agree to this. I still have class later. I'll find you at noon. I'm leaving now." After saying that, he turned and left, not giving Jiang Li a chance to refuse. She glanced with her peripheral vision and noticed that the secretive gazes that had been assessing her just now had become blatant stares after Cheng Shubai left. This group of people was really presumptuous. Jiang Li covered her head and ran away. While running laps, Jiang Li had no idea that her wish to study low-key at the military school had been shattered. Envy. The brotherhood between the freshmen and the third prince. The post featured a photo of Cheng Shubai following Jiang Li in the morning. He hung his head, as if the only person in the world was right in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that they're both males, I'd ship them. Be bolder. Just because they're male doesn't mean we can't ship them. Didn't you see that gaze? It's practically electric. Don't talk nonsense up there. Be careful not to get your account exposed. What are you afraid of? The Empire has laws in place to protect the rights of the people. Unless it involves pornography, minors, or politics, Uncle Hat can't investigate our real identities. Exactly. So I can speak freely. I bet the third prince likes this male. Wait, this male looks familiar. Right. Isn't this Jiang Li? A genius with mental strength. Just like Pei Jean, but she took a break last year. Stop talking. She is much stronger than Pei Jean. When school started last year, she beat Pei Jean to the ground, and he was injured and hospitalized. What? Dared to hit the young master of the Pei family? Our role model, seniors. What other gossip do you have? Please spill. After Pei Jean was beaten, he kept chasing after her. The two later became friends. You don't know. Last year, during the mental strength test, everyone in their dorm had a level above the strong. Wow, what are the odds? One is her, one is Pei Jean, one is the third prince, and who else? Lin Zhiyue. If you're curious, you can check the news. Anyway, after he left, Jiang Li took a break. Wait, I feel it's a bit strange that they're all connected. Do you think Jiang Li has bound some kind of heartthrob system? Reconsider. What the hell, heartthrob system? Duan Yinzhao was increasingly shocked as he scrolled down. These people were really out of touch, and the more they talked, the more absurd it became. The more absurd they got, the more they talked. He poked Pei Jean, who was distracted, and placed his phone in front of him. Pei Jean took it casually, but his expression grew increasingly grim. Duan Yinzhao guessed the situation and casually asked, "Jiang Li really came back? Why haven't I heard you mention it?" At this moment, he couldn't hear what Pei Jean was saying at all. His mind was filled with the almost electric gaze of Cheng Shubai in the photo. Good. The response is really quick. He didn't care that he was still in class. He stood up and walked out, slamming the door. startling the teacher who was writing on the blackboard. When he returned to his senses, the person was already gone, but they had long been used to turning a blind eye when facing Pei Jin. After all, this person had a good family background, and his talent was so good. As long as he didn't create a huge mess, they generally pretended not to see. Duan Yunzhao silently put away his phone, his eyes dark as he looked at Cheng Shubai, who was not far away, with his head down taking notes. TSK, scheming. As the third prince, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had connections everywhere, but now he seemed as if nothing was wrong. Duan Yunzhao didn't believe he knew nothing. Moreover, there were people from his side at the first military academy. It was impossible for this post to spread freely. Therefore, the only result for the situation to develop like this was that Cheng Shubai was the mastermind behind it all. He wished that everyone at the first military academy knew about his relationship with Jiang Li. He wanted to tie Jiang Li to him, declaring his territory. Scheming bitch. Chapter 65. Lin Zhiyue, I'll get you out, you leave Cheng Shubai. Jiang Li had the last student number in her class, so she was also the last to take the quiz. The teacher announced a half-hour break for them to adjust. Jiang Li raised her hand to wipe her sweat and walked towards the water fountain. It wasn't that her perception of the surrounding environment was too keen. It was an illusion. Jiang Li sensed that the gazes of the people around her were strange, and it didn't seem malicious, more like. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Li couldn't figure out what kind of gazes they were. But she guessed that this probably had a lot to do with Cheng Shubai. Su Tian raised an eyebrow and walked over, giving her a push. Wow. The heartthrob Jiang Li. She frowned, looking at her in confusion. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Su Tian chuckled, taking out her phone. On the male characters who have fallen under the combat uniform of male Jiang Li over the years, which one do you prefer? The third prince or Pei Yi? Vote. Who does Jiang Li really like? Jiang Li scrolled down casually and was surprised to find that all the posts were strange and bizarre. She frowned. What a mess. Su Tian understood. I knew you might not know. Saying that, she pulled up the post from this morning. Jiang Li looked at it for a while and figured out what these people were doing. It's nothing. You don't have to take it to heart. The military school training is intense. They're just bored and joking around. No one really takes it seriously. After a pause, Su Tian looked at her with a gossiping expression. Did you really beat Pei Jin? Are you really that strong? Jiang Li nodded. All of that was true. Wow. The big shot is actually right beside me. Promise me. Let me cling to you, okay? Su Tian glanced at her, then looked down at herself, and suddenly, without any warning, began to sigh. Jiang Li, we are both pitiful males who can't bear offspring, but why is the gap between us so big? I wish I could be as strong as you, the heartthrob. The first part was fine, but when the last 3 words came out, Jiang Li almost choked on water. What a mess. Saying that, she reported the post, reason, invasion of portrait rights. After Su Tian took the phone and saw the report prompt, she immediately felt unwell. Jiang Li, you destroyed my source of happiness. Since that's the case, I will have to face you directly. Jiang Li frowned. Stop thinking about nonsense. Study more, read more, fight more, and strive to make the insect race suffer a crushing defeat. To avoid suspicion, this time no matter how pitiful Cheng Shubai acted, it was useless. Jiang Li was determined not to have a meal with him, so she ran off as soon as class ended. Cheng Shubai was left hanging, but he was not angry or anxious at all. Taking it slow was the best way to deal with Jiang Li, like boiling a frog in warm water. Jiang Li tried to spend the day as low-key as possible, avoiding others' gazes. However, it was not easy for her. No matter where she was, new posts would always pop up, accompanied by a picture of her. Who says life doesn't have an audience? Why is there an audience everywhere in her life? She never thought it could be this ridiculous. Jiang Li remained silent, just continuously reporting. Finally, a tiring day came to an end. But when Jiang Li returned to the dormitory and saw the person sitting on the sofa, her world truly collapsed. Help! Could someone tell her why Pei Jin was here? Not only Pei Jin, but also Duan Yunzhue, whose presence was even stronger than Pei Jin's, was fiddling with their things. From a distance, upon seeing her enter, Duan Yunzhue spoke. Jiang Li is back? It's been a while since we last saw each other. At that moment, Jiang Li couldn't absorb a single word he said, only responding with a polite smile, looking like a robot. Hearing the voice, Pei Jin obviously froze, but he didn't turn around. However, he was actually a bit hopeful inside. hoping Jiang Li would come over to greet him or, like before, scold him a few times out of annoyance. But this time, Jiang Li said nothing. Silently entered her room, not even glancing at him. Pei Jin couldn't sit still anymore. He suddenly stood up, furious. Duan Yunjue, did you see that? What was her attitude? How could she ignore me? How could she? Duan Yunjue's eyes flickered, seemingly pondering as he spoke. Brother Pei, I think this has a lot to do with the third prince. He likes to speak half-heartedly, just hinting. Pei Jin gritted his teeth. Another Lin Zhiyue has left. And now another Qing Shubai has come. How can these people be so annoying? The only thing that made Jiang Li feel comfortable was that Lin Mama's daily video call came in. Jiang Li, Lin Mama smiled, holding a baby in her arms. Look, Ping Ping is thinking of you. Jiang Li smiled. I'll go back when I have time. Please take care of him during this period. Annie. Oh, if you say that, I'll be unhappy. He has my grandson too. What is wrong with me taking care of him? Auntie is right, Jiang Li said with a smile. She played with Lin Ping for a long time, and when the time was up, Lin Mama waved gently at her while holding his hand. Say goodbye to Mama. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Li felt a bit better emotionally. But happiness never lasts too long. A knock on the door revealed Pei Jin's face. Jiang Li stiffened, instinctively wanting to close the door, but his leg slipped in, blocking the door. Jiang Li had no choice but to step aside and let him in. Pei Jin smirked, but there was malice hidden in his eyes. He said, Lin Zhiyue was wrongfully accused. I can get him out. Jiang Li looked him up and down, even thinking he must be possessed by something. It was too strange. What do you want? Pei Jin replied, very simple. Keep your distance from Qing Shubai. Lin Zhiyue is fine, but he can't come back to the first military academy. Whether it's the Lin family or anyone else, he's fine. I just don't want to see him again. Jiang Li frowned. Undoubtedly, she wanted to save Lin Zhiyue. But given Qing Shubai's current situation, he couldn't do without her. If it drags on, she might not be able to bear it if she gets bitten. Pei Jin gritted his teeth. You really are something. Jiang Li, you are so loving. Now I'm the one making concessions. Yet you don't want to give up anyone, right? Jiang Li couldn't accept that at all, but if given another chance, she would never choose to mark them so foolishly. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. After hesitating, she said, Let me think about it for 2 days. Pei Jin angrily retorted, Still need to think? You really are something. After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Just when Jiang Li thought their deal was destined to end here, Pei Jin's voice came again from outside the door. Then 2 days. Come find me when you've thought it through. This person really is contradictory. Chapter 66, You Don't Like Excitement? Early in the morning, Jiang Li asked the homeroom teacher for leave and headed to the hospital. The doctor was still the familiar one, saying that the baby in her belly was gone, and the baby's father had gone in. Jiang, congratulations. I heard you had a boy. Jiang Li was a bit surprised. How did you know? The doctor living in the Lin family is my partner. You're a female? She asked in a daze. After all, the first military academy is a den of males, and it is very dangerous for females here, especially in hospitals, where susceptible males come every day. The doctor looked at her in surprise. I'm male. Oh, okay. The reality of male-male relationships finally appeared before her, which was quite miraculous. What can't you tell? The doctor chuckled. Jiang Li assessed their similar heights. I always thought you were a synthetic beast. The doctor raised an eyebrow. I'm female, but my family needed a male, and shortly after I was born, they injected me with a forbidden drug. Although I am male, my mental strength is only. Perhaps this is the consequence of being forcibly turned into a male. Jiang Li nodded. She didn't expect such a method existed. But if that's the case, why didn't Lin shouting turn himself into a male? Is that kind of medicine unavailable now? The doctor raised an eyebrow and replied, There are age restrictions. Only infants can use it. And this forbidden drug was only available when I was a child. Later, the empire completely banned it, and all were destroyed. Jiang Li nodded thoughtfully. No wonder. Will males marked by me gradually feminize? Is there any solution if they don't want to continue? The doctor reacted quickly, smiling ambiguously. It's not Jiang, is it? Jiang Li awkwardly smiled, not knowing how to respond. There are 2 methods. One is to remove the glands, but if that happens, the male will no longer be able to mark the female, and the female will not be able to have children in the future. The other method is to inject a drug that clears the pheromones from the female's glands. The doctor paused and said, However, to obtain this drug requires very high permissions. But she thought for a moment and said, with the power of the Lin family, it might be possible to get it. However, this must be done with the female's consent. Otherwise, the drug will have no effect. Will it work on males? Jiang Li asked anxiously. It's hard to say. You could try it. To be honest, I've never encountered a situation like yours, the doctor replied. Jiang Li left the hospital deep in thought. She had just received a message from Cheng Shubai, saying he was at the library and asked her to come find him. It was better to discuss this matter elsewhere rather than in the dormitory. The library was large, besides the tables set up outside. There were also soundproof cubicles to ensure that others wouldn't be disturbed. Jiang Li headed towards Cheng Shubai's cubicle. The moment she opened the door, her blood ran cold. Although it was relatively secluded here, Jiang Li instinctively closed the door, feeling guilty as if she were a thief. But she just leaned against the door, not daring to take a step forward. Third Prince, what are you doing? The black shirt was suggestive at first glance, and even more so upon closer inspection. The sheer red dots were clearly visible, and the shirt barely covered anything, making it seem as if he were not wearing anything at all. Cheng Shubai's ears turned red. Yet he exuded a different kind of charm as he stepped closer to Jiang Li. I think you haven't tried this in the library, he said. Jiang Li froze and glanced behind him. Outside the floor-to-ceiling glass windows was an artificial lake surrounded by towering trees. Although there was no one outside at the moment, one could never be too sure. Jiang Li's gaze instinctively swept towards the bed, and luckily there was a thin blanket on it. She hurried over, wanted to pick it up to cover him. Just as she reached for it, a pair of hands wrapped around her from behind. The warm touch making Jiang Li freeze in place. Are you that anxious? Wow. She found herself at a loss for words. No, what if someone walks by outside? You should cover this. Cheng Shubai held her and knocked the blanket out of her hands. I'm not afraid. Why are you? Besides, isn't this more exciting? Don't you like it? Jiang Li held back for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist. Cheng Shubai, where did you see this? He chuckled softly. I came across it in a video a few days ago, and I thought you'd like it, so I bought it. He was referring to the clothes he was wearing. Jiang Li could only respond with a single piece of advice. Stop watching such unnutritious videos. Cheng Shubai forcefully turned her body to face him. Look at me. Really look at me. I wore this just for you. Jiang Li lowered her head, not daring to look at him or move an inch. But Cheng Shubai didn't let her have her way, lifting her chin, forcing her to look. To be honest, Cheng Shubai was really fair-skinned, glowing white. The black shirt, barely concealing, made him look as exquisite as white jade. Not just white, but delicate. Jiang Li curled her lips, her smile not reaching her eyes. Okay, very good. As long as you like it. Cheng Shubai seemed completely oblivious to her sarcasm, his eyes sparkling as if he were genuinely happy. Then he raised his hand, each movement exuding an inexplicable charm. Just as he had said at the beginning, Cheng Shubai indeed knew how to play. Jiang Li surrendered. She held back for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist and quickly threw the blanket over him. At that moment, Cheng Shubai was completely taken by surprise. He stared for a while. What's wrong? Is something not to your liking? Jiang Li spoke up. No, I have something serious to discuss with you. What's serious matter? Cheng Shubai tightened his grip on her hand, pulling her down to sit on the bed, their legs and shoulders touching. Jiang Li fell silent, shifting away. But he wouldn't let her have her way. No matter how much she moved, he moved with her. After a few attempts, Jiang Li simply gave up and stopped struggling. She slowly began, I just went to the hospital. Before she could finish, Cheng Shubai suddenly stood up, examining her from head to toe. Are you hurt? What happened? Why did you go to the hospital? It was truly a barrage of questions. Jiang Li replied, I'm fine. I just went for a consultation. Cheng Shubai finally relaxed, squatting down in front of her, both hands tightly enclosing hers without a gap. From her perspective, it felt like a new world. But Jiang Li had no time to think about that. She said, I went to consult a doctor about marking. She said there's a drug that, when injected into a female, can help her break free from dependency on males. Chapter 67. Do you find me troublesome and want to shake me off? Cheng Shubai's face instantly lost all color. His expression turned pale, and the light in his eyes dimmed in an instant. Jiang Li, what do you mean by that? Do you find me troublesome? Do you want to shake me off? Jiang Li took a deep breath and explained, You know that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Tell me, what I mean to you. Cheng Shubai's eyes turned red. Here we go again. Jiang Li felt inexplicably cornered by them one after another. They knew she was soft-hearted and often cried, so she couldn't help but soften her attitude. But this time, she had to be strong. In comparison, Lin Zhiyue, who was still in jail, was clearly in a worse situation. She still knew the priorities. Jiang Li said, "You're the third prince. Think about it. What would happen if our affair were discovered by the royal family or His Majesty? Are you afraid?" Cheng Shubai stared at her intently, as if needing to know a definitive answer. Jiang Li smiled, her smile slightly forced. "What do you think? You're a prince. They won't do anything to you. I'm just a dispensable person. I feel like I would be doomed." "No, you won't." Cheng Shubai hurriedly reassured her in a low voice. "I won't let anything happen to you. Believe me, okay? Can you protect yourself? Right now?" Cheng Shubai fell into an eerie silence. Jiang Li could see things clearly. He had a crown prince above him, a father emperor, and countless officials to consider. It was indeed complicated. "Will you trust me?" "Trust me." Cheng Shubai could only repeat this phrase. Jiang Li sighed softly. "From the beginning, we were a mistake. This is my fault. I marked you carelessly without knowing the consequences." Cheng Shubai looked at her with only disappointment in his eyes. "What about your past with Lin Zhiyue? Now that you're scared, why weren't you scared back then? When you were in a bathroom with him, why weren't you scared?" Jiang Li was taken aback. He really spoke without thinking. She wanted nothing more than to quickly cover his mouth to silence him completely. She instinctively replied, "You and he are not the same." "How are we different? Tell me." "Jiang Li, what exactly is the difference between me and Lin Zhiyue? He must be more important in your heart, right?" It left her speechless. It was the first time Jiang Li realized how strong Cheng Shubai's combat power was and how sharp his words could be. She rubbed her temples. "Calm down and think it through. This is better for both of us. You're not the same as Lin Zhiyue." After taking a deep breath, she patiently explained, "Although he is a member of the Lin family, he has an older sister, and the family assets probably have little to do with him. Moreover, his parents are quite open-minded. If our affair were to be exposed, we would just be scolded a bit. But you and I are different. You and I." Cheng Shubai liked hearing their names mentioned together, as if they were truly together. His voice softened a bit as he quietly asked, "Did something happen to you?" Remembering Pei Jin's request, Jiang Li chose to keep it hidden. After all, that mad dog could do anything if provoked. Such reckless and irrational people who only care about their own fleeting pleasure are the most dangerous to deal with, as they have no control and could do anything. "It's nothing. I'm just afraid of dying." She spoke frankly, as if she didn't find it embarrassing at all. And what Cheng Shubai liked most about her was precisely this point, even though she was also masculine. However, she lacked their arrogance. She accepted what she had and would never stubbornly suffer for the sake of pride. But Cheng Shubai suspected that Jiang Li must have encountered something. In order not to make her uncomfortable, he nodded and agreed. "Okay." His voice softened further. "I promise you I'll give it a try. Just a try." To what extent and whether it would succeed was uncertain. Jiang Li sighed in relief, put on her clothes, and said, "I'll head back first." Just as she was about to leave, Cheng Shubai reached out and grabbed her wrist again. "Don't you feel anything with me dressed like this?" Jiang Li fell silent, saying she felt nothing would be a lie. She wasn't a saint. But after spending so much time together, Jiang Li knew very well what kind of person Cheng Shubai was. If she said she felt something now, she suspected Cheng Shubai would leap forward, as in his eyes. She seemed to be the only water in the desert, eager to drain her dry and take the bottle with him. It was quite frightening. Jiang Li decided to play it cool. "I have urgent matters, so I'll leave first." This time, her movements were quicker, giving Cheng Shubai no time to react. The moment the door closed, her figure disappeared. But the emptiness Cheng Shubai felt at the beginning also faded away. Remembering how she had fled in a panic, he already understood the answer to his earlier question. If she truly felt nothing, she wouldn't have run away so fast. In the silence, Cheng Shubai suddenly laughed. A bit strangely. "Jiang Li, you are the most insincere person," he murmured softly, but it was hard to ignore. He looked down at the clothes he was wearing. Initially, he felt shame putting them on, as he had always been taught to be polite and proper. Now his actions were completely the opposite. But Cheng Shubai had no regrets. As long as Jiang Li liked it, that was enough. He took out his phone and bought every piece of clothing in the store. He wanted to wear them one by one for Jiang Li to see, keeping things fresh forever. He would let Jiang Li know that he was the one worth her affection. When dealing with masculinity, one must grasp both her heart and her body. Only then would happiness come. Jiang Li ran fast, as if being chased by some monstrous flood. The contrast was too great when she first met Cheng Shubai. She never expected him to be so bold. No, she didn't even dare to think it. Passing by the cafeteria, she heard someone calling from behind. Jiang Li turned to see an unexpected person. Duan Yunzhao stood not far away, trying to smile, but his expression was somewhat stiff. Jiang Li, she nodded in surprise. Their relationship wasn't exactly good, and could even be described as having some unresolved issues. She had often called him a sycophant, so when he greeted her, Jiang Li instinctively thought he was there to settle scores, putting up her guard. What do you want? Duan Yunzhao smiled. Where have you been since you dropped out? Jiang Li instinctively thought he was there to test her for Peijin, but his next sentence completely puzzled her. Have you encountered any difficulties? Do you need my help? Sunsiv. Wow, what was going on? Jiang Li shook her head. I haven't encountered any difficulties. Duan Yunzhao looked anxious and insisted. It has nothing to do with Peijin. I'm only representing myself. I'm not trying to test you for him. It was surprising how he seemed to know exactly what she was thinking. But Jiang Li still couldn't believe his words and looked at him skeptically. Duan Yunzhao took a deep breath. If I lie to you today, may I be struck by lightning. Okay, Jiang Li believed him. Prejudices in the heart really are like mountains. She instinctively doubted Duan Yunzhao, which was truly unwarranted. She softened her tone a bit. Thank you, but I really haven't encountered any difficulties. If I do, I'll seek your help. It was merely a polite statement. She was actually preparing to ask Duan Yunzhao for help. He nodded casually. Peijin has been in contact with the people at the interstellar prison these past few days. He didn't lie to you. Jiang Li's eyes flickered slightly, not expecting Duan Yunzhao to know so much. Do you know how Lin Zhiyue is? Duan Yunzhao hesitated for a moment before speaking. The last time I saw him was 5 months ago. I went with Peijin. We only met for about 20 minutes. And he and T looked too good, too thin. Noticing Jiang Li's worry, he quickly added, but don't worry. After all, he is from the Lin family. And the prison 1T really let anything happen to him. I asked before he left, and Lin Zhiyue is in good health. Jiang Li frowned slightly. Thank you. Having said that, she turned to leave. Duan Yunzhao quickly followed. Are you going back to the dorm? Yes. What a coincidence, me too. If Jiang Li remembered correctly, when they first got to know each other, Duan Yunzhao had a long period where he didn't think highly of her. The current situation was indeed a bit peculiar. However, she didn't think much of it and nodded to walk with him. Jiang Li's expression was serious as she kept thinking about Lin Zhiyue, completely unaware of how many times Duan Yunzhao glanced at her along the way. He looked at her greedily. Soon, it would be over. After returning to the dorm, Jiang Li found Peijin already there, sitting on the couch fiddling with something. Hearing the door open, he didn't turn his head. Duan Yunzhao, did you buy the milk-flavored nutritional supplement for me? I bought it. Duan Yunzhao hurried over to him, bent down to take out the nutritional supplement, and quietly reminded him. Jiang Li came back with me. We ran into each other on the way. Peijin instinctively put down what he was holding and stood up, staring at her intently. Have you thought it over? I've already contacted the interstellar prison. As long as you speak, that female will change her mind immediately, and within a day. Lin Zhiyue can return to the Lin family. Jiang Li scoffed and looked at him. So you were waiting for me here? After a pause, her expression remained unchanged as she said, I will no longer have any interactions with Cheng Shubai. Let Lin Zhiyue go. Okay. Peijin nodded, his voice a bit hoarse. Jiang Li turned and entered the bedroom, not looking at him again. Peijin stared at the closed door, quietly asking, Duan Yunzhao, are you sure this will work? Duan Yunzhao nodded, raised his phone. I recorded what she just said. The third prince isn't someone who would give up his dignity. We'll prepare for both outcomes. He chuckled softly. Peigu, you know what Lin Zhiyue is like now. Being male, you should also be aware of the inherent flaws in masculinity. Right now, he's neither human nor ghost, and Jiang Li will no longer have any interest in him. Besides, he can't return to the first military academy. But Jiang Li can't leave either. Peijin's eyes flashed. You're right. I'll go find a teacher to inform them in advance. We absolutely cannot let Jiang Li leave the school. No leave should be granted. No. Duan Yunjiao smirked. Pei Gu, you have to let her go out. It's all about the current Lin Zhiyue. Once he recovers, it won't matter anymore. After all, the current Lin Zhiyue is like a different person from before. Pei Jean hesitated. What if Jiang Li still has feelings for him? Wouldn't we be shooting ourselves in the foot? Duan Yunjiao shook his head. Even if there are feelings in the short term, it doesn't matter. One is inside and one is outside. How often can they meet in a year? Even if there is some lingering affection, it will eventually fade. After a long silence, Pei Jean decided to trust his words. The last time Jiang Li was so anxious was when she first learned that she had slept for 5,000 years. Even during the time of Lin Ping, she had never been this nervous. After receiving news from Pei Jean, Jiang Li went to ask the teacher for a 3-day leave. This was originally against the rules. Students at the first military academy couldn't take leave at will, but since they were still in military training and Jiang Li had already been trained once, the teacher specially approved her leave. She sat again in the Lin family's car. Lin's mother and Lin's father were both in the car. And today was the day to pick up Lin Zhiyue. Perhaps because they hadn't seen their son for a long time, Lin's mother seemed particularly nervous, continuously asking Jiang Li if there was anything wrong. Jiang Li kept shaking her head to reassure her. It wasn't the time for her to show her worries. Among the group, someone had to hold things together. Her peripheral vision swept over Lin's father's trembling hand in the front seat. Lin's mother asked Jiang Li, "Do you know who was behind this? How could that female suddenly change her testimony? Wasn't the paternity test already confirmed that it was Zhiyue's child?" Jiang Li Baoza. She shouldn't hide this from them. It was Pei Jean working behind the scenes. Lin's mother murmured, "He's the one who got Zhiyue in, and he's the one who got Zhiyue out." For a moment, I don't know whether I should thank him or go find him for an explanation. Jiang Li gently patted Lin's mother's hand. "Annie, don't worry. We go to the same school, so it's convenient for me to talk to him. I will go to thank him." She nodded, and at that moment, the car just happened to drive into the first interstellar prison. From a distance, Jiang Li saw the heavily built Lin Zhiyue walk out from behind the heavy iron gate, making her hesitate to recognize him. Chapter 69. Lin Zhiyue is out. Lin Zhiyue always had a tuft of hair sticking up on his head, but now it was flattened against his forehead. He was wearing a prison uniform, which hung loosely on him, as if a gust of wind could carry him away. The sunlight, which he hadn't seen for a long time, shone on his face, causing him to instinctively close his eyes. When he opened them again, he unconsciously locked eyes with Jiang Li, who was separated by a security point. In that instant of eye contact, Jiang Li saw him instinctively lower his head, as if he wanted to completely hide himself. The previously reckless young man was nowhere to be seen. Lin's mother covered her mouth and sobbed. And as soon as the door at the security point opened, she rushed over and tightly hugged Lin Zhiyue. "Zhiyue has suffered. It's Mom's fault for not being capable, for letting you suffer." In contrast, Lin's father appeared calm, but his trembling shoulders revealed that his inner feelings were anything but peaceful. "We're here to take you home." Lin Zhiyue nodded, but he looked somewhat numb. Jiang Li's gaze was fixed on the fading bruise on his neck, suddenly realizing that even his shadow seemed lighter than before. Her heart ached, and she looked up, stopping the tears that were about to fall, and stepped forward. "Lin Zhiyue." As soon as she spoke, Lin Zhiyue, still in Lin's mother's embrace, began to tremble slightly, his bloodshot eyes revealing an eerie sense of helplessness. Lin's mother froze, instinctively loosening her grip. She exchanged a glance with Lin's father, both sensing that something was off with him. In an instant, Lin Zhiyue staggered towards her, Jiang Li. His voice trembled, as if he wanted to express his grievances. Jiang Li instinctively reached out to embrace him, but felt how shockingly thin he was. The fabric pressed against her felt jarring. Lin Zhiyue buried himself in her neck, trembling amidst Lin's mother's stifled sobs. Jiang Li gently patted his back. "It's okay now, Lin Zhiyue. Everything is over. It's okay." But now, all the comfort seemed somewhat pale and powerless. On the way back, Lin Zhiyue held Jiang Li's hand tightly, refusing to let go, resembling a helpless child. Although Lin's mother missed her son, she chose to sit in the front, giving them space. The moment the partition rose, Lin Zhiyue leaned his head on Jiang Li's shoulder. She stiffened, but only for a brief moment before controlling her body to return to normal. Yet, in those 2 seconds, Lin Zhiyue instantly became helpless. "Jiang Li, do you find me annoying?" The wet sensation on her neck made Jiang Li feel a loss, and she quickly took out a tissue. She didn't dare to make any sudden movements because Lin Zhiyue resembled a doll that could shatter at any moment. She gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. I don't find you annoying, really. I just didn't react in time earlier. It's okay, it's all over. It's all over. Really? Is it all over? Lin Zhiyue's voice carried confusion. Really? When have I ever lied to you? She tilted her head and lightly kissed his forehead. Ping Ping is still waiting for you to come back. You have to pull yourself together. Ping Ping? He was taken aback. Jiang Li smiled. He's our child, Lin Ping. I hope he is safe and sound. Our child, Lin Zhiyue murmured, almost in a daze, but kept repeating, our child. Jiang Li didn't know what Lin Zhiyue had gone through in the first interstellar prison, but she knew it must have been something unbearable for him. Ensuring the partition was up so that Lin's parents couldn't hear their conversation, Jiang Li finally spoke. Is your gland okay? Lin Zhiyue instinctively raised his hand to cover his gland, avoiding Jiang Li's gaze, but his smile was somewhat stiff. It's fine, don't worry. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, sensing something was very wrong. Until they got out of the car, her gaze unconsciously kept glancing at his gland, but his high collar blocked her view. Lin Ping was still a little bundle, but indeed he had grown a lot since Jiang Li left. Lin's mother gently placed him in Lin Zhiyue's arms, the latter stiffening. At a loss, Lin Ping reached out to grab his face, giggling all the while. Lin's mother smiled. Look, no wonder they're father and son. Ping Ping likes you so much. Lin Zhiyue looked at the baby in his arms, revealing the first genuine smile since leaving the first interstellar prison, perhaps due to the mother-child connection. Lin Ping knew what Jiang Li wanted to see. He reached out and randomly grabbed, inadvertently pulling down Lin Zhiyue's collar. Jiang Li's pupilles tremblaient. The originally smooth gland now bore a long scar. It must have been there for a while. The wound had healed, but the scar was particularly conspicuous. Who did this? As Lin Zhiyue pulled his collar to cover it and turned his head, Jiang Li averted her gaze, lightly teasing Lin Ping. Oh, you like Daddy the most, don't you? Hearing this, Lin Zhiyue smiled, who says, Look, as soon as he sees you, his eyes are all smiles. Taking advantage of the fact that they were still playing with Lin Ping, Jiang Li took out her phone and dialed the doctor's number. It was the phone number she saved last time when consulting about the marking issue. Dr. Fong. Jiang Li, what's wrong? Jiang Li took a deep breath and said, It's like this. There is now a male with a nearly 5-centimeter scar on his neck. What could this generally indicate? Dr. Fong's voice suddenly became serious. If you get a chance, send me a photo. In this situation, you have to prepare for the worst. There's a high possibility that it's gland removal. If it were just a minor surgery, such a large scar wouldn't be left. Gland removal? Jiang Li was taken aback. What is that? Dr. Fong sighed deeply. This surgery was initially intended for males and females who suffered gland damage due to accidents, but later it was misused by unscrupulous doctors to remove healthy glands. Jiang Li's expression turned grim. If that's the case, it explains why Lin Zhiyue changed after he came out. What are the consequences if the gland is removed? Doctor, Fong replied, if it's a male, he won't be able to mark females in the future, and his mental strength will also be damaged. The extent of the damage will depend on the individual. If it's a female, she won't be able to be marked or bear children anymore. Therefore, in some special places, to avoid unnecessary trouble, females' glands are often removed. Thank you, Dr. Fong. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Li was absent-minded. If Lin Zhiyue's gland had really been removed, she didn't even know how to face him, as this matter was somewhat related to her. Chapter 70. Gland removal, not wanting to raise any suspicion from Lin's mom. Jiang Li adjusted her mood before walking into the house. She smiled slightly. At this moment, Lin Ping was already asleep in Lin Zhiyue's arms. Lin's mom went over to pick up the little one, saying, the child is still small and has limited energy. He gets tired after playing for a while. You two chat. I'll take him back to sleep. After saying that, she hurried away, clearly to give them some space. Once it was quiet, Lin Zhiyue also fell silent, just staring at Jiang Li without saying a word. Jiang Li was soft-hearted. She couldn't bear to see Lin Zhiyue like this. After a soft sigh, she took his hand. He was so thin, with no flesh at all, feeling like she was holding a skeleton. Shall I take you upstairs to rest? Lin Zhiyue nodded, tightly gripping her hand in return, so forcefully that Jiang Li was somewhat surprised. At that moment, he seemed like floating duckweed on the lake. Afraid that he would disappear at any moment, and never see the person he longed for again. Once they entered the room and closed the door, neither of them spoke again. Jiang Li was feeling very chaotic inside, unsure of what to say, while Lin Zhiyue, having been alone for so long, had gradually forgotten how to communicate with others and how to please her. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Li took out a damp towel to wipe his face. Lin Zhiyue, Annie and Uncle miss you very much, and so do I. You must pull yourself together. We all know you are innocent. Her movements were gentle, making one want to drown in them, to immerse one's self in them. But just as Jiang Li finished wiping his face and was about to wipe his neck, Lin Zhiyue hurriedly reached out to stop her, gripping her hand tightly. Even if Jiang Li were blunt, she sensed something was off at that moment. She smiled and then moved the towel away. After she finished wiping his hands, Lin Zhiyue finally relaxed. Jiang Li put the items away and sat next to him. Did you feel very uncomfortable when I wasn't here? Lin Zhiyue's gaze flickered with confusion. No, I wasn't uncomfortable. Don't worry. A pang of heartache rose from the depths of Jiang Li's heart. She reached out and gently stroked his slightly long hair. How could you not be uncomfortable? Do you want me to mark you? She said this as a test, trying to probe Lin Zhiyue's true situation. But to her surprise, he nodded without a second thought. His tone firm, I wanna, but she was taken aback. What's wrong? Can you turn off the light? His eyes were red, and his words carried a pleading tone. Of course. Jiang Li stood up stiffly and turned off the light. At this point, she already knew what was going on. Just as she initially guessed, Lin Zhiyue's gland had been removed. He was a genius with mental strength, and he should have had a brighter future. But now everything had changed. Jiang Li felt a heavy heart, but when the room went dark, it concealed her sorrowful eyes. At that moment, Lin Zhiyue had been waiting for a long time. As soon as the room darkened, he quickly stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Jiang Li, he murmured, his tone filled with reluctance. Jiang Li turned around and embraced him back, gently patting his back. It's all over. I'm here. We're all here. Now all the words seemed somewhat pale. These comforting words were useless when facing a victim. Jiang Li couldn't empathize with everything he had suffered. She could only try to soothe his emotions, one gentle touch at a time. Lin Zhiyue's voice was a bit choked. Bite me. This sentence was particularly clear in the darkness. After saying that, he pulled down his collar, exposing his neck. Jiang Li, bite me. He didn't give her any chance to hesitate and brought his neck closer. The moment their lips touched, Jiang Li's heart trembled. The scar was so obvious, impossible to ignore. The skin beneath her lips was no longer as delicate as before, but all Jiang Li felt was heartache. Lin Zhiyue's voice became even hoarser. Why don't you bite? Is it because it's ugly? At that moment, Jiang Li realized. It turned out that throughout her doubts and tests, Lin Zhiyue had known all along. A feeling she couldn't describe welled up in her heart, making her feel flustered. The last barrier had been broken, and there was no need for any disguise now. Jiang Li gently kissed him, intending to comfort him. After finishing, she slowly released him and pulled him to sit on the bed. It was pitch dark, yet she still looked at him intently by feeling, holding his hand tightly. Jiang Li spoke directly. What happened to your gland? After a moment of silence, Lin Zhiyue replied, Didn't you already guess? So your gland was really removed? Yes. Jiang Li opened her mouth, but her throat felt blocked, and she couldn't say a word. Instead, Lin Zhiyue softly reassured her, It's okay. It's all in the past. It's just that I don't have a gland. It's not a big deal. Now I have you and Ping Ping, and that's enough. I'm glad you can think like that, but let's go see a doctor, just in case there is a solution. He shook his head. It's no use. He forced a self-deprecating smile. Without a gland, will you despise me? His question was cautious. I won't. Jiang Li tightly embraced him. It's not a big deal. It's just that you don't have a gland. It's just that I don't have a gland. This phrase sounded easy to say, but it was incredibly heavy. In the interstellar empire, the lowest status was held by those without glands, the synthetic beasts. To Jiang Li, the interstellar empire was a tragedy. Valuing males over females, abandoning females, drowning them, strangling them, countless. The swords shot years ago would eventually return to them. To Jiang Li, these people were even inferior to their blue star people. They had advanced technology, but their thoughts were even more backward. The laws enacted now do protect females, but it's also because they value their ability to bear children. The interstellar empire is proud. They look down on synthetic beasts, and deep down, They also look down on females. Males have a high opinion of themselves, despising everything. Lin Zhiyue had been well-educated. He was a cultured young gentleman. His respect for females was genuine and heartfelt. But the people outside wouldn't let him off just because he was kind-hearted and had the right values. He could digest it himself. Jiang Li could ignore it, and the Lin family could overlook it. But once the news of the gland removal spreads, what awaits Lin Zhiyue is beyond Jiang Li's imagination. The interstellar empire indeed has laws regarding this matter. Forcing a female, without causing serious consequences, can lead to gland removal, and in severe cases, the death penalty. However, Lin Zhiyue is clearly wronged. The laws of the interstellar empire have always protected those he cannot protect. This is a realistic world, devoid of human feelings and fairness. The power in one's hands is fundamental. For the first time, Jiang Li has such a clear understanding. "Bite me," he said again, somewhat stubbornly. Chapter 71. My son, how could this happen? In the dark, Jiang Li's lips touched a rough scar. She didn't dare to bite too hard, as there was nothing left there now, fearing she might hurt him. But Lin Zhiyue stubbornly held her head, refusing to let her go. His voice was filled with despair. At that moment, he resembled a cat desperately clinging to a branch on the edge of a cliff, trying hard to survive, so he didn't want to let go. Why not bite? Jiang Li no longer hesitated and sank her teeth in. It was no longer the familiar taste of grass, but a salty, fishy taste of blood. The warmth that once surged with pheromones was long gone. Watching from afar and actually feeling it are two different experiences. His body was tense. There was no grass scent, no unbearable gasping. Everything was so calm. Jiang Li closed her eyes and tried to get up, but his palms suddenly gripped the back of her head. "Is it okay like before?" With a hint of pleading. Jiang Li's nose tinged with sourness, and she bit down heavily, heavily. It felt like a riverbed that had been dry for a long time, finally receiving a drop of rain, even though he knew that this drop would soon be dried up. Lin Zhiyue could no longer feel the sensation of being marked, soaked. Only pain radiated from his neck. Yet he felt particularly satisfied. That fullness of heart and soul made him feel at ease, even more so than the earlier tremors from the gland. In the darkness, something seemed to roll onto her face, hot enough that Jiang Li instinctively wanted to get up, but she held back. The knock on the door outside pulled Jiang Li from her dreams. "Andy, we'll be down soon," Lin's mother said softly. "Sorry to trouble you, Jiang Li. We found a doctor for Zhiyue waiting downstairs." "Okay." As the footsteps faded, Jiang Li sensed something was off. She was a bit out of breath. Turning her head, she saw Lin Zhiyue's face buried in her neck, clinging to her like an octopus. He seemed to be sleeping uneasily, his brows tightly knitted. After a light sigh, Jiang Li struggled to get up and quickly walked downstairs. The doctor sitting on the sofa was familiar to Jiang Li. He was the one who helped her give birth. Lin's mother tilted her head and smiled. "Is Zhiyue still not awake?" "This child. I'll go wake him. Let him check before he sleeps again." Just as she was about to get up, Jiang Li pressed her down. "What's wrong?" Lin's mother keenly sensed something was off, her face stiffening. "Andy, I think he might not want to be checked right now. Let's wait a while." Lin Zhiyue said he didn't care about not having a gland. But Jiang Li knew he cared deeply. "Why?" Lin's mother panicked at the mention of her son. "Is Zhiyue in some trouble?" "Jiang Li, you can't lie to Andy." The doctor, noticing her concern, explained, "My father and I have always served the Lin family. You can rest assured, I won't speak of anything. I am a doctor. I have medical ethics, and I'm here to solve problems. This matter, doctor, you might not be able to resolve." After a pause, Jiang Li said hoarsely, "His gland has been completely removed." "What?" Lin's mother covered her mouth, disbelief written all over her face. "How could this happen?" The doctor's brow furrowed. "Miss Jiang, I understand what you mean. This is definitely a heavy blow for young Master Lin, but I need to know the condition of the gland." "Miss Jiang, is the scar long or short? Was the gland completely removed, or is there a bit left? Is there still a scent of pheromones?" The doctor's expression was serious. "Modern medicine has improved a lot. As long as there is a little left, we can attempt to recreate the gland, though it won't be as good as before. But there is a 20% success rate." Lin's mother frowned. 20% is too low. Is there no other way?" The doctor shook his head. "That's already very high. This surgery is extremely difficult, and the requirements for the gland are also very high. but with sufficient mental strength, it shouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Li didn't want to shatter Lin's mother's hope. But this was something she had to say. Doctor, his gland has been completely removed. The scar is large, and there isn't a trace of pheromone scent. The doctor's expression turned serious. How could the surgeon be so ruthless? What should we do now? What should we do? Lin's mother panicked, completely at a loss. The doctor looked at Jiang Li and said, I'll give you some sleeping pills shortly. They can be mixed with the nutrient solution and won't harm his body. I need to check his gland. Agony.Jiang Li to avoid arousing Lin Zhiyue's suspicion. The doctor did not linger, handed over the medication, and gave a few instructions before returning to his room. Seeing Lin's mother's worried expression made Jiang Li feel uneasy. Andy, given the current situation, he must be feeling very uncomfortable. We need to comfort him well. Lin's mother wiped her eyes. Andy understands what you mean. You've worked hard. The nutrient solution is on the table. He hasn't woken up yet, so you go eat first. Annie will change her clothes. Okay. Jiang Li nudda silanli. She clearly saw that Lin's mother turned her back and began to wipe her tears after just a few steps. Jiang Li could only lower her head and pretend not to notice. Lin Zhiyue's current situation must be the hardest for her as his mother. The elevator door opened. Jiang Li adjusted her mood and smiled. You're awake? Awake. Why didn't you call me? When did you get up? I just got up not long ago. Her gaze fell on Lin Zhiyue. He was wearing a turtleneck, completely covering his neck. Where's Mom? She want to change clothes? They've already eaten, so let's eat. Okay. Although she said she was changing clothes, Lin's mother didn't appear for a long time, only showing up at noon for lunch. But by then, a smile was on her face, no longer resembling the tearful figure from the morning. Lin's mother sat down, took a couple of sips of the nutrient solution, and suddenly said, Jia, help Mom pour a glass of water. Okay. Jiang Li saw her quickly drop the sleeping pills given by the doctor into Lin Zhiyue's bowl. The medication dissolved quickly, leaving no trace. Lin Zhiyue had only drunk for about half an hour before collapsing onto the sofa. With a phone call, the doctor came out, and his assistant pushed in advanced examination equipment. Lin's mother trembled violently, and Jiang Li reached out to support her. As the collar was lifted to reveal the scar and bite marks, Lin's mother softened, relying on Jiang Li to keep from collapsing. My son, how could this happen? The instrument scanned Lin Zhiyue's neck, but the doctor's expression grew increasingly grim. Madam Lin, this is no longer just a simple matter of gland removal. Chapter 72. Jiang Li is provoked. Lin's mother spoke in a panic. What is wrong with him? Doctor, why do you say that? Is there something wrong? At this point, she was completely flustered, her usual composure as a noblewoman gone. The doctor sighed lightly. It seems that the nutrient solutions he has been drinking during this period are the worst, and he often goes hungry. His body is lacking in nutrition, and his functions are declining. Right now, his body is very weak, even weaker than a female. What should we do? How could this happen? Lin's mother looked heartbroken. The doctor shook his head. I have also encountered prisoners who have come out of the first prison. Although it is a prison, it shouldn't be like this. Moreover, I found that Master Lin is on the verge of a mental breakdown. Madam Lin, you can hire a psychologist for him. Jiang Li fronat. And an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Was Lin Zhiyue tortured intentionally while in prison? The doctor hesitated and said, I can't be sure, but based on my years of experience, it seems to be a dual torment of both the mind and body. Lin's mother shed tears, asking, what did my son do wrong? Why treat him like this? Jiang Li felt as if her heart was blocked. The Lin family had been very kind to her, and the more they were like this, the more uncomfortable she felt. She always remembered that Lin Zhiyue had become like this because of her. Annie, Lin Zhiyue will be fine. Everything will be fine. Can we give him a little time? Also give her a little time. In the end, Lin's mother nodded. But as for the Pei family, Pei Jean, I will never let him go. Our Lin family may not be as good as theirs, but my son cannot be bullied like this. Jiang Li nudda. Now that she had Lin Ping, she could understand a mother's heart. If something happened to Lin Ping, she would also be very anxious and want to seek justice for him. But, Annie, no matter what you want to do, safety comes first. Lin's mother wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Annie understands your meaning. Don't worry, Annie won't disregard everything. Jiang Li felt relieved. Lin's mother was a person who knew what to do. She knew this. Unfortunately, the promise to accompany Lin Zhiyue for treatment could not be fulfilled. The 3-day break was interrupted by a phone call from the director. Jiang Li glanced at Lin Zhiyue, who was still in a deep sleep from the sleeping pills, and hurriedly left. Second-year students from the 1st Military Academy were about to face their trial today. Due to Jiang Li's high mental power level, she was specially approved to enter the trial. This time, it was not a simulation. They would face the real insect race. In half an hour, they would gather and be assigned to various planets. The insect race had been rampant lately, and unbeknownst to them, some insects had secretly infiltrated from the borders. The Storm Realm is located in the very center of the entire interstellar empire, and most of those in the Storm Realm are nobles and royalty. Entering requires passing through numerous checkpoints, so it is currently absolutely safe, with no sign of the insect race. However, the remote planets were suffering. Once on the vehicle, Jiang Li checked the group information sent by the teacher. What she didn't expect was that she and Duan were actually assigned to the same group. The place they were going to was Blue Star. It was surprisingly not Pei Jin and Chang Shubai. She raised her eyebrows, feeling a bit puzzled, as those two had been very clingy lately. But this was fine. Her relationship with Duan wasn't very good, so being ordinary teammates was quite good. The materials sent by the teacher indicated that there was a level insect male on Blue Star, and the casualties among the Blue Star people were severe. Jiang Li took a deep breath, feeling a bit uncomfortable. In fact, she was very clear that 5,000 years had passed, and the current Blue Star was no longer the Blue Star that time. The people of Blue Star no longer existed. Now was the era of the interstellar empire. Those who were alive were all interstellar people. But even so, she couldn't just stand by. She had feelings for Blue Star. Even if everything had disappeared, her memories still existed. Those memories of her parents and relatives were still there. It was a place where she had once lived, filled with many of her memories, which was what made Blue Star different. She couldn't help but tell the driver to speed up. In the end, Jiang Li arrived just on time, half an hour late. The spaceships in front had already taken off one after another. Duan stood in front of spaceship number 7, looking anxious. Jiang Li hurried over, saying, "I'm here." Duan nodded. "We have 1 minute until our spaceship takes off. Hurry up and get on." Okay. The two acted swiftly, taking less than 10 seconds. Just as they settled down, Jiang Li heard a sarcastic voice coming from behind. "We've waited here for a full 3 minutes just for her. She looks as weak as a female. What use is she?" "Exactly. She's just wasting our time." The first speaker looked Jiang Li up and down, saying, "Hey, go get me a bottle of nutrient solution." Jiang Li glanced at the nutrient solution beside him, but did not respond. "Zhou Chun, this useless person actually ignores you. You can't let her off." Zhou Chun was annoyed. "Did you not hear me talking to you? We are all level mental powers. When we get a Blue Star, you will still need us to protect you. What are you being arrogant about?" Jiang Li frowned and asked with some confusion, "Did you look at the materials sent by the teacher?" Zhou Chun was puzzled, not understanding why she suddenly brought this up. "We looked at them." "What's wrong?" "Oh, then you should know that there's a level male insect among the insect race, right?" The entire spaceship fell silent. After nearly half a minute, they finally reacted. Zhou Chun angrily said, "What do you mean by that? Are you saying we are not the opponents of the level insect race?" Jiang Li Shuja. She had fought against the insect race before. They were indeed very strong. That was a fact. People can be confident, but they cannot be arrogant. Underestimating the enemy can have serious consequences, especially when facing the insect race, as they seem to have been born to kill interstellar people. Zhou Chun was even more furious at her demeanor. "I'll tell you, the person sitting next to you is Master Duan. He is a level powerhouse. If you offend me, you won't know how you die later." A strong man sitting in the corner said softly, "We are all classmates. There's no need to." Zhou Chun turned to look at him and chuckled. "When we males are talking, you, this lousy synthetic beast, have no right to speak. Since you are here, just stand in front of us and be our meat shield." There were 10 people sitting in that row, all looking like synthetic beasts. Hearing this, although their faces were ugly, they held back from confronting him. After all, they couldn't afford to offend Zhou Chun, and secondly, he was speaking the truth. Synthetic beasts were born for this purpose. Jiang Li raised her eyebrows and turned to Duan Yinzhou. "Is this your cousin?" Chapter 73. The feeling that the interstellar empire is done for Duan Yinzhou turned his head and met her gaze. It was not an illusion. He clearly saw disdain and speechlessness in Jiang Li's eyes. He chuckled awkwardly. Not very familiar. He is my mother's cousin's son, Jiang Li. Realizing he wasn't very familiar with him, she thought he was so aggressive that he might want to put her to death when they got a blue star. Duan Yunzhou coldly stared at Zhou Chun. It was fine for him to flaunt his power elsewhere, but now he was showing off in front of Jiang Li. He really had no sense of occasion. Originally, he wanted to go with the flow and wait for Jiang Li to ask for his help. But the opportunity to be the hero didn't come, and now he felt disdained. Duan Yunzhou was unhappy, very unhappy. Zhou Chun, if you mention my name again, I will take your life. Zhou Chun shivered and nodded, no longer having the arrogant demeanor from before. He was clearly a bully who feared strong. I understand, cousin. I won't do it again. Don't call me cousin. We aren't very familiar. Duan Yunzhou ignored him, seemingly not taking him seriously at all. But it was indeed the case. Based solely on Duan Yunzhou's family background and strength, he had the capital to do so. Even without being behind Beijing, very few dared to provoke him within the first military academy. By the way, Duan Yunzhou sneered, the male sitting next to you, whom you look down upon, has level mental power. When the time comes, who needs saving, it might not be certain. What? Not only Zhou Chun, but everyone on the spaceship changed their expressions. It was well known that the first military academy had 2 level mental power masters at the same time. One is Beijing, and the other is the mysterious Jiang Li, who has already dropped out of school. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you the Jiang Li who has been trending on the forums recently? Trending? Wow, forums? Wow, the reach is quite wide. Jiang Li frowned and didn't respond. Zhou Chun looked desperate. He realized he had stepped on a landmine today. I'm sorry, I was wrong in my way of speaking just now, and I apologize to you here. Jiang Li paused for a moment. This Zhou Chun was quite talented. His attitude had been like that just now, but he was quick to apologize. Proud, yet able to humble himself. Not bad. However, Jiang Li didn't want to pay attention to him. He was too annoying. She never thought that the simulated beasts were inferior to males. It was a fact that they stood in front as meat shields. But Jiang Li believed they should be respected. Without them, perhaps there wouldn't be such a stable interstellar empire today. They were heroes, not something to be looked down upon or despised. Seeing that Jiang Li didn't respond, the spaceship fell silent. When they were close to Blue Star, the instructor responsible for this mission arrived. Our task this time is relatively difficult. Everyone should prioritize your own safety and help each other. I don't want any of you to die in this trial. Come back safely. According to the intelligence, there are 2 high-level male insects invading this time. One assigned to Beijing and the 3rd prince, who are already engaged in battle with the insect race on Red Star. This is your first time facing high-level insect races. Don't panic. Remember the points that the teacher mentioned in class. Remember, this trial is a real battlefield. No matter what happens, we will not intervene. Don't underestimate them. High-level male insects are strong, stronger than you. It won't be easy to deal with them. You are all elites from the Empire's top military academy. The treasures of the Empire. Protect yourselves. His serious gaze swept over each person's face with a powerful tone. Come back alive. Yes. They all stood up and saluted simultaneously. After he left, the atmosphere remained heavy. The instructor's words had given them a rough idea of the danger and importance of this mission. Until the spaceship stopped and everyone disembarked, the spaceship left again, and they remained silent. Jiang Li looked at Blue Star in front of her, unable to recognize it. She had been here a few times. It was no different from a garbage dump, and there were ragged people lying everywhere. But now, the garbage was gone, and the people were also gone. The entire Blue Star was bare, with nothing but surface sand, empty to the point of being unrecognizable. Someone spoke up. Wasn't it said that Blue Star stinks, and that it's full of uncivilized refugees? It looks fine now. After saying that, he took off his gas mask, which everyone was equipped with to guard against the poisonous gas emitted by some insect races. But he actually used it here. Jiang Li shook her head. Just for what she saw today, she felt that the interstellar empire was on the brink of collapse. High and mighty, self-important, despising everything. Jiang Li took out a precise map. Their figures were red dots on the map. She tried to find other red dots on the map, but found none. 30 meters away, a green dot was slowly approaching. There were no other people. The entire map was filled with insect races. Hurry, the insect race is coming. Duan Yunjua approached with a serious expression. Given their current speed, they shouldn't have discovered us. They must be patrolling, and we just need to avoid them. It was too close. His breath sprayed onto Jiang Li's ear, making her uncomfortable as she took a step back. Hurry, there are no cover spots here. Let's get out of here. Okay. With her strong psychic ability, no one opposed her words, and they followed her out. As Jiang Li walked, she kept an eye on the map. Their movements weren't fast. They were all observing the insect race's patrol trajectory. Suddenly, a simulated beast a bit away from them stopped, and the person who had spoken on the spaceship walked over. Jiang Li locked eyes with him and stepped forward to look at the map in his hand. Look, the patrol trajectories of these insects have time intervals. We just need to loop around like them in an 8 shape, then slow down at the intersection, and wait for them to pass, she said, but was interrupted by a male beside her. What are you doing? What right do you have to speak here as a simulated beast? We can clearly leave quickly at the intersection. Dragging it out is wasteful. Jiang Li rolled her eyes. The thought that the interstellar empire was doomed resurfaced. These males were so self-important, looking down on simulated beasts, yet their brains were worse than the simulated beasts they despised. Jiang Li spoke up, somewhat speechless. First of all, this area is too vast. There are no hiding spots. If the insects behind us change speed, we will be in a very passive position. Don't turn your back to the enemy. I believe the teacher has mentioned this. Secondly, although we have a precise map in hand, you should not rely entirely on it. While machines are precise, if something goes wrong, we will all be wiped out. Chapter 74. Blue Star Rescue Plan. The proud male reacted to Jiang Li's words. However, admitting it now would undoubtedly mean acknowledging that he was inferior to a simulated beast. He spoke. You're right. Unlike some simulated beasts who can't even speak clearly. Jiang Li felt that even if the sky fell, it wouldn't matter, as long as they were there to back her up. So tough. Duan Yunjua swept his gaze over her face and impatiently said, Shut up. The situation is severe. This isn't the time for you all to argue. Yes. Behind Duan Yunjua was the Duan family. No one dared to voice an objection. Until a few of them left the area, they saw 2 batches of insect figures in the distance, and none of them spoke another word. Jiang Li, and the entire team followed suit. What's wrong? Duan Yunjua leaned in. Jiang Li felt uncomfortable being so close to him. She frowned and asked, Where's your map? Duan Yunjua touched his nose. I forgot to take it on the spaceship. Jiang Li was utterly exasperated. This was a life-saving item, and he could forget it. This mission seemed careless no matter how one looked at it. She frowned and said, Look, there are no other red dots on the entire blue star apart from us. Red represents people. But now it seems that apart from the insects, there are only a few of us alive on the entire blue star. This was a terrifying thing. Zhou Chen's voice trembled as he spoke. Do you think the people of Blue Star have been? It shouldn't be, right? How could everyone disappear overnight in such a short time? The simulated beast, Su Shaoran, frowned and said, The insect race's preference is to torture and kill our interstellar people. I think it's possible. A high-level insect wants to wipe out a group of ordinary people. It's not difficult. What ordinary people? There are males on Blue Star too. Okay. Moreover, there are station troops on Blue Star. They will definitely find a way. Jiang Li felt a headache coming on. Being with this group of people was making her feel foolish. When we came here, the Academy didn't mention they had evacuated. Our mission is to rescue, at best. It might have hidden away. Zhou Chun frowned, but the map doesn't show any signs of people existing. I said before not to rely on the map. It's not surprising that such a vast blue star has ways to survive, but I hope you all face the insect race realistically, especially that leading high-level insect. We have no combat experience. Even ordinary males of the same level may not be his match. How many high-level males are there in the interstellar empire? I think you all know better than I do. Jiang Li's words made everyone's hearts sink. Duan Yunjiao spoke at the right moment. Although the instructor instructed us to protect you, you need to understand that our lives are also valuable. If you attract the Zerg because of your own stupidity, I want to save you, and I will even stop Jiang Li. At this point, regardless of our identities, we are teammates. Keep your little schemes to yourself. If I find out, I will kill you before the Zerg do. His words were serious and clearly carried a warning. Everyone fell silent instantly. The first to speak was Zhou Chun. Jiang Li, I believe in your strength, but the location you marked is a bit casual, isn't it? Yes. Not to mention the stench of the garbage dump. There are so many Zerg surrounding it. Are we walking into a tiger's den to die? Jiang Li looked at the others with disappointment. It's precisely because the Zerg are gathered there that we need to go. Zhou Chun was confused. What do you mean by that? Jiang Li looked at him as if he were a fool. Duan Yunzhao rubbed his head. How can you be so stupid? The Zerg like garbage? Do you think they are surrounding the dump for no reason? Zhou Chun suddenly understood. We're the Blue Star people. Duan Yunzhao tilted his head to look at Jiang Li. Let's go. She nodded slightly. We'll rest for 10 minutes, eat and drink as needed, and then we'll set off. It will take about 10 hours to reach there. Everyone, stay close and pay attention to safety. If all goes well, we can arrive by 11 tonight when the Zerg's defenses will be relatively low. Okay, they had previously thought that Blue Star was small, being just a desolate fringe planet, nowhere near the Lawn Realm. But after they set out, they realized how vast Blue Star truly was. Although they were walking, their speed was already close to a moderate run. They were an hour and a half late. Jiang Li lowered her voice. Turn off anything on you that can make noise or emit light. Yes. After confirming the time, they set off. Duan Yunzhao followed Jiang Li closely. The Zerg had set up 5 defensive lines. The first 3 were very smooth. Jiang Li frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable. The deeper they went, the stronger the stench became, similar to biochemical weapons. But in the current situation, the safety of the Blue Star people was the priority. So Jiang Li did not dwell on it and quickened her pace. At that moment, a faint green light flashed by. Jiang Li's expression changed as she turned back. It was the light from a gas mask. Someone had put it back on, and in the pitch-black night, the green light was particularly conspicuous. Jiang Li really wanted to rush over and smash his head. How could someone be so foolish? She didn't understand. Turn it off, she said angrily in a low voice. Duan Yunzhao was more direct than her, going up and forcibly taking it off. If we get discovered because of your negligence, I will definitely kill you. He protested. But it really stinks. Can't you smell it? His disdain was very obvious. Besides, a group of Blue Star people dying is just that. We are noble people from the Lawn Realm. What if we breathe in too much of this stench and it damages our respiratory systems? Without hesitation, Jiang Li kicked him. Just then, the ground shook noticeably. Chapter 75. How is Shun Jishio? Jiang Li drew her gun, reacting quickly and preparing for battle. The others responded swiftly. The stinky male had pressed close to Duan Yunzhao. Since these insidious Zerg had already discovered them, then give me the gas mask. Also, what are you guys? The simulated beasts, waiting for? Don't you go forward and stop these Zerg? Hearing his noise, Jiang Li was furious. You brought the Zerg here, and now you still have the face to talk. How dare you ask others to die for you? Where do you get such a big face? They are simulated beasts. They are born to be meat shields. What's wrong with that? Humph. Jiang Li turned around, grabbed his collar, and threw him out. To prevent you fools from continuing to make mistakes, whoever causes trouble will be responsible for it. Yes, the scene of countless Zerg closing in was undoubtedly terrifying. Most of the Zerg they usually saw were in textbooks or documentaries. The difference between seeing them in reality and in media was stark. As each disgusting giant creature rushed over, it made people feel nauseous. The first shot was fired by Jiang Li and Duan Yunzhao together. Once awoken, the others reacted quickly, shooting at high speed. Although it was a bit foolish, those who could enter the first military academy were naturally among the best of the best. Their shooting accuracy was not low. Soon, countless Zerg fell. Duan Yunzhao took a deep breath and said, Jiang Li, take them inside. Your guess is correct. The Blue Star people are inside. After saying that, he tossed out a military docking device. With this, you can find my cousin. He is the commander stationed on Blue Star. I just received his message. They are inside and will open the door for you. After shooting a Zerg, Jiang Li replied, take them away. My mental strength is higher than yours, and my survival rate is higher. If you encounter a level Alpha Zerg, you won't have any way to deal with it. Jiang Li, you go. Duan Yunzhao shouted angrily. Jiang Li spoke helplessly, calmly analyzing the situation. You know that you staying is not the best choice. I can delay longer than you. Hurry and leave. Don't. Duan Yunzhao said firmly. Jiang Li tilted her head, exchanging a glance with him for a second, realizing he would not leave, so she had to give up. Zhou Chun, take them away. After you find them, release the signal flare, and then I'll retreat with Duan Yunzhao. Yes. Zhou Chun quickly took the military docking device and turned to leave with the others. Jiang Li frowned at the simulated beasts that were preparing to stay behind. You all leave too. We don't need you now. You are very important. Hurry and leave. Yes. On the battlefield, males had absolute authority over the simulated beasts. They had to obey orders and could not affect the battle situation. Dying in battle was one thing. But if the simulated beasts affected the battle situation, it could implicate their families, leading to death or imprisonment. No one would regard their lives as valuable. Without firepower suppression, the Zerg advanced more quickly. Fortunately, Jiang Li and Duan Yinzhao were strong enough to buy them a long enough delay. 5 minutes later, the Zerg's offensive became fiercer, and the numbers surrounding them increased. Jiang Li spoke, I will use up my mental strength in a moment. You take me away. Okay, he replied solemnly. Just then, a signal flare ignited behind them. The red light was particularly conspicuous in the darkness, illuminating everything around them in an instant. Jiang Li shot in that direction. The plan has changed. Retreat quickly. Duan Yinzhao quickly moved in front of her, back to back. One was responsible for breaking through, while the other kept an eye on the rear. Regardless of their relationship in the first military academy, here on the battlefield, they could trust each other with their backs. The large black iron door was open. Jiang Li was stunned as she met the gaze of the person coming to rescue them. The person in military uniform was unfamiliar to her, but she could tell they were from the military and most likely also a graduate of the first military academy, because in terms of shooting posture and habits, they're just like their way. On the other side, dressed plainly, is the second-in-command of the Black Snake Pirate Group, whom Jiang Li has seen before. He was obviously surprised when he saw Jiang Li, but he quickly reacted and waved. Hurry inside. Move faster. Jiang Li turned to face the Zerg and said to Duan Yinzhou beside her, throw a few grenades. I'll count down from 3 to 1, and we leave at the fastest speed. Okay. The two reacted quickly, and their speed was equally fast. The large black iron door closed rapidly, and the sound of the Zerg crashing against it could be heard outside. Strangely enough, not a single dent was left on the iron door. Hello, I am Zhang Hao, the garrison for Blue Star. He saluted the two, thanking them for their rescue of Blue Star this time. Jiang Li nodded slightly. What about my classmates? Zhang Hao smiled. Don't worry, only 2 simulation beasts died. The males are fine. Duan Yinzhou noticed that Jiang Li's expression clearly darkened after he said this. He spoke up, don't speak carelessly. Simulation beasts are also our comrades, and their deaths are not something to celebrate. Yes. Zhang Hao saluted. You're Major Duan's cousin, Duan Yinzhou? That's right, it's me. Zhang Hao said respectfully. Major Duan said to take you to see him when you arrive. Duan Yinzhou frowned. I want to go see him with my classmates. Zhang Hao looked a bit troubled as he glanced at Jiang Li. The meaning was obvious. Jiang Li spoke up at the right moment. Where are they? I want to see how they're doing now. Be careful. Duan Yinzhou looked worried. Zhang Hao smiled. Don't worry, it's absolutely safe here. Shall we go meet the major first? All right. After they left, the second-in-command walked over. Oh, we meet again. I heard that the first military academy sent someone for support. Didn't expect it to be you. She nodded. It was indeed quite a coincidence. How did you end up with the military? Do they know your identity? The second-in-command said casually, Major Duan knows. If it weren't for us, they would have been discovered by the Zerg by now. We're not bad people on the Black Snake pirate ship. She paused, thinking of Shen Zhiyue, who was marked by her when he was young and ignorant. Remembering Lin Zhiyue and Chang Shubai's current situation, she felt that Shen Zhiyue must be having a tough time as well. How is Shen Zhiyue doing now? The second-in-command clicked his tongue. Pretty good, really good. You know, since you left, I haven't seen the boss go into a sensitive period. Seems to have some effect. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes. Something was off. Did he really not feel anything, or was he just very enduring? Just then, a cold male voice came from behind. Jiang Li. Chapter 76. Meeting Shen Zhiyue again, she turned around. Shen Zhiyue hadn't changed much, still wearing his white shirt buttoned up tightly. His gaze met hers through his golden-rimmed glasses. Jiang Li felt a little uncomfortable, as if she were the prey being stared at. She breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Zhiyue seemed to be in good spirits and health, so she felt more at ease. Shen Zhiyue, long time no see, she said with a slight smile. He looked at the person in front of him, her smile reminiscent of those he had seen many times in his dreams. He felt an intense longing. His Adam's apple moved slightly, his voice soft and gentle. Jiang Li, long time no see. She nodded slightly. Why are you still on Blue Star? I thought you had already left. After Shi and Chang Shubai returned last time, the military sent people to capture them, but just like countless times before, they found nothing. The Black Snake pirate group left no trace whatsoever, just like countless times before. The Black Snake pirate group was always elusive, with not a single clue to be found. That time, they finally appeared, and the military didn't want to miss the opportunity to capture them. The entire Blue Star was turned upside down, along with several surrounding planets. But the Black Snake pirate group had seemingly vanished without a trace. Jiang Li also thought they had long since left, but unexpectedly, they had been on Blue Star all along. This tactic of hiding in plain sight was indeed clever. Shen Jishio spoke steadily. We left, but happened to encounter the Zerg attacking Blue Star on the way, so we lent a hand. Most people would avoid the Zerg as far as possible, but they had returned instead. However, this also indicated that the Black Snake pirate group was not as malicious as rumored. Jiang Li smiled. Thank you. The Zerg are quite powerful, and there's a level 1 male Zerg stationed. If it weren't for you, the people of Blue Star would probably be in danger. The second-in-command smiled. You can rest assured. Although we are pirates, we are also interstellar beings. The Zerg are our common enemy. She looked at the two with a smile. No matter what, this time we owe you. Shen Jishio stared at her and suddenly spoke hoarsely. Jiang Li, are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while? She froze, a bit confused as to why the topic suddenly shifted to this. But she nodded. I'm a bit tired, then I'll trouble you. Shen Jishio turned and left without saying anything. After Jiang Li waved goodbye to the second-in-command, she quickly followed. The second-in-command clicked his tongue. It's still the third-in-command who sees clearly. Luckily, Jiang Li didn't join our Black Snake pirate group. Otherwise, we would have no place at all. Sigh. Diligently following the boss for over a decade, but in the end, it's not as good as just showing up like her. So miserable. He sighed and walked in the opposite direction. Until they entered the room, the atmosphere between the two was filled with an eerie silence. The gaze behind the golden-rimmed glasses swept over her hand that was closing the door, and his throat rolled slightly. The scent of cedar instantly enveloped her. Like a meticulously planned hunt. What a coincidence. I didn't expect it to be you. But why did the Interstellar Empire send a bunch of students knowing that there is a level 1 male Zerg among this group? His voice lowered a couple of degrees, as if venting his dissatisfaction with the Interstellar Empire. Jiang Li paused slightly, feeling uncomfortable as she turned. It's time for the trial. This is a tradition from the first military academy for all incoming students. Tradition? He sneered. I see they don't care about your lives at all. If it weren't for us today, you would have died. That won't happen, Ian. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt the world spin around her. As she lay on the soft bed, Jiang Li finally noticed the bloodshot in his eyes. Last time it was here, in the same position, only the circumstances had changed. His heartbeat was once again uncontrollably erratic, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Saving others is not necessary, no matter when. The first priority is to ensure one's own safety. I understand. She turned her head away, feeling a bit uneasy. But Shen Jishio wouldn't let her have her way. He leaned in closer, lowering his head to sniff the scent on her neck. I want to smell. Jiang Li frowned, wanting to push him away. The most important thing now is the people of Blue Star. His voice was hoarse. I lied to you. I'm not well. There's no sensitive period. But thinking of you is driving me crazy. I'm sorry. I was too reckless back then. She carefully controlled herself, and at the moment the milk scent surged out, Shen Jishio's face instantly turned red. He locked her two wrists with one hand, pressing them against her head, while the other hand unbuttoned his shirt. He leaned down, bringing his neck close to her lips. Jiang Li, bite me. The longing in Shen Jishio's words was about to overflow, and after Jiang Li took a deep breath, she still opened her mouth and bit down. A sound escaped her throat as it rolled. Once a withered tree has been nourished by sweet spring water, it will never forget that feeling. The mood during another drought is different from the mood when one has been dry from the beginning. One can endure while the other, once obtained, thinks daily of the feeling of having once possessed it. When it becomes moist again, the roots of the withered tree tremble and surge along with it. Jiang Li, Jiang Li. He called her name repeatedly, as if only this way could bring him comfort. This person is really reckless. Jiang Li lay on the bed like a dead fish, her gaze fixed on the ceiling as she began to contemplate life. Lin Zhiyue held her tightly in his arms, kissing her forehead gently, one kiss after another. During this time in the storm realm, did she encounter anything interesting? She instinctively opened her mouth, but replied, no. What have you been doing lately? Attending classes, eating, sleeping. Lin Zhiyue tightened his grip around her waist and casually said, I heard the first military academy is recruiting females this year. How do you feel about that? Without thinking, Jiang Li answered, I think it's great. If females have the ability to protect themselves, it provides more security when facing the Zerg in the future. Lin Zhiyue casually remarked, females are generally gentle, right? Jiang Li blinked and replied, I haven't interacted much with them. To ensure the safety of females, we are separated and usually don't see each other. When can you meet them? Jiang Li looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly cared about this. But she still answered, I've seen them during the opening ceremony when I went to maintain order. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Boss, are you in there? It was the voice of the second-in-command. Lin Zhiyue frowned and turned off the soundproofing device. Although he thought the second-in-command lacked awareness, he still asked, What's up? Boss, is Jiang Li inside? He turned to Jiang Li, who was shaking her head vigorously. He understood her meaning, but he actually didn't mind others knowing about their relationship. Author's note, revised version. Chapter 77. Who left the scent on her? Who? But Jiang Li would mind. He knew that in his heart. Lin Zhiyue would never do anything to put Jiang Li in a difficult position. Even though he had dark thoughts about wanting everyone to know their relationship so that no one would compete with him for Jiang Li, in the end, reason prevailed. She's not here. What's the matter? It's just that her classmate is looking for her, saying she needs to go to a meeting. I'll take him to look elsewhere. After a pause, the second-in-command's voice was filled with apology. Sorry, I'll take you to look somewhere else. Okay. Although it was just a simple okay, Jiang Li immediately recognized that the person outside was Duan Yunjua. The footsteps gradually faded away, and Lin Zhiyue turned the soundproofing device back on, making the room quiet again. He was completely unclothed, his lines sexy, and Jiang Li felt a bit uneasy as she pulled the blanket over her head. What are you hiding from? It's not like you haven't seen it before. He chuckled, reaching out to pull the blanket down. He turned over and wrapped his arms around her. Jiang Li struggled to sit up. He must have come to find me for something urgent, perhaps related to the Zerg. Lin Zhiyue cooperatively released her, but his fingers still unconsciously explored, as if he hadn't quite left her delicate skin. Those commanding guards are not simple characters. Don't trust them easily, but Major Duan can be trusted. Jiang Li was a bit curious about this legendary Major Duan. After all, since entering Blue Star, his name had been thunderous. I understand, thank you. He nodded lightly. And by the way, besides him, no one else in Blue Star knows our identities. Please help us keep it a secret, Jiang Li. Jiang Li paused slightly, I understand. You can rest assured. Thinking about it, this Major Duan is indeed interesting. He can help the infamous Black Snake pirate group hide their identities. She turned to look, just in time to meet his half-smiling gaze. On her top muscles were red marks scratched by her nails. For some reason, Jiang Li felt her face heat up. She awkwardly said, Let's not let them know about our identities either. Lin Zhiyue chuckled, saying, What's wrong? Are you scared? Scared that they find out you're involved with interstellar pirates? Jiang Li frowned. I'm not afraid of that. I'm worried about causing you trouble. After all, Pei Jin's mad dog hasn't been dealt with yet. With Lin Zhiyue behind him, he has caused so much trouble. Jiang Li didn't dare think about what would happen if Pei Jin set his sights on Lin Zhiyue. She didn't want to cause anyone any more trouble. Lin Zhiyue had a strong sense of perception and almost instantly guessed, Are you in some trouble? Did someone bully you at the first military academy? Jiang Li couldn't help but look at him. This person was incredibly perceptive. A talent in piracy would likely excel in other fields as well. But she still shook her head. No, why would anyone bully me? You're overthinking it. After saying that, she hurriedly put on her clothes. And as she opened the door, she said, If you feel uncomfortable, feel free to come find me anytime. I didn't know it would be like this when I marked you. I'm sorry. She left, but the milky scent in the room had not dissipated. Lin Zhiyue soaked in it, feeling especially at ease. This was the scent he had always yearned for, and now he only felt comforted. Jiang Li. He buried his head in the pillow she had just used, taking a deep breath. The scent here was the strongest. His exposed ear turned completely red. Yuanjua's expression grew, increasingly grim. He had almost turned the place upside down, yet there was still no sign of Jiang Li. He regretted not bringing her along earlier. Perhaps sensing his anxiety, the second-in-command spoke, "Don't worry, classmate. It's just that the bugs can't get in, and we can't get out. It's absolutely safe. Jiang Li must be here." Yuanjua nodded, but his mind was clearly elsewhere. The second-in-command shook his head, clicking his tongue. I really didn't realize that Jiang Li was quite popular. He was getting a bit tired from running behind. However, he never forgot his identity. He figured Jiang Li was in the boss's room. He just didn't mention it and acted as if he didn't know. Who told him he was a pirate? Just as Yuanjua was about to lose his composure, Jiang Li's voice sounded behind him. Yuanjua? He stopped and turned back. When he saw her unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Where did you go just now? I've been looking for you for a long time." Jiang Li smiled and said, "Just wandering around to see if it's safe." The second-in-command waved his hand. "You can rest assured, it's absolutely safe. Even the level of bugs that want to come in can't get in. As long as our boss is here, it's not a problem." Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief, but also sighed inwardly. Lin Zhiyue should monitor his little brother's mouths better. They were too scary, like a roller coaster. If someone else found out and they let something slip, that would be bad. The second-in-command also sensed something was off. "You should remember the place where the meeting is. I won't stay any longer. I have things to do." "Okay, take care." Jiang Li nodded, then raised her eyes to look at Yuanjua. "Aren't you going to the meeting? Why aren't you leaving?" He frowned. "How did you know I was looking for you for that?" She smiled. "I just happened to run into your boss on the way, and he said you were looking for me, so I came over." He nodded thoughtfully, but didn't believe her words at all. One knew it was their boss, and one knew her name was Jiang Li. No matter how you think about it, there were too many loopholes. But he didn't expose the flaws in her words. He wasn't Pei Jean. That guy would only dig deeper for answers and nothing else, just annoying people. Yuanjua wasn't that foolish. He nodded, standing beside her as they walked forward together. But he discreetly scrutinized her, trying to find any differences from before. He quickly noticed. Although her change was subtle, he still perceived it. Her belt, which had been buckled in the 6th hole, was now in the 8th hole. This could only indicate one thing. She had taken off her clothes during this time. He took a deep breath, although she had already dealt with it, and the scent was almost imperceptible. Yuanjua could still smell a barely detectable hint of cedar on her. As a male, this scent made him feel nauseous and repulsed. This was the inherent aversion that males had towards their same sex. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Among the group of students from the 1st Military Academy who came with them, or the officer station here, or the civilians? Or could it be related to that group of people just now? Yuanjua's hands, which were hanging at his side, unconsciously clenched tightly, but his expression revealed nothing. "Right? Jiang Li, you've been a Blue Star before, right?" Chapter 78. Ignore the Blue Star people, just walk straight. Jiang Li was taken aback, not understanding why he suddenly asked this. But she did not deny it. She had indeed been there before. It was foolish and unnecessary to deny such a thing, because as long as he wanted, he could find out. It was not a secret. Yuanjua pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you familiar with the people of Blue Star?" Jiang Li still looked confused, feeling that he was straying too far from the point and not understanding the relevance of his question to the current situation. Yuanjua had a profound understanding of discerning emotions. "I just heard my cousin say that there are some capable natives on Blue Star. Now that the insect race is lurking outside, we can ally with them, but I am not familiar with their character." He looked troubled. He imagined how people from the Storm Realm spoke of Blue Star people, and thought you would know too. "I'm afraid of being backstabbed. In this situation, it's best not to fall into a passive position." Jiang Li nodded. She didn't say that Lin Zhiyue was reliable. Saying too much now would make it harder to explain later. But to be honest, the people of Blue Star were quite good. When Jiang Li had just awakened and had nowhere to go, she had wandered around Blue Star for a few days. The people from the Storm Realm only knew how to criticize Blue Star people as greedy, barbaric, eating and sleeping with garbage every day, disgusting and selfish. But it wasn't like that. It was understandable. These natives of the Storm Realm were born with a silver spoon and did not just look down on Blue Star people. They looked down on everyone who was not born in the Storm Realm. Even those who managed to stay in the Storm Realm through hard work were not spared. They had long formed a natural barrier around themselves, and everyone outside that barrier was seen as inferior. But the people of Blue Star were nice. They clearly lived very hard lives, yet they showed her kindness. Because Jiang Li was shorter, she was mistaken for an underage synthetic beast. She survived entirely because they kindly provided her, an underage person, with nutrients. She took a deep breath and said, "To be honest, I haven't had much contact with Blue Star people, but they aren't as terrible as the Storm Realm people say. There are good people everywhere and bad people too, right? The Storm Realm is the same." Yunjua nodded, but in his heart, he had only one thought. Jiang Li was not familiar with the people of the Storm Realm. Then she must not be familiar with those people just now either. It was his mistake. He had overthought the conspiracy theories. "Let us go. I'll take you to see my cousin. He has wanted to meet you ever since he heard about you." Jiang Li nodded and followed behind him. The further they walked, the more familiar Jiang Li felt, until they stood in front of that door. This was the place where she and Chang Shubai had been held after being captured. Coming back here again, it was safe to say her feelings were somewhat complicated. The soldiers saw them and quickly opened the door. "Please, the major has been waiting for a long time." The two walked inside together. "This is what we just surveyed. The insect race is now monitoring this place more strictly. For a short time, we definitely can't leave." Major Duan was dressed in military uniform, looking very formal. The man in front of him had his back to them, but they could still see his muscular waist through his shirt. Jiang Li felt that this person's back looked somewhat familiar. "But Major, with the remaining nutrients with so many people, we can at most hold out for 7 days. I suggest we attempt to break out within 5 days. If we wait until there are no nutrients left and then try to break out, that would be too passive, and there will be no way back." The man's voice was deep and magnetic, although he was serious now compared to how he spoke indiscriminately earlier. Jiang Li still recognized him immediately. This was Lin Zhiyue. Yunjua said, "Actually, I think that when we lose everything, when we are forced to take desperate measures, is when they can unleash their full potential." Both of them looked over at Jiang Li. Her gaze briefly met Lin Zhiyue's in the air, but it quickly separated, as if it was their first meeting and they had never seen each other before. Lin Zhiyue frowned, clearly disagreeing. "What about those ordinary people on Blue Star? When we face the insect race, perhaps we have a glimmer of hope, but what about them?" Yunjua's eyes were cold. "Right now, the most important thing is to ensure the safety of all the males. The Empire has invested a lot of effort in nurturing a male." He looked at Major Duan. "Cousin, the most important task the military academy gave us is to ensure your safety, and only then Blue Star. It's time to make some choices. I know that when the insect race attacked, you had a chance to leave, but you chose to stay. That is enough. You've already done your best." Yunjua was not wrong. On Blue Star, there are the most synthetic beasts, and the so-called male psychic powers would surpass. When it comes to making choices, preserving the most important ones is crucial. Although his thoughts might seem a bit inhumane, they could protect the wealth of the interstellar empire to the greatest extent. These officers who graduated from the military academy and stayed to guard Blue Star. Major Duan said, somewhat displeased, "Do you still remember your original intention for attending the military academy?" Yunjua fell silent for a moment. "I remember, to enter the military department." "No." He raised his voice. "When you were a child, you said in my arms that when you grew up, you wanted to be a great hero who protects the empire and eliminates the insect race. Have you forgotten all this?" His gaze flickered slightly. "Cousin, you are too idealistic. There is no way to have it both ways. Only if you survive can you kill more insect races." "You're right. But do you remember why we kill insect races?" Major Duan raised his voice slightly. "Have you forgotten why I'm telling you this? Killing insect races is for the stability of the empire, to protect the safety of the empire's people. Are Blue Star people not part of our interstellar empire? Even if we all die, they must live, because they're the reason we train hard and kill the insect race. Have you forgotten all this?" Yunjua looked up and met his disappointed gaze. "Cousin, can you be a bit more clear-headed? Why have you been staying on Blue Star all these years?" Lin, who entered the military department at the same time as you, doesn't he have as good a family background as you, isn't as good as you in anything, but he is now a major general, following the marshal. Don't you understand why? Jiang Li had met that person before. He didn't seem like a bad person. Major Duan frowned. I didn't enter the military department for achievements, nor for military rank. Duan Yunjue sneered. What level of male insect is rare even on the front lines? Why are you trapped on Blue Star, while they only sent us a few students? Can't you see that? Chapter 79. Someone has to do it. Jiang Li's eyes trembled slightly. A question that had been puzzling her finally became clear at that moment. But she found it strange. Level male insects. Except for her and Duan Yunjue. The rest in the trial were a group of students with level psychic powers. The instructor had specifically reminded them that they wouldn't take action. Now that she thought about it, the hint was already very obvious. The so-called protection of Blue Star people was a grandiose statement from the beginning. It was truly pathetic. The interstellar empire. Duan Yunjiao continued, they are already dissatisfied with what you left behind. Each of you was brought to the military headquarters at great expense by the empire. They don't want you to die, do you understand? Major Duan coldly interjected, I have never forgotten why I stand here, why I entered the military academy, and why I came to the military headquarters. Duan Yunjiao frowned. Cousin, when will you wake up a little? You are willing to die for a group of useless people. Have you asked them? Those officers stationed on Blue Star with you. Have you asked if they are willing? You are willing to die for them, but what about them? What will they do? Are their lives not lives? Jiang Li, who had been silent since entering the room, spoke up. I'm also willing to help them leave first. Duan Yunjiao looked at her, trying to keep his tone gentle. Jiang Li, please don't complicate things. She shook her head, looking determined. It's not complicating things. You're right. I understand your meaning, but some things must be done by someone. It's not idealism. If no one stands up, then what about those who died on the Zur battlefield? Those who sacrificed for peace? What meaning do their deaths have? Perhaps my power is small, perhaps I will die, but I must do it. Anyone can stand up. Why can't that person be me? He sighed heavily. Don't follow my cousin's nonsense. Your future is bright. Can you understand what I mean? Jiang Li nodded. I understand. But if I really leave this time, I won't be at ease. That road will no longer be smooth. Their figures will always be present. Major Duan nodded appreciatively. This is how a male should be. He turned to Duan Yunjiao. Military orders are like a mountain. Since they have entered the military headquarters, they cannot be cowardly. But you are different. You are still students. We will help you leave with the Blue Star people. I only ask that you, considering I am your cousin, leave a spot for them on the spaceship. Duan Yunjiao sat silently beside them without speaking. Major Duan ignored him and asked Jiang Li to sit down. Let's discuss the specific retreat plan. I think what Ji Xiuxiu said makes sense. We can choose to act in 5 days. By then, Jiang Li listened attentively but suddenly froze. Her hand under the table was tightly clenched. It was obvious who it was. She turned her head to see Shen Jixio wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking intently at the terrain map in front of him, a serious expression on his face. If she didn't know what he was doing under the table, she might have thought the same. But now she only felt that this guy Shen Jixio was putting on an act. Lecture, she couldn't help but mutter quietly. Major Duan looked over curiously. Jiang Li. What did you say? Oh, I said I can hold off that elite male Zerg, or even kill it. You just need to deal with those Zerg. Okay, since classmate Jiang Li said so, then the strongest male Zerg will be entrusted to you. Under the table, that hand tightened even more, and Jiang Li felt her bones might be crushed. She knew what he meant, but she still responded, I guarantee to complete the mission. Major Duan, don't worry. Shen Jixio frowned in disagreement. Major Duan, she is still a student. Let me go instead? Major Duan was taken aback, but quickly reacted, smiling. I forgot to introduce her. The genius of psychic power I've been talking about is this Jiang Li. Although she is a student, she is very strong. I told you before, the prince was saved by her. We must believe in Jiang Li. Shen Jixio tilted his head in surprise, looking at her. From the attitude of those students towards Jiang Li, he guessed she must be quite strong, but he didn't expect her to be this strong. However, he still felt uneasy. That's indeed impressive, but Major Duan, she is still a student with insufficient practical experience. I should go with her for safety. Major Duan hesitated for a moment. Just about to agree when Duan Yunjiao spoke up. I'll go with Jiang Li. I'll help her, and let the people from Blue Star leave with them. His words implied he intended to stay. The person who had just been urging them to leave suddenly changed his mind. The others looked at him in surprise, a bit confused, not understanding why he suddenly changed his mind. Major.Duan asked in disbelief, "You're not leaving?" "Not leaving. I'm going with Jiang Li, fine." "If you're not leaving, then you will be responsible for the transfer of the Blue Star people with me." Duan Yunzhao frowned. "What does it matter to me what happens to the Blue Star people? I want to stay with Jiang Li to ensure her safety." Jiang Li looked at him in confusion. He hurriedly added, with a hint of wanting to cover up, "Don't misunderstand. It's Pei Ji's idea." Major.Duan laughed. "All right. You can fool others, but you can't fool your cousin. You have so many tricks up your sleeve. Pei Ji can't control you. Just worry if you want to. And don't come up with such poor excuses. I don't know who you take after." Duan Yunzhao was almost furious. His cousin was actually sabotaging him, which was really infuriating. Major.Duan shifted his tone, "But I don't agree. Since you want to stay, you have to listen to me, or you can just get lost." One sentence left him speechless. "Also, with your level, in front of an elite male Zerg, you would only be waiting to die. You should honestly follow me." Noticing Duan Yunzhao's gaze toward Lin Zhiyue, he sneered, "Don't look. He is an elite. What are you? You still need to train." Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. Sometimes Duan Yunzhao felt that his cousin was really annoying, but he studied Lin Zhiyue, an elite male with psychic powers. Why would he choose to stay on Blue Star? The Storm Realm, which was unattainable for others, was easily accessible to him. What secret was hidden within this person? Major.Duan noticed his gaze and felt something was off. He knew his cousin very well. He had more tricks than a beehive. He quickly changed the subject, joking, "Duan Yunzhao, why are you so nice to classmate Jiang Li? You, who wouldn't get up early without benefit, shouldn't be like this." Chapter 80. Can't cause trouble for Jiang Li. Duan Yunzhao curled his lips, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. It was fake. Who can shut this damned little cousin's mouth? It's really annoying. His image in front of Jiang Li was ruined. He frowned and reluctantly said, "Cousin, stop slandering me. I've always been very helpful." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. Duan Yunzhao's ears turned red, clearly a bit annoyed. "What are you laughing at?" She shook her head, trying to avoid embarrassing him. "It's nothing. I just feel very lucky to be grouped with classmate Duan." Worried he wouldn't believe her, Jiang Li nodded vigorously, convincing herself. "That's more like it," Duan Yunzhao muttered quietly. But now the redness crept up to his ears. This time, all of Duan Yunzhao's secret thoughts were on Jiang Li. He sat not far away, seemingly looking down, uninterested in anything. But actually, his peripheral vision had never left Jiang Li. The person being watched didn't even notice, except for one, Lin Zhiyue. He was already sensitive to his surroundings, and now it was like he had a radar following Jiang Li. Whenever he felt something was off, the radar would beep. For example, right now, he was all too familiar with Duan Yunzhao's gaze. Careful and seemingly calm, but deep inside was a subtle heat. Lin Zhiyue wondered when Major.Duan's cousin had developed such feelings for Jiang Li, but he felt a sense of crisis rising within him. Although they hadn't known each other for long, it was clear that Duan Yunzhao was a self-interested person. Even someone like him can secretly like Jiang Li. It seems that his Jiang Li is quite popular at the first military academy. Duan Yunzhao won't be the first, nor the last. His Jiang Li is just too good. It's understandable that someone would covet her. But Lin Zhiyue is not happy. He takes a deep breath, suppressing the urge to rush over and assert his claim. No. Jiang Li will eventually return to the Lan realm, to the first military academy. If he indulges in a moment of impulse, it will only bring her trouble. He wants Jiang Li to be well. Lin Zhiyue's hand tightly clenches his palm, the pain keeping him calm. Jiang Li slightly nods. "I think Major.Duan's plan is feasible. We can handle the Xiongqiong." He looks serious. "Classmate Jiang, you must ensure your safety. After we send the Blue Star people onto the spaceship, we'll come back for you. During this time, don't let yourself get hurt." "Don't worry, Major.Duan, I will be careful." He nods and jokes. "If something happens to classmate Jiang while I'm with her, the first military academy and the military won't let me off easily." "You're exaggerating." She smirks. She can't bring herself to dislike Major.Duan. They are both noble descendants, both born in the Lan realm, yet he is somehow likable. He is really different from those arrogant people from the Lan realm. If all colleagues in the military are like him in the future, working hard for a common goal without fear of difficulties, that would be great. Major Duan still needs to formulate tactics with the officers. This is confidential, so the three of them didn't linger and left the conference room together. Jiang Li walked in front. Duan Yunzhao closely followed, while Lin Zhiyue trailed them at a distance. His gaze remained fixed on Jiang Li. What kind of feeling is that? After being abandoned by his mother and father, he had been alone for a long time. Later, he joined the Black Snake pirate group, gaining a bunch of good brothers. That was once the most important thing to him. His heart, which had been floating in the air, found stability because of their presence. But it was still in the air, until he met Jiang Li. His heart finally landed. She is a very kind person, different from anyone he has ever met. So transparent, like a clear crystal, although timid and occasionally likes to tease him. She is not annoying at all, because her little thoughts are always transparent, so they are harmless. After witnessing the darkness of the interstellar empire, suddenly a different person appeared. The long-dried roots began to think of taking root again because of her existence. Now he has one more person he wants to protect, Jiang Li. Her innocence, clarity, and kindness make him want her to stay that way forever. Jiang Li, would you like to go have a meal together? Although the nutrient solution is hard to drink, there should still be some sense of ritual. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li turned around and met Duan Yunzhao's cautious gaze. That strange feeling came again. He is Pei Jin's little follower. How could he now give her the feeling of being her sycophant? Jiang Li took a deep breath, suppressing this absurd thought. You go ahead. I still have some things to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, she nodded at Lin Zhiyue. Their familiarity always existed in the shadows. He suppressed the complex protective urge at the bottom of his heart, slightly nodded, and only crossed over Duan Yunzhao after she hurried away. Wait. Lin Zhiyue stopped, but did not look back at him until Jiang Li turned the corner and her figure disappeared from his sight. Who exactly are you? Just an ordinary person from Blue Star. Huh. Duan Yunzhao sneered. You can't fool me. There are very few level above strong ones in the entire interstellar empire. Why are you in this garbage dump of Blue Star? Why not go to the Lan realm? There, you would become someone important. Lin Zhiyue remained unmoved. Not everyone wants to be someone important, and not everyone longs for the Lan realm. Whether this place is a garbage dump is not for you to judge. After saying that, he walked forward, but the person behind him relentlessly followed. My cousin said that thanks to you this time, this place was built by you, and it's very sturdy. Even level Xiong Chong can't get in. Blue Star people don't have your capability. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in doing this? Compared to him, Lin Zhiyue appeared much calmer. This should have nothing to do with you, right? When it comes to the interstellar empire, it has everything to do with me. Lin Zhiyue sighed softly. I am not a prisoner. Even if you come from the Lan realm, I believe I still have human rights. After saying that, he refused to engage with Duan Yunzhao any longer, turned, and entered his room, closing the door. Duan Yunzhao's eyes flickered slightly as he lowered his head to fiddle with his watch. The recording on it was their conversation from earlier. He noted down Lin Zhiyue's physical characteristics and all the points worth suspecting. This person is suspicious. He needs to investigate thoroughly when he returns to the Lan realm. There are limited places for people to stay here. Others do not have the good fortune of Duan Yunzhao and Jiang Li to have their own rooms. They all stay together. What do you mean by this? Dying for us is your honor. As soon as she opened the door, Jiang Li heard this. This group really is a mess, no matter where they go. Duan Yunzhao said, unhappily, what are you saying? Chapter 81. Is it a blessing to die, saving someone? 10 males instantly stood up together, somewhat hesitantly. Jiang Li looked over. There was a considerable distance between the males and the simulated beasts, as if they were unwilling to contact each other. The simulated beasts, however, showed no movement. All 18 of them sat there, dazed, even not lifting their heads. The first to react was Su Shaoran, but he only lightly nodded at Jiang Li. Although he only heard one sentence earlier, it wasn't hard to guess what had happened here. Jiang Li felt a chill for these simulated beasts. Clearly, they died to save people. Yet the one saved felt it was only natural and did not regard them at all. Although their existence came from technology, Jiang Li didn't think that this justified sacrificing them. They're not pre-programmed robots. After their birth, they also have parents and their own lives, even if they were born from machines. But they have their own thoughts. They're living beings. making a group of sentient beings act as meat shields to die. Jiang Li felt this was a very cruel thing. But even if they give everything, including their lives, they would only receive a statement that it was what they should do. This is the interstellar empire. Zhou Chun was the first to speak, classmate Jiang. It was wrong for me to say that on the spaceship. Thank you. If it weren't for you and my cousin, we might have died at the hands of the insect race. Yes, thanks to classmate Jiang and classmate Duan. When we return to the military academy, if you need anything from me, just ask. I will definitely help. Yeah, thank you so much this time. Jiang Li sighed softly, ignoring them, and went straight to Su Xiaoran and the others. Her voice was gentle. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you back from here. No one will die again. Not anymore. Su Xiaoran lifted his eyes, his gaze flat, without any waves. It's okay. This is what we should do. In that moment, her heart only felt pity. They had been brainwashed too successfully. But thinking about it, since their birth, they had been indoctrinated with commands to die for the interstellar empire, for the males. For the females. The two of them were devoured by the insect race outside. After saying this, Su Xiaoran turned his head away. Jiang Li fronat. Did you not retreat together? Why? Su Xiaoran opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, lowering his head. Duan Yinzhao, however, at this moment pulled someone out from among the males and tossed him at her feet. These two died to save this worthless brat. Jiang Li lowered her gaze in surprise, realizing that the person in front of her was the fool who had been thrown into the bug swarm wearing a gas mask. You didn't die? If I die, won't you be disappointed? He sneered. Just wait. I will definitely report to the military academy about how you tossed me into the pile of bugs. You can't escape. Duan Yunzhue kicked him, saying, Fang Yuan, think carefully before you speak. What do you mean by that? Is it an honor for you to die, for us? This was something he had said. Jiang Li took a deep breath and asked, how did those two simulated beasts die? How'd they die? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. I told you if I wasn't rescued, someone would report to the military academy, and they ran over just in time to be absorbed by the bugs. Have you lost your conscience? Jiang Li shouted in anger. It's their luck to die saving me. You're making a big deal out of nothing. Anyway, they were bound to die sooner or later. Jiang Li couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward, stomping on his face and grinding down hard. He's such a jerk. Does anyone want to hit him? If something happens, I'll take the blame. As soon as she finished speaking, all the simulated beasts rushed over, each delivering a kick or punch. Their physical fitness was impressive, with well-built muscles and considerable strength, and soon Fang Yuan could barely stand. But one person didn't move, Su Xiaoran, who simply sat there in silence. Seeing that the time was right, Duan Yunzhue stopped a few people. Okay, don't beat him to death. Once the crowd dispersed, he squatted down. Fang Yuan, if you have something to say, actually, there's no need for you to return to the Storm Realm. Are you threatening me? You are threatening me for a bunch of low-level simulated beasts? Fang Yuan shouted angrily. We are on the same boat. Duan Yunzhue laughed as if he had heard a joke. Your family has business dealings with the Duan family. Since that's the case, you should know what kind of people the Duan family is. It's fine if you can't control your mouth. Even if we get to the Storm Realm, I have countless ways to torment you. Do you want to try? Fang Yuan backed down. I understand. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Duan Yunzhue nodded in satisfaction, but his gaze landed on the few males. What about you guys? Zhou Chun understood his meaning. Nothing happened today. His injuries were caused by the bugs. And we saw nothing, right? We saw nothing. They quickly dodged responsibility, all thinking about how to extricate themselves from the situation. Jiang Li thought to herself, so be it. Duan Yunzhue nodded. In 5 days, we will prepare to break through the bug encirclement. Your task is to follow me and help protect the people of Blue Star to leave here. Do you understand? Zhou Chun frowned. Cousin, what's the point of saving those refugees? We might as well throw them out. That way, we can buy ourselves more time to escape. What did you say? His tone turned cold. Zhou Chun hurriedly changed his words. I mean, cousin, this plan is great, and I will definitely follow you closely. Good, no objections. Now I'll tell you the specific plan. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The decisive action that Duan Yunzhue had mentioned was indeed taken by Major Duan. There were only 2 days' worth of nutrient solution left. But it was announced last night that either they would successfully break out today or starve inside. Everyone was pumped up like they had just been injected with adrenaline. Zhou Chen looked at the line of blue star people in the distance, surprised. Cousin, this group of refugees actually knows how to line up? We were prepared to use force to control the queue yesterday. Duan Yunjue, however, appeared particularly silent, his thoughts not on them. At this moment, Jiang Li followed Lin Zhiyue, crawling out through a small opening they had left. How are we going to find that male bug? Jiang Li looked down at the densely packed bugs below, feeling a sense of fear of tight spaces. If I jump down, oh my, I can't even bear to think about it. Lin Zhiyue calmly took out a sticky egg from his bag. It's simple. It will come out on its own soon. Author's note. This is my first attempt at this genre. I hope everyone likes it. Thank you for reading. Chapter 82. Escape. No one wants to go to the storm realm. Jiang Li blinked, not understanding what he meant. She looked at the sticky thing in Lin Zhiyue's hand with disgust. Frowning tightly. Where did you get this? Lin Zhiyue replied flatly. This is the egg of that male bug's female bug. I killed the female bug and threw out the egg. Jiang Li's eyes widened in surprise. If the male bug sees you, won't it tear you apart? No. Guess why the bugs are only surrounding the outside? Jiang Li suddenly had an ominous premonition and tentatively asked, could it be because of this bug egg? You're right. The bugs didn't choose to attack because they can't get in. Isn't that two different concepts? Do they know? Does Major Duan know? Currently, apart from me, Old 2, and Old 3, only you know this. The situation can be controlled. There's no need to let them be scared. Jiang Li understood his meaning. Are you sure this bug egg can lure out the male bug? Lin Zhiyue didn't respond, just stared fixedly at a distance. Suddenly he spoke. Jiang Li, look. Isn't it coming over now? She was taken aback and turned to look. Not far away, a huge male bug, nearly 5 times larger than the other male bugs, was writhing its sticky body over. You really are something, Lin Zhiyue. He smiled. Our black snake pirate group, aside from robbing the rich to help the poor, has actually dealt with bugs quite a bit. Our combat experience is not less than yours, students. Robbing the rich to help the poor? She asked, somewhat surprised. It depends on how you think about it. The rumors are true. Interstellar pirates are brutal. But no matter what, there are good and bad sides, right? After speaking, he pulled out a gun and aimed it at the male bug. Do you still want this bug egg? The bugs were instantly enraged and charged over with lightning speed. Jiang Li stood beside him, unmoving but mentally counting down. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The iron door opened, and the first to rush out were the simulated beasts, followed closely by Major Duan and his men. Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief. The first step of their plan had succeeded. Next, they needed to hold off this male bug. Before she could make a move, the male bug had already underestimated the short, seemingly weak person. Only Lin Zhiyue could match him. Because of this underestimation, when Jiang Li suddenly released her mental power, the watermelon exploded and the green liquid splattered everywhere. The bugs didn't give up struggling just because their leader died. On the contrary, it was as if they were on steroids, invigorating the entire swarm. Lin Zhiyue was stunned, looking in surprise at Jiang Li, who was still calmly shooting after using her mental power. You really are a level mental power user? In her spare time? Jiang Li replied in confusion. Yeah, what about it? So strong. Your overwhelming instant kills are like me facing ordinary level bugs, even when I face level ones. I can't be as relaxed as you. This, I'm not too sure about, she said, playing dumb. I understand now. The limit of the mental power detector is level. But that's not your limit. Jiang Li smiled, a bit at a loss for how to respond. All right, now that the male bug is gone, let's quickly deal with these small fries and find them to regroup. Okay, the two of them had each other's backs and quickly carved out a green path. Major Duan was astonished. Is this what a mental power user is like? It's terrifying to this extent? Duan Yunjue smiled. She's always been very impressive. He looked over in surprise. Are you okay? You won't get addicted to being this lackey, will you? He smiled with a fake expression. Cousin, if you can't talk, then don't. Think about why you can't get promoted. What are you afraid of? You are two-faced, sweet-tongued, and disloyal. You will graduate from military school soon and enter the military department. When you get promoted, leave a little room for me, and I can rise with you, right? Cousin, is that a compliment? He gritted his teeth and said, when you act mute, it's when you're least annoying. You brat. On the other side, Zhou Chen and his classmates made monkey sounds among the insect race. Wow, Jiang Li is so strong. Awesome. I want to cling to her thigh from now on. Wow. Wow, wow, so handsome. So cool. My idol. The second and third brothers exchanged a fateful glance amidst the swarm of insects. So powerful? We can't let such talent slip away. Second brother, I'll look for an opportunity to execute my talent recruitment plan. I think so too. If we have her join us, wouldn't we dominate the entire galaxy? You are so ambitious. Jiang Li and Lin Zhiyue were more in sync than they imagined. In just an hour and a half, they charged out and arrived at the spaceship ahead of everyone else to greet them. Without any delay, they boarded in an orderly fashion. In less than 10 minutes, everyone was on the spaceship. As they watched Blue Star grow further away, Jiang Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was settled. But at that moment, arguing voices came from inside. Cousin, this person is talented. Why can't we take him to the Storm Realm? Major Duan's voice was filled with anger. Duan Yinzhou, how many times do I have to tell you? Everyone has different thoughts, and choices will vary. What you think is good may not be good for others. Can you stop imposing your ideas on others? Cousin, with a level of mental power, even if he is from Blue Star, he won't be wronged in the Storm Realm. Don't you know that best? He has already said he doesn't want to. Duan Yinzhou, how many times do you need us to say it before you're satisfied? Jiang Li took a deep breath and walked quickly inside. Duan Yinzhou didn't know, but she understood best. Lin Zhiyue was a core figure in the Black Snake interstellar pirate group. If he was discovered by accident, he would be cut into pieces. She opened the door and pretended to be curious. What's wrong? Do you want to go to the Storm Realm with us? Lin Zhiyue knew she wanted to help defuse the situation, so he cooperatively shook his head. No, I will stay on Jiang Star and help them disembark. That's a pity. I originally wanted to invite you to dinner in the Storm Realm. Next time, for sure. The two maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close. But Duan Yinzhou still felt it was a bit strange, an indescribable strangeness. No one wanted to miss out on the Storm Realm. He looked at Lin Zhiyue and said, Chapter 83. Locking the door under broad daylight? Lin Zhiyue remained expressionless and said, I don't think so. If someone likes it, there will be someone who doesn't. Like you? Like me. Lin Zhiyue met his gaze without any discomfort or guilt, straightforward and open. Duan Yinzhou smiled. You really are special. If it weren't for you and Jiang Li charging at the front today, I would have thought you were the type opposing the Empire. Major Duan frowned and reprimanded. Duan Yinzhou, what are you saying? I just have a big mouth, but I mean no harm. Cousin, you should know me best, right? He leaned back in his chair, as if he were just speaking casually. Major Duan's heart tightened. Although he was his cousin, he had watched him grow up and knew better than others what kind of person he was. Okay, we'll arrive at Jiang Star in at most 2 hours. I'll see you all off then. Thank you. Major Duan, Lin Zhiyue said. Duan Yinzhou still didn't give up. What a pity. Such good talent will be wasted. He smiled and said nothing. I'll go pack my luggage. After saying that, he turned and left. Major Duan smiled at Jiang Li. If Duan Yinzhou bullies you at military school, tell me. You can also come to me for anything else in the future. You saved our lives. Jiang Li nudda. Then I'll thank Major Duan first. As soon as she finished speaking, she yawned. Feeling a bit sleepy, she said, I want to go back and sleep for a while. Major Duan, see you later. Okay, go and have a good rest. After she left, he turned to Duan Yinzhou and said, get along well with Jiang classmate. She is very responsible. Now that you're all grown up, stay away from Pei Jin when necessary. He was being vague, but Duan Yinzhou understood what he meant. Cousin, I know you look down on me for being Pei Jin's lackey, but I want to say I can ignore what outsiders say, but you guys have no right. Major Duan frowned. That's not what I mean. If it weren't for the Pei family, there wouldn't be the current Duan family. If it weren't for me making Pei Jin happy, they wouldn't help the Duan family. Everything you enjoy is related to me. You could be aloof, but don't forget what all this is for. Using my shoulders to stand on, enjoying everything I provided and still looking down on me. Cousin, that's not acceptable. Major Duan said loudly, Yinzhou, I never meant that. We all see your contributions to the Duan family over the years. That's best, cousin. I'm a bit sleepy too. I'll go back to rest first. All right. Just then, he accidentally bumped into his aide, and Duan Yinzhou casually asked, have you seen Jiang Li? Oh, she just left with that Blue Star person. Which way did they go? That way. He pointed in a direction. After thanking him, Duan Yinzhou hurriedly headed that way. They left one after the other, and it seems that his intuition was still correct. There must be some connection between those two. He discreetly inquired about Jiang Li's room on the spaceship and headed that way. The door was locked from the inside. Duan Yunzhou's expression darkened. In broad daylight, they actually locked the door? If they really went in together, what were they doing inside now? He didn't dare to think, forcing himself not to. He feared the outcome, which he would not be able to accept. Compared to the enthusiasm of that day, Shun Jishio today was especially cooperative. Jiang Li's fingers lightly brushed over the place where the scent of cedar was strongest. Is Jinyuan Star safe? Are you worried about me? He lifted her hand and rubbed it against his face. Yes, I'm worried about you. I feel that soon the people from the Storm Realm will know about your mental power. They value talent too much, and I'm afraid they will come looking for you. Jiang Li, you can rest assured about this. I have prepared a spaceship on Jinyuan Star, and I will take them away immediately. He held her hand and pressed it against the gland, as if eager to leave a mark. Shun Jishio's Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes revealing impatience. Jiang Li, don't you want to? Oh my! Jiang Li's mind started to race. How come he was so full of tricks and so skilled? In front of them, she felt like an elementary school student. Jiang Li bent down and pressed against the protrusion behind his ear. The sound of fabric rubbing echoed, and the sheets were wrinkled under pressure. The scent of cedar spread throughout the room, making it hard to ignore. After a long while, she finally let go of him. Shun Jishio's eyes were red, and he looked soft and vulnerable. What's wrong? It's already been an hour and a half, at most. We have half an hour left before we reach Jinyuan Star. Shun Jishio nestled in her arms, obedient and gentle, completely different from when he was fighting the insect race. I don't want to part with you. Jiang Li gently stroked his hair. Without his glasses, his face was less sharp and more soft. She didn't respond because the reality was right in front of them. There was no other way but to part ways, as they both had things they wanted to do. No matter what, safety must be a priority. Recently, the insect race has been restless, so be careful. You too. Shun Jishio smiled. I'm in the Storm Realm. I'll be fine there. It's absolutely safe. He shook his head. The insect race's momentum this time was significant and unpredictable. There's no absolutely safe place. Remember to be cautious. Jiang Li nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed by his overly soft demeanor. Why are you like a jellyfish? Shun Jishio chuckled. You forgot? The Black Snake Pirate Group. I'm a black snake, and not just that. It's in my nature to be sly. Jiang Li instantly understood what he meant, her face turning bright red. All right, shut up. Fine. He kissed Jiang Li once, then stood up, put on his clothes, and after donning his gold-rimmed glasses, he returned to his previous composed and elegant self. Unable to hold back, Jiang Li muttered under her breath, You beast in human clothing, Shun Jishio. He heard her clearly, but wasn't angry at all. In fact, he was somewhat pleased. Jiang Li defines me, and that's what I am. Remember my words. You must pay attention to safety. So annoying. Why didn't I notice before that you were so naggy, Shun Jishio? Just like my parents. That said, there was no disgust in her tone. After opening the door, Shun Jishio saw someone unexpected yet expected. He wasn't planning to acknowledge the person in front of him and walked past. But just as they were about to brush past each other, the other party suddenly sidestepped and blocked his way. Aren't you going to explain? Chapter 84 Jiang Li. You will regret this. Shun Jishio stopped in his tracks, casually smoothing his shirt collar. The bite marks and red marks on his neck revealed how intense their previous interaction had been. Duan Yunzhue's fingers tightened suddenly, his face darkening. What did you do to Jiang Li? Shun Jishio let out a cold laugh. Duan, I have no obligation to explain anything to you. This is a private matter between me and Jiang Li. The calmer he was, the more Duan Yunzhue felt like a joke. His tone was icy. When did you meet her? When did you two start? You're not from the same world. You better cut ties with her soon. He threatened. Your mental strength is indeed impressive, but you are not someone we can afford to offend. Shun Jishio raised an eyebrow. Now certain that there were many people in the Storm Realm who liked Jiang Li, and they all held significant power. This is our business. And you are just one of her classmates. What about you? What do you think you are? You're not in the Storm Realm, and she's at the First Military Academy. Do you even have a chance to meet? Duan Yunzhue's knuckles turned white, but his expression remained calm. You're just a toy for her to pass the time. Don't take yourself too seriously. He looked down at him, his gaze deep, as if he were watching a joke unfold. Duan, if I truly were dispensable to you, you wouldn't be standing here warning me now. would you? Sharp and to the point. Duan Yunjua's eyes darkened slightly. This old guy is infuriating because of his age. Then we'll wait and see, old toy. The last 3 words were said with particular emphasis. He scoffed. Being older is good. It can bring pain, unlike you, who just causes her trouble. How boring. In the moment, they brushed past each other. Lin Zhiyue threw out one last remark. Just because you've been by her side for a few days, you think you're the main character? His figure grew distant, and Duan Yunjue kicked the nearby wall in frustration, his face contorting. There are plenty of people who will deal with you. After they completed their mission perfectly, they returned to the first military academy. The school leaders paid special attention to them. They had exceeded their mission requirements, not only bringing back the people who were supposed to return, but also those who weren't supposed to. After not having a proper rest for a long time, Jiang Li took a comfortable hot bath. While drying her hair, she called Lin Zhiyue, but strangely, the person who usually answers in seconds didn't pick up even after 3 calls today. She frowned, considering calling Lin's mother to ask about the situation. Just then, there was a knock on the door. She helplessly put down her phone and went to open the door. Jiang Li, reptina batrobe, with wet hair dripping down her collarbone, instinctively wanted to close the door when she met Pei Jin's obscure gaze. He reacted quickly, perhaps anticipating this, and blocked the door with his body, forcing his way in. Jiang Li frowned, clearly displeased. Pei Jin, what do you want? Knowing she couldn't get rid of him in a short time, Jiang Li took a few steps back and sat down. Who is that person from Blue Star? That dog-leg, Duan Yunjue. She had thought he was a comrade she could fight alongside, someone she could trust. Turns out he was nothing. That annoying snitch. He really deserves to die. Although she thought this inside, Jiang Li still maintained an expression of confusion on her face. I don't know what you're talking about. There are too many people on Blue Star. Besides, isn't Duan Yunjue there? Why ask me? She casually picked up a towel and continued, drying her half-wet hair. You know what I'm asking? That man with the high-level mental strength. Who is he? What is your relationship with him? You mean him? Unfortunately, I don't know him, so I can't answer your question. Jiang Li, do you think I'm a fool? Who is that person? His eyes ignited with anger, as if he could tear someone apart at any moment. As expected, no matter how Pei Jin dressed up and acted obediently, he was still that unruly young master of the Pei family at heart. She had previously considered him a friend because of his demeanor, but thinking back, it was truly absurd. Jiang Li nonchalantly replied, I don't know anything. By the way, isn't your Pei family incredibly powerful? The Lin family has people inside. He's just an ordinary person from Blue Star. Isn't it easy to investigate? You, Pei Jin, have been rambling for so long, but haven't said a word. He was already bad with words, and when faced with a problem, he was best at using force to solve it. Being able to fight was his strong point. But when it came to Jiang Li, he could do nothing. He took a deep breath, recalling Duan Yunjue's words before he came in, and he suppressed his violent emotions. That person is peculiar in every way. Even if he doesn't enter the storm realm, every male reaches a certain age where they must be tested for mental strength. A high-level power. If the Empire knows, they will definitely not allow him to remain on Blue Star. In short, he can't just fade into obscurity. The only possibility is that the Imperial Military Academy hasn't tested his mental strength, which means that man is an illegal resident. Jiang Li's hand, which was drying her hair, paused slightly. Pei Jin was unexpectedly smart this time, but what he said was still not rigorous enough. Lin Zhiyue wasn't just an illegal resident. He was also on the Interstellar Empire's wanted list. What you're saying has nothing to do with me. I don't care. Seeing her unresponsive, Pei Jin became anxious. He stepped forward, and Jiang Li stepped back until he had no choice but to stop, looking hurt. Jiang Li, I'm doing this for your own good. I can't investigate his identity, but I've reported it to the higher-ups. If something really comes up, you won't be able to escape. Now is the perfect opportunity to earn merit. Jiang Li gripped the towel tightly, unconsciously applying more force. Lin Zhiyue is a member of the Black Snake Pirate Group. If he's found out, it could be deadly. Just like Pei Jin said, she would definitely be implicated. But he saved a Blue Star person. And not all interstellar pirates are bad. Lin Zhiyue isn't. Jiang Li is a person with strong convictions. Compared to these rules, she prefers to follow her own heart in her actions. Wasn't Duan Yunjue there at the time? You might as well ask him. This opportunity for merit is more relevant to him. Pei Jin laughed at this tragedy, So Jiang Li thought, first Lin Zhiyue, then Cheng Shubai, and now another inexplicable person. Is it just me? Pei Jin, who can't do it? Jiang Li frowned, not understanding what he was talking about. But one thing she was very clear about was that Duan Yunjua's lackey must have said something to Pei Jin, and it wasn't anything good. How annoying, she said coldly. Pei Jin, I don't understand what you're saying. It's already very late. You should leave my room. As he was leaving, Pei Jin left a sinister remark. Jiang Li, I will definitely find him. Just wait, you will regret it. Chapter 85. The Lin family goes bankrupt? Pei Jin did it, I have to admit. Pei Jin's words still had a bit of deterrence. But Jiang Li wasn't afraid at all. She had already built up immunity to Pei Jin's bad behavior. The Interstellar Empire had not even touched the Black Snake Pirates for so many years. Jiang Li didn't think they could find them now. So she went to bed and fell asleep. At the door, Duan Yunjua had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Pei Jin came out, the sinister look on his face instantly disappeared. He quickly stepped forward to greet him. Brother Pei, what did Jiang Li say? He looked at him with some surprise. Duan Yunjua, when did you become so interested in this kind of thing? He felt a pang in his heart, but his face still wore a friendly expression. Aren't I just worried about you, Brother Pei? Now that Lin Zhiyue is gone, Jiang Li is about to be yours, and I don't want to see you being outdone again. Just thinking about it made him angry. Pei Jin's voice rose a few notches. He dares. A blue star person. How could he be worthy? Yes, I think so too. Brother Pei, you're the one most suitable to stand by Jiang Li's side. Others don't even come close. Pei Jin was swayed by his words, and the dejected look he had after being rejected by Jiang Li vanished in an instant, appearing as if he had been invigorated. That's right, Duan Yunjua, you are right. Only I can stand by Jiang Li's side. Of course, besides Brother Pei, there won't be anyone else. His words carried a hint of implication. Time passed quickly, and soon the new students were undergoing mental strength testing again. The previous year's spectacular results were a miracle. This time, there wasn't a single person with higher-level mental strength. While attending class, Su Tian nudged Jiang Li. She paused but continued taking notes. What's wrong? Su Tian lowered her voice. This time, there really isn't anyone with high-level mental strength among the males, but there is one among the females. High mental strength among females is rarer than among males. But the higher their mental strength, the higher the probability that their children would have high mental strength, and the greater the chance of having males. Jiang Li didn't think much of it. That's great. Su Tian looked regretful, but it's a male-female. In the Interstellar Empire, male females have the ability to impregnate females, while female males do not have this ability. But aside from that, they can mark females. However, in the Interstellar Empire, the most valued aspect between males and females is children, so female males often find it hard to get females to marry them. Female males have the ability to conceive and give birth, but male females do not. Why is the Empire's legal protection for females so strict now? It's because of their ability to bear children. Jiang Li understood. Those people's faces must be turning green with anger, right? Exactly. I heard the school leaders talking while eating this morning, saying they want to take females to meet those males who are about to turn 20. After 20, the inhibitors will lose their effectiveness during the sensitive period. Why take females now? Jiang Li began to doubt the sudden decision of the first military academy to admit males this year. She frowned. What do those people want? Sutian Kudikut Hartung. I guess it's just as you think. Over the years, females have complained online, preferring to stay single rather than marry scumbag males. And it looks like they're trying to promote childbirth. It's really chaotic. Jiang Li keenly felt her phone vibrating in her pocket. She hurriedly took it out. Unable to contact Lin Zhiyue, the Lin family hadn't been reachable lately either, and the teacher wouldn't give her a leave, so she couldn't leave the first military academy. Now this contact was Lin Xiaoning. Although the two didn't get along well, especially after Lin Ping was born and she was unwilling to share the child. They had already fallen out. But now, it was the only chance to inquire about Lin Zhiyue's situation. Jiang Li bent down, taking advantage of the teacher's lecture to slip out. Su Tian followed without hesitation, slipping out as well. Jiang Li was a model student who never skipped class or left early. If she was sneaking out during class, it must be important news. She and Su Tian had to be at the forefront of the gossip. Lin Xiaoning? The voice on the other end of the phone was very noisy, as if they were running. Lin Zhiyue, my dad, or his mom, have they contacted you recently? Jiang Li frowned, No, did something happen? Lin Zhiyue took a deep breath. If I could go back to the beginning, I would never have brought you to Lin Zhiyue. You're simply a jinx. Our family went bankrupt. What? When did this happen? What's going on? Where are they? Lin Zhiyue said fiercely, I don't know, but it definitely has something to do with you. Find the third prince and have him call me back on your phone. Jiang Li's mind was in chaos. What about them? Lin Zhiyue, Aunt Lin, Uncle Lin, and Lin Ping? Lin Zhiyue paused, unwilling to say. If you don't tell me, I won't help you find the third prince. I don't know. After leaving Lin Zhiyue, we were robbed by a group of interstellar pirates, and then we got separated. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Li was very flustered and ran outside, while checking Cheng Shubai's class schedule for today. Su Tian hurriedly followed. What's wrong with Jiang Li? Jiang Li said, the Lin family went bankrupt. Did you know about this? She shook her head in surprise. No way. Is someone playing a joke on you? If the Lin family really went bankrupt, such a big thing, how could there be no news at all? Recalling Lin Zhiyue's appearance a moment ago, Jiang Li didn't think she would joke about something like this. After all, the Lin family was more important to her than anything. It shouldn't be. Help me ask the teacher for leave. I might not be able to attend class today. Okay, Su Tian said. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know. Okay, thanks. Cheng Shubai's class was a combat class. When Jiang Li rushed over, she saw Cheng Shubai and Pei Jin fighting each other. The two didn't look like they were having a friendly exchange. It seemed as if they wanted to kill each other. Jiang Li frowned and wanted to step forward. But at that moment, Duan Yunjua appeared and blocked her. Don't go over there. The principal and the officials who came to inspect are watching from above. It's not a good time to stick your head out. She tilted her head to take a look, and sure enough, there were many people standing on the high platform. She hurriedly spoke. Do you know about the Lin family's bankruptcy? Duan Yunjua looked surprised. You know already? It's true. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes. How do you know? What does this have to do with you? Or is it related to Pei Jin? Duan Yunjua paused, feeling a bit uneasy, and turned his head away. I don't know anything, but don't worry. The business world is like a battlefield. Ups and downs are normal. It was clearly a feigned ignorance. But Jiang Li sensed a different meaning behind it. Did Pei Jin do it? Did he? She pressed angrily. Chapter 86. Pei Jin has a mouth, but doesn't use it. Duan Yunjua coughed lightly and continued to evade the topic. Jiang Li. Wait until after class to find Brother Pei. It's not good to stand out now with so many people around. She managed to nod while suppressing her feelings. But her gaze never left the two still fighting. At this moment, Cheng Shubai was at a disadvantage, being beaten by Pei Jin, and before long, blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. In this situation, either side could call for a stop, but that would also mean admitting defeat. Cheng Shubai struggled to get up and fight back, but each time he failed. Pei Jin had a heavy expression of rage on his face, showing no restraint. And he seemed a bit insane. It was no longer a competition. His mad demeanor now looked like he wanted to kill Cheng Shubai, especially after seeing blood. He became even crazier. Jiang Li frowned. Had he gone mad? She was not unfamiliar with this look of his. When they fought before, he had the same dead expression, and he got even more excited at the sight of blood. Pei Jin was still like that. I'll go tell the teacher. Duan Yunzhou hurriedly left. Jiang Li stood at a distance behind the crowd, watching as Cheng Shubai was injured and now clearly seemed to be losing consciousness. His retaliatory actions were much weaker. Truly a Pei family member. He really dared. Hitting the third prince was like hitting a sandbag, not at all afraid of causing trouble for himself or the Pei family. In the end, it took two teachers and Duan Yunzhou together to pull Pei Jin away. His face was smeared with blood, and the ferocity in his eyes had not completely faded. He looked down at Cheng Shubai, his tone still arrogant from now on. Watch your mouth. Others might fear your identity as the third prince, but I, Pei Jin, do not. After saying this, he quickly left, but after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly stopped. Even though there was a crowd in between, Pei Jin still spotted Jiang Li hiding behind them at first glance. At that moment, everything else dimmed. Feeling her gaze on him, his body trembled with excitement. The suppressed thrill made him react again after several months. Jiang Li was just that charming, making him uncontrollably want to get closer to her. A little closer, just a bit closer. Jiang Li frowned as Pei Jin stood in front of her. Too close for comfort, his warm breath brushing against her face. She took a step back, feeling a bit uncomfortable. A bucket of cold water splashed onto him, waking him up. When their eyes met just now, he thought Jiang Li had come to soften up to him, but now it seemed otherwise. Do you have time now? She had calmed down, and she could see the dark, probing gazes around her. Jiang Li was not interested in standing there as a target for others to gawk at. Yes, if you need me, I have time anytime. She nodded silently. Come with me. Okay. From a distance, Lin Zhiyue saw the two of them leave and instinctively wanted to follow. But thinking about what Jiang Li was going to do, he ultimately held back. It was better to leave this tricky problem to Pei Jin. He could not let his image be ruined. The interstellar empire publicly advocated for equality, but in reality, those with power and influence had all the privileges behind the scenes. For example, Jiang Li was now standing in Pei Jin's exclusive dressing room. He smirked, his words laced with a hint of caution. Jiang Li, did you come to see me for something? She remained silent for a while before speaking. The Lin family has gone bankrupt. Pei Jin indeed had a good appearance, but the malice between his brows was too heavy, especially when he was about to get angry. So you think I did it? Did you not? You were able to frame Lin Zhiyue and send him in. Isn't it normal for you to do this now? So in your heart, I'm that kind of person, huh? Jiang Li looked at him steadily, feeling something strange. His eyes revealed a sense of grievance. What was he aggrieved about? She didn't understand. You're not that kind of person in my heart. At least you weren't at first, but now look at your actions. Pei Jin laughed, a self-deprecating laugh. Yes, I'm that kind of person. The Lin family going bankrupt is because they lack ability. What does it have to do with me? Jiang Li looked at him. Pei Jin, you really disappoint me. Disappointed? Pei Jin laughed loudly. Do you know how many people have said that to me? Do you think I care? His gaze suddenly became obscure. Are your thoughts that important? Who are you to point fingers at me? I, Pei Jin, refused to be controlled. Arrogant, proud, but this was the original Pei Jin. Jiang Li didn't know who he was really speaking to through her. Taking a deep breath, her tone softened. Can you? Pei Jin interrupted her. His eyes fierce. No need to plead. Do you remember what I said that day? You will regret it. Jiang Li, Pei Jin. I'm never a dog that you can summon and dismiss at will. Lin Zhiyue is better off dead. Leaving those words behind, he turned to leave, his back straightening, inexplicably carrying a sense of stability. Jiang Li ultimately did not say what she wanted to say. Pei Jin's path was no longer feasible. Aside from Lin Xiaoning, the Lin family was the first family to treat her so well since she came to the interstellar empire. Lin's mother really treated her well. She could feel it all. Now that the interstellar empire was in turmoil, the insect race had already infiltrated without them knowing. Lin Zhiyue no longer had spiritual power, and with Lin Ping, their lives had not been easy since leaving Alongia. Jiang Li was very worried. Thinking of Lin Xiaoning's words, she decided to find Cheng Shu by now. Duan Yinzhou had been reading a book for half an hour when the door was suddenly opened from the outside, and he only turned a page symbolically. Bang! The small sofa beside him was kicked aside with a loud noise. Pei Jin was furious, sneering. Duan Yinzhou, do you know what Jiang Li said? She actually said the Lin family's bankruptcy is related to me? I can't stand Lin Zhiyue. What does it have to do with me messing with the Lin family? Do I look like such a wicked person? Duan Yinzhou shook his head and replied, Not at all. My brother Pei has a kind heart. After a pause, he tentatively asked, Brother Pei, have you clarified things with Jiang Li? He sneered, taking a big sip of water. Do you think she would believe me? In her heart, I, Pei Jin, am just a bad guy. What is the point of explaining? Duan Yinzhou's fingers paused slightly. After all, this was not a small matter. If you're too embarrassed to talk to her, should I go and explain it to Jiang Li? Otherwise, her impression of you will only get worse. Pei Jin angrily said, I am Pei Jin. What if her impression is bad? No matter how much she disapproves of me, what can she do? What Brother Pei said makes sense. A fleeting smile appeared in Duan Yinzhou's eyes. Just as he guessed, Pei Jin was too impulsive and disdainful of explanations. Clearly, it could be settled by clarifying things. But he just wouldn't say. A good person who had a mouth just wouldn't use it. Quite funny. Chapter 87. Can't mess with the Pei family. Even the prince must endure being beaten. What a mad dog. Cheng Shu Bai lay in bed, looking at his left leg, which was bandaged and hung up high. Filled with anger, he wanted to throw a punch, only to realize that his right arm was also tightly wrapped and could hardly move. That bastard Pei Jin. The star envoy, standing nearby, said respectfully, "Third prince, should I report today's events to His Majesty as they are?" Cheng Shubai sneered. "Do you think Father Emperor doesn't know? Such things happening in plain sight can't be hidden." The star envoy smiled. "Third prince, don't worry. His Majesty will definitely stand up for you." "He won't," he said firmly. "Do you know how much the Pei family gives to the Empire every year?" "2/3. I just got beaten up, even if I died. Father Emperor would think I died, justly." The star envoy was startled. "Third prince, His Majesty loves you so much. He will definitely stand up for you." "Huh?" Cheng Shubai scoffed. "The royal family now is no longer what it used to be. Father Emperor looks noble, but—" He sneered, "If the Pei family gets angry. Without financial support, the royal family will struggle at every step." The star envoy frowned. "Those ambitious mobs should all be killed. You can't silence mouths. If everyone gets killed, what will happen to the war with the insect race? Moreover, outdated things being overthrown is reality. Even if it's not now, how long can the tottering royal family last? The third prince doesn't need to be so pessimistic. I believe everything will be fine. Those mobs can only talk big." Cheng Shubai sneered again and said nothing more. Jiang Li steadied her mind and knocked on the door. The door opened to reveal a completely unfamiliar face, and upon seeing her, the person smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Miss Jiang, come in quickly. The third prince will be very happy to see you." She nodded in a daze, "Okay." She was welcomed inside, and the person retreated, leaving just the two of them in the room. Jiang Li looked at Cheng Shubai, her feelings a bit complicated. Since they met, it seemed like he had been hurt countless times, and, just lying on his hospital bed, she had seen him like this several times. He really was quite fragile. "You're here, Jiang Li." Cheng Shubai propped himself up with his uninjured hand, trying to sit up. Jiang Li frowned and hurried over to help him up. His eyes curved, sparkling. "Are you worried about me getting hurt, so you came to see me?" The words stuck in her throat, and she nodded. "Do you want some water? I'll pour you a glass." Cheng Shubai, who usually disliked drinking water and couldn't finish a cup in a day, quickly replied, "Yes, I want a drink." After 5 cups, Jiang Li paused. "Are you very thirsty?" Cheng Shubai stopped, realizing he was drinking not water, but Jiang Li's concern. "Not really." He put down the cup, smiling a bit shyly. "Does it still hurt?" Cheng Shubai nodded, opening his mouth with a hint of grievance. Pei Jin is like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. But then again, he has a problem. Jiang Li, you must keep your distance from him in the future, or what will you do if he hurts you? Has a problem? She frowned, realizing he was just saying it as an insult, but that he truly had issues. Cheng Shubai nodded, pointing at his head. He had some innate mental issues. He had been fighting since he could walk, pushing other kids around, and no one wanted to play with him. After a pause, he added, except for Duan Yunjua. The Duan family values the Pei family's power, so they threw him into the Pei family, saying he was a playmate, but he hesitated. But Jiang Li understood his meaning. It seemed that Duan Yunjua wasn't having it easy either. Cheng Shubai smiled faintly. But the Duan family is indeed a good leg to lean on. Now they are already ranked 3rd. Jiang Li nodded slightly. He feigned surprise. "You probably don't know, right? About the Lin family going bankrupt." "I know." Her voice grew a bit heavier. "Actually, I came to find you today because Lin Xiaoning said he wanted to call you." Cheng Shubai's gaze flickered slightly, but it was only for a brief moment before returning to normal. "Speaking of which, I had some ties with Lin Xiaoning back then. It's quite a pity about the Lin family's situation." "Jiang Li, give me your phone." "Okay." She dialed and handed over the phone. The person on the other end picked up quickly. "Jiang Li, why are you only contacting me now? Do you know how I've been these past few days? Did you find the third prince?" Her words came out rapidly, not giving anyone a chance to interject. Cheng Shubai frowned, discreetly lowering the volume of the phone. "Lin Xiaoning," he noted, and when she spoke, her tone had lost its warmth, replaced with a hint of authority. "Third prince, have you forgotten how you promised me back then? Now that the Lin family is in trouble, why can't I reach you?" His expression remained unchanged. The corner of his lips still curved slightly, but his voice turned colder. "I've been busy. Where are you now?" Jiang Li perked up her ears, wanting to hear what they were saying, but the volume was too low for her to make out. "Third prince, you're not planning to burn the bridge after crossing it, are you? I still have evidence, so don't force me to release it. The royal family is already caught in public opinion." Cheng Shubai remained silent. not responding. Third prince. Don't think I'm easy to fool. You think you can use me and then throw me away? Don't even think about it. I'll send someone to bring you back to Lin Zhiyue. He interrupted her next words. Okay. Cheng Shubai replied. Where's Lin Zhiyue? I'm not sure. We got separated. I see. He elongated his tone. Send me the location, stay there, and don't move. At most 3 days, someone will come to bring you back. Thank you. Third prince. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. After hanging up, Cheng Shubai handed her the phone, a slight smile on his lips. What did you two talk about? Jiang Li asked tentatively. He smiled and said, nothing much. I feel quite sorry for the Lin family, but my abilities are limited. I can only temporarily bring Lin Xiaoning back, but I will slowly look for Lin Zhiyue and the others. Jiang Li nodded. Third prince, you're a good person. Cheng Shubai's smile deepened, but the depths of his eyes were frighteningly profound. He never wanted to be a good person. He just wanted to appear good in front of Jiang Li. After all, she seemed to prefer people who looked simple. Lin Zhiyue was just that kind of deadpan. Jiang Li looked at him intently, feeling a bit strange. Since she entered, she had noticed something odd about his expression. Even when he smiled, it seemed unnatural, a bit forced, and for some reason, she always felt that Cheng Shubai seemed a bit strange now. Cheng Shubai casually asked, Are you hungry? Want to have a meal together later? Just then, a star servant knocked on the door. Third prince, the emperor, is on video. Author's note. There is no intention to imply anything about love for men. The author's original intention was to write about little Jiang Li changing the unfairness in the interstellar world, and the female lead is seen as masculine by outsiders, disguising as male, but will eventually restore her identity. Also, the issue of using realistic beasts as shields will also change. Little Jiang Li is a kind person who is afraid of death. Chapter 88. The royal family resists equality. The military supports equality. Cheng Shubai frowned, clearly displeased. But after hesitating for a moment, he still reached out to take the phone. Jiang Li nodded, then I'll go out first. Let us eat together later. I'll finish soon. Jiang Li, you go sit over there for a while. Okay, father, he respectfully began once the video connected. What is going on with you and the second son of the Pei family? Cheng Shubai replied lightly. Nothing much, just some sparring in class. The emperor was displeased. Fighting is one thing, but now you lost? Aren't you making a joke out of our royal family? It's my fault, father. That second son of the Pei family is also something. It was one thing when he was reckless, but he just happens to be a strong mental power user. At this rate, he is going to become even more formidable. Cheng Shubai didn't respond, just silently listened. There was no point in speaking at such a moment. After you heal, go and apologize to Peijin. Try to avoid conflicts in the future. Since you can't win, just keep your distance. Do you understand? This was the father who, in the eyes of outsiders, always doted on him. Cheng Shubai found it laughable. He was injured but still had to go apologize to his assailant. The current royal family was just a hollow shell, pulling this and that, ready to fall apart at any moment. I understand, father. Don't worry. He lowered his gaze, avoiding his line of sight. You've been sensible since you were young. Some things you should understand, even if I don't say them. Yes. After hanging up the video call, he casually handed the phone to the star servant to prepare some gifts. The servant looked incredulous, but still accepted and withdrew. Jiang Li watched him, her expression complex. It turned out that even a prince was bound by circumstances. The Pei family might be more powerful than she had imagined. Cheng Shubai met her gaze, the corner of his lips slightly curling, but it looked a bit forced, like a forced smile. I made you see a joke. He self-deprecatingly laughed. Not all. Cheng Shubai sighed lightly. This is what I should do. As a prince, since I enjoy what others cannot, I should also bear more in return. She was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. A fleeting smile appeared in the depths of Cheng Shubai's eyes. Yes, just like that, add a bit more disdain towards Peijin. He was too foolish, always resolved problems with his fists. As long as Jiang Li grew tired of him, nothing else he did would matter. Cheng Shubai was in an exceptionally good mood today. Even while drinking the nutrient solution, the smile he had on his lips remained unbroken. Jiang Li looked at him with some surprise, not understanding his thought process. Clearly, he had been beaten and was seriously injured, yet he still smiled so happily. Jiang Li couldn't comprehend his way of thinking. After swallowing the nutrient liquid like it was traditional Chinese medicine, Jiang Li stood up. I'll go first. I have class in the afternoon. All right, take it slow on the way. He waved at her. Okay. After Jiang Li left, he reached out and picked up the bottle she had just drunk from. He lowered his head, running his fingertip over the bottle's mouth. It was clean and empty, but his actions somehow made it feel as if he were caressing Jiang Li's lips. His Adam's apple bobbed violently. The moment the bottle's mouth touched his nose, a flush crept quietly onto his face. But this alone couldn't satisfy him. He gently licked the bottle's mouth, leaving behind his scent. The faint taste of milk on it drove Cheng Shubai crazy. His breathing became increasingly erratic, and he suddenly took the entire mouth of the bottle into his mouth, the glass brushing against his teeth. Along with the pain, there was also a shiver. He frantically scraped at the bottle's mouth. At that moment, the bottle in front of him was no longer just a bottle in his eyes. It was a gift from Jiang Li. Jiang Li. The teacher in class was very strict. They did not stop for the entire afternoon and had no opportunity to slack off. Su Tian wanted to talk to Jiang Li several times, but was fiercely glared at by the teacher on stage. It wasn't until after class that she found an opportunity and hurriedly followed Jiang Li. How is it? Did the Lin family really go bankrupt? Jiang Li paused slightly and nodded. Isn't it? How could it happen so suddenly? Just like that, they declare bankruptcy? Is someone deliberately targeting the Lin family behind the scenes? Jiang Li tentatively asked. If that's the case, who do you think did it? Su Tian frowned, hesitating for a moment before speaking. The only ones I can think of who have that capability are the royal family or the Pei family. The Pei family? Jiang Li mused. They're also nobility. Why is the Pei family so special? Su Tian lowered her voice. The Pei family is wealthy. 2/3 of the empire's money comes from them. And the military also receives half of its funding from them each year. You know the current relationship between the military and the royal family. The atmosphere between the emperor and the marshal is quite strange. At such a time, any faction that loses the Pei family's financial support is equivalent to losing. So at this critical moment, no one would offend the Pei family. However, everyone in the Pei family, except for Pei Jin, is quite reasonable. Jiang Li's eyes flickered slightly. Currently, the interstellar empire is generally divided into 3 factions. One faction is led by the emperor, supporting the royal family, valuing class distinctions, and resisting equality. Another faction is led by marshals with Lin Zhiyue, supporting equality and unwilling to be controlled by the royal family, aiming for equality for everyone in the interstellar empire. This is a secret that everyone in the interstellar empire is aware of, but no one really puts these factions on the surface. The people led by Zhuo Lin Zhiyue still show respect to the royal family on the surface, but are slowly infiltrating. There's also a faction that is purely dysfunctional. This faction stands with the insect race, believing that the insect race can lead the interstellar empire to a higher future. It's a niche, absurd, and somewhat irrational belief. Su Tian curled her lips. It's just speaking the truth. Pei Jin, that mad dog, is indeed nice to you, but you'd better stay away from him. He's sick. How do you know so much? Jiang Li scrutinized her. Su Tian smiled mysteriously. My aunt is Pei Jin's mother. He's my cousin. Then you also know Pei Yin? She asked curiously. Su Tian nodded. Not well. He and Pei Jin are half-brothers, and our relationship is a bit awkward. If that's the case, it makes sense why he seemed to dislike Pei Jin as a brother. But, Jiang Li, this matter is easy for the Pei family. But Pei Jin probably doesn't have that ability. What do you mean? Su Tian frowned. I can't say for sure because, from my understanding of the Pei family, they wouldn't do such a thing. They have personal ties with the Lin family. She slowly nodded. I see. Just then, the teacher walked over to the two of them. Jiang Li, come with me. Okay. She nodded and followed, asking, Teacher, is there something wrong? The principal is looking for you. You'll know when the time comes. Chapter 89. Dragon Clan Female 5. The principal has changed. Jiang Li was not familiar with this person, but in the principal's office, she saw someone unexpected. That feeling came back. The moment Qin Zhenglin saw Jiang Li, his legs went weak. That feeling of wanting to submit came over him again. Last time, he had sensed something was off and went back to investigate Jiang Li thoroughly. But the results showed that Jiang Li was just a male with very strong mental power, and nothing particularly special. The person he admired most was the marshal, yet even in front of him, he didn't feel this way. Why is that? What secret does Jiang Li hold? He tensed his body, using immense willpower to restrain himself, forcing himself to act naturally. Jiang Li looked at the person sitting on the sofa, impeccably dressed in military uniform. Marshal. Lin Zhiyue nodded lightly. How is it? Are you getting used to being back in school? Getting used to it, he nodded. I already know about your trial on Blue Star. You did well. Remaining unafraid in a crisis and even protecting innocent civilians. Thank you for the praise, Marshal. Despite saying that, there was no hint of joy on her face. Lin Zhiyue said lightly, I'm here to find you because the military has launched a talent cultivation program. Would you be willing to go directly into the military? Jiang Li was taken aback. What about school? You don't need to worry about that. Your student status is still valid. The military's instructors are more experienced, and all resources will be directed towards you. She bit her lip, hesitating a bit. Joining the military was bound to happen sooner or later for her. But now that the Lin family was in trouble, she couldn't safely enter the military. You can raise any requirements. This is a good opportunity. You can think about it. Any requirements can be brought up? Jiang Li no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. Good. Lin Zhiyue nodded. Go back and pack your things. We'll leave in 2 hours. Chun, you'll go with her. Okay. Jiang Li walked ahead, and Chun Zhenglin followed closely behind. It was just the time when classes had ended, and there were many people on the road. Chun Zhenglin's military uniform and the stars on his shoulders were very conspicuous, and everyone's gaze basically lingered on the two of them. In the dormitory, there was no one at all. This was just convenient for Jiang Li. General Chun, please take a seat. I'll get you a glass of water. He originally intended to say no, but as soon as Jiang Li's words fell, he uncontrollably sat down. That feeling of submission grew stronger. When she said nothing, he could still force himself to suppress that feeling. But as soon as she spoke, he would instinctively comply. Jiang Li quickly returned with a glass of water. General Chun, drink some water. His well-defined hand quickly reached out to take the cup, and then he tilted his head back to drink several mouthfuls. This action left Jiang Li somewhat dumbfounded. She thought nothing of it, only assuming he was really thirsty. General Chun, I'll go inside to pack my things. If you need more, just help yourself. Okay. Damn. He really couldn't control himself. What on earth is Jiang Li? Jiang Li stood in the room, feeling unusually melancholic. She didn't have many belongings and had already packed up in 10 minutes. When she walked back in, she found Chun Zhenglin sitting upright on the sofa, his back perfectly straight. General Chun, I'm ready. Good. He suddenly stood up, preparing to take the bag from her hands. Jiang Li sidestepped. Thank you, General Chun. But there's not much in here. I can carry it myself. He nodded and said nothing more. In the principal's office, there was another person present. When her gaze met Duan Yunju's, she was startled. It must be that they were taken away by the military along with her. Lin Zhiyue stood up, nodded in satisfaction, and said, Not bad. Both of you acted quickly. Follow me. Yes. The two saluted simultaneously. Once they boarded the spaceship, they were taken to 2 different rooms. Inside, it was all white, with nothing but 2 white stools. Chun Zhenglin said, You can go in and rest for a while. The marshal will be here shortly. After speaking, he turned and left, closing the door behind him. Jiang Li raised her eyebrows and walked straight over to sit down. She didn't wait long. About 10 minutes later, the door opened again, and this time Lin Zhiyue came in along with a few doctors pushing equipment. Jiang Li was not unfamiliar with this device. It was a mental power detector, although slightly smaller than the ones at the first military academy. However, in Jiang Li's view, they were all quite similar. Marshal, what is this for? This is an upgraded version that could detect your mental power. The moment had come, and there was no avoiding it. While the doctors were calibrating the equipment, Jiang Li walked slowly up to him and said in a voice only they could hear, Marshal, if I were to deceive you, like telling a little lie. Lin Zhiyue raised an eyebrow and stared at her. Generally, someone who would ask this was indeed lying to him. That was beyond doubt. As long as it doesn't affect the military or the empire, I could turn a blind eye. Everyone has their own secrets. Jiang Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had indeed concealed her identity as a dragon, but she hadn't affected anyone. That was her own matter. Marshal, it's ready. The doctor spoke up. Lin Zhiyue said lightly, Go, check how high your mental power is. Okay. Jiang Li walked over and took a deep breath. Standing once again inside the enclosed transparent glass, her feelings were quite complex. She tightly closed her eyes. It would only take a minute for Lin Zhiyue to know everything. A mechanical male voice announced, "Female, mental power level dragon." Lin Zhiyue's breath caught, and he was stunned for a while. In just a few seconds, his emotions were like a roller coaster, rising and falling. He stared at the downcast Jiang Li, disbelief written all over his face. A little lie. Male turned female. Level 5 mental power. This couldn't be blamed on her. She surely didn't know. Dragon race. Dragon race? Lin Zhiyue almost immediately understood why a female could be so strong, easily able to annihilate the insect race, and why she was different from other females. It must be because she was a dragon. He had truly gained insight, he really had. Lin Zhiyue looked at the doctors and said, "Don't let anyone know about today's events. Destroy this machine." Yes, the few of them took the machine and left. The room was left with just the two of them, and they each sat on their stools. Lin Zhiyue remained silent for a long time, which made Jiang Li a bit uneasy. She cleared her throat and said, "Marshal, female dragons are somewhat special. I concealed it because I was afraid the Empire would capture me for human experiments. You should understand, right?" She cautiously probed. Author's note: please give a good review and urge updates. Your clicks are the biggest motivation for the author. Thank you. Bows, Chapter 90. Joining the military to create an ideal nation. Understand? Lin Zhiyue tried to comprehend. He took a deep breath. It was unprecedented for a female to enter the military. Jiang Li didn't quite understand what he meant and tentatively asked, "Then can I leave?" His expression was somber as he said in a low voice, "No, that's not what I meant." Then, he took a deep breath and said, "We want to build an equal world. Although we are still in an ideal state, if you enter the military, it will be a good proof for the future." Jiang Li's eyes instantly brightened. The marshal meant that she could join the military? Of course you can. The current laws are inherently unfair to females. They seem to protect females on the surface, but in reality, they are just the possessions of males. They have no autonomy in marriage, are kept like livestock, and must obey their male partners for life, like pets, or even worse than pets, with no human rights. And the simulated beasts, they have thoughts and are not emotionless robots. Using them as meat shields is cruel. When they block bullets, they are consumables. At celebration banquets, they are exhibits. The so-called praise is just for better control, but they never think there's anything wrong with this. They discuss protecting the masses from high above in the Lin, but in fact they look down on them. They don't really care about their lives. Their arrogance is deeply ingrained. Everyone should work for them. Everyone should die for them. You can join the military, but I want you to become a soldier even better than me, to tell those who support the royal family, to show those nobles. The power of the interstellar should not only be in their hands." He glanced at her, his eyes inscrutable. "Jiang Li, what do you think? Is it for seizing power? What do you mean? I mean, everything you just said about the idea of equality, is it to seize the royal family's power? Or is it heartfelt?" Lin Zhiyue said with determination, "It's not for seizing power. It's to create an ideal nation, to shatter and reshape the entire interstellar." Her eyes sparkled, sincere and clear. Lin Zhiyue thought the same as her. She and T expected that in the interstellar, in the Lin, there were like-minded people. And this person was the marshal. What was the difference from a pie falling from the sky? It turned out that the pursuit of fairness wasn't just her. There were countless others. "Marshal, I'll do this with you. I will train hard to prove that your choice is not wrong." "Good. From now on, I will personally teach you." "Yes." Jiang Li properly saluted. After a pause, she curiously asked, "Marshal, why did you bring Duan Yunzhu and me to the military? If it's about choosing the most talented, isn't Pei Jin still around?" Lin Zhiyue shook his head. "If nothing unexpected happens, Pei Jin will enter the military after graduation, but only for command work. The Pei family 1T really let him face danger. He is not suited for this place. As a prince, the third Prince Shuden T have entered the military academy, but rather a political institution. He came here just to keep an eye on us for the royal family, or rather, to bring the military back under the royal family's control. In fact, Duan Yunzhu is also not suitable. He is too smart, too good at assessing the situation, and fundamentally is supporter of the noble class. But I need to shut the royal family's mouth, and he and you are the best choices." Jiang Li understood. "Actually, Marshal, I have something else to hide from you. She shifted her gaze. Lin Zhiyue felt he could accept anything now. After all, the secret she had hidden was already explosive. It couldn't possibly be more explosive. I have a child with Lin Zhiyue. A child. A child. Lin Zhiyue almost lost his balance. Indeed, there is no such thing as the most explosive, only more explosive. He had underestimated Jiang Li. He frowned. Has it already been born? He glanced at her belly. Yes. After the Lin family went bankrupt, he left with them from the Lin Zhiyue. Later, there was an accident, and now I can only contact Lin Zhiyue. As for the others, their whereabouts are unknown. Lin Zhiyue? Lin Zhiyue narrowed his eyes. Did something happen? You don't know? Lin Zhiyue is already dead. Dead? Jiang Li looked incredulous. How could this be? He was eaten by the insect race. The news was brought back by a passing officer. Is he really dead? She found it hard to believe. How could he be so fragile? Lin Zhiyue didn't seem like the kind of person who would easily die at the hands of the insect race. He was silent for a moment and nodded. Don't worry, I will do my best to find the other from the Lin family and your child. Thank you, Marshal. Looking at her delighted expression, Lin Zhiyue felt inexplicably blocked in his heart. He couldn't feel happy. In his eyes, Jiang Li was very innocent, like a child, naive and ignorant, not even understanding many rules. Then, one sudden day, he learned that this child already had a child of her own. Lin Zhiyue felt a bit dizzy. Fine, the adjutant Chun would arrange accommodation for her, and if there were any problems in the future, she could find him, especially when he wasn't around. He was trustworthy. Thank you, Marshal. She suddenly spoke up. On the surface, our relationship with the nobility is still harmonious, but that's just superficial. The matters of your spiritual power, the outside world will not know. But in their eyes, you're already considered a rare genius. Bringing you back also has the purpose of protecting you. The military department already has one of me. They will not allow you to join the military again. If you cannot be of use to them, they will destroy you. In the future, keep your distance from those nobles, including Duan Yunjua, understand? Yes, I understand. Lin Zhiyue nodded and stepped forward to help her adjust her collar. This is a very difficult path. If we lose, we will die. Are you afraid? Not afraid. In her eyes, it seemed as if a small flame was burning. Some things always need someone to do them, right? I didn't understand before, but since the powerful Lin family could end up like this, in the unseen corners, those ordinary people will only suffer more. I want to try to change all of this. He nodded. All right, I will look into the Lin family. What you need to do now is to train well. After a while, I will send you to the battlefield. The military department is not that simple. If you want them to obey you and to ensure that the stars on your shoulders are secure, it requires blood and sweat. Yes, Marshal, don't worry. I'm not afraid. I will give it my all. Good. Today, go back and rest well. Tomorrow, training officially starts. I am very strict, so you better be mentally prepared. When Jiang Li left the room, the corners of her lips involuntarily curled up. When she saw Chun Zhenglin, she waved. General Chun, were you waiting for me? Chapter 91. Where is Jiang Li? In his phone, his mother's voice came again. Zhenglin, that female is really good. Do you want to? He answered, Mom. I have something going on. I'll hang up. Putting away his phone, he looked at Jiang Li. Are you going to the dormitory? Jiang Li smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry. General Chun, I didn't see you were on the phone just now. It's fine, don't mind it. I'll take you to the dormitory. He turned and walked outside. Jiang Li hurriedly followed, turning her head to curiously observe everything around, whether it was the officers' training or the passing officials. Everyone was strict and orderly. But she really liked this atmosphere. Qin Zhenglin took Jiang Li to a secluded building. Apart from a few guards outside, there was no one inside. The three-story building was completely empty. Why is there no one here? Those who live here are all trusted aides of the Marshal. Many have already died. Now, including me, there are only 5 people in total. They are not in the storm realm right now. I live on the 1st floor, and your room is on the 3rd floor. He paused and explained, I won't disturb your life, but if you have any questions, you can always find me. Here's my contact information. Yes. She quickly took out her phone to scan. Qin Zhenglin brought her to the door and then left, his expression natural, his back straight. When he reached the corner of the stairs, he hurriedly supported himself against the wall to prevent himself from falling. His legs trembled violently. He had no strength left. When facing Jiang Li, it was as if he had been cursed, his mind only filled with obedience. No, Jiang Li would stay in the military department. And now she was also Lin Zhiyue's person. They would inevitably meet in the future. This problem had to be solved. Otherwise, it would be a hassle later on. Lin took a deep breath and headed towards the military hospital. He needed to check what was wrong with himself. Jiang Li tilted her head and looked around the room. She was very satisfied with everything here. Everything she needed was there. Even the items she had brought from the first military academy were neatly arranged on the table. Not bad, she murmured with a smile. But then she thought of the Lin family, worrying about them. Since Lin Ping was born, she had noticed there was a connection between them. She could feel it when Lin Ping was unwell, and now she could also sense that Lin Ping was safe and in no danger. But for them, she didn't know. Outside the storm realm, it was unsafe, especially during this turbulent time of insect races infiltrating. Lin Xiaoning was not the first person to die at the hands of the insect race, but likewise, he wouldn't be the second. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes. But all of this seemed a bit too coincidental. Just then, her phone rang. She opened it to see it was Pei Jean. Without hesitation, she blocked the number. She didn't want to see this person again in the future. Brother Pei? Yunjue's tone was a bit cold. He had originally thought that after he and Jiang Li entered the military together, sharing meals and sleeping as comrades, he would have other opportunities. But unexpectedly, he was actually separated from Jiang Li, moving into the new recruit dormitory to train with them. Fortunately, it was training time now, and there was only him in the 4-person dormitory. Where did you go? Where is Jiang Li? His voice was filled with suppressed anger. We followed the marshal to the military department. What are you doing there? Although Yunjue's tone was respectful, his eyes were frighteningly dark. This involves military secrets, Brother Pei. I can't tell you. Where is Jiang Li? Is she next to you? Let her answer the phone. Chapter 92. Simulation Beasts? Fool, not here. We were separated. Brother Pei, you know the military is strict. We are not allowed to move freely or contact privately. I don't know where Jiang Li is right now. Useless waste. Yes, Brother Pei is right. Pei Jean took a deep breath, but ultimately couldn't help it, and scolded him for a full 5 minutes on the phone. From start to finish. Yunjue's face showed no extra expression, and he even occasionally calmly apologized. Brother Pei, this is my fault. Don't worry, if I see Jiang Li, I will definitely have her contact you, and I will also keep an eye on her. No other males will be around her. Pei Jean gritted his teeth and said, not just males. Females are not allowed either. Jiang Li is mine. Do you understand? Yes, Brother Pei, don't worry. Jiang Li is his? Huh, how ridiculous. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. After saying he was busy, he hung up the phone. He was curious about these roommates he had never met before. But when he saw the 3 of them, he was shocked. 3 of them? Simulation beasts? Although surprised, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and stood up to greet each of them. Hello, I just arrived here. I hope to get along well in the future. This person was very good at pretending, showing no dissatisfaction at all, making people feel he was very sincere. Hello. The big guy was the first to shake his hand. You're a male, right? I was surprised just now because we are all simulation beasts here. I didn't expect a male to come. Are you also a new recruit this year? Yunjue maintained his expression and nodded, subtly withdrawing his hand while putting it on the big guy's shoulder, pretending to be friendly. I also count as a new recruit. I was a bit late because of some matters. Sorry for bothering you. I'll treat you to nutrient solution later. That's too much trouble. The big guy scratched his head, his dark skin turning a bit red. It's no trouble. Yunjue smiled as he glanced over the 3 of them, making a judgment in his mind. The 2 who initiated conversation were either naive or rather foolish. The white-skinned guy, standing far away, had not said a word since entering. But at a glance, he was not an easy character. The more such people, the more cautious one had to be. He stepped forward. Hello, my name is Yunjue. And you are? He replied lightly, by Xinjiang. Yunjue nodded. It's almost mealtime. Do you want to join me? My treat. No need, I have something to do, he said, quickly leaving for his room. The smile on Yunjue's face froze, and he tentatively asked, does Bai Xinjiang not like me? The big guy responded, Bai Xinjiang is a nice person. He often helps me. He must really have something to do this time. Can't even tell a good lie. A bunch of fools. In the military, every second counts. The wake-up call rang at 5, and everyone had 3 minutes to finish everything and gather. Jiang Li stood excitedly on the training ground. forming a team with Duan Yunjue, one in front and one behind. Duan Yunjue was surprised to see her here and whispered, "Jiang Li, which dorm do you live in?" Author's note: please give good reviews, urge updates, daily requests for haha. Little Jiang Li is busy with her career now. Looking back, she's already a woman I can't reach. Chapter 93. The Chen family awaits the return of the Dragon Clan. Author's note: I made a mistake with the chapters of 2 books when I published them yesterday. I'm sorry for affecting everyone's reading mood. The author will pay more attention in the future. Bose, Jiang Li asked casually, "How did you sleep last night?" The way of changing the subject was too stiff, and Duan Yunjue instantly understood her meaning. He was about to continue speaking when Lin Zhiyue took the stage. Everyone originally, the final competition would take place after the new soldier training is completely over, but I see everyone is in good condition lately. So there will be a competition in 3 days. Everyone, prepare well. After saying this, he hurriedly left the stage, followed by some instructors giving speeches about training subjects. It didn't take long, half an hour, and 10 chief instructors finished speaking. They led each team away. Jiang Li and Duan Yunjue were left behind. And after everyone had left, Lin Zhiyue came over. He nodded slightly to the two. "You two follow me. The training tasks are very strict. Are you ready?" "Ready." They both saluted, serious and orderly. "Good, follow me." Although they were said to be training together, there was actually a transparent glass wall between them, and their training subjects were completely different. Lin Zhiyue was very busy, mostly giving guidance, and he didn't stay for long. As the marshal, he had many matters to handle every day. On Jiang Li's side, the person replacing him was Chen Jinglin, while on Duan Yunjue's side, it was a relatively unfamiliar officer. You know their essay competition in 3 days, right? You just arrived at the military, but you have to participate. Do you know what your goal is? Jiang Li's expression was serious. First place. To prove herself, she had to be first. No one remembers the name of the second place in any competition. That's a good goal. I watched your performance at the first military academy. It was excellent, but that's still far from enough. You know better than I do that there are always people better than you. Yes. Follow me to the gravity chamber. Yes. The so-called gravity chamber is a room. As soon as Jiang Li entered, she felt as if she weighed 1,000 pounds. Chen Jinglin stood outside, activated the level mode, and instantly, countless sharp blades fell from above the room at a slow but steady pace. Under the gravitational pressure, Jiang Li found it difficult even to lift her arms. But if she wanted to survive and leave the gravity chamber, she had to avoid these dangers. This training was indeed harsh, but the results were excellent. Moreover, this was Lin Zhiyue's intention. He could see that the marshal had high hopes for her. The person inside the room truly deserved the marshal's personal training, and she would quickly adjust her body and adapt to the environment. Chen Jinglin believed she would become an excellent imperial soldier. However, at this moment, he was a bit distracted. He had gone to the military hospital and completed all the necessary tests, even the unnecessary ones. But why did he want to submit to Jiang Li? There was no answer. He liked to control everything or do everything according to plan. He didn't like the feeling of being out of control. "What secret do you have, Jiang Li?" he murmured softly, staring at her, feeling an unusual curiosity for the first time about someone. All of Chen Jinglin's confusion vanished when he saw the report about Jiang Li that Lin Zhiyue handed him that night. Jiang Li, female. Psychic level. Dragon Clan. None of this mattered. What mattered was the Dragon Clan. In the eyes of the interstellar people, the Dragon Clan is a powerful and mysterious race. But they only exist in legends, so no one can confirm whether the Dragon Clan actually exists. However, Chen Jinglin knew that the Dragon Clan had existed but had disappeared over time. Everyone in the Chen family was waiting for the return of the Dragon Clan. He didn't like the oppressive atmosphere, so he left home early. Like all interstellar people, he thought the existence of a Dragon Clan was just a legend. But when this report appeared before him, he clearly knew that the Dragon Clan, which had disappeared for a long time, had reappeared. His hands trembled violently, and a different light shone in his eyes. Lin Zhiyue frowned. What's wrong? This person was usually very disciplined, restrained, and rarely showed emotions. In this regard, he was even better than Lin Zhiyue. It's nothing. I'm just a bit surprised. He forced himself to put down the report in his hand, not saying a word that shouldn't be said. Lin Zhiyue nodded slightly. This matter must be kept confidential. The reason I'm telling you is that the royal family suddenly notified me to attend a meeting in a week. Chun Zhenglin narrowed his eyes. Marshal, with them calling you at this critical moment, they must have ulterior motives. He waved his hand. If it weren't for the military all these years, the insect race might have already invaded the storm realm. Now that the stability of the interstellar world is hard-won, they know why. They wouldn't dare to do anything to me, but Jiang Li's psychic power is too high. I'm afraid they will target her. You must protect her. And this is also a good opportunity to find the tail in the military. Yes. Marshal, rest assured I understand. All right, you can go back now. Yes. The next day, when he saw Jiang Li again, his attitude had noticeably changed slightly. Jiang Li was not foolish. She could sense it. What you need to do today is to defeat these robots, 1 against 2, with a time limit of 3 hours, and you must defeat at least 5 groups. Not far away, tall robots stood there. Jiang Li spoke somewhat uncomfortably. Major General Chun, you can just call me Jiang Li. It's not appropriate to be so formal. That's against the rules. But no matter what she said, Chun Zhenglin would comply. Yes, a major general treating her with such respect brought a strange feeling to her heart. These robots were much stronger in both strength and agility compared to humans. Not only that, but they would also adjust based on Jiang Li's attack habits. The more she fought, the more difficult it became. To avoid being too predictable, Jiang Li began to attack tentatively and then suddenly struck with a new technique to take them down. After finding the technique, she could quickly end the battles. In 3 hours, 50 groups of robots. In the later stages, she became increasingly proficient, sometimes finishing in just a few seconds, not giving Lin Zhiyue and Chun Zhenglin, who were watching from a distance, any time to react. She also didn't give the robots any time to respond. Chun Zhenglin's eyes were dark and unclear. So this is the power of the Dragon Clan. If the Dragon Clan hadn't gone extinct, if the members of the Dragon Clan were still around, he believed the war between the Interstellar Empire and the insect race would not have lasted so long. And perhaps the insect race wouldn't have had the courage to invade at all. In terms of physical quality and reaction ability, they were far superior. Lin Zhiyue applauded. Very well, Jiang Li. In the beginning, I could only solve 12 sets, but I believe that one day you will definitely achieve more than I have. In his eyes, there was no worry about losing his position. There was only admiration for the strong. Chapter 94. The Serpent People, submitting to the Dragon Clan Marshal's praise. Jiang Li took off her gloves and walked towards them. Lin Zhiyue said, well done, the training ends here. Next, Major General Chun will give you a detailed explanation of the tactics. Yes. Soon, only Jiang Li and Chun Zhenglin were left here. He nodded. Now let's begin. Okay. Jiang Li slightly nodded, then sat down, seriously looking at the screen behind him. Under such scrutiny, Chun Zhenglin's throat moved, forcing himself to remain calm. He held the remote control, his knuckles turning white from the strain, and pretended to turn around, not looking at her. The competition was not only among the males, as the inability to use mental power meant that the simulated beasts would also join in. But, Jiang Li, you need to pay attention. The physical qualities and other aspects of the males are not as good as those of the simulated beasts. They excel in hand-to-hand combat, fear nothing, and the blood that spills from them will instead provoke their beastly nature. So, during the competition, you need to pay more attention to the simulated beasts rather than the males. Among the new recruits this time, a few have shown outstanding performances. When he spoke about what he was good at, Chun Zhenglin was no exception, and for a moment, he even forgot Jiang Li's presence. He turned back, instinctively wanting to inform her of the surprising battle. But when his gaze collided with Jiang Li's, he froze, breath hitching. It felt as though a fire ignited in his chest, burning him painfully. Jiang Li was somewhat bewildered, not understanding why he had stopped. Major General Chun, is something wrong? No. His voice was hoarse. Jiang Li frowned, clearly sensing something was off, and stood up to walk towards him. Her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Major General, I've noticed these past couple of days that you don't seem well. If you're feeling unwell, you should say so. Don't just tough it out alone. It was this kind of tone, the kind that made his blood feel like it was freezing. He suddenly clenched his fists. The pain from his nails digging into his palms providing a moment of clarity. Major General, she thought he wasn't listening to her, her voice rising a few pitches. The frozen blood began to flow again, boiling with agitation. He wanted to kneel down and kiss the tips of her shoes, to extinguish her anger in the most humble position. Something was clearly wrong. Jiang Li had a very good impression of Lin, whether it was their first meeting on the spaceship or their interactions over the past few days. In her eyes, he was a very responsible Major General, whether it was during the previous interrogation or now in guiding her. Major General Chun, I'm taking you to the military hospital. It was a statement, not a question. She was making a decision for him. Chen Jinglin's throat moved slightly, like a believer's last struggle. Major General, she had said so much, but he kept drifting off, making Jiang Li feel somewhat irritated. She didn't like this feeling. Chen Jinglin closed his eyes. Yes, everything is up to you. When his knees hit the ground, a dull thud echoed. Jiang Li was startled, instinctively wanting to step back. Major General, what are you doing? But Chen Jinglin's actions were always a step faster than hers. He bent down and kissed the tips of her shoes, the action reverent as if a believer was kissing a holy object. Jiang Li stepped back, completely stunned. Major General, do you know what you are doing? What exactly is wrong with you? His earlier actions had surpassed her understanding. She stubbornly thought that he was ill. When faced with unbelievable situations, people always tend to deceive themselves. Chen Jinglin raised his eyes, and in the moment their gazes met, he was stunned. In his eyes burned a fervor she had never seen before, the kind a believer has when meeting the divine. His face was flushed with a sickly red, and the dark tide in his eyes surged, filled not with discomfort at being a subordinate, but with a willingness to sacrifice himself. The military belt dug painfully into him due to slight movements, but at that moment, he couldn't care less. His voice was hoarse. Master, I am your believer. Fortunately, this awkwardness did not last long. Lin Zhiyue suddenly returned, and Jiang Li hurriedly pulled the kneeling man up. Luckily, she was fast enough that Lin Zhiyue didn't notice, sparing her from social embarrassment. Thankfully, Lin Zhiyue stayed until the day ended. Otherwise, she didn't know how she would face him. Jiang Li's capacity for bearing stress wasn't weak, but wasn't particularly strong either. By the time she returned to her dormitory, her mind was still not back. What happened? Has Major General Chen been possessed? She murmured softly to herself. What kind of dirty thing has possessed Major General Chen? She couldn't comprehend, couldn't understand. She anxiously paced back and forth in her room. No, this is someone I see often. I don't have any special quirks. What would she do when they met again? She was next as Lin Zhiyue, and Chen Jinglin was his adjutant, so she couldn't avoid him. She couldn't avoid him at all. Was there no kind-hearted person to help her, to ease her current embarrassment? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief. Having someone come was better than being alone and overthinking. But the moment she opened the door, she froze. Perhaps the heavens had heard her prayers, but they hadn't heard them all, because the person standing at the door was none other than Chen Jinglin. She guessed what he was about to say, and hurriedly raised her hand to interrupt his next words. Come in, quickly, don't let others see. She gritted her teeth. Clearly, she wasn't a thief, but she still felt guilty, even forgetting that there was no one else in the building. Chen Jinglin was more than a head taller than her, yet at that moment, he obediently followed behind her, which felt strangely odd. Sit, she commanded. He quickly sat down, almost instinctively reacting. Avoidance wouldn't solve the problem. She still had to face it. Jiang Li took a deep breath, poured him a glass of water, and said, Major General Chen, what exactly is going on? You are the Dragon Clan. She was somewhat puzzled. I am, but what does that have to do with anything? It has significance. He stated firmly, I am of the Serpent People. Serpent People? Jiang Li could understand both snake and human, but combined, Serpent People was a bit hard for her grasp. Chen Jinglin explained, according to the history preserved by my family, we were once an ordinary serpent clan. The Dragon Clan wanted us to become part of them, but the experiment failed, and we became pseudo-dragons. We are not as powerful as true dragons, but stronger than ordinary serpents. We possess a weak trace of dragon blood. But due to genetic weaknesses, when facing true dragons, we can't help but want to submit. Chapter 95. Duan Yunzhao fights. Just to annoy people. Jiang Li was astonished. There was actually such a thing? Chen Jinglin nodded. Before I met you, I thought it was just the madness of the family elder's reverence for the Dragon Clan that resulted in those family rules. Apart from the elder who set the rules, no one else has seen a dragon, and there are no records about dragons. The Chun family's respect for the Dragon Clan has reached a pathological level. Every day before dawn, all family members climb the mountain to bow and pray. From the moment they can walk until death, even if they become too old to climb. As long as their minds are clear, they will be carried up the mountain. Since I became aware, I've never understood why it had to be like this. Why we had to sincerely pray to a pile of wooden tablets every day. My mother said that the Dragon Clan would appear to protect us. But when the Insect Clan invaded on a large scale when I was 10, the Dragon Clan never appeared. Chen Jinglin's eyes were filled with sorrow. In those days, I watched countless relatives die before my eyes. I couldn't understand why the Dragon Clan didn't come to save us. Later, it was the Marshal who appeared and rescued us. At that time, the Marshal was only 15 years old, still a student at the first military academy. The rescue plan was just a trial for him. But his actions against the insect race were swift and decisive. After they left, I began searching for evidence of the Dragon Clan's existence everywhere. I wanted to get to the bottom of it, but everyone told me it was because our hearts were not sincere that the Dragon Clan did not appear. I didn't understand why it was like this, so when I was 12, I left home and came to the military. It wasn't until I learned your identity as a member of the Dragon Clan that I thought they were crazy. But now I realize that I have been the one who was crazy all along. The Serpent People are inherently the servants of the Dragon Clan. From the moment I first saw you, I discovered that my submission to you came from deep within my bones. I once tried to suppress it, but I realized that instinct cannot be suppressed. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, finding the information she wanted in his words. Are you saying there was a presence of the Dragon Clan before? Could those people be her family? At that time, the situation was critical, and she was frozen. Did the remaining people really all die? Chun Zhenglin nodded, though he wasn't too clear on the specifics. Those Dragon Clan members seem to have disappeared in a catastrophe. If you want to know, I can take you back when the opportunity arises. You can see for yourself on that mountain. The wooden plaque was carved for the Dragon Clan, and there should be some other records inside. Jiang Li nodded, thanking him. Master, I'm worried that my actions during the day might affect your mood during the competition, so I wanted to come and explain. Jiang Li was startled. General Chun, just call me Jiang Li from now on. This makes me very uncomfortable. Understood. He would unconditionally obey what she said. Chun Zhenglin did not stay long. But after he left, Jiang Li felt unsettled. The amount of information was still too overwhelming for her. However, after being in the Interstellar Empire for so long, she finally had some news about the Dragon Clan. This was also a good thing for Jiang Li. The competition soon began. To ensure fairness, the order and opponents were decided by drawing lots. The competition was divided into 5 groups, and Jiang Li had bad luck, drawing the second position in the first group. In front of her were 2 simulated beasts competing. Their physical qualities were indeed impressive. Without the use of psychic power, they were powerful beings. The punches landed heavily. It was clearly just a competition, but they fought as if it were a life-or-death struggle against the insect race. It was a visual feast. The match ended when one side bled and collapsed, unable to get back up. This is what simulated beasts are, not as meat shields, but as warriors. Jiang Li felt that the Empire was just sending them to their deaths, which was certainly not a wise choice. In this pure melee competition, males undoubtedly bore the brunt of the disadvantage. Their greatest advantage was that psychic powers could not be used. Jiang Li looked down at the tag in her hand. Simulated Beast by Xinjiang. She wondered how strong this person was. After getting punched in the left cheek, Jiang Li wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. This person is very strong. It seems she would need to be fully alert. Although the simulated beasts were powerful, whether in terms of strength or reflexes, they were nothing compared to the Dragon Clan. Compared to them, the Dragon Clan was the true favored ones. The competition ended a bit later than Jiang Li had expected. It was only after 23 minutes that a winner was determined. The winner was Jiang Li. Before Bai Xinjiang left the stage, he looked at her and said, "You're very strong. I lost fairly. You're also very strong." This match not only made the 2 participants admire each other, but also astonished the spectators. By the end of the first day's competition, half of the participants remained. On the second day, only half remained again. Until the 5th day, the finals began. During this time, Jiang Li fought her way through numerous challenges and became well known in the military. Everyone knew that among the new recruits who had not trained with them, there was a very powerful male. Jiang Li's first opponent in the finals was Yunjua. Knowing that today's opponent was her, he had been excited all night and couldn't sleep. He thought that, after leaving the first military academy, it would be his chance to spend time alone with Jiang Li. But he never expected that the time they could spend together at the military would be even less than when they were at the academy. It was truly frustrating. Those annoying, detestable people were gone, but it still didn't help. The match began, but Jiang Li quickly sensed something was off. When she raised her hand to strike at his neck, he didn't dodge but chose to take it on the face. When she slapped down, his Adam's apple bobbed. Logically, this should have been the best time to counterattack. But he continued to engage. Jiang Li frowned. Are you letting me win? Take it seriously. Okay. He started to counterattack, but soon clung to her again. The force of his grip felt more like caressing, his hands on her body carrying a hint of ambiguity. At first, Jiang Li could tell herself it was just a misunderstanding, but now she was sure. Yunjua was acting strangely. As they tangled, they got even closer. Jiang Li was a bit annoyed. Since it was a competition, it should be taken seriously. What was he doing? Suddenly, she kneed him in the abdomen. It was aimed at his abdomen, but what met her knee was not his abdomen. The muscle that came up to meet her was as hard as iron. The fabric of his military uniform made a faint sound as it rubbed against her. Jiang Li was not someone who didn't understand anything. She instantly widened her eyes and gritted her teeth. Yunjua. Chapter 96. Chun Family. The Blue Star people did not die. Jiang Li now suspected whether this person was doing it on purpose. No, there was no need to suspect. It was definitely intentional. Yunjua, act normal. If you keep this up, I won't hold back. His breath carried a laugh, instantly becoming even more firm. I'm very normal. Jiang Li was so angry she laughed. He knew he couldn't beat her, so he resorted to disgusting her, hoping to make her voluntarily give up the match. But Jiang Li definitely wouldn't let him have his way. Since he had delivered himself to her, she wouldn't hold back. She used 50% of her strength in that kick. The immense pain made him collapse to the ground instantly. His face turned pale, yet he instinctively grabbed her ankle and pulled it toward his waist. He tore his camouflage pants out from his combat boots, revealing a patch of pale skin. His fingertips felt hot. What an exhilarating disturbance. If his goal was to annoy her, then he succeeded. Spending too much time with Pei Jean had muddled her mind. Hadn't it? Oomph. He sneered, but his hands didn't stop moving. His movements were light, but they gave off a very lewd impression, as if he were a snake. Sticky and slimy, ready to strangle her at any moment. Fortunately, today was the finals, and those who were eliminated had gone back to train. There were only a few people left, but Jiang Li still felt very displeased. Both Luo Linchuan and Chun Zhenglin were watching from above. Yunjua was completely disregarding his image. In broad daylight, in front of so many people, he had started acting out. What a lunatic. Jiang Li still felt unsatisfied and stomped hard on his chest. Just as she lifted her foot, Yunjua tightly grabbed her ankle and pressed it back down. Their eyes met, and she saw a twisted satisfaction in his gaze, like a mad dog that still wanted to come lick her hand after being kicked away. Step harder. Otherwise, I might get back up. Go to hell. Jiang Li's back molars throbbed with pain. A wave of chills rose from her heart. The referee did not stop the match, so the time was still ticking. This time, hitting him wouldn't be a violation of military law. She bent down and gave him a good beating. The expression on Yunjua's face reminded Jiang Li of when she fought Pei Jean. His eyes burned with an uncomfortable excitement. What was this? A follower sticking close to the master? Bastard, stay away from me in the future, or I'll hit you every time I see you. Yunjua was completely exhausted, collapsing to the ground and passing out. Only then did the referee announce the result. Jiang Li was the winner of this match. After that, she fought 3 more rounds. In the end, she became the champion. What surprised Jiang Li was that the runner-up was actually the simulated beast she had fought against at the beginning, by Xinjiang. Jiang Li was genuinely happy for him winning the match. Emerging victorious from a group of males was enough to prove that the simulated beast was not weaker than any of them. Congratulations. Bai Xinjiang nodded, also congratulating her. I watched your match. You were very strong. If there's a chance, we could fight side by side. I look forward to that day. Jiang Li smiled. Her smile genuine at that moment. God knows how hard it is to meet a normal person in this strange place called the Galactic Empire. In a corner she didn't know about, Duan Yunjua was glaring at the two of them, especially at the shoulders that were about to come together. Jiang Li's fake identity was arranged by Chun Zhenglin. She didn't know what he told Zhuo Linchuan. In any case, even if it wasn't according to the rules, she had left the military camp. Qing Tung Star was on the edge of the galaxy, close to the battlefield against the Zerg. Even the most ordinary spaceship could reach it in just 3 days. And the entire Qing Tung Star belonged to the Qin family, with no outsiders. Jiang Li asked in surprise, "Isn't it unsafe to be so close to the Zerg? You all live on one planet, and the Galactic Empire doesn't manage it?" Chun Zhenglin shook his head. The Empire indeed doesn't allow private sales of planets anymore, but this planet has been ours for 1,000 years. Qing Tung Star is off limits to interstellar people, and we can't marry or have children with anyone outside the Qin family. If we want to marry someone from another race, we have to leave here forever and can never come back. Jiang Li frowned. Isn't it bad to marry within the same surname? The Chun family is just a representative. Although they all share the surname Chun, many years ago, they were all the same surname. Moreover, there are a total of 300 million people on Qing Tung Star. A family of 300 million people is quite extraordinary. When Jiang Li first heard the term family, she only thought it referred to a few hundred people. It turns out they organized it this way. So that makes sense. From the Storm Realm to Qing Tung Star, the spaceship equipped for Chun Zhenglin as a major, though not the best, was still among the top. Yet, it took them a whole month to arrive. The distance was unimaginable. As soon as she got off the spaceship, Jiang Li first saw an old man in a black tang suit, holding a cane, glaring with furrowed brows. After Chun Zhenglin nodded at her, he silently walked over. "Grandpa." But at that moment, the old man's mind was completely elsewhere. Trembling, he walked up to Jiang Li and said in disbelief, "You are the Dragon Clan?" After a pause, he laughed, saying, "Look at what I'm saying. You must be the Dragon Clan. Qinsong bows to you." After saying that, he knelt down. And not just him. Everyone present knelt down. Jiang Li was taken aback by this scene. Whether 5,000 years ago or now, she had never seen such a display. "What are you doing? Get up." Qinsong was overjoyed, standing up with tears of happiness. After 4,992 years, our Chun family has finally awaited the return of the Dragon Clan. Thank the heavens. Thank the heavens. For 1,992 years, Jiang Li murmured. Is it a coincidence? This number doesn't add up. She had been frozen 5,000 years ago, and, according to him, the Dragon Clan disappeared 8 years after she was frozen. Jiang Li squinted her eyes. "Could you tell me how the Dragon Clan disappeared?" Qinsong nodded vigorously. "Of course. This matter should not be hidden from you." After coughing, he said seriously, 5,000 years ago, we all lived on Blue Star, but a catastrophe was about to destroy it. At that time, it was the Dragon Clan that stood up with their powerful strength to protect us. But some things were unavoidable. Blue Star was still destroyed. In desperation, the Dragon Clan had to lead us to escape. They brought us to Qing Tung Star. The Dragon Clan said that they must protect their home, so after bringing us here, they returned to Blue Star. Chapter 97. Have the Dragon Clan really all disappeared? We waited for a long time, but no one from the Dragon Clan ever returned. It is said that one person with divination abilities searched for the traces of the Dragon Clan with his life. Peering into the secrets of heaven would slowly drain one's life away. He didn't live long. Before he died, he said the Dragon Clan had completely disappeared, but the Dragon Clan would return. We don't know when he mentioned their return. We can only guard in generations. Jiang Li frowned tightly. All of this could be connected. The Dragon Clan he spoke of should be her family, her parents, uncles, and aunts. So they really are all dead? Only she survived from that catastrophe 5,000 years ago? What about these interstellar people? Qinsong shook his head. Since we entered Qing Tung Star, we haven't left for a long time. The climate here is similar to Blue Star. To survive, we continue to farm, establish order, and build our home here. When everything settled, our ancestors began to leave to search for the existence of the Dragon Clan. At that time, we discovered that the interstellar situation had changed. Interstellar people had settled on Blue Star and established their civilization. Externally, we appeared no different, but it cannot be denied that their technology is much more advanced than ours. To survive better, our ancestors joined the Galactic Empire, but because this place is far from the Storm Realm, we had no contact with each other. Jiang Li nuda murmuring. So that's how it is. Everything can be connected now. Although she knew she had been frozen for 5,000 years. She didn't have much of a concept of that time. After all, to her, it was just lying down for a while, just a while. But now, hearing Chun Song's words, she suddenly felt that these 5,000 years were very long. Jiang Li hoarsely said, Chun Jinglin mentioned that there are memorial tablets for the Dragon Clan here. Can I go see them? Of course. Qingting Star is currently in summer. On the way up the mountain, she saw grapes growing on the vines, watermelons, tomatoes, cucumbers, corn, and large fields of rice in the fields. These were not found in the Storm Realm, nor in the Galactic Empire. She suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with this place. Blue Star was like this 5,000 years ago. Seeing all of this made her feel particularly close. The ancestral hall was at the top of the mountain, and it was evident that some thought had been put into the construction of this courtyard. On the plaque, the words Dragon Ancestral Hall were particularly eye-catching in gold. Jiang Li took a deep breath, mentally preparing herself before stepping over the threshold. Surrounding her were wooden memorial tablets and on the high stands. As far as the eye could see, there were tablets. They had no writing, just empty. She silently walked to the center, knelt down, and bowed her head. She didn't know if her parents were among these tablets. But to her, everyone from the Dragon Clan was a hero. In times of danger, they stood up to protect everyone. This place was solemn and dignified. Chun Song handed her a book that recorded everything about the Dragon Clan. Jiang Li knelt on the ground and opened it. It was not much different from what he said, just needed to be more careful. Suddenly, a phrase sandwiched in the middle of the booklet caught her attention. Not dead, frozen, secret room. The words were completely scrambled, but Jiang Li still understood. Not dead, frozen, secret room. She pointed to the line and asked, Do you know what this means? Chun Song looked over. I don't know. Maybe the person who wrote the booklet made a mistake. Is there a secret room here? Chun Song frowned, thought for a moment, and replied, There's no secret room, but there's a cave behind, which is marked as a special place. However, it's very dangerous there. Many people have gone in and never come out, so it is now considered a forbidden area and no one is allowed to enter. Although it was just a suspicion, and it might just be a coincidence. Jiang Li still wanted to take a look. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she had to go see. Jiang Li stood up. I want to take a look. Chun Song hesitated, and finally his gaze fell on the quiet Chun Jinglin. You must protect the master, understand? Yes. Although it was clearly daytime outside, the cave was shrouded in darkness, and they couldn't see their hands in front of their faces. They didn't bring a lamp and just felt their way inside. It was dangerous inside, so they needed to enter quietly. Although they didn't know what the danger was, it was still necessary to be careful. Jiang Li casually asked, Have you been here before? Chun Jinglin paused for a moment and replied, To be honest, I came here when I was a child, but I might have only taken 2 steps before my grandfather found me and took me back for a beating. In her eyes, Chun Song was a very serious person, and he had shown much enthusiasm when facing his grandson, Chun Jinglin, just now. Chun Jinglin, on the other hand, was like a bowl of plain porridge. One beat people, the other got beaten. Imagining the scene was quite amusing. Her laughter broke the tense atmosphere that had persisted since they entered the cave. Chun Jinglin began to unconsciously recall his childhood embarrassing moments, making Jiang Li laugh heartily. The cave was quite large. They walked for nearly an hour and still had more path ahead. Jiang Li joked, You don't think there is some treasure hidden in here, do you? I don't know, but I feel the likelihood is low. He began to analyze the probabilities in a serious manner. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Do you also analyze probabilities when dealing with insect tribes? It was meant to be a tease, but unexpectedly, Chun Jinglin replied earnestly, Yes, I analyze the optimal attack route, which insects to take out first, and how to minimize casualties. Jiang Li fell silent. Another 3 hours passed, and they were blocked by a huge stone door. So far, they hadn't encountered any danger. Jiang Li turned on the lamp she carried, and suddenly, the cave was brightly lit. Everything appeared so quiet. What is this? She approached and began to examine it closely. However, Chun Jinglin had already drawn his gun, looking around warily. No matter what happened, he had to ensure Jiang Li's safety. Jiang Li reached out and touched the stone door. It was heavy and substantial. This texture didn't seem natural, more like it was man-made. Since someone had brought it here, there must be a way to open it. She began to look for suspicious spots in front of the stone door. Eventually, her gaze landed on a round bead on the left side of the stone door. She reached out to fiddle with the bead, and, as expected, the stone door didn't respond at all. Jiang Li frowned. This is indeed strange. Remembering a TV series she was once obsessed with, she had a sudden idea, lifted her hand, bit down, and let her blood drip onto the bead. At first, it was just a desperate attempt. But to Jiang Li's surprise, the door actually opened just like that. She stepped inside, and the scene before her made her widen her eyes. She staggered, and if it weren't for Chen Jinglin's quick reflexes to support her, she would have already fallen to the ground. Chapter 98. The frozen family. The darkness was gone. It was like daytime here. 2 full rows of frozen people, just like she had been. However, some of them were missing arms, some legs. They had peaceful expressions, as if they were merely asleep. Jiang Li anxiously searched one by one. Finally, she stopped. Uncle. Chen Jinglin followed her and was startled upon hearing Jiang Li's words. Are these people all from the Dragon Clan? That's right. Then what happened to them? Chen Jinglin asked, somewhat confused. They're frozen, but they're still alive. Chen Jinglin was suddenly stirred. I'll go tell Grandpa. Is there a way to wake them up? Jiang Li tilted her head, recalling how that old man had awakened her. He broke the ice. Give me the gun. Although he didn't understand her intention, obedience had long been ingrained in Chen Jinglin. With one shot, the ice shattered, and as air rushed in, the person inside opened his eyes. At that moment, Jiang Li noticed that his eyes were filled with blood vessels. Uncle. When the person emerged, she instantly threw herself into his arms. She was only 19 years old. She had been spoiled since childhood and had never worried about food or clothing. For her, it was like waking up from a sleep and then having to face everything on her own. When she had no one to rely on, she had to learn to grow up and play the role of a perfect adult. Jiang Li's confusion and grievances had never disappeared with the passage of time. They had just been hidden. When she saw her family, she could no longer pretend to be strong. Li. Startled, Jiang Yinchuan instinctively reached out to embrace her. It's okay. How did you find this place? Are your mom and dad all right? Jiang Li looked up at him, tears welling in her eyes. Uncle, where have you been? Didn't you say you would come back to wake me up? Why do you still need me to wake you up now? You all lied to me. A look of pain appeared on Jiang Yinchuan's face. It's our fault. We broke our promise. When we went back, Blue Star had already turned into ruins. Hiding you, there was the safest option. He reached out to pat her head and glanced around. Your mom and dad are also here. Go find them. Jiang Li's eyes brightened, and she no longer cared about anything else, starting to search for her parents. Finally, she found them in the innermost part. Her hand, holding the gun, trembled. The 2 of them woke up almost simultaneously, and when they saw Jiang Li, the 3 of them embraced and cried. Jiang Li's hand unconsciously touched her mother's empty sleeve, and in an instant, she cried even harder. Bai Wangqing used her other hand to wipe Jiang Li's tears. All right, no more crying. It's already great that we can live safely. Jiang Li remained silent, just nodding repeatedly. She had looked everywhere and didn't see her younger brother. An ominous premonition rose in her heart, but she didn't dare to ask, fearing it would upset her parents. Jiang Huaichuan seemed to guess what she was thinking. Your brother has passed away. We didn't manage to save him. That day, the Dragon Clan, which had been silent, suddenly appeared. There were a total of 28 of them. Too many people had died in that catastrophe. Jiang Huaichuan spoke quietly. At that time, countless meteors fell on Blue Star. Although the Dragon Clan is powerful, we are still too weak compared to the forces of nature. Many of them died while protecting the Blue Star people during the evacuation. Jiang Li silently nodded and shared what she currently knew about the interstellar empire with them. Jiang Yinchuan raised an eyebrow. Isn't this the alien we mentioned before? There really are aliens. Jiang Li shot him a glare. Her second uncle had always been unreliable, bullying her mercilessly when she was a child. So annoying. Jiang Huaichuan said, our strength has diminished greatly. The situation was critical at that time, so we had to quickly freeze ourselves. Now we need to recover. Chen Song nodded, respectfully stating, rest assured, no one will disturb you here. Good. Jiang Huaichuan nodded at Jiang Li and asked, Li, are you still planning to go to the Lan Realm? Jiang Li fell silent. Her family had returned to her side, something she had never dared to imagine before, and this undoubtedly made her feel invigorated. Now that she was back, she could still become that beloved little princess, cherished by everyone. But then she thought of the interstellar beings on Blue Star, those simulated beasts. To be precise, they were not of the same race. But Jiang Li could not ignore them. She had experienced it firsthand and was no longer a mere bystander. She could not just stand by and watch. Her voice was firm. "Dad, I want to go back to the Lan realm." Jiang Yinchuan looked at her in surprise. "Oh, you were unwilling to go for a run with me this morning. Do you think you can handle the hardships of the military?" "Second uncle, you are still so annoying." Jiang Li gritted her teeth. This person was as annoying as ever, always ready to pour cold water on her enthusiasm. How infuriating. TCH, who was it back then? Crying and calling me second uncle while hugging me? Jiang Huaichuan rubbed his forehead, fearing that these two would start arguing again. "Lili, no matter what you do, Dad supports you. Remember, if you feel wronged, don't hold it in. Come back and find us. Dad will stand up for you." "Brother, you're thinking too much. Who could bully her? It's a miracle if she doesn't bully others." Jiang Yinchuan raised an eyebrow at Jiang Li. Jiang Li felt her teeth itch and rushed up to bite his arm. "Are you a dog, Jiang Li?" Jiang Yinchuan smiled, relieved. Little Jiang Li had finally returned to her old fierce self. Well, if she wanted to bite, then let her bite. Soon, it was time to return to the Lan realm. Unlike the silent Jiang Li when she arrived, now she was like a little son, laughing freely. Bai Wonking held her hand, worriedly reminding her, "If you don't want to do it anymore, come back. Mom can support you for a lifetime." "Okay." Jiang Li said goodbye one by one, but when she stood in front of Jiang Yinchuan, she stepped on his foot fiercely. "Single dog, next time we meet, don't forget to give me a little sister, second uncle." "You heard it again, Jiang Li? If you say it again, do you believe I want to find you a son?" His threats seemed to hit Jiang Li where it hurt, but she knew it was of no use. When he first found out she had a child, he was so happy he could almost fly. If she wasn't around, he would have gone out looking for one by now. Jiang Huaichuan shot him an annoyed glare. Jiang Yinchuan was unfazed. "Lili, have a few more. Second uncle will take care of you. You're so outstanding. What is wrong with playing with a few men?" Jiang Li rolled her eyes and turned to leave. In front of so many people, Jiang Yinchuan showed her no mercy. How infuriating. Chapter 99, Frontline, Battlefield. Half a month passed. Jiang Li noticed the strange looks people gave her, a feeling she couldn't quite describe. But she didn't care at all. Tomorrow was the day they would set off for the border. Recently, the bug race's attacks had become increasingly severe, and Lin Zhiyue had dispatched some people to the front line, including her. This was a great opportunity for her to showcase her skills. That night, while she was packing her things, Duan Yunzhu came to visit. When Jiang Li opened the door, she had expected it to be him. Otherwise, she might not have opened the door at all. In the end, she still stepped aside to let him in. Over the years, Duan Yunzhu had been by Pei Jin's side, and while he hadn't learned much else, he had mastered the art of reading people's expressions. How could he not see that Jiang Li didn't welcome him? He felt a surge of anger. After all, they had both come from the first military academy together. Moreover, they could be considered comrades. But ever since he arrived at the military department, he could clearly feel that Jiang Li was avoiding him. She was too ruthless. The words of concern that had almost reached his lips instantly turned bitter. "Jiang Li, among the new recruits this time, the marshal personally arranged for you to go to the front line. What is your relationship with the marshal? Why does he value you so much?" Jiang Li paused in her packing. "Is that why you came here?" He clearly wanted to say soft words, but he still stubbornly asked, "What? Do you have some secret with the marshal that others can't know?" "Duan Yunzhu, my affairs have nothing to do with you. You can leave once you're done." Seeing her indifferent attitude, Duan Yunzhu felt anger rising in him. No one could. He didn't know what Jiang Li was planning. He turned and walked toward the door, and just as his hand touched the doorknob, he paused. "Jiang Li, be careful. Don't die at the hands of the bug race." She hesitated. Okay. The real battlefield was much more brutal than they had initially understood. The bug race was merciless. They weren't afraid of pain or death. When the bugs in front died, the ones behind continued to charge forward. Their breeding capability was strong. Even when these died, there would always be another batch, as if they could never be killed off. Although the sacrifices of the wheel tactic were large, the attack power was equally strong. In just half a year, the 100 people who had initially formed a small team with Jiang Li had dwindled to just 3. One was a male with level psychic power, and the other was a simulated beast by Xinjiang. The bug race attacked, slowly forming an encirclement. The 3 stood back to back, warily watching the bugs. But their actions were futile. The encirclement was getting smaller. Bai Xinjiang said, "Wait, I'll go up and hold them off. You two quickly leave, don't worry about me." What he meant by holding them off was merely becoming food in the mouths of the bugs. Using what little was left to buy them time. Jiang Li was displeased. "What are you saying? When we chose to form a small team back then, we agreed that we wouldn't let any simulated beast serve as a meat shield. Have you forgotten?" Bai Xinjiang said seriously, "The situation is special now. This is the only way." Jiang Li shook her head. "No, I will use my psychic power. Before the next batch of bugs charges in, we will leave immediately." He disagreed. "But even if we leave from here, there will still be dangers behind us. Your psychic power will fade. You'll be especially weak these days." "Just weak? That is better than losing my life. Moreover, you've been behind me as teammates. What do I have to fear?" Bai Xinjiang couldn't argue with her and had no choice but to agree. Jiang Li was now at the second line of defense fighting against the bug race. The bug race was fierce, and the people defending here had recently gone to the first line for reinforcement. The first line was breached very suddenly. No one expected the bug race to actually succeed, and soon it reached them. Now, the second line of defense was also in danger, as Jiang Li's psychic power covered the battlefield in an instant. All the bugs fell as if they were watermelons dropped from a height. At a glance, it was all green liquid. Jiang Li reacted quickly, although they're dead. New bugs will come to replace them soon. Let us hurry. The 2 stepped forward, supporting her, one on each side, and headed for the third line of defense. What Jiang Li and the others didn't expect was that this time the bug race was particularly fierce. Before they could escape, bugs flew densely from the sky behind them. The male let go of one of Jiang Li's arms. "You two go. I'll meet them." While speaking, he changed the magazine. "You go, I'll stay," Bai Xinjiang spoke up. The male shook his head. "If you go, you'll just be sending yourself to death. Although I only have level psychic power, I'm definitely stronger than these bugs. I will come back alive." Leaving those words behind, he rushed toward the bugs. Jiang Li knew in her heart that he wouldn't survive. The movements of these bugs were too fast, even if his psychic power could deal with them. After becoming weak, he wouldn't be able to escape. She closed her eyes. "Let us go." There was no point in fighting for those anymore, as the gunshots sounded behind them. If they turned back now, all 3 would die here. After coming to the front line for these years, Jiang Li could no longer see herself merely as a blue star person. It was true that she didn't like the unfair treatment of the interstellar empire. But these people are innocent. As comrades, they are not afraid of death and protect everything behind them. They always leave the hope of life for others. Most of them are just ordinary people with better talents. Some of them never even got to see the ideal world of the storm before they died. Yet they never complain. What they defend is never the high-ranking nobles in the storm world. They have always defended the countless ordinary people behind them. Jiang Li, who is already part of this, can no longer watch everything indifferently. Although they are dead, their spirit remains. She will help them protect everything they want to guard. The insect race quickly followed. They didn't have time to reach the third defense line. In a hurry, Jiang Li directed by Xinjiang, and the 2 of them hid underground. This was a shelter specifically built to avoid the insect race. Jiang Li leaned against the earthen wall and chuckled softly. "I never expected that one day I would really need to use this place." Bai Xinjiang lowered his head. "Shall I go out and draw those insect races away?" Jiang Li was slightly taken aback. "Don't go. I know you're worried about me, but we can clearly survive together." He nodded and sat down beside her. The sound of the insect race's large troop passing by was loud, impossible to ignore. Bai Xinjiang suddenly spoke up, "Jiang Li, I never thought I could survive in the fight against the insect race." He smiled self-deprecatingly. "I have an older brother. He is also a simulated beast. He died at the hands of the insect race the first time he went to the battlefield. That day, the military personnel came to my house with a bonus, saying my brother died saving the males, that he was a hero." A hint of confusion flashed in by Xinjiang's eyes. That was the first time I realized that sacrificing oneself could be called being a hero. Chapter 100. Meeting again, the heartthrob becomes the chief instructor. When I was young, I dreamed of becoming a hero, but that day when I saw the letter my brother left behind, I had doubts. I didn't want my brother to become a hero. I just wanted him to live well. That's all. Xinjiang looked at her. When I learned I was coming to the front lines, I knew I should become a hero too. But I didn't expect the squad leader I met would be you. Jiang Li, you said not to sacrifice ourselves, not to be human shields, and to take up arms to resist the insect race with you. You are really different. You are amazing. I believe that one day you will change everything. Bai Xinjiang said quietly, Jiang Li, if in the future you have this opportunity, can you let there be fewer heroes among us simulated beasts? Jiang Li felt a bit emotional. She understood what he meant, but her tone hardened a bit. You should know how difficult this path is. Don't think about having me go back and charge in a battle for you. If you feel it's unfair, handle it yourself. He clearly had a desire for death. Jiang Li could not just watch. Okay, I understand, but no matter what, Jiang Li, thank you. Hearing his response, Jiang Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, a sharp pain shot through her neck, and in the next instant, she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she saw a white ceiling and felt something soft beneath her. She was a bit dazed. After confirming she was in the hospital, she pressed the bell. The first to arrive was a military officer, followed by a doctor. After a simple examination, the doctor said, "It's nothing serious. You'll be fine after the weakness period." After the doctor left, Jiang Li struggled to sit up. What about Bai Xinjiang? The officer silently lowered his head. Jiang Li felt something was wrong. She suspected something had happened to him. Sure enough, the officer's next words made her head buzz. That was a very powerful simulated beast. That day, when the insect race attacked the third defense line, besides countless insects, there was also a blood man. The only message he brought was your location. The officer closed his eyes. I admire him very much. The marshal said we must not let anything happen to you, so we immediately set off to rescue you. But when that simulated beast was sent to the hospital, his injuries were too severe. Even with the doctors doing their best, in the end, Jiang Li was momentarily disoriented. How many people are still alive on the second defense line? How many people are still alive in our squad? The officer's expression became unnatural as he avoided her gaze. Except for you, there are no survivors. He took a deep breath this time. The insect race was not only numerous, but also more ruthless. Their thirst for food has obviously reached its peak. Wherever they go, there are no bones left. We have driven the insect race out from the second defense line, but the first defense line has completely fallen. Jiang Li closed her eyes. Their smiling faces kept appearing in her mind. She felt a bit lost. It turned out these people were all dead. People can change. In just half a year, Jiang Li became the god of death at the entire border. Wherever she went, no insects survived. During this time, a total of 3 elite male insects and 5 elite female insects died at her hands. Aside from a dragon clan, occasionally launching sneak attacks, Jiang Li would also take people to ambush the insect race without hesitation. When they arrived, it was all about slashing. A year has passed. It was time to return to the storm world. Stepping off the spaceship and looking at the military base in front of her, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. All the equipment here is the best, and the clothes they wear are also the best. The conditions at the border are harsh, incomparable to this place. Major Jiang, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded, and she looked over. Duan Yunzhou stood not far away, from the stars on his shoulder. It could be seen that he was now a lieutenant. Although he had elite mental strength after the new recruit period, he chose not to go to the battlefield, but stayed at the military base. He was working on political matters, just as Lin Zhiyue had speculated. Lieutenant Duan, Jiang Li Nudaligli, Lieutenant, Major, and Brigadier General. This hierarchy is arranged in increasing order of rank. Welcome. The marshal has been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Li nodded and followed behind him. The first thing was to discuss merits and rewards. After a long time without seeing each other, Lin Zhiyue looked even colder. Jiang Li heard that in this year, the royal family's methods had become even more ruthless, and the military base was struggling. Lin Zhiyue nodded. Major Jiang has repeatedly repelled the insect race at the border and made great contributions. After our joint discussion, it has been decided to bestow the rank of Lieutenant Colonel to Jiang Li. Does anyone have any objections? On the surface, no one opposed. But Jiang Li could see disdain and contempt in their eyes. These people clearly did not accept her. But it was okay. If they didn't accept it, she would make them accept it. Jiang Li saluted, and Lin Zhiyue placed the stars on her shoulder epaulets. Lieutenant Colonel Jiang, keep up the good work. I won't disappoint the marshal's expectations. The celebration banquet dispersed. Jiang Li walked behind everyone, clearly hearing the voices in front of her. The last one to be promoted so quickly was the marshal. Do you think it will be the same for her? Hey, look at her thin arms and legs. The marshal is obviously building her up. This lieutenant colonel is not so easy to achieve. Exactly. It won't be long before she rolls off this position. Jiang Li walked past the few people as if she hadn't heard anything. The few people who were just gossiping suddenly fell silent. Cowards, she murmured. These people always elevate some while belittling others. Jiang Li's first task upon returning to the storm world was to serve as the chief instructor for this new recruit training. Compared to fighting on the front lines, this task seemed much easier. Pei Jin stood among the crowd, his expression extremely gloomy. Ever since Jiang Li came to the military base, it was as if she had evaporated from the world. No matter how he threatened these military personnel, they refused to say anything. Over time, he became very irritated. Since they were unwilling to speak, he would personally come to find her. But this training had been going on for half a month, and where was Jiang Li's figure? He didn't want to waste time on such meaningless things, so he decided to find the instructor after the dismissal. He wanted to leave this place. At that moment, a person dressed in military uniform and striking in appearance walked onto the high platform. He widened his eyes. He couldn't forget, nor could he escape from it. This person was Jiang Li, whom he had been longing for and searching for a long time. Everyone, from now on, I am your chief instructor. I don't care what your backgrounds are, whether you're nobles or simulated beasts. Here, everyone is treated equally. If you fail to complete your tasks, just wait for punishment. After saying that, she walked down the platform, and at that moment, a noisy voice rang out. Let go of me. Let go of me. It was the voice of a mad dog. Spoiler alert, Xiao Lin is coming back soon. Chapter 101. Pei Jin, Confinement. Jiang Li frowned. She never expected to see Pei Jin again. He actually entered the military department as well. Back when she was still in school, she knew too little. Over the past year, she had not only fought with the insect tribe on the front lines, but, more importantly, she had learned a lot about politics from Lin Zhiyue and Chen Zhenglin. One could say that Jiang Li was no longer the Jiang Li of the past. She used to wonder why Pei Jin could walk arrogantly throughout the entire interstellar empire, but now she understood. However, when she woke up that year and suddenly found herself 5,000 years in the future, with her family no longer by her side, the scene at that time left her feeling panicked and helpless. At this moment, she was no longer alone and would not let anyone take advantage of her anymore. Pei Jin was a strong figure of high rank and a member of the Pei family. Despite his struggles, no one could stop him. Jiang Li could clearly see that these people were just putting on a show, possibly afraid of angering this young master. They were afraid, but she was not. Pei Jin quickly rushed to her side. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had lost quite a bit of weight. Jiang Li noticed that he no longer had the arrogant demeanor he had when they first met. It was strange, yet her heart was calm. This was Pei Jin, who could do whatever he wanted and have whatever he desired. He didn't need anyone's pity. Jiang Li spoke indifferently. What do you want? Planning a rebellion? A huge accusation fell upon his head, yet Pei Jin showed no signs of fear. No matter where he was or how many people were around, Pei Jin spoke, somewhat at a loss. Jiang Li, I've been looking for you this whole year. Where have you been? Do you know how worried I was about you? He took a deep breath. That bastard Lin Zhiyue kept telling me you were out on a classified mission, refusing to tell me where you were. Jiang Li looked at him with cold eyes. He was clearly standing right in front of her, yet Jiang Li's gaze did not acknowledge him. This made Pei Jin unable to bear it. Although he previously wasn't favored by Jiang Li, whether it was dislike or scorn, she had always looked at him. But now, even though she was looking at him, it felt as if they were worlds apart. Pei Jin couldn't take it. Tears lingered at the corners of his eyes, ready to fall at any moment. Jiang Li, please don't be like this. I'm scared. I was young back then and did some things you couldn't accept. I know I've made mistakes and won't do it again. Can you please not treat me like this? Jiang Li stared at him for a long time and suddenly smiled. This person was still so high and mighty. It seemed that as long as he apologized, everyone would forgive him. Jiang Li felt it was absurdly wrong. The Lin family and Lin Ping had not been found yet. Besides sensing that he was still alive, she could sense nothing else. Apologies were the most useless things. Still young? The truly young Lin Ping was suffering outside, and he? The officers behind were secretly watching the two, wanting to hear more shocking gossip. But Jiang Li coldly spoke. It seems that young Master Pei didn't take my earlier words to heart. Since that's the case, I'll say it again. She raised her voice. I don't care what your identities are, nor do I care about your previous contributions to the Empire. You all better remember this. This is the military department, and I will not allow any of you to act recklessly. I am the chief instructor for this new recruit training. The marshal entrusted this task to me because he trusts me, so I will definitely complete this task perfectly. You all listen carefully. Here, everyone is the same, no exceptions, no privileges. If you can't stay, then get lost. No matter if you're a Pei Jin, Su Jin, or Wang Jin. The faces of everyone below turned serious. Yes, originally, they thought Jiang Li's earlier words were just formalities like those of previous instructors, but now it seemed she was speaking the truth. Jiang Li looked at the adjutant beside her. He disrespected the marshal and disregarded the rules of the military department. He'll be confined for a week. Besides providing nutrient solutions, no one is allowed to see him. Yes. Pei Jin instantly panicked upon hearing this, pleading in a low voice, Jiang Li, please don't treat me like this. I'm scared of the dark. Don't do this to me. Jiang Li's gaze deepened. This is just the beginning. Since you've made a mistake, you must accept the punishment. You understand this principle, right? Don't confine me. Don't confine me. Anything else is fine. Pei Jin, the military department has its rules. This is not a place for bargaining. Also, call me Major Jiang. You surely don't want to be confined for another month, right? She stared at him, her icy demeanor evident. What? Is what I say not effective? Yes. The officers gritted their teeth, feeling offended. After that, Pei Jin was dragged down, still shouting as he left, Jiang Li. Why are you so cruel? You know I'm afraid of the dark. You clearly know. Jiang Li ignored him and quickly walked in the opposite direction. When did she know Pei Jin was afraid of the dark? It was actually by accident. Back when she was still at the first military academy, Lin Zhiyue was still there, and Pei Jin clung to her. At that time, she only found him boring and hadn't reached the point of disliking him. It was a day when hail fell, and it hurt when it hit people. Jiang Li went to the training room to avoid the hail, avoid Pei Jin, and train at the same time. But that guy Pei Jin was like a sticky plaster. She had just arrived for a short while when he came as well. The large training room was divided into countless small rooms, mainly to avoid being discovered, especially by Pei Jin. Jiang Li didn't turn on the lights that day, and while she was enjoying a vigorous fight with the virtual equipment, a scream suddenly came from outside. She thought something had happened and rushed out. Then she found that Pei Jin had somehow followed her in, huddled in a corner, trembling with his head held. It was quite strange to see the once arrogant Pei Jin so terrified of the dark. The confinement room in the military department was meant for punishment. Under normal circumstances, those who made mistakes would not be placed inside. New recruits were not easy to discipline. Pei Jin was the best example, whether in terms of status or temperament. He was the best target for punishment. Jiang Li felt nothing about it. After fighting for a year against the insect tribe on the border, she had gained everything she had now. If she returned and acted like before, she might as well stay in the lawn realm and enjoy life instead of striving for military achievements. That would be purely idle. Pei Jin, from now on, you need to be more obedient. This is the military department. It's her territory. The confinement room was pitch black, and one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. He trembled all over, curled up in the corner, not daring to move. Suddenly, the door opened, and light poured in. He crawled towards the light, hope igniting in his heart. Jiang Li, you came to see me, didn't you? She really isn't that cruel to him. I'm not Major Jiang. Chapter 102. Jiang Li's family donated 3 years' worth of military funding. Following the light, Pei Jin looked up at the person who had arrived. After seeing clearly, he stiffened, then lowered his head. What are you here for? To watch my joke? He smiled wryly and said, Brother Pei, what are you talking about? How could I be worthy of watching your joke? Pei Jin sneered. Duan Yunjua, You can't possibly not know about Jiang Li's return. Yet you advised me to leave last night. What do you mean by that? Now that you've entered the military, you think you no longer need the Pei family, right? Duan Yunjua's eyes turned cold, but he still wore a smile, respectful. Brother Pei, what are you saying? Without the Pei family, there would be no current Duan family. Without you, there would be no current me. I understand the principle of not forgetting one's roots. Besides, even in the military, the royal family still relies on the Pei family's funding. I still know who is the boss. Pei Jin stared at him for a long time. His gaze was so sincere that it was hard to find any fault. After a while, he coldly snorted and replied, "You understand this principle. So why doesn't Jiang Li?" Duan Yunjua smiled. "She doesn't not understand. She treats you this way simply because she has found a new backing." "Who?" Pei Jin's expression instantly grew serious. "Marshal, Lin Zhiyue." Duan Yunjua sighed deeply, appearing to think of Pei Jin's interests. "You don't know how much the marshal values her now." This time she returned, she was promoted to lieutenant colonel out of turn. In the entire military, only the marshal has been promoted this quickly. Even his most valued aide, Chen Zhenglin, is not as good as Jiang Li. Pei Jin's expression turned cold. He has no ties to Jiang Li. What does he value her for? Duan Yunjua elongated his tone. "I can't say. Although I say this, the implications in his words are heavy. That old man's Lin Zhiyue, does he even deserve it? Brother Pei, the relationship between the military and the royal family this year is very delicate. Moreover, due to the insect tribe's rampant invasion this year, the public sees how the military protects them, and their trust in them deepens. Even Brother Pei must give Lin Zhiyue some respect now. Brother Pei, I advise you, since you are already in the military, don't think about other matters." Pei Jin refuted him without a second thought. "Are you kidding me? If it weren't for Jiang Li, do you think I would enter the military? What is Lin Zhiyue? Without the Pei family, he probably couldn't even afford weapons to fight the insect tribe." Duan Yunjua wore a troubled expression. "Brother Pei, although that's true, Jiang Li is clearly already brainwashed by Lin Zhiyue. I will definitely make her see clearly. That beast in human clothing." Duan Yunjua lowered his head, hiding the triumphant smile in his eyes. "Brother Pei, I will take my leave now. I came to deliver nutrient solution and shouldn't stay too long." Military meeting. After Lin Zhiyue listened to the report, he said, "Indeed, if this momentum continues, eliminating the insect tribe is just a matter of time. That's all for today. The meeting is dismissed." Major General Fong hesitated and called out to him, "Marshal, I have something to report." He just stood up, then sat back down again. Lieutenant General Chen also stayed. "I have something to arrange." "Yes." Once everyone had left, Major General Fong stood up and saluted. "Marshal, that Jiang Li is indeed a talent. This is beyond doubt. However, Marshal, she is still young and prone to trouble. We can't elevate her too high." "Oh." Pei Jin fixed his gaze on him. It was obvious he had come for Jiang Li this time. Major General Fong sighed. "I don't know if the marshal has heard, but this morning, Jiang Li locked up the second son of the Pei family." Lin Zhiyue crossed his arms on the table, exuding an imposing aura. "I heard about it. What's the matter?" Major General Fong furrowed his brow. "The second son of the Pei family has done outrageous things over the years. I'm sure the marshal knows that the Pei family would do anything for him and spoils him to no end. This year, because Pei Jin is coming, our military-s funding, 4/5 of it is provided by them. Punishing Pei Jin now would be slapping the Pei family in the face, wouldn't it?" Lin Zhiyue cast a cold glance at him. "So, Major General Fong, what do you mean by that? We can't offend the second son of the Pei family. I think it would be better to release him early and then have Jiang Li apologize. In case the Pei family asks about it later, it would be easier to explain. What do you think, Marshal?" Lin Zhiyue laughed upon hearing this. "So, Major General Fong, your meaning is to promote privileges in the military? The second son of the Pei family is different from others. There is no other Pei family in the entire star field." Lin Zhiyue glanced at him indifferently and then said, "I don't care how you think about it, but you need to understand this. The military does not allow any privileges. Furthermore, I believe Lieutenant Colonel Jiang has done nothing wrong. If all the officials in the military think like you, wouldn't that be chaotic?" Major General Fong's face turned ugly. "Marshal, I am on your side. You know that. But the Pei family truly cannot be offended." Lin Zhiyue glanced at Chen Zhenglin, who nodded. He stood up and said, "From now on, you don't need to report such matters to me. Don't say it's Pei Jean. Even if I make a mistake in the future, I will be punished as well. Don't bring that noble family's way of doing things into our military." After saying that, he left quickly. Major General Fong looked worried, quietly asking Lieutenant General Chun, "Do you think the marshal is angry?" Chun Zhonglin nodded, staring at him. "You know the marshal hates favoritism the most." "Yes, but the military's funding." Chun Zhonglin raised his hand to interrupt him. "According to what you said, if you have money, you can act recklessly? The military received a payment from a mysterious person this year. Enough funding for 3 years. Have you heard about this?" Major General Fong nodded, lowering his voice. "We've all speculated privately that it might be from the Pei family. After all, no one else can come up with that much money." Chun Zhonglin shook his head. "Thinking like that is a big mistake. Let me tell you secretly, that money was secretly given by Jiang Li's parents. According to your reasoning, if having money means having privileges, then shouldn't Lieutenant Colonel Jiang be able to act recklessly in the military?" He was taken aback, then spoke. "Lieutenant General Chun, don't joke with me. A family ranked 10th doesn't have that much money." Chun Zhonglin stood up without speaking, only smiling. Watching his back, Major General Fong murmured, "No way." But knowing Lieutenant General Chun, he wouldn't lie. Could it be true? Jiang Li followed Lin Zhiyue to attend a noble banquet. As she raised a glass of wine, her gaze unintentionally fell on a corner, and her pupils trembled slightly. Him? Chapter 103. Lin Zhiyue is back. The two had not seen each other for a long time. Jiang Li would always remember their first meeting, when he was enthusiastic and full of youth. When did he start to become silent? It seemed to be after he met her. However, it was clear that his current state was much better than when he was at the Lin family. But his gaze. Jiang Li's fingers unconsciously rubbed the red wine glass in her hand. Dressed in a white military uniform, she stood upright. This was a noble banquet. The relationship between the nobility and the military was delicate, and there were few military personnel here, making Jiang Li stand out even more. "Lieutenant Colonel Jiang?" The suddenly ringing voice forced her to retract her gaze. "President Pei." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Calculating the time, it had indeed been a long time since she last saw Pei Yin. Today, they coincidentally met. Pei Yin nodded, seemingly pointing out, "Lieutenant Colonel Jiang truly is accomplished at a young age. The last time we met, you were still a student at the first military academy. And in just a few short years, you have become an indispensable talent in the military." She had forgotten how he had threatened her, and naturally knew he was being sarcastic now. "President Pei, I heard that since last year, the entire Pei family has been under your control. That person, speaking of which, is still quite young, yet has handed over the position so quickly. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to part with it." The sudden change in the Pei family caught everyone off guard. On an ordinary day, Pei Yan's father suddenly announced that he would have full authority over the Pei family. Due to the favoritism towards Pei Jean, the outside world thought that this position would belong to Pei Jean. Although he couldn't compare to Pei Yin in any aspect, the Pei family had been blind for quite some time, so everyone was stunned by the sudden announcement. The principle of the capable do more work was something I believe Major Jiang understood well. Of course, although Pei Yin still appeared natural on the surface, just like before, Jiang Li could see from his subtle movements that he was not very happy at the moment. However, the reason didn't really matter. What mattered was that Pei Yin was unhappy, and that made her happy. She was more than willing to create trouble for these people out of boredom. Suddenly, she heard the sound of leather shoes hitting the ground behind her. She was slightly taken aback, as if sensing something, and turned around to see Lin Zhiyue standing not far away. He was dressed in a tailored black suit, with a cold expression and an extraordinary demeanor. The childishness had faded, and he had now transformed into a mature figure. "Major Jiang, long time no see." He nodded slightly, appearing calm, but his slightly trembling hand revealed his turbulent heart. Before Jiang Li could speak, Pei Yin stepped in first. "Lin's boy, it has indeed been a long time. I feel quite regretful about your family's departure from the Storm Realm back then." Lin Zhiyue smiled, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. "Pei Zong, there's no need to feel regret. Look, I'm back now, aren't I?" He nodded, praising, "It's easy to leave the Storm Realm, but coming back is not so simple." He sighed lightly. "Lin's boy, you're truly exceptional." If only my useless brother had such abilities. Lin Zhiyue narrowed his eyes. Everyone has different pursuits. Just like me, I clearly wanted to join the military, but ended up in business due to unforeseen circumstances. That's nothing. Besides interests, it also depends on talent. Jiang Li snutted. Unable to hold back a cold snort, Pei Zong might have forgotten, but he was also a level-strong person before. His expression unchanged. Pei Yin said, Major Jiang, you're mistaken. Going to the battlefield requires mental strength, but in the military, there are many other considerations. Otherwise, my level mental strength of a foolish brother wouldn't be in the confinement room now. Would he? That's terrifying. The news within the military could not be denied as being isolated. New recruits were especially strictly controlled and had to sign confidentiality agreements. From this perspective, the Pei family was indeed not ordinary. No, one could say the entire nobility was not ordinary. Jiang Li remained unperturbed, showing no fear. Pei Zong, since your information is so well-informed, why is he in the confinement room? I believe you should be clear about that. Major Jiang has misunderstood me. I have no intention of speaking up for him. Making mistakes and receiving punishment is only right. You should handle it as you see fit, without consideration for anyone. After saying this, he smiled and nodded at the two. Well, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb your reunion. With an ambiguous smile, he left the place. Jiang Li then revealed her concern. Lin Zhiyue, how have you been? Are aunt and uncle doing well? Lin Zhiyue looked at her. His eyes somewhat moist. They're all fine, and Lin Ping is also doing well. Don't worry. She nodded, finally sighing in relief. That's good, that's good. I've been looking for you for over a year, but there was no news. Where have you been? Lin Zhiyue's expression darkened slightly. Originally, we had no plans to leave the Storm Realm. Although the Lin family went bankrupt, my parents still had some savings. It wasn't enough to sustain our previous lifestyle, but living as ordinary people in the Storm Realm was still manageable. We left because someone wanted us dead. Who? Jiang Li frowned, suddenly recalling a figure in her mind. Are you talking about Pei Jin? Lin Zhiyue shook his head. At first, we thought the same as you, until Lin Xiaoning was assassinated and lost a leg. She didn't die. She almost died. She was saved by someone, and later when we encountered her, she told us everything. Lin Zhiyue sighed lightly, his expression complicated. We all thought those incidents were done by Pei Jin, but in fact he was just a scapegoat on the surface. The true instigator was someone else. Jiang Li quickly pieced everything together. That person she had suspected before. Why did news of Lin Xiaoning's death come shortly after she revealed her location? She spoke up. Are you saying it was the third prince? Lin Zhiyue nodded silently. It really was him. He hid himself well. Jiang Li recalled how he always appeared so innocent in the past. Pei Jin was also foolish, eager to take the blame for others. Lin Zhiyue said, I want to find that female who wronged me back then. Someone had already given her a sum of money to appear in front of Pei Jin. She was truly forced, but she didn't know whose child it was. She thought she could make some money, earning 2 portions. But the first person hiding behind the scenes had a more detailed plan than what Pei Jin explained, how to frame someone, and how to make the Galactic Empire believe her words. Through his shoulder, Jiang Li saw Duan Yunju, who had been looking for someone. A sense of foreboding rose in her heart, so she pulled Lin Zhiyue and headed upstairs. She had always known about Duan Yunju's visit to the confinement room to see Pei Jin a few days ago. Chapter 104. Having some fun, the so-called banquet is merely a place for the nobility to indulge in pleasure. As they went upstairs, they encountered luxuriously decorated rooms. Occasionally, males would come up with females or simulated beasts. The reception on the second floor, upon seeing the two, clearly misunderstood the situation. Lin Zhiyue's suit didn't reveal much, but Jiang Li's military uniform was particularly eye-catching. So military personnel also play so extravagantly. He handed over a room card, saying, You two, everything you need is in the room. Everything? What is there? Jiang Li was unsure, perhaps because she had rarely attended such banquets. Lin Zhiyue, who had little interest in such places when the Lin family was around, had only accompanied Lin Xiaoning. Both of them, while not showing it on their faces, felt puzzled but still took the card and headed towards the room. The moment they opened the door, Jiang Li panicked. Since entering the military, she had always been mindful of her image and had never lost her composure like this before. Inside was a large bed. Directly opposite was a room with completely transparent glass, containing shelves and various implements. Clearly, it was not meant for torture. Lin Zhiyue lightly coughed. Shall we go in? It's not good to be seen blocking the door. Okay. Forcing herself to appear calm, Jiang Li dared not look around at all. As well, Lin Zhiyue, who had drunk high-concentration alcohol, saw familiar figures entering the room from a distance with the help of attendants. He shook his head. No, she should still be downstairs socializing. How could she appear here? It must be an illusion. The attendant, head lowered, led the person into a room. Jiang Li and Lin Zhiyue had seen all sorts of things, but this was the first time they felt so awkward that they didn't know what to do. There was not a single chair in the room, and reluctantly, the two sat on the bed, which was much softer than an average bed, causing them to sink in immediately. Jiang Li touched her nose. Have aunt and uncle returned to the storm realm? No, he shook his head. Ping Ping hasn't returned either. The third prince is a member of the royal family, and he hides himself so deeply, making him much harder to deal with than Pei Jin. I don't want to put them in danger. What you said makes sense. Pei Jin has entered the military, but he hasn't. After graduating from the first military academy, he went to a political academy for further studies and is now working for the royal family, already holding real power. He is even harder to deal with now. Lin Zhiyue nodded. He and the crown prince are currently in a competition. I plan to support the crown prince. Jiang Li didn't care anyway. After all, she didn't support anyone. Fine, I support you. His hand paused slightly as he casually asked, what about you? I support the military. Democracy? That's right. She replied with a faint smile. The royal family today is no longer the royal family of the past. The outdated things should be replaced. Lin Zhiyue tapped his fingers rhythmically. Jiang Li knew he might not accept it because what he represented was also the noble class. I don't care. If you need any help, just find me anytime, he said. Jiang Li was a bit surprised. She didn't expect him to think this way. All right. After everything was discussed, the two fell into an awkward silence again. The bed faced the torture rack directly. Jiang Li couldn't understand the significance of such a design and couldn't help but steal a few glances. To be honest, the quality was far inferior to that of the military. Although the craftsmanship was exquisite, it was clearly more for show than function. Lin Zhiyue looked at her profile thoughtfully. This person had occupied his thoughts day and night for hundreds of days. He really liked Lin Ping. Even during the most difficult times after leaving the storm realm, he never let Lin Ping suffer at all. Lin Ping's brows and eyes resembled hers, and every time he saw Lin Ping, he always felt as if Jiang Li had never left him. Suddenly, Lin Zhiyue stood up, and when she turned to look, he was unbuttoning his suit jacket. Jiang Li blinked. What are you doing? His voice was a bit hoarse. In just a moment, half of his shirt buttons were undone. Don't you want to give it a try? Try what? Following the direction of his gaze, Jiang Li looked and met the whip hanging on the wall. Ah, no. Do you have some misunderstanding about me? She was at a loss for words. Lin Zhiyue chuckled softly, revealing his snow-white skin. Jiang Li, who doesn't know who between us? Damn, how does this guy know that she's a bit curious? Completely naked, he walked in on his own, raised his hand to secure one of her hands. And then he spoke. On the other side, I'll trouble you. Jiang Li should have refused, but shamefully and uncontrollably, she followed her heart and walked in. She took his hand, securing his other hand and both feet simultaneously. Lin Zhiyue's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Jiang Li's ears were already red. What was going on? Now, what do you want to play with first? Could he not be a bit more subtle in his speech? Jiang Li's body remained honest. She glanced randomly, seemingly casually, but actually quite deliberately picked up the small whip. She cleared her throat. How about this one? All right, whatever you say goes, as long as you want it. I can cooperate with anything. This guy really. She tentatively raised her hand and swung it down. The rain was getting heavier, the leaves began to tremble, and even the tree roots started to shake. But for the trees that had been dry for so long, this was a good thing. The rainwater was exactly what he had been longing for. The leaves rustled. Jiang Li shivered as raindrops fell onto the trunk. Lin Zhiyue gasped. After all, Jiang Li had never done this before and lacked experience. When she looked over, she just happened to meet the fire in his eyes. She thought too much. From the looks of it, he was definitely not crying out from pain, but she wasn't sure exactly why. Use a little strength. I'm not as fragile as you think. He felt the raindrops getting smaller and, fearing she wouldn't enjoy it, hurriedly spoke. Jiang Li gritted her teeth and swung again. And he suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Jiang Li, do you know how panicked I was when I left the Storm Realm? I thought about contacting you, but you were at the first military academy and I couldn't reach you. I originally thought I might never see you again in this lifetime, but now, I'm back. Flesh sank in, mixed with his satisfied gasp. Jiang Li stepped forward and gently caressed his flushed face. It's okay, it's all in the past. The Lin family used to protect me. Now I can protect the Lin family. Uncle, aunt, and Ping Ping can go find my family. It's absolutely safe there. Jiang Li. Thank you, I will contact them. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sound at the door. It was the sound of the door unlocking. How did the door open? The author also didn't know. Ha ha ha. Please urge for updates. Please give good reviews. Mwah mwah mwah. Chapter 105. Nurse Lin Zhiyue. Lin Zhiyue's action of holding her finger froze. The two looked at each other and saw panic in each other's eyes. If what they were doing now was seen by someone, it would be hard to explain. Jiang Li quickly pulled her hand back, turned around, and prepared to stop anyone. Who? Don't you know there's already someone here? Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Li froze in place. When she realized, she hurriedly went to help. Marshal, how did you get hurt? His face was pale, and blood was still flowing from his arm. Someone in the royal family tried to attack me. We need to leave quickly. It's not safe here. After saying that, he turned to take her away. At that moment, Jiang Li felt so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into the ground. She normally didn't have these little quirks. She was just trying out today. And on the very first time, she was caught red-handed by her superior. All she wanted now was to dig a hole and hide. She cleared her throat and avoided Lin Zhiyue's gaze. Just give me 10 minutes. After saying that, she hurriedly ran inside, stood in front of Lin Zhiyue, and began to untie him. What's wrong? He frowned. I have to leave now. My number hasn't changed. Do you remember? I remember, he said as he pulled out one hand. When you get back, contact me. Okay. Lin Zhiyue's expression was serious. He would never trouble Jiang Li. Not now or in the past. When he looked up, he saw someone he usually only saw online. The Marshal of the Star Empire, Lin Zhiyue. When he boldly entered the first military academy, Lin Zhiyue had been his goal. Not just him, most who chose to enlist admired him as well. Now, the idol from his youth appeared right in front of him. It was completely different from what Lin Zhiyue had imagined. Approaching him to greet him and make him remember him. Now he was hanging on the torture rack, completely naked, and had whip marks on his body. It was an epic social death, and that was about it. People wouldn't know if they hadn't lived for decades and experienced a few things. What he previously thought was embarrassingly unbearable would certainly be overturned one day in the future. Then he would realize that there would always be something more embarrassing to take its place. Lin Zhiyue froze in place. Just now, seeing Jiang Li's appearance, he thought something had happened. Sometimes, one shouldn't be too curious. Although from his perspective, he could only see Lin Zhiyue's face and his battle-damaged upper body. As an adult male, he had appreciated many artistic works of males and females fighting. What had just happened was not hard to guess. His vision went dark. At the moment Jiang Li turned around, he quickly walked into the bathroom. For the first time, he felt that the completely transparent bathroom glass was so embarrassing. He turned his back to the big bed and began to bandage his wound. People always seem very busy when they are in an embarrassing situation. When Jiang Li came out and saw this scene, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he hadn't noticed. Her lifetime reputation was preserved. She kept signaling to Lin Zhiyue with her eyes. Although he knew what had happened, he chose not to say anything to avoid making her feel awkward. While Lin Zhiyue was changing clothes, Jiang Li's eyes kept stealing glances at Lin Zhiyue. Fortunately, he maintained one position and did not turn around. She breathed a sigh of relief, and, after confirming that Lin Zhiyue had changed his clothes, she knocked on the bathroom door. All done. Lin Zhiyue, who was usually adept in various situations, was unusually a bit stammering. Jiang Li frowned. Is it better now? Is the marshal feeling unwell? No, not at all. He coughed lightly and stepped out. The bloodstained gauze had already been washed away by the water. Marshal, aren't they being a bit too bold? His gaze darkened. We touched their interests, and some people can't sit still. This banquet truly caught me off guard. What about Major General Chun? Jiang Li's quinta. The reason Lin didn't come with them was to guard against the royal family pulling this kind of stunt. It's not time to tear the face off yet. We don't have solid evidence, so we can't act rashly. Jiang Li nodded. True, those people in the royal family are more cunning than a wasp's nest. If this gets out, they're likely to find a scapegoat, right? The two spoke in low voices, and Lin Zhiyue heard nothing. But he wasn't curious. He just obediently stood, still waiting. Jiang Li's career, of course, was to be supported unconditionally. Let's go, Lin Zhiyue, her voice called out, and he hurried to catch up with him. After exchanging glances, Lin Zhiyue and Lin Zhiyue instinctively turned their heads away, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Jiang Li glanced at the two in surprise, but didn't pay much attention. On her phone was a structural diagram just sent by Lin. Marshal, where's that person now? He shook his head. In the corridor, at least 5 people. Just now, 2 were outside keeping watch, and 3 attempted to assassinate me. Jiang Li's expression darkened slightly. These people were indeed bold. She looked at Lin Zhiyue, who was wearing a military uniform, with the stars on his shoulder uniquely belonging to the marshal. Marshal, you should change into something else. I'll help you blend in. Okay, but the problem is, what can I find clothes at this hour? Lin Zhiyue was silent for a moment. I know where to find some, but I don't know if it's convenient for the marshal to wear. Jiang Li said seriously, in urgent situations, we can't worry about that now. Where are the clothes? Lin Zhiyue gave her a strange look and then returned to the room. In less than half a minute, he came back holding a box. It's all in here. I found it by accident. Jiang Li nodded, took it, and then one fell from her hands, landing on the ground. Jiang Li suddenly realized why Lin Zhiyue had said earlier that the clothes might not be suitable for Lin Zhiyue. It was indeed not suitable at all, because it hardly counted as clothing. To put it bluntly, even the beggars on the street wear better than this. Katyars, rabikyars, dogyars, katayis, rabiktayis. Dogtails, everything was available. The black lace was as sheer as a cicada's wing. The total fabric was less than one of Jiang Li's socks. A perfectly good white bodysuit was sheer and even had cutouts in the front and back. The chains were refreshingly unique. The entire outfit was made of chains. A smiley face. Jiang Li was stuck, unable to stand, walk, or run. It's okay. Marshal, we'll think of another way. Lin Zhiyue sighed deeply, unable to worry about it any longer. However, the way he looked at Jiang Li was inexplicably strange. He hadn't realized that this Jiang major was quite playful. Jiang Li nodded, squatted down, and quickly pulled out a nurse's outfit with a red stethoscope version that had more fabric. Marshal, sorry for the trouble. He silently took it into the bathroom, and when the sound of the glass being transparent rang out, he blushed and said, "You guys stand back." Yes. Reflexively, he saluted, and Jiang Li grabbed Lin Zhiyue and headed towards the torture chamber. Chapter 106. Enemies on a narrow road. Chengshu Bai, what is going on? Jiang Li felt that it would be hard for her to look at Lin Zhiyue straight in the future. If she really saw him today, would she be killed tomorrow to silence her? A smiley face. Lin Zhiyue adjusted his collar and casually asked, "You and the marshal have a good relationship?" "Oh, it's okay. The marshal treats me well. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be a major now. I'd probably still be in basic training." He nodded slightly, curious. "Is Yunjua in the military department too?" She nodded. "Yes, but he doesn't go to the battlefield. He mainly handles internal issues. Be careful of Yunjua. He looks a bit foolish next to Peijin." Okay. Jiang Li understood his meaning. She had noticed it long ago. When she first saw Yunjua next to Peijin, she thought he was a foolish lackey. But later she realized that someone who could stay beside this plague for so long couldn't be a simple character. You too. The turmoil between the royal family and the military is getting worse. You. Before she could finish, she froze. To be honest, she hadn't known Lin Zhiyue for long, but she had never seen him in casual clothes. Now, this man who had always been wrapped in military uniforms was wearing a white nurse's outfit that barely covered his thighs. The neckline exposed a large area of muscle. The waist design accentuated his V-shaped physique. Lin Zhiyue's sword-like brows slightly furrowed. His defined fingers kept tugging at the hem of the dress. And the pairing of fishnet stockings and military boots made his posture look somewhat stiff. You can fill in the details yourselves. Jiang Li hurriedly glanced and quickly looked away. But in fact, it had already been imprinted in her mind. For the first time, she felt that having an excellent memory could also be a disadvantage. So, Jiang Li touched her nose. So, shall we leave now? Okay, he responded, his ears slightly red. Lin Zhiyue's expression darkened, a bit unhappy. But Jiang Li's safety was the most important, so he said, I'll escort you out and provide cover. All right, thank you. Lin Zhiyue glanced at him. Marshal, it's best to take off your shoes. They're a bit too conspicuous. Okay. Jiang Li stepped forward and pretended to wrap her arms around him. She never expected to see such as Lin Zhiyue one day. As they opened the door to go out, he almost buried his face in her embrace. After a few rounds of drinks, many nobles surrounded them. When they met, they inevitably had to exchange a few pleasantries. Jiang Li's body was stiff as a steel plate. She stood at attention as if in military posture. These people were truly gossipy. Out of 10, 9 were asking who the person in her arms was, implying that they wanted to try their luck. Help! She couldn't say anything. She felt these people wouldn't really dare to listen anyway. If Lin Zhiyue really looked up, it would surely scare this group to death. Jiang Li just kept nodding and laughing, saying nothing that shouldn't be said, focusing entirely on bluffing. Good. We're almost at the elevator. Just as Lin Zhiyue said, someone wanted his life. Along the way, Jiang Li encountered a few people who were clearly trained fighters. Especially when they saw her in a military uniform, their expressions were always particularly serious. However, when they saw the person in her arms, their expressions turned to disdain. And then they left. Reputation damaged, but it wasn't a big deal. Safety first. Once they got into the elevator, she breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they left here, they would be safe. Later, they could come back for revenge, catching those few bastards. The elevator doors slowly closed, and Jiang Li was about to retract her hand, resting on Lin Zhiyue. Just as the door was about to close completely, ding dong, the elevator opened again. A man in a dark blue suit walked in, reprimanding those around him. His silver hair stood out. The hand Jiang Li had just raised fell again. Cheng Shubai. What kind of luck was this today? She encountered both those she wanted to meet and those she didn't want to meet. The moment their eyes met, Cheng Shubai's pupils suddenly constricted and his throat moved. He waved for the people beside him to step back, but his gaze followed her, landing on Lin Zhiyue. Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. He was not as easy to fool as those earlier. Uncontrollably, she instinctively tightened her grip, burying Lin Zhiyue's head deeper into her embrace. Cheng Shubai slowly walked into the elevator. A sense of oppression hit her instantly. From the beginning of the school year until now, from their first meeting at the first military academy to now, only a little over 3 years had passed. Yet, each of them had changed significantly. Cheng Shubai lowered her head, her fingers quickly tapping on her phone, not knowing what she was saying. In less than half a minute, the elevator suddenly stopped. Jiang Li frowned and tilted her head to meet Lin Zhiyue's gaze. Those usually cold eyes now had a hint of redness at the corners. She opened her mouth, forming the words with her lips, I'll find a way. Lin Zhiyue nodded slightly and buried his head back into her embrace. Cheng Shubai spoke sarcastically, is Lin Zhiyue back? The road back to the storm realm won't be easy, will it? There's no need for the third prince to worry. This is my business. Cheng Shubai scoffed. As a member of the Lin family, has your pride been worn away? What do you mean by that? When Pei Jin was by Jiang Li's side, you certainly didn't hold back in dealing with him, both openly and secretly. After saying that, he glanced disdainfully at Lin Zhiyue. Now that you have this thing in your arms, you don't care anymore? Lin Zhiyue spoke lightly. This is our matter. No need for the third prince to worry. Cheng Shubai turned to face Jiang Li. Have you given up on Lin Zhiyue now? When he said this, he tilted his head deliberately, exposing his throat, implying something. Jiang Li curled her lips, purely wanting to disgust him. The third prince doesn't need to worry about him. I will never give up on Lin Zhiyue. Clearly knowing she was trying to provoke him, Lin Zhiyue's heart still involuntarily raced, faster than ever. Cheng Shubai gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. Lin Zhiyue is fine, but now even this thing, Jiang Li, have you gone mad? Jiang Li looked at him, her eyes empty, as if he wasn't even there. This realization made Cheng Shubai's heart sink to the bottom. Third prince, you seem to be mistaken. This is my private life, and it has nothing to do with you. Lin Zhiyue can say a few words to me, but what right do you have? What position do you hold? Cheng Shubai's eyes turned fierce. Jiang Li, don't forget. You're not alone now. You're a soldier. Do you think the military would care if they knew? If the marshal, who values you most, found out what you did today, what would they think? What a terrifying threat. Jiang Li couldn't help but pinch Lin Zhiyue's shoulder. If it weren't for the fact that her direct superior was in her arms, she would have truly been scared. Chapter 107. Marshal missing? Jiang Li gently cleared her throat, but showed no signs of fear. No need for the third prince to worry. This is my business. Of course, if you want to go to the military and tell them about today's events, I have no objections. Cheng Shubai stared at her for a long time, his face somewhat ashen. Jiang Li, you really have a way with words. She seemed to not hear his sarcasm. Third prince, we have things to do. What about this elevator? Cheng Shubai glared at her fiercely and then shot a vicious look at Lin Zhiyue, disheveled and shameless. But half of it is the same. What is he really saying? His mouth was sharp, but after finishing, he took out his phone and made a call. Open the elevator. 15 seconds later, the elevator stopped at the first floor. Once they all got out, Cheng Shubai, with a grim expression, spoke, "Investigate. I want to see who that man really is." Once downstairs, it was much simpler to leave. People at parties like this, who had taken someone away for fun, had long since become accustomed to it. These ordinary people were merely playthings for them. The elites. Jiang Li hesitated and glanced at Lin Zhiyue. It was clearly inappropriate to meet Chen Zhenglin dressed like this. Lin Zhiyue spoke up to ease the situation. "I have spare clothes in my car. If the marshal doesn't mind, he can wear them for now." "Thank you." Lin Zhiyue's gratitude was sincere. Lin Zhiyue and Lin Zhiyue were about the same height. However, comparatively, Lin Zhiyue was a bit sturdier. The black suit was a bit tight on him, but not ugly, only making people feel that he was very fit. Jiang Li looked at him and softly said, "Contact me when you get back." "Okay." Lin Zhiyue nodded, his gaze filled with reluctance towards her. How she came to Blue Star and her identity. After the Lin family's downfall, Cheng Shubai had told him it was because the Lin family owed her too much. The three parted ways. Lin Zhiyue hesitated before asking, "How is your child?" She was a little surprised, not understanding why he suddenly asked about this. "Pretty good. Thank you for your concern, Marshal." She didn't want to mix personal matters with work. "Marshal, shall I go with Major General Chen to catch people later? I remember their faces just now." "Okay." He nodded. "Be safe. Do what you want. I'll be outside." Yes. The marshal was truly a great superior. It's rare to find someone who trusts their subordinates unconditionally. Most superiors exploit their subordinates when there's nothing happening and throw them under the bus when things go wrong. "Marshal, why have you changed clothes?" Chen Zhenglin asked, somewhat surprised. Lin Zhiyue awkwardly touched his nose. Someone had inappropriate thoughts. "I went missing, and you all went to get people." The two reacted quickly, yes. The one who reacted the most had the greatest suspicion. "Rest assured, Marshal, we understand." The banquet hall, which had just been lively, was now silent. The military sent over 1,000 people, all of whom were above the spiritual level. The entire banquet hall was surrounded tightly by them. Pei Yin played with a wine glass in his hand. "Major General Chen, Captain Jiang, what do you mean by this?" Chen Zhenglin coldly replied, "The marshal is missing. If we can't find the marshal today, none of you can leave here." As soon as he finished speaking, complaints erupted. "Major General Chen, the marshal is missing. You should go find him. Why are you surrounding us? Moreover, the marshal is so powerful. He might have gone elsewhere. You're being too cautious. The marshal is missing. You can't suspect that we did it, right? Work needs evidence." Jiang Li's gaze swept over the people who reacted the most. One played the villain, and the other played the good cop. "Just right." Jiang Li stepped up to mediate. "Everyone knows that the recent attacks from the insect tribe have become more intense. The marshal is the stabilizing force of our military. If he is not here, the front lines." She clapped her hands, looking quite troubled. "We're also doing this for everyone's good. If the insect tribe breaks through the defense line, each of us will be in danger. What do you think?" Once these words were spoken, the opposing voices instantly diminished. Jiang Li knew exactly what kind of people these were. They appeared high and mighty, yet they were terrified of death. The richer and more powerful they were, the more they valued their lives. "Captain Jiang, it's not that we aren't cooperating. It's just that those who can come today are all busy people, and this business cannot wait." Exactly. How interesting. When they were drinking and having fun just now, they didn't feel busy, but now they suddenly remembered. Lin drew his gun and fired 3 shots at the ceiling. The chandelier fell down, making a huge sound. Everyone panicked, crouching down and covering their heads, while a few stood still, unmoved. Jiang Li looked at the absurdity of these so-called upper-class people at this moment and found it laughable. A group of people who pushed the lower class to the border to die were actually this timid. These so-called nobles and politicians always spoke better than they acted. Lin coldly stated, "Listen well. Today I say this. Unless we find the marshal, no one can leave." His words were clearly more effective than Jiang Li's. However, what they were actually afraid of wasn't him, but the weapon he held. This group of people embodies the phrase bullying the weak and fearing the strong to the fullest extent. General Chun, rest assured, since you have spoken, we will definitely cooperate. Yes. Thanks to the marshal, otherwise, we wouldn't even know how rampant that group of Zerg is. The marshal's matter is our matter. Pei Yin smirked and said, "You two do as you please." He seemed to know everything. Jiang Li couldn't help but glance at him again. No wonder the Pei family could make a fortune. This awareness is not something ordinary people possess. Giving a slap and then a date, Jiang Li was very adept at this tactic. Lin put away his gun, exchanged a glance with Jiang Li, and the two walked towards the stairs down. The commotion had been so loud that those people were definitely not fools. They might have hidden away. The downstairs was the best hiding place. Just then, the elevator door chimed. A familiar voice came through. "General Chun, Major Jiang. What are you trying to do? Are you planning a rebellion?" It was Cheng Shubai's voice. Jiang Li frowned. This person really was like a ghost. How could he be everywhere? Cheng Shubai was not easy to fool like these ordinary nobles. Jiang Li turned to meet his gaze, neither humble nor overbearing. What does the third prince mean? The marshal has made contributions, if not merit, then at least hard work to the entire galactic empire. Now that he is missing, is there anything wrong with us looking for him? Or does the third prince think that the marshal's existence is dispensable? Chapter 108. The Fantasizing Cheng Shubai. Cheng Shubai's eyes darkened slightly. "Major Jiang, your interpretation of my words is quite inappropriate, isn't it?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "Third prince, if I have offended you in any way, I will personally visit to apologize another day. But the matter of the marshal's disappearance is of great importance. So I hope the third prince will not make things difficult for us." "Difficult?" The words turned in his mouth. "I can have my people help search for the marshal." He fixed his gaze on Jiang Li, trying to find a flaw in her expression. Lin Zhiyue is missing. He didn't believe it. A man with extraordinary mental strength missing? Don't be ridiculous. In this vast galactic empire, perhaps only Jiang Li could compete with him. Although Pei Jin also had high mental strength, he was excluded. Those without brains could only stand there and take a beating. The anticipated panic did not appear. Jiang Li calmly replied, "All right, then I will trouble the third prince. Due to the urgency of the situation, I won't waste time with you here." Saying this, she prepared to head downstairs. Cheng Shubai paused slightly, then said, "I will go with you. After all, the marshal is a great contributor to our galactic empire. With father not present, as a prince, I must ensure the safety of my subjects." The 3 terms contributor, prince, and subject were emphasized heavily by him. The implications were self-evident, but Jiang Li remained unmoved. "All right, please do." The first basement level was piled with all sorts of clutter. From weapons to miscellaneous small items, everything was there, specially prepared for special situations. It was dark inside, but the lights were bright. As soon as the lights turned on, everything was exposed. Jiang Li's gaze swept over the piled items. Hiding a person here was not actually difficult. Since that's the case, go search this place thoroughly. Yes. The crowd scattered. Lin maintained a cold expression. Standing not too far away, Jiang Li stood beside him. Although she appeared anxious, it was actually fine. After all, Lin Zhiyue had not gone missing. He was sitting just fine in a military vehicle outside. Cheng Shubai's gaze had not left Jiang Li since the beginning. He greedily looked at the person he longed for day and night. If looks could eat, Jiang Li would have been devoured by him countless times already. So charming, so tempting, but she always acted so unruly. He rubbed his fingers. Back at the first military academy, he had noticed that Jiang Li was a person with a strong sense of justice, and at that time, he thought it was a good thing. He even considered that as long as she was willing to be with him, He could help Jiang Li rise in the military. But now he regretted it. Ever since she entered the military, everything had changed. She no longer needed him. She had broken free from his control, and everything seemed less important. Since that's the case, he would break Jiang Li's wings, make her forever unable to leave him. Thinking of the future scene, Cheng Shubai couldn't help but close his eyes. Are you hungry? Feeling down? Let me hug you. We must always be together. I love you. After Jiang Li was by his side, these are the only words he could say to her. Just thinking of that scene, every frown and smile of hers made Cheng Shubai unable to resist being enamored. It was so beautiful. His soul trembled at the thought. Not far away, the sound of fighting broke out. The sound was not loud, but this place was too quiet, making it impossible to ignore. Cheng Shubai opened his eyes, his brows filled with disgust and ruthlessness. Who was disturbing him and his Jiang Li? Jiang Li spoke sternly. I will go take a look. General Chen, you stay here. All right. Cheng Shubai hurried to catch up with her pace, and while walking side by side, he suddenly said, With you here, I never feel unhappy. Jiang Li stopped and looked at him inexplicably. Where did this fool come from? Who was he talking to? Until she didn't respond, Cheng Shubai stopped. He didn't understand why the enthusiastic Jiang Li had suddenly turned like this. But when he saw her retreating figure, he realized this was not a fantasy, this was reality. Jiang Li's attitude towards him remained as cold as ever. It was truly heartbreaking. He just didn't know that when she could only rely on him, she certainly wouldn't be like this again. Just thinking about it made Cheng Shubai unable to help but feel moved. The people were quickly controlled by the soldiers. Major Jiang, these people are very suspicious. Jiang Li glanced over. She recognized them correctly. These were the people she was looking for. Bring them over. Yes. The people were handed over to Chen Zhonglin. These people had tough mouths and refused to say anything, no matter what she asked. Jiang Li was indeed helpless. Her interrogation skills could only be described as average. But Chen Zhonglin was very skilled. Anyone in his hands would speak within half an hour at most. To be honest with his methods, Jiang Li felt that even she would waver. It was indeed too ruthless. The screams were incessant. Jiang Li, however, stretched and quickly walked upstairs. In the banquet hall, those of high status sat on the sofa, while those of lower status stood. But they all wore displeased expressions. Upon seeing Jiang Li arrive, someone spoke. Major Jiang, have you found the marshal? No, she replied lightly, then walked to an officer. Her voice was very low. Only the two of them could hear. Have you discovered any suspicious individuals? He mentioned a few people to Jiang Li. She nodded slightly. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Make sure to keep a close watch on them. No one can leave. Major Jiang, rest assured. I understand. Pei Yin sat on the sofa, looking as if he were not under control, appearing quite at ease, as if this were his home ground. I wonder how the marshal is doing now. Major Jiang, if you find the marshal, you must tell me. I am very worried about him. This person truly was a cunning old fox. Jiang Li smiled coldly. Rest assured, Mr. Pei, if there is any news, I will be the first to inform you. Good. He smiled back. Everyone else cooperated a bit. The marshal is a great contributor to our galactic empire. The gazes falling on Pei Yin were somewhat strange. So was Cheng Shubai. Now, the relationship between the military and the nobility was almost irreconcilable. The Pei family was the first noble family of the galactic empire. The military had been quite honest before, completely under their control, and everything began to change when Lin Zhiyue became the marshal. Although that puppet was powerful, he had too many ideas and gradually became unmanageable. Although everyone pretended not to care about Lin Zhiyue's disappearance, deep down, they hoped he was dead. After he was gone, they would push another obedient puppet into position. This way, everything would remain unchanged, and they would still be a high and mighty group. What they didn't expect was how Pei Yin would react. Jiang Li half smiled and said, Rest assured, President Pei, once the marshal is found, I will be the first to inform you. After all, your friendship with the marshal is important. Chapter 109. Framing and conspiracy. At this point, the conversation abruptly stopped. Jiang Li hurriedly covered her mouth. Everyone don't mind it. I just spoke impulsively and lost my composure. Please don't think too much about it. During this sensitive time, it would have been better if Jiang Li hadn't explained it all. Once she did, the thoughts in several people's minds became even harder to control. It was like trying to cover up something that was already obvious. Everyone's gaze unconsciously fell on Pei Yan. He was hiding it well. If what Jiang Li said was true, and he had a good relationship with Lin Zhiyue behind the scenes, did that mean he was on the military side? The people present were all intelligent. However, the smarter they were, the more they tended to suspect and overthink. This might be the classic case of being too clever for one's own good. They might not believe anyone, especially when it came to matters of interest. Not even family, not even a biological son and parents. Jiang Li felt quite pleased. Unexpectedly, she had stumbled upon a good opportunity for sowing discord. Pei Yan sneered. He was too perceptive to be oblivious to her little tricks, but he simply didn't care. Cheng Shubai listened in silence. He had long harbored doubts about Pei Yan, but after Jiang Li's comments, he became less suspicious. The fact that Jiang Li could speak openly about it was to make others doubt him. If Pei Yan was indeed on the military side, that would bring them no benefit at all. The dull sound of military boots hitting the ground mixed with the sound of something being dragged across the floor. Chen Zhenglin had arrived. As Jiang Li walked over, their eyes met for a brief moment, exchanging a look. Not everyone was as calm as Jiang Li. Most people had already begun to scream loudly. Chen Zhenglin was drenched in blood, looking somewhat terrifying. But even more horrifying were the few individuals being dragged over by the soldiers. Their skin was torn and bloody, hanging on by a thread, as if they could die at any moment. At that moment, two people hiding in the crowd began to retreat. The officer who had spoken to Jiang Li earlier had waited a long time for this moment. Without hesitation, he blocked the two of them. Chen Jinglin's tone was cold as he repeated what he had said earlier. They bit their lips, clearly reluctant to speak. Was it reluctance or fear? In this situation, all that was needed was for them to be more afraid of him. Chen Zhenglin drew the knife from his waist. Before he could even begin to intimidate them, they were already terrified. They preferred a quick death to being tortured to death. It was the two of them who gave us a large sum of money and the identity of the storm domain, asking us to assassinate the marshal. Chen Zhenglin nodded slightly. Who are you? We are interstellar pirates. As soon as this was said, it was like a giant stone dropping into a calm lake. No one could maintain their composure anymore, and everyone's faces turned ugly. What kind of people were interstellar pirates? Ruthless and merciless. They actually brought such people into the storm domain. What would happen if they started killing in the storm domain? That's right. They weren't afraid of Lin Zhiyue dying. They were afraid for their own safety, afraid they would get hurt or die. Chen Zhenglin acknowledged, crouching down to look into one of the person's eyes. Tell me, where's the marshal? Why only look into one eye? It was because the other eye was empty, nothing there but blood flowing down. He gritted his teeth and said, according to what they said, we drugged the marshal, and he was unconscious. Just as we were about to act, they suddenly backed out, took the marshal away. But we didn't know where he is now. They told us to leave here and promised to pay us later. Just as we were about to leave, we found ourselves surrounded and had to hide downstairs. Upon hearing this, the two were dumbfounded. They indeed hired someone to kill. But when did Lin Zhiyue appear in their hands? Moreover, they had no idea whether they succeeded or not. They hadn't even contacted them. Initially, when Chen Zhenglin and Jiang Li arrived, they thought the few had destroyed the evidence after succeeding. But now it seemed they were after them. Glancing at the two, fear arose in their hearts. Even interstellar pirates couldn't withstand this kind of interrogation, let alone them. They spoke incoherently. General Chen, the person was indeed hired by us. But we had no malicious intent. It was just that a while ago, your military inadvertently destroyed one of our ships during the battle with the insect tribe, which contained half a year's worth of our company's goods. We were just upset and wanted to scare the marshal a little, but we really had no ill intentions. And we don't know where the marshal is. It has nothing to do with us. No ill intentions, just scaring him. Hiring someone to kill. Ridiculous. Truly shameless. Jiang Li touched her nose, but didn't mind. They were shameless, and they could be even more shameless. She spoke, so how much did you lose? Tell us. The military will compensate you, but please let us go the marshal. She said seriously, this is not a joke. As long as you hand over the marshal. I will explain it to him. It was just a joke, and I believe the marshal won't take it to heart, given the current severe situation at the border. Even if you don't consider the safety of our officers, you should consider everyone here. If the insect tribe breaks through the defense line, It wouldn't be realistic for you two to resolve it with weapons. This is the inherent flaw of human nature. When it doesn't touch their own interests, they won't say anything. But once it involves their own interests, no one can remain unmoved. The accusation struck at the core of the two. If Jiang Li and the others weren't present, they would have rushed up to hit someone by now. They were all venting their frustrations, swearing loudly. All sorts of curses flying around. Such dignified individuals. The two exchanged looks, feeling confused. Major Jiang, it's already come to this. If we continue to deceive you, it would be meaningless. We really don't know where the marshal is. Jiang Li sighed deeply, feeling frustrated, since the two don't want to cooperate. We have no choice. General Chun, take them back to the military. Chen Zhenglin nodded and signaled to the people behind him. The two were picked up like sandbags. As they were dragged away, they kept shouting, "We are wronged." Pei Yin looked at Jiang Li, his eyes seeming to have seen through everything. Major Jiang, now that we have found the murderer, can we leave? She looked at Chen Zhenglin. The latter nodded. Thank you all for your cooperation today. We will definitely come to thank you on another day. You may leave now. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Cheng Shubai felt that this matter was not so simple. The military was about to make a move. This was just the beginning. Author's note. Today I'm adding another chapter for everyone. Chapter 110. Jiang Li, I gave you a chance. A major incident occurred in the interstellar empire. Marshals Lin Zhiyue had been missing for half a month. During this time, the military, the royal family, and various small factions have been searching. But Lin Zhiyue seemed to have evaporated from the world, causing widespread panic across the entire interstellar empire. Many conspiracy theory posts about the royal family have emerged online. The authorities are trying to control this, but the posts crop up like mushrooms after rain, and it's impossible to delete them all. I don't know when they will pop up again from other places. The Zerg's attacks have never ceased. The disappearance of Lin Zhiyue has also had an impact. As the battle reports from the border grow closer, those people can no longer sit still. They want Lin Zhiyue to disappear, hoping that he won't return this time, so they can seize power once more. But the reality is, they can't do without him. It's somewhat amusing. In fact, he is right inside the military headquarters. The long-missing Lin Zhiyue lowered his head to look at the battle reports in his hands and nodded. Well done. Chen Zhenglin and Jiang Li stood on either side. Jiang Li said, Marshal, the Zerg are now in a state of fatigue. It's time to prepare for a counterattack. Good. Leave the affairs of the Longjia to me and Major General Chun. You go to the border. I trust you with this. Yes. Jiang Li saluta. I'll allow you to spend some time with your family on Qingting Star before heading to the border. Thank you, Marshal. Lin Zhiyue looked at her with a complex expression. Be careful, depart in 3 days, and make sure to come back alive. Yes. Although the two had been speaking to each other, their gazes never landed on one another. Since returning from the banquet that day, the atmosphere between them had become somewhat strange. Chen Zhenglin noticed this, but didn't know what was wrong and couldn't ask. So he could only guess in his heart. However, during this time, being caught between the two of them was somewhat difficult for him. I'll take my leave now. All right. He nodded. Chen Zhenglin stood in place, waiting for Lin Zhiyue to tell him to leave, but he remained silent. Marshal, is there anything else planned? How should he answer that? Lin Zhiyue coughed lightly, feeling somewhat awkward as he spoke. If there is someone 9 years older than you who wants to pursue you, what do you think? What do you mean? Chen Zhenglin began to think deeply about who the marshal could be 9 years older than, or who might be 9 years older than him. After a while, he still had no clue. The marshal had spent all these years in the military headquarters and didn't seem to know many people in that regard. He answered seriously, Marshal, if it were me, I wouldn't care about a 9-year age difference. Why? Isn't that a bit old? He asked somewhat cautiously. Now Chen Zhenglin was sure. The marshal had finally opened up. We interstellar people can live up to 200 years, or even longer. I don't think a 9-year gap is an issue. Plus, isn't it said that older people are more caring? Marshal, you're still young. Lin Zhiyue gritted his teeth and said, what are you talking about? It's not me. Chen Zhenglin nodded, playing the fool. I know it must not be the marshal. All right, you can go out now. Yes. What is horror? Jiang Li could answer that right now. After leaving the marshal's office, she went straight back to her room to take a bath. During this time, with Lin Zhiyue absent, to maintain appearances, all matters in the military headquarters were handled by her and Chen Zhenglin. She hadn't realized it before, But now she felt that being a marshal was quite exhausting. After a comfortable soak, Jiang Li stepped out of the bath, only to find someone else in her bed. Just as she sat down, the person, naked, wrapped around her from behind, holding her tightly. It wasn't a small scare, it was a big one. Jiang Li executed a shoulder throw, sending the person crashing to the floor, her bare foot instinctively pressing down on their neck, needing only to apply a little force. At that moment, she hadn't yet seen who it was. Before she could demand answers, a sticky sensation made her hair stand on end. What the hell? Pervert! She looked down and met Pei Jin's excited, reddened eyes. It was too reasonable. But, you're sick. Unable to control herself, she wanted to kick him, but then suddenly thought that this might be reasonable for him. Jiang Li forced herself to retract her foot, standing up with a look of disgust. Meticulously washing the spots he had touched, Pei Jin felt like he was flying, exhilarated. He liked it, he really liked it. It wasn't until the sound of water stopped that he stood up. He sat on the bed, taking off his outer coat and draping it over his legs. His posture somewhat awkward. When Jiang Li came out, she saw Pei Jin radiating anger. His attitude, though stiff, was much better than before. Previously, she had thought that Pei Jin was responsible for the Lin family's departure from Lin Zhiyue, which was why she had given him the cold shoulder. Although she now knew he was wronged, Jiang Li still hadn't changed her opinion of him. A wrong is a wrong. Framing Lin Zhiyue, he had a part in it, although he wasn't the main culprit. But whether he was the principal or an accomplice, he was still at fault. What are you doing here? The curfew is over. I missed you a bit. He blushed, sitting there like a little wife. Jiang Li's face stiffened. How did you get in here? A place like this was not accessible to an ordinary new recruit like him. If I told you, would you not dislike me? Pei Jin attempted to make a deal with her. No, that's a different matter. Then I can't tell you. His expression remained unchanged, but his eyes strangely held a hint of excitement. Jiang Li felt something was off, but suddenly a bad premonition rose in her heart. Pei Jin looked like he was about to cause trouble, and she didn't want to stay with him any longer. You should leave quickly. Okay. He surprisingly complied, standing up and tying his coat around his waist. Although Jiang Li found it strange, she didn't say anything. As he walked past her, she instinctively sidestepped to avoid him. But the room was only so big, and she could only step aside half a step. Pei Jin's eyes flashed with a smile as he suddenly stopped beside her. What's wrong? He looked at her steadily, his eyes filled with emotions she couldn't understand. Jiang Li, if I had met you before Lin Zhiyue, would everything have been different? Jiang Li frowned and thought carefully. No. What made Pei Jin most suffocating was his character, not the timing. That feeling of being tightly entangled, like falling into a swamp. Unable to escape, Jiang Li didn't want to experience it a second time. A dangerous ruthlessness instantly surfaced in Pei Jin's eyes. Jiang Li, I gave you a chance. At first, Jiang Li didn't understand what he meant by that, until a syringe suddenly appeared and pricked her with a needle. Chapter 111. Pei Jin Military Tribunal. Jiang Li pushed him away forcefully. The item Pei Jin had was indeed sophisticated. The syringe didn't need to be pushed, and the liquid went directly in. What did you do? She frowned. But in reality, Jiang Li wasn't too worried. Tranquilizers had no effect on her. This is the military headquarters. It's not a place where you can mess around. Jiang Li's voice held an undeniable sternness. Pei Jin smiled, somewhat sickly. It doesn't matter. Do you want me to leave? I came to the military headquarters just because it's closer to you. Jiang Li, you can't push me away. Crazy. Get out now. She pulled out the gun she had placed on the bedside and aimed it at Pei Jin's head. He licked his lips, unfazed. Dying at your hands would excite me. Jiang Li was about to grind her teeth in frustration. This person was simply a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Shameless. The next moment, she suddenly felt dizzy, and her whole body became hot. This wasn't a tranquilizer. In just a few seconds, her head was already a bit muddled, and her speech lost coherence. Pei Jin, what is this? You think I can harm you? Of course it's a good thing. Pei Jin's eyes sparkled with obsession. He pulled Jiang Li onto the bed, then leaned over her, pulling open her collar. His pheromone has a strong, metallic scent that is hard to ignore. At this moment, his glands are pressed against Jiang Li's lips. Her cheeks flush abnormally, and Pei Jin is mesmerized. Jiang Li, you look so beautiful like this. His hand caresses Jiang Li's face and lips one by one. Jiang Li, are you feeling uncomfortable now? Do you want to try? Even just having his glands brushed by her lips excites him to the point of trembling, and upon closer inspection, his face is even redder than Jiang Li's. I will definitely do better than Lin Zhiyue. I will definitely be more interesting than him. Pei Jin thought Jiang Li would be attracted to him, like all the males, due to the pheromones. But despite all his calculations, he still miscalculated. As a member of the dragon clan, she would only be attracted to him physically, even in traditional medicine. Jiang Li turned her head away and took a deep breath. The instinctive action of avoiding her crush made Pei Jin unable to remain calm. He questioned in a low voice, Jiang Li, why can't I? Why can't I? He desperately wanted an answer, but reality was destined to disappoint him. Jiang Li bit her tongue hard. The sharp pain brought her back to her senses. She moved quickly, knowing she couldn't give Pei Jin any time to react, or he would cling to her again. Within a few moments, Pei Jin was thrown out of the doorway, and she quickly locked the door in one go. Pei Jin did not leave as she wished. Instead, he began to pound on the door frantically outside. You can't help it. You just need to buy me once, just once. Try it. Jiang Li. Jiang Li. Why do you choose not me even if it makes you uncomfortable? Am I really that bad? Inside the room, Jiang Li trembled as she took out her phone and dialed Chun Jinglin's number. General Chun, I've been drugged. Bring a military doctor over quickly. She had to admit that Pei Jin's drug was indeed powerful. In less than 5 minutes, Pei Jin's voice outside changed from pleading to angry. Let me go. Let me go. Jiang Li sighed in relief. Chun Jinglin and the others were coming, and she had preserved her integrity. In her last moment of consciousness, she unlocked the door. From a distance, she saw 3 people walk in. When Jiang Li woke up again, the sky outside was about to brighten. She tilted her head, feeling as if her body had been disassembled and reassembled, feeling extremely uncomfortable. You're awake? It was Chun Jinglin's figure. Jiang Li nodded. What time is it now? You've been asleep for 2 days, and in 2 hours we will set off for the border. I thought you wouldn't wake up today. Jiang Li frowned. Usually, these drugs have no effect on me. What did Pei Jin use? Chun Jinglin coughed lightly and said, he found several experts to specially create the strongest drug. He has truly something. Viang, li giritit hartit. You don't need to worry. He has already been sent to a military court and will never return to the military. Good. Jiang Li felt no compassion. Such behavior of drugging someone is despicable. Even if he kept saying, I did this because I love you. Love? I don't feel it. If he said he did it to satisfy his own desires, that would make more sense. Get ready. We will set off in 2 hours. I'll leave you alone now. Okay. Jiang Li got out of bed, brushed her teeth, and washed her face. Looking at herself in the mirror, she suddenly felt a bit confused, as if she hadn't fully woken up yet. She remembered someone beneath her, breathing beautifully, repeatedly begging her. Jiang Li, a little harder. Jiang Li, Jiang Li, I don't want it anymore. Jiang Li, I don't want it anymore. Jiang Li, was it an illusion? Not having spat out the foam in her mouth, she hurriedly ran out to check the bed and the room inside and out. There were no traces of anyone else. She tilted her head in confusion. It could have been a dream. After figuring it out, Jiang Li went back to continue packing. This counterattack against the insect race is of utmost importance. Lin Zhiyue and the military high command have prepared for this day for a long time. A total of 10,000 people, all military elites, the best of the best. This mission must succeed, and failure is not an option. If we don't end the insect race this time, this war will continue for countless years. Lin Zhiyue was not present. The person speaking on his behalf was Chun Jinglin. Everyone listened intently, each person wearing a serious expression. As they were leaving, Duan Yunzhu caught up with Jiang Li. I'm sorry, it was me who told Brother Pei about your place, but I didn't know I thought he just wanted to meet you. Jiang Li looked at him deeply. With your current status, do you still need the Pei family? I know what you're hiding in your heart. Don't think I don't know. Duan Yunzhu looked at her excitedly. So you found out? Then will you accept me? Jiang Li smiled, but the words she spoke were the most heartbreaking. I can't accept you at all. You're just like Pei Jin. Stay away from me. After saying that, she walked straight towards the spaceship, regardless of how desperate Duan Yunzhu looked. She suddenly felt as if she was being watched, a feeling that was hard to ignore. Jiang Li turned back to glance, but didn't find any suspicious person. Could it be her illusion? She patted her head, trying not to be paranoid. and boarded the spaceship. The person behind the curtain was bare-chested, with pale skin covered in red marks. He murmured, "I must come back safely." Chapter 112. Pregnant? Who's the father? Lin Ping could already babble. The first thing he did upon seeing Jiang Li was open his arms to dive into her embrace, while shouting for his mother to hug him. With the little bundle in her hands, Jiang Li's heart melted. This angelic child, who neither cried nor fussed, was so well-behaved that it was hard not to like him. Even her uncle, who she always felt indebted to, doted on him greatly. Jiang Li only stayed on Qingtingstar for a day, because she had more important things to do. She didn't tea rest and headed straight for the border with the insect race. Recently, the insect race not only decreased in numbers, but also the powerful ones were considerably fewer. The battle plan had been formulated long ago. The positions of prey and hunters had reversed. Now, it was time for them to strike. However, the insect race should still not be underestimated. After 3 whole months, they finally broke through the insect race's defensive line. Now, as long as they attacked the insect nest and dealt with the most egg-laying insect queen, they could solve a major problem. Unfortunately, during this battle, Jiang Li was gloriously injured. A chunk of flesh was bitten off her right arm, and she even had it eaten on the spot by the insects. Jiang Li felt nauseous and couldn't eat any of the delicacies brought from Qingtingstar. After the military doctor treated her wound, he conducted a full body check, but his expression looked worse. "Colonel Jiang, why don't you go in once more?" At first, Jiang Li didn't think much of it and went in, but it wasn't over. Under the doctor's instructions, she went in 5 times, and by the 6th time, her expression was more serious than the doctor's. "It's not the examination report I fear. It's the doctor's bad expression. Is there something wrong with my body?" The military doctor hesitated to speak. Jiang Li took a deep breath and reassured him, "Just say it. I can handle it." The military doctor trembled as he spoke. "Colonel Jiang, you are 3 months pregnant." Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief. "Pregnant? I thought I had some terminal illness." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly froze, then stood up abruptly with an incredulous expression. "Wait, what did you say? You said I'm pregnant?" She exclaimed. "No. How is this possible? When did this happen?" Sweat beads dripped from the military doctor's forehead like raindrops. He didn't know what to say. The fact that a male could get pregnant was so unbelievable, and Jiang Li was surprisingly calm. No wonder she could get promoted so quickly in such a short time. "Yes, she is 3 months pregnant." 3 months? Jiang Li furrowed her brows, her expression serious. By the timeline, that was when she was still at the military department. The timing matches, and the only time she was unconscious was when Pei Jin drugged her. Jiang Li couldn't remember much about that day. However, she hadn't completely forgotten about that dream. After all, the voice was quite pleasant, though she couldn't recall who the person in the dream was. Based on her lewd appearance at that time, wait, so that wasn't a dream? Jiang Li stood up. "Doctor, you must not speak of this. The battle between the insect race and us is not over yet." "Yes." The military doctor nodded. "Colonel Jiang, rest assured, you are a great contributor to exterminating the insect race. Keeping your secret is nothing to me." "Thank you." When she left, Jiang Li felt dazed. "Colonel Jiang," she responded. Su Tian asked worriedly, "What is wrong with you?" Jiang Li looked up to meet her gaze, but her expression turned serious in an instant. She was completely green. Even her face was green. That was the slime left by the insect race when they died. At this level, she must have killed quite a few. "You weren't hurt, were you?" Su Tian shook her head. "No, Colonel Jiang, you can rest easy." "Then that's good." She continued to walk forward in a daze. Su Tian approached at that moment, her voice very low. "Colonel Jiang, what do you think of interstellar pirates?" She was serious, not joking. Jiang Li replia seriously. Although the rumors say interstellar pirates commit all sorts of atrocities, after dealing with the infamous Black Snake pirate group, I know that not all interstellar pirates are bad. There are both good and bad. I don't have any strong opinions. It's not easy for anyone. They're just trying to make a living. Su Tian sighed in relief and lowered her voice to a level only the two of them could hear. "Colonel Jiang, I knew you were different from others. There must be a reason why you are bringing this up." "What is it?" Su Tian said. "Aren't we going to deal with the insect queen soon? My cousin is a powerful warrior, and he has a group of experienced combatants. Colonel Jiang, would you like to let them join?" Jiang Li quickly realized that since she could ask this, they are interstellar pirates? Su Tian shyly smiled and nodded. To be honest, Su Tian's cousin was quite impressive. Pei Yin, Pei Jin, and now another one. Wait a minute. A powerful interstellar pirate is hard to come by. Jiang Li had a guess. Your cousin isn't from the Black Pirate Group, is he? His name is Lin Zhiyue? Su Tian was shocked and incredulous. No, Colonel Jiang. How do you know everything? Is this vast interstellar space really so small? I've had contact with them before. If it's them, it's fine. Let them come find me. I trust them. Good. Su Tian smiled. Jiang Li nodded and then left. Suddenly pregnant, she didn't even know who the father of the child was. The first thing she did when she returned to the office was to call Chen Zhenglin. Major General Chen. What's wrong? Jiang Li narrowed her eyes. When you took Pei Jin away that day, did you see anyone else? She asked rather tactfully. Chen Zhenglin thought for a long time. No, did something happen? Nothing. Suddenly, a broadcast from the hospital came through the phone. Major General, are you unwell? No, it's the Marshal. Jiang Li's expression turned serious. What happened to the Marshal? Did those royal people do something? No, the Marshal is not injured. Don't worry. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Colonel Jiang. It was Su Tian's voice. She said, Major General, I'll hang up first. If anything happens to the Marshal, you must tell me. Rest assured. Come in. She casually put down the phone on her desk. The door opened, and Lin Zhiyue followed Su Tian in. He had lost quite a bit of weight. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white shirt, looking relaxed. Jiang Li stood up and walked towards them. Lin Zhiyue, long time no see. Long time no see, Jiang Li. His voice had a hint of affection, and then he came up to hug her. Jiang Li didn't pull away and patted his back. Su Tian stood aside, stand. Looking at the second in command, only to find they were already used to it. Haven't they only met a few times? Why are they so familiar? Author's note, recently. I've been quite inspired, so I should be able to maintain 3 updates for a while. However, I can't guarantee when I'll return to 2 updates. Hope everyone enjoys reading. Chapter 113. Pei Jin, Lin Zhiyue are half-brothers. In just a moment, the two separated. It had been a long time since they last met. Lin Zhiyue looked intently at Jiang Li. He always remembered the scene from their first meeting when he had grabbed Jiang Li. At that time, she was timid and desperately trying to survive, and because of that, she said a lot of nonsense. However, her performance was so poor that it was hard for Lin Zhiyue not to see through it. He thought she was amusingly foolish, so he didn't expose her. Now, looking back, it had only been a few years, but she had changed a lot. She was now spirited, steady, and graceful, with a touch of sharpness in her eyes that marked a person of authority. She was indeed a remarkable person he had chosen. Jiang Li worriedly asked Lin Zhiyue, did something happen with the Black Snake Pirate Group? Previously, he had said he was unwilling to be associated with them, and now, it's nothing. He shook his head, not wanting her to worry. The second in command couldn't hold back any longer, boss. At this point, you should tell Colonel Jiang the truth. Jiang Li turned her head to look at him. What exactly happened? The second in command sighed. Ever since the last incident on Blue Star, we've been targeted. There wanted posters for us all over the interstellar space. Did they find out you were pirates? Lin Zhiyue said seriously, let me explain. The wanted posters do not mention our identity as pirates. They only say that anyone providing information will receive 5 million interstellar coins. And anyone helping to capture us will get 50 million interstellar coins. Jiang Li fell silent. Although this reward was truly too high. Not to mention ordinary people, even she, if she didn't know them, will want to make a fortune off this. She promised, here, you can rest assured. Everyone here only has the insect race in their hearts. Lin Zhiyue nodded. I know that the battle between you and the insect race has reached a critical state. We can help. Jiang Li did not refuse. After all, having one more person was one more strength. It's really great to have your help. I'll discuss it with them and formulate a new strategy. The 3 nodded. During their time on Blue Star, Jiang Li had noticed they were strong. When it came to killing the insect race, they were decisive, and this was the kind of talent they needed now. Su Tian, arrange rooms for them. Okay. Su Tian was happy to receive this task and let everyone out, but at that moment, she noticed her admired cousin was not moving at all. Cousin, what's wrong? Although Lin Zhiyue was talking to her, his gaze did not leave Jiang Li. Su Tian wasn't dumb, just a bit slow to react. And now she finally caught on. She smiled ambiguously at the two. Then, cousin, Colonel Jiang, you chat? We want to disturb you. After saying that, she quickly left. They all loved Jiang Li so much, Su Tian thought that their judgment was really good. Jiang Li crossed her arms. When we first met, you gave me a gold lock and said I could go to the Su family for help if I was in trouble. Now Su Tian calls you cousin. Just what is your identity? Lin Zhiyue tilted his head. According to blood relations, Su Tian's grandfather is my maternal grandfather. Jiang Li blinked, a bit confused. How many aunts does Su Tian have? 1. Su Tian had told her that her aunt is Pei Jin's mother. So if that's the case, are you Pei Jin's half-brother? Lin Zhiyue shrugged, saying it could be put that way. He really was the son born after that woman got married. Jiang Li fronat. Wasn't it said that females could only give birth to one child? And that they could only be marked by one male? I think you might have a misunderstanding. The mortality rate for second births is indeed as high as 999 per thousand. But it doesn't mean they will definitely die. That woman might just be one of the lucky ones. She really wanted him to hear what she was saying. With such a low probability, Pei Jin not only was born, but also grew up well. This was already a medical miracle. As for my biological father and that woman, I don't know the details. The Pei family is wealthy and powerful. Perhaps they have other ways regarding the marking. Jiang Li fell silent. It was obvious that his relationship with them wasn't very good. Lin Zhiyue chuckled lightly, saying that shortly after that woman gave birth to him, she went to the storm realm, and his father was just a poor kid. They once loved fiercely, but all feelings must be grounded in reality in the end. She loved the luxury of the storm realm more. That man was also a coward. Shortly after she left, he committed suicide. Fortunately, the neighbors near my home were very kind. Even though they were also poor, they were still willing to spare some nutrients to help me survive. So that's how it was. No one understands another's suffering. So don't advise others to be good. But Jiang Li wouldn't stand on the same front as him to curse those two. There might be hidden truths in this. You've worked hard. Not hard at all. He looked at Jiang Li with a half-smile, saying it was nice to meet her. When did this person become so sentimental in speech? She cleared her throat lightly, avoiding his intense gaze, saying that he had traveled a long way and should go back to rest first. They would launch the final attack on the insect race in the next few days. Okay, the current insect race is at the end of their tether. The situation is dire. They are retreating step by step. They are desperately clinging to the queen. And Jiang Li felt it was somewhat touching. Not to mention, these insect races are indeed loyal. It's a pity that they are on opposing sides. If they don't die, they will have to die. Under this mutual choice, let them die. Jiang Li kept a close eye from the back until the protective circle of the insect race was finally breached. Without any hesitation, she rushed towards the gap. If she could rush in from there and deal with the queen bug first, the rest would be no threat. Without the queen bug, they couldn't reproduce endlessly or use their most advantageous swarm tactics. So, cleaning them up would just be a matter of time. From a distance, Lin Zhiyue saw her movements and quickly provided fire support from behind to cover her. The plan was proceeding even more smoothly than Jiang Li had imagined. The enormous queen bug was in the center, and behind her were densely packed insect eggs. The insects inside had grown rather large, but had yet to emerge. Let her come over. The queen bug spoke. Seeing that the situation was off, she suddenly rushed in. These bugs were a bit too calm. Although they had sensed something was wrong, she still chose to walk over. Let her take a closer look at what was going on. Good. It would make it easier to deal with the queen bug. She walked over slowly, saying, "You are about to be defeated." Chapter 114. Bite me for 2 hours. Not a minute less. The queen bug remained calm. Really? I don't think so. You are that powerful person who appeared out of nowhere, right? There shouldn't be anyone else. Jiang Li and Suaratunasli. As soon as her words fell, a formidable male bug emerged from the other side, exuding pressure. Over the years, Jiang Li had dealt with the insect race many times. This male bug was strong. If you die, their attack will be interrupted, right? The male bug spoke confidently. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes. The moment the male bug moved, she saw clearly that behind him were countless drained male bugs. She raised an eyebrow, saying, "You insects really are ruthless, not even sparing your own kind." The male bug was unfazed, saying they were no different from those simulated beasts. "Why do you have to criticize us?" Jiang Li facepalmed. She couldn't rebut this because what he said was true. Suddenly, the male bug charged at her. He was indeed powerful, the strongest male bug she had encountered in all her years battling the insect race. A level male bug, and not only that, he might even be a level insect race. Jiang Li quickly began her counterattack. He was indeed a worthy opponent, but still not enough. Before long, the male bug was split in half by her, and now the queen bug could no longer maintain the semblance of peace. Aside from having strong defense, she had no offensive capability. Without anyone to protect her, she could only wait for death. You diligently fought for the interstellar empire. Did they really treat you well? Oh, the intelligence of these insect races is quite remarkable. They can even sow discord now. She wouldn't fall for it, and the queen bug continued. Don't you find it strange? At the beginning, how did we know your defenses so well? How could we successfully infiltrate? Of course, it's because there are traitors in the interstellar empire. She knew everything. Then do you know why you are retreating step by step now? Why? The queen bug looked a bit dazed now. It seemed her intelligence was somewhat limited, but not by much. Of course, it's because the person selling you information has been caught. After saying this, she swiftly struck. As soon as the queen bug died, the insect eggs quickly wilted, dying before they had a chance to hatch. Jiang Li tilted her head. The sounds outside grew louder. It was their voices. Finally, she could return to the storm realm. Because of the child in her belly, Jiang Li had not planned to do anything with Lin Zhiyue, but he held on to her, unwilling to let go. If not, then bite me. What a bold statement, but it truly suited Lin Zhiyue's character. The desire in his eyes was about to overflow. Seeing Jiang Li remain still for a long time, he took off his glasses, every move exuding a sense of desire. I feel uncomfortable. Didn't you ask me why I've lost so much weight? It's because I miss you. After all, it was a mess caused by her own youthful ignorance. And she should take responsibility. Jiang Li helplessly smirked, wrapping her arms around his neck. With one bite, even his breathing became rapid. The milky taste was rich, something he had dreamed of, and now he had finally gotten it again. Her body felt a bit weak. Lin Zhiyue's legs trembled, unable to stand firm. He stood by the table while Jiang Li sat on it, his knuckles prominent, veins bulging. Jiang Li supported his waist, bearing all his strength. Just then, the military department sent a message saying that after they finished tidying up the border, they could return to the military department. As a native of the Storm Realm, that was her home, and after being away for so long, she missed it a bit. Now that she could go back, she was so excited that she couldn't contain herself. She pushed the door open, wanting to share this good news with Jiang Li. But the scene before her made her raise her hand to cover her eyes. The military documents fell to the ground, making quite a noise. Lin Zhiyue looked over. In his clear eyes, there was only infatuation, as if veiled in mist, his eyes red-rimmed. Help! Su Tian didn't know that her usually serious cousin had such a side. Jiang Li pushed him away. She wasn't that thick-skinned and awkwardly smiled. It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Before she could finish, she was once again embraced by Lin Zhiyue. Su Tian, don't you know you should knock when entering? I am sorry, cousin. I'll remember to knock in the future. I'm sorry. She turned around, covering her face as she left. She didn't go far after leaving, but leaned against the wall nearby, panting heavily, her eyes shining remarkably. This good news. I must tell my aunt when I go back. If she knows that my cousin won't be lonely for the rest of his life, won't she be overjoyed? Just then, the door opened again. Lin Zhiyue came out with a cold expression. Su Tian felt something was off and timidly waved her hand. Cousin so soon? It was better that she didn't speak. Once she did, Lin Zhiyue's face turned completely dark. Su Tian, don't force me to hit you when the insect race is defeated and the entire interstellar empire rejoices. Ha! She chuckled awkwardly, suddenly remembering that she had documents to handle. So she quickly left, running faster than a rabbit. Her cousin was indeed a bit scary. Inside the room, Jiang Li touched her slightly flushed face. Lin Zhiyue was really a rogue. Exciting, what a load of nonsense. She walked to the door and picked up the documents that Su Tian had dropped earlier, carefully reading through them. She could go back now. At the bottom of the document was a password. They couldn't understand it, but Jiang Li could. It was clearly stated. The royal family is not as powerful as before. The equality they seek has already taken shape, and it just needs a little more fuel to ignite. This could allow everyone in the interstellar empire to break free from unjust treatment. How could this not be considered a good thing? All the efforts were worth it at this moment. Just as she put the documents away, the door rang. Fearing there was something urgent, she quickly spoke to let the person in. But unexpectedly, it was Lin Zhiyue who returned. This time, the first thing he did before entering was to lock the door behind him. "What are you doing here?" Lin Zhiyue smiled, and suddenly pulled out a pair of rabbit ears from behind his back. They were very realistic once he put the fluffy ears on his head. They occasionally wobbled as if they had grown out of his head. "Where did you get this?" Although it was somewhat embarrassing to say, Jiang Li sincerely thought the little ears looked somewhat cute. "The second one gave it to me. He said he had treasured it for a long time and could let you wear it, but I thought you probably wouldn't, so I put on to show you." A hint of alluring sensuality appeared on his refined face. "What is this called?" "A feast for the eyes." She wasn't some kind of Yu Xiaohui. Which woman could resist this? Jiang Li swallowed hard. Lin Zhiyue smiled and walked toward her step by step, looking like a male fairy. "Snake, you should know about desire, but since you don't want to, we don't have to do anything. But today, you have to bite me for 2 hours. Not a minute less." Chapter 115. I am female. The military meeting lasted for 2 hours. But Jiang Li, sitting in the main seat, didn't say a word, remaining silent the entire time. The people below were guessing what was wrong with her. Before they could ask, after the meeting ended, she swiftly left. Her jaw was sore. It was all Lin Zhiyue's fault. They agreed on 2 hours, but in the end, he wouldn't let her speak at all. 5 whole hours. God knows how she endured those 5 hours. She didn't dare to speak, afraid that if she opened her mouth, she would drool and ruin her lifelong reputation. 3 days later. Tomorrow is the day they return to the Lan realm. After inspecting the defenses, Jiang Li found Su Tian. Su Tian grinned and immediately asked sister-in-law No, Lieutenant Jiang, "Did something happen that you suddenly came looking for me?" Her former roommate, now her most respected superior, had become her sister-in-law, making them family. It was hard for Su Tian not to be excited. Compared to her, Jiang Li was much calmer. "Aren't we going back to the Lan realm tomorrow?" "Your cousin." She hesitated, not knowing how to start. But Su Tian quickly caught on. "Lieutenant Jiang, I can't help with this. Has your cousin told you anything?" "If he hasn't, I wouldn't dare say." Jiang Li nodded, acknowledging that he had mentioned some things. "I know he is half-brothers with Pei Jin." Su Tian felt relieved and spoke up. "When my aunt returned to the Lan realm, she wanted to bring my cousin back, but he refused to leave, no matter what she said, so my aunt went back first. After returning to the Su family, she didn't hide the existence of her cousin. Her grandparents visited him every year, and her aunt also wanted to go, but her cousin refused to meet her no matter what. Later, when I grew up, my grandparents would take me to see my cousin. He wouldn't bother with anyone, but he was actually a good person." Su Tian smiled. "My cousin lived on a very impoverished planet, where the security wasn't good. I don't know why, but it might just be my bad luck. Every time I went, I would always get bullied. I am a member of the Su family, and in the Lan realm, at least others treat me respectfully, but that was not the case. I was naive and had never experienced it, so I didn't know how to fight back. My cousin saved me, took me back to fight them, and then drove them away one by one. My cousin is a really good person. Although he doesn't like my aunt, he has no barriers with us and is very good to my grandparents. Actually, we all want to bring him back. We could arrange an identity for him to start anew in the Lan realm. But my cousin refuses to go back no matter what. It's fine for other things. But as soon as this is mentioned, he gets unhappy. Over time, we just stop talking about it. When my cousin turned 20, the sensitivity to the inhibitor wore off. And my aunt found a few females to bring to him through my grandparents, but I don't know what happened. After that time, my cousin had a falling out with the family, and we didn't keep in touch much after that. Jiang Li nudatu fully. Sutian Saif, anyway. My cousin will definitely not go to the Lan realm. I understand. Jiang Li's expression was complex. You can go back now. Okay. After she left, Jiang Li sat by the window for a long time. Since Lin Zhiyue was unwilling to go back, she would help them deal with those arrest warrants. She didn't sleep a wink that night. Jiang Li was worried and reminded, "You must be careful. In a few days, there will be significant turmoil in the interstellar empire. Don't let anyone find out, understood?" Lin Zhiyue nodded. "You can rest assured about this. Look at how long those arrest warrants have been around. We haven't been caught. And hiding is what we do best." Hearing this, Jiang Li felt a little bittersweet. "All right. No matter what, proceed with caution." "Okay." Lin Zhiyue looked at Jiang Li's back, feeling a mix of emotions. It seemed like he always watched Jiang Li leave. The second brother couldn't help but say, "Big brother, since you like her, just go with her. Black Snake has us, it's fine. The Lawn Realm." He sneered, "Disgusting, I won't go." After saying that, he walked in the opposite direction as if nothing had happened. "We can freely roam the stars. What's wrong with that?" The second and third brothers exchanged glances, choosing not to expose their big brother's vulnerability. The two said in unison, "Big brother is right. Freedom is better." "Exactly. Who knows? They might envy us and want to do whatever they want." "Exactly," he said with a faint smile. "Marshal." Jiang Li stood on the platform and saluted. Lin Zhiyue returned the salute. This time, Lieutenant Jiang is the greatest contributor to defeating the insect race. The war with the insect race has lasted for so many years. How many people have we lost? Thanks to Lieutenant Jiang, otherwise, that number would keep rising indefinitely. The military has unanimously decided to confer the title of General upon Jiang Li. This time, not only military personnel were seated below, but also royalty and nobility. Once this was said, everyone's expressions were different. The emperor sat in the middle, wearing a crown. Upon hearing this, he glanced indifferently at Cheng Shubai. The military has become increasingly rampant lately. They absolutely cannot allow a second uncontrolled marshal like Lin Zhiyue to exist. The influence of the military must return to their hands. And Jiang Li must not rise to power. Lin Zhiyue is clearly building her up. Anyone with eyes can see that. Cheng Shubai stood up. "Marshal, this promotion speed is too fast. I'm afraid it's not appropriate, right?" Lin Zhiyue looked at him with an indifferent expression, also glancing at the emperor beside him. "What is inappropriate about it? Can you count how many starry people the insect race has killed? Jiang Li is the greatest contributor." After a pause, he continued, "What does your majesty think? Is it wrong for someone who has eliminated the insect race and protected everyone in the entire interstellar empire to become a general? This is a live broadcast across the entire star system, and everyone can see it. If you were to say no, he would be criticized online." In the end, the emperor could only grit his teeth and say, "General Jiang is indeed our interstellar empire's greatest contributor." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone from the military stood up, and their applause was loud. The attendees were all high-ranking officials from the military, and those who could sit in this position had fought the insect race many times. Not to mention, just based on her solving the insect race problem and providing stability and peace to their families and homes, she deserves their admiration. How difficult it is to fight the insect race. What do these politicians who only know how to scheme understand? Jiang Li saluted. "Thank you, Marshal, but I feel unworthy. I am actually female." Author's note: the female lead's male disguise is about to be revealed. Chapter 116. So what if she is female? 5/4 of the audience stood up, and they could no longer maintain their calm facade. They no longer secretly observed Jiang Li, but openly stared at her. Although she was someone who had seen the world, she couldn't help but feel a chill down her back. These people seemed like they wanted to attack her right now. Is it just because she is female? Is it that serious? Whether female, male, or simulated beast, isn't it enough that the insect race has been dealt with? These people are simply overreacting, extremely overreacting. Even the emperor, who was in the main seat, was almost unable to maintain his calm. A female infiltrated the first military academy, and now she has infiltrated the military and has even become a general? Absurd. Absolutely absurd. What right does a female, as a reproductive machine, have to do so? Cheng Shubai was trembling all over. His eyes lit up in an instant. Since she is female, that's good. Now he can pursue her openly. In the future, if they are together, there won't be so much gossip. Duan Yinzhu also couldn't believe it. A female? How could she be so strong? The only calm person in the audience was Cheng Si. He had known she was female for a long time, but he never expected that she would announce her true identity today during a live broadcast. This move was simply too impulsive. Paging. The room was pitch black. Only the faint light from a phone screen illuminated it. The military's live broadcast had the camera almost pressed against Jiang Li's face, and the fluff on her face was clearly visible. Female? How would you be female? Jiang Li, how would you be female? The weak light illuminated Pei Jin's pale face. His fingers nervously slid across the screen, and his cracked lips kept moving, muttering to himself. Jiang Li, why did you hide it from me? He thought he had fallen in love with a male. For a long time, he had been doing psychological counseling for himself. After all, in the interstellar empire, it was absurd and against the rules for males to fall in love with males. Now it seemed that all his inner struggles before were laughable. Just then, a barrage floated across the screen. General Jiang is actually female. My female heart is broken. I originally wanted my family to arrange a blind date for us. Even if she is a female that can't give birth, it wouldn't matter, but now my dream has been shattered. Veins popped on Pei Jin's forehead. You Pei Xiaoya. What kind of people are you? Do you even deserve to think about her? Don't you have a mirror at home? Damn. Although it's a bit crude, but your words are too crude. It's fine. You females have no chance. Our male opportunity has come. To be honest, I like General Jiang, a female with explosive male strength. Starry eyes. There's nothing wrong with a double female relationship. Damn it. My family arranged a blind date for me tomorrow. I'm not going. Who says females can only marry and have children? Look at our General Jiang. Aren't you being ridiculous? A female like her, who only knows how to fight and kill, is not liked by anyone. You should just stay home and take care of your husbands and children. Exactly. You females should just get beaten up. Stop disgusting people. Do you know how the insect race was eliminated? It was General Jiang who did it. TCH, if I'd gone, I would have been the one to become a general. This is really funny. Do you have mental strength? Would you wet your pants when you see the insect race? Mental strength doesn't represent everything. You ignorant, jealous, narcissistic, stupid males, get lost. Pei Jin frowned and couldn't take it anymore. You Pei Xiaoya. You bunch of idiots. General Jiang is a genius with level mental strength. There are hardly any who could defeat her. Do you even compare? Don't come out and embarrass yourselves. Oh, Pei Xiaoya finally said something sensible. You Pei Xiaoya. And you males, females, and simulated beasts, listen up. Jiang Li is mine. All of you get lost. Just wanted to praise him. But I praised too early. ISNT this just a brain-dead fan. Dreaming of a male? Laughing to death. Lin Zhiyue was appropriately surprised. General Jiang, I am very surprised that you are female, but your strength is evident to everyone present. I believe they will not underestimate you because of your gender. The first to stand up in support of Lin Zhiyue was Chun Zhonglin. What the marshal said is right. If it weren't for General Jiang, the insect race would still be rampant at the border. General Jiang is a hero of our military, a hero of the entire interstellar empire. Whether female or male, she should be respected by us. Although Su Tian was also surprised, she stood up without hesitation at this moment. General Jiang, you are the strongest. I will always support you. Her voice was loud, and half of the audience's attention turned to her. However, Su Tian didn't feel embarrassed at all and raised her voice even louder. General Jiang, I will learn from you. Among those present from the military, more than half supported Lin Zhiyue. What they pursued was equality. So what if Jiang Li is female? She has this strength. She dealt with the insect race and uprooted them. That is enough. Everything she's gained now is well-deserved. They unanimously stood up and spoke. We will always support General Jiang. The cameraman, whether intentionally or not, suddenly turned the camera towards the emperor. He was angry, his face turning blue, but not wanting to show it. He could only suppress his displeasure and smile in front of the camera. Thank you, Marshal. Thank you to all my comrades for your trust. After saying this, he turned to face everyone. Here, I want to apologize to everyone. She bowed deeply, then stood up. Although she was apologizing, she was neither humble nor overbearing, ensuring that no one felt she was in a lower position. On the high platform, Jiang Li stood in the center, her white military uniform accentuating her upright posture. She was female, not tall, and appeared even smaller besides Lin Zhiyue. But just standing there made her seem full of strength, making it impossible for anyone to look down on her. She spoke, her voice not loud, but clear and powerful. The reason I conceal my female identity is that the entire interstellar empire offers no alternative possibilities for females, whether they're biological females or simulated beasts. The so-called female protection laws are designed to make us dependent on males, turning us into breeding machines without our own thoughts, which I find very sad. Of course, there is nothing wrong with marriage and having children. Everyone is an independent individual. And so the people they want to become and the goals they want to achieve are different. However, the empire has confined us to a framework, labeling those who are disobedient or refuse to be manipulated as rebels, unfilial, or abnormal. Why? Just because we are female? Chapter 117. Becoming the person you want to be. Seeing the emperor's displeased expression, a quick-witted official stood up and said, "General Jiang, I must disagree with you. You are a genius with mental powers. Not just among females, but among all males in the empire, only 3 have such a talent. You're special, and your powerful gift has led to victories against the insect race, but not all females possess such abilities. Jiang Li smilad legally, faja. If you believe that a person's value is only reflected in their achievements in war, then may I ask, as a politician, how many times have you been on the battlefield? Can I question whether you deserve your position?" The official's face turned red with anger, almost pointing a finger at her in accusation. Jiang Li coldly continued, "Whether female or simulated beast, engaging in business, politics, commerce, or simply being an ordinary person is all valid. But the problem is they have no opportunity to choose to be themselves. In the interstellar empire, females seem to be born solely to have children, while simulated beasts seem to exist only to be qualified shields on the battlefield. The brainwashing from childhood has suppressed many possibilities for them, leaving them with no room for choice. The paths they walk have already been predetermined by you, the paths you hope they will take. Why not give them the chance to choose? Are you afraid that one day they might surpass you, the arrogant males?" As she spoke, her sharp gaze swept across everyone in the audience. "Among you, there are those who will agree with me and those who will oppose me. But the real reason is clear only to yourselves. If I had followed the path you laid out for me, I might already be married with children. I have never attended the first military academy, nor have I been to the military headquarters. If I have never been on the battlefield, then who eradicated the insect race? If the insect race were still around today, what would the situation be like? We cannot clarify these matters. Now, I have become the person I wanted to be. A female who, in your eyes, serves no purpose, yet has become a general. Isn't that amusing?" Every movement she made lacked the delicacy associated with females. Instead, it radiated the sharpness forged through the trials of war. Her words reached every ear, including those watching the live broadcast. The barrage of comments suddenly ceased. Moments later, a flood of comments erupted, filling the entire screen. "I support General Jiang. I am female, and all my life I wanted to open a clothing store. But my parents said females shouldn't do such things and should stay home learning how to serve their future husbands' families. I'm a simulated beast. Both my brothers died on the battlefield, sacrificing themselves to protect males. Everyone calls them heroes, but my eldest brother loved reading, never wanted to fight. I don't like kids at all. I absolutely hate them. But everyone insists that I must marry and have children when I reach the right age. I'm a female who wants to go to the battlefield. I have a high level of mental power and decent physical fitness, but just because I am female, I have no chance. I am merely a commodity for males to choose from, because my high mental power means my children will have better genes. I wanted to say this for a long time. I feel the Empire does not regard females and simulated beasts as human. We are merely machines serving males. I see you females have gone mad. What can you do besides having children? Really, my wife only knows how to sew clothes for the kids. And she can't even manage the household accounts. What good is that? Goodness, how dare you think that? If you don't have children, how can we males have them?" These comments quickly scrolled past, followed by a screen full of, "I support General Jiang. I support General Jiang. I support General Jiang." Just as Jiang Li said, everyone should have the right to choose. Becoming someone capable of standing on their own is impressive. Being someone who takes good care of children is also impressive. Being a general who speaks eloquently from a high platform is impressive. Being someone who changes diapers well is equally impressive. The precondition is that they can become who they want to be, rather than having no choice and being pushed down a path they despise. Chen Lin's gaze remained fixed on his phone, and upon seeing the barrage of comments fill the screen, he nodded to Lin Zhiyue. The latter understood his meaning and spoke at the right moment. "Your Majesty, I believe General Jiang has made a very good point. Why not give them the right to choose for themselves?" With that statement, he was once again put on the spot. Chung Si's eyes flickered, and he leaned close to whisper in a voice only they could hear. Father, the online sentiment is overwhelmingly one-sided. Why not pretend to agree for now? This is a live broadcast. If you oppose directly, I fear those people may develop inappropriate thoughts. The emperor gritted his teeth and replied, this matter is of great importance. To decide now would be too hasty. I will think it over carefully. Lin Zhiyue smiled, his expression seemingly cheerful, but carrying an unusual intimidation. Your Majesty, please don't forget this matter. After all, so many people are watching. Threat, a blatant threat. He stood up, his face calm as he said, General Jiang has truly surprised me. Let us conclude for today. I look forward to seeing you at the palace banquet in a week. Jiang Li smiled ambiguously, Your Majesty. Rest assured, if I don't die in the assassination attempts in the next few days, I will definitely attend. Assassination? What assassination? He asked softly. Jiang Li sighed lightly. Putting aside everything else, just my earlier remarks should have displeased quite a few people. Now, those who wish to eliminate me, the one who has disturbed their cake, are likely numerous. General Jiang was overthinking. She nodded slightly, but Your Majesty needn't worry. Although I am female, with my current strength, there should be very few in the entire interstellar empire who can kill me. If someone truly wishes to harm me, I won't hold back. One comes at me, I will kill too. The weight of the words kill too was particularly heavy as she spoke. She was no longer the delicate and innocent girl who had just awakened in the interstellar empire, knowing nothing and blind to everything. Now, she had been on the battlefield, and her speech carried a sense of murderous intent. These politicians had never encountered this kind of presence, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Cheng Xi's eyes glimmered with amusement. What did General Jiang mean by that? If only one came, how could she kill two? Of course, one counted as the attacker, and the person behind the scenes counted as the second. Author's note, today's double update. Chapter 118. Restaurants spread across the interstellar empire. Who is the most popular person in the interstellar empire right now? Jiang Li says second, and no one dares to say first. Even the previous national idol, Lin Zhiyue, must now rank behind her. The words she spoke during the live broadcast have been regarded by many females as famous quotes, studied frame by frame at home. Due to just returning from the border, her understanding superior, the marshal very thoughtfully granted her 3 days off. During this time, Jiang Li also felt that she had worked hard. She walked out of the military department, ready to see the luxury of Lanjia. Why is it that the ultimate goal of all interstellar empire people is Lanjia? Jiang Li didn't understand. She wanted to see for herself. She entered a shopping mall and suddenly thought that she hadn't dressed up in a long time. She headed towards the jewelry counter. When she saw the perfectly cut and designed gemstones inside, she seemed to understand. Blue Star was a garbage dump, where people struggled to survive, often not knowing where their next meal would come from. Even a bottle of the lowest quality nutrient solution could make their whole family happy for a long time. Meanwhile, a sapphire necklace in the transparent display case cost 10 million interstellar coins. The gap between the two was too large. No wonder everyone was trying their best to come here. Lanjia was indeed great. She did not harbor any resentment towards the rich. The money of the wealthy was also earned through hard work. Is being rich something to be proud of? Isn't being born into a good family a kind of ability? But sadly, those outside Lanjia, unless they had abilities stronger than average, had no chance to change their fate. Just like the average hourly wage in Lanjia was 200, while outside Lanjia, it might only be 2, the least money for the hardest work. Jiang Li silently glanced at the prices and then turned to leave. She hoped they could succeed and also hoped to create conditions for everyone to live well. Jiang Li, a voice that was not unfamiliar but could not be called familiar, sounded. Jiang Li turned around and met Pei Yan's half-smiling eyes. He was followed by 10 bodyguards, each carrying various luxury goods in their hands. Being rich is nice. President Pei. She slightly nodded, not planning to say much to him, mainly to avoid him. She was genuinely afraid of Pei Jin, that mad dog. Moreover, even the people around him, though they looked normal, were not quite normal at heart, like Duan Yinzhua. It was better to keep a distance from Pei Yan. Although her identity was different now, there was no need to confront problems head-on. Pei Yan took a step forward, and she instinctively took a step back. He raised an eyebrow. I just wanted to ask if you want to have lunch together. No need. I'll be going back to the military department soon. What I want to tell you is related to Pei Jean. I think it's better if you know about it. She raised her eyes to meet his half-smiling gaze. It was clear that he had no good intentions. What Pei Jean does has nothing to do with me. You don't need to find me for his matters. I don't care and don't want to know. Pei Yin confidently shook his head, stepped closer to her, and now they were very close. Jiang Li, your identity as a female will bring you trouble. They want to allow a female to stand higher than them. Pei Jean is male. If he goes to the emperor to propose marriage to you, what do you think? He left half of his sentence unfinished, but Jiang Li understood his meaning. She looked him up and down. Let us go. There's barbecue over there. We'll have that for lunch. Okay. By the time they arrived, there were already 2 long lines outside the barbecue restaurant. The only thing that sustains life in the interstellar empire is nutrient solutions. Even the simplest vegetables and fruits are absent. When she first arrived here, Jiang Li thought they just liked drinking this, but now she realized it was because these people had never eaten fine food. 5,000 years ago, the people of Blue Star arrived at Qingting Star, bringing along their breeding and planting technologies. In this place where everyone drinks nutrient solutions, they have delicious food in abundance. After knowing what Jiang Li wanted to do, her uncle, who loved to do business, prepared things and began opening restaurants everywhere. To be honest, her little uncle, although not very reliable in other matters, had a great talent for business. Now, the restaurants had even opened in Lin Zhiyue. Interstellar people knew these things were delicious and wanted to make them themselves, but they lacked the technology. Without the most basic food and oil, how could they make gourmet dishes? Relying on selling food in the interstellar empire, her uncle was making a fortune. Pei Yin glanced at her and said, "This business is indeed booming lately. I heard the daily revenue matches our Pei family's daily revenue. Do you think it's really that delicious?" Jiang Li looked at him as if he were a fool. "President Pei, now that you ask that, I know you definitely Haven Tea tried it." "You guessed right. I indeed Haven Tea. You'll know once you try it." Jiang Li was confident about the food from ancient Blue Star. Steaming, boiling, grilling, frying, and marinating, she who had lived on ancient Blue Star for 18 years never got tired of it, let alone them. Just give these inexperienced interstellar people a little shock. She walked to the front of the line, took out her phone, and handed it to the waiter. The waiter was a tall humanoid beast who also worked as security. Some people would rush in for a meal. If reasoning didn't work, he understood a bit of fighting as well. But when he saw what was on Jiang Li's phone, he stepped aside. "The private room has been empty. You can go in and tell them to go to the 2nd floor." Okay. The envy on the faces of the people waiting in line behind her was about to overflow. After entering the store, they were greeted by a female attendant. Upon seeing Jiang Li, she looked excited but tactfully did not mention her identity, leading her upstairs. There was only one private room, which every restaurant had, reserved by her little uncle when he opened the store. This time, it was a bargain for Jiang Li. Just after sitting down, Pei Yin asked, "What is your relationship with this restaurant?" "This is opened by my little uncle." He paused, not expecting that. When Jiang Li revealed her identity, she had already said she had no relationship with the Jiang family. Not bad. Just then, the female attendant came in with tea. She placed the cups in front of them, pouring 2 full cups of lemonade. "You can order directly on your phone, guests." "Okay, thank you." Jiang Li smiled slightly at her. Pei Yin tapped the table. "You're a female?" "Yes." The female attendant generously admitted, "I don't want to get married. I want to support myself with my own hands." Chapter 119. Will you marry Lin Zhiyue? Jiang Li smiled. "Go for it. I believe in you." The female attendant smiled back. "My dad has a bad temper. He dislikes that I'm a female and has often beaten and scolded me and my mom since I was little." As she spoke, her eyes became a bit wet. The so-called marriage was to find her a male who was 50 years older than her, because he promised that as long as she gave birth to a male, he would give her dad 200,000 interstellar coins. If it weren't for what General Jiang said in the live broadcast, I might not have had the courage to leave. I brought my mom out too. Although we are poor now, we don't have to be beaten anymore. My mom no longer has sudden injuries. When she said this, although there were tears in her eyes, there was also a smile. Perhaps only she knew the bitterness behind it. This was Jiang Li's purpose in doing this, to give those who found life exhausting the courage to step out and live well. They lacked the courage to break free from their shackles, so let her take the lead and tell them that stepping out isn't a bad thing. If she could live well, then so could they. Go for it. Things will definitely get better in the future. The female attendant nodded vigorously. Thank you, General Jiang. I hope you get better too. I want tea disturb your meal. Okay. After she left, the private room fell into a long silence. Until Jiang Li finished ordering the meat and looked up, Pei Yin was still looking down, seemingly lost in thought. What's wrong? She asked. Pei Yin was taken aback and asked, didn't the Empire enact the female protection law? Why is this happening? Jiang Li shook her head helplessly, saying that the so-called laws can only bind those who know the law and have a sense of morality, while there are still many people who do not care about these things. So that's how it is? She nodded, realizing that the interstellar laws were quite superficial. But they were supposed to protect females. When it was discovered that males were abusing females, the males would be taken away, facing death or imprisonment, while the females were unable to raise children. If there were no jobs requiring females, the law would send the children to the homes of adoptive parents due to their inability to care for them. Because of this, many people would endure the abuse, as once the children were taken away, they would have no connection to them. This was actually cruel for females. Do you still think that the so-called female protection law can truly protect females? Pei Yin paused for a long time before responding. You are right. He took a deep breath and said, the Pei family will also hire females and synthetic beasts as employees in the future, but we will not give them special treatment just because of their identity. I want to see their work capabilities. Jiang Li looked at him for a long time. What? You seem different from those nobles. What you said makes it hard for me to tell if you're complimenting me or criticizing me. Why would I criticize you? Just at the right time, the meat is ready and the grill is hot. Pei Yin, this wealthy man, showed a naive expression for the first time, unsure how to eat. I'll do it. Jiang Li picked up the tongs and placed the meat on the grill, which soon began to sizzle. Pei Yin took a bite and understood why it was so popular. It was indeed tastier than nutrient solutions. What does Pei Jin want to do? Pei Yin rubbed his temples. He has antisocial personality disorder, which he has managed to control over the years. But because of you, his condition has worsened. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. You aren't asking me to be a doctor for your brother, are you? He scoffed. I don't care about that little brat's life or death. But his parents are very worried about him. The problem lies with you, and they will definitely help Pei Jin get to you. Jiang Li remained unmoved. Let them come then. I'm not the same person who would comply just because you threatened me when I first entered school. I was wrong before for not considering you, but it's not as simple as you think. What you said during the live stream has caused quite a stir online. After a pause, he continued, the Emperor doesn't look favorably upon you either. They are definitely thinking about how to make you leave the military, to show those rebels the consequences of not listening to the Empire's orders. Forcing you to marry is the best way. After all, for females, having children is the best way to bind them. Is that so? Jiang Li took a big sip of tea to hide her displeasure. Then let them try. I want to see what reason the Emperor has to force me to marry. Pei Yin shook his head, surprised by her naivety. He said no more. His words had reached their limit. Work hours always seemed to drag on endlessly. But no matter how long the break time was, it always passed in the blink of an eye. Standing once again at the marshal's office door, Jiang Li sighed. Here I am to work again. She knocked on the door. Kumin. He was wearing a white suit, looking at the documents in his hands without raising his head. His originally sharp features now appeared even more defined. Lin Zhiyue had lost quite a bit of weight. Remembering what Chun Junlin had said during their phone call, Jiang Li asked with concern, Marshal, I heard you haven't been feeling well lately. What's wrong? Lin Zhiyue paused momentarily before putting down the documents. He didn't expect it to be Jiang Li who came. It's nothing. Really? She frowned, clearly not believing him, as he didn't look fine at all. He gazed at her greedily, feeling an impulse to rush into her arms. But his strong willpower kept him in check. Ever since that day, he had noticed something was off with his body, but strangely, all the tests at the hospital showed he was healthy. Yet his mental and physical condition continued to decline. He seemed to speak casually. I heard from Chun Junlin that you're going to bring the child over. Mentioning Lin Ping brought a sincere smile to her face. Without my dad and mom around, it's not good for the child's mental and physical health. Besides, I can protect his safety now, so I have fewer worries. Lin Zhiyue's hands on the desk unconsciously clenched. He seemed to casually ask, Are you going to marry Lin Zhiyue? Jiang Li looked at him in surprise. What's wrong? Why that look? I just didn't expect the marshal to be curious about his subordinate's personal matters. He didn't respond, his expression somewhat cold. Jiang Li, oblivious to any unease, spoke calmly. Currently, I have no plans to get married. Lin Ping also supports my choice with his father. However, Lin Zhiyue will be moving in with me, and the three of us will live together. Such a relationship seemed a bit strange. His tone was steady, sounding completely unambiguous, as if he was just speaking casually. The marshal need not worry. Both parties involved don't mind, and others have no right to intervene. Chapter 120. Will the child be his? Jiang Li's words blocked what Lin Zhiyue had intended to say next, leaving him at a loss. After a long pause, he nodded. Whether you marry or not is fine, as long as you are happy. Jiang Li was taken aback, feeling as if this statement was not directed at her. Why did she have this feeling? She self-deprecatingly smiled, thinking it was just her illusion. Thank you for your concern, Marshal. Did you call me here for any task? As soon as work was mentioned, his expression became serious. The emperor suddenly mentioned letting you attend the palace banquet, and it's surely isn't for good reason. At that time, I and General Chen will accompany you. But no matter what, you must be careful. I understand, Marshal. I will be careful. He met her gaze, hesitating to speak. But upon noticing the clarity in her eyes, he closed his own. All right, you can go back. Yes. As the door closed, Lin Zhiyue slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Li only saw him as the marshal, merely treating him as her superior, nothing more. He couldn't overstep his boundaries. Lin Zhiyue raised his hand, gently stroking the gland on his neck, as if recalling something. It was better for him to forget what happened that day. Just then, the military doctor's call came in. Did you find something wrong with my test results? The military doctor's voice was somewhat excited. Marshal, your body is perfectly fine. Recently, some soldiers at the border have been undergoing insectification, right? After a pause, he continued. Our team conducted a health check on all soldiers who participated in the battle against the insect tribe, and we found. Lin Zhiyue panicked, not waiting for him to finish, urgently asking, is there something wrong with General Jiang's health? Don't worry, Marshal, General Jiang's health is very good, and there is no risk of insectification. General Jiang had previously been injured in battle and underwent a comprehensive check by the border military doctor. Although this report was hidden, I found that several values have been altered. After noticing the discrepancy, I tried to correct the values and discovered that General Jiang, she is pregnant. What? Lin Zhiyue suddenly stood up from his chair, disbelief written all over his face, as if struck by a huge surprise. How long has she been pregnant? The military doctor hesitated. Marshal, it's not detectable, but General Jiang is indeed pregnant. After hanging up the phone and putting down his mobile, Lin Zhiyue's arms were trembling. Jiang Li is pregnant. Could that child possibly be his? Once this suspicion arose in Lin Zhiyue's heart, he could no longer suppress his inner excitement. He pressed the bell to have Su Tian come in. Jiang Li doesn't have many friends in the military, but Su Tian not only has a good relationship with her, she even followed her to the border this time. Perhaps she knows something. Marshal, Su Tian's salute is very standard, and she looks as if she's been invigorated. Lin Zhiyue nodded. Were you always by Shangjiang's side during the time at the border? Su Tian was taken aback and nodded. As long as it wasn't on the battlefield against the insect race, I was always with Shangjiang. Did Shangjiang have any discomfort? When he asked this, his expression seemed cold, but his hands were unconsciously clenched tightly. Su Tian thought for a long time and replied, there wasn't anything uncomfortable. Just once. Shangjiang got injured while fighting against the insect race, but he got better afterward. She didn't even know? So now that it's confirmed Jiang Li is pregnant, we just need to determine if this child is related to him. Did Shangjiang get close to anyone during the time at the border? Su Tian was a bit confused. Her little head didn't understand why the marshal suddenly asked this. But as a marshal, he surely had his reasons. And it was normal for someone like her to not understand. She shook her head. No, Shangjiang usually just goes between the battlefield, command room, and office. He rarely even returns to his room, sleeping in the office. Because of this, there were several times when the insect race launched night raids, and Shangjiang discovered them in advance, preventing them from succeeding. Really? Lin Zhiyue tapped the table repeatedly. Su Tian felt a bit anxious listening to the sounds. She stole a glance at Lin Zhiyue. Marshal, you know about the Black Snake Pirate Group, right? Lin raised an eyebrow. He didn't know about this. He and Jiang Li thought alike. Those pirates aren't necessarily all bad people, which is why they were able to successfully join, also due to his tacit approval. Moreover, after this incident, those who relentlessly pursued the Black Snake pirate group were also dealt with by him behind the scenes. I know. Sutian, touch it, Hernose. Knowing that the marshal is a good person, and also knowing that Jiang Li has been working for him, under these circumstances, there was no point in deceiving him. Jiang Shanjiang was very close to the leader of the Black Snake pirate group during that time. Lin Zhiyue frowned tightly. Close? How close do you mean? Su Tian cleared her throat. How could she bring this up? But it would be good to give a heads up. After all, this concerns her cousin's lifelong happiness. It might be a bit ambiguous. She spoke vaguely, not wanting to be too direct. But Lin Zhiyue instantly understood her meaning. A bucket of cold water poured down, and the flame that had risen in his heart was instantly extinguished. Right? Only that once. How could it be so coincidental? Ultimately, he was overthinking it. Lin Zhiyue's thin face suddenly turned pale. Even the last bit of color on his lips vanished. In the next moment, he felt darkness before his eyes. A wave of dizziness hit him, and he fell off the chair, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Su Tian didn't expect this scene. She was stunned at first, and when she reacted, she hurriedly ran over to Lin Zhiyue. Marshal, are you okay? She quickly used the internal phone on the table to contact his aide. Chen Zhenglin. Upon hearing that Lin Zhiyue had fallen, he rushed over quickly. Jiang Li had been handling documents in the office all afternoon. Finally, it was time to get off work, and she happily headed home. Now, home no longer felt empty to her because her family was inside. On the battlefield, every insect killed would earn her a subsidy, and relying on this alone, Jiang Li had become a little wealthy woman with both a car and a house. In the yard of the villa, a little bean was squatting in front of the grass, occasionally reaching in to poke around. Jiang Li smilat, a genuine smile appearing on her face. Ping Ping, what are you doing? Chapter 121, A Happy Life for a Family of 3. The little bean heard his mother's voice and jumped up. When he turned around, Jiang Li finally saw his current appearance. His clean little face was covered in mud, dark and dirty, and his big watery eyes stared at her, making it hard for her to scold him. This kid, Jiang Li chuckled, walked in, and Lin Ping ran up to her. He looked down at his muddy body, not as excited as before to pounce on Jiang Li. He obediently stood in place, calling out in a baby voice, Mommy. Jiang Li's motherly heart softened instantly. She squatted down, pinched his cheek. His face was soft like a little dumpling. She reached out and hugged him tightly. Do you miss Mommy? Yes. Lin Ping nodded vigorously. But Mommy, I'm dirty, don't hug me, he said, lacking confidence. Jiang Li was taken aback, gently stroking his head. Dirty? Wait a minute, after a bath. Ping Ping will be white and tender again. Mommy thinks the game you were playing just now was very interesting. Can you teach Mommy how to play? Sure. Lin Ping's eyes sparkled as he took her to the flowers and plants. Jiang Li finally understood how he got himself so dirty. Mud mixed with water formed a gooey substance in a large basin. No matter how Jiang Li looked at it, she felt this basin looked familiar. She stared at it for a long time before realizing it was her laundry basin. No wonder he found it. She had forgotten where she put it. Jiang Li squatted down and picked up a nearby stick, stirring it around. Lin Ping squatted beside her, looking very harmonious. Mommy, I'm making chocolate for you. Jiang Li silently looked at the pile of brown liquid. It did somewhat resemble chocolate, but it was hard to relate. Lin Zhiyue brought the last dish to the table and turned to walk outside. Pushing open the big door, the sunset's afterglow fell into the yard. Jiang Li was squatting on the ground with Lin Ping. Her white military uniform was covered in mud spots, and Lin Ping beside her had black hands. He raised his hand and smeared mud on Jiang Li's face. She wasn't angry. Her lips curled up. You little rascal. In the next moment, she threw a clump of mud at Lin Ping, completely dirtying his clothes. Lin Zhiyue was stunned at this moment. It felt like he had been waiting for a long time. A lover, a child, a home. This feeling was wonderful. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Jiang Li and Lin Ping almost simultaneously looked up. Lin Zhiyue shook his head helplessly, truly at a loss with these mother and son. As soon as he approached, Jiang Li and Lin Ping exchanged glances, each grabbing a clump of mud and running towards him, without giving him any time to react. The yard was filled with another muddy figure. Lin Zhiyue snorted coldly and began to fight back. A mud ball soon hit his face, but Jiang Li was stunned. The current Lin Zhiyue looked just like when they first met, carefree and sunny, as if all the gloom had disappeared. By the time Jiang Li finished her bath and was drying her hair, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Lin Zhiyue was blowing Lin Ping's hair, and a little bean sat on the sofa, looking obedient and cute. "Mommy," he called out, "you two take baths quite fast." "Of course." Lin Ping patted his chest proudly. Mommy is praising him. He automatically blocked Lin Zhiyue from his mind, this great filial son. The corner of Lin Zhiyue's mouth had not dropped since. He ruffled Lin Ping's hair. "It's dry. Jiang Li, come here." She was taken aback, but under the expectant gaze of the little bean, she walked over. Lin Zhiyue's movements were gentle, stroking her hair one by one, as if afraid of hurting her. Lin Ping pouted in displeasure. "Daddy, what's wrong with you? Why are you so gentle with Mom? Just now, you almost pulled Ping Ping's scalp off." Lin Zhiyue laughed and said, "If you want gentleness, you can blow it yourself." Lin Ping was so angry that he stamped his feet. "So annoying. I don't want you to read me picture books tonight." All right. If you don't want me to read, I won't." His threat held no deterrent power for Lin Zhiyue. However, at this moment, Lin Ping clung to Jiang Li. "Mom, can you read me a picture book? The stories in it are so interesting." Jiang Li frowned and pretended to be difficult. "Actually, it's not hard to guess what stories are in the picture books. Princes and princesses, 3 little bears, big bad wolves, and little rabbits." Mom. Lin Ping stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Jiang Li's waist, starting to act cute. Lin Zhiyue mischievously set the hairdryer to the lowest temperature and blew it onto his little hands. The discomfort made him instantly let go, but he was even more displeased with Lin Zhiyue. "Oomph." Jiang Li smiled and patted his head. "Okay, I'll read you a picture book tonight." "I knew Mom was the best." Jiang Li scratched his nose. "Do you have any toys you want to play with? Or is there somewhere you want to go?" "I want to go to the amusement park with Dad and Mom," Lin Ping said without hesitation. "Okay, Mom has 3 days off. Is it all right if I go with you then?" "Good, but I don't know if Dad is free." Jiang Li pretended to be troubled. "Dad, are you free?" Lin Ping looked at him eagerly. Lin Zhiyue sighed lightly. "But didn't someone just say I was annoying?" "Who said that?" Lin Ping went around his side and tugged at his sleeve. "Dad, I was wrong. Please don't be mad at me." "Seeing how sincere you are, I reluctantly agree." "What reluctantly?" He was overjoyed, even happier than Lin Ping, and couldn't hide the smile on his face all night. Jiang Li rubbed her temples. "The insect race is gone, but humans are starting to act up again. It feels like this interstellar empire can't find peace at all." The Golden Dust Star gathered a group of rebels, calling for everyone to resist His Majesty's regime. However, what they were doing was very different from Jiang Li's. These people's goal was to stir up the interstellar empire and establish another imperial regime. What they wanted was not equality, and moreover, this group of people was extremely ruthless. They had taken down a nearby planet. Anyone who disobeyed them was killed. This definitely needed to be suppressed. She glanced at the situation and made a plan in her mind. But this matter, though not big, must be reported to the marshal. She picked up the documents and headed towards the marshal's office. On the way, she saw Su Tian, who looked troubled. "What's wrong with you?" Su Tian had a face full of difficulty. "Speak up, what happened?" Jiang Li frowned. Only then did she speak. "The marshal fainted last night, and I happened to be nearby, so I went to the hospital with him. The doctor said the marshal's condition is not good and needs to be hospitalized, but we don't know what's wrong." Chapter 122, that night was me. Jiang Li frowned. "Is the marshal in the military hospital? Which ward?" "When I left yesterday, the marshal was on the top floor. The doctor pushed him for an examination, but I don't know where he is now." "Is General Chen there?" "Yes," she said firmly. "This morning, I wanted to ask General Chen if the marshal is feeling better, but he hasn't come yet. General Chen is never late." Jiang Li nodded with a serious expression. "I'll go see the marshal. If there's anything going on in the military, contact me directly." "Yes, General Jiang, don't worry." Jiang Li slightly nodded and hurriedly left. The higher the mental strength, the stronger all aspects of physical quality are. With Zhuo Linchuan's level of mental strength, how could someone like him easily get sick? Jiang Li felt there was something wrong. According to Su Tian, fainting was already a serious issue. The top floor of the military hospital had stricter management. As soon as the elevator door opened, Jiang Li was stopped. even though the stars on her shoulder indicated her identity as a general. The nurses outside the elevator and the station soldiers still wouldn't let her through. Jiang Li walked up to the nurse. "I'm here to visit the marshal." "Sorry, General Jiang. The marshal is not seeing anyone." She looked troubled. Jiang Li didn't say anything more. She didn't need to make trouble for them. She nodded, stepped back to the elevator entrance, and called Lin. "I want to visit the marshal. Is the marshal available?" There was a pause on the other end of the phone. "The marshal is available. I'll come to get you." "Where are you?" "At the elevator entrance." After hanging up the phone, it was less than 3 minutes. Lin hurried over, and when he saw it was him, no one stopped him. He nodded to Jiang Li, turned to the nurse, and said, "From now on, General Jiang does not need to be stopped." "That is the marshal's order." "Yes, Major General." The two walked inside together. "How was the marshal? Is he feeling unwell?" Lin shook his head with a serious expression. "We've checked many times, and there are no issues. He just has no appetite, can't sleep well, and has lost a lot of weight." "If nothing can be found, how could this happen?" Jiang Li stepped into the ward and met Lin Zhijue's pale face. She hurried over. "Marshal, how are you?" It wasn't Lin Zhijue's illusion. When he saw Jiang Li, his discomfort noticeably lessened. "Why is that? Could it be that his current condition is related to Jiang Li?" "I'm fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed heavily several times. Jiang Li frowned and hurriedly poured him a glass of water. The moment he reached out to take the water, he unintentionally touched her hand. It wasn't an illusion. That discomfort really lessened. "Actually, I'm not feeling well." He suddenly changed his tone, no longer pretending to be strong. "So can you stay and keep me company a little longer?" When these words came out, the entire ward fell into a strange silence. After a long while, Jiang Li finally came to her senses. She nodded vigorously, "No problem." Lin sensed something was off and quickly stepped out, not forgetting to close the door and prevent any doctors from trying to come in. Jiang Li almost used all her limbs to sit on the edge of the bed. The awkward atmosphere between the two was almost overflowing. They had worked together for a long time and were quite familiar with each other, but they had never been alone in a closed room like this. "Are you adapting to life in the military?" Lin Zhiyue was the first to break the silence. "I'm adapting pretty well. Thank you for your concern, Marshal." He nodded, and the strange silence struck again. Thinking of the child in her belly, Jiang Li couldn't help but ask, "Marshal, about the incident when Pei Jean sneaked into my room. I heard from General Chen that you handled it later?" His hand, which was resting on the blanket, unconsciously clenched tightly. "Yes, I sent him to a military court, and his military status has now been revoked, and he can never enter the military again." As he said this, he occasionally observed Jiang Li's expression. Lin Zhiyue couldn't understand her relationship with Pei Jean. When he sent Pei Jean away that day, his insane demeanor shocked him. Having been in the military, he had seen all kinds of people, but someone who was that mad and reckless was rare. Until he was sent off in the transport vehicle. Pei Jean was still mumbling one sentence. "Jiang Li loves me. She loves me very much. We just had a fight, you busybodies." He spoke as if it were true, with many details that for a moment left Lin Zhiyue confused. This person, he didn't know if he was truly mad or just not very smart. Hearing him mention Pei Jean, Jiang Li showed no extra expression. "Thank you, Marshal. Do you know that after Pei Jean, besides General Chen and the doctor, who else has been to my room that day?" The moment these words came out, Lin Zhiyue's body instantly tensed. He hesitated about whether he should tell Jiang Li about that day's events. Pei Jean is very insane. The medicine is specially formulated, and the doctor cannot produce the antidote in a short time. If not relieved for a long time, it will damage her glands. Even for someone as powerful as the Dragon Clan, Pei Jean is forcing Jiang Li to have something happen with her. Lin's reaction at the time was more intense than he had imagined. He had been by his side for many years, and deep down, he was actually a patient person. No matter what happened, he believed it could be resolved. But his concern for Jiang Li was somewhat excessive. The doctor was at a loss. Jiang Li was strong, and they still needed her in the conflict with the insect race. He couldn't let anything happen to her. This is what Lin Zhiyue reminded himself. So he sent the doctor away and made her antidote himself. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. Lin Zhiyue was born during the peak of the insect race's power. From the moment he could remember, his father was either fighting against the insect race at the border or on his way to the border. As a child, He lived in a military housing where he was surrounded by his father's colleagues. They were all very good uncles and aunts. However, every time his father returned from the border, there were always fewer people. In this way, the seeds of exterminating the insect race were planted in Lin Zhiyue's heart. As he grew up, aside from the carefree early years, it seemed he was always preparing to kill all the insect race. Jiang Li was stronger than him. The military needed her, and the extermination of the insect race also required her. He would willingly give anything he had, not just his body. But was that really the case? Lin Zhiyue seemed to be captivated by her the first time he saw her at the first military academy. A powerful male with high mental strength. He was already an exceptionally outstanding existence, but even now, he was still unmarried. He simply felt that they were too weak. He liked people stronger than himself. But in his already strong condition, that was the hardest to find. But then Jiang Li appeared. Unbeknownst to him, he had been watching her from a corner for a long time. That day, when her glands were bitten, what surged in his heart was a secret joy, a tingling desire for more. Should he deceive her? When faced with her eyes filled with curiosity, he swallowed back the words of deception. What useless rule, what responsibility. He would indulge just this once. I know what you're asking. That night was me. Chapter 123. Caught by the Royal Inspection Team, a huge stone suddenly smashed down, breaking the silence of the lake's surface. Jiang Li could not describe her current feelings in words. It was quite fragmented. She had suspected many people, even thought it might be Pei Jin who, unwilling to accept being taken away, crawled back in the dark. She never imagined that person would be Lin Zhiyue. She instantly turned into a silent, screaming chicken. Lin Zhiyue avoided her gaze, not daring to look into her eyes. I'm sorry. He self-deprecatingly smiled. What I'm doing is actually no different from Pei Jin taking advantage of the situation. He took a deep breath. That medicine is very potent and should have been specially made for you. The antidote is difficult to formulate. At this point, Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief. If it was to save her, then it was worth it. Lin Zhiyue suddenly met her gaze. His eye color gradually darkened. I don't want to deceive you. I do have selfish motives. I might have a bit of crush on you. He shrugged, being frank about his true feelings. Who could come to save her? Jiang Li felt like she was about to shatter. Lin Zhiyue was a superior who gave her opportunities, a spiritual leader who provided her with goals. And now she had slept with someone who had done her a favor? This world had completely gone mad, becoming incomprehensible to Jiang Li. How could he be so calm? Marshal, I. She stammered for a long time without being able to say a word. Lin Zhiyue smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm 10 years older than you. We're not suitable. I'm very clear about that. You can pretend nothing happened between us. After a pause, he added, or I could contact the military court. After all, you were not in your right mind at the time, and I will take responsibility for what I did. This was said. Jiang Li quickly waved her hand. I should thank the marshal. Without you, I don't know what I'd be like now. Lin Zhiyue slightly nodded. He noticed her discomfort. Don't overthink it. My liking you is my business. I don't mean to force you to be with me. Let us just be as we were before. After a pause, he added, I admire the strong, and you are very strong. Jiang Li touched her nose. Given the current situation, she felt it would be better to be honest. Well, I'm pregnant. Lin Zhiyue was stunned, completely frozen. How did you know? You did an examination while at the border. The report showed no issues, but there were discrepancies in the data. I thought you wouldn't want others to know about this, so I've already corrected the data, just rest assured. As expected of the marshal, truly considerate, leaving Jiang Li stunned. But this child is yours. Lin Zhiyue was shocked, his entire being dazed. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted her next words. Jiang, it's bad. The Royal Inspection Team has arrived. Jiang Li frowned. These people usually handle issues of misconduct among high-ranking military officials. The military and the royal family have departments that can investigate each other for mutual checks and balances. What were they here for? These people surely meant no good. My phone. The noise on the other end of the line was chaotic, followed by Su Tian's voice fading away. Jiang, you are an internal supporter of the insect race. Please come with us. His tone was drawn out, but Jiang Li was not unfamiliar with his voice. Cheng Shubai, do you have an arrest warrant? She remained calm. Jiang, since we can come today, of course we have one. This is a serious matter, so please do not delay. All right, I'll come over now. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on the phone. Lin Zhiyue looked at her sternly. What's wrong? The Royal Inspection Team wants to take me away, saying I'm an internal supporter of the insect race. Lin Zhiyue rubbed his temples. They've come after all. To make a long story short, several soldiers who fought at the border against the insect race have shown signs of insectification upon returning. Insectification? She frowned. Exactly. It means that although they are human, they're gradually transforming into a form resembling the insect race. Their thoughts and behaviors are changing. And some serious cases have even led to cannibalism. Is it that serious? Jiang Li narrowed her eyes. She had no idea about such a big issue. Lin Zhiyue noticed her confusion. The reason I didn't tell you is that I guess they would use this as an excuse to make things difficult for you. Right now, your existence in their eyes is like a thorn in their flesh. Remember, you were unaware of this matter from beginning to end. All the documents were reviewed by me. They won't find any loopholes, understood? Jiang Li hurriedly nodded. I understand. I'll head over first. Take care of yourself. I will find a way to get you out. Okay. She nodded seriously. From a distance, she saw Chun Zhenglin standing in front of Cheng Shubai. The two sides were in a standoff. Now was not the time for disputes. She hurriedly walked up. Third prince. Finally, she saw the person she had been longing for. Cheng Shubai's gaze swept over her inch by inch, sticky and uncomfortable. Jiang Li frowned and met his gaze. Let us go. All right. A smile crept onto his lips. Looking more like he was joyfully welcoming a wife returning home after a long time than capturing a criminal. The officials behind him flattered. Third prince. This Jiang Shangjiang is very powerful. If she harms you on the way, it would be bad. Should we cuff her? Harm me? The words circled around his mouth. It really depends on how she would harm me. His smile deepened in his eyes. Jiang Li felt uncomfortable about this. The third prince, no matter what. It's time to go, right? Cheng Shubai glanced at her with a hint of meaning, but didn't take the shackles handed to him by the people behind. Instead, he pulled out a pair of pink shackles from behind his waist. Jiang Li almost broke down. No. Is he really here to take her back for questioning? These things don't look serious at all. He leaned closer, and a simple action of putting on the shackles felt ambiguous coming from him. His hand deliberately or inadvertently brushed against hers, and his eyes never left her. This sticky feeling was quite uncomfortable. Jiang Li. His tone was drawn out, inexplicably carrying a sense of affection. This person really had no sense of restraint. The people behind him had their heads lowered, clearly not daring to look over. Jiang Li didn't believe they couldn't see what was happening. She lowered her voice. You should know when to stop. Okay, that said, the shackles were on her for a full 10 minutes. Those 10 minutes felt especially long for Jiang Li. Without a chill, she looked down. From the outside, the shackles seemed to be made of ordinary material, just a different color. But on the inside, where no one could see, it was leather, with a soft layer around the outer circle, as if afraid of hurting her hands. This man. Chapter 124. Jiang Li is weak and helpless. Cheng Shubai presses hard once the handcuffs were on. The royal patrol quickly moved to control her. But at that moment, Cheng Shubai turned and stood in front of Jiang Li. His brows furrowed, clearly displeased. What do you want? An official flattered him. Third prince. Jiang general's strength cannot be underestimated. What if she poses a threat to you? Jiang Li squinted. It wasn't her imagination. This person clearly disliked her. Every word and action seemed to undermine her. Cheng Shubai was unhappy. His tone turned colder. Don't do anything unnecessary. After saying that, he personally escorted Jiang Li into the elevator. But every move he made was extremely uncomfortable, like being wrapped tightly by a cold, wet snake, unable to breathe. His hand never left her, not like he was capturing her, but more like he was flirting. Chun Zhenglin frowned. General Jiang, do you need me? He hesitated, but Jiang Li understood his meaning. As long as she spoke up, he would come to negotiate, and no matter what, he wouldn't let Cheng Shubai take her away. But it seemed the marshal must have his own plans, and she couldn't disrupt them. She shook her head, using her eyes to stop his actions. Cheng Shubai narrowed his eyes, his voice carrying an oppressive tone. General Chun, don't do anything unnecessary. As the elevator doors closed, Cheng Shubai, with his noble status, was alone with Jiang Li and the flattering official from earlier. His gaze occasionally fell on Jiang Li, filled with hatred. Cheng Shubai, however, became even more reckless, his hand resting on her waist, rubbing it. This sensation was inexplicably disgusting. Jiang Li stepped forward to avoid his hand. Third Prince, I'm very cooperative. I can walk by myself. The latter words were particularly heavy, reminding Cheng Shu by not to go too far. But he acted as if he didn't understand and leaned in again. You're so capable. What if you run away again? That word was very suggestive. But they all understood what he meant. Jiang Li scoffed. You and I have no relationship. Don't say things that could be misunderstood. Cheng Shu Bai rubbed his fingers, brought them to his nose, and took a deep breath, his gaze intoxicated. Jiang Li, you have to come back with me. This time, you can't escape. As he spoke, he withdrew his hand. I have plenty of time to spend with you slowly. I'm not in a hurry, so don't be anxious, Jiang Li. His tone was light, resembling whispers between lovers. Jiang Li furrowed her brows. There were others here. He really had no shame. She didn't respond, refusing to engage. Throughout the encounter, Jiang Li's eyes were covered. She couldn't see anything. After the blindfold was removed, she finally saw the environment she was in. The room was all white. The bed was white, the table was white, the toilet was white. There was nothing but the essentials, and everything was wide open, including the bathroom. Every corner had a camera. No matter what she did inside, it could be seen clearly. Jiang Li scoffed. Is this the royal family? Not even leaving any human rights for the suspect, truly opening my eyes. Cheng Shu Bai lowered his voice and leaned closer to her. Jiang Li, don't be afraid. Behind the cameras, there will only be me. How could I bear to let anyone else see you? Not even a little bit. His voice was soft but sickening to her. The thought that he could see everything she did made her feel a chill in her heart. It was somewhat nauseating. Don't go crazy. What you're doing isn't proper. Cheng Shu Bai was struck dumb by overwhelming surprise. Are you worried about me? But don't worry. This is my territory. Whatever I do, no one will know. What a nerve. Who was actually worried about him? Cheng Shu Bai raised his hand. You all go out. I have something to ask General Jiang. Yes. Everyone complied and prepared to leave. But at that moment, Jiang Li panicked. Soon the room would only have the two of them, and she didn't know what this crazy Cheng Shu Bai would do. She hurriedly spoke up. Isn't it improper to interrogate someone alone? I'm afraid the third prince might take this opportunity to retaliate against me. Wouldn't that be terrible? She didn't believe that if there were outsiders, Cheng Shu Bai would dare to do anything. Unfortunately, as Cheng Shu Bai said, everyone here was his people. They all acted as if they hadn't heard anything and left together. Jiang Li was speechless. She sighed lightly, sitting on the bed, her voice and body language carrying a sense of caution. There is nothing to discuss between the third prince and me. If it's an investigation and interrogation, follow the procedure. As for anything outside the procedure, I will not cooperate. Her words were clear, but for some reason, Cheng Shu Bai seemed not to understand. He stepped closer to her. Suddenly, he raised his hand, his fingertips gliding over his button, and then his coat fell away. Jiang Li was shocked. She felt weak and helpless. Even when facing the insect race before, she and T felt this way. Humans were the scariest. Are you crazy? She whispered. Can't you see the 4 cameras in the room? Not 4, but 6, he murmured. Jiang Li was on guard, her eyes darting around the room. But she saw nothing and found nothing. It seemed those 2 cameras were hidden away. How infuriating. She was a bit angry, and when she looked up, she realized that at some point, Cheng Shu Bai was left with only a red netted garment. It wasn't fabric. The hollow parts made everything visible. What do you want? Jiang Li's voice rose a few pitches as she suddenly stood up and retreated to the corner. Even though her hands were restrained, she still raised them, ready to strike at any moment. What? Those 2 words circled in his mouth before he spat them out. To do me? What the hell? Jiang Li was stunned. How could a prince speak so crudely? Are you crazy? Maybe, he shrugged, not caring at all how Jiang Li reacted, but in his eyes, there was only her. He slowly walked toward her. The footsteps echoing in the room felt like a death knell to Jiang Li. He advanced while she retreated. There was no escape. She leaned against the wall, already with nowhere to go. Cheng Shu Bai, if you come any closer, I want to hold back. Her voice rose a little. Hold back. He chuckled softly, his words carrying a different meaning. How will you be rude to me? I'm a bit looking forward to it. The hot breath sprayed onto her face. The 2 were now very close, and he suddenly grabbed her wrist. He forcibly placed her hand on the red garment. Will you like it? Chapter 125. Not only crude and unsightly, but also with violent tendencies. Like it? She likes what exactly? The two were so close at that moment. The ambiguity was almost unbearable. Jiang Li's eyes were filled with glaring disgust, but Cheng Shubai seemed oblivious. He reached out, wanted to touch her military uniform. A general in military attire should be quite interesting. Jiang Li frowned tightly. I warned you, Cheng Shubai. The cordiality on her face could no longer be maintained. Jiang Li grabbed his hand. Cheng Shubai couldn't contain his joy, curling his lips. You like it, right? You still have an interest in me, don't you? Before he could finish his sentence, he was thrown over her shoulder and landed on the ground. After a moment, he suddenly started laughing, as if he had heard a funny joke, laughing nonstop. Jiang Li didn't want to talk to a madman anymore. She returned to sit on the bed. Cheng Shubai. I'll say it again, stay away from me. The last 4 words were spoken with extra weight, with a strong hint of threat. Cheng Shubai, however, laughed even louder. Jiang Li, so what if you're a general? Aren't you still in my hands? Want to leave me? Dream on. Don't even think about it. Madman, Jiang Li said coldly. Cheng Shubai struggled to slowly stand up. He was very pale, the red garment contrasting with his skin, making him look as luminous as jade. Jiang Li remained unmoved. The inspection team must have a reason to arrest me. Instead of wasting time, you might as well think about how to explain why you arrested an innocent person. Cheng Shubai's expression gradually turned cold, and he could no longer maintain the calmness on his face. You will regret it sooner or later, begging to come back to my side. As soon as he finished speaking, a flattering official suddenly entered. Third Prince, this is serious. The scene before him made him widen his eyes in shock. After realizing what was happening, he hurriedly nodded, but the red mark had already imprinted itself in his mind. In contrast, Cheng Shubai appeared much calmer. What's wrong? The official spoke. The Crown Prince is here to take someone. He said this matter is of great importance and should be handled by him. Cheng Shubai's face darkened, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. A persistent leech. He wants Jiang Li? Who does he think he is? After saying that, he put on his clothes. As he was leaving, he leaned close to Jiang Li again, whispering, I'll be back soon, just wait for me obediently. After that, he quickly left. Seeing him leave, the official stood up, his previously humble demeanor vanished, and he looked at Jiang Li with hatred. General Jiang, do you not fear bringing shame to the military with your actions to seduce the Third Prince? Jiang Li looked at him in disbelief. She was about to explode with anger. How could a person be this blind? Or perhaps he wasn't blind at all, just trying to pin the blame on her. General Jiang, you need to understand your own identity. So what if you're general? He opened his mouth, his words aggressive, as a female. You expose yourself outside every day, and the military has so many males. You're not clean. You have no identity. How do you deserve the Third Prince? Jiang Li's eyes widened. She really wanted to crack open this person's head to see what was inside. How could someone be so shameless? Are you okay? Do you have a disease? Jiang Li asked sincerely. Aside from him having a mental issue, she couldn't think of any other reason he would say such things. General Jiang, don't go too far. His face turned red with anger, indignantly saying, I've never seen someone as shameless as you, General Jiang. A female who is so shameless. Truly eye-opening. Fine. So what if I'm a female? Or was that just now? Can't you see? She raised her voice a few notches. If you don't need your eyes, just donate your corneas to someone in need. And get this clear, I am a general. Who do you think you're to point fingers at me? She coldly laughed and looked him up and down. Don't say I'm just in the investigation phase. Even if I were convicted, you have no right to talk to me like this. My rank is still valid, and I'm really giving you face by letting you talk to me like this. As Jiang Li spoke, she suddenly stood up and kicked out before he even noticed. Watch your mouth. You, as a male, are so weak. I, a frail female, can kick you down with one kick. Hurry to the hospital and change your trashy jeans. The Third Prince could say a few words, but who are you? What's your identity? Without mentioning identity or background, Jiang Li sneered. What level is your psychic power? How many bugs have you killed? You dare challenge me? She bent down to wipe the tip of her shoe with a tissue, then threw it at him and turned back to sit on the bed. The official trembled with anger, but tried several times to stand up. You, such a crude person. How do you deserve to be a general? Jiang Li tilted her head, looking confused. I'm sorry, but not only am I crude, I also have violent tendencies. If you keep barking in front of me, don't blame me for hitting you. As she spoke, she shook the shackles in her hand. It's normal that someone with your useless psychic power doesn't understand my strength. But let me remind you, these things can't stop me. I can take you down with just one leg. She shook her foot. That kick had indeed hurt. Now the official's waist couldn't even straighten. He grimaced. Just wait, I will make you pay. Saying that, he leaned against the wall and left. Jiang Li coolly loga. What kind of useless people does the Empire find? That kick didn't even use 3/10 of my strength, and he couldn't handle it? She lay down on the bed, completely unfazed. She believed in the marshal. Since he said he would get her out, he would definitely get her out. However, she frowned. Insectification? Is it a conspiracy of the insect race, or just a coincidence? What should those who have been insectified do? If the number of insectified people increases in the future, won't there be a new round of battles? The current interstellar empire is truly plagued with internal and external troubles. It seems I need to quickly settle the score with the royal family. Otherwise, I won't have time to deal with these insectified people. The people in the royal family are all a bunch of dark politicians. On the surface, they appear friendly, but behind the scenes, they stab you in the back. Just like now, she was arrested, and the reality is she had nothing to do with the insect race. At that moment, there was a noisy sound of footsteps outside. Jiang Li opened her eyes and saw a familiar person. General Jiang, come with me. Cheng Si had a slight smile on his lips. It had inexplicably made people feel he had ulterior motives. So now she was to enter the tiger's den again? Fine, it was better than being tortured by Cheng Shu Bai. She tilted her head and looked around. There were 6 cameras here. Can the Crown Prince help me find them and then destroy them? Chapter 126, taken away by Cheng Si. Cheng Si looked at her with a half-smile. General Jiang, what are you afraid of? Saying this, he suddenly stepped forward, leaning closer to her, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Did my brother do something to you? Tell me, and I'll help you get justice. Jiang Li's eyes flashed with mockery. The Crown Prince arrived so timely. He should know nothing, right? Cheng Si stared at her for a long time before speaking. As expected, nothing can escape General Jiang's eyes. After saying that, he waved his hand. Check how many cameras are in this room. Destroy them along with the retained data. Yes. Can we go now, General Jiang? Cheng Si's words were impeccable, but his tone had no trace of respect. Jiang Li didn't care about it. Her mind was on others. Something she couldn't control. She just needed to manage herself. She nodded slightly, her expression calm as she followed him outside. The official she had just kicked suddenly blocked their path. Your Highness, the third prince hasn't returned yet. It's not appropriate for you to take General Jiang away like this. Is it appropriate? Cheng Si looked at him coldly. You should understand that Father has entrusted this matter to me entirely. What is your status to dare to shout at me in front of me? Yes. His head hung low, but the way he tightly clenched his fists showed he was unconvinced by Cheng Si's words. Jiang Li couldn't help but glance at him. This person was indeed ambitious. She wanted to see what he was planning to do and how far he intended to go. Cheng Si seemed very relaxed about her, allowing her complete freedom until they got into the car. Throughout the journey, he imposed no restrictions on her. If she didn't know the situation, Jiang Li might have thought they were just taking a walk together. Was he carefree, or did he just not care? Jiang Li found it hard to see through this person. Just then, the person checking the surveillance footage hurried over, casting a strange glance at Jiang Li. Your Highness, I think you should take a look at this. She immediately realized something was wrong. This person probably saw everything he shouldn't have. The man placed the computer in front of Cheng Si, respectful from start to finish. Cheng Si took it over. Jiang Li held back for a moment, but couldn't resist. Your Highness, there's nothing to see here. Just delete it. Cheng Si tilted his head to look at her, a smirk on his lips. The more you say that, General Jiang, the more curious I become. I absolutely must see this video. How could someone be so defiant? Jiang Li lowered her head, covering her eyes. Just thinking about what he was about to see made her feel unable to face it. Her skin was still a bit too thin. Do it. In the video, Cheng Shu Bai's voice was particularly clear. Cheng Si hurriedly closed the computer screen, clearing his throat awkwardly. My third brother really knows how to have fun. I didn't expect he had this side. Jiang Li didn't respond. At this moment, she hated Cheng Shu Bai. This person really had some urgent desire to be known by others, didn't he? It would have been fine to keep it private. But to record several surveillance videos was just extreme perversion. Cheng Si said lightly, General Jiang, rest assured. Since I promised you from the beginning to delete these things, I will definitely not go back on my word. Thank you, Your Highness. After a pause, she asked, do you know why the Royal Patrol brought me here suddenly? What happened? He looked at her in surprise. You don't know anything? Jiang Li's expression remained unchanged. I don't know. His eyes flickered, of course. He couldn't fully trust what she said, but this wasn't the time to dwell on that. The insect tribe had not been completely eradicated. Many males who had experienced the last war showed signs of insectification. Jiang Li furrowed her brows, pretending to know nothing. Insectification? What is that? It's when those males begin to exhibit characteristics of the insect tribe after a period of time. Their blood gradually turns into a green slime. Then their temper and personality change, and eventually, like the insect tribe, they develop a craving for humans. Over time, they lose all interest in nutrient solutions and food. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, nodding thoughtfully. This matter was serious and indeed needed thorough investigation. But what did it have to do with her? Cheng Si stared at her, unable to distinguish for a moment whether she genuinely didn't know or was pretending not to. As for why these males suddenly insectified, the evidence points to you, General Jiang. His tone was light, but filled with force. If Jiang Li weren't the person involved, she might have really believed his nonsense by now. If I say I'm innocent, would you believe me, Your Highness? Or do you think this label must be placed on me? Which do you think it is? Their eyes met, but Cheng Si showed no signs of weakness. This is a serious matter that concerns the entire interstellar empire. Whether I believe General Jiang is irrelevant. The key is whether this evidence is detrimental to General Jiang, and whether you can provide something to refute the evidence. His words were also a kind of veiled hint. Jiang Li nodded slightly, her mind racing with guesses. Although they were both detained, she still felt that Cheng Si's side was better prepared than Cheng Shubai's. The room was small, containing only necessities and a small window, with a camera in the corner, but there was no bathroom in the small room. She was being treated as a criminal, and her demands were not high. She just wanted to retain her privacy. Jiang Li walked over naturally and sat on the stool. Your Highness, rest assured, I will fully cooperate with your investigation wherever needed. Cheng Si nodded slightly. That's best. It's getting late, General Jiang. You should rest well. After saying that, he turned and left, and the iron door closed behind him. General Jiang, I'm not the only one investigating. You should be careful. Did this person want to help her? Jiang Li didn't think so, but if not, why would he say so much to her? She couldn't understand. These politicians. A simple sentence often carried 3 traps behind it. That day, she finally understood what Cheng Si meant. They first detained her for 3 days, during which there was no sound at all. At meal times, nutrient solutions were passed through a small window in the door, but she couldn't see the other person. There was also no electricity or lights in the room. At night, it was completely dark, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. It was absolutely quiet, as if she were the only person in the world. Even during the day, due to the small window, the light that came in was minimal. In such conditions, it was hard for a person's mind not to break down. Today was the 4th day. Jiang Li was taken into a spacious room. She had been inside for 2 hours when suddenly many people entered. Chairs were set down, and 10 officials came in, with Cheng Si sitting at the head. She knew the interrogation had begun. Chapter 127. After insectification, humans become stronger. General Jiang, please clearly describe all the details of this battle against the insect tribe. Jiang Li's expression was calm as she recounted everything she knew. General Jiang, what do you think about the sudden insectification of the male warriors who participated in this battle? What do I think? I see with my eyes. But she remembered what Lin Zhiyue had said. As for insectification, I'm actually not clear about it. Before I came here, I didn't know about this matter. The only reason I know now is because the prince told me. Cheng Si, who was suddenly mentioned, felt a chill. If he had known this person's mouth couldn't keep a secret, he wouldn't have given her a heads up. Now he was caught in the middle. It's difficult. General Jiang, we don't believe what you said. You are a general, a high-ranking member of the military. How could you possibly not know such an important matter? Jiang Li remained unfazed because she genuinely didn't know. Yes, I am indeed a general, but that doesn't mean I should know everything, does it? The military has many affairs every day, and I have my own things to do. General Jiang, we suspect your current statements are a way to evade responsibility. You claim you didn't know about insectification. How can you prove that? To be honest, that question really caught Jiang Li off guard. How could she prove why she didn't know? This was a bit too tricky, wasn't it? She remained unmoved and said, "You are the investigators, and I am the one being investigated. You need to clarify these matters. If I could prove it myself, what would I need you for? You have been in high positions for a long time, and it's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to you like this." General Jiang, I think you are mistaken. This is not the military department. This is the Royal Inspection Team. Here, you only have the option to cooperate. Jiang Li leaned back on the chair, looking as comfortable as if she were at home. I think you are mistaken. No matter where I am still a general of the Empire. I am cooperating with your investigation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here. She pointed her finger at a few people in the air. As for you, since you want to convict me, you can investigate on your own. She curled her lips, her eyes filled with disdain. Do you want me to determine my own guilt? Should I say you are naive, or should I say you are foolish? Bang! An older official slammed the table and stood up abruptly. General Jiang, if it weren't for your accomplishments in exterminating the Zerg and your contributions to the Star Empire, do you think we would be this polite to you? Show some respect. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. This is truly the best joke I've heard this year. Polite? If making me psychologically collapse and forcing me to admit to things I didn't do is considered polite, then your Royal Inspection Team's hospitality is indeed different from others. The official's eyes flickered slightly. Jiang Li stood up, no longer looking at them, and fixed her gaze on Changxi. Crown Prince, if relying on brainwashing and coercion to make me admit to things I haven't done is considered an investigation, then I see no need to cooperate, do I? Changxi nodded slightly. You are right. You should go back and rest. I will have someone change your room. Thank you, Crown Prince. After saying that, she turned and left. The sound of the door closing was followed by an unhappy voice from the official. Crown Prince, we can't continue the investigation if she leaves. Changxi stood up and adjusted his sleeves. I think General Jiang makes a valid point. Your job is to investigate, not to rush her into admitting guilt. Have you been in this position for too long, becoming too comfortable, and forgotten how to do your job? His voice was calm, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of intimidation. All the officials quickly stood up and knelt on the ground. Crown Prince, that's not what we meant. His eyes darkened, and his gaze became dangerous. If I find out about this method of psychologically breaking someone down and convicting them again, and considering that your case resolution rate has increased significantly over the years, I suspect that it wasn't achieved through legitimate investigations. Changxi said coldly, I will have someone reinvestigate every case. If anyone dares to obstruct this, don't blame me for being rude. Leaving the statement behind with a group of people trembling on the ground, he turned and left. A few officials stepped forward to help the oldest one up. Captain, what should we do? What if the Crown Prince really finds something? He straightened his back and said coldly, What are you afraid of? Even if we are found out, what does it matter? Besides, the Royal Inspection Team is tied to the royal family's reputation. Can he really push us out? Pausing, he sneered, besides, after all, we are serving His Majesty. The captain is right. We were overthinking it. Hospital. As soon as Jiang Li left, Lin Zhiyue hurriedly exited the hospital. In secret, he brought back a few males who had already been zergified and lost their sanity. Inside the transparent glass, the zergified males were smashing against the glass like madmen. They had developed antennae, and their skin had grown the chitinous armor characteristic of insects. Seeing the people outside, they opened their mouths, looking quite insane. Lin Zhiyue frowned. Dr. Fong, what is going on? Dr. Fong's expression was serious. Marshal, according to the investigation, this male's spiritual power was, but after being zergified, his spiritual power became. He pointed at the Zerg armor on the person inside the glass and said, his defense level has now reached a level. Lin Zhiyue narrowed his eyes and said, if the zergified male is level, could their spiritual power reach level? Dr. Fong shook his head. Marshal, the real situation may be even more serious. Based on my investigations during this period, males with level spiritual power, after being zergified, their abilities are enhanced, but they do not actually reach level. They're just a little short. However, The lieutenant colonel son you personally captured recently had level spiritual power, and after being zergified, his spiritual power reached level, even nearing level. Currently, there are no Zerg above level that have been zergified, so I'm not clear on the specifics, but according to this trend, the higher the spiritual power of a person, the higher their spiritual power will become after being zergified. Lin Zhiue's expression became serious. If that's the case, then it's dangerous. Indeed, Marshal, the current situation is somewhat uncontrollable. Those with strong psychological qualities will zergify more slowly, but they will still zergify eventually. It's just a matter of time. Lin Zhiyue frowned. Is there a solution to zergification now? Marshal, there is currently no research on it. This is quite difficult. Chapter 128. Pei Jin is like a male ghost. Lin Zhiyue stared intently at the person inside the transparent glass. Have you checked Lieutenant Colonel Sun's body? Are there any antibodies in his system? Dr. Fong shook his head with a serious expression. Marshal, the situation is not ideal. According to genetic testing, Lieutenant Colonel Sun initially had antibodies in his body, but they were quickly devoured. I can only detect that there were antibodies at one time. Lin Zhiyue's face suddenly darkened. So, zergification is unsolvable. Suppose I were zergified. How much would my spiritual power reach? Dr. Fong was silent for a moment before speaking. Marshal, we have conducted experiments and calculations on this hypothesis, and the results show that your spiritual power could reach at least level. A level male who loses his sanity after zergification would be a disaster for the entire Star Empire. He paused and continued, Marshal, I suggest you stay away from those zergified males for now. We still Haven T found a reason for their sudden zergification. Safety first, what do you think? Lin Zhiyue narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. I understand. Prepare all the materials. Yes. This matter is more serious than they initially thought. It is no longer something the military can control. This must be made public. At this time, His Majesty is still solely focused on how to bring Jiang Li down. It's simply absurd. These people, who have never seen blood and gore in the Storm Realm, have been too well protected. It's about time they see just how cruel the real Star Empire is. The new room is indeed nice. It may not compare to the military department, but she has a clear understanding of her current identity. As a convicted criminal, it is sufficient that the environment is not oppressive. The door was open from the outside. Cheng Si walked in, his expression more serious than ever. Jiang Li knew something had happened. Following him, those self-satisfied officials entered. They stepped forward to put handcuffs and leg shackles on her, as well as an electric shock ring to ensure she wouldn't leave midway. General Jiang, I apologize. Their gleeful and contemptuous expressions made her feel disgusted. She ignored the few of them. General Jiang, when you meet His Majesty later, please don't act as if you are meeting us. Otherwise, if you offend His Majesty, no one will be able to protect you. Yes, General Jiang. Even if the Marshal comes, he can only kneel before His Majesty. Your achievements in exterminating the Zerg are not enough for you to act arrogantly in front of His Majesty. If Jiang Li were really a mindless person, she might have already argued with him by now, but she was too clear about what these people meant by saying this. She chuckled softly without responding. Cheng Si, however, spoke coldly at this moment. You few come over and take General Jiang away. Is this how you do it? Crown Prince, forgive us. They quickly lower their heads. Cheng Si stepped forward. I will personally take her over. You all need to wake up? Crown Prince, this may not be in accordance with the rules, right? He narrowed his eyes, looking over lightly, but it gave off an inexplicable sense of pressure. The interstellar realm is ruled by our Cheng family royal clan. Were you? How dare you oppose me? We wouldn't dare. With those words, he openly took Jiang Li away. Yet they didn't dare say a word. Jiang Li had a good impression of the crown, Prince Cheng Si, and when it was just the two of them, she was no longer prepared to pretend. However, there were still many guards around, so she lowered her voice and asked, Your Highness, what are you planning to do? Cheng Si sighed deeply, looking at her with a complicated expression. Father is planning to marry you off. What? Jiang Li's voice involuntarily rose a few octaves as she struggled to scratch her ear, wondering if she had heard incorrectly. Cheng Si's gaze was somewhat resentful. No, you didn't hear wrong. Father is preparing to grant you a marriage. To whom? Granting a marriage to whom? Cheng Shubai? He scoffed, The third brother indeed went to plead for it, and he thinks the same, but unfortunately, father won't let him have his way. A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in Jiang Li's heart. It's Peijin. What? She shouted, unable to maintain her surface calm any longer. Although their military department had been striving for equality for everyone, there was only a slight indication of progress. Things that have been passed down for thousands of years are not so easily changed. Many things are already ingrained in their blood. The one in charge of the interstellar empire is still that exalted emperor. His granting of marriage is not the same as a normal family arranging a marriage for a female. Moreover, in her position, many people were watching her, and she was already in a precarious situation. Jiang Li began brainstorming reasons to refuse the marriage grant. Cheng Si seemed to see through her thoughts. I advise you to agree to it. You should be clearer than I am about your current situation. As he spoke, he pointed at her shackles. There are many people watching you right now. Don't let father find a handle on you. If you refuse, he can easily place the blame of wanting to usurp the throne on you, the marshal, and the military department. Jiang Li hurriedly shook her head. Thank you, your highness. I know you mean well, but I absolutely will not marry Peijin. After saying that, she added, not in this life, nor the next. Cheng Si shrugged. I understand your meaning, but the reality is you're already caught in the whirlpool of power. What you say no longer counts. If you were just an ordinary person in the military, they wouldn't have their sights on you. I advise you to agree. Anyway, they won't make you marry on the spot. Who knows what will happen afterward? Jiang Li tilted her head to look at him. Are you giving me advice like this? Does the emperor know? He doesn't have the mind to care about me. All his thoughts are on his precious youngest son. Youngest son? Referring to Cheng Shubai? It seemed she had uncovered a royal secret. But unfortunately, now she was like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, unable to protect herself. I'll watch for a while. Thank you, your highness, for the reminder. That said, she still wasn't prepared to agree. But Peijin was the same. Why was he like a male ghost? Always haunting her, she was even a bit scared. Just as she walked in, a door away was the emperor's office, and before the door, Cheng Shubai was kneeling and refusing to leave, his voice hoarse. Father, you can't let General Jiang marry him. General Jiang and I are already together. Together? How come the other party involved didn't know? Cheng Si spoke up. Father, I brought General Jiang. Finally, there was movement inside the room. You all come in. Yes. Jiang Li originally wanted to lower her head and reduce her presence as she walked in. But unexpectedly, before she could take a step, her leg was tightly held by someone. General Jiang, tell father, we've been together for a long time. Chapter 129. Marriage grant to Peijin. Jiang Li could clearly feel that the hand holding her was pinching her leg. It was obvious they were trying to collude. Unfortunately, she wanted to stay far away from Peijin and didn't want to get involved with Cheng Shubai either. She wanted to avoid both of them as much as possible. She didn't want any entanglement. Third prince, at this point, please stop joking. Jiang Li, we've done everything we should and shouldn't have done. Now you're turning your back, right? Don't be afraid. With me here, father won't do anything to you. Cheng Si, standing not far away, couldn't listen any longer. His brother really dared to say that. He wasn't afraid father would kill him later. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, two people walked out from inside. Their movements were swift, with one needle. Cheng Shubai fainted, and the hand tightly gripping Jiang Li's leg also loosened. Jiang is indeed still as cunning as ever. He wasn't skilled enough to fight against the emperor. When everything finally quieted down, the two of them walked back inside. From the moment she entered the room, Jiang Li felt uncomfortable, a sensation of being watched enveloping her. She glanced sideways, and, sure enough, Peijin was sitting not far away, staring at her intently. She felt like a cup of water, and Peijin was a person lost in the desert, about to die of thirst after a long time without drinking. So you really came? The emperor smiled. Father. After Cheng Si saluted, he sat down in his designated position. The emperor then scrutinized Jiang Li and spoke. General Jiang, it's been a long time. I remember the last time I saw you was when you took over as general. It had indeed been a while since she last saw the emperor. She spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, yet there was no sense of respect in her tone. The emperor seemed to indicate something as he spoke. To be honest, General Jiang and Peijin looked quite compatible from afar. She was worried Peijin would say something shocking, so she quickly interrupted, "Your Majesty, let's not make such jokes." "Joking?" he said with a half-smile. Pei Jin spoke, his tone stubborn. "Jiang Li, don't you remember? We've been together for a long time. We fell in love at first sight when you started school, and we've been together ever since." Jiang Li froze, turning to look at him in disbelief. "Are they together? Why didn't I know? What was going on?" She was a bit confused. His eyes were filled with intense affection, and in that moment of eye contact, Jiang Li even felt as if they had been in love for a long time. But she was clear-headed. She knew that they had no relationship. Pei Jin seemed a bit off. She frowned and reminded him, "Pei Jin, we didn't know each other when we just started school. We got to know each other after fighting during training." Pei Jin's tone was stubborn, his handsome face showing hints of pale green. "Jiang Li, we've graduated from the first military academy now, so there's no need to pretend anymore. We've been together for a long time. It's just that you said it would have a bad influence, so we haven't made it public." If she felt Pei Jin was off earlier, now Jiang Li could confirm it. This person was crazy. Pei Jin didn't give her a chance to respond, full of deep affection as he continued, "Jiang Li, you said that after you returned from the border, you would marry me. Have you forgotten?" He spoke as if it were true, with vivid details. But Jiang Li knew in her heart that he was lying. However, the truth or falsehood no longer mattered. The emperor spoke up. "Very good. You two are of similar age and have been together for so long. Your feelings are sincere. I'm very moved. Since that's the case." Jiang Li knew what he was about to say next, so without any hesitation, she interrupted him. "Your Majesty, Pei Jin and I have never been together, and we weren't familiar with each other before. You just need to have someone investigate at the first military academy." The emperor couldn't help but look at the two of them more closely. He had always thought Pei Jin was telling the truth, and was secretly amazed that the Pei family had such a passionate madman. However, the truth and falsehood no longer mattered. As long as Jiang Li got married, that was all that mattered. The Pei family is a good choice. These people are quite shrewd. He can't believe that Jiang Li could stir up any trouble after entering the Pei family. Pei Jin looked disappointed, his words dripping with pain. "Jiang Li, we will soon be together forever. Why, even now, are you still unwilling to speak the truth? Am I really that unpresentable? Such a touching love, such a devoted male. If the person involved weren't her." Jiang Li, feeling somewhat impatient, spoke up, "Pei Jin, you should go check your brain. I'll say it again. We have never been together, never." Pei Jin's body swayed slightly. Disbelief etched on his face as he said, "Jiang Li, how can you talk to me like this? When we were together, you clearly said you would help me get better. Normally, one would expect him to scold her for being untrustworthy. But he is Pei Jin. Even though he was clearly hurt, he still swayed his body. Looking wounded as he said, "It's fine, Jiang Li. I know you said the wrong thing because you were too nervous with His Majesty here. I won't be angry. Who can come and take this madman away?" Jiang Li smiled, locking eyes with His Majesty, who was sitting high up, watching the show. "Your Majesty, I truly have no relationship with Pei Jin, and I already have a son." "A son?" He panicked, completely losing his composure, and stood up abruptly. "What did you say?" Having achieved her goal, Jiang Li felt a bit pleased seeing him like this. "Old dang, now you've really lost your composure." She said with a half-smile, "Your Majesty, my son is 5 years old this year. You can check, he is at my residence." His Majesty's voice trembled. "Whose child?" A foreboding feeling rose in his heart. Just now, Cheng Shubai, that bastard, was shouting outside that he had done things with Jiang Li that they shouldn't have done. No way. Just thinking about the fact that this Jiang Li, whom he despised the most, might have had a child made him want to kill her. He clenched his fists tightly, preventing his expression from turning too ugly. What was he thinking? How could Jiang Li not guess? She spoke, deliberately turning the conversation. "Of course it's my child." His Majesty gritted his teeth. "Jiang Shangjiang, don't joke around. How could a female give birth alone? I'm asking, who is the male?" Author's note: not joking in reality. If you encounter someone like Pei Jin, run away quickly. A friend of mine just looked at a guy a few more times while handing out water to a group of people and casually gave him a bottle. The whole time, it was normal social behavior, no bad actions. That guy latched onto her. He said my friend liked him and agreed to be together, which was quite scary. Chapter 130. Lin Zhiyue saves the day after waiting for a long time. She still did not speak. His Majesty raised his eyes, but met her seemingly mocking gaze, as if to ridicule his feigned calmness amidst panic. He narrowed his eyes, murderous intent evident. If this child really had anything to do with Chang Shubai, then it would be better to go for maternal care. Since it was royal blood, it couldn't be left to stray outside. A mere Jiang Li wasn't worthy to enter the royal family. She was just a female with decent combat skills. His son should be with the best female in the entire interstellar empire. Just as His Majesty seemed to be losing control, Jiang Li spoke up. Your Majesty, you are overthinking. The relationship between me and the third prince is not good enough to have children yet. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Pei Jin. Pei Jin's eyes were red, as if he had suffered a tremendous blow, stubbornly staring at Jiang Li. How can you treat me like this? We've been together for so long. I've waited for you for so long. How can you do this to me? Now he looked just like a resentful wife. Your Majesty, Madame Pei has arrived. Let her in. The star attendant withdrew. The only person who could be called Madame Pei was Pei Jin's mother, Su Tian's aunt, Shun Jishio's mother. Madame Pei walked over slowly. She was well preserved, with fair and smooth skin, dignified and graceful, exuding a calm demeanor. However, as soon as she saw Pei Jin from a distance, her brows furrowed, and she quickly walked towards him. She reached out to take Pei Jin's hand. What's wrong, Xiao Jin? Are you not feeling well? You mustn't hold it in. You have to tell your mother. It was clear that she doted on her son, Pei Jin, greatly. Pei Jin didn't look at her, only stubbornly focusing on Jiang Li, as if he needed an answer from her. Why, Jiang Li? I love you so much. How can you treat me like this? Why? Now he seemed terrifyingly mad. Madame Pei turned her head and met Jiang Li's gaze. What kind of look was that? It couldn't be called hatred, but it wasn't friendly either. It carried a hint of blame and reproach. Jiang Li found it baffling. She whispered a few words in Pei Jin's ear, and his emotions gradually stabilized. Madame Pei walked over to Jiang Li, who was nearly 10 centimeters taller than her, but when she looked up at her, it didn't make anyone feel that she was in a lower position. Her voice was low. Xiao Jin's mental state isn't good right now. Given that you are classmates, please help Annie. Jiang Li raised her eyebrows, intrigued, wanting to see what she would say. What does Annie want me to do? She sighed softly. He loves you too much, so he has developed delusions. In his mind, you two have been in love for a long time and are about to get married. Their eyes met, and her gaze narrowed, carrying an oppressive aura. Child, marry Pei Jin. At least wait until he gets better. The Pei family will give you a large sum of money. Whether you give it to the military or spend it on yourself, we won't stop you. This was interesting. She knew that the military wanted to sever ties with the royal family and was willing to provide them with funding. Unfortunately, money was something her uncle had plenty of. Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. Auntie, I understand that you love your son, but I have parents too. They love me very much. Pei Jin is your son. The last sentence she said was particularly heavy, serving as a reminder. Want to morally blackmail me? Don't even think about it. Just classmates, no blood ties. I'll help only if it doesn't affect me. You. Madame Pei was clearly a bit angry. The conditions I mentioned earlier still stand, but since you don't want to talk properly, then our Pei family still has some power and face. The meaning was clear. Today it would be done, whether she liked it or not. Jiang Li glanced at her calmly and turned to look at His Majesty. Your Majesty, I'm stating here today, I will not marry no matter what. Since the Royal Inspection Team keeps saying I have ties to the insectification, please provide evidence. She spoke with a hint of meaning. If the evidence cannot withstand any investigation, I will not agree, nor will the military, and I believe the public won't either. His Majesty chuckled lightly. What does Jiang Shanjiao mean by this? Are we going to use fake evidence to convict you? You are a great contributor to the entire interstellar empire. She smiled. I know your Majesty certainly wouldn't, but I'm just afraid some people might bear a grudge against me and use their investigative privileges to take my life. This point can be assured, Jiang Shanjiang. Everyone in the Royal Inspection Team is fair and just, and they will never speak recklessly without evidence. The Crown Prince knows this. Suddenly mentioned. Cheng Si stood awkwardly in place. After all this, was it aimed at him? Of course, the Royal Inspection Team is directly under the Emperor's authority. I believe that under the Emperor's leadership, they will definitely be fair and just. The blame was thrown back again. Cheng Si wasn't foolish. He had no interest in being a shield. Your Majesty, the Marshal has arrived. Just as the announcement fell, Lin Zhiyue quickly walked in. This is the privilege of the marshal. When there are important matters, he can directly seek an audience with His Majesty. Marshal, you seem in a hurry. Has something major happened? Lin Zhiyue glanced at Jiang Li with the corner of his eye, ensuring she was okay before letting out a sigh of relief. This is the information related to the recent insectification. Your Majesty can take a look. It is even more serious than the previous issues with the insect race. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present turned serious in an instant. The fact that Lin Zhiyue, who has been fighting against the insect race for years, would say such a thing indicates that this matter is truly grave. His Majesty ordered the Star Envoy to bring the materials up. The more he looked, the worse his expression became. How could this be? Is the situation still manageable? Lin Zhiyue said that all the males returning from the border have now been isolated. His Majesty looked at Madame Pei and Pei Jean and said, Madame Pei, you two should go back first. I will give you an explanation regarding this matter. Pei Jean was very reluctant. He refused to leave because he didn't want to part with Jiang Li. He still had many questions he wanted to ask her. In the end, it was Madame Pei who intervened, saying a few words to him. Even though he was very unwilling, he still turned back 3 times as he followed her. He printed 2 copies of the documents. One copy was handed to Jiang Li. The more she looked, the more serious her expression became. Insectification, after all this time, it turned out to be this kind of insectification. She furrowed her brows tightly. This was the insect race's conspiracy, but she didn't know how this insectification came about. His Majesty scolded. What you, General Jiang, said is rather strange. You were the commander in the last battle. What exactly happened when you entered the insect race's center? Only you, the person involved, would know. Chapter 131. It's because Pei Jean, you're still not strong enough. Well, things have come to this. The situation is so serious. Yet instead of thinking about how to unite against the external threat, they're still thinking about how to bring her down. Truly remarkable. Your Majesty, I have said it before. Since this is my doing, if you want to convict me, then present the evidence. Without evidence, I will not accept it. Lin Zhiyue spoke up. Your Majesty, the issue of insectification is urgent. I think we should not make things difficult for General Jiang. Chengxi added, yes, father. We have brought General Jiang in for investigation for quite some time now, and during this long period, they have not produced any investigation results. It's all just speculation. This was a very good way out. Even if he was unwilling, he had to step down from this stage now. The Crown Prince was right. Then this matter should end here. Marshal, General Jiang, this time, solving the insectification issue will still rely on your military department. After a pause, he added, but you also know that the royal family hasn't had much money in the past 2 years. The custom weapons will likely still depend on you. He sighed deeply. The Pei family had this strength, but since General Jiang had just refused, their desire to strengthen ties might not find support. It was clear that this was not about whether the Pei family could provide support. This was His Majesty's intention to isolate them, leaving them without any backing. Jiang Li curled her lips, feeling somewhat speechless. To consolidate power, the lives of the male citizens probably meant nothing in his eyes. Truly incredible. Not long ago, Jiang Li had walked in with shackles. Now, she had taken off the shackles and walked out openly. Life is unpredictable. Several members of the royal inspection team had turned green with anger. Marshal, we owe you a lot this time. Lin Zhiyue shook his head. No, you were innocent all along. She nodded slightly. Although it was only a bit secretive, there was now indeed an awkwardness between the two that hadn't existed before. After a long time, Lin Zhiyue spoke. You don't need to worry about the child. This was my fault from the beginning. This is your body. You can make your own decisions. If you choose to give birth, I will take care of both her and you. His tone was very sincere, and Jiang Li knew he was speaking from the heart. This matter, Marshal, we will discuss later. Right now, the important thing is insectification. Duan Yinzhu stood at the door, tidied his clothes, and then rang the doorbell. A servant opened the door and respectfully said, Madam is waiting for you inside. After taking a deep breath, he smiled and walked in. Aunt Pei, Madame Pei, sitting on the sofa, looked up and seemed to be deep in thought. Little Duan is here. Since he joined the military, and since the Duan family entered the 3rd rank, no one dared to speak to him like this anymore. Even if he felt displeased, he did not show any abnormality on his face. still maintaining a humble yet dignified demeanor. "Aunt, I'm really sorry. The military has been quite busy lately, and I haven't visited Brother Pei. Is he feeling better?" Upon hearing this, Madame Pei's tone instantly became somber. "Little Jean hasn't been doing well lately. Your General Jiang is too much." Duan Yinzhu paused for a moment, seemingly casually asking, "What happened to General Jiang? I heard she was taken away by the royal inspection team. Did Brother Pei meet her? Isn't that right?" Madame Pei snorted coldly. "Your Brother Pei asked His Majesty to grant them a marriage, and she is still acting proud. Tell me, your Brother Pei is so good. Isn't she just climbing high? Truly ungrateful." Duan Yunju's eyes turned cold. "Pei Jin is better than her? Just based on him? Does he even have the right to compare?" Duan Yunju spoke with a worried face. "Is Brother Pei upstairs? I'll go check on him." "Go ahead." Suddenly, she called out to him, "I heard your father wants that planet in Huazhong recently. I will have Pei Yin given this project." Duan Yunju replied respectfully, "Thank you, Aunt Pei." His hand, however, was tightly clenched into a fist until his hand turned an abnormal purple. Pei Jin was huddled in a dim room, looking very dejected. When Duan Yunju entered, he moved very cautiously, afraid of disturbing him. "Brother Pei, are you okay?" Hearing someone speak, Pei Jin's stubbornness surged again in an instant. "Why did Jiang Li suddenly betray me?" Duan Yunju froze in place, almost losing his smile. "Betrayal? You weren't even together. Where does betrayal come from?" But unfortunately, now is not the time to tell him the truth. Duan Yunju squatted down beside him, picking up the empty bottles around him one by one. "Brother Pei, this world speaks with strength. Only when you are strong enough will anyone care about what you truly want. Am I not strong enough?" Pei Jin looked down at his hands, somewhat bewildered. Levels are just the ceiling, but Brother Pei, they have now gained their own strength. Levels of spiritual power will soon mean nothing in the Galactic Empire. Pei Jin, however, seemed to have found a lifeline, stubbornly asking, "Where can I become stronger?" In Dr. Fong's team, he was among the top in the entire Galactic Empire. Soon, he developed a substance that could temporarily isolate insectified males. Once worn, it covered every part from inside to outside, from top to bottom. Jiang Li looked up at the white clothing in front of her. "Dr. Fong, do you really think this will be useful?" Dr. Fong's expression was serious as he replied, "We have conducted experiments in the lab. The insectification on Colonel Sun can be blocked, and to this day, the researchers have not faced any insectification issues." Jiang Li nodded slightly. "Good. Thou will put on this clothing and bring those people back." Lin Zhiyue frowned and disapproved. "You cannot go." "Why?" She furrowed her brows. "You have level spiritual power. If you're the one who gets insectified, gaining power without rationality could lead to severe consequences. What will happen to the entire Galactic Empire then?" Jiang Li's expression was serious. "I know, Marshal, you're worried about something, but I trust Dr. Fong. Also, the person who has been insectified now possesses near-level mental strength, and I am the best candidate to bring him back." Lin Zhiyue, however, remained unmoved and walked over to his clothes. "I can't believe it," Jiang Li exclaimed. "You're the Marshal. How can you take such risks?" Lin Zhiyue replied firmly, "I am the best candidate. If I become insectified, you can deal with me. My mental strength can match his. Let them go. It would only be a death sentence." He suddenly paused, turned to look at her, his expression complicated. "Jiang Li, I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the millions of people in the Galactic Empire." Chapter 132. Pei Jin runs away from home. Jiang Li's expression was serious. "I know, Marshal, you're not someone who would let personal feelings affect your decisions." She spoke earnestly. "Marshal, the reason I say this is also for the Galactic Empire. You are the steadfast anchor in the hearts of the people. Dr. Fong is Lin Zhuye's person, so she has no need for any reservations. The royal family has not replaced you until now, largely because of your prestige in the military and throughout the Galactic Empire. Moreover, Marshal, I know what you're worried about, but after being insectified, he has already reached level. We all see your strength, but you must not underestimate him. His defensive capability is certainly beyond level. If you go to capture him, have you considered the consequences if you are defeated? If I go, the odds will be much greater, and it won't cause panic among the surrounding populace. Marshal, there is no one more suitable than me. Let me go." Her words were sincere, her tone serious. But Lin Zhiyue remained indifferent. General Jiang, this is a military order. Stay in the military during the time I am away. You will handle all affairs of the military. Major General Chen will assist you. Yes, even though she was unwilling in her heart. Jiang Li had no choice but to comply. After all, military orders are as heavy as a mountain. Jiang Li did not go to see him off, or rather, the entire military did not see him off. Those with lower ranks did not know what Lin Zhiyue was going to do. Those with higher ranks were not allowed to see him off. The few people who went with him had already written their wills, and each one volunteered. Whether they could come back, they themselves were unsure. From a distance, Jiang Li stood on the upper floor watching their departing figures. Lin Zhiyue stood tall, particularly eye-catching among the group, dressed in white military uniforms. Just as he was about to board the spaceship, he seemed to sense something and turned to look up. Jiang Li reacted quickly and immediately retreated to hide. For a long time, she dared not move. Lin Zhiyue's perception ability was simply too strong. A careless move could lead to him discovering her. For some reason, her heart was racing, filled with an ominous premonition. Just then, her phone rang. She opened it to find a call from Pei Yan. The two had had each other's contact information for several years, but they had not contacted each other during that time. This sudden call must have something significant to say. Without thinking, Jiang Li answered the phone. President Pei, you contacted me so suddenly. Is there something important? Pei Yan's voice was serious. Where are you? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, sensing his urgency. At the military. What's wrong? Has Pei Jin come to find you? Viang, li furonit, her anoyanje evident. President Pei, if you called just to ask this, then we have nothing to discuss. With that, she prepared to hang up. Wait, Pei Yan stopped her. That's not what I meant. He has run away from home, and we are afraid something might happen to him. Jiang Li's eyes darkened for a moment. Pei Yan was not that idle. To put it bluntly, if Pei Jin were to die outside, he probably wouldn't care. So whose words was he asking her? It was obvious. Jiang Li's tone was cold. Pei Jin's affairs have nothing to do with me. President Pei, I don't care who asked you to call. Please let him know. I have no interest in the Pei family's matters, nor am I interested in Pei Jin's situation. Don't contact me about such trivial matters in the future. Furthermore, he has already been expelled from the military. If he barges in and gets caught, I won't intervene. Just handle it as you see fit. I advise you to keep an eye on him. Jiang Li's words posed no problems, but someone just couldn't take it. On the other end of the phone, a clamorous voice came through. General Jiang, I am Pei Jin's mother. How can you be so heartless? He loves you so much. Every word was filled with accusations and reproaches. Jiang Li smiled coldly. Aunt, Pei Jin is your son, not mine. I have no obligation to keep track of where he goes every day. Also, Aunt, you have known all along that Pei Jin has issues. But you did not stop him. You only indulged him. Don't you think this is an unwarranted disaster for me? When it came to her son, Madame Pei was not a reasonable person. She coldly replied, what you do has nothing to do with me. I just want my son to be well. Jiang Li laughed in anger. Right? What does that have to do with me? He's your son. She did not want to listen to this stubborn person any longer and directly hung up the phone. She too was Shun Jishio's mother. But the gap between them was truly vast. There is a saying, what you say, what comes. The door was knocked, and Jiang Li let the person in. Su Tian tiptoed in. General Jiang, my cousin and the others have come to Lanjia. What? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Shun Jishio had always been firm about not wanting to come to Lanjia. How could he suddenly come? Her reaction was quick. Did something happen? Su Tian timidly nodded. I guess so, but my cousin said he must see you before he says anything. Where are they now? At my house. Jiang Li glanced outside. The spaceship Lin Zhiyue had taken was already nowhere to be seen. They had set off. Once he left, she took over as acting marshal. She temporarily could not leave the military. She said, I'll give you a day off. Go back and take good care of them. I'll come find you after work tonight. Okay. Duan Yinzhou had been sitting in the office for a long time. His phone lay directly in front of him, and he stared at it intently. Finally, Pei Yan's call came in. He smiled, picked up the phone, and waited a full half-minute before answering. Brother Pei, I'm sorry, I was a bit busy just now. Little Duan, it's Aunt. Madame Pei's anxious voice sounded. Duan Yinzhou feigned surprise. Aunt, you suddenly called. Did something happen to Brother Pei? This morning, I went to his room to bring him food and found that the child was missing. I don't know where he went. Duan Yinzhou pondered for a moment and said, could he have come to the military to find General Jiang? We thought the same thing. We contacted her earlier, but she, as a female, has a heart of a scorpion. She said that as long as a gene goes to the military, it will be handled according to the rules. Little Duan, you must stop your brother Pei. After a pause, she began to play the emotional card. Little Duan, you and a gene grew up together. Although you're not biological brothers, you're like brothers. You must protect your brother Pei. Despite her words, her tone remained consistently proud. Chapter 133. The ones going to the bug nest. Duan Yunzhou's deep eyes were as cold as a winter night. Grew up together? He had always been Pei Jin's dog since childhood. Pei Jin, including every member of the Pei family, had never regarded him highly. Even the Duan family sent him to the Pei family simply because he was smooth and Wu Ti provoked Pei Jin. They did not care about his life or death. He was merely a plaything. He died just in time. The Pei family would give them some nice things as compensation. Who do they think they are? He spent so many years getting into the military, standing in a respected position. The third-ranked heir of the Duan family with level mental power. Now the Pei family comes to him for help, still speaking in that commanding tone. How interesting. A useless Pei Jin, spoiled by so many people since childhood. No matter what he did or how much trouble he caused, there was always someone behind him to clean up. It's unfair. He has to show these people how stupid that fool Pei Jin really is. Although his eyes were cold, his voice was filled with concern. Aunt Pei, don't worry. If Brother Pei comes, I will definitely try to take him away. With his assurance, Mrs. Pei finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hinted, you joined the military for the royal family, and the military-esque training is too harsh for you. I will have your Uncle Pei intervene. It doesn't matter if you get into trouble, we will handle it. Getting into trouble doesn't matter? That is quite something. Her meaning was clear. On one hand, she used the Pei family to pressure him, and on the other, she made sure he had to protect Pei Jin. Even if it meant confronting Jiang Li on the spot, or being expelled from the military, it didn't matter. They just wanted Pei Jin to be safe. What was this? Was it that Pei Jin, the fool, was lucky because he was foolish? Duan Yinzhou agreed readily. Aunt, don't worry. I will make sure Brother Pei is safe. With his promise, Mrs. Pei relaxed. Little Duan, come over for dinner sometime. Okay. He remembered that when he was young, he wasn't allowed at the table in the Pei family. He could only hide in his room. And he had to wait by Pei Jin's side before he finished eating, to ensure that there would always be a playmate when Pei Jin wanted to fool around. He tightly gripped his phone, his tone filled with danger. The Pei family. Pei Jin, huh? The position of marshal looks prestigious, but it's really not for humans. After working hard all afternoon, Jiang Li was dismayed to see Chen Zhenglin bringing over another box of documents. No, it's not over yet, is it? Chen Zhenglin replied calmly. Once we finish this box, it should be about done. This contains military reports from the border, which are quite important. You can look at this first. Jiang Li rubbed her already sore neck and began to look through the military reports dutifully. Does the marshal do this every day? Not really. After a pause, he said, the heads from various places know the marshal is not here. Everything in here is important. Those matters they can handle themselves, they already took care of. Jiang Li's eyes widened instantly. What do you mean? The marshal usually handles more than this? This is just the tip of the iceberg. The marshal handles military affairs without regard for time. He has a house in the Lan realm, but as far as I know, he has always slept in the military, fearing something might happen at night, and he wouldn't make it in time. Jiang Li nodded, her eyes filled with admiration. 3 days feel like one. It's simple. But someone like Zhuo Linchuan, who has done this for 10 years, is truly impressive. He almost dedicated all his time to the military. This position, besides him, there was no one else suitable for it. The military reports from the border were found. The more she read, the worse Jiang Li's expression became. Quick, connect to the borderline. I want to speak with him. Yes. Chen Zhenglin, as the aide, was equally adept. In just 20 seconds, the voice from the military phone came through. General Jiang. Jiang Li spoke sternly. What is going on? Have you found the person? Not yet. Have you detected who it is? That person is very fast, judging by the build. It's a male. The detector only captured a shadow. Jiang Li's expression turned serious. In the Galactic Empire, there were quite a few people related to the insect tribe. Although the insect tribe had completely disappeared, it was hard to say they didn't have any ulterior motives. They must find that person, even if it meant turning the entire insect nest upside down. General Jiang. Don't worry. We understand the seriousness of this matter and have been searching continuously. Good. Keep in touch. Let me know whether you find them or not. Understood. The call ended, but Jiang Li's expression remained serious. Someone the detector couldn't even capture must have reached a high level of mental power. Was it someone who had been insectified, or someone who supported the insect tribe? If it was someone who had been insectified, why were these people in the lawn realm just going mad? What was that person's purpose in going to the insect nest? What worried her was the latter. If they were supporters, the issue of insectification was still unresolved. One couldn't be sure what other troubles they might cause. By 11 o'clock at night, Jiang Li finally finished processing all the documents. She rubbed her eyes and looked at Chun Jinglin, who was helping to organize things beside her. Go back and rest. I'll handle the rest. Chun Jinglin quickened his pace, and after 3 minutes, he stood up. I'm done packing. Jiang Li nodded with difficulty. Okay, then let us go back. All right. He paused as he moved towards the door. Are you going to that place to rest? That room hasn't been touched. Things like Pei Jin crashing in won't happen again. Jiang Li was taken aback, then shook her head. I still have some things to do. I'll head back first today. I'll come on time tomorrow morning. Chun Jinglin slightly nodded. There's an early meeting tomorrow. The marshal scheduled it 2 days ago. I'll send you the meeting notes tomorrow morning. Make sure to rest well tonight. Okay. Her movements slowed down considerably. Now that she thought about it, what kind of tough days had Lin Zhiyue been through? She had been handling less work until now, and the early meeting started punctually at 7 every morning. This person must be exhausted. She messaged Su Tian to ask and learned that they were still awake, waiting for her. Jiang Li didn't delay and rushed towards her home. The nighttime lawn realm was no different from the daytime, perhaps even more prosperous. Towering buildings, dazzling lights. Street lamps shone as bright as day. The cars on the road, at a glance, were all expensive luxury vehicles. After all, in the lawn realm, it was hard to find someone without money. Su Tian's home was close to the center of the lawn realm, and from a distance, one could see the top of the royal palace, which was particularly luxurious. She rang the doorbell, and the person who came to open the door was Chun Jinglin. The moment their eyes met, she noticed he had lost quite a bit of weight, looking almost unrecognizable. Was something wrong? Chapter 134. The planet destroyed by insectification. Chun Jinglin nodded vigorously with a serious expression. We came from Jin Tian's star. It has already fallen. Viang, li fronit, het, tonet anxios. What do you mean by that? What does fallen mean? She knew Jin Tian's star was not far from the border, separated by several planets. Chun Jinglin forced a bitter smile. A few insectified soldiers returned to Jin Tian's star. Because it's quite remote, the news was relatively cut off. By the time they found out, many people had. He hesitated, but Jiang Li understood what he meant. It was obvious what the insect tribe would do upon encountering humans. Nevertheless, Jiang Li still felt a chill in her heart. Those who had been insectified still retained a human form, but had added some characteristics of the insect tribe. However, due to the subtlety of these changes, they seemed like humans eating, which was terrifying. Jiang Li frowned. This news indeed hasn't reached the military. What is the situation like on Jin Tian's star now? Chun Jinglin shook his head silently. We have temporarily controlled the situation, but nearly 4/5 of the population has turned into insectified beings. After a pause, his expression grew more serious. Moreover, we found that insectified males who have consumed humans gain a certain enhancement in strength. This must be stopped. Did you leave any records at that time? Videos or audio? Chun Jinglin nodded slightly. We were quite anxious at that time, but the ship's recorder does have video, though the angle isn't quite right, so it's not very clear. That's enough. Can you provide it to me? Sure. He nodded vigorously. 2 people added each other on WeChat, and he sent her a video. Jiang Li opened it, but her expression grew increasingly serious. Just as Chun Jinglin had said, the video wasn't very clear, but even so, she could still vaguely see the brutal scene at that time. Chimerization is a big problem. She quickly called Chun Jinglin, and the call was answered almost immediately. General Jiang. What happened? We're having a meeting. Gather everyone. I have something very important to say. Understood. After hanging up, Jiang Li hurriedly walked outside. After Su Tian finished packing her things, she saw this scene and was puzzled. General Jiang, it's getting late. Why don't you just stay here and rest? Jiang Li shook her head. There's a meeting at the military headquarters. Su Tian put down her things and hurriedly asked, do I need to go? She paused for a moment. Based on rank, Su Tian, as a small team leader, wasn't qualified to attend. However, she had been present during the entire battle at the border against the insect race. Follow me. Yes. Having spent a long time at the military headquarters, everything was done quickly. In half a minute, she changed into her military uniform and ran downstairs. General Jiang, we can go now. As they reached the door, she stopped and carefully reminded Lin Zhiyue, you must not tell anyone about this. It's crucial. You two should stay at Su Tian's house and not go out. Okay, no one here is foolish. From their reactions earlier, Su Tian noticed something was off. She quietly asked General Jiang what happened. She had sensed something was wrong since Lin Zhiyue arrived, but they refused to say anything, so Su Tian had to let it go. But now the situation was different. Jiang Li slowly spoke. The situation with chimerization is becoming somewhat uncontrollable. As soon as she said this, Su Tian panicked completely. What should we do, General Jiang? The marshal isn't here. Will something happen? Jiang Li's gaze was firm. I won't let anything happen to the interstellar empire. Since the marshal isn't here, we will protect the interstellar empire. Yes. Jiang Li's car drove swiftly. Due to the military headquarters, the warning lights were on, and the road was clear. However, even so, she was still the last to arrive. The entire conference room was already filled with people. Jiang Li slightly nodded and then opened the video Lin Zhiyue had sent her, playing it in front of everyone. The situation with chimerization is worse than any of us imagined. After the video finished, everyone could no longer remain calm. How could this be? This is no longer a male. This is clearly an insect race. General Jiang, where's the location in the video? Jiang Li spoke. On Tianjin Star. The current situation is clearly out of control. Listen carefully, immediately go back and contact the heads of all planets. They must isolate everyone who has been to the border battlefield separately. Not a single one can be missed. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone hurriedly left, each with a serious expression. Jiang Li was somewhat worried and asked, Major General Chun, what do you think the marshal would do if he were here? She feared that her handling of the situation might not be good enough and would delay the control of chimerization. Chun Zhenglin softly comforted her. You've done well enough. Don't worry, the marshal shouldn't be gone for long. Okay. She nodded randomly and then stood up, heading to the office. Tonight at the military headquarters was destined to be a sleepless night. Unexpectedly, Jiang Li saw someone she didn't expect at the office door. What are you doing here? Duan Yunju's expression was serious, but upon closer inspection, one could see a hidden smile in his eyes. He worriedly said, General Jiang, I'm very concerned about the chimerization issue. Jiang Li opened the office door and stepped aside to let him in. Just do your job. We will resolve the chimerization issue. Yes. Even with such a hint, there was still no trace of anger in Duan Yunju's eyes. Instead, he seemed somewhat relieved. He slowly spoke, as General Jiang said, I can't help much with the chimerization issue, but as an imperial soldier, I also want to contribute my modest effort. Jiang Li's heart sank. For some reason, when Duan Yunju said this, she felt it was bad news. What do you want to say? She asked. There's no need to mention anything unrelated to this matter. Nothing is more important than the chimerization issue right now. He gently nodded. General Jiang, I don't know if you're aware of the Black Snake Pirate Group. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes. Was he coming for Lin Zhiyue and the others? I don't know. She prepared to feign ignorance to brush it off. But Duan Yunju wouldn't give her that chance. It's okay if General Jiang doesn't know. Let me explain. The so-called Black Snake Pirate Group is the most terrifying and ruthless existence among all pirate groups. According to intelligence, when you eliminated the insect race at the border, they were involved. He didn't make his statement too definitive. General Jiang, you don't know that they secretly mixed in. As for what they did against the Empire, this chimerization might have been caused by them. Chapter 135, Capturing the Black Snake Pirate Group. A huge black pot was placed on their heads just like that. Jiang Li even found it somewhat laughable. If she weren't the person involved, she might have believed his nonsense by now. Lieutenant Duan, everything you say and do must be based on evidence. Right now, the issue of chimerization is of utmost importance. Don't divert your attention to unrelated matters. She tried to deflect the conversation, hoping to let this matter pass. But Duan Yinzhu insisted on pressing her. General Jiang, I won't say anything without evidence. As far as I know, they are currently at Su Tian's house, and I have a confession here. As long as you give the order, I can bring them to the military headquarters right now. Jiang Li stared at him, the warning in her eyes very clear. I've already said at this time, we need to focus all our efforts on the chimerization issue and not do anything unnecessary. Keep your little schemes to yourself. General Jiang, there's something I don't understand. Can you explain it to me? Speak. As she spoke, Jiang Li opened that segment of the video again, analyzing it frame by frame. I thought it was my illusion before, but today I found that General Jiang seems to have an unusual relationship with the Black Snake pirate group. Even though they are related to this mass chimerization issue, you still act as if you see nothing. Why is that? His gaze was sharp, as if he wanted to extract something, unwilling to relent until he got an answer. Can General Jiang explain why? Do you think they are innocent? Or are you one of them? This matter was quite serious. Active military officers being linked to interstellar pirates would be investigated by the military headquarters. Jiang Li remained calm and looked at him. Everyone is currently busy dealing with the chimerization issue, and you standing here wasting my time is for what purpose? Anyone can spout nonsense. Who can't talk nonsense? Just return the blame back to him. Duan Yinzhu looked hurt. General Jiang, does this mean you suspect me? Jiang Li replied calmly. Lieutenant Duan, your current demeanor of delaying my time makes it hard not to be suspicious. General Jiang, even if you're trying to cover for the Black Snake pirate group, you can't shift the blame onto me. Everything I've done is for the military. Everything you've done is for the military? Jiang Li found this somewhat amusing. Only you know why you joined the military. Her gaze was sharp, as if she had seen through him in an instant. Duan Yinzhu felt a bit flustered, but soon he calmed down. General Jiang, you can't disregard so many people in the interstellar empire for your own selfish desires. Jiang Li rang the bell, and in less than half a minute, Chun Zhenglin walked in from outside. General Jiang, you're looking for me? Jiang Li said lightly. Lieutenant Duan, at such a critical time, when unity is needed against external threats, is sowing discord among the troops with unclear intentions, locking him up and not allowing anyone to visit. After a pause, she added, you personally deliver the meals and arrange for trustworthy people around. Yes. Chun Zhenglin replied, Lieutenant Duan, come with me. However, at this moment, Duan Yinzhu was furious, his face flushed. General Jiang, how long are you going to protect them? Jiang Li remained silent, and in the end, Duan Yinzhu still obediently followed Chun Zhenglin, but his gaze still seemed to harbor malice. Jiang Li rubbed her temples. It seems that Su Tian's family can no longer stay. And Duan Yinzhu is quite capable. He knows about such a secret matter, and not only that, he is also fully aware of Shun Jishu's identity. This person indeed has some skills. Unfortunately, they are not used where they should be. Without any hesitation, she dialed Su Tian's phone. I have another house in Lanjia. You take your cousin and them over. Someone already knows about their situation at your place, and I will have Major General Chun take you there. Yes, you don't need to worry about the military affairs. Go back now and be quick. If anyone asks, you know nothing. Do you understand? Yes. Duan Yinzhu watched Chun Zhenglin's back, feeling extremely angry. This person is like a stone in the toilet, both smelly and hard, completely unreasonable. Major General Chun, I thought you were like the marshal, thinking of the military and the empire, but now it seems that's not the case. Chun Zhenglin showed no signs of wavering and walked out. This made Duan Yinzhu even angrier. He muttered to himself, a pirate dares to dream of Jiang Li? You really have a beautiful dream. Since you were here, then just stay in Lanjia forever. As it turned out, Jiang Li's guess was correct. Su Tian hurried back, getting a few people into the car. Just as they were driving away, a royal car came head-on. At that moment, Su Tian did not know what was happening and stopped to wait for a while. It was only then that she realized it was to break open the door of her house. Fortunately, she left early. Otherwise, she would have been caught inside. Dad, when will Mom be back? Lin Ping looked at Lin Zhiyue with a pitiful expression. His little head couldn't understand anything too complicated. He only knew that Mom hadn't come back for a long time. Lin Zhiyue knew how serious the bug transformation was. He could only gently reassure him. Mom has some work to do recently. Can Dad take care of you for now? In a few days, Mom will be back, and you can play together. Lin Ping was a sensible child. Hearing this, Although he still felt a bit wronged, he didn't ask anymore. He hesitated and nodded. Okay, Ping Ping will listen to Dad. He smiled and leaned down to pat his head. Grandpa and Grandma and Grandpa will come over in a few days. Shall we tidy up the room for them? Okay. Lin Ping smiled happily. I miss them. They finally came to find Ping Ping. Lin Zhiyue picked him up and walked outside, while Lin Ping tightly wrapped his arms around his neck. I like to eat rice noodles. When Mom is done with her work, our family will eat together. Okay, the family will eat together. His voice was full of indulgence. To avoid causing trouble for Jiang Li, Shen Jishio and the others have been very cautious in their movements these past few days, not even daring to pull the curtains open. Suddenly, there was a sound of unlocking from outside the door. The few people on the sofa quickly stood up, facing the door and taking a defensive stance. The second and third were ambushed at the door, holding guns. The door opened. Lin Zhiyue and Shen Jishio exchanged glances. Lin Ping sensed something was wrong and turned his head, saying in his childish voice, Dad, why is this uncle in Mom's house? Chapter 136. Lin and Shen meet, each with their own agenda at this statement. Everyone inside and outside the house froze. Shen Jishio stood there quietly, looking no different from a moment ago. However, the second and third, who had been following him for a long time, instantly sensed the oppressive aura emanating from him. Lin Ping was a child, able to ask such innocent and cute questions. But aside from him, everyone present was an adult. How could they not understand what this represented? The second had always admired Jiang Li, and he had high hopes for his boss and Jiang Li. If this was a misunderstanding, he hoped it wouldn't exist. Without any hesitation, he spoke, Little friend, who is your mother? This place was brought by Su Tian. What if he was her child or her child was someone else? Lin Ping's next words turned everyone's faces darker than a pot bottom. My mom's name is Jiang Li. Do you know her? Shen Jishio's voice became hoarse as he stared at Lin Zhiyue, his gaze gradually turning cold. How old is this child? Since the moment the two locked eyes, Lin Zhiyue had guessed his identity. He stood there without showing any signs of panic. Over the years, whether in public or behind the scenes, there had been many who coveted Jiang Li. They couldn't take her away, and neither could he. Moreover, there was an unbreakable bond between him and Jiang Li. The few people before him, judging by their expressions, did not seem like good people. He timidly hid behind Lin Zhiyue, blocking Lin Ping from their view. If there's something, come at me. Don't scare the child. Shen Jishio's expression darkened further, but when he met Lin Ping's cautious gaze, his voice softened. This is between us. It shouldn't involve the child. How old is he? Lin Zhiyue smiled gently, fully embodying the role of a husband. 5 years old. Shen Jishio felt darkness clouding his vision. 5 years, counting the time before this child was born. He was the one who came later. The second and third quickly reacted as well. The timing simply didn't add up. The two exchanged glances, loaded their guns, and said, Boss, we need to find her. If we don't get an explanation today, this matter won't be settled. Lin Zhiyue frowned, looking at the two. If you dare to harm her, I won't let you go. The second was stunned, while the third laughed in anger. What, are you even a man? Even after all this, you still protect her? Lin Zhiyue narrowed his eyes. Don't talk recklessly in front of the child. This is between the two of us. It's not for you outsiders to meddle. He emphasized the word outsider. And while saying this, his gaze never left Shen Jishio. Shen Jishio spoke quietly. You two go ahead. I need to talk to him. Boss. The two were very worried, fearing he might get wronged. Go. Shen Jishio's voice rose a few notches. The two shot a fierce glare at Lin Zhiyue, and although they were reluctant, they ultimately walked away. Lin Zhiyue bent down, patted Lin Ping's head, and said, Ping Ping, why don't you go play with the driver uncle? He was still young, at an age of curiosity about everything, and naturally, he didn't want to leave. Dad, I promise to be good. Can I stay here? Shen Jishio's gaze fell on Lin Ping's face. The look of pretending to be pitiful to stay reminded him of Jiang Li when they first met, when she pretended to be pitiful to leave. The same big eyes, the same clear and fearless expression, and those similar brows and eyes. No wonder he is Jiang Li's child, extremely similar. Lin Zhiyue smiled, completely unbothered, and gently said, Listen to Dad. Mom will be back tonight, and I'll make sure she brings you something delicious, okay? Children are still easy to coax. As soon as he heard there would be food, Lin Ping stopped causing trouble and turned to run outside. Shun Jishio watched the warm exchange between the two, feeling a deep pang in his heart. Especially when he mentioned Jiang Li, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was as if the three of them were a family of three, and he was an outsider who couldn't integrate into them. After Lin Ping left, Lin Zhiyue closed the door and turned toward the sofa, where their belongings were placed on the table. He sat down directly, as if he hadn't seen anything resembling the master of this home. "What do you want to say to me?" His expression was calm, without a hint of emotional fluctuation, as if he completely disregarded Shun Jishio. He took a deep breath and then sat down opposite him. As the leader of the Black Snake Pirates, he had to maintain his composure at all times. But this time, his trembling hands revealed that the calm he pretended to have was actually a facade. Lin Zhiyue's gaze subtly swept over his hands. "Sorry, I didn't know you lived here. Our parents are coming to see the kids, so we came to clean up the house." This explanation also laid bare the relationship between him and Jiang Li. Shun Jishio felt a buzzing in his head. He didn't want to hear another word. "I will take them and move out as soon as possible." Lin Zhiyue hesitated for a moment. "No need. I believe she has her reasons for arranging you here." His voice was light but firm. "I will never bring her unnecessary trouble. Never." Shun Jishio stared at him for a long time. "You don't feel angry because of my appearance. Why?" Lin Zhiyue tapped the table lightly. "She's very excellent. I love her. It's normal for others to like her too." His tone was as calm as if he were discussing what to eat later. "There are more temptations outside. Sometimes it's okay to be distracted. After all, that's human nature." His tone became heavier. "She really likes Lin Ping, so we will never separate. I don't need to be angry with her because of that. The outside things are fresh, but people always have to go home." He dragged out the name Lin Ping. "Lin Ping. Lin Ping. This man in front of him definitely has the surname Lin." Shun Jishio replied, "I understand. You should go back early. Don't keep the kids waiting." Lin Zhiyue looked at him in shock. This person really had patience. "You don't need to rush to move out of here. She has her reasons for doing this. Don't make it difficult for her." He carefully reminded, "Her days in the military are not as simple as you think." After saying this, he stood up to say goodbye. "I'll be leaving now. Today I disturbed you." With the sound of the door closing, there was a commotion of footsteps coming from the stairs. Shun Jishio spoke with a gloomy face. "Come out." Chapter 137. They are dead. It has nothing to do with me. The second and third brothers trembled as they came out. "Big brother, we didn't mean to eavesdrop." Shun Jishio remained silent and said, "It's fine. Just pretend you didn't see anything today and don't mention it to her." The second brother was puzzled. "Why?" "I think you and that man were too easy to talk to. You should have both gone together to expose her true colors." Shun Jishio chuckled softly at his words. The third brother was confused. "Yeah, big brother. She already has a child, and you just tolerated it? That's not like your character." As he spoke, he glanced at the top of Shun Jishio's head. Shun Jishio slowly replied, "You are wrong. We have never been together." The two were stunned, trembling as they asked, "Then what does that count as? Playing games?" Shun Jishio stood up and walked upstairs. "Who knows? Don't let Jiang Li know that man came today." "Okay." After he left, when it was just the two of them, the second and third brothers dared to whisper behind him. "I always thought Big Brother was a very conservative person. After all, he even refused to have anything to do with females." "Don't be silly. Big Brother seems serious, but when he gets casual, he's not human. I didn't expect Big Brother to be into this. Do you think this counts as being a mistress? Does it count? From this perspective, it might count. But as long as we disguise it well and pretend not to know, Big Brother will be an innocent victim of the mistress. Today's matter, I will definitely keep it to myself." Shun Jishio sat on the bed, his whole being frighteningly silent. When he first arrived at this house, Su Tian had told him that Jiang Li definitely felt something special for him. Such a big incident happened, yet she could still keep him safe. Now it seemed otherwise. This matter must not let Jiang Li know. What if she chose to return to her family? The best way was to act as if he didn't know and continue with their previous interaction. Shun Jishio took a deep breath. As long as he maintained the same way of interacting as before, he couldn't be too greedy. He advised himself. Lin Zhiyue turned around coldly to look at the villa behind him. It was time to give those bugs hiding in the dark corners a dose of medicine. Otherwise, they wouldn't see their own position clearly. The issue of bugging was still not effectively controlled. Jiang Li had been running around for several days, and her mental state was not very good. Early in the morning, Dr. Fong hurried over. General Jiang, I found a way to completely eliminate the bugging. Hearing this, she quickly put down the military report in her hand, her expression serious as she stood up. What method? Burning them, he said just now during the experiment. Someone forgot to add water to the bath pot, and the laboratory caught fire, killing the male inside. The bugging disappeared. Jiang Li frowned. What about that male? Doctor. Fong lowered his head. He died, but that person only had a level of mental strength after bugging. I'm not sure if fire would have an effect on higher-level males. After a pause, his tone became heavier. Later, when I reviewed the surveillance, I found that he woke up just before being burned through. She fell silent for a moment. This matter was serious, and should not be publicized. Wait until the marshal returns to make a decision. Yes, given the current situation, burning was undoubtedly the best method. As long as all the bugged individuals were dealt with, the remaining ones would be safe. But the problem was, according to Dr. Fong's words, the individuals were awake in the end. This action would undoubtedly be cruel to them. There were not only the bugged males, but also the heroes who had charged to the front lines in the fight against the bugs. Their ending should not be like this. Rationality told her to burn them. This way, the remaining people might be safe. But her emotions prevented her from speaking, letting Dr. Fong continue this experiment. This was not something that could be resolved with just a few lab mice. Jiang Li's mind was now a tangled mess, and the work in her hands rarely stopped. Bugging. Everything was caused by this damned bugging. When would this catastrophe end? General Jiang. It was Chun Zhenglin's voice. He sounded anxious. Something was clearly wrong. Jiang Li opened the door without any hesitation. What happened? Chun Zhenglin panted, looking anxious. Not good. The marshal is injured. That bug male is very strong. He has already been subdued by the marshal. But now Shen Jishio was also in a panic. Where's the marshal? On the way back. They said there was a problem with their communication equipment, and they couldn't contact us. Now they're on the spaceship. What about the marshal? What is the specific situation now? He has already lost consciousness and is in the breathing chamber. Jiang Li rubbed her head and quickly calmed down. Quickly take the bystanders away from the spaceship. The news of the marshal's injury absolutely cannot get out, understand? Yes. General Jiang, I will handle it right away. Good. After she left, Jiang Li paused for a moment and walked outside. In the past few days, Duan Yunzhao had not seen anyone except himself. But he was not anxious at all. Occasionally resting like this was quite nice, without anyone to disturb him, a long-lost peace. The door was open from the outside. Initially, he remained still, but when he heard the footsteps clearly, he suddenly sat up. Jiang Shangjiang, you finally came to see me? His previously dull eyes suddenly lit up. Jiang Li's expression showed no fluctuation as she coldly spoke. Are you a member of the royal family? He remained still. I thought you would look for me after a while. Did you miss me? How many people has the royal family placed in the military? When can I go out? Isn't it good for me to accompany you during this time when the marshal is not here? He smiled, his eyes adding a hint of charm. But right now, he was just throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person. Jiang Li's thoughts were completely not on this. She coldly stated, I want that list. The two, speaking past each other, finally managed to discuss something relevant. Duan Yunzhao smiled faintly. Why should I give it to you? Give me a reason that I must give it to you. Jiang Li frowned. This concerns the bug transformation. It affects everyone in the interstellar empire. You should understand the severity. Duan Yunzhao laughed loudly as if he had heard a funny joke. Jiang Li, not everyone has an overwhelming sense of justice like you. To be honest, if they all died, what does it have to do with me? Chapter 138. They're not worthy of you, but I can. When he said this, he chuckled softly, a hint of obsession flashing in his eyes. At this moment, his entire demeanor was not as calm as before. On the contrary, he seemed somewhat inexplicably excited. Jiang Li frowned slightly, and a feeling suddenly arose in her heart. That is, Duan Yunzhao might be crazier than Pei Jin. After waiting for a long time without her speaking, he was not annoyed, his expression somewhat sickly as he spoke. Jiang Li, I can give you the list. Those people from the royal family don't matter to me either. Changing the subject, his voice became much softer. But what can you give me? Give me a reason to willingly give you the list. He shrugged. Jiang Li, there is no such thing as free lunch. Bien, le rubit herfingers. Her expression scrutinizing as she asked, what do you want? She waited quietly. but her intuition told her that nothing good would come out of Duan Yunjiao's mouth. "I want you, Jiang Li." His words carried a hint of affection. As expected, her expression was cold as she replied, "Keep the list. I will personally find them one by one from those hidden corners." Saying this, she turned to leave. This made Duan Yunjiao anxious. The list was in his hands, and if he couldn't exchange it with her, it would be meaningless, just a piece of waste paper. He hurriedly said, "You can discuss it with me again, you know. I'm easy to talk to." Hearing this, she turned back. Easy to talk to? She scrutinized him. She really didn't feel that way. Duan Yunjiao, however, straightened his back even more due to her gaze. "Jiang Li, you can do whatever you want. I can cooperate." Saying this, he tentatively unbuttoned the first button of his military uniform, carrying some suggestive meaning. "Whatever you want to do, I can accommodate." This person, Jiang Li frowned and averted her gaze. "Keep your thoughts to yourself. I have no interest in you. We could talk about money and power." Duan Yunjiao was momentarily stunned, then laughed loudly as if he had heard a funny joke. "Jiang Li, take a good look at me." Saying this, he stood up, his military uniform snow-white and spotless. Broad shoulders and narrow waist, a strong build, but his appearance seemed somewhat mad. His continuous low laughter felt a bit crazy. "Jiang Li, I am indeed Pei's dog. But that was before. I am no longer the person I used to be. No one can look down on me now." His laughter suddenly stopped, and his eyes showed a hint of vigilance. "I, Duan Yunjiao, am not lacking in money or power, even if these were obtained through the Pei family. So what? I'm no longer who I was before." Jiang Li almost instantly understood why he was reacting this way. She frowned. "To obtain these from the Pei family is your ability. No one would look down on you. Is that so?" His voice was light, because Jiang Li is a kind person, but there are still more malicious people in this world. Jiang Li listened, feeling somewhat helpless, unsure how to respond. Because what he said made sense, she simply could not refute it. After a long silence, Duan Yunjiao spoke heavily. "How about this? When you're on leave, spend a day with me. What do you want to do?" She looked at him with more wariness. He smiled lightly. "I want to go to an amusement park. I've never been." Once these words were spoken, coupled with his dazed eyes, inexplicably made one feel a bit sorry for him. Jiang Li's heart stirred slightly, but only lasted for a moment. Feel sorry for Duan Yunjiao? Unless she was sick. I see, where's the list? Duan Yunjiao took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket. Suddenly, he raised his hand and grasped her hand. His palm rubbed gently against the back of her hand, clearly just a simple action of handing something to her, yet it made one feel uncomfortable. Jiang Li held back, not allowing herself to move. Duan Yunjiao let out a low laugh. "Jiang Li, I think we are a match made in heaven. I'm a rat in the gutter. But because of that, I can help you eliminate everything in the gutter that wants to stain you." In the end, he still placed the paper in her palm. He stepped forward, his breath hot against her ear as he whispered his analysis. "Pei Jin's mind is not good. He has a mental illness, and a mother with extremely strong, controlling desires. Being with him will make you suffer. Lin Zhiyue is not ruthless enough. If it were me, I would have killed that female at first sight. What child? What crime? All because he is kind. Cheng Shubai is in the royal family, and there are too many rules. Jiang Li, you are not someone who likes to be restrained, and he is too insidious. He leaves no room for maneuver. I fear he might take action against you. Shen Jishio is 30 this year, right? He is old, but you are still young. He is not worthy of you. That kind of outdated thing. Jiang Li, just a glance, and I fear your eyes will be uncomfortable. Besides, a pirate. He will only affect your promotion speed in the military." He leaned in closer, his lips almost touching hers. "But I am different. I have no parents controlling me. Only you and me together. My heart and eyes are filled with you, and I am smart enough to help you get whatever you want. The royal family? The military? All can be achieved." His words were like a devil's whisper, brainwashing an innocent person, making her willing to exchange herself for the most attractive things. But unexpectedly, Jiang Li remained unmoved. "There is no need to say such nonsense in the future. I'm not interested." After saying this, she took a step back, increasing the distance between them. "Once the situation stabilized, I will let you out, but regarding your work for the royal family, the military will investigate it thoroughly." After saying this, she quickly walked outside, pausing at the door. "I will do what I promised you. During this time, Do not have any improper thoughts. Once the words were spoken, the door was tightly closed, blocking all subtle sounds, as if he were the only one in the entire room. He took a couple of steps forward, standing where Jiang Li had just been. He took a deep breath, wrapping his arms around himself. She had just left, and her scent in the room had not yet dissipated. Jiang Li, you cannot escape. He tightly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sensations around him through his breathing. Jiang Li, you must stay calm at all times. No one is the best, but if someone stands out in your eyes, I think I will go crazy. After leaving, Jiang Li didn't rush to leave. Instead, she picked up a piece of paper and examined it carefully. The people on this list are quite interesting. Some are those they have already guessed, some are noble children, some are children from poor families, and some are those who are well hidden and dedicated to working for Lin Zhiyue. She took out her phone, ready to send the list to Lin. But at the last moment, she hesitated. She couldn't leave even the slightest trace, not even a tiny bit. It would be better to give it to him in person. Chapter 139. Lin Zhiyue's spleen rupture when Jiang Li arrived. The spaceship had not yet come. Lin had cleaned the surroundings very well. When she came over, she didn't see an extra person nearby. She glanced at the two people on the list who were here. They were hiding quite well. No one had noticed them for so long. She leaned closer to Lin and asked in a voice only the two of them could hear. Do they know the current situation of the Marshal? He whispered, I don't know. I just said there was a mission coming to assemble, without mentioning that the Marshal was coming back. Jiang Li nodded slightly, feeling relieved. Lin's work always reassured her. All right, let them leave. Everyone should leave here. He was startled, but didn't ask more questions. After saluting, he turned to negotiate with them. Curious glances occasionally came over, but Jiang Li remained unmoved, her expression cold. Soon, only she and Lin were left here. She then handed the list to him, saying it was given her by Yunjua, claiming it was a list of people planted by the royal family in the military department, and she couldn't confirm its authenticity, so please check these people carefully, detail by detail. Yes, he took it with a serious expression, and as his gaze swept across it, his expression remained serious. Almost half of the people on this list are indeed from the royal family. I'm not clear about the other half, but Jiang, rest assured, I will definitely get to the bottom of this. All right, regarding the Marshal's return after being injured, make sure no word leaks out. While we are still uncertain about these people's identities, keep an eye on them and prevent them from having any inappropriate contact with anyone. Yes. After a pause, he spoke with concern, Jiang. When Yunjua gave you this list, did he make things difficult for you? She paused slightly and then naturally replied, no, don't worry. Hearing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The spaceship arrived, stopping not far from the two of them. At this moment, they had no time to waste and quickly walked over. The spaceship opened. The iron-blooded soldiers at this moment had expressions on their faces that were increasingly sorrowful, and some even had swollen eyes. Jiang Li felt a bad premonition rising in her heart. Where's the Marshal? In the midst of the conversation, the breathing chamber was brought out. The transparent chamber door allowed people to see everything inside clearly. When Jiang Li first saw Lin Zhiyue speak, he always wore his military uniform perfectly. Even the arc of his collar was the most perfect. But now, he lay inside, his white military uniform stained with red. His chest barely showed any rise and fall. The tall and straight man was now being carried by 6 people, having lost his ability to move. Jiang Li's eyes widened. Her voice trembling, hurry, take him to Dr. Fong. Yes. The surrounding soldiers, upon seeing this scene, without exception, had sorrowful expressions. Lin Zhiyue had long been more than just a marshal in their hearts. He represented the entire military department and was the stabilizing force of the entire interstellar empire. He was once a flag that flew high and would never collapse. But now this flag looked like it was about to shatter, and the scene before them was unbearable to accept. Dr. Fong was already prepared, and the person was quickly sent into the sterile operating room. Jiang Li frowned and asked the person next to her, who was crying uncontrollably, what on earth happened? He wiped his tears and said, that male who had been transformed by the insect is more powerful than we imagined. Originally, the Marshal could have fought him on equal footing, but to save child. He hesitated, but Jiang Li had already guessed what was going on. Jiang Li nodded slightly, her expression complex as she looked at them. Don't blame yourselves too much. You've all worked hard. Please go back to rest. Jiang, just let us stay. It's because we didn't protect the marshal well that it has come to this. Jiang, we want to see the marshal safe and sound. They had a lot to say, but found it inconvenient to express. Lin knew what she was thinking and spoke just in time. Don't worry. The marshal will be fine. Go back and rest well. I will inform you of the follow-up situation. Some people still wanted to stay. But now those who were quick-witted had already realized what they meant and forcibly pulled them away. Jiang Li frowned. The marshal's current situation is much more serious than we imagined. We must stabilize the military department situation before the marshal wakes up. You can rest assured. Lin quietly asked, should we implement the fire plan now? Jiang Li rubbed her fingers. Is the situation under control now? He said, it's temporarily under control. The transformed male has been isolated, and there won't be large-scale outbreaks in the short term, but fundamentally, it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. She was silent for a moment before speaking. What do you think if the marshal had to choose? How would he choose? Marshal. He drew out the last syllable, saying, the marshal would do his utmost to restore them to normal. Jiang Li tilted her head and looked at the closed door. Lin Zhiyue was inside now. He cared for everyone in the interstellar empire, whether male, female, or simulated beasts. Just as Lin said. Only when there are no other choices and one is forced into a desperate situation. Perhaps he would choose to sacrifice these people. But what about her? How would she choose? In her hesitation, Dr. Fong came out. He took off his mask, his expression serious. Jiang Li hurriedly approached, asking with concern, how is it? After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth, saying, there are only external injuries. It's nothing, but the spleen rupture caused severe bleeding and shock. Jiang Li spoke anxiously. What about now? Dr. Fong said. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and placed him in the breathing chamber, saving the marshal's life. I have completed the surgery. Now, the marshal's spleen has been repaired with nanotechnology, but his physical strength and other aspects definitely cannot compare to before. Lin frowned. What will happen? He lamented. His mental strength hasn't changed, but the repaired spleen cannot compare to the previous one. There will be chronic pain, easy fatigue, and his body can no longer withstand high-intensity injuries. His immunity has dropped significantly, and he needs regular injections of stabilizers. Otherwise, the spleen's organ function will easily decline. After a pause, he said solemnly, in the future, don't let the marshal go to the front lines again. One wrong move could put him in danger. Jiang Li's body swayed, feeling a headache. How did things turn out like this? When will the marshal wake up? He will wake up after the anesthesia wears off. In about 3 hours, but now the marshal situation cannot leave the sterile ward. When you go in, make sure to take precautions, understand? Jiang Li nodded seriously, we understand. Don't worry. Chapter 140. I will keep the child. 3 hours is enough time to do many things. It's enough for Lin's arranged personnel to investigate everyone on the list. The first batch to be investigated is a group of people in high positions within the military department who need special attention. As long as they have done one thing, there will definitely be traces left. This is an unchanging truth. Jiang Li looked at the report in her hand. These people are well hidden, but no matter how careful they are, they will leave behind some traces, even if it is just a little. She scoffed. They are really something. The royal family has really gone to great lengths. Lin was not particularly surprised by this. The royal family always operated this way. He spoke up, Jiang. Should I go and control them? Jiang Li waved her hand. No need. They must have contact methods we don't know about. The royal family doesn't act so simply. The most important thing right now is the marshal. We shouldn't alarm them. What do you mean? Arrange for people we trust to get close to them and ensure they don't notice anything unusual to report back to the royal family. Understood. Just as she finished speaking, a notification sound came from outside the ward. This indicated that Lin Zhiyue had woken up. Change clothes. Okay. The two quickly changed into protective suits, but by the time they entered through the sterile passage, Dr. Fong was already there. Lin Zhiyue's face was extremely pale as he lay on the hospital bed. The moment Jiang Li entered, the heart monitor by his bed shot up from 80 to 130. The curve on the screen fluctuated wildly. This startled Dr. Fong, who quickly bent down to check on his condition. Lin Zhiyue looked somewhat unnatural, lightly coughed, and said, I'm fine. I know my own body. Doctor. Fong had always shown great respect to the marshal, but this time he reprimanded him. "Marshal, your spleen is ruptured. There's no need to be strong right now." As he spoke, his examination became more careful. Jiang Li met his gaze and noticed a hint of evasiveness and an inexplicable sense of guilt in his eyes. Jiang Li had previously been slow to react to matters of the heart, due to her young age and lack of experience in love. She often failed to notice when others liked her. But now it was different. Many people had appeared around her, both normal and abnormal. She could basically distinguish between them now. Once she realized what was happening, she quickly turned around to avoid his gaze. After a long moment, "Doctor." Fong's puzzled voice broke the silence. "It's really strange. Marshal, you're fine, but why did your heart rate suddenly spike like that?" Lin Zhiyue felt a bit helpless. "I'm really fine. If I feel uncomfortable, I'll let you know." "All right then, Marshal, you all chat. I'll step out for a bit." He understood that they needed to discuss important matters and hurriedly left. Jiang Li then turned to Lin Zhiyue and asked, "Marshal, how are you feeling now? Does it still hurt?" "It's fine." His voice was very soft, with the injured person comforting the visitor. She was completely wrapped in a protective suit, the loose clothing hiding everything. The only thing visible was her remarkably bright eyes. She frowned. "Marshal, how did you get such serious injuries? Is it because of the insect transformation or some other incident?" His voice was still somewhat weak. "The male that transformed after devouring many others has clearly become stronger, even surpassing others." Jiang Li's expression became serious. The situation had become more severe. She conveyed to him the findings Dr. Fong had made about the burning phenomenon without alteration. Lin Zhiyue narrowed his eyes. "First, we need to confirm whether the burning is only effective against lower-level infected males or all of them. The person I just caught has a history of deceit and bullying females. Let us use him for the experiment." "Understood." Lin Zhiyue met her gaze and spoke apologetically. "I didn't expect this accident. Given my current situation, I'm afraid I can't take the lead. The military's matters might still need you to make decisions first." "Yes, Marshal. Don't worry. I will handle it fairly and justly." He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but stopped at the last moment. Jiang Li sensed his gaze unintentionally sweeping over her abdomen. After figuring out what it was about, she first asked Lin to leave. When the two were alone, he finally asked, "Are you feeling all right?" "Thank you for your concern, Marshal. I'm fine. No discomfort." "That's good. How have you been sleeping lately?" "Pretty well." He opened his mouth again, taking on that previous hesitant demeanor. Jiang Li guessed what he wanted to say and spoke helplessly. "I've thought it through. I will keep the child. Since it has come, it is a gift from heaven." Lin Zhiyue's face lit up with joy, wanting to try to sit up, but the anesthetic hadn't worn off yet, and he couldn't exert strength in his arms. The only part of his body he could move was his head. He sincerely said, "Thank you, Jiang." She was taken aback and then replied, "Marshal, there's no need to thank me for this." After a pause, she said, "There are still matters to handle in the military, so I want to stay long. If you need anything, you can always find me." "Okay." Just as she was about to open the door, he spoke up. "Among the people the royal family arranged to come in, some have already developed thoughts of defection. Don't dismiss them all. Those who can be won over should still be won over." "Understood." She turned to him and saluted. Lin Zhiyue was always so reliable. The position of marshal seemed to belong to him. Lin had been waiting at the door for a long time. News came from the other side that Duan Yunzu insisted on meeting her. Jiang Li furrowed her brows, unsure of what trouble he was causing this time. Having just seen him not long ago, but recalling the list he had provided earlier, she dared not underestimate him. "I understand. I'll go over now." After saying that, she relayed Lin Zhiyue's last reminder to him without alteration. "Jiang, don't worry. I will handle it." "All right." Duan Yunzu seemed to have guessed she would come. His expression remained calm upon seeing her. "Have you checked everyone on the list? I didn't deceive you, did I?" Jiang Li didn't respond, only looking at him warily. He shrugged. "Actually, you don't need to treat me like this. Although I'm not one of your military people, I'm also not one of the royal family. I'm just myself." His words were indeed strange. As a noble and a member of the Duan family, he had no right to make choices of his own. But the next sentence made Jiang Li's expression darken significantly. "The marshal has suffered very serious injuries." Chapter 141. Let the dogs bite each other. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Li's eyes instantly became dangerous. How do you know this? Duan Yunzu maintained his smile. Still calm. I'm also part of the military. How could I not know? Ridiculous. The marshal's return, including the injury, was all conducted in secrecy. Didn't the person who told you this news inform you? While saying this, she kept her gaze fixed on Duan Yunzu, trying to find any clues from his demeanor. But unfortunately, there was nothing. Jiang, there is no truly impenetrable wall in this world, don't you think? What do you want to do? Jiang Li discreetly surveyed the room. She had only been here today. Previously, it had been Chun Jinglin bringing meals, so logically, he shouldn't have known about outside news. But the facts were in front of her. She couldn't help but believe he did know. It seemed this place could no longer hold him. Didn't we say one day? Let us change it to 3.5 days. I want to start from today. His eyes were bright, and at that moment, he didn't appear to be a scheming person, but rather a child asking an adult for his favorite candy. Jiang Li remained silent. Duan Yunzu sighed deeply and spoke helplessly. Actually, what I said is all true. I really don't care about the royal family. But if Jiang does not want to fulfill this small wish of mine, then I really don't care about the military either. This person, Jiang Li, was directly angered to the point of laughter. Are you threatening me? He was sitting down, looking much shorter than her, yet despite being in a lower position, he spoke with the pressure of someone in power. Jiang, I'm asking you. She coldly stared at him for a long time. The feeling of being led by the nose is quite unpleasant, but she has no choice but to agree now. All right, I'll have someone prepare an outfit for you. You can go wherever you want, but the condition is you cannot leave my sight. Duan Yunzhou squinted, his eyes filled only with obsession, showing no displeasure at being manipulated. Being watched by you all the time is something I crave. It's really disgusting. Okay, I also need to go change into another outfit. See you later. Jiang. Don't think about playing any tricks. You're in the open, but I'm in the dark. She ignored him and quickly left. Once outside, she called Cheng Xi's phone. To her surprise, it was picked up almost immediately. However, the noise on the other end was quite chaotic. Your Highness, I don't mind if you answer the phone while investigating a case for the Royal Inspection Team, but don't let these officials lose heart. Through the phone, Jiang Li could even hear the taste of tea that seemed to crawl over the line from Cheng Xiu. Crown Prince, I have something to discuss with the third prince. Please put it on speaker. To her surprise, he scoffed, sounding gloating. Aren't you the one who fears being entangled the most? Why are you taking the initiative to find him now? Facing him, Jiang Li did not hide the matter concerning Duan Yunzhou from the military. All right, I've turned on the speaker. Although she couldn't see him, she could still imagine his imposing demeanor as he sat in front of Cheng Xiu. Third prince. The originally gloomy Cheng Xiu suddenly stood up when he heard her voice. Jiang Li, you're looking for me? Without hesitation, she got straight to the point. Duan Yunzhou asked me to accompany him for 3.5 days, and I agreed, starting from this afternoon. After speaking, without waiting for her reaction, she continued. Crown Prince, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. What followed was the busy tone on the other end. Because she hung up quickly, Jiang Li did not know that Cheng Xiu had erupted in anger, smashing everything in the conference room, causing the officials to stand up in fright and hide in the corners. After observing for a while, Cheng Xi spoke with a smile. Third brother, the officials are all quite old. They can't handle being scared like this. It's not good for you to disregard their feelings. Jiang Li played with her phone as she walked quickly outside. Cheng Xiu was a member of the royal family and held a significant position. She used herself as bait to create discord among them. Jiang Li could be subjected to control temporarily, but she would not be controlled for a lifetime. Want to lead her and control her? Don't even think about it. Cheng Xiu was confined by the emperor and could not enter or leave the palace. She didn't know what methods the emperor used, but during this time, he seemed to have disappeared from her world. But she knew who he was, at least a little. If he could easily give up his feelings, he wouldn't be Cheng Xiu. How he would get out of the palace? One could only guess that in a moment of urgency, he would have his methods. Would Duan Yunzhou really confront Cheng Xiu, the third prince? Jiang Li actually thought it was unlikely. Such things could only be done by someone as impulsive as Pei Jin. And Duan Yunzhou was too clever and shrewd. He always weighed the pros and cons before doing anything, then chose what was most beneficial for him. Because of this, Jiang Li was certain he wouldn't do anything. But whether Qingshu Bai would do something was uncertain. The fight between mad dogs is always a matter of life and death, and she only needed to be the one who ultimately benefits. She hoped they would like the big gift she prepared for them. The two outfits were arranged very well. Jiang Li wore a sky blue long dress. Duan Yinzhou wore a sky blue shirt, white shoes, and white pants. The two stood together from a distance, resembling a couple in matching outfits, looking quite harmonious. Jiang Li scrutinisa Duan Yinzhou. She had to admit he had a good appearance. But unfortunately, he didn't do anything right. She had originally planned to drive, but Duan Yinzhou refused. Sitting in the passenger seat, she asked, "What are we doing this afternoon?" He excitedly replied, "We're going to watch a movie. I've already bought the tickets." The screen showed a tear-jerking love story between a male and a female. They were the only two people in the entire theater. Jiang Li watched, her heart showing no ripples. Her mind had already drifted away. She was thinking about how to solve the insectification issue. Meanwhile, Duan Yinzhou didn't care what was playing on the screen. His eyes were filled only with the person beside him. For 3 hours during the movie, he just stared at her. Although the lighting was dim, and most of the time, only her profile was visible, Duan Yinzhou was still particularly satisfied. When they left the cinema together, Jiang Li was attracted by the little cat behind the transparent glass. Duan Yinzhou, still smiling, said he could buy her one. But when his gaze reached a person around the corner, his expression changed. "I need to use the restroom." "Okay," Jiang Li replied nonchalantly, but she didn't really care. After he left, she made eye contact with the people around her, and they nodded in acknowledgement. Duan Yinzhou's tone was tense as he pressed, "What are you doing here?" "Then why can't I be here?" His voice was low. Those originally fierce, deep brown eyes now split into pure, black, hexagonal compound eyes, looking quite terrifying. The exposed skin on his body was very translucent, even allowing one to see the blood vessels inside. Duan Yinzhou narrowed his eyes, his expression slightly changing. "That's not what I meant. Brother Duan, shouldn't you be at the border? How did you come back so quickly?" Pei Jin's current appearance was different from what he had initially imagined. He should have lost his sanity by now, but why was he still able to speak calmly? Pei Jin suddenly raised his hand, fingers tightening, pinning him against the wall. Duan Yinzhou tried to break free. As a male with mental abilities, he was very strong. But at this moment, he felt like an ant that could be easily crushed by him at any time. So powerful after insectification. "If I hadn't come, how would I know you have such thoughts about Jiang Li? She's my fiancée, don't you know?" He exerted slight pressure. Duan Yinzhou's pupils contracted, and he couldn't draw a single breath into his lungs. He felt he was about to die. Pei Jin's words were shouted through clenched teeth. "What do you think you are? Without me, the Duan family wouldn't even look at you. How many benefits have you gained from me over the years? Do you think I don't know, Duan Yinzhou?" He pressed harder, slamming Duan Yinzhou against the wall again and again like a rag. "Today, I'll teach you how to recognize your own identity." Duan Yinzhou started to struggle violently, scratching blood trails on Pei Jin's arm, but the response was even fiercer suppression. In the face of absolute power, he could only wait for death. Prolonged hypoxia made Duan Yinzhou feel dizzy. Resistance became an instinctive action. Pei Jin seemed to have gone mad, cursing him over and over. "What do you think you are? You don't even deserve to carry Jiang Li's shoes." Duan Yinzhou curled his lips in an attempt to smile, but he couldn't manage it. He forced himself to suppress his instinctive movements. He stopped resisting, his cheeks turning purple from lack of oxygen, his eyes bloodshot. He looked steadily at Pei Jin. The mockery in his eyes was evident. He seemed to be saying, "Look, you can only rage helplessly in front of me." Pei Jin gritted his teeth. "You know, the thing I hate the most is that kind of look in your eyes. You little ant. I want to destroy you, to destroy the Duan family." Jiang Li stood in place waiting for a long time, but Duan Yinzhou still did not come. As time passed, she became somewhat impatient and walked quickly over. "Duan Yinzhou?" Her voice was getting closer, and Pei Jin, who had just been arrogant, suddenly fell into a state of panic, not knowing what to do. Would she be angry with him for treating Duan Yinzhou this way? No way, right? Duan Yinzhou forced himself, using the last bit of strength to raise his hand and pat his wrist. As Jiang Li's voice called out again, Pei Jin, as if shocked, instantly released his hand. The suffocating feeling completely disappeared, and Duan Yinzhou breathed in the fresh air he had finally obtained. He scoffed, and spoke, "Since you already know, there's no need for me to hide anything." He stood up straight, tidying his wrinkled collar that had been pinched by him. "Pei-Jin, you're just a spoiled young master with a terrible temper. So stupid, it's infuriating. There's not a single redeeming quality about you." Duan Yunzhao looked him up and down and said disdainfully, "If it weren't for being born into the Pei family, do you think you could have everything you have now? Go find a mirror and take a good look at yourself." Duan Yunzhao's words struck home, but he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. At this moment, after more than a decade of being submissive and servile in front of Pei-Jin, Duan Yunzhao had finally shattered that mold and reformed himself. He had bent his knee for over a decade, but this time he stood up with his back straight. Jiang Li hates the insect race the most. She has killed countless insectoids. I can't even count, and neither can you. Right now, you're even worse than the insectoids. You half-human, half-insect monster. She doesn't think highly of you at all. What do you mean you two are together? It's all in your imagination. She looked down on you before, and she will continue to do so. Pei-Jin, having stayed in his high position for too long, should come down and take a good look. A mocking smile hung on his lips. From now on, you should just be a rat hiding in the gutter. All you can do is watch Jiang Li from a distance. After saying this, he shot Pei-Jin a cold glance and turned to leave. Jiang Li, hearing the voice, she turned around. His collar was pulled up, looking inexplicably strange. She couldn't help but glance a few more times, but didn't ask further. She just wanted to wrap things up quickly and head back to the military department. "Where are we going now? Just come with me." Pei-Jin hid in the corner. According to his temperament, he should be rushing forward to ask for clarification now. But in his mind, Duan Yunzhao's words echoed repeatedly, refusing to go away. His feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. From his angle, he could only see their distant figures leaving. Jiang Li occasionally tilted her head to talk to him, and from afar, they actually seemed somewhat compatible. No, Pei-Jin quickly dispelled that thought. Jiang Li loved him, no matter what he looked like. It was all Duan Yunzhao's fault. He had deceived Jiang Li and wanted to separate them. But he, in his dreams, Pei-Jin would not let him have his way. Not now, and not ever. He turned and left. The two went out to eat together. By the time they came out, it was already close to midnight. Jiang Li was a bit tired. After all, the work intensity had been rather high recently. But standing next to her, Duan Yunzhao's enthusiasm showed no signs of diminishing, as if he was ready to take her to the next activity at any moment. To be honest, Jiang Li felt a bit scared. It was getting late. They should head back. Duan Yunzhao blinked and nodded vigorously, a strange hint of shyness appearing on his face. This left Jiang Li confused, completely unaware of what was happening. "Are we going to my house or yours?" Jiang Li fell into an odd silence. If she guessed correctly, Duan Yunzhao had misunderstood her intentions. "I'm just accompanying you out. We're just comrades, nothing more." Duan Yunzhao's face turned pale, but he still forced a smile, one that was unspeakably bitter. "I'll take you back." "Okay." Duan Yunzhao was too sly. She only had him taken back to the military department. Lin Ping's presence needed to be hidden for a while. Once this matter passed, they would pull out the royal family spies in the military one by one. It wasn't until he could no longer see her back that Duan Yunzhao's expression turned cold. He dialed that familiar number. Pei-Jin had undergone insect transformation, but why hadn't he lost his mind? Why? Chapter 143. Incident at the resettlement point. The 3.5-day agreement had fallen through. That night, Jiang Li had not yet had a chance to rest. An incident occurred at the border city of the Lan realm. The transformed male beasts went on a rampage, and in just 30 minutes, 568 ordinary people disappeared. The border city of the Lan realm actually did not belong to the Lan realm. When the insect race was rampant before, many people were left homeless. At that time, the royal family came up with a way to bring people to the Lan realm to show their concern for them. But they were reluctant to let them truly live in the Lan realm and even found it disgusting. So they built some resettlement points on the edge of the Lan realm where no one lived. Jiang Li wasted no time, changed into her combat uniform, and boarded the spaceship with Dr. Fong and Chun Zhenglin. She frowned and spoke. "Aren't the transformed males already under our control? How did the transformed males in the border city of the Lan realm appear?" Chun Zhenglin replied, "According to the investigation, the royal family has been experimenting with these transformed males and something went wrong, causing the males to go berserk, which led to the current disaster. Jiang Li couldn't help but curse angrily. What fools! I can't believe I didn't notice earlier. The royal family is a bunch of idiots. After a pause, she continued, this series of incidents is too coincidental. The royal family is not only conducting experiments, but also wants to use the transformed males to eliminate those innocent people. Dr. Fong, in disbelief, asked why would they do that? These are living lives. Jiang Li sneered, mocking the royal family's hypocrisy. It's quite simple. The Lan realm is a place they see as lofty and superior. How could such poor and disgusting people be allowed there? These people, it's outrageous. Doctor. Fong slammed his fist on the table, and, judging by his reaction, he was nearly driven to anger. Jiang Li inquired, how is the experiment going? He shook his head. Fire only works on transformed males below a certain level. Jiang Li paused, coldly smiling. Given the current situation, high-level transformed males are even harder to deal with. Chun Jinglin's expression turned serious. General Jiang, do you mean? She nodded. When necessary, we can resolve it this way. We mustn't give them any handle to grasp. The royal family will use this as an excuse to sway public opinion. Understood. I'll personally deal with the high-level transformed males. Ensure they take precautions to protect themselves and avoid capturing beyond their level. Do you understand? Yes. I'll arrange it right away, he said hurriedly before rushing out. Jiang Li turned to Dr. Fong. I'll catch a few back for you to study. See how they differ from those who have transformed. The royal family is using them for experiments. Yes. The situation on site was worse than they had imagined. The transformed males had taken over the entire resettlement point. And at a glance, not a single human could be seen. Although the spaceship was silent, it was very noticeable. Instantly, the transformed beings were drawn to it and rushed over. Everyone inside the spaceship put on protective suits. They couldn't see each other's expressions, but they had no fear of what they were about to face. At Jiang Li's command, everyone charged down from the spaceship. They would test the strength of the enemy. If they could suppress them, they would take action personally. If not, they would call in stronger comrades. Half an hour passed, and looking around, there were no transformed beings left at the resettlement point. Just as everyone let out a sigh of relief and prepared to rest, Jiang Li's expression remained serious. She spoke coldly. Don't let your guard down, General Chun. Stay here and keep an eye on things. Su Tian, come with me. Yes. Everyone was well trained. Watching the group of controlled insect-like people. Just now, Jiang Li had noticed that the people in the shelter had all hidden away. Given the circumstances, it was understandable that they would seek cover. But the problem was that the area outside had already been taken over by them, yet they still didn't come out, which could only mean they still felt it wasn't safe outside. Why was that? Jiang Li whispered, Su Tian, you must be fully alert. There might still be something hidden in here. The shelter was filled with crowded high-rise buildings. To save space, the distance between the two buildings was very close, just enough for 3 people to walk side by side. Now, other than their footsteps, there were no other sounds. Jiang Li could even clearly hear her own breathing. At that moment, a faint rustling sound came from behind. Not good. Jiang Li didn't show it, but her attention was mostly focused on what was behind her. It's coming. It's coming. Before Su Tian could react, she saw Jiang Li suddenly turn and rush backwards. She quickly pulled out her gun and aimed. Jiang Li was engaged in a fierce struggle with the insect-like person. This insect-like person was nearly twice the size of the others. His strength was immense, each punch landing with force. Jiang Li had strong perception. This person was a high-level insect-like being. Indeed strong. Jiang Li marveled inwardly, then struck, knocking off half of its body with a punch. The insect-like person fell down, but soon stood up unsteadily again. Its eyes had already turned into grayish-white compound eyes. At this moment, it was clear that it had lost its rationality. Jiang Li tilted her head. Since its body was ineffective, then let's try the head. Su Tian watched from behind, stunned, feeling a slight pain in her own head. The insect-like person finally fell down completely. Many people began to emerge from the surrounding buildings. Their faces showed no fear, only numbness. Thank you, General Jiang. They gathered around to express their gratitude. Jiang Li nodded slightly. Go to the entrance of the shelter. Our people are there, and they have some questions for you. Okay. They lined up and left in an orderly manner. Su Tian looked on, somewhat shocked General Jiang. They aren't afraid at all. Most of them are ordinary people, right? I'm not exaggerating. I felt a bit cowardly just watching. Jiang Li watched their departing figures, her eyes darkening. The reason they came here was that their homes had been destroyed. Do you know what destroyed all of that? Su Tian replied, the insect race. That's right. They had long seen these bloody and horrifying scenes and were even used to them. I think that's why they can remain so calm now. Su Tian listened, feeling a pang in her heart. General Jiang, what about this insect-like person? Jiang Li looked over with a complex expression, although it was already bloodied and muddy. Take it back for Dr. Fong to study. This insect-like person is very different from the ones I encountered before. Its strength is obviously greater, and besides its defensive ability, its recovery ability is astonishing. If I hadn't smashed its head, who knows when this battle would end. Chapter 144. An insect-like being with self-thought. As soon as the words left her mouth, a shadow passed by, moving faster than the previous insect-like person. Without any hesitation, she chased after it, leaving behind a line. Su Tian, bring the insect-like person's body back to Dr. Fong. General Jiang, before she could finish. She disappeared in a flash. Su Tian murmured, General Jiang's speed is really fast. I'm a bit envious. After mumbling a couple of sentences, she quickly began to focus on her work. How to bring the insect-like person's body back with minimal damage. Su Tian hung her head in difficulty. Meanwhile, Jiang Li's expression was grim. The person ahead was running quickly, reacting swiftly, even comparable to her. But she was a dragon with mental power. In a situation where this person was on par with her, their mental strength must be higher than hers to suppress the strength brought by their bloodline. But could there still be a male in the entire interstellar empire with mental strength higher than hers? That would be too confident. Jiang Li didn't think such a person existed. So there was only one possibility. This person was originally a male with high mental strength, but now the insect transformation made him even stronger. However, thinking this way, she still felt something was off. Up to now, all the insect-like beings she had seen acted as if they had been implanted with a program. Their first reaction upon seeing normal humans was to kill and devour. It was rare for one to see her and instead turn to flee. Stop! Her voice was loud, but that shout was originally meant to test if he could understand her words. His figure slightly paused. Although he quickly returned to normal, Jiang Li could see it at a glance. Without hesitation, she used her mental power. When the opponent's strength was equal to or not far from her own, the after effects and damage left by using mental power would only be stronger. But Jiang Li couldn't care less about that now. She had to take a gamble to keep this peculiar insect-like being. Pei Jin felt as if his brain had been struck hard by a hammer. His figure swayed, feeling as if his brain would explode at any moment, his head pounding painfully. Instinctively, he wanted to turn back and retaliate. But when he thought of Jiang Li behind him, he almost used all his strength to hold back. Absolutely cannot let Jiang Li get hurt. He repeatedly told himself in his heart. After using her mental power, Jiang Li felt her body instantly weaken. Her speed slowed down in an instant. Yet the person ahead showed no signs of slowing down. This insect-like being was probably stronger than she had initially imagined. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to pull out her gun despite her discomfort. This is your last chance. But the person still showed no reaction. Jiang Li was not going to give him any more chances. Without any hesitation, she fired 3 shots at his head. Suddenly, an insect shell appeared, and it actually blocked the bullets. By the time Jiang Li wanted to pursue, it was already too late. The figure of the insect-like person had vanished. Damn, Jiang Li was a bit shocked. How strong must this person be? First, it was a mental attack, then bullets. After a round of attacks, he was still unscathed. All right, impressive. Jiang Li dragged her weakened body forward and picked up the bullet head. Such a sturdy material had been completely bent when she used her mental power earlier. She hadn't held back at all, using all her strength. Now, she felt as if her body had been hollowed out, extremely weak. She murmured, in the future, I need to hold back a bit. Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted, pressing the button in the last moment as she fell. When Shen Jinglin saw the distress signal pop up, he rushed over without any hesitation. Pei Jin dared not pause at all and hit on the rooftop. A mouthful of blood erupted from his mouth. He leaned against the wall, ultimately unable to hold on, sliding down to sit on the ground. His head felt like it was splitting open. He knew that after transformation, the body would become stronger in all aspects. Now, his mental power was already at a high level, and moreover, the insect race was inherently stronger than humans in terms of body strength and defense. It seemed that Jiang Li was more than just a high-level being, as she claimed. "How many things have you hidden from me, Jiang Li?" He chuckled softly, the sorrow in his eyes seeming like it would overflow at any moment. "We've been together for so long. Why do you still not trust me?" Jiang's words were not finished when he fainted. As he fell, two transformed individuals appeared beside him. "Notify the prince, he's fainted. It seems his physical condition isn't that great." When Jiang Li opened her eyes again, she was already in the hospital. Everything around was white, and there was no one else. She turned to press the call button. When she rushed in, it was Lin. She worriedly asked, "Has the situation at the shelter been controlled? Did you find that transformed person?" He shook his head. "Su Tian told us that you went after someone. We've searched the entire shelter and found no suspicious individuals." Jiang Li's face was serious. "Where's the marshal?" "He went to a meeting." "What?" she said unhappily. "The marshal was injured so badly. How could he get out of bed so quickly?" Lin touched his nose. "General Jiang, you've been unconscious for 5 days." She coughed lightly, originally thinking it would only be 1 day at most, but unexpectedly. "I need to see the marshal. I have important things to tell her." After a pause, she asked, "At that time, I had 3 bullets in my hand. Did you see them?" He replied, "General Jiang, rest assured, I noticed at the time that the bullets were caused by the shell armor blocking them. They've already been sent to the lab for testing, but the results haven't come out yet." Jiang Li then breathed a sigh of relief, slightly nodding. "Then that's fine. I can rest easy now." Saying this, she wanted to get out of bed. Lin was quick to push over a wheelchair. "Sit down. I'll take you to see the marshal." "Okay." She nodded slightly. In the conference room, a group of high-ranking military officials were divided into 2 factions, arguing fiercely. Even outside the door, Jiang Li could hear them clearly. One side supported burning, while the other advocated for human rights, opposing burning. So the 2 sides began to argue. One side said, "What if something worse happens?" The other side said, "What if we anger the public and lose their support?" To be fair, Jiang Li thought they both had valid points. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. "Marshal." Her sudden voice interrupted the arguments of the crowd. "General Jiang, I heard you were injured. How are you now?" Many people gathered around, expressing their concern. "I'm fine." After a pause, she said, "The issue of transformation is even more difficult to combat than the insect race." Chapter 145. "I want you to bite hard, Jiang. Where does this come from?" "Yes. Haven Tea, we already found a way to control it." "General Jiang, don't joke with us. We're already worried about this matter, and you." Jiang Li spoke out the harsh truth. "The reason I exhausted my mental strength that day was that there was a transformed person far stronger than me." Several people gasped in shock. "But General Jiang, if what you say is true, there shouldn't have been any signs of a struggle at the scene. We have already reviewed this matter while you were still unconscious." Jiang Li fell silent. Sometimes she couldn't understand what these people were thinking. Clearly, the person involved was right in front of them, yet they insisted on conducting a scene analysis. She reluctantly explained, "I want to clarify that I'm not very sure why, but that transformed person had his own consciousness, and for some reason, he kept avoiding me. It seemed he didn't want to confront me directly." "What? A conscious transformed person? How is that possible?" They didn't believe it, or rather, they were afraid to believe it. If a transformed person has consciousness, does that mean they retain the brain of an insect or that of a human? There's a world of difference between the two. One has a bit of brain, but not much, while the other can build civilization. Jiang Li said seriously, "If my discernment is correct, then it belongs to human consciousness. The worst result could be this. When the insect race had no brain, they could still rely on a sacrificing type of attrition to drag things out for so many years. If they have a brain and become stronger, wouldn't that be even harder to deal with?" Just thinking about it was bothersome. Lin Zhiyue, who had not spoken, finally spoke up. He said, "Okay, today's meeting is adjourned. Dismiss." Everyone left the conference room with serious expressions. When there were only 2 people in the room, Lin Zhiyue asked, "Your mental strength didn't harm that transformed person?" She shook her head, "No. Who could be stronger than you?" After a moment of hesitation, she said, "I can't be sure, but he must not be weak." Lin Zhiyue's face darkened. "Others might not know, But he knew Jiang Li's true identity and mental strength. A transformed person stronger than you, and with his own consciousness, I have a feeling he will be a significant enemy for us in the future. She nodded slightly, but her mind was clearly not on this issue. What I am currently uncertain about is whether all transformed insects can have self-awareness after becoming stronger, or if he is special. Lin Zhiyue leaned back in his chair, pondering for a moment before saying, "This matter may need to be investigated again. There's one more thing. I worry he can control lower-level transformed individuals." Lin Zhiyue thought about it and understood what she meant. What if the transformed individuals launch a large-scale, organized attack? You let me. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Zhiyue suddenly bent over and started to gag. He looked as if he was about to vomit his guts out. He hurriedly rushed to the restroom in the conference room. Jiang Li did not leave, but leaned against the door, listening to the heart-wrenching sounds inside, feeling as if she had instantly returned to when she was pregnant with Lin Ping. At that time, Lin Zhiyue was also like this. Wait. Everything in her mind became clear. Lin Zhiyue's health was poor, and the hospital didn't check out the results. He was extremely thin. She touched her belly. If she guessed correctly, it was all because of this child. About half an hour later, Lin Zhiyue came out with a pale face. When he saw her, he was a bit surprised. "General Jiang, you're still here? Sorry, I was feeling a bit unwell earlier and didn't pay attention to you." What a good person. What a good superior. What a good marshal. Jiang Li cleared her throat, somewhat wanting to cover up. "That, your discomfort is because I'm pregnant." Lin Zhiyue looked at her with a confused expression. Jiang Li knew this sounded a bit absurd, but that was the situation. When I was pregnant with Lin Ping, Lin Zhiyue was also like this, vomiting severely and feeling very weak. Lin Zhiyue couldn't understand. His usually intelligent brain was now unusually not enough. Isn't it the females who feel unwell during pregnancy? His words were not meant to be discriminatory, just simply unable to understand. Our dragon race is like this. Moreover, males who have been marked by us, to some extent, become like females. In a word, it also explained things. Lin Zhiyue nodded slightly, but let out a sigh of relief. "That's good, as long as you're not uncomfortable." Hearing this, he was quite considerate. Jiang Li nodded slightly. "Do you feel more comfortable when you're close to me?" Lin Zhiyue's Adam's apple rolled slightly, but his gaze had already fallen on her lips. Yes. His voice was very hoarse. During this time, his desire for Jiang Li had reached an uncontrollable and perverse level. She originally thought she was going crazy, but now it seemed he was normal, and all of this was a normal phenomenon. After realizing this, he no longer intended to suppress his feelings. "General Jiang, during this time when I couldn't see you, I desperately wanted to see you, wanted to be closer to you. When I saw you, I just wanted you to bite me hard." Jiang Li secretly observed Lin Zhiyue. I don't know why these words coming from his mouth feel so strange. She never thought he could say such things. It feels very disjointed, like when an elder leader she has always respected suddenly says something offbeat. It's like dipping dumplings in yogurt. Marshal, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly reached out to unbutton his military uniform, revealing a pale neck with visible veins. "Is that okay?" The words clearly carried a request, but coming from his mouth, they inexplicably bore a sense of oppression from a superior. It gave Jiang Li the feeling that she had to accept an order from a higher-up and carry out a task. She instinctively replied, "Yes, Marshal." The military order was ingrained in her bones. After saying that, she felt a bit regretful, but she no longer had the chance to take it back. Lin Zhiyue leaned closer. She sighed softly, but didn't prepare to back away. She knew how uncomfortable Lin Zhiyue had been at that moment. It seems Lin Zhiyue was also in pain, just not showing it. She opened her mouth and bit down. He instantly straightened his back, his eyes becoming distant and somewhat confused. A flush spread from his neck down to his entire body. Jiang Li noticed his voice trembling at the end, resembling an invitation. He suddenly reached out, tightly wrapping his arms around her, deliberately leaving his abdomen open. Chapter 146. Being possessed the moment his neck was bitten. The first sensation that swept over him was pain, followed by a tide of breath that enveloped him entirely, making Lin Zhiyue feel a bit dizzy. He breathed rapidly, a whimper escaping his throat. Lin Zhiyue tilted his head back, his body going soft, the feeling of being possessed churning within his veins. The sensation of surrender made him dutifully become a motionless human doll, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. Jiang Li's vision gradually became clearer. Lin Zhijue's mental strength was higher than Lin Zhiyue's, making her more captivated. It was a mutual back-and-forth feeling of mental power at play. This was no longer just a simple marking. When she got off him, she was also panting. "Marshall, are you okay?" She met his vacant eyes. He grabbed her hand, using it for support to get up. Just now, his legs had been so weak he couldn't stand, and they both fell together. "I'm fine." His voice was somewhat sticky. "That's good. Should I take you back?" Lin Zhiyue opened his mouth. He could have easily refused. As a marshal, he had always been like this, rarely accepting anyone's help. No matter what happened or what problems arose, he always solved them himself, even helping others along the way. That phrase, "I'm not that weak, I can handle it myself," was pressed down in his throat. When he spoke again, he said, "All right." She helped him. "Marshall, you're injured too badly. You need to rest well." "Okay." His voice inexplicably carried a hint of indulgence. "Marshall, should I take you home, or do you want to stay at the military headquarters?" Lin Zhiyue hesitated for a moment, then said, "To the office." Being sent home, he thought, would allow them to spend a little more time together. But he couldn't be so selfish, as he still had matters at the military headquarters to attend to. "Marshall," Jiang Li frowned slightly, disapproving. "I'm fine. I can help handle the matters at the military headquarters." "Be obedient," he said softly. It wasn't about obeying orders. It was about being obedient. Jiang Li was taken aback, not saying anything further as she led him towards the office. Oddly enough, they didn't encounter anyone along the way. But good luck wouldn't last forever. When they reached the door, Jiang Li saw Su Tian waiting there. "Marshall." She saluted obediently. "What's the matter?" He looked over, his tone markedly different from when he spoke with Jiang Li, much more serious. Su Tian glanced at Jiang Li. Seeing Lin Zhiyue didn't stop her, she understood his meaning. On the surface, Pei Jin still hadn't returned home, but my aunt has been making fewer moves lately. I suspect he has already gone back to the Pei family. Lin Zhiyue narrowed his eyes. "Is there anything going on with the Pei family?" She shook her head. "No, it's just this matter that seems strange." Lin Zhiyue understood and nodded. "All right, you can go back." Just then, they had arrived at the door. Jiang Li slowly said, "Marshall, you go back first. I have something to discuss with her." "Okay." He looked at her deeply, his tones softening again, but perhaps out of consideration for the presence of others. "It was only a little bit." Jiang Li slightly nodded and followed along, walking side by side. Lin Zhiyue looked over. Su Tian was a true masculine figure. She was much taller than Jiang Li. But even so, Jiang Li still managed to attract everyone's attention, including his. "Very excellent, very dazzling." Jiang Li quietly asked, "How are Shun Jishio and the others doing?" Su Tian replied, "My cousin heard you were injured and has been very worried about you. He wants to see you. But due to your situation at the military headquarters, they have to hold back." After a pause, she added, "But I've already told them about Shangjiang waking you up." Jiang Li nodded. "Did you give their blood to Dr. Fong? What were the test results?" Su Tian nodded seriously. "Dr. Fong has checked. My cousin and the others are not infected with the parasites." Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. I just happen to have free time now. I'll go see them." Hearing this, Su Tian instantly smiled. "Great. If my cousin knows, he will definitely be very happy." Suddenly, her expression changed. Shangjiang, I don't know how my grandparents found out that my cousin is back. They sent a few people to watch the house, trying to get my cousin back to the Su family." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "Do they know that house is mine?" Su Tian nodded vigorously. "Fortunately, you foresaw this. If my cousin were still in my house, he might have already been taken away. Now that you are a general and hold an important position at the military headquarters, they don't dare act rashly and are just waiting for my cousin to come out. Do they know your cousin is an interstellar pirate?" "They do." The commotion was not small. Other than me, the Su family is also suppressing news about my cousin, which is why it has been kept under wraps until now. Jiang Li's voice was very soft. "Yes, normal people wouldn't think that the leader of the Black Snake pirate group is actually a child of the Su family." Su Tian sighed deeply. "It's tough for my cousin. He suffered so much outside all these years." "Is it tough?" Shen Jishio's face appeared in Jiang Li's mind. "You probably wouldn't think it was tough," just as Su Tian said. As Jiang Li approached the house, she keenly sensed that something was off. In the shadows, countless pairs of eyes were watching them. She was not flustered at all, calmly adjusting the shoulder insignia on her shoulder, determined to show them that if they wanted to act, they should weigh their options. Until she pressed the doorbell, those people did not move at all. The one who opened the door was the second brother. Just as Jiang Li was about to greet him, she noticed him shoot her a glare before nodding only at Su Tian. This demeanor could be described as extremely double-standard. Jiang Li slightly furrowed her brow. Had she offended the second brother recently? She couldn't think of anything. The two followed him into the room. The second brother had already dialed the phone number. Big brother. Su Xiaowei and Jiang Shangjiang are here. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Just now, it could be said to be an illusion, but now she was certain. The second brother didn't like her. It was inscrutable, impossible to read. Sit down. I'll go get some water, he said, naturally addressing Su Tian. The two sat down together, and Su Tian also sensed something was off. She lowered her voice to ask, Jiang Shangjiang, are you two having a falling out? Jiang Li shrugged. I just came out of the hospital. There hasn't been any chance for a falling out. That's strange. Usually, the second brother is quite easy to talk to. The title second brother is quite magical. During the conversation, Lin Zhiyue came down from upstairs. He was still wearing his gold-rimmed glasses, but he was dressed in a somewhat childish animated print pajama. Jiang Li raised her eyebrows and stared as he walked over. Chapter 147. The Su family. Perhaps Jiang Li's gaze was too intense. Lin Zhiyue looked over, and in that moment of eye contact, he saw the smile in her eyes. He suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable and spoke. Why are you staring at me? Upon hearing this, Su Tian hurriedly stood up. I'll go help second brother. After saying this, he almost left in a clumsy manner. Jiang Li smiled and said, it's just that it's the first time I've seen you wear anything other than a white shirt. And I was a bit surprised. Lin Zhiyue paused slightly, his expression natural as he sat down beside her. Jiang Li was very young. Lin Zhiyue was also very young. And that third prince, Cheng Shubai, was similarly young. But compared to them, he felt old, so he wanted to make himself look a bit younger. He casually asked, so, Jiang Shangjiang, what do you think of this outfit? Very cute, very childlike. My son really likes watching that cartoon. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Zhiyue froze in place. What did this mean? She took the initiative to tell him this. What did it mean? Was she already tired of it and wanted to cut off any relationship between them? Or was there some other meaning? Clearly, he was supposed to pretend not to know. So why did she still bring it up? Jiang Li could clearly see that his gaze held a hint of resentment. She didn't quite understand his reaction. She asked, didn't you already know? Lin Zhiyue was slightly taken aback. How do you know? She raised her hand and pointed outside the window. There are cameras outside the house, connected to my phone. I didn't turn them off because I was worried that someone might suddenly barge in while you were staying here. That day, the system alerted me that someone had come, and when I opened it, I found it was Lin Zhiyue and my son. Listening to this, Lin Zhiyue couldn't help but feel a bit sour inside. She was so open and unguarded that it made him seem strange. He responded lightly. The question about what he was in her eyes, he couldn't bring himself to ask, because he didn't know how to define their relationship. What's wrong? Jiang Li was a bit confused, not understanding why he was reacting this way. Nothing. He smiled awkwardly. She wanted to ask again, but the doorbell rang at that moment. The second brother, Su Tian, and the third brother upstairs all rushed to the door almost simultaneously, moving quickly. Jiang Li frowned slightly, and Su Tian put away the gun. You go answer the door. Okay. After Lin Zhiyue hid in the kitchen, she placed her hand on the doorknob. Jiang Li remained seated and didn't move. From the angle at the door, the visitors could only see Jiang Li and Su Tian, which was just fine. After opening the door, Su Tian froze in place, incredulously saying, Grandpa, Grandma, why are you here? Jiang Li raised her eyebrows, suddenly standing up and walking toward the door. It was indeed the Su family, which made things a bit tricky. She sneakily glanced in the direction of the kitchen. Lin Zhiyue hadn't come out, so she understood his meaning. She stepped forward and greeted, hello to both of you. I am Jiang Li. She said this with a smile, but showed no intention of letting them in. The two were nearly 70 years old. But in the interstellar empire, the longest lifespan was 200 years, so being 70 wasn't considered old. Grandpa, Su had a commanding gaze. Jiang Shangjiang's affairs were well known throughout the interstellar empire, and seeing him today, he indeed had the air of a hero. You flatter me. She was somewhat puzzled. Did you come here today for something? He smiled slightly, already understanding her refusal. But he insisted that his grandson must see her today. My useless grandson has been bothering you for quite some time, and I feel bad about it, so I specifically came to take him home. After a pause, he said, although our Su family can't compare to the Pei family, since you have shown kindness to us, it is only right that we prepare the military salary for next year. What do you think, Jiang? His meaning was clear, exchanging money for people. Jiang Li's smile didn't reach her eyes. I'm sorry, but I really can't help with that. Grandpa Su's expression changed slightly, and he quickly took out his phone. Jiang, your status is high, and we as business people can't compare to you. But I believe the military won't ignore the fact that you are imprisoning my grandson. Once this was said, the nature of the conversation changed. Su Tian was startled and hurriedly said, oh, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Jiang has helped my cousin. We only believe what we see. We want to see your cousin. Our demands are that simple. Jiang Li remained calm. You're not clear about the military's phone number, but I can provide it for you. She was betting that they wouldn't dare to make a big deal out of it. No matter what, Shen Jishio was a pirate. She could see that the two were doing this for his sake. Since that was the case, they certainly wouldn't make a scene that could lead to repercussions. You. Grandpa Su had been stammering for a long time without saying a word. Grandma Su noticed that the situation was not right and quickly spoke with tears in her eyes. Jiang, I haven't seen my grandson for many years, and we all miss him. Why don't you just let us see him? Jiang Li listened quietly, unmoved. You also know his situation. It's not easy for him to come back. Moral coercion? As long as she had no morals, she wouldn't be coerced. I'm sorry, but today I can't let you in, and you can't take anyone away. Seeing that her words made no sense, they both turned to look at Su Tian. Are you going to help outsiders deal with our Su family now? Su Tian looked confused but dare not speak up. I didn't mean that, Grandpa. Bring your cousin out. We want to see him. Su Tian lowered her head, unwilling to speak further, but her meaning was evident. If I had known you would be like this, I shouldn't have agreed to let you go to the first military academy. After entering the military, you're getting bold. You don't even listen to Grandpa. All the blame suddenly turned towards Su Tian. Jiang Li frowned, about to speak, but the voice behind her interrupted her thoughts. Grandpa, Grandma, you really get news quickly. I've only been in Lin Zhiyue for a short while, and you already know. He stood behind Jiang Li, looking intently at them. When Jiang Li saw him come out, she understood and helplessly sighed before stepping aside. Come in. It's not good to be seen standing here. The two hurriedly walked in. Grandma Su went straight to Shen Jishio and hugged him. You child, finally willing to come back to Lin Zhiyue. Grandma will take you home, okay? Let's go back to the Su family. Shen Jishio scoffed. Grandma, do you want me to go home? Or do you want me to go back to have children for the Su family? Chapter 148. Shen Jishio's money. I'm still owed Grandma. Su looked hurt. Jishio, how can you speak to Grandma like that? He didn't reply, merely turned to look at Grandpa Su. After a long pause, he finally spoke. It's just asking you to have a child. Is that wrong? Should the vast Su family business end with your generation? Should that useless Pei family inherit? Su family is surnamed Su. That useless Pei family. Jiang Li guessed he was referring to Pei Jin. Shen Jishio looked at him and chuckled softly. Grandpa, have you forgotten? My surname is Shun. Grandpa Su sighed deeply and earnestly said, you have had the best relationship with Tian since you were young. We have already prepared a female for you. See if you find her pleasing. He said seriously, this child, once born, will be registered under Tian's name. She, like you, is male. You can't bear to let her have no children, causing the Su family to end, can you? Shen Jishio stared at him, disappointment almost spilling from his eyes. Su Tian exclaimed, Grandpa, I was wondering why my cousin suddenly didn't want to see you guys, so it's because of this? What are you thinking? I don't want a child. How could you make my cousin do such a thing? Grandpa Su roared. What thing? Which thing? I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't want the child, your grandma and I will help you take care of it. But there must be a child with the Su family's bloodline. Turning to Shen Jishio, his voice softened a bit. Jishio, you're of age now. It must be hard not having a female to soothe you during the sensitive period, right? This is a win-win situation. Your grandpa won't harm you. Shen Jishio stood quietly in place, his eyes slightly red. Seeing him unresponsive, Grandpa Su threatened softly, Jishio, when you were little, you weren't in the storm realm. How did you manage to live well until now? I believe you know very well. Do you know how much money I spent to navigate through this? I just want you to give the Su family a male heir. I'm not making it hard for you. A shrewd glint flashed in his eyes. There is no future in being a pirate. When you grow old, this child can provide for you. He won't abandon you as his uncle. It was clear what he was calculating. This child, if given to them, would be under Su Tian's name and couldn't acknowledge Lin Zhiyue. She realized today just how bizarre things could be. Pei Jin's mother, the two elders of the Su family, all turned out to be peculiar. Su Tian was the first to blow up Grandpa and Grandma. I won't want this child. I don't even want to adopt a relative's child. Don't even think about it. Do you have say in this? Grandpa Su's expression was serious. If you mention this again, I won't return to the Su family anymore. Her expression was earnest. She wasn't joking. He scoffed. Do you think you could rise through the military ranks so smoothly just because of the Su family's influence? Without the Su family, who do you think you are? Jiang Li frowned. Mr. Su, that's not right. Lieutenant Su Tian's status is something she earned through countless battles against the insect race, without relying on anyone. The military is completely fair in this regard. His expression remained disdainful. Jiang Li knew that reasoning with him was futile. He wouldn't listen to anyone. Since that's the case, Mr. Su, since you say so, then tell me how much Lin Zhiyue owes the Su family over the years, and I'll pay it back for him. Her voice was powerful, instantly warming him up. He sized Jiang Li up, saying, General Jiang, I don't look down on you, but you military officials have limited monthly salaries. You might not be able to pay it back even in 200 years. How would you know unless you ask? 500 million. 500 million is indeed a considerable sum. Grandpa Su sneered, his eyes not on anyone in the room, including Grandma Su. This was his pride in belonging to the nobility. The planet he lived on as a child was dirty and chaotic. The entire renovation was funded by the Su family. 500 million? I'm not scamming you, General Jiang. Jiang Li met his sneering and disdainful gaze. He looked down on her, so what? She dialed her uncle's number. What? You better have something important. I'm in a meeting. Suddenly, he changed his tone. You, who haven't called me for 800 years, what do you need? How much do you lack? Her uncle was as sharp as ever. 500 million. How much? 500 million? Jiang Li, have you gotten involved in gambling? His shocked voice was loud, breaking through the phone, and everyone present heard it clearly. Grandpa Su's gaze became even prouder, as if to say, see? How could you poor folks have 500 million? Lin Zhiyue tugged at her sleeve from behind, but before he could speak, Jiang Yinchuan on the other end spoke with a smug tone. 500 million is too much. Your uncle doesn't have that much money. But here we go again. What do you want this time? He chuckled. Only our little Jiang Li would know what to ask. Can you lend me that Lin Ping kid for 3 days? Swapping 3 days for 500 million was quite a good deal. Jiang Li wasn't worried at all. Jiang Yinchuan cared for Lin Ping even more than she did. Okay, got it. I'll arrive at the Storm Realm tonight, and I'll transfer the money to you now. All right. She wondered why he was so excited. It turned out someone was coming soon. As soon as the call ended, her phone rang again. Interstellar First Bank, 500 million has been credited. Her uncle might not be reliable in other respects, but when it came to giving money, he was incredibly quick. He promised and delivered. The expressions of everyone present varied. Su Tian looked admiring. Lin Zhiyue was surprised, while Grandpa Su's face turned ugly. This time, Jiang Li looked at him with a half-smile. Mr. Su, what's your bank account number? I'll transfer it to you now. Some people just always believe they were right. Zhiyue and I are blood relatives. Money can't sever our relationship. Give up on that thought. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Mr. Su, your Su family is quite a prominent figure in the entire interstellar empire. Is it really wise for you to be so untrustworthy? Untrustworthy? Don't even think about it. Zhiyue is my grandson, and he will always be my grandson. Su Tian glanced at the two confronting each other, then took out her phone to report the number. I know Grandpa's account number. I'll send it to you, General Jiang. All right. While they were talking, Grandpa Su's phone rang. 500 million credited in minutes. This was the speed of the interstellar empire. Jiang Li looked at him. Now Lin Zhiyue doesn't owe your Su family anything. In the future, whatever he wants to do, you can't interfere anymore. After a pause, she sized up Grandpa Su again. You are a male, still young, and want an heir. Why not just have one yourself? Chapter 149, The Unreliable Rich Uncle. You. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't say a word, clearly furious. She calmly said, "Lieutenant Su, this is my house. Someone has trespassed. Please handle it." "Yes, General." Jiang Li glanced at Lin Zhiyue, giving him a look. The latter understood, and they both went upstairs. Su Tian spoke sternly, "Grandpa, Grandma, you heard General Zhang's words. Don't make it difficult for me. It will be troublesome when the military people arrive." "Are you threatening me?" "Not at all. I'm just following the rules." Grandpa Su was furious, pointing at her and scolding, "You unfilial thing. Don't ever come back to the Su family again. I'll pretend I don't have a granddaughter like you." After saying that, he pulled Grandma Su and turned to leave. The second and third uncles surrounded them. I wondered why the eldest didn't want to come home. Turns out it's this. You're making them so angry. What if they really don't let you back into the Su family? Are you really going to sever ties? Su Tian sighed deeply. They're so unreasonable. It was one thing to treat me like this before, but now they're plotting against my cousin. My cousin has had a tough time all these years. From now on, I'll protect him. She wasn't worried at all. Besides, they only had this one granddaughter. Her dad only had her, so he was just saying that out of anger. The second and third uncles fell silent. Has the eldest had a tough time these years? In fact, not at all. Being a pirate was quite carefree. He could do whatever he wanted. They could see that the eldest was quite happy. But neither of them said it out loud. Jiang Li looked at Lin Zhiyue and apologized. "I'm sorry. I should have hidden your whereabouts more deeply." He shook his head, his gaze soft, as if it could produce water at any moment. "Jiang Li, you've already helped me a lot. I'll pay you back as soon as possible." She waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. You don't need to worry about this. I'll quickly arrange a place for you that no one can find." "Thank you." Jiang Li comforted him for a while. Seeing that his expression was still not good, she let him rest well and left first. He needs to digest it for a while. Just as she reached the stairway, she heard a voice coming from downstairs. Su Tian curiously asked, "They say you interstellar pirates make a lot of money, but why hasn't my cousin saved up anything over the years?" The second spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Pirates do make money, but the problem is that the boss isn't making any." The third chimed in, "The boss is a kind heart. He's practically a philanthropist. What we do is rob the rich to help the poor. There's no extra money. Robbing the rich to help the poor." Jiang Li felt a stir in her heart. They really are quite different. As the sun set, Lin Ping and Lin Zhiyue had just bought him a dog, competing to see who could run faster. Of course, 2 legs can't compare to 4. Every time, he came up just short, but he wasn't discouraged at all. If he couldn't do it once, he'd try again. Jiang Li and Lin Zhiyue sat side by side in the yard, watching this scene. Who does this child take after? Why is he so stubborn? Lin Zhiyue chuckled, tilting his head to look at her. Whom to take after is hard to say. Jiang Li smacked her lips. "It must be you. I wouldn't be like this." He didn't refute. "Speaking of which, how's the relationship between the military and the royal family lately?" She shook her head. "Still the same. They can't stand each other. But sooner or later, we will break these ridiculous shackles they've set. We will." Lin Zhiyue turned to look at Lin Ping, who had just lost to the puppy again. This mother and son pair, neither afraid of losing, is really hard to guess who they take after. The doorbell rang. Jiang Li stood up first. "Let me see who it is." When she looked through the courtyard door and saw the person outside, she froze. Jiang Yinchuan was dressed in a wine-red suit, the collar open, with a black shirt underneath that hung loosely. When he bent down, you could see things you shouldn't see. Her uncle was still as flashy as he was back then. "Uncle," she gritted her teeth and said, "You should button up. Ping Ping will ask you why you're not dressed properly." What a hassle. Although her words were complaints, Jiang Yinchuan was all about talking back, but behaving properly. As he buttoned up, he said, "If you ask me, Ping Ping shouldn't be following you all the time. You're ruining his childhood. He's skirting the edge online, and you're skirting the edge in real life. Uncle, it's better for Ping Ping to be a bit more proper." He snorted, not angry, just looking at the villa with disdain. "What is this? You let Ping Ping live in this broken place?" She tilted her head to glance at the 800 square meter courtyard and the 900 square meter building. "Is this called being wronged?" Jiang Yinchuan, a person and a dog rushed over, and Lin Ping hugged Jiang Yinchuan's leg. "Oh, my precious little Ping Ping." He casually handed something to Jiang Li, bent down to pick him up, smiling. "So, did you miss me?" "Yes." Jiang Li fronat, unwilling, Ping. "You can't be so unruly. You should call him second uncle." Jiang Li glared at her. Don't meddle in my business. I'm still quite young. Calling me grandpa makes me feel old. Jiang Li laughed the Nanju. Then what should I call you if he calls you by your name? What else do you want to call me? Letting you call me uncle is already a great honor. Neither of us mind, and you, an outsider, oppose it. Let's keep it separate. You treat me like an aunt, and I treat Ping Ping like a buddy. After a pause, he looked at her with disdain. You used to be cute when you were little, but the more you grow up, the less likable you are. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Lin Zhiyue, having seen this scene, was no longer surprised and approached with a smile. Uncle, you're here? Hello, little Lin, he greeted with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Zhiyue walked over to take the things from her hands. Is this what Uncle bought for Ping Ping? Yes. She nodded. Don't give it to Ping Ping yet. He's really unreliable. You should check if there's anything unsuitable for kids his age inside. Lin Zhiyue, though puzzled, agreed. Jiang Li could never forget that the gift she received when she was 5 was a book titled How to Win a Girl's Heart. This gift was given by Jiang Li at that time. The purpose was simple, to teach her step by step so that when he was picking up girls, she could assist him. Unbelievable. She quickly followed inside, not daring to let the two of them be alone together. Sure enough, as soon as she entered the room, she saw the three of them, 2 people and a dog, lying on the ground. What are you guys doing? Lin Ping looked up. I'm learning from Jiang Li how to be like Xiao Bai. Mom, you should try it too. It feels really cool. Her gaze fell on the little white dog lying on the far left. After a moment of silence, she chose to lie down next to Lin Ping. When Lin Zhiyue entered, he saw 4 faces down on the ground. Who says who is unreliable? This family. None of them are very reliable. Dad, you should try too. Nonsense. How could a not-so-young president do something like this at home? Dad is here.